Chapter 1. Have I arrived in the world of Dragon Ball? Wang Chung groggily opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by an unfamiliar landscape. Where am I? My head aches. Just moments ago, I was discussing with my friends where to unwind for the evening, and now I find myself in the wilderness. Can anyone explain how I ended up here? Ding. The host has awakened. What is that sound? Who is speaking? Wang Chung inquired. Ding. Greetings, host. I am the intelligent sprite of the Saiyan system. Code number 57996. Due to your previous life being cut short and having spent 30 years single without a partner, this system has taken pity on you and chosen you to relive your life in a different world, huh? What nonsense is this? I actually died? Are you joking, Ding? Please accept the reality. It is as stated. Then what world am I in now? Wang Chung asked. The Dragon Ball world. Wang Chung exclaimed in shock. What? Dragon Ball? The inhabitants here can destroy planets at a whim. Are you certain you haven't just sent me to a place where it'll meet my demise anew? Fear not, fear not. With this system by your side, there is nothing to worry about. Wang Chung replied. So what abilities do you possess? Can you instantly boost my power level to unimaginable heights? What are you thinking? This system is known as the sign-in system, as the name implies. The host simply needs to sign in daily, and anything from countless realms could potentially be obtained by the host. Wang Chung thought to himself. Since I am here, I might as well embrace it with no ties to hold me back. I cannot afford to live a mundane life in this new existence. Given that I have a system, striving for mediocrity is no longer an option system. Can I sign in now? Wang Chung asked. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? Yes. Yes. Please grant me a power level in the billions to start with. Wang Chung urged. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired max-level martial arts, which has been automatically learned. In an instant, Wang Chung felt a surge of martial skills flooding his mind system. What is my current strength? How much power do I possess? Ding. The system allows the host to view their own attribute panel and that of their enemies. Would you like to open the attribute panel? Open it. Wang Chung commanded host. Wang Chung. Ability. Max level martial arts. Power level 5. Items. Not only 5 power points? That's hardly enough to be considered cannon fodder. Wang Chung lamented. Regardless, I should first gather information about this place since I have arrived in this world. I must locate the main characters aligning with Goku. Should ensure my safety for the time being. Wang Chung contemplated. Strolling through the forest, he inhaled the essence of nature. Unaware of how long he had been walking, suddenly he heard commotion ahead, resembling the cries of a child. Upon approaching, he realized, could it be Gohan? The tail, the hat, and the 4-star Dragon Ball. Wang Chung asked, whose child are you? Why are you here alone? We're the adult from your family. My name is Son Gohan. I can't find my father, uncle. Can you help me find my dad? Gohan replied. Uncle? Am I really that old? Wang Chung internally scoffed. Gohan, where do you live? I will help you get home. Gohan said, I live on Mount Pozu, but I can't remember how to get there. Wang Chung, feeling helpless, said, all right, I shall accompany you on a little excursion. Your parents must be searching for you. Perhaps we shall encounter them along the way. Come. Gohan. After an indeterminate period of wandering, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Gohan, I have finally found you. A man with a crab-like head descended from the sky. Dad! Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Gohan, thank goodness I found you, otherwise Shishi would have certainly taken my life. Greetings, I am Son Wukong. Thank you for assisting in locating Gohan. Hello, I am Wang Chung. It was merely a trifling effort. Wang Chung replied. Chapter 2. Training with Wukong. Since we have found Gohan, Shishi must be waiting for us to return for dinner. We should be on our way, Wukong stated. Uncle Wang Chung, would you like to join us at Baozi Mountain? My mother's cooking is delightful. Gohan inquired. Indeed. You have found Gohan, and I have yet to properly express my gratitude. Let us go together, Wukong replied. Will I be intruding? Wang Chung asked. Not at all, Wukong responded, as he took Gohan and Wang Chung by the hand and soared toward Baozi Mountain. Goodness. Is this the art of flight? I wonder if I can master it. The sensation of soaring freely is exhilarating. Before long, they arrived at Baozi Mountain, where they met Shishi and indulged in an abundance of the mountain's delectable meat buns, thoroughly enjoying the family's warm hospitality. Wukong, could you teach me how to fly in the skies? Wang Chung asked. Of course. First, you must learn to sense your chi. How about this? Let us rest today, and tomorrow I shall guide you in your training, Wukong replied. Sounds good. Wang Chung responded. The following day, the system initiated a new day of signing ending. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ability to sense and manipulate chi. Wow, the system truly delivers what one needs. I adore you, dear system. Wang Chung closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, immediately breaking into a cold sweat. Wukong's chi exuded an overwhelming pressure. Even Gohan, when not unleashed, and Shishi surpassed him, alas. There was a long journey ahead, but with the system, he would surely ascend swiftly, Wang Chung thought. Wukong approached the entrance and called, Wang Chung, have you risen? Let us commence our training. Yes, I'm coming, Wang Chung. I shall first teach you how to sense Qi. Moments later, Wukong exclaimed, a prodigy. You can sense Qi so swiftly. Now, I shall instruct you on how to wield it. Concentrate the Qi beneath your feet. Before long, Wang Chung was able to ascend into the air, though not with the fluidity of Wukong still. It was quite impressive for a novice. I must attend to my chores if I do not. Shishi will scold me for now. You should practice on your own, Wukong said. All right, Wukong, you carry on during the ensuing hours. Wang Chung endeavored to engage in basic combat against the air, exercising his fists and feet with push-ups and sit-ups. He also assisted Wukong with farm work. He certainly could not expect to live without contributing. The day swiftly passed. Sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving 5 senza beans. Thus commenced another day of training in the blink of an eye. A month had elapsed since arriving in this world today. He was to visit the Kame house with Wukong and the others. It seemed the plot was about to unfold, as Raditz was on his way in the original text. Raditz possesses a combat power of around 1500, and I certainly cannot be of much assistance now. I can only follow the storyline. Wang Chung thought to himself over the past month. The sign-in rewards have been quite generous. He opened his attribute panel. Ding. Host. Wang Chung. Abilities. Maximum level martial arts. Perception and application of Qi. Aerial maneuvering. Energy cannon. Invulnerability technique. Kamehameha learned from Goku. Later prompts omitted. Combat power. 380. Items. 200 senza beans. Small battle power pills. 2 or small battle power pills. Small battle power pills increase the host's combat power randomly by 10 to 100 points upon consumption. Oh my. Quick, quick, quick. Use it. Ding. Host combat power increased by 50 points. Ding. Host combat power increased by 30 points. Host. Wang Chung. Abilities. Maximum level martial arts. Perception and application of Qi. Energy cannon. Invulnerability technique. Kamehameha. Combat power. 460. Items. 200. Senza beans. What a delight. Is everyone ready? Gohan. Wang Chung. We are about to set off. Everyone should have gathered at Master Rose's place. Chapter 3. Goku's brother? Raditz. Came house. Thanks to Goku's introduction, everyone became acquainted with one another. Suddenly, a sinister aura approached the Kame house. This energy. Who is it? So powerful. Could be King Piccolo? Krillin exclaimed. No, it isn't Piccolo. This energy feels unfamiliar, Goku replied. In the blink of an eye, a stranger with long hair appeared in the sky above them. To their astonishment, no one noticed how he had materialized above them. Ding ding ding. Combat power 416. Goku 206. Krillin 200. Wang Chung hidden energy. Master Rashi 139. Bulma 4. Who are you? Krillin demanded. Raditz addressed Goku. You must be Kakarot, considering you look just like our father Kakarot. What are you talking about? Goku replied, bewildered. Kakarot, what is happening on this planet? Why hasn't it been destroyed yet? And why are you coexisting with these people? Have you forgotten your mission on Earth? Raditz inquired. Who are you? And why do you call me that strange name, Kakarot? Why would I destroy Earth? Goku responded, I am your elder brother. Kakarot, we are Saiyans. Look, we both have tails. You were sent to this planet as a child to eliminate the human inhabitants and sell this world. Raditz explained. Krillin stepped forward and said, hey, are you drunk or something? How could Goku be an alien? If he had a brother, we would surely know. But just as Krillin approached Raditz, he was swiftly struck by Raditz's tail, sending him flying 5 meters away. In silence, Goku shouted, Krillin. Raditz then swiftly flew beside Goku and struck him with an elbow, sending him flying as well. He then seized Gohan and declared, if you wish to save your son, join us, before flying off. Damn it. Gohan. Goku, are you alright? Wang Chung asked. That individual is remarkably powerful. When he struck Krillin, I could feel his energy. I was rendered immobile. Wang Chung remarked, how infuriating. I must go to rescue Gohan. Goku declared, wait. I will accompany you. That person's strength is formidable. The newcomer, clad in green skin, a white trench coat, and a headscarf, appeared. Piccolo, you have arrived as well, Goku noted. That person is exceedingly strong. Only by joining forces do we stand a chance of victory. My intentions are not merely to assist you after defeating that individual. I shall eliminate you as well, Piccolo asserted. Heh. Then let us proceed, Piccolo. Wang Chung. Krillin, I leave them in your capable hands, Goku stated subsequently. Goku and Piccolo pursued Raditz's energy signature. Wang Chung asked, how is it going, Krillin? It hurts terribly. That individual is truly formidable. Krillin replied, let us go take a look. Though we may not be able to contribute significantly, such battles can provide us with invaluable experience. Wang Chung suggested, all right, let us move. With that, they set off in pursuit of Goku's energy. Their energy seems to have stabilized. They must have begun their battle. Let us find a suitable spot to observe. Krillin proposed this location will suffice. As time elapsed, the clash intensified. Much like the original tale, Gohan, witnessing his father being struck, was enraged, and his power surged to 1300, allowing him to breach Raditz's defenses. Later, Goku's compassion almost led to his demise at Raditz's hands, but ultimately, Piccolo's powerful attack, the special beam cannon, resulted in a double knockout. With the conflict concluded, the Supreme Kai transported Goku's body away for training on King Kai's planet. The information regarding the Dragon Balls was also exposed to Vegeta, indicating that the Saiyan duo would arrive on Earth in a year, an enemy even stronger than Raditz. How terrifying! What shall we do? Krillin exclaimed in panic. Everyone else should head to the other world to train and rapidly enhance their strength, the Supreme Kai instructed. Soon after, Gohan was taken away by Piccolo, and our group flew towards the other world. Chapter 4. The commencement of training. In the previous chapters, the protagonist played a somewhat passive role, but from the Saiyan arc onward, he will gradually rise to prominence. To the newcomers, I seek your kind guidance. Please point out any issues or errors, and I shall rectify them. Otherworld. Before long, the Kaioshin, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Kaiatsa had all assembled. It was here that Goku underwent his training. Henceforth, Mr. Popo and I shall train you all to prepare for the formidable adversary that will arrive in a year. In 1 year, I will request the Eternal Dragon to resurrect Goku, who is currently undergoing training in another realm, the Supreme Kai declared. Wang Chung, Goku mentioned that you possess considerable talent. I shall ensure that you receive thorough training. Thank you. Supreme Kai Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? Sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Solar Flare technique. The Solar Flare is quite advantageous. Let us commence our training before long. 3 months had elapsed. Throughout these 3 months, our days consisted solely of signing in and engaging in mutual combat training. I have accumulated over 600 Senzu beans as rewards. Even Master Karin does not possess as many in stock system. Commence today's sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, Pain Growth. System, open the panel. Host, Wang Chung. Abilities, Mastered Martial Arts, Energy Perception and Utilization, Flight Technique, Kamehameha, Protective Shield, Solar Flare, Luo Feng Fist, Demon Seal. Wave, Pain Growth. Combat Power, 1100. Items, 600 Senzu beans. The Celestial Beans have elevated my physical prowess to a level that rivals that of the Saiyans, rendering me nearly invincible. It seems I am destined to embody the role of the victim. Hey, Krillin, Tien, let's engage in combat and ascertain our true strengths. Very well. I have sensed your energy intensifying over this period. I have long desired this confrontation, Tien Shinhan remarked. Currently, Tien possesses a combat power of 600, while Krillin stands at around 540. Facing these two in battle, my growth and strength may not escalate rapidly. Perhaps it would be best if they both joined forces against me. Are you prepared, Tien and Krillin? No sooner had the words left my mouth than Tien launched the first strike. Aiming a punch at my head, I swiftly raised my arms in defense. How feeble. It bore no pain. Wait, what is it? Wang Chung, you four should join forces. That would present a greater challenge. Furious, Tien replied. Do you look down upon me? He unleashed a Kamehameha wave directed at me. I braced myself, crossing my arms over my chest to absorb the impact. Not bad. Not bad. I can feel the intensity. Let us continue with that. Tien charged at me. The onslaught was relentless, yet I remained solely on the defensive side. Never mind, this lacks sufficient excitement. Let us conclude this. In an instant, I teleported behind Tien and struck him on the neck with a swift chop, rendering him unconscious. Huh, this? Krillin, Kaiatsu, Yamcha were taken aback. Is he truly this formidable? His strength must have surpassed even Goku's at this point. Let's have Tien consume a celestial being to continue his training. The upcoming period shall see the four of you against me alone. In the cosmos, 2 circular spacecraft sped towards Earth at an astonishing pace. In the afterlife, Goku was diligently training with King Kai in the heavenly realm. The 4 versus 1 battle unfolded day after day. Ding! Sign-in successful. Ding! Sign-in successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Power Pill Small 2. Congratulations, host, you have received Power Pill Small 2. Congratulations, host, you have received Power Pill Small 2. Congratulations, host, you have received Celestial Beans 10. Congratulations, host, you have received using Power Pills. Congratulations, host, your power has increased by 50, 50, 50, 30, 80, 70. It seems to be the butterfly effect. Everyone's strength has significantly surpassed that in the original narrative. Piccolo stands at 3,300, Gohan at 2,000, Tien at 2,800, Krillin at 2500, Yamcha at 2100, and Kairatsu at 1800, and this is merely their baseline. At least, compared to the original tale, Goku would not have been easily overwhelmed checking the panel. Host, Wang Chung. Abilities, mastery of martial arts, energy perception and manipulation, Kamehameha, protective shield, turtle school, Kamehameha, solar. Flare, Luo Feng fist, demon seal wave, pain growth, energy sphere slash, cosmic survival, instant transmission, fusion technique, big bang attack combat power, 10,000. Items, 3,000 celestial beings. Here they come. Are you ready? 2 ominous energy signatures are entering Earth's atmosphere. I declared the Supreme. Kai has informed us that Goku is also on his way back. Bulma is ready to summon the dragon to resurrect him. Krillin added. All right, everyone prepare for battle with 2 resounding thuds. 2 large craters appeared on the ground. As the smoke dissipated, 2 Saiyans emerged. Chapter 5, The Initial Battle. So, this is Earth. It is nothing extraordinary. Vegeta remarked, hey, you over there? Nappa, observing the power levels through his scouter, noted that the combat strength of the gathered warriors was merely a few hundred. The Earth warriors conceal their energy. Who was responsible for slaying Raditz? Where is that cockroach fellow? Bring him forth to meet his demise. Wang Chung approached and said, you must be the companions that Raditz spoke of. Companions? That useless fool was slain by you pathetic insects? Truly pathetic. Nappa, why don't you entertain them for a while? Just don't kill them all at once. That would be rather dull. So arrogant. Allow me, Piccolo, to engage you in Namekian? There are indeed Namekians on Earth. It appears you must know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. You lot handle that hulking brute. I shall take on the explosive-haired little one with that. Wang Chung dashed towards Vegeta. Wang Chung contemplated that transforming into a giant ape, Vegeta could serve as an excellent tool for exploiting bugs. He resolved to compel him to transform without delay. With that thought, Wang Chung began to unleash his energy, a wave of white aura emanating from his body. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter displayed readings of 200, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 12,000. How could this be? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. The scouter exploded with a loud bang. It must be malfunctioning. How could a native of such a wretched planet possess a battle power exceeding 10,000? With that, Vegeta also began to unleash his energy, a terrifying wave erupting forth. Piccolo and the others felt the overwhelming pressure from Wang Chung and Vegeta, rendering them speechless as they hurriedly distanced themselves to avoid collateral damage. Nappa remarked, this fellow is astonishing. He has compelled Prince Vegeta to get serious. As expected, it wasn't long before Vegeta was defeated. How could he be so powerful? Damn it. I am a Saiyan prince. How could I lose to a mere bumpkin? Boy, you are doomed. He then conjured an artificial moon, and moments later, Vegeta transformed into a colossal ape, beginning to unleash his power. As his energy escalated, everyone was rendered immobile by the oppressive force. How about that? Ants, prepare to perish. With that, he charged at Wang Chung. Vegeta threw a punch aimed directly at Wang Chung's face, sending him flying with a single blow. Before Wang Chung could regain his composure, the giant ape Vegeta gathered an energy wave and unleashed it at him. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as it struck true, smoke billowing away. Fortunately, he had quickly consumed a Senza bean. He had nearly been obliterated. Indeed. Vegeta's transformed battle power exceeding 100,000 was formidable. Nevertheless, the sensation of pain was exhilarating. Oh, Vegeta exclaimed in surprise, how is it that you remain unscathed? Even with a battle power over 10,000, you should not have emerged unharmed from my previous attack. This is exhilarating. Vegeta, bring it on again. Your current prowess is insufficient. With that, he began to unleash his energy once more. A surge of white energy erupted forth. His battle power skyrocketing to 20,000. What? Piccolo's face turned pale. How could he endure such an attack and emerge even stronger? When did such a figure appear on Earth? Can I still dominate this planet in the future? Hiki. Vegeta, let us continue. This time, you shall face my Luo Feng fist. With a whoosh, Wang Chung lunged at Vegeta, delivering left and right punches. Are you merely tickling me? Vegeta proclaimed smugly, swatting Wang Chung into the ground with his tail. As the smoke cleared, Wang Chung rose and charged again. A barrage of energy blasts rained down upon Vegeta. The principle of smoke and no injury applies. Trash is merely trash. Nappa hastily ordered the disposal of the rodents. I am done playing. Let us collect the Dragon Balls and attend to serious matters. With that, he swiftly advanced towards Wang Chung, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Vegeta's fists fell upon Wang Chung like a tempest. Wang Chung was battered and bruised, his breath significantly weakened. Suddenly, the sky darkened. As the crowd looked up, they wondered if Bulma had summoned the dragon. It appeared that Goku was about to return. As long as Goku comes back, everything will be fine, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. Kakarot, is he coming back to meet his demise? Vegeta scoffed arrogantly. Hee. Wang Chung unexpectedly emerged from the rubble, grinning. Vegeta, you are not up to the task. Chapter 6. Rise in Power. What? Wang Chung is somehow unharmed. Krillin exclaimed. Hee. The real show is just beginning, Vegeta replied. Wang Chung's combat power surged to 30,000 in an instant. He unleashed a blast of energy at Vegeta and charged forward, the two engaging in a fierce struggle. Vegeta's fist rained down upon Wang Chung from all directions, producing a cacophony of sounds. This is exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. Vegeta, hit me harder. Wang Chung, though covered in wounds and with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, defiantly challenged, You stubborn country bumpkin, can you withstand a few more of my blows? Wang Chung promptly consumed another celestial being, instantly restoring himself to his former state. What nonsense is this? Come here. I am utterly infuriated. Vegeta's fury surged, his aura transforming into a tempest of wrath. System, what is Vegeta's battle power in this state of rage? Ding. Character, Vegeta, Furious Ape State. Battle power, 150,000. A reminder to the host, do not overdo it. You still have some nerve. System, it appears I cannot continuously provoke him. I must endure some blows. As such a splendid opportunity for bug exploitation is rare. Thus, I began to elevate my own energy. My battle power has risen to 28,000. After a few more beatings, I should surpass 100,000 in battle power. Enough of the games. I shall now earnestly endure the strikes. Wang Chung addressed Vegeta, saying, Vegeta, I shall not attack but merely defend. Let us see if you can vanquish me. The rustic brute infuriated me beyond measure. With that, he charged at Wang Chung, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. In a flash, he followed up with a relentless barrage of assaults. You wretched creature. Prepare to receive my ultimate technique. Final flash. Wang Chung hastily consumed a divine being, holding another in reserve, as he adjusted his condition to its pinnacle. He directed both palms towards the ultimate radiance. So powerful. So painful. Yay. Wang Chung coughed up blood, his upper garments long gone, his body a canvas of wounds. Yet he persisted. Suddenly, his left arm fractured, prompting him to hastily consume a magical beam to restore his vitality. As his energy surged, Wang Chung propelled himself towards Vegeta with the ultimate flash. Such resilience, akin to that of a cockroach, Vegeta remarked. Then, with a forceful thrust downwards, the ultimate flash engulfed Wang Chung entirely. As the smoke dissipated, a voice called out, Hey, are you alright, Wang Chung? It was Goku, who had arrived on the scene. Krillin exclaimed in excitement. Ding. The system detected that the host was gravely injured and unconscious, automatically utilizing a magical beam. Coughing, Wang Chung opened his eyes to see Goku before him. You're back. What a mess I've gotten into, he said. Goku replied, Leave the rest to me. You've grown stronger. In just a year, you have become so formidable that I cannot defeat you without resorting to my hidden cards. But Goku, I can take on 10 opponents without needing your assistance. Just now, I was careless and didn't T-dodge. Allow me to show you my true strength. Wang Chung exclaimed, his energy escalating further. This energy, Wang Chung, is incredibly powerful. Even with my fourfold Kaioken, I could not reach such levels. Kakarot, you've arrived. I shall deal with this country bumpkin first before attending to you. Who will deal with whom is yet to be determined. With that, he charged directly at Vegeta. Vegeta had no magical beans to restore his strength, and his energy had diminished considerably, no longer fueled by rage. The system assessed Vegeta's combat power. Ding. Vegeta's combat power, 84,000. Indeed, Vegeta's energy had weakened significantly, and now I can engage him in a fair fight. Come on, Vegeta. Wang Chung assumed an initial combat stance reminiscent of Ultraman before launching a flying kick towards Vegeta. Chapter 7. A significant surge in power, Vegeta's retreat. Wang Chung and Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle once more. Suspended in midair, the surrounding air swirled chaotically due to their immense power. Vegeta's gaze was sharp as he wielded his hands, unleashing a torrent of yellow energy blasts that rained down upon Wang Chung. Unflinching, Wang Chung welcomed the energy blasts, relishing the sensation of pain. In the next moment, Vegeta appeared behind him, delivering a kick that sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Wang Chung swiftly pivoted, crossing his arms to withstand the blow, the force sending tremors through the ground beneath him and stirring up clouds of dust. What exhilaration! Wang Chung quickly consumed a Senzu bean and charged back into the fray, grappling with Vegeta once more. Their movements were like lightning, each clash of fists and feet unleashing astonishing waves of energy. Goku marveled, exclaiming, "Incredible! I wish to spar with Wang Chung as well. It's truly exhilarating to watch." Krillin replied with resignation, "You truly are a battle fanatic, Goku." Vegeta's energy had noticeably diminished compared to earlier, indicating that the outcome of their duel was drawing near. "Once they finish, I will have my turn with Wang Chung," Goku declared excitedly. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Chung sent Vegeta plummeting from the sky with a powerful kick, struggling to rise again. Nappa rushed to assist him, asking, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Vegeta retorted, "Get away, Nappa. I am the Prince of Saiyans. I cannot be defeated." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "That bald fellow. Is your name Nappa?" Wang Chung inquired. "Take Vegeta and leave. I shall spare his life. When he awakens, tell him I eagerly anticipate our next encounter." Wang Chung mused to himself, "After all, having consumed so many Senzu beans, my victory is not entirely honorable." "Hey, Wang Chung, are you really letting them go?" Goku questioned. "What are you worried about? If I could win this time, I can certainly do so again. Besides, Goku has returned as well," Wang Chung replied confidently. "That is true." Krillin remarked slowly, acknowledging Goku's role as the cornerstone of the Earth Warriors. "You all wait. Prince Vegeta is our hope as Saiyans. His talent is extraordinary. And next time he will surely defeat you all." With that, he lifted Vegeta and tossed him into their spacecraft, setting the coordinates before departing. "Hey, Wang Chung, you've become incredibly strong. Let's have a match," Goku exclaimed, his face brimming with anticipation. "I'm so hungry. Let's do it tomorrow, Goku. First, let us return and enjoy some good food." "Sounds good. I haven't eaten well in the afterlife for quite some time." Yamcha chimed in. "Bulma just called. She wants us to come over. She sent someone to prepare food." "Excellent. Let us go." They all agreed as they made their way to Bulma's house. At Bulma's residence, the dining table was laden with a variety of exquisite dishes. In that moment, everything felt utterly perfect. System, open the panel. This time, the enhancement of combat power is substantial. Host, Wang Chung. Abilities, master-level martial arts, perception and application of Qi, Qigong Cannon, Golden Bell Shield, Kamehameha, Sun Fist, Wolf Fong Fist, Demon Sealing Wave, Pain Growth, Qi Round Slash, Cosmic Survival, Instant Transmission, Fusion Technique, and Big Bang Attack. Combat Power, 100,000. Items, 2, 990 Senzu Beans. Having reached 100,000, the next chapter unfolds with the Frieza saga. The Earth Dragon is still present. What reasons could possibly justify traveling to Namek? If only I had allowed Piccolo to perish. "Piccolo, thank you." The following morning, as dawn broke, Goku was already at the door, eager for a duel. "Very well, Goku. Await me in the heavenly realm. We shall engage in combat there, and I will join you shortly. System, commence today as sign-in." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Leo Flying Kick, far superior to merely receiving beans. It is time to fulfill my appointment." I then soared towards the heavenly realm. Chapter 8, Journey to Namek. "Let us begin, Wang Chung," exclaimed Wukong, brimming with anticipation. "You truly are a warrior at heart," Wang Chung remarked, as he gracefully assumed the initial stance of Tai Chi. "Allow me to showcase the fruits of my training under Lord Kai." With a series of spirited cries, Wukong radiated a brilliant white aura. "Unleash your true power. This is merely a spectacle. I understand. Just wait and see." In an instant, Wukong's white aura transformed into a striking red, its intensity doubling compared to before. "Wang Chung, allow me to demonstrate my double King Kai fist." With that, he charged at Wang Chung, only to be effortlessly evaded. "You can't even touch me, Goku. Is this truly your full strength?" Goku, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "I can't maintain the quadruple King Kai fist for long. Let us settle this with one decisive strike." Quadruple King Kai fist. In an instant, a brilliant aura enveloped Goku's body, radiating with the intensity of the most scorching solar winds, exuding an unparalleled momentum. His hair stood upright, resembling flames ablaze. "The momentum is indeed impressive. I shall launch my attack now, be cautious." In a flash, Goku dashed towards Wang Qing, his fist cutting through the air with a whistling sound aimed squarely at him. Yet, Wang Qing effortlessly seized his arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending Goku crashing to the ground. Goku quickly regained his footing, readying himself for another assault. Goku, now it is your turn to receive my strike. Luo flying kick. With astonishing speed, Wang Qing delivered a swift kick to Goku, extinguishing his King Kai fist state. How can you be so strong? Even with the quadruple King Kai fist, I couldn't touch you, and was instead brought to my knees by your kick. I am a once-in-a-millennium genius, after all. Hiki. The Earth defenders watching the spectacle were left in awe, never anticipating Wang Qing's remarkable prowess that had so easily subdued Goku. Wang Qing turned to Piccolo and inquired, "Those two Saiyans mentioned that you are an Namekian? Your strength is already formidable among us. Are there even more powerful beings in your homeland?" Upon hearing of potential strong adversaries, Goku eagerly interjected, "Indeed, I could ask King Kai to locate Piccolo's home, and we could visit it as well." With that, Goku began to contact King Kai. Through King Kai, he learned of Namek's location, and the God Temple possessed celestial ships that had been previously used by deities, which he entrusted to Bulma for repairs. It would take 10 days to fix. Additionally, Wang Qing requested Bulma to install a gravity chamber. "I am immensely grateful to you, Bulma, for your assistance in repairing the spaceship. I shall bring back some local specialties from other planets as a token of my appreciation." "Really? That would be splendid. If you could return with some alien spacecraft for me to study, that would be the best." Bulma replied, "All right, everyone, it will be Goku, Piccolo, and myself who will journey to Namek. We shall convene at Bulma's house in 10 days. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. On receiving a combat power pill, medium, using it grants between 100 to 1,000 points. Use. Congratulations, host, on attaining a combat power of 800. Ding. Sign-in successful. Received a Senza bean. Ding. Sign-in successful. Received a Senza bean. Ding. 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 9 consecutive days of beans. Bulma's house, has everyone gathered? We shall depart." With a resounding roar, the spaceship ascended, soaring into the cosmos. Inside the ship, following Bulma's modifications, we anticipated arriving at Namek in 7 days. During this time, the three of us would train in the gravity chamber. Goku mentioned that King Kai's planet had 10 times the gravity of Earth. "Now, you two shall spar with me in the gravity chamber." 7 days later, the sign-ins continued to yield beans. Over the course of 7 days, we had adapted to a gravity of 100 times. Goku's base power reached 180,000, while Piccolo's was 50,000. Goku's physique is truly remarkable. If it weren't for the need to accommodate Piccolo, I would have accrued several million in combat power during these 7 days. We are nearing Namek. Suddenly, Goku exclaimed, "This is bad. You all need to return immediately." Without warning, King Kai's voice echoed. "Why King Kai?" He responded, "I have just detected that the tyrant Frieza has also arrived at Namek." "Frieza, the cosmic tyrant? Who is that?" "Never mind who it is. Goku, you all must return at once. That individual is not someone you can handle." King Kai's urgency indicated the gravity of the threat. If even King Kai is this anxious, he must be a formidable opponent. "I am already feeling exhilarated," Goku declared. Wang Qing remarked, "Why bother with so many words? Let us prepare for landing." "Lord Kai, you are overreacting. Our strength has increased severalfold since our departure. Rest assured, during my recent training, I discovered a technique known as instant teleportation. Should danger arise, I can swiftly return to Earth." "Instant teleportation? Isn't that a skill of the Ardentlands? You have truly grasped it?" "Indeed, you are a genius," Kai exclaimed in astonishment. "Enough of your chatter. Take care of yourselves," he added. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the spacecraft descended gracefully like a colossal bird returning to its nest, stirring up a small cloud of dust as it safely landed on Namek. This is the homeland of Piccolo. There is a faint energy signature to the southeast. Let us investigate. With a whoosh, the three soared towards the source of the energy. They arrived at a village, where they were met with the sight of numerous corpses resembling Piccolo. What has transpired here? Why are there so many fallen Piccolos? "Goku, what are you saying?" Piccolo shouted. "Wait, there are still life forms nearby. I sense a presence." Wang Qing, propelled by a surge of energy, executed a series of swift high kicks, causing a purple spherical object to descend from the heavens. "Who are you to dare ambush me? Do you even know my identity? I am none other than Mr. Dodoria, the favored warrior of King Frieza." To his astonishment, the purple sphere spoke, commanding attention. "Piccolo, I leave this one to you. Swiftly dispose of him so we may confront this so-called cosmic emperor. In a decisive motion, Piccolo seized Dodoria by the throat with his left hand, delivering a chilling blow with his right, before casting him aside. Wiping the blood from his hands, Piccolo remarked, "Let us proceed. After all, he is of my kin. We must explore other regions to ascertain if any of our kind still survive. Since Frieza possesses formidable strength, we shall sense the mightiest presence on this planet." Aha! I can feel it. Such power. How exhilarating. With that, they soared towards the formidable energy, soon encountering a circular spacecraft. Perched atop the vessel was a grotesque creature in a baby carriage, before which lay 6 Dragon Balls. Truly, this is Piccolo's homeland, rich with Dragon Balls of considerable size. Ha ha ha. What brings these 3 insects to my domain? Have you come to pledge your allegiance to me? The creature bellowed. Hey, you in the baby carriage. We have come here today to end your life. With that, Wang Chung erupted with fury, charging towards Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. Such an impolite insect indeed. Wang Chung delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's face, sending him tumbling from his infant carriage. How intriguing. It was the first time anyone had managed to strike the Great King. The two then engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Initially, Frieza did not exert his full strength. Instead, he toyed with Wang Chung like a cat with a mouse, eager to gauge the extent of his prowess. He effortlessly evaded Wang Chung's assaults while occasionally counterattacking, thereby imposing immense pressure on Wang Chung. Frieza, in his infant carriage phase, possessed a combat power of 500,000, whereas Wang Chung, upon entering a state of fury, had a power level of 300,000. He found himself in a position of passive defense, which suited Wang Chung just fine. Frieza, have you forgotten to eat? Could you exert a bit more effort? Chapter 10, Battling Frieza. Ha ha ha. You little insect have successfully provoked me. With a casual gesture, Frieza unleashed a wave of energy towards Wang Chung. As the dust settled, Wang Chung's figure was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he teleported behind Frieza and executed a flying kick. Frieza raised his right arm to block, prompting Wang Chung to swiftly evade. The two then ascended into the sky, resuming their ferocious exchange. Their strikes were as swift as lightning, each collision generating immense shockwaves that trembled the earth and flattened mountains. Frieza's fists, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtled towards Wang Chung, who could only defend himself. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted between them, reminiscent of a cosmic explosion, both splendid and terrifying. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Wang Chung reveled in the sensation of pain and the increase in his combat strength, then consumed a magical bean to further enhance his power. Wang Chung's combat power has now reached an astonishing 470,000. Without transforming, Frieza can hardly provide any further enhancement to him. It is imperative to provoke Frieza into his transformation. Is this truly the might of the Cosmic Emperor? It seems rather unimpressive to me. Ha ha ha. This is merely my normal combat power. When you witness my transformation, do not be taken aback, for upon transforming, my power will soar to an astounding 1,000,000. As he spoke, Frieza began to transform, an eerie luminescence enveloping his form. His muscles gradually swelled, and the once smooth surface of his body sprouted hard, armor-like plates that glimmered like steel. His physique elongated, his tail grew thicker and more powerful, capable of shattering boulders with a mere swing. Changes also occurred in his head. His horns elongated and sharpened, his eyes glinting with a more ferocious light, and his entire stature became increasingly imposing and terrifying. An overwhelming aura spreading like a tidal wave around him. Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, "This energy, it has rendered me utterly immobile." Wang Chung felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered him nearly immobile. What do you think? You seem to possess some talent. Why not serve under me? He taunted. Enough with the chatter. If you haven't made a move, don't make a fuss. Then perish. In an instant, Frieza vanished and reappeared before Wang Chung, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying like a kite severed from its string, leaving a trail of blood in the air. His face contorted in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as dust and debris swirled around the spot where he landed. Frieza then unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Wang Chung's landing site. As the smoke dissipated, Wang Chung lay in a pit, bruised and battered. But upon assessing his battle power, he found it had significantly increased. He consumed a senzu bean and gestured provocatively at Frieza, then gathered his energy to unleash a Kamehameha wave towards him. Frieza effortlessly deflected Wang Chung's assault. With such feeble strength, you dare to provoke me? Truly, you are a bold little insect. Wang Chung pondered to himself that currently, Frieza's combat power stood at 1 million, while his own was merely 560,000. As long as Frieza did not directly transform into his ultimate form and eliminate him in an instant, with the consumption of 2 more Senzu beans, he could indeed vanquish the present Frieza. What a splendid method to exploit the game mechanics. Observing the earth-shattering battle, Piccolo was utterly astounded, his face turning pale with fright. His meager strength rendered him unable to even discern their skirmish. Where am I? Who am I? This is terrifying. Meanwhile, Goku, brimming with eagerness, felt the Saiyans' innate combative instincts surging within him, causing his blood to boil with excitement. After all, with the tenfold Kaioken, Goku was far superior to the current Frieza. Thus he felt no anxiety whatsoever. The battle between Wang Qing and Frieza rages on, accompanied by a series of sonic booms that signify the intensity of their clash. Chapter 11. Frieza's Ultimate Form. In this brief span, the two have collided fiercely over 100 times. And it is evident that Wang Qing grows more formidable with each encounter. After consuming another mystical bean, Wang Qing began to gather energy. The air around him began to stir, forming faint currents that converged toward him. Gradually, a radiant glow enveloped his body, intensifying with the passage of time. A white aura ignited around him, symbolizing the accumulation of his power. As he concentrated, his strength continued to ascend, elevating his combat prowess to an impressive 880,000 points. Frieza, taken aback, mused about how this young man grew stronger with each exchange. Initially, he could only endure blows, yet in a short span, he began to counterattack with equal fervor. How peculiar. It was reminiscent of those bothersome Saiyans, those wild apes. Frieza, do you possess any final moves? I've merely warmed up. Can you keep pace? Hmph. I cannot believe I am being underestimated. I have 2 transformations left. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, I shall unveil my ultimate form. Prepare not to be frightened. With a dramatic flourish, the atmosphere shifted around Frieza. His physique shrank dramatically, the proportions of his body becoming harmoniously balanced, and his muscles took on a sleek definition. Upon completing his transformation, a formidable energy field enveloped him, radiating a dark purple glow, akin to flames flickering in the abyss. The energy fluctuations distorted the air around him, rendering the very space unstable under his might. Apologies for the wait. It has been too long since my last transformation, he declared. His final form boasted an initial combat power of 3,000,000, rendering even Goku's tenfold Kaioken inadequate in comparison. Without Goku's intervention or Krillin's sacrificial offering, the emergence of the Super Saiyan had been postponed. You are the first to compel me into this form, aside from my father. Thus, I shall take my time in tormenting you to your end. How amusing this shall be. With a mere flick of his finger, Frieza unleashed a beam that pierced Wang Qing's thigh, forcing him to kneel. In an instant, Frieza darted toward him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wang Qing soaring into the sky, following it up with another strike from above, relentlessly assaulting him thereafter. Now battered and bruised, Wang Qing's complexion paled, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Frieza seized Wang Qing's head with one hand while mercilessly pounding his abdomen with the other. Wang Qing coughed out blood in violent spurts. Oh, ho ho. Have you witnessed the extent of my power? A mere ant is but an ant. Frieza hurled Wang Qing away, sending him crashing to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. At that moment, Goku and Piccolo were preparing to assist. Suddenly, a resounding ultimate flash erupted from a distance, followed by a shockwave that struck Frieza, leaving him unscathed amidst the smoke. Vegeta, you treacherous fool, dare to ambush me? With such pitiful strength, you should refrain from embarrassing yourself. Frieza declared, I have learned from Chio-E that you were the one who annihilated our Saiyan planet. With that, he surged towards Frieza in a fit of rage. With a mere glare, Frieza unleashed a laser that rendered Vegeta unconscious. A foolish Saiyan monkey. At this moment, Vegeta's power level was merely 24,000, even inferior to Piccolo. Suddenly, a remarkable energy emanated. It was Wang Qing. He was still alive. His energy had intensified. Goku and Piccolo gasped in astonishment. Oh, not dead yet? Such tenacity for life. Then I shall kill you once more. Revitalized. Wang Qing's current power level had soared to 1.5 million. That was truly painful, yet exhilarating. Indeed, the more one suffers, the greater the power gained. After consuming a Senzu bean, Vegeta awoke to find the once defeated country bumpkin now so formidable, leaving him to doubt his very existence. This country bumpkin from Earth is stronger than me. Even that lowly warrior Kakarot surpasses me. and this green-faced creature is more powerful than I am. Having returned from Earth, Vegeta had also mastered sensing and controlling energy. I am Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. Chapter 12. Reward. Senza Bean Mode. Oh, ho ho ho. What a resilient worm you are. With just 50% of my power, half of my maximum energy, I can reduce you to cosmic dust. Frieza's purple-black aura intensified around him. Ding. Warning. Warning. Frieza's current power level has reached 60 million points. Please proceed with caution. As long as I am not killed, I am invincible. Wang Chung began to gather his energy and swiftly employed instantaneous movement to strike first at Frieza. However, Frieza remained utterly unmoved, disregarding Wang Cheng's assault. Do you perceive yourself as powerful? You are but a feeble insect. Before me, all of you are merely fragile fools. In an instant, Frieza vanished and reappeared directly before Wang Cheng. Before Wang Chung could react, Frieza delivered a devastating kick that sent him hurtling like a severed kite crashing into the mountainside, shattering the rocks around him. With a mere flick of his hand, Frieza unleashed a torrent of energy waves that surged toward Wang Cheng, obliterating everything in their path. Under the weight of this formidable force, Wang Cheng found himself utterly powerless, crushed beneath the onslaught, his anguished cries drowned out by the cacophony of energy blasts. Coughing violently, blood erupted from Wang Cheng's mouth. He felt as if his entire being was disassembling. His muscles twisted and spasmed like tightly coiled dough, while his bones felt as though they were being hammered relentlessly. Waves of excruciating pain crashed upon his nerves, nearly rendering him unconscious, as cold sweat poured down, soaking his garments. Each breath felt like it was sliced by a razor's edge, inflicting sharp agony. In that moment, Wang Chung was both pained and exhilarated. Reveling in the growth that accompanied his suffering, his lips curling into a smile. Yet, to Frieza, this was nothing short of mockery. In a frenzy, Frieza unleashed his prince's technique, purple-black blast striking Wang Chung with relentless ferocity. Delightful. More. Wang Chung consumed one healing bean after another. With each grievous injury and every wave of pain, his combat prowess surged, reaching a staggering 50 million. He was no longer simply a target for punishment. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? Initiate. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Sage Mode. Sage Mode? Wang Chung exclaimed in astonishment. Ding. This Sage Mode is distinct from that in Naruto. Upon activation, the host will receive a twofold enhancement with no side effects. Activating Sage Mode. An ethereal blue-green aura enveloped Wang Chung. His muscles expanded instantaneously, veins bulging beneath his skin like enraged dragons, writhing as if attempting to break free from their confines. Splendid. My combat power has reached 100 million. Frieza's full strength is 120 million. But after such prolonged combat, he cannot maintain peak condition. Our strength should now be comparable. Frieza, unleash your full energy. You are no longer my adversary. Damn it. Frieza, unwilling to concede, charged at Wang Chung with lightning speed, only to strike at a mere afterimage. Wang Chung reappeared behind Frieza, executing a side kick that sent him crashing into the ground beneath. Then, with a swift motion, he gathered a sphere of energy in his right hand and launched it at Frieza. Sensing the imminent threat, Frieza hurriedly concentrated his energy and sidestepped. Yet he was still a moment too late, resulting in the loss of his tail. Ah, how dare this wretched boy injure me? He exclaimed, subsequently unlocking his full power. An extraordinarily intense radiance of energy erupted around Frieza, dazzling and brilliant, akin to a supernova illuminating the planet Namek. Powerful energy waves emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to ionize and creating visible ripples of energy. The contours of his muscles appeared more taut, as if each fiber contained the capacity for cataclysmic destruction. Chapter 13 concludes, returning to Earth. It is worth noting the distinction between pain-induced growth and the Saiyans' near-death recovery. When a Saiyan sustains severe injuries and approaches death, their combat prowess multiplies significantly. In contrast, pain-induced growth occurs simply when one experiences bodily harm. The earlier adversaries were vastly superior to the protagonist, rendering him incapacitated and reliant on the Senza beans. This was not clearly articulated, potentially leading to misconceptions regarding the source of his enhanced strength. Pain-induced growth surpasses the Saiyans' innate abilities considerably and can also elevate combat strength against evenly matched foes. For a Saiyan must be brought to the brink of death to achieve such enhancement. The power levels remain intact. In the original narrative, both Vegeta and Gohan, after a few treatments, reached millions in strength, and Goku, upon arriving on Namek, attained a staggering 3 million after a near-death experience. Meanwhile, the protagonist endured numerous beatings from Frieza, consumed several sins of beans, and withstood relentless assaults throughout the day, enhancing his passive abilities. At long last, behold my full power transformation. This strength is intoxicating. It is also my first time unlocking such energy. Should I lose control, I may inadvertently obliterate you. He boasted with a sinister laugh. Enough with the chatter. Let us battle. The two surged toward one another like lightning, their fists and feet colliding, creating shockwaves that sent dust swirling into the air. Frieza's fists, enveloped in a purplish-black aura, struck with the force to shatter mountains, while the king retaliated fiercely, surrounded by a bluish-white energy. Their figures intertwined in the sky, their fierce combat resonating through the very fabric of the universe. Watching the two engage in battle, Piccolo's face turned a shade of green. Returning home was indeed no easy feat, Goku. Can you discern their movements? Goku remarked in awe. They are incredibly powerful. My body trembles. I cannot tell if it is excitement from facing such strength or fear. Hmph. Kakarot, what kind of bizarre race are Earthlings? They surpass our warrior race of Saiyans. You, a low-ranking warrior, have become formidable living on Earth. It seems I must visit Earth to witness this for myself. In the skies, the fierce battle between the king and Frieza continued. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, a green individual akin to Piccolo, grasping a bald man. Is that Din? You wretched being, you concealed the last Dragon Ball, only to be captured by this contemptible Namekian. The Namekian advanced towards Vegeta and struck him fiercely, sending him flying. Invaders, you have slaughtered countless members of our kin. Prepare to face the consequences. Goku swiftly intervened, exclaiming, Wait, the true mastermind is Frieza, and our comrades are currently engaged in battle with him. The Namekian gazed skyward, pondering, these two are remarkably powerful. They are indeed a calamity for our kind. Greetings. I am Son Goku. What is your name? Do you recognize the individual beside me? He is a Namekian raised on Earth. I am Nail, he replied. Then turned to Piccolo and added, Indeed, he is one of our kin, yet I do not know him. Perhaps the Grand Elder may possess some knowledge. Once King Vegeta has vanquished Frieza, let us pay a visit to the Grand Elder and inquire about Piccolo's origins. The battle between Wang Qing and Frieza is drawing to a close. Both are covered in wounds, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, gasping for breath. Wang Qing consumed a miraculous bean and proclaimed, Frieza's reign must come to an end. He then concentrated his energy to unleash the Kamehameha wave. A powerful blue beam erupted forth like a roaring dragon, rending the air with a sharp, piercing howl. I refuse to accept this. In an instant, the overwhelming energy engulfed Frieza entirely. Phew, it is finally over, Wang Qing remarked as Frieza's energy dissipated. He gently descended beside Goku and the others. Well met, Prince Vegeta. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? Vegeta huffed in response, displaying his usual pride. Goku interjected, Wang Qing, this is Nail, a warrior from Namek. He can guide us to the Grand Elder, who may shed light on Piccolo's heritage. Very well, let us embark. At the Grand Elder's dwelling on Namek, Nail welcomed them. You've brought guests. Please, come in. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. We hail from Earth in the Milky Way. Lord Kai informed us that Namek is Piccolo's homeland, and we have come to seek his kin. The Grand Elder gazed at Piccolo, noting, you bear a striking resemblance. You must be the child of Kakarot. It is indeed astonishing that you have safely arrived on Earth. I recall a climatic upheaval on Namek, during which Kakarot sent his child to Earth for refuge. It is remarkable to see you grown, though it seems you are not fully complete in your essence. Indeed. I am an alien, Piccolo realized. Now, my child, Kakarot was a warrior-type Namekian, and his lineage is equally exceptional. Once you reclaim your true essence, your potential will be further amplified. Having uncovered Piccolo's lineage, it was time for their return. To our friends on Earth, we extend our gratitude for all you have done for Namek. I possess a unique ability to unlock one's potential, but my life force is waning, allowing me to bestow it upon only one individual. Wang Qing stepped forward and spoke. Then I must trouble you, Great Elder. As a beam of white light enveloped them, the Great Elder, increasingly feeble, remarked, I can only assist you to this extent. Your potential is immense. The system activated the panel. Ding. Host. Wang Qing abilities, mastery in martial arts, Qi perception and application, Qigong cannon, Golden Bell Shield, Turtle School Qigong, Solar Fist, Wolf Fong Fist, Demon Seal Wave, Pain Growth, Qi Round Slash, Cosmic Survival, Instant Transmission, Fusion Technique, Cataclysmic Attack, Leo Flying Kick, Sage Mode Combat Power, 90 million items, 3,000 Senzabean's Great Elder, These are sins of beans. While they cannot extend your lifespan, they will replenish your exhausted stamina. We shall take our leave now. Suddenly, Nyla rushed out, declaring, I wish to explore a broader world. Let us assimilate, Piccolo. Rest assured, the assimilation will be under your command. After merging, your strength will significantly increase. A moment later, Nylu possessed a combat power exceeding 40,000, and astonishingly, Piccolo's power after assimilation soared to 800,000. Hee. Son, I am now stronger than you. Piccolo had yet to witness Goku unleash the Kaioken times 10. When we return, I will bring you to your knees. Wang Qing collected some rare metals on Namek and discreetly stored Frieza's spaceship within the confines of his system space, intending to present it to Bulma for research. After all, it was essential to cultivate a good relationship with the most distinguished scientist on Earth, as he would later rely on her expertise to construct a gravity chamber. Homeward Bound. Chapter 14, Divine Power. There was insufficient writing in the earlier sections. I will later supplement with several additional chapters. Due to the presence of Vegeta and Nappa, the spaceship felt somewhat cramped. Consequently, Wang Cheng transported them directly to Earth via instant teleportation. Earth, Wang Cheng, Kakarot, and the green-skinned monster. I shall dedicate myself to even more rigorous training. When we meet again, this prince shall not falter. With that, he soared away alongside Bafa. Now, let us return to rest. Wang Qing also flew towards West City, Bulma's residence. Well, Wang Qing, you have brought back such an abundance of treasures. This is fantastic. It will keep me occupied for quite some time. She continued. What are your plans next? I heard from Goku that you have no family and no place to stay. You should stay at my home. Bulma gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, having recently parted ways with Yamcha due to his infidelity. That would be wonderful. I have nowhere else to go. I must ask you to help me construct another gravity chamber with a higher limit, ideally capable of withstanding 500 times the gravity, or even more if possible. Bulma responded. No problem. With so many materials at hand and the experience from the last time, I should be able to create an even more advanced one. I will arrange for the robots to tidy up a room for you and prepare meals as well. I need to head to the lab now. With that, she hurried off. Taking a deep breath, Wang Qing reclined on the soft bed. Ah, how delightful it is to enjoy a moment of peace without the burden of combat. Early in the morning, he stretched in bed, reflecting on how much time had passed since his arrival on Earth. It was time to venture out and explore. He changed his clothes and decided to take a stroll outside. As he stepped out, he noticed Bulma engrossed in her experiments, completely oblivious to his presence. Wang Qing quietly observed Bulma, captivated by her focused demeanor. Suddenly, he realized that he had developed a unique sentiment towards this intelligent and passionate girl. However, he did not dwell on it for long. He simply smiled and greeted Bulma before departing from the house. Ding. Today's sign-in has commenced. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an opportunity to comprehend divine power. Gaining insight into divine power can enhance the host's strength and elevate their life tier. Wang Cheng hurriedly returned to his room, settling cross-legged as he began to comprehend the divine power. He closed his eyes, regulated his breath, and gradually entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Deep within his heart, a formidable force surged forth, as if he were enveloped in a mysterious realm aglow with strange luminescence. As time passed, a faint radiance emanated from his body, and his aura grew increasingly potent. He could distinctly perceive that his strength was continually ascending. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. He felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis, brimming with vigor. Is this the divine power? Although he had grasped merely a fragment, his strength had significantly increased, elevating his combat prowess to 150 million. Concentrating the divine power into a singular point, such as a punch, a kick, or an energy wave, resulted in an impact over twice as powerful as without the divine enhancement, and this was merely a hint of what was possible. It was astonishingly formidable. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Wang Cheng realized it had grown dark outside, concluding that he would have to postpone his exploration until the morrow. Time flew by. He had resided at Bulma's home for half a year, during which both he and his companion harbored mutual affections. Yet neither had dared to breach that delicate barrier. In this span, he wondered how Goku and the others were faring in their training, as well as the proud Vegeta. Ding. Daily sign-in initiated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Dragon Fist. Over the past 6 months, he had amassed over 10,000 sins of beans and had adapted to training under 500 times the normal gravity. He opened his character panel. Host, Wangqing abilities, master-level martial arts. Perception and application of ki, Kamehameha, protective shield, solar flare, Luo Feng fist, demon seal wave, pain growth, ki sword, cosmic survival, instant transmission, fusion technique, big bang attack. Leo flying kick, sage mode, dragon fist combat power, 300 million items. Since it was still somewhat slow. With only 2.5 years remaining before the androids would appear, he needed to intensify his training. Another 6 months elapsed. During this time, Vegeta had heard of the gravity chamber's existence and had trained here with Kakarot for a while, but upon adapting to the gravity, he felt something was amiss. Ding, ding, ding. Ordinary rewards omitted. Chapter 15. Frieza's father and brother Wangqing concluded his training for the day and emerged from the gravity chamber, where he encountered the long-awaited Bulma. What brings you here? Wangqing inquired. I wish to share with you the fruits of my research, Bulma replied, handing Wangqing a notebook filled with an intricate array of formulas and data. Wangqing took the notebook, and as he perused its contents, his astonishment deepened. The depth and breadth of Bulma's research exceeded his wildest imagination. You are truly remarkable, Wangqing said sincerely. This achievement does possess some imperfections that I need to refine. Bulma replied earnestly. However, before I delve into that, I would like to unwind a bit. Will you accompany me for a shopping excursion? Wangqing hesitated for a moment. Yet upon catching the glimmer of anticipation in Bulma's eyes, he ultimately acquiesced. The two ventured into the bustling commercial heart of the city, where throngs of people filled the streets, and shops overflowed with an array of exquisite goods. Bulma, brimming with excitement, flitted between various stores, selecting items that caught her fancy. Wangqing trailed behind her, laden with an assortment of bags. Though fatigue began to creep in, he experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment within. Hey, Wangqing, have you ever had a girlfriend? Bulma suddenly inquired. No, Wangqing stammered, caught off guard by her unexpected question. Then how about I be your girlfriend? Bulma said, her face flushed as she lowered her gaze. Upon hearing this, Wangqing felt a surge of delight within him. He gazed at Bulma and broke into a radiant smile. Wonderful. Today, I am overjoyed. Wangqing, you are only permitted to love me from now on, understood? Bulma declared with a hint of playful menace. Wangqing smiled and nodded, extending his arms to embrace Bulma. She struggled momentarily before surrendering to his warmth. I will cherish you dearly, Bulma, Wangqing murmured softly. Bulma lifted her gaze to meet his, her face radiating joy. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated from the sky. Wangqing and Bulma looked up to behold a colossal spaceship gracefully descending. That is remarkable, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. It appears you have new research materials, Wangqing replied, swiftly lifting Bulma in his arms as he soared towards the spacecraft. Wangqing held Bulma as they soared near the spaceship, discovering that the Earth warriors had already arrived. Goku and Krillin gazed at Wangqing and Bulma, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Rubbing their eyes, they exclaimed, what on earth happened? We are together now. Bulma is my girlfriend. The crowd was taken aback. Piccolo approached and inquired, who is aboard this ship? I can sense two immensely powerful presences. Who cares? Someone retorted. With Wangqing here, he has even defeated the so-called Universe King Frieza, the Universe King. Wangqing must be considered the strongest in the universe now. Hmph. The title of the strongest in the universe belongs solely to me, Prince Vegeta. Just wait. One day I shall surpass you. After rigorous gravity training, Vegeta's battle power reached 5 million, while Nappa's stood at 13,000, and Goku's at 4 million, having been called back by Chi-Chi to tend to farm work. Vegeta, spurred on by Wangqing, had been tirelessly training in the gravity chamber aside from basic needs, while Nappa, simply due to being a Saiyan, had already met the foundational battle power requirement, just a surge of anger away from transformation. The other Earth warriors included Piccolo at 260,000, Yamcha, who had left martial arts to pursue baseball, did not appear this time, Krillin at 20,000, Tien Shinhan at 40,000, Kaiatsu at 8,000, and Gohan, the scholar, whose battle power had regressed to 2,000. Suddenly, Nappa exclaimed, this is Frieza's spaceship. Could it be Frieza's father, King Cold? No sooner had the words left his lips than the hatch opened, and King Cold emerged first, his icy demeanor radiating an air of arrogance, each step exuding an oppressive fear. Behind him, Frieza's brother, Cooler, displayed a fierce presence, while further back, the Ginyu Force stood in formation, diverse in appearance, some robust, others bizarre, converging with a powerful aura. akin to a storm capable of obliterating all. The very air seemed to solidify in their presence, a whisper of death quietly spreading. Chapter 16. The boy from the future who could be so ruthless as to slay my incredibly adorable and beloved son, Frieza? He was my pride and hope. The very essence of my being. The thought of him meeting such a tragic end pierces my heart like 1,000 sharp blades. Hmph? Vegeta? What brings you? You Saiyan monkey to this place? As Frieza's subordinate, you must know who killed him. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, ignoring the question. It was I who did it. What do you think? Are you surprised? Who would have thought that Frieza would perish at the hands of a somewhat handsome earthling? Now that you know the truth. Do you still wish to leave this place alive? Come quietly and accept your fate. Perhaps I could grant you a swift end, sparing you from prolonged suffering. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless, leaving you in a state of despair, unable to live or die. With an air of arrogance, Wang Chung proclaimed. Just as tensions escalated, a dazzling light suddenly erupted, and a sleek, futuristic circular machine descended from the heavens, coming to a steady halt in the center of the arena. Accompanied by a gentle humming and a rush of air, the hatch slowly opened, revealing a figure emerging from within. It was none other than Trunks. Clad in a form-fitting blue combat suit, he exuded an aura of elegance and determination, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating any obstacle. Sunlight cascaded upon him, illuminating the resolute contours of his face, rendering him irresistibly captivating. Who is this person? Wait, could it be that I've arrived in the wrong timeline? How is it possible that Uncle Goku has already returned? And who is that individual beside King Cold? Where is Frieza? And those 5 standing in peculiar poses, who are they? Mother, why is she so familiar with a stranger? It's not even Uncle Yamcha. What has happened to this timeline? Trunks appeared utterly bewildered. Kid, where did you come from? Quickly, step aside and don't interfere here. Wang Chung thought to himself, Trunks has indeed arrived. Well, let me first deal with these 2 nuisances, and then assist Trunks in addressing the impending crisis of the future. After all, I am somewhat of a father figure to him. Wang Chung stepped forward and struck King Kurd with a resounding slap, sending him flying across the room. Following this, he unleashed a Kamehameha, swiftly concluding the battle. After all, King Kurd possessed merely 100 million in combat power. In an instant, 5 energy blasts dispatched the Ginyu Force with ease. Trunks exclaimed, This individual is extraordinarily powerful. He surpasses even my Super Saiyan form by a considerable margin. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Goku scratched his head and remarked, As expected of you, Wang Chung. The gap between us continues to widen. Vegeta, seething with frustration, exclaimed, Damn it. How can he be so strong? I have been training diligently. Wang Chung triumphantly proclaimed, Just a sprinkle, keep it low-key. Roaring with laughter, he added, I underestimated you, Earthling. Yet you still pale in comparison to me, King Gula. In that moment, everyone sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Gula. System, what is Gula's battle power? Ding. Gula's battle power stands at 470 million. He then activated the Sage mode. With a resounding boom, Wang Chung was enveloped in a swirling aura of azure and white. At this moment, in his celestial form, his combat power soared to an astonishing 800 million. With a swift motion, he executed a series of lightning-fast kicks, obliterating Gula's head in a spectacular explosion of violence. Indeed, it was a gruesome sight, vivid and striking. I have just begun a romantic relationship and am eager to delve into the study of the character Kuan. I have no time to squander with you. Trunks gazed at Wang Chung with sparkling eyes, pondering how this individual, who shared such a close bond with his mother and possessed immense strength, could undoubtedly assist in resolving the crises of the future world. Mother, no. Hello, Aunt Bulma. Who are you? Do we know each other? I am Trunks. May I have a moment to speak with you and this esteemed uncle? Bulma glanced at Wang Chung, who nodded in affirmation, and together they stepped aside with Trunks. Chapter 17. The Future World. Mr. Wang Chung. I hail from the future, and my mother is Trunks, who gazed at Bulma. Enough. I am not intrigued by the identities of your parents. You claim to originate from the future. What brings you here? Trunks replied, The matter is as follows. Half an hour later, it became clear. I see, then I shall accompany you to the future to eliminate the androids. Wang Chung addressed Bulma, saying, Wait for me at home. I shall return shortly. Take care and come back early. In an instant, she planted a swift kiss on his lips. Hee. I shall settle the score upon my return. Piccolo, you heard our conversation, did you not? In 3 years, formidable adversaries shall emerge, perhaps even stronger than myself. Wang Chung tossed the heart disease remedy, given by Trunks, to Piccolo. You often spend time with Goku and Gohan, right? Should a heart condition arise, administer this to him. Trunks and I are venturing into the future world. The Earth shall be entrusted to you. I can perceive the changes you've undergone since your training in the other world. Do not deny it. You and Gohan share a remarkable rapport. Among this multitude, Krillin is lacking in strength, Vegeta is overly arrogant, and Goku is fearful of his wife. You are the most reliable of the lot. I leave the rest to you. Perhaps visit the Kaioshin in the other world when you have the chance. You may find surprises awaiting you. After bidding farewell to the others, Wang Qing and Trunks boarded the time machine, embarking on their journey to the future world. In the future world, Wang Chung exclaimed, "Goodness! This place is utterly dreadful. The harsh environment is nearly unbearable. Dust swirls everywhere, litter is strewn about, and a pungent stench permeates the air. I cannot bear to linger here for even a minute longer. Let us hasten to find this so-called android. We shall resolve this matter swiftly and return home post-haste." "Very well, Mr. Wang Qing," Trunks replied, leading him to a desolate city where two figures were wreaking havoc in the distance. "Those are androids 17 and 18, Trunks pointed out. Without hesitation, Wang Chung charged forward, engaging the androids in a fierce battle. Wang Qing's figure flickered as he suddenly appeared before number 17. With a kick infused with divine power, he sent her flying. In the next instant, he vanished and reappeared behind number 18, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Upon witnessing her sister ensnared and unable to break free, 17 concentrated her energy and unleashed a ki blast aimed at Wang Qing's back. Quick, evaded. Mr. Wang Qing. Wang Qing, however, remained indifferent, allowing the energy blast to strike him. Seizing the opportunity, number 18 broke free from her restraints, executing a swift spin and launching a kick that sliced through the air. Wang Qing deftly sidestepped her attack, for her kick was particularly cunning, and countered with a punch aimed squarely at her chest. "Ruffian, are you here to fight, or what?" Number 18's cheeks flushed with a blend of indignation and embarrassment. "Enough of this. Your skills are too lacking to be worth my time." Angered by her disdain, number 17 charged at Wang Qing, only to find herself on the receiving end of a powerful dragon fist that pierced through her abdomen, sending her crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing number 17's instantaneous defeat, number 18 fell into a state of panic. You, don't come any closer." She summoned all her strength and turned to flee. But could she escape? Kamehameha. In an instant, she was engulfed by a wave of blue energy. "It's done. Trunks, take me back." "Is that all there is to it?" Wang Qing mused, impressed by his own strength. "Trunks, I have a suggestion for you. Seek out a certain stout figure in the other world who can guide you into the room of spirit and time, where your spin inside equates to merely a day outside. In this world, you would be the only warrior left. It is far better to grow stronger on your own than to rely on external aid." With that, Wang Qing and Trunks boarded the time machine and returned to the main timeline. Chapter 18. A Gentle Haven at last. I am back. Well then, Mr. Wang Chung, I shall take my leave. I will heed your advice, train diligently, and protect my mother and the future world. Farewell. With that, Trunks entered the time machine and departed. With 3 years remaining before the onset of the android saga, Wang Chung felt no urgency. There was ample time to seek out Bulma. In West City, at Bulma's residence. "Bulma, I have returned." Over the course of the past year, the bond between them had deepened, yet they had refrained from acknowledging their feelings. Now, the air was charged with unspoken desire. "Did you miss me, Bulma?" Wang Chung exclaimed as he enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Be gentle. Are you aware of your own strength? You're going to crush me." "Wait, something's poking me." Bulma blushed furiously. "Hee. What can I say? My Bulma is simply irresistible." Wang Qing lifted Bulma effortlessly, whisking her off to the bedroom, where a playful scuffle ensued, intensifying with each moment until they were both left breathless. And a few drops of blood were spilled in their spirited clash. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. In recent times, Wang Qing's days were filled with signing in, accompanying Bulma on leisurely strolls, and engaging in battles at night. For 2 months, he had neglected training in the gravity chamber, feeling as if his body was on the verge of rusting. Today, he resolved to resume his training. He could no longer indulge in the comforts of a gentle haven. As soon as he uttered these words, Bulma entered clad in a sheer nightgown, heralding yet another sleepless night. "Ding. Would you like to commence today's sign-in? Let us begin. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Pegasus Meteor Fist." Once completed, Wang Chung embraced Bulma and fell back asleep, for after a night of combat, rest was essential. While Wang Qing luxuriated in his gentle refuge, Vegeta was diligently training, yet poor Nappa suffered greatly, serving as Vegeta's sparring partner, his injuries never fully healing. For there was no healing pod in sight. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. It had been a year since Wang Qing returned from the future world. One day, after finishing his sign-in, he saw Bulma approaching with a radiant smile, announcing her pregnancy. Overjoyed, Wang Qing felt a profound sense of familial connection in this world. Gazing at Bulma, he silently vowed to protect both her and their child against the formidable foes that lurked in this realm. After a year of merely enjoying life, his combat prowess was beginning to wane. Bulma, he declared, starting tomorrow, I shall train in the other world. The universe is vast, and villains like Frieza surely still exist. I must safeguard you and our child. I cannot continue to languish in this state. All right, she replied. But you must return home once a week and refrain from any infidelities. They say men tend to stray when their wives are pregnant. And should you dare to do so, beware of my wrath. With that, Bulma made a scissor gesture towards Wang Qing's groin. Rest assured, Bulma. Wang Qing sensed Goku's energy and instantly teleported to Goku's home. Goku, it's Wang Qing. It's been ages, he exclaimed. What have you been up to, Goku? Have you not been training properly this past year? Goku scratched his head and replied, Chi-Chi won't let me train. I have to work in the fields every day to support the family. Come on, let me take you to find Vegeta. It's been so long. Don't you want to have a sparring match with me? Really? That sounds fantastic. I've been eager for a duel, Goku said excitedly. However, I doubt I can match you now since I haven't trained in such a long time. How wonderful it would be to have a place to train without wasting time. So you could finish your training and then return to work, Wang Qing suggested, deliberately enticing Goku to mention the hyperbolic time chamber. Right. How could I have forgotten about that? Goku exclaimed, startled. Wang Qing, I am aware of a realm where one day within equates to an entire year outside. In this sanctuary, I could cultivate and return, thus sparing myself from Chi-Chi's reprimands. Such a place exists? Wang Qing feigned astonishment. Indeed, however. Entry is permitted for only 2 individuals at a time, and each may reside there for merely 2 years, equivalent to 2 days in the external world. Beyond this duration, one is doomed to remain indefinitely. Sufficient, Wang Qing mused, for when one's prowess reaches its zenith, one may transcend the confines of space, permitting boundless utilization. Let us embark on our journey. The celestial realm awaits. Wang Qing, Wukong, what brings you here? Inquired the celestial being. Dear deity, Wang Qing and I aspire to cultivate our skills within the room of spirit and time, replied Wukong. Very well. Wukong, allow Mr. Popo to escort you there. However, do remember not to exceed 2 days, or you may find it difficult to return, the celestial being cautioned. Understood, revered one. By the way, could you summon Vegeta to join us as well? And Piccolo too, Wang Qing added. Will that Saiyan not cause any trouble upon his arrival? The celestial being replied with evident reluctance. He will not. Wukong and I shall remain inside for a day. When I am about to exit, you can summon him. The opportunity to enhance his power will deter him from causing any disturbances. Then Wukong and I shall enter first, Wang Qing concluded, under Mr. Popo's guidance. Wang Qing and Wukong arrived at the room of spirit and time. As they stepped inside, they immediately sensed the gravity was tenfold that of Earth. Yet it posed no challenge to their current capabilities. The vastness of the space was striking, complete with provisions of food, water, and accommodation. The temperature fluctuated between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, and the air was thin with low pressure. Enduring a year in such an environment might prove quite monotonous. Wang Qing remarked. Come, Wukong, let us train individually for a while before engaging in a sparring match. He proposed. Excellent. It is the perfect opportunity to polish this rusty physique of mine, Wukong agreed. Wang Qing and Wukong engaged in a myriad of physical exercises, retreating to their chambers for rest when fatigue overcame them, and whenever hunger struck, an inexhaustible supply of sustenance awaited them. Thus, this rigorous training persisted for 3 months. System. Is it not possible to sign in here? Ding. This is a special space. Sign in is only permitted in the real world. Very well. Wukong, how are you faring? Let us engage in battle. After 3 months, Wukong's combat prowess had notably escalated. Wukong, you best unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to withstand my strike. Wukong assumed a formidable stance and then bellowed, 20-fold Kaioken. Instantly enveloped in a crimson aura. His battle power surged to an astounding 100 million. Wang Qing pondered that he was still too weak. Perhaps he should torment him a few times to trigger a bug, for otherwise, I cannot even feel the pain when struck. After speaking, Wang Cheng took a step forward and instantly appeared before Wukong. Such astonishing speed. I could hardly discern when Wang Cheng had materialized. With a single punch, Wang Cheng sent Goku flying. Following this, Wang Cheng unleashed the Pegasus Meteor Fist, and a multitude of shadowy punches rained down upon Goku. Caught off guard, Goku could only emit a series of anguished cries. Wang Cheng relentlessly subdued Wukong for a full half-hour, until Wukong was on the brink of collapse. At which point he administered a magical bean. Goodness! Wang Cheng, what manner of creature are you? I recall you possess a transformation as well, in your normal state. You have rendered me utterly defenseless. You are astonishingly powerful. Your strength makes me tremble. I am relieved that you are not my adversary. Chapter 19. Super Saiyan, are we still going to fight? Wukong? Of course. I feel as though I have gained tremendous strength after our bout. It is quite peculiar. Has Vegeta not mentioned it to you? Talk about what? Wukong inquired, utterly bewildered. The Saiyans are a warrior race in the universe, naturally combative. After experiencing a near-death recovery, your battle power significantly amplifies. Wang Cheng explained. No wonder Vegeta, after being gravely injured on Earth, exhibited such an increase in strength when we encountered him on Namek. So that is the reason. Does this mean I have the opportunity to surpass you, Wang Cheng? Hee. I am so excited. Come on, Wang Cheng, let us continue. Bang, bang, bang. After a Kamehameha from Wang Cheng, Wukong found himself once again on the ground. Oh no, I can't go on. I need a moment to rest. Wang Cheng fed him a divine bean and said, all right, we have been battling for over 10 days now. Let us have some nourishment and rest for a while. Curious. Wukong inquired, by the way, Wang Cheng, where did you procure so many divine beans? I recall that Master Carlin had no stock left. Wang Cheng jestingly remarked. You have been deceived. In truth, there is much more. I have plundered it all, for I am, after all, a celestial being. I did not wish to lose face in front of you, so refrain from inquiring further. To ask is to acknowledge its absence. Consider the dignity of the immortal Carlin. You fool. So that is the case. Let us go and partake in a meal, for I find myself quite famished. Wang Cheng and Wukong savored their meal before retreating to their respective chambers to rest. The system accessed the panel. Ding. Host, Wang Cheng. Abilities, max level martial arts. Perception and manipulation of Qi, Qigong Cannon, Golden Bell Shield, Turtle School Qigong, Solar Fist, Wolf Fong Fist, Demon Sealing Wave, Pain Growth, Qi Round Slash, Cosmic Survival, Instant Transmission. Fusion Technique, Big Bang Attack, Leo Flying Kick, Sage Mode, Dragon Fist, Pegasus Meteor Fist. Combat Power, 420 million. Items, Senza Beans. The system queried the combat power of Wukong. Ding. Son Wukong's combat power is 10 million. My anticipation grows. Wukong must transform into a Super Saiyan soon, or my progress will be minimal. 3 days later, Wukong. You truly can sleep. You've been asleep for a full 3 days. It's time to rise and resume training. I need to eat something first. Hee. After the meal, Wukong stretched his body. I am ready, Wang Cheng. Let us begin. We want to be sparring today. Why not? Wukong, remember the moment Gohan faced Raditz? When you were struck, Gohan, who had never trained before, unleashed a power even greater than yours. I believe you can try the same. Contemplate what angers you and see if it evokes remarkable combat strength. Contemplate what angers me? I don't have anything. Wukong scratched his head in confusion. For instance, what if Chi betrayed you? What does betrayed mean, Wang Cheng? Wukong asked, utterly perplexed. I almost forgot this fellow is a simpleton. Let us shift perspectives. Consider this. What if Chi and Gohan were slain? Wukong, in his Namek, asked, Who killed Chi and Gohan? Why would they be killed? Wang Cheng could not restrain himself and delivered a punch to Wukong. Why did you hit me? That hurt. He exclaimed. Are you a foolish pig, Wukong? Alas. You are truly beyond redemption. Indeed. For instance, what if one day Frieza were to be resurrected, or an adversary even more formidable than Frieza were to appear? You would stand no chance, and he might slay your Chi and your Gohan. Yet, Wukong only grasped the mention of Frieza's resurrection. A stronger foe? Where? Isn't there still you? Wang Cheng, rendered speechless, exclaimed, I am utterly astounded. I cannot defeat that enemy. No one can. They have all been slain. Enough. Contemplate this line of thought. Chi and Gohan have been killed. Shouldn't you feel a surge of anger? With that, he disregarded Goku and turned away to resume his training. Goku stood there, bewildered and motionless. Chi-Chi and Gohan slain. Suddenly, Goku let out a ferocious roar. I will not allow such a travesty to occur. Ah, ah, ah. At that moment, Goku's energy surged violently. His eyes flickered between black and white, and his hair stood on end without the slightest breeze. Ah, with a swift whoosh. Golden energy erupted around Goku, his hair standing tall and transforming into a brilliant gold, his expression turning icy. Goku fixed his gaze upon Wang Cheng, his face devoid of emotion as he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Wang Cheng's face. Not enough, not enough. A 50-fold increase equates to 500 million. Let us go again. Next, let us assist Goku in stabilizing this state, followed by enhancing his baseline. Wang Cheng unleashed a series of swift meteor fist strikes, and Goku was instantly thrust back to his normal state, collapsing unconscious, due to the enhancement of divine power. Wang Cheng's combat strength of 430 million enables him to transcend levels. After Wang Cheng administered the celestial beams to Wukong, he immediately regained consciousness. What just transpired? Was that truly me? In that state, all I harbored was a murderous intent, consumed by thoughts of Chi-Chi and Gohan. It must be regarded as a transformation of sorts. You couldn't see it yourself, but your hair changed color, and your aura surged to 50 times its usual intensity. Now, take the time to familiarize yourself with that sensation. Swiftly adapt to this transformation, and when the time comes, we shall engage in battle once more. A month later. Wang Cheng, I am ready now. Very well. Let us commence. After being knocked unconscious last time and a month of adaptation and training, Wukong's base power has reached 13 million, and upon transformation, it soars to 650 million. In an instant, Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan. Wang Cheng also assumed the battle stance of Ultraman, and the clash was imminent. Wang Cheng took the initiative, unleashing a probing energy blast. Wukong deftly sidestepped the attack and immediately countered with a Turtle School energy wave. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, Wang Cheng seized an opportunity, landing a kick to Wukong's abdomen, causing him to stagger backward. However, Wukong quickly regained his footing and charged forward once more, entering into close combat with Wang Cheng, and the two fought fiercely, locked in a stalemate. Wang Cheng, witnessing the surge of his fighting prowess, exclaimed with exhilaration. The battle raged on for 3 hours, leaving both combatants utterly exhausted and battered. What a thrill! Wang Cheng, I have finally caught up to you, ha ha ha. Caught up to me? You are still far from it. Wukong, have you forgotten that I have yet to transform? Hee. I almost did forget. Wang Cheng tossed a celestial beam to Wukong and remarked, all right, let us take a breather. The celestial realm, summoning me here. Yet Wang Cheng is absent. Is this some sort of jest directed at this prince? If Wang Cheng does not emerge soon, I shall obliterate this place. Piccolo retorted. What bravado do you display? You only dare to act out in Wang Cheng's absence. Why did you not show such audacity when he was present? You greenskin monster. Repeat that if you dare, and I shall send you to meet Yama first. Just as Vegeta and Piccolo were on the brink of confrontation, two figures emerged from the depths of the temple. These two auras. Piccolo's expression turned a shade greener with astonishment. Vegeta, too, found himself immobilized under the weight of these presences. Ah, Vegeta, it has been quite some time. Wang Cheng. And Kakarot. Kakarot, how have you become so formidable? What have you two done? Pray, tell me how you attained such strength. Hey, Vegeta, I have something delightful to share. Would you care to hear it? Wang Cheng said with an ulterior motive. What is it? What could possibly be more exhilarating than a method to enhance my power? Oh, it is that our esteemed Mr. Son Goku can transform into a Super Saiyan now. What? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could a lowly warrior like Kakarot possibly be a Super Saiyan? Only I, Prince Vegeta, am worthy of that title. Chapter 20. The Daughter's Slave, Wang Cheng. Please exert your power. Comment. Don't believe it? Goku, why don't you demonstrate for him? Ah. With a single shout, Goku instantly ascended into Super Saiyan form. Vegeta and the others found themselves unable to move an inch. This energy, it surpasses even Wang Cheng. Is this truly what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Indeed, the Saiyans are an extraordinary race. Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Darn it, Kakarot, once again you, a lowly warrior, have outdone me. I shall not concede. I am the Prince of Saiyans. Just wait. Once I uncover your secret, I shall surely surpass you all. Well then, I must return home. Vegeta, have Goku inform you where we are training, along with the secrets to transformation, so that when you and Nappa merge, you two may become a Super Saiyan. Piccolo, Do have a good chat with the deity. He surely has something to convey to you. All right. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, everyone. Wang Qing, having spent a year in the realm of spirit and time, felt an overwhelming eagerness to return and seek out Bulma. Alas, she was with child. After Wang Qing departed, Wukong and Vegeta elucidated the circumstances and imparted the method to transform into a Super Saiyan before promptly returning home. In West City, the day's sign-in commenced with a notification. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a serious punch. Bulma, why have you returned to the laboratory once more? You ought to be resting, he remarked. You just confirmed your pregnancy yesterday. Why have you spent the entire day out as if we haven't seen each other in ages? Bulma replied with astonishment. Have you decided on a name for the baby yet? She inquired. Well, if it's a boy, we shall name him Wang Ting. If it's a girl, Wang Tian Tian will suffice. All right then, it's getting late. Let us retire to our room for some rest. Wang Chung held Bulma's delicate figure, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. To Bulma, it seemed as though he had only been away for a day. However, for him, it had been a year of pent-up longing. Bulma sensed the unusual tension in Wang Cheng's body and sighed. Oh dear, what am I to do with you? Just one day without a fight. And you've turned into this. Very well, consider yourself fortunate. With that, she nestled into bed to enjoy a midnight snack, though I know this part isn't of much interest to you, so I shall skip it. In the morning, a refreshed Wang Chung began his daily check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a youth-preserving pill. This reward is rather splendid, having been with Bulma for so long. I have yet to gift her anything. This is the perfect opportunity. Bulma, come here for a moment. I have a gift for you. A gift? Is it jewelry? Or perhaps gold ornaments? Cosmetics? I am well stocked on those. You might as well fetch me a spaceship or something for research instead. Are you sure you want tea come to see? This is something no woman can refuse. What is it? You're being all mysterious. The youth-preserving pill, as its name implies, grants eternal youth upon consumption. What? A youth-preserving pill? Does such a thing exist? Indeed. Just yesterday, I teleported to Namek, where the dragon is far more powerful than ours on Earth. I wished for a youth-preserving pill from it. Had I not been remiss in gifting you before? I would have wished for your eternal youth directly. Well, really? Is that true? I adore you. This gift is simply perfect, Bulma exclaimed, rushing over to plant a kiss on Wang Chung before eagerly taking the youth-preserving pill. Thank you, my dear. No need to be so formal with your husband. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor arrived. Super Vegeta. What brings you here, Vegeta? Finished your training already? Vegeta arrogantly replied. Wang Qing, I am here to avenge past humiliations. In light of you having Cockroach share the method with me, I shall spare your life. Really, Vegeta? You've really let it go to your head. Are you even speaking to me? Today, you shall experience the harshness of reality. Come, let us change locations. Wang Qing and Vegeta arrived at a vast expanse of plains. Today, prepare to witness the magnificent Super Vegeta. In a dazzling flash of golden light, the Super Saiyan Vegeta makes his grand entrance. Wang Qing perceived that. At this moment, Vegeta's Super Saiyan prowess was slightly inferior to that of Goku. Through the system, he learned that Vegeta's battle power stood at 500 million. While in his normal state, it was merely 10 million. Eager to defeat Wang Qing, Vegeta had focused solely on his transformation, neglecting his base form. After all, they had no senzu beans to refresh their passive abilities. Disdainfully, Wang Qing instantaneously teleported to Vegeta and delivered a decisive blow to his neck, causing Vegeta to revert from his Super Saiyan mode and lose consciousness. Nappa, take him away. If there's nothing pressing, do not disturb me again. Nappa, with a battle power of 3 million, did not possess the ability to transform. Following the swift defeat of Vegeta, Wang Qing's life became considerably more tranquil. His days were filled with signing documents and accompanying Bulma on shopping excursions. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Bulma successfully gave birth to a little princess for Wang Qing. With the arrival of his daughter, Wang Qing's training fell into neglect, transforming him into a devoted father, spending every moment with her. Even Bulma began to feel a twinge of jealousy over the attention he lavished on their daughter. Thus, 2 more years slipped by. Tian Tian. Slow down, don't fall. Daddy will carry you. Tian wants to fly and play. All right, Daddy will take you flying to play in the sky. Meanwhile, on a small island located in the southwest of the southern capital, the Earth warriors had gathered, preparing to confront the androids. Where's Wang Chung? His absence leaves me feeling somewhat unsettled, and I am a bit anxious, Krillin said nervously. I just called Bulma. And she mentioned that Wukong is playing with his daughter, Goku remarked while scratching his head. Humph. It is better if he does not come. This prince alone can vanquish all the androids. You merely need to observe from the sidelines. Goku and Vegeta are stronger than their original counterparts due to Wukong's influence. The stronger they are in their normal state, the greater the enhancement when they transform into Super Saiyans. It seems that there was a battle in the town ahead. Let us investigate. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene of scattered corpses, alongside a peculiar old man and a stout fellow. Are you the androids? Just as Piccolo described, their energy is imperceptible. Vegeta stepped forward, his gaze filled with disdain. How dare you two call yourselves androids? With that, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his overwhelming aura causing the old man and the stout man to tremble. Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Vegeta merely extended a finger and, with a gentle poke, the stout man collapsed. He then delivered a swift kick to the old man, who was unable to react in time and was sent flying as well. Pathetic, Vegeta scoffed. It seems the true androids are not here. Goku shook his head. Let us first search this island. We may uncover some clues. Thus, the group dispersed, meticulously scouring every nook and cranny. Meanwhile, Wukong was at home, playing with his daughter, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. The stout android possesses a battle power of 90 million, while Dr. Gero exceeds 100 million. After being defeated by Wukong, Vegeta diligently trained for 2 years, achieving a base power of 45 million. In his transformed state, he far surpasses Wukong's base power, easily dispatching these two. Even if these androids could absorb energy, Vegeta's Super Saiyan energy would overwhelm them instantly, akin to the monster in Babbidi's ship being burst by Goku's energy. Upon Dr. Gero's demise, androids 17 and 18 will activate automatically. Cell accompanied Trunks when he returned Wukong, arriving through the time machine just as in the original tale. The cell of the main timeline was devoured by the future cell, thus altering the strength of the subsequent cell, which I shall not elaborate on further in this chapter. Chapter 21. Cell. It seems there is a battle ahead, Piccolo suddenly called out. The group quickly flew over to witness a man and woman engaged in combat with a creature resembling a lizard. Below, a man with a red-crowned head was walking his bird, while the three fought back and forth. Vegeta rushed into the fray, demanding to know who the androids were, instructing them to come forth and meet their demise. The man with the red crown replied, "We are all androids created by Dr. Gero." "All of us?" Piccolo exclaimed in shock. "I thought there were only 2. Previously, there were 2. Now there are 4. This contrasts starkly with what the young hero had foretold. Regardless of the number, be it 1, 2, or an entire horde, let them all perish before this prince. As the last word escaped his lips, an overwhelming and suffocating aura erupted from the prince, enveloping him in a radiant golden flame. His hair stood upright like blazing fire, each strand shimmering with a blinding golden light. Indeed, at this moment, he had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Wukong suddenly appeared beside the crowd, cradling his daughter. "Oh, has it begun? I apologize for my tardiness, everyone. Is this your daughter, Wukong? How adorable," exclaimed Klin, reaching out to gently pat the sweet girl's head. He then inquired whether Vegeta could triumph over the group. Absolutely. The transformed Vegeta is exceedingly powerful, even when facing androids 17 and 18, as well as the current Cell. He remains unfazed. Wukong pondered the swift appearance of Cell, noting that the timing seemed off. Yet, he dismissed it, reasoning that Cell was merely a minor adversary. The battle was about to commence, and frustration surged within him as Vegeta seized the initiative once more. "I want to fight too," Goku lamented. Vegeta charged ahead, delivering a powerful kick to Android 17, who staggered backward from the blow. "How dare you ambush me?" 17 exclaimed, rushing towards Vegeta to engage him in combat. Android 18 joined the fray, collaborating with 17 to launch a combined assault on Vegeta. Undeterred, Vegeta faced them both with remarkable composure, declaring, "You pathetic fools are no match for me." At that moment, Cell entered the fray, a smug grin spreading across his face as he observed the struggle. "Allow me to lend you a hand, 17, he proclaimed, suddenly appearing behind 17, prepared to be devoured. In an astonishing turn of events, the massive, grotesque form of Cell lunged forward. His powerful, spotted tail struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the unsuspecting 17 in an instant. Within moments, 17 was engulfed by Cell's form. 17, 18 cried out in alarm. "You wretched creature! You consumed 17, and I will not let this stand." Suddenly, Android 16 positioned himself protectively in front of 18. "Run!" He is the ultimate weapon created by Dr. Gero, and you stand no chance against him now. Especially with Vegeta lurking nearby, 16 urged. But 17. She protested. There is no time for that. I'll buy you some time. You must escape. He insisted. You two were created with good intentions, merely to defeat Goku. I cherish this world, its nature, and its creatures. Please, go. Thinking of fleeing? Too late. Cell laughed menacingly. Vegeta, I know you well. Dr. Gero's computer has gathered data on your Saiyan lineage. You yearn for a challenge, don't you? I am aware that I am not yet your equal, but once I absorb 18, I will achieve my perfect form, and then we shall fight. What you consume is of no concern to me. All I know is that today, you and your fellow androids will perish at the hands of this prince. Vegeta retorted. Are you afraid? Afraid that once I become perfect, you will not stand a chance against me? Cell continued to taunt him. Hmph. Afraid? Never. Very well. I shall await your transformation into your complete form, he declared before relinquishing his Super Saiyan state. At that moment, tension enveloped the crowd, yet Goku wore a smile, conveying his understanding. The Saiyan race is indeed peculiar. Before us stood Vegeta, arms crossed, his gaze cold and indifferent as he fixated on the horizon, seemingly resigned to forego his assault on Cell. Seizing this opportunity, Cell darted forward like a bolt of lightning toward Android 18, his grotesque visage contorted into a greedy grin, as if he believed 18 was already within his grasp. In that critical instant, a towering figure unexpectedly shielded Android 18. It was Android 16. His expression remained stoic, yet his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. Unfazed by Cell's ferocity, 16 stood resolute, adopting a defensive stance. Cell charged at 16, but within mere moments, he found himself bested. In the face of life and death, the once formidable Android 18 suddenly appeared bewildered. Her eyes widened in shock and confusion, as if the world around her had been turned upside down. She stood frozen in place, her body stiff as if carved from stone. Meanwhile, Cell recognized this opportune moment and lunged toward 18 without hesitation. His twisted, menacing face took on an even more terrifying aspect, emitting a bone-chilling roar. His speed was akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, closing the distance to 18 in the blink of an eye. As the beautiful woman teetered on the brink of demise at the hands of the loathsome lizard, it was time for our valiant protector, the confidant of countless young maidens, to take action. In an instant, Wang Ping materialized beside Android 18, whisking her away to safety. Upon witnessing this, Cell pivoted to attack Wang Ping. But Wang Ping effortlessly evaded the assault, countering with a Kamehameha wave that sent Cell reeling. Who are you to thwart my plans? Cell bellowed in fury. I am the guardian of countless young maidens, and I shall not permit you to harm any woman, especially one as beautiful as her. Wang Ping replied with righteous fervor. At this juncture, Vegeta observed the clash, internally astonished. This fellow's strength remains formidable. I had thought I had caught up to him over the past 2 years. Android 18 gazed gratefully at the handsome savior who had intervened, saying, Thank you. Dad, I must tell Mom that you're flirting. She told me to keep an eye on you while you're out. Wang Chung hastily explained, Sweetie, Daddy is saving someone. Can you bear to witness a beautiful sister being devoured by that monster? I cannot bear it. That monster is too revolting. Shalu, I seek recommendations, I seek reviews. Chapter 22. Has Shala become one of us? Hey, that lizard, my daughter claims you are exceedingly repulsive. I offer you 2 choices. First, I can allow you to transform into your perfect form, provided you refrain from consuming Android 18. The perfect form is far more palatable, at the very least. It is not disgusting. However, you must thereafter serve as my daughter's bodyguard. Second, I will directly send you to meet Dr. Gero. This is infuriating. What to do? This individual is quite formidable. If I refuse, I might perish before becoming my perfect form, which would be a tremendous waste. I shall feign agreement for now. Once I attain my perfect form, these individuals will be inconsequential. Very well. I agree. All right, it is time for me to stretch. I have not improved in far too long and have grown rusty. Wang Qing first unleashed a powerful dragon fist, piercing through Cell. After Cell experienced a momentary glitch. Although he had yet to transform into his complete form, his battle power surged to an astounding 3 billion. Various interpretations of Cell's strength exist online, so I shall adhere to my own specifications from this point forward. Suddenly, Wang Qing sprang to his feet and beckoned to Cell with a flick of his finger. And in an instant, the two were engulfed in a fierce battle. At this juncture, having undergone a significant enhancement in strength, Cell had become extraordinarily formidable. Each of his strikes was imbued with tremendous power, cascading forth like a torrential storm. when his fist struck Wang Cheng with tremendous force. It resembled the detonation of a bomb, unleashing an extraordinarily terrifying explosive damage. Wang Cheng felt as though his body had been struck by a speeding train, a searing pain radiating throughout him. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Instead, he gritted his teeth and resolutely withstood the relentless onslaught of Cell's ferocious attacks. As time passed, Wang Cheng gradually sensed his fighting prowess soaring to unprecedented heights. What a thrill! It had been 2 years since he last experienced pain after training with Sun Wukong, and 2 years since he had seen any significant enhancement in his combat abilities. Once more, Wang Cheng gathered his strength and engaged in fierce combat with Cell. The battle between Wang Cheng and Cell persisted until nightfall, but they decided to cease hostilities and resume another day. If you still wish to fight, seek out Sun Wukong and Vegeta. I must return home for dinner. My daughter is hungry. Farewell, everyone. With that, Wang Cheng consumed a senza bean and soared away, cradling Sweet in his arms. Cell's emotions were tumultuous throughout the day. Initially, he believed he was doomed, only to discover an increase in his strength. After this newfound power, he began to perceive Wang Cheng as less formidable, leading to a shift in his mindset. Yet, as the battle continued, he became increasingly alarmed. Wang Cheng was able to grow stronger in the midst of combat. At that moment, Wang Cheng's energy resonated at a level comparable to his own. The Saiyans' near-death recovery is not limitless. I have researched extensively, and the original work does not mention this ability after the confrontation with Cell. It is plausible the author chose to omit it, especially since later developments rely heavily on transformations. Other fan works also suggest that a Saiyan's near-death experience consumes their potential, and once that potential is depleted, it becomes ineffective. Following the conclusion of Dragon Ball Z, without the subsequent Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta should have exhausted his potential, reaching his limits at Super Saiyan 2. Given his personality, it is unlikely he would refrain from exploiting glitches to surpass Goku, unless pride held him back. However, he did so during the Namek saga. Perhaps the original author felt that possessing such an ability would render the character too invincible, thus opting not to elaborate on it further. This narrative will not negate the Saiyan's near-death recovery, but will also ensure that the progression of power does not become excessively outrageous, lest the storyline collapse. Upon returning home, after enjoying dinner and lulling his daughter to sleep, Wang Cheng took Bulma to their room to prepare a midnight snack for her. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? Yes, please. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an opportunity for divine power comprehension. Bulma, I need to practice for a while. Please take Sweet to eat first, and do not disturb me. Once I am finished, I shall take you both to the amusement park. With that, Wang Cheng proceeded to the gravity chamber, eager to conduct an experiment. He wondered if comprehending divine power within the gravity chamber would yield better results. Bulma had already set it to 1,000 times Earth's gravity, but he had not had the chance to test it due to spending his days with his daughter. Wang Cheng adjusted the gravity to 800 times Earth's normal level. The enhancement of combat capabilities and the adaptation to gravity do not correlate directly, at best. It merely accelerates the adaptation process and slightly increases one's endurance. Referencing the original narrative, after the defeat of the Saiyans, Yamcha and the others journeyed to King Kai's planet, where their battle powers exceeded 1,000. Even then, it took them some time to acclimate to the tenfold gravity. Raditz also possessed a power level exceeding 1,000. Yet the gravity on planet Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth. Under the immense pressure of 800 times gravity, Wang Cheng first acclimated for several hours, then settled into a cross-legged position, focusing intently on comprehending divine energy. Before long, he entered a state of profound absorption. 5 days later, Wang Cheng opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Indeed, it was effective. The system activated the character panel. Ding. Host. Wang Cheng abilities, master-level martial arts, chi perception and utilization, Qigong Blast, Golden Bell Shield, Turtle School Qigong, Solar Fist, Wolf Feng Fist, Demon Seal Wave, Pain Growth, Chi Circular Slash, Cosmic Survival, Instant Transmission, Fusion Technique, Big Bang Attack, Leo Flying Kick, Sage Mode, Dragon Fist, Celestial Meteor Fist, Serious Punch, Wind God Leg, Explosive Fist, in a state of forgetting oneself. The system automatically signs in. Combat Power. For Billion, Divine Power Conversion in progress. Current status 0. 5. Items. Senza Beans. System. What is Divine Power Conversion? Ding. Once the Divine Power Conversion reaches 100, the host will ascend to the realm of divinity. Divine power is derived from combat power. The higher the combat power, the faster the conversion. As time passed day by day, a year had elapsed since Cell's emergence. Wang Qing occasionally spent time with his wife and daughter, while at other times, he sought out Cell for combat. During this period, Goku and Vegeta also grew significantly stronger. Although Piccolo had become more powerful after fusing with the Supreme Kai, he still lagged far behind Wang Qing and the others, with no formidable foes to challenge them. Their motivation for training dwindled, and the others fared no better. Android 18, having settled down with Wang Qing, ultimately ended up with Krillin, and they resided together in the Kame house. Once Cell fully acknowledged Wang Qing's strength, he summoned the Eternal Dragon to resurrect Android 17, who then joined the repaired Android 16 in caring for small animals. Yamcha ventured into baseball, while Tien and Kairatsu traveled the world. One day, Wang Qing proposed to Bulma. "Shall we embark on a journey through the universe?" "Of course," replied Bulma. Thus, the three of them boarded their spaceship and soared into the cosmos. While traversing the universe, Wang Qing suddenly sensed a violent aura and instructed Bulma to halt the spaceship. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Sweetie inquired curiously. "Stay inside the spaceship. I sense a ferocious energy. I will investigate." With that, Wang Qing utilized instant transmission and departed the vessel. In the distance, on a small asteroid, Broly was wreaking havoc. No wonder the energy felt so intense. It was him. This cosmic journey was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 23, Battle with Broly. As Broly continued his rampage, he suddenly spotted an individual appearing above him and charged at Wang Qing. Wow, truly a dim-witted fellow, attacking right away. Wang Qing dodged Broly's strikes while scanning the surroundings. Broly's father, Paragus, should be nearby. How could he allow his son to cause such destruction? Suddenly, Wang Qing noticed a figure with a tail. It must be him. Paragus was seen wielding a whip, striking an alien boy. So, this was their line of work. It seemed they had strayed far from the Saiyans' true nature, conquering other planets and selling them. At this moment, Paragus noticed Wang Qing, and upon witnessing Broly's futile attempts to land a blow on him, cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. He realized he was in the presence of a formidable foe. Hastily, he pressed the controller to awaken Broly. "Greetings, esteemed traveler. May I inquire as to your purpose here?" Paragus asked nervously. "Nothing much. I merely sensed this giant's immense potential and came to take a closer look," Wang Qing replied. "If you have no further business, my son Broly and I shall take our leave." Paragus thought only of fleeing at that moment. "Since you're already here, why not have your son spar with me? You just lacks humor, sir. Just moments ago, Broly couldn't even graze your clothing. Are you mocking this old man?" "Cease the pretense, Paragus. I am aware that you are Saiyans. Do you not realize the vast potential that resides within your son?" "No, you are fully aware. Yet fear that once he grows in strength, he will no longer be under your control, thwarting your ambitions of universal conquest." Paragus was drenched in cold sweat. How could this individual possess such knowledge? Who exactly was he? "Fear not, Paragus. I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to engage in combat with this so-called legendary Super Saiyan." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Wang Qing charged at Broly, delivering a punch that sent him flying. "Quickly, elevate your energy, Broly." Untutored and without rage, Broly's combat power was merely a few million points. Despite lacking training, his power had increased with age. Observing Broly's obedient demeanor as he returned to stand behind Paragus, Wang Qing sighed. Given the circumstances, do not blame me for unleashing my ultimate techniques, and then shouted, "Kakarot." Broly and Kakarot were born on the same day. Broly's battle power was an impressive 10,000 at birth, while Kakarot's was a mere 2. They were placed in adjacent incubation pods, and Kakarot's cries, though mere infantile reflexes, irritated Broly, planting the seeds of discontent towards Kakarot in his heart. As Wang Qing's words fell, Broly's gaze instantly transformed into a fierce glare, and the aura emanating from him surged violently, causing the surrounding edifices to tremble precariously. Paragus endeavored to restrain Broly, yet at this moment, he found himself bereft of control over his son. Broly roared in fury, charging towards Wang Qing with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before him, raising his fist to deliver a devastating blow. Wang Qing sidestepped, simultaneously launching a counterattack. With a series of swift and powerful strikes, the Pegasus Meteor Fist, Broly was sent crashing into a pile of rubble. Yet it was not sufficient. Let Broly grow even stronger. Wang Qing continued to provoke Broly. Suddenly, a flash of green light erupted, and the pile of rubble exploded, enveloping Broly in a swirling green aura. Kakarot, Kakarot. At that moment, Broly's eyes were filled solely with the whites of his sclera, and his physique had expanded several times larger than before, his muscles swollen and brimming with power. This must be Broly's transformation into a great ape. Indeed, he was significantly stronger than before, likely possessing a combat power in the tens of millions. Truly, he embodies the legendary Super Saiyan. It is quite astonishing. Even in the original narrative, he ultimately met his demise at the hands of the plot. Wang Cheng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he faced the transformed Broly, the giant ape, displaying no sign of fear. Wang Cheng clenched his fists tightly, emanating a formidable aura. "Prepare yourself, Broly," he bellowed, charging towards the colossal, ape-like Broly. A fierce clash ensued between the two, with each collision generating immense shockwaves. Wang Cheng held the upper hand, his assault striking with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving the gorilla-like Broly struggling to cope. Ultimately, Wang Cheng unleashed a devastating blow, sending Broly crashing to the ground. As the dust settled, Wang stood amidst the ruins, gazing at the fallen Broly, his heart filled with myriad reflections on the vast disparity between them. He realized that such a gap could indeed signal the end for Broly. Yet he chose to administer a healing beam to him. Upon awakening, Broly regained his normal state, looking at Wang with a puzzled expression and inquiring, "Why did you save me?" Paragus hurriedly interjected, expressing gratitude for Wang's intervention, acknowledging Broly's immense strength and admitting he posed no threat to Wang. "Shall we take our leave?" Paragus cautiously asked. "Leave? Not yet. His potential remains untapped. We are only at the beginning," Wang countered. "Broly, do you wish to become normal? To no longer lose control so easily?" he inquired. "Is that possible?" Broly responded, fondness for small creatures evident even when he was stable. "Absolutely. But you must accompany me in battle. But I dislike fighting. Moreover, I cannot defeat you. Not being able to do so now does not mean you will always be unable to." Wang Cheng pondered whether the Shenlong could aid Broly in his recovery. If not on Earth, perhaps Namek would suffice. The mighty Shenlong was currently beyond his reach. If all else failed, he could have Piccolo teach him to harness his mental energy to better manage his emotions. When they eventually encountered the old Kai with his vast knowledge, he might possess a solution. "Broly, having endured such harsh conditions, you must have seldom tasted delightful food. Saiyans are known for their hearty appetites. Wait here. I shall fetch you something delectable, and then we shall continue our battle." With that, Wang Cheng vanished in an instant. Inside the spaceship, Sweet exclaimed, "Daddy, you're back. Why did you take so long?" She leaped into Wang Cheng's embrace. "Sweet, my dear, I have made a new friend, and soon I shall bring you and your mother to meet him." Wang Cheng prepared a versatile capsule filled with provisions, his hand brushing against the spacecraft. With a sudden whoosh, both he and the ship vanished in an instant. Whoosh. The sky was suddenly graced with the presence of a new spacecraft. Paragus, upon witnessing the abrupt arrival, mistook it for an adversary and shouted for Broly to assume a combat stance. As the hatch opened and revealed Wang Cheng, he quickly regained his composure. Wang Cheng approached Broly and casually tossed a universal capsule onto the ground. With a resounding thud, a plethora of exquisite delicacies materialized before them. "Go ahead and eat, Broly. Can I really eat all of this?" Broly exclaimed, astonished at the aesthetic appeal of the food. Without hesitation, he began to devour it voraciously. Paragus cast a timid glance at Wang Cheng, and seeing his nonchalant demeanor, decided to join in. Truly, they were Saiyans. What an extraordinary capacity for consumption. The quantity of food was enough to sustain 10 individuals for 10 days. "Dad, are they the new friends you mentioned? Their eating habits are so exaggerated. You haven't witnessed Uncle Goku eating. Otherwise, you wouldn't find this so remarkable," Bulma remarked. Chapter 24, Battle with Broly 2. "Have you finished eating, Broly? Once you're done, we shall commence," Wang Cheng inquired. "I'm so full. Burp. Let me digest this first." Broly stretched his limbs, his gaze intensely fixed on Wang Cheng. With a thunderous roar, both rushed towards each other, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Their fists clashed, the collision of their powers sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. Without entering a state of rage, Broly's strength was considerably diminished. Yet Wang Cheng maintained a balance as they fought. As time passed, he began to sense Broly's combat prowess surging. His strikes grew increasingly ferocious, each punch imbued with tremendous force. Indeed, he is a legendary warrior. No need for exploits, he truly thrives in battle. Wang Cheng seized the opportunity to strike at Broly's vulnerability, delivering a serious blow that sent Broly hurtling backward. However, Broly swiftly regained his composure and charged at Wang Cheng once more, engaging in combat. Unbeknownst to them, the two had been locked in battle for several hours. "That will be enough for today, Broly. You performed admirably. Let us continue our efforts tomorrow." With that, Wang Qing returned to the spaceship to rest with his wife and daughter. A new day dawned. Ding. Would you like to commence today as check-in? Initiate. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 1,000-year kill. On a desolate expanse of land, fierce winds howled, stirring up clouds of dust. Amidst this chaos, Broly and Wang Qing faced each other once again, a palpable tension and fierce combat spirit enveloping them. Broly's towering physique exuded an overwhelming pressure. His green skin shimmering with an otherworldly glow, muscles well-defined and brimming with explosive power. His crimson eyes fixated intently on Wang Qing, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Wang Qing appeared relatively diminutive, yet he stood tall like a pine tree. However, his mind was preoccupied with the recent humiliation of being subjected to a 1,000-year kill technique. How could he possibly utilize it without becoming the subject of ridicule? The two faced each other, the atmosphere around them seemingly frozen in time. Suddenly, Broly let out a furious roar and launched the first attack. He surged forward like a cannonball, each step causing the ground to tremble violently. Observing this, Wang Qing swiftly evaded Broly's onslaught, concurrently unleashing a ki blast aimed directly at Broly's face. Yet, Broly was quick to react. He raised his hand and deflected Wang Qing's ki blast with ease. Almost immediately, he clenched his other hand into a fist, striking towards Wang Qing with a powerful gust of wind. Wang Qing stood his ground, absorbing the blow without flinching. Not bad. I'm starting to feel it, he remarked, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Do not underestimate me, Broly bellowed in indignation, subsequently amplifying his energy and charging at Wang Qing once more. Each punch and kick landed on Wang Qing, who remained entirely unguarded. How infuriating. Wang Qing seized the opportune moment and delivered a decisive punch. As the smoke dissipated, it was no surprise that Broly was once again rendered unconscious. He administered a Senzu beam to Broly. Onward. Broly, undeterred, fought back with increasing fervor. Time and again, he charged forward, only to be thwarted and brought down repeatedly. Wang Qing was nearly exhausted from the battle, while Broly, in stark contrast, seemed to grow more invigorated with each exchange. Even a normal person, let alone the proud and haughty Vegeta, would have been left utterly exasperated by such relentless combat. Wang Qing cast a glance at Broly, noticing that he appeared quite exhilarated despite the relentless beating he was enduring. Truly, he seemed like a kindred spirit. The system assessed Broly's current battle power. Ding! Broly, legendary Saiyan, battle power, 90 million. This is without even transforming. If this continues, and he learns to transform, he will truly rise from the ashes. What an extraordinary individual. Wang Qing marveled. Broly, I wish for you to transform and engage me in battle, yet with your current strength. I fear I may not be able to restrain you after your transformation. Nevertheless, I am eager to attempt it. Wait. I must first journey to Namek and seek a solution to your uncontrollable power. With that, Wang Qing vanished in an instant. To Namek. After Wang Qing explained the situation to the newly appointed elder, the elder immediately gathered the Dragon Balls. Shenron, can you assist Broly in regaining control? Shenron responded, in a language reminiscent of Namek, certainly. With a flash of his eyes, Shenron proclaimed, your wish has been granted. Please state your next desire. Then let me retain my handsome visage for eternity. Shenron replied, this is quite simple. With another flash, Wang Qing felt a warm current coursing through his body. Please state your third wish. My third wish is for my wife and daughter to thrive in the cosmos. Very well, Shenron affirmed. All your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. In a brilliant golden light, Shenron transformed into 7 orbs and scattered into the surroundings. Thank you, Elder. My wishes have been realized. I shall take my leave now. If you require my assistance on Namek in the future, you may contact me through Shenron. Goodbye, Elder. With that, Wang Qing vanished in an instant. I have returned. Broly. You shall no longer lose control. Let us commence. Wang Qing declared. What must I do? Broly inquired. Simply think of Kakarot. Huh? That's not possible. I don't feel anything for him right now. Then recall the state you were in during our first battle. Broly closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped him. Surrounding Broly was a green aura. His body began to swell, muscles expanding, and hair standing on end. By the heavens, this power, I can hardly contain it. I remember the original story did not mention the extent of the Super Saiyan transformations, yet this is significantly more potent than Goku's. System, assess Broly's combat power. Ding. Broly's combat power, 3 billion. Goodness, a 70-fold increase. No, his energy is still escalating. Ding. Broly's combat power, 6, 5 billion, 7 billion, 7, 5 billion, 8 billion, 10, 3 billion. This directly rivals the typical Super Saiyan 2 transformation, perhaps even surpassing it. Truly monstrous. No wonder he was so severely defeated in the original tale. Haha. I feel an abundance of untapped strength coursing through me. Wang Chung. It is time to change the game of cat and mouse. No sooner had he spoken than Broly vanished, unleashing an overwhelming aura that inspired fear. With a powerful swing of his robust arm, he struck towards Wang Qing with the force of a tempest, akin to a bolt of lightning. Wang Qing felt a sudden blur before his eyes, unable to discern Broly's movements or speed. That terrifying power loomed perilously close, as if it were poised to engulf him entirely. A wave of panic surged within Wang Qing. He attempted to evade, only to discover that his body could not keep pace with his thoughts. After Broly sent Wang Chung flying with a single punch, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon him. Observing from within the spacecraft, Bulma and Tian exclaimed, "Wang Chung. Daddy." Paragus, too, was astonished, remarking, "My son is unexpectedly powerful. It appears that Broly possesses the qualities of a great emperor." In the pit, Wang Chung coughed up a copious amount of blood before rising to gather his energy. "So you are just like me. You grow stronger with each battle," Broly remarked in surprise. Wang Chung exclaimed with excitement. The real spectacle has only just begun. Chapter 25, Tai Si Swoosh. With a sudden rush, Wang Chung entered the Sage mode, enveloped in a shimmering azure and white aura. The earlier surge of pain had dramatically amplified his combat power, and now, in Sage mode, Wang Cheng's strength soared to an astounding 10 billion. Previously, he was overwhelmed by Broly's 3 billion strength while normally at 4 billion. As mentioned, the greater the pain, the more significant the enhancement. Bring it on. Amidst a cacophony of sonic booms echoing through the sky, the battle escalated to a fever pitch, with both combatants growing stronger with each exchange until their stamina was nearly depleted. Time became a blur as they continued to exchange blows, each strike fueled solely by sheer willpower. Bang, bang. With two resounding thuds, both warriors collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Inside the spaceship, Bulma and her companions rushed out to assess the situation. Sweetie, upon witnessing her father's dire state, burst into tears. Wang Chung consumed a divine being, instantly rejuvenating himself, and subsequently handed another to Paragus for Broly to ingest. How exhilarating, Broly. This battle has yielded remarkable rewards. I must take my leave now. As I originally embarked on this journey with my wife and daughter, our paths fortuitously crossed, but we have delayed for several days. You seem to have regained control. Upon our return from our travels, we shall invite you and your father to reside on Earth. Kakarot and Vegeta are both there, along with numerous delightful creatures and exquisite cuisine. Paragus suddenly interjected with bitterness, "That scoundrel Vegeta is there as well? I am aware of your shared history. For the root of all troubles lies with King Vegeta. With so few Saiyans remaining, cherish what you have. Broly should have the opportunity to confront him on Earth. I possess divine beings, and as long as he doesn't perish, he can strike him repeatedly. Given that my benefactor has spoken, I shall heed your advice. Especially since my son has grown so formidable. What does it matter that Vegeta is a prince? The Saiyan planet has been obliterated, and there are hardly any left who still concerns themselves with titles. Simply defeat him." "Very well, Paragus. I shall leave you with these universal capsules. Pressing this button will yield abundant provisions. Conserve your appetite, for your consumption is quite substantial, and our supplies are limited. Now, we shall take our leave. Farewell, Broly." Paragus and Broly watched as the spacecraft receded into the distance. In the vastness of space, aboard the ship, Wang Chung expressed his apologies. "I am sorry, Bulma, for the delay brought about by Tian. It's quite all right, my dear. This is our first venture into the cosmos, and having no destination in mind, encountering Broly is indeed part of our adventure. We are on an alien planet, experiencing extraterrestrial life. Indeed, Father and Uncle Broly is quite amiable. Then, let us fly wherever the winds may take us." In the cosmos, the dawn was a concept unknown. After calculating the system's check-in notifications, it seemed they had been aboard the ship for over 10 days. Spending such an extended period in the confines of the vessel had begun to test Tian's patience. "Bulma, let us seek a visually pleasing planet to land upon. It has been over 10 days without encountering a single life-bearing world, and the tedium is unbearable." Not far off, there existed an unnamed planet strikingly similar to Earth. "Buckle up, we are preparing to descend." The spacecraft swiftly penetrated the atmosphere of the unnamed planet and landed upon a desolate expanse. What is it? Bulma inquired. I sensed two faint energy signatures. This place was indicated as devoid of life forms, wasn't it? I am uncertain how this could be. Let us investigate further, Bulma replied. Wang Qing grasped the hand of an individual who had just utilized instantaneous teleportation, and with a swift motion, they suddenly appeared, startling the two individuals before them. Goodness! Who is this? How can there be a living person here? Wait, is that you, Sister Tais? Bulma exclaimed with delight. Is that you, Bulma? You've grown so much. What brings you here, and how long has it been since you last returned home? And who is this Ultraman beside you? Ultraman? I am Gak, a galactic patrol officer. Indeed, he is a galactic patrol officer, tasked with apprehending criminals throughout the cosmos. He accompanies me here for inspiration, serving as the prototype for a character in my novel. What brings you here? Aren't you usually confined to your laboratory? Why venture to other planets? And who is that handsome fellow? You must introduce him to me. Greetings. Bulma's sister. I am Wang Chong, Bulma's husband, and this little girl is our daughter, Tian. Quickly, Tian, greet your Aunt Tais. Hello, Auntie. I can hardly believe it. Bulma, you've started a family, and your child has grown so much. I should visit home. Once I've gathered enough material for my work, I shall return to Earth. The two sisters, having not seen one another for many years, engaged in a lengthy conversation until dusk began to settle. Well then, I shan't intrude any longer. You may continue your travels. Gak and I will take our leave for now. We'll meet again on Earth in due time. After Bulma departed, Wang Qing and his family enjoyed a meal and decided to remain on this planet for a day, for it seemed more worthwhile than lingering aboard their spacecraft. This environment is far too similar to Earth. It's rather dull. We should depart, Wang Qing suggested. And thus, they found themselves once again in the monotonous void of interstellar travel. Ding, ding, ding. Half a month later. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the regenerative abilities of Majin Buu. As long as a single cell remains, one can regenerate and restore to full form. That's splendid, coupled with pain growth. It's simply invincible. I can indulge without restraint, Wang Cheng exclaimed with excitement. As time quietly slipped away, Wang Cheng's family had journeyed through the vast expanse of the universe for an entire year. This year-long odyssey was filled with enchantment and peril. Despite spending the majority of their time traversing at light speed, which consumed a full 2/3 of their journey, the breadth of their exploration and the multitude of their extraordinary encounters far exceeded the imagination of the average individual. Throughout this prolonged and exhilarating voyage, Wang Cheng's family navigated between a succession of mysterious and breathtaking planets. Some were adorned with vibrant, colorful vegetation, as if they had stepped into a fairy tale. Others lay desolate and silent, with only the howling winds narrating tales of former glory. They even chanced upon peculiar alien species, beings with forms and abilities beyond human comprehension. Some creatures resemble enormous octopuses, capable of effortlessly manipulating the currents of water. Others glimmer like radiant butterflies, their wings stirring forth a dazzling tempest of energy with a mere flap. Each new encounter unfolds a unique narrative. Whether it be a cordial exchange fostering the sharing of cultures and technologies, or an intense conflict igniting thrilling battles for the sake of survival resources. Nevertheless, these experiences are indelibly etched in the hearts of Wang Cheng and his family, although their strength has not seen significant enhancement. The system activates the character panel. Ding. Host, Wang Cheng. Abilities, mastery of martial arts, perception and manipulation of energy, energy cannon, indestructible shield, turtle school energy wave, solar fist, Luo Feng fist, magic ceiling wave. Pain growth, energy round slash, cosmic survival, instantaneous movement, fusion technique, explosive attack, Leo flying kick, sage mode, dragon fist, celestial meteor fist, serious punch, wind god leg, explosive fist. 1,000-year kill, Majin Buu's regenerative abilities, world-shattering palm, hypnosis, afterimage fist. Combat power, 8 billion, currently undergoing divine power conversion. Progress at 1. Items, divine beans, binding ropes. As the name suggests, the binding ropes can restrain anyone or any deity, with the duration of confinement linked to the user's strength. The best reward obtained from signing in this year. I humbly beseech the magnificent gentleman to bestow upon me a few complimentary gifts. It would only take a mere 10 seconds of your precious time to view an advertisement in exchange for a token of appreciation generated from love. I am deeply grateful. Chapter 26. Hosting the competition. Wang Qing meticulously packed his belongings and, accompanied by his family, stepped aboard the spacecraft. He took his seat in the co-pilot's position. his heart brimming with excitement. Over the past year, they had embarked on numerous adventures across the cosmos, yet at this moment, his greatest anticipation lay in returning to Earth and reuniting with cherished friends. As the spacecraft powered up and engaged its light-speed travel mode, Wang Cheng gazed out the window. The vast expanse of the universe gradually receded, and the contours of Earth became increasingly distinct. At long last, the spacecraft descended onto the surface of the planet. Wang Cheng stepped out of the spacecraft, inhaling deeply to savor the familiar essence of Earth. He beheld his friends who had come to welcome him, a joyful smile illuminating his face. They embraced one another, sharing their longings and experiences. "Clin, tell us if anything noteworthy has occurred on Earth during this past year," Wang Cheng inquired. "Nothing major has happened since you left," Clin replied. "However, Shero has been rather unruly, looking down on everyone and eager to pick a fight to assert his strength, prompting the others to keep their distance. And then there's Vegeta, who, reveling in the chaos, provoked Shero by calling him a coward and deriding him as your lapdog." Clin recounted the events of the year. "Fortunately, although Shero disdains us, he hasn't committed any outrageous acts. Conversely, Vegeta has been beaten up several times," Clin added with a hint of schadenfreude. "What about Goku? Isn't he a battle enthusiast? Did he not join in on the excitement?" "Heh. Goku scratched his head bashfully. "During this period, I've either been tending to the fields at home or trying to obtain my driver's license. I still haven't passed, despite being a battle fanatic. Goku has a family to care for with Chi-Chi, which sets him apart from Vegeta. Since there's so much fighting spirit, let us organize a grand tournament." "Wang Cheng, are you suggesting we register for the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Clin asked. "Certainly not. That's merely a competition for children. Let us hold it in the other world. Ever since the old Kai and Piccolo fused, the other world has been rather dull. It would be a delightful change of pace. I plan to journey to Namek to find someone capable of crafting Dragon Balls to bring back to Earth as the new deity. And there will be a mysterious guest attending," Wang Cheng declared. "Shero, since you've been causing trouble and itching for a fight, this will be your chance. Just don't lose too quickly. Ha. Worry not, Brother Cheng, I shall not bring you shame. The only one here who can hold a candle to me is Vegeta. As for the rest," Vegeta retorted angrily, "who do you look down upon?" Wang Cheng, "Hurry and set the date. Prepare for me to defeat you, Shero. I have a secret technique waiting. I have waited long for this. My target this time is you." Wang Cheng, "Could it be that Vegeta will transform into Super Saiyan too?" Wang Cheng pondered. "I fight with you daily. How was I unaware of your secret technique?" Shero scoffed in disbelief. "Hmph. The truth will be revealed in the competition," Vegeta declared before soaring into the sky. "Wang Cheng, perhaps we should refrain from participating. You all are so formidable. Wouldn't we merely be fodder?" Clin lamented. "Very well, you and Tianjin will join as spectators. There will be a remarkable, mysterious guest attending, promising an exhilarating competition. All right, we shall head back for now. Notify us once the date is set," Clin said, departing with Android 18. Goku approached and patted Wang Cheng on the shoulder, inquiring, "Who is this mysterious individual? Are they particularly formidable? I am filled with anticipation." Wang Cheng gazed at Wukong with a look of incredulity, exclaiming, "What are you anticipating? With your current prowess, you might be effortlessly toppled in no time." Wukong responded with a cheerful grin, "Hee. I'll be heading home with Bulma. I'll arrange for Shero to notify you all. Shero, feel free to find a place to wait." After speaking, he and Bulma stowed away their spaceship and soared back home. Upon returning, Wang Cheng turned to Bulma and said, "I'll go fetch Broly and the others." On an unnamed planet, he called out, "Hey Broly, I'm here to take you all to Earth. Hurry and pack. We're setting off." Broly replied, "Wang Cheng, your travels have concluded? We have little to bring. Let's leave directly." Wang Cheng instructed, "All right, you two. Place your hands on my shoulders." With a flash, they arrived on Earth. In a lavish estate in West City, Wang Cheng declared, "This is my home. Shortly, robots will escort you to your accommodations. If you need anything, simply communicate with them." Paragus marveled, "Is Earth's technology truly this advanced?" "It's nearly on par with this Florian civilization of old." Wang Cheng continued, "Broly, I will be hosting a martial arts tournament on Earth soon. You should participate. It has been a year since we last sparred." Broly responded, "Very well, I shall heed your request, Wang Cheng." Wang Cheng decided that the competition would take place a week later and instructed Shala to inform the others. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng journeyed to Namek to select the successor of the Supreme Being. After Wang Cheng explained the situation to the Elder recommended Dandy, who possesses the ability to create Dragon Balls and heal. Indeed, Having a healer among us for the upcoming matches would save me from the hassle of extracting senzu beans one by one. Otherwise, I would have to concoct excuses if Master Cat were to see. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In the center of the celestial realm, Bobo constructed an enormous arena, complete with an audience section and an array of delectable delicacies. Bulma, cradling Sweetie, along with Krillin, Android 18, the new heavenly god dandy, Tien. Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Android 17, Android 16, and Nappa took their seats in the stands. As time flowed, the combatants arrived. Bobo stepped forward and announced the commencement of the draw. After the draw, Bobo proclaimed the first match would be between Son Goku and Piccolo, inviting both to take the stage. Piccolo and Goku assumed their stances, and at Bobo's command, they charged toward each other, colliding in a fierce embrace. Goku unleashed the Kaioken, while Piccolo retaliated with his special beam cannon. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, and the intense battle drew cheers from the audience below. "I can't believe Piccolo's strength has surpassed ours by so much," Tien remarked, astonished. "Indeed. Although he was stronger, we could still hold our ground for a few rounds. Now, I can hardly perceive the speed at which he strikes," Krillin lamented. The battle raged on. Suddenly, Goku seized a momentary opening and kicked Piccolo away. Piccolo quickly regained his footing, but Goku did not allow him a moment to breathe, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. As the smoke cleared, Piccolo bore numerous wounds, yet he flashed a wicked smile and declared, "Son Goku, do you truly believe this is all my power? In my quest to defeat you, I have diligently trained. Though you Saiyans grow fearfully strong, I shall not falter. I am the Demon King Piccolo." With that, Piccolo began to gather his energy. Moments later, Piccolo's form appeared even greener. "I apologize for the wait. After extensive research and exploration, I have finally developed an entirely new transformation ability. Do not underestimate me. Do not naively assume that only you Saiyans can master such miraculous transformation techniques. Now, prepare yourselves, for what you are about to witness is an unprecedented and formidable form, which I shall name Deep Green Piccolo." With a sudden burst of laughter, Wang Chung exclaimed, "Ah? No worries. Please continue watching and fighting. I just recalled something amusing." Chapter 27. The Tournament Part 2. Without a hint of hesitation, the transformed Piccolo pushed off the ground with force, creating a massive crater beneath him, and shot toward Goku like an arrow released from its bow. Wherever he tread, a tempestuous wind arose, as if intent on tearing everything asunder. In that moment, Wukong found himself utterly overwhelmed by Piccolo, retreating step by step, his once formidable presence now appearing rather disheveled. Piccolo's assaults descended like a torrential storm, each strike imbued with formidable power and exquisite technique, leaving Wukong struggling to keep pace. Gritting his teeth, he valiantly endured, yet the onslaught from his adversary intensified, seemingly inexhaustible. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. However, despite such dire circumstances, the fire of determination in Wukong's eyes blazed fiercely, betraying no hint of retreat. With a resounding clash, the two combatants were thrust apart, each taking their place on opposite ends of the arena. "Indeed, Piccolo, I am humbled by your achievements through rigorous training. Admittedly, I owe my resilience to the miraculous recovery from near death, but I shall not concede defeat to you," Wukong exclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Undoubtedly, the newly transformed Wukong was beyond Piccolo's capacity to defeat. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, until Piccolo, unable to withstand the strain, collapsed. Piccolo is truly remarkable. He has discovered his own transformation method, albeit somewhat amusing, but it has significantly augmented his combat prowess. Had his base power been higher, today's victor would have been Son Goku, Wang Chung remarked. Indeed, just how has Piccolo trained? The Saiyans are already formidable. And now we have this Namekian, whom I shall dub the Super Namekian, Krillin mused. "Do not despair, Krillin. You are formidable in your own right," he reassured. Recalling that in the original tale, Krillin was the universe's strongest canine, married to Android 18, and blessed with a delightful daughter, truly a winner in life. Suddenly, Dandy approached Piccolo. "Is this the wandering compatriot the elder spoke of? Truly impressive. Brother Nero must have fused with him. Do not move. You are Piccolo, correct? I have heard of you from the elder. I will heal your wounds," Dandy declared, placing his hands upon Piccolo. With a surge of green light, Piccolo was restored completely. What a miraculous ability! This diminutive being, akin to Piccolo, is quite extraordinary, healing him in an instant, much like a senzu bean. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Once the arena was restored, Bobo stepped to the center and announced, "The first match has concluded, with Son Goku emerging victorious. Now, let us welcome the next contestants. Wang Chen and Cell." "Already my turn. Cell? Let me witness your progress over the past year," Wang Chen said. "Brother Ching, must we really fight?" Cell inquired. "Not fight? How could that be? Just imagine, if I am not your match and you defeat me, I would be left beneath your foot, calling you Brother Cell or Brother Ru. Quite the vivid imagery. Wouldn't you agree?" Hee. Cell chuckled mischievously. "Then shall we commence, Brother Cell?" Wang Chen teased. "Very well, let the match begin." Cell replied as Bobo issued the signal to start. Wang Chen slightly elevated his aura, swiftly darting to the side of Cell, delivering a punch that sent Cell sprawling. Immediately following, he unleashed a series of kicks to Cell's face, taunting him as he did so. "This is what you get for wanting to be the big brother. For your incessant laughter, and for your daily arrogance. Enough. Stop. I miscalculated. You are the true big brother. Please, cease your assault." Cell pleaded. "Do you still wish to be a brother? Still wish to act so arrogantly? I see you had thoughts of usurping my position. I dare not. I dare not." "Big brother." The spectators gasped. Wang Chen has actually grown stronger. He fights Cell as if it were a mere game, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Vegeta clenched his teeth. How can he be so formidable? Can my secret technique truly surpass him? Am I, the noble Prince Vegeta, destined to remain in second place? This is infuriating. And the second match is won by Wang Chen. With Bobo's announcement, Cell dashed off the platform, fearing that a moment's delay would result in further punishment. The third match pits Vegeta against Broly. It appears Broly is indeed the mysterious guest Wang Chen mentioned. He seems quite imposing. However, he should not be a match for Vegeta, whose strength is well known, Piccolo remarked. Since my brother Ching has identified him as a mysterious guest, he must be extraordinary. I sense a formidable pressure emanating from this Broly, Cell added. Suddenly, Krillin exclaimed, Look, Broly even has a tail. Naba, do you know him? Is he also a Saiyan? Naba replied, I have not seen him before, but he certainly resembles a Saiyan. Perhaps Prince Vegeta knows. At that moment, Vegeta, standing in the arena, was already in shock upon hearing Bobo utter Broly's name. Broly? Is he not the one with a battle power of 10,000 at birth? Was he not slain by my father? I am Broly. You are Vegeta, correct? Your father killed my father and me when I was but a child. Surprising, isn't it? I survived through sheer tenacity. Perhaps the heavens deemed that my father and I should not perish. I promised Wang Qing I would not take your life, but alas. My father is occupied with watching over Wang Qing's child today and cannot witness my vengeance upon you. However, Wang Qing has provided me with a camera to capture your battered form to show my father. What nonsense are you speaking? Just because you were born with a battle power of 10,000 does not mean you are strong now. The mightiest Saiyan can only be me, Prince Vegeta. With that declaration, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Broly, prepare to endure the wrath of the Saiyan Prince. As Vegeta's furious roar echoed, both he and Broly charged toward one another. As the two combatants clashed, a powerful shockwave erupted, leaving the surrounding spectators in awe of the immense energy. Vegeta exerted every ounce of his strength, launching a relentless barrage of attacks upon Broly, yet the latter remained utterly unfazed, growing increasingly exhilarated with each strike. How could this be? Vegeta pondered in disbelief, having never encountered such a formidable opponent before. Just then, Broly unleashed a portion of his true power, his aura transforming into an overwhelming force, as he delivered a single punch that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. The Prince of all Saiyans gasped in astonishment. However, Vegeta refused to surrender. He struggled to rise, determination flickering in his eyes. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I shall never be defeated by you. Vegeta charged at Broly once more, only to be sent flying again after a few exchanges. It seemed that a more serious approach was warranted. Open your eyes and witness. Today, you shall behold what it truly means to be a warrior. I am no longer an ordinary Super Saiyan, but I have transcended to the realm of Super Saiyan 2. This power is not something just anyone can possess. Only those with exceptional talent and relentless training, like myself, can reach such heights. Chapter 28, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2. The very heavens trembled. Vegeta's golden aura erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun. Lightning crackling around him as his muscles tightened and veins bulged. His gaze was sharp as a blade, filled with fervor for battle and an insatiable thirst for victory. He resembled a divine warrior descending upon the earth, his overwhelming presence sweeping across the battlefield. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, their eyes wide with shock, unable to utter a sound. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, captivated by Vegeta's radiant form, surrounded by thunderous energy. He marveled at the unexpected evolution of the Super Saiyan, realizing he needed to intensify his training after witnessing such prowess. Reflecting on the past, when he first met Vegeta, who sought his guidance, he now found himself left in the dust. Indeed, Vegeta embodied the essence of the legendary character from the original tale. His innate talent was undeniable, and his combat prowess was nearing an astonishing 10 billion. Yet, it was clear he was destined to lose even the second-place position. Well, Broly, are you so astonished by my power that you find yourself at a loss for words? Not even I can fathom the sheer strength I possess. It is truly terrifying. I have truly returned to form. The title of the universe's strongest belongs to me. Prince Vegeta. Haha. Broly regarded Vegeta with a disdainful expression, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, betraying his lack of respect. He slowly straightened his posture, an invisible pressure emanating from his being. The oppressive force surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, expanding outward in relentless succession. Suddenly, Broly unleashed a thunderous roar, his muscles tense with ferocity, and an overwhelming torrent of energy erupted from within him. This energy instantaneously coalesced into a dazzling pillar of green light, soaring into the heavens. Concurrently, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble under the weight of this formidable power. In stark contrast to Vegeta, the aura emanating from Broly was palpably more potent and terrifying. The confident expression on Vegeta's face shifted to one of gravity. He clenched his fists tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, acutely aware of the immense pressure radiating from Broly. Once the enhancement concluded, both warriors charged at one another, launching into an intense battle. Vegeta's gaze was as sharp as lightning, his attacks fierce, each punch infused with his full might, internally proclaiming, "Hmph, Broly, I shall not be defeated by you, this monster." Yet, Broly's strength surpassed all expectations. His beastly assaults bore down on Vegeta, amplifying his sense of urgency. How can this guy be so strong? Nevertheless, I, Vegeta, will never concede. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, his golden aura flaring even more vigorously, determined to measure his strength against Broly. Broly's strikes landed with brutal precision, leaving Vegeta struggling to defend himself. In that moment, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with a fierce resolve, the flames of indomitable spirit igniting within him. "Broly, do not think you can suppress me. I am the Prince of Saiyans." Yet, Broly's staggering power rendered each of his retaliations as oppressive as a mountain. Damn it, I must not lose. I shall transcend my limits, for the sake of my pride and dignity. With a roar, Vegeta once more amplified his battle power, breaking through his own thresholds. He then gathered his entire strength, condensing it into a luminous sphere, which he hurled with great force towards Broly. The sphere, imbued with cataclysmic might, hurtled towards Broly like a meteor. Broly crossed his arms, attempting to withstand the impending blow. However, with a thunderous explosion, he was sent flying by the shockwave generated by the sphere's detonation. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta pursued relentlessly, denying Broly even a moment's respite. In a flash, he appeared before Broly in midair, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. The impact sent Broly reeling, blood spilling from his lips as he plummeted toward the ground. Yet, just as he was about to collide with the earth, he regained his footing with astonishing speed and charged back at Vegeta. Vegeta was taken aback, not anticipating Broly's reckless ferocity. He dared not hesitate, and swiftly unleashed his most cherished technique to counter this sudden onslaught. Energy surged around him, radiating brilliance as a powerful aura erupted from his being. However, at that moment, Broly seemed to have entered a frenzied state of combat, growing increasingly formidable, heedless of the myriad wounds accumulating upon his body. His robust physique stood firm like an immovable mountain, each punch infused with boundless strength and fury, relentlessly crashing upon Vegeta like a tempest. Vegeta gritted his teeth, exerting all his might to withstand Broly's overwhelming onslaught. Yet he gradually perceived that his opponent's power seemed inexhaustible, leaving him increasingly on the defensive. Broly's fist sliced through the air with a fierce wind, breaching Vegeta's defenses time and again, exhausting him in the process. Half an hour later, Vegeta ultimately succumbed to Broly's might, falling to the ground. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Broly, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. "Damn it, I actually lost," Vegeta murmured. Broly approached the fallen Vegeta, pulling out a camera and snapping pictures with a series of clicks. Vegeta's eyes widened, his his pupils ablaze with seething rage, teeth clenched tightly, his jawline bulging with indignation. An indescribable sense of humiliation surged within him like a tidal wave, instantly drowning all his reason and pride. This feeling was akin to a multitude of ants gnawing at his heart, rendering him in unbearable agony. He could hardly fathom that he had descended to such depths. A profound disgrace for someone as haughty and self-assured as Vegeta. Baba stepped into the center of the arena, declaring, in the third match, Broly is victorious. Broly is astonishingly powerful. Vegeta, despite several attempts to push his limits, was utterly overwhelmed. The crowd marveled. The fourth match would be determined by drawing lots among Wang Chung, Goku, and Broly, Baba announced. No need for lots. I am no match for either of them, but I wish to face Broly. Watching his battle with Vegeta stirred my blood, Goku proclaimed. Baba glanced at Wang Chung, who nodded in agreement, then declared, very well. The fourth match will be between Son Goku and Broly. Please, both competitors, step forward. Wang Chung interjected, Broly, this is Kakarot, the little brat who used to disturb your sleep when you were a child. Is this truly Kakarot? Though Broly had long since learned to control his rage upon hearing the name, the sight of the person himself ignited an overwhelming urge within him to unleash his fury. In comparison to Vegeta, this individual named Kakarot incited even greater annoyance in Broly. Chapter 29. Goku battles Broly. Before them stood Broly, a towering figure with muscles rippling like a mountain, exuding an aura of formidable and terrifying power that instilled fear in all who beheld him. Broly, you are truly astonishing, Goku exclaimed, his eyes filled with reverence, yet flickering with a hint of eager anticipation. I am well aware that I am no match for you. Yet the itchiness in my hands feels unbearable, compelling me to engage in combat, even at the cost of certain defeat. As he spoke, Goku clenched his fists tightly, hardly able to contain his desire for a fierce battle with Broly. Kakarot, you who grew up on Earth, your earthly name is Son Goku, is it not? Hmph. Since you have foolishly sought me out for a beating, allow me to grant you this mercy, Broly bellowed, his powerful presence seemingly capable of igniting the very air around him. To be honest, I have long harbored a disdain for you, and have always yearned to deliver a thorough thrashing. The oppressive force emanating from Broly was akin to a mountain pressing down upon an egg. I had heard from Vegeta that Broly possessed a legendary Saiyan bloodline imbued with unimaginable strength. But to truly experience it firsthand was to realize that his terror far exceeded my expectations. Indeed, when I sensed the overwhelming aura he exuded from such close quarters, the pressure felt as if it could crush everything, enveloping my will and leaving me devoid of even the slightest spark of fighting spirit. Goku took a deep breath, summoning his fighting spirit, muscles taut, as golden flames of energy surged around him like a blazing sun. His gaze was resolute and piercing. The two stood face to face, their eyes ablaze with unquenchable battle intent. In an instant, the conflict erupted. Broly struck first, vanishing and reappearing before Goku like a specter, launching a devastating punch imbued with cataclysmic power. Goku was sent flying, and Broly pursued relentlessly, his fists and feet raining down upon Goku like a tempest. At that moment, Goku found himself entirely on the defensive, unable to retaliate against Broly's torrential onslaught. Each of Broly's strikes fell with the force of thunder, infused with limitless strength and ferocity, crashing down upon Goku. Despite Goku's utmost efforts to block and evade, he remained unable to alter the tide of the battle, suffering under Broly's relentless assault. His body was relentlessly subjected to Broly's terrifying blows, his garments reduced to tatters, revealing ghastly wounds. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Goku felt an overwhelming urgency in his heart. He desperately sought to counterattack, unleashing his ultimate techniques, yet he found it nearly impossible to penetrate Broly's impenetrable defenses. A flicker of despair and unwillingness shone in his eyes, but the harsh reality offered him no respite. After merely 3 minutes of combat, Goku lay on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Baba ascended the stage to announce, the fourth match is won by contestant Broly. Krillin, Goku's ally, rushed towards him. Hurry, Din. Come quickly to heal Goku. Truly, a testament to the deep concern Goku's friends hold for him. Din swiftly arrived, placing his palm over Goku. And with a flash of green light, the visible injuries vanished at an astonishing pace. Awakening, Goku gazed at Broly. You are truly formidable. Even in my Super Saiyan form, I couldn't muster a defense. I shall train diligently. Next time we meet, I will not be so helpless. Hmph. With your current state, you might as well train for 1,000 years. Broly scoffed dismissively. Baba interjected, the final battle will feature Wang Chung against Broly. We will commence after a brief intermission of half an hour. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they observed Broly's imposing figure, speculating on how Wang Cheng had managed to bring such a powerful fighter back. It had been ages since they had witnessed Wang Cheng in action. They were eager to gauge his current prowess. He is also from Earth. Can one truly reach such heights? Tien Shinhan remarked with an optimistic grin. It seems my martial arts journey cannot falter. Even if I cannot attain the strength of Wang Cheng or Vegeta, I shall never abandon my path. The onlookers began to conjecture about Wang Cheng's abilities, given that he had returned with the mighty Broly, indicating his own power should not be underestimated. Krillin speculated that Wang Cheng might have uncovered a mysterious training method, as the disparity between Earthlings appeared vast. Meanwhile, Piccolo theorized that he might have encountered extraordinary experiences during his cosmic travels. In the midst of the chatter, half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the final match was about to commence. Wang Cheng calmly ascended the arena, facing Broly directly. The two locked eyes, as if invisible sparks collided in the air. The Earth Warriors held their breath, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of this climactic showdown. In a corner, Vegeta, whose confidence had been shaken, rose and fixed a penetrating gaze upon Wang Cheng, jealousy igniting in his eyes. He contemplated, who is this Wang Cheng? How can he possess such formidable strength? I shall witness for myself who is superior between him and Broly. On the arena, Wang Cheng and Broly stared each other down, the atmosphere thick with tension. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within him as he instantly entered the celestial mode. In a flash, he darted towards Broly like a bolt of lightning, launching his attack. Broly, undeterred, advanced to meet him, and an intense clash ensued between the two. The spectators below watched in astonishment. In stark contrast to Broly's previous one-sided victories, the battle between Wang Cheng and Broly proved to be extraordinarily captivating. The battle between Wang Cheng and Broly intensified, each strike resonating with palpable force, generating a tempestuous wind around them. Suddenly, Wang Cheng unleashed a move known as the Celestial Horse Meteor Fist, with the force of his punch swirling towards Broly like a tornado. Remarkably, Broly withstood this onslaught, and in an instant, countered with a powerful kick aimed at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped, propelling himself into the air to deliver a powerful Leo kick. The two combatants exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, Wang Cheng seized upon a fleeting opening in Broly's defense, lunging forward to unleash a serious punch that struck him squarely in the chest. Broly stumbled back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, undeterred, he steadied his breath and charged forward once more. Wang Cheng offered Broly no respite, relentlessly launching a series of assaults. His hands intertwined as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, descending upon Broly like a tempest. Broly evaded and blocked with great difficulty, striving to withstand the onslaught. The Earth Warriors observing the battle were filled with excitement, fervently cheering for Wang Cheng. After a relentless barrage, Wang Cheng momentarily eased his pace. Seizing the opportunity, Broly gathered all his strength into his fist, aiming to deliver a devastating blow to Wang Cheng. However, Wang Cheng was well prepared, effortlessly sidestepping Broly's punch and retaliating with tremendous force. As time progressed, Wang Cheng's advantage became increasingly apparent, yet Broly, undeterred by his injuries, grew ever more formidable, his spirit undiminished. With a thunderous roar, Broly's power surged rapidly. Wang Cheng sensed the formidable aura emanating from Broly, and an expression of exhilaration graced his face. System. What is Broly's current combat power? A chime sounded. Broly's combat power, 18 billion, still on the rise. Broly's eyes transformed into a deep crimson, and his body began to radiate a brilliant light. Moments later, Broly's combat power surged to 20 billion. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, consolidating all his strength in preparation for Broly's assault. Broly launched a powerful punch toward Wang Cheng, who responded in kind, their fists colliding with such force that the very space around them trembled. Suddenly, Broly clasped his hands together, a terrifying energy gathering in his palms, transforming into a colossal energy sphere that hurtled toward Wang Cheng with ferocity. Wang Cheng's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. The blue radiance clashed with the immense energy sphere, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. How formidable they both are! The onlookers exclaimed in awe. Following the explosion, the two engaged in a rapid exchange, their energies colliding in the air, the frequency of the impacts escalating, signifying the intensification of their battle. Abruptly, a figure plummeted from the sky. It was Wang Cheng. The crowd gasped in disbelief at his apparent disadvantage. Broly surged forward, bellowing with fury as his fearsome fist came crashing down. Wang Cheng swiftly evaded, pivoting to seize Broly's arm. With a resounding roar, he flung Broly away. In a graceful arc, Broly halted mid-air, channeling a surge of verdant energy into a single, potent orb aimed at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, with his arms crossed protectively over his chest, braced himself against Broly's energy blast. After the explosion, the arena was left devoid of Wang Cheng's presence, littered instead with severed limbs and remnants. Wang Cheng. The onlookers outside the ring were left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Is he dead? Tianjin Fan stammered. At that moment, Broly, gazing at the aftermath, wore a bewildered expression. This was not how their last battle had unfolded. Wang Cheng had not seemed so fragile. What was happening? Surely he hadn't truly perished. Broly, this is a competition. You didn't kill anyone while fighting Goku and Vegeta, so why wield lethal force against Cheng? Cell questioned, his tone laced with accusation. Aren't you one of the people Wang Cheng brought back? Do you harbor a grudge? Goku had already readied himself for combat, and the others followed suit. Cell stepped forward, asserting that you are formidable and have slain Wang Cheng. I should be grateful. However, if he is to die, it must be by my hand alone. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. What are you all doing? Why the hostility? Wang Cheng, you're alive? Piccolo exclaimed, glancing toward the arena, where no remnants of carnage remained. What on earth was happening? Was this an illusion? The crowd was utterly bewildered. So you thought I had perished. During my travels across the cosmos, I encountered a peculiar alien being, pursued by enemies. Though his combat prowess was minimal, he was virtually indestructible. After I rescued him, he revealed that he had been created by a sorcerer, possessing cellular regeneration. As long as a single cell remained, he would continue to revive. Akin to the abilities of Cell and Piccolo. To express his gratitude, he bestowed upon me a genetic serum, granting me this same power. The protagonist's fabricated tale. As the secret of the system must remain concealed, after all, those encountered in the cosmos would be none the wiser. How remarkable. The universe is indeed full of wonders. Someone mused, while Piccolo remained deep in thought, harboring doubts about the veracity of Wang Cheng's account. Yet, he could never fathom that Wang Cheng possessed a system of his own. That was quite a shock. If you're unharmed, shall we continue our battle? Broly inquired. Of course. With that, Wang Cheng unleashed his energy, delivering a powerful punch toward Broly. His fist, enveloped in a fierce gale, sped toward Broly like a bolt of lightning. Its velocity astonishing. However, Broly tensed every muscle in his body, channeling his power into his right fist to meet the oncoming strike. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, unleashing a tempestuous wind in the aftermath. Both fighters staggered back a few paces. Wang Cheng shook his hand, feeling a slight tingling in his arm. Such immense strength. No wonder he is the legendary Super Saiyan, he mused inwardly. Broly's eyes sparkled with excitement, a common trait among Saiyans. Once more, he bellowed, charging at Wang Cheng again. Wang Cheng, undeterred, boldly charged forward, engaging in an intense melee with Broly. The spectators below watched with bated breath, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, exclaiming inwardly, how can he be so formidable? Meanwhile, Piccolo observed the battle on stage with a quiet intensity, sensing that Wang Cheng's power had surged too rapidly, and his uncanny recovery abilities were particularly unsettling. At this moment, the clash between Wang Cheng and Broly intensified, neither yielding an inch, each impact resulting in waves of energy rippling through the air. Suddenly, Wang Cheng unleashed a wind god kick, striking Broly squarely in the abdomen. Broly was propelled backward but swiftly adjusted his stance, regaining his balance. Wang Cheng seized the opportunity to pursue, unleashing a series of energy blasts that forced Broly into a retreat. At that moment, Broly tapped into his latent power, his aura soaring dramatically, his eyes shimmering with a crimson glow. Confronted with Broly's renewed strength, Wang Cheng concentrated, feeling his energy surge wildly within him, and executed a devastating explosive punch. Take this, he shouted, as a fiery beam erupted from his fist, hurtling directly towards Broly. With a resounding impact, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, fixated on Broly. Remarkably, he remained unfazed, crossing his arms defensively across his chest, and astonishingly absorbed the blow. In the next instant, the two warriors swiftly separated, and a green aura burst forth from Broly, an ominous power rising steadily. In the blink of an eye, Broly transformed into a green blur and vanished from sight, his speed reaching an extraordinary peak. Even Wang Cheng could not react in time as Broly's fist collided with him, sending him flying backward. What a thrilling experience. At that moment, Wang Cheng could distinctly feel the tumultuous power within him surging like a flood unleashed from a dam, escalating at an astonishing rate. Were it not for Buu's extraordinary regenerative abilities supporting him, and given the competition's prohibition on using energy supplements, he would undoubtedly be the first to succumb to exhaustion. Broly, on the other hand, was an unmitigated anomaly. His rate of growth was nothing short of terrifying and unfathomable. As though he were born solely for combat, the two charged at each other once more, their fists colliding fiercely in the sky. At that moment, the arena reverberated with thunderous sounds. They appear evenly matched, Goku assessed. The clashes intensified, echoing ominously in the heavens. Wang Cheng and Broly battled from the sky to the arena, and then back into the air again. A fierce gust of wind swept across the entire platform. Chapter 31. A surge in power neither fighter yielded, pouring their full strength into every move. Wang Cheng danced with agility, slipping through Broly's attacks like a phantom, while Broly unleashed immense power, each punch resembling a mountain crashing down. The spectators were left awestruck, witnessing a truly epic confrontation. Suddenly, Wang Cheng capitalized on a fleeting opening and delivered a kick that sent Broly hurtling away. Broly crashed heavily into a wall but immediately rose, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. "Bring it on," he roared. Wang Cheng took a deep breath and charged once more towards Broly. Wang Cheng and Broly once again engaged in an intense battle, each blow landing with a resounding impact, sparks flying in every direction. Wang Cheng executed a soaring kick aimed directly at Broly's chest, but Broly deftly sidestepped the attack. In response, he unleashed a powerful punch toward Wang Cheng's face. Wang Cheng, lowering his head to evade the blow, seized the opportunity to grapple Broly around the waist, sending him crashing to the ground. However, Broly quickly rolled back to his feet, offering Wang Cheng no respite. With the ferocity of a tempest, he launched an onslaught, his fist raining down upon Wang Cheng like a torrential downpour. Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng persevered, relentlessly seeking an opportunity to counterattack. At last, he seized a fleeting opening and executed a thunderous flying kick, striking Broly squarely in the abdomen. Staggered by the pain, Broly retreated, and Wang Cheng capitalized on the moment, launching a barrage of Pegasus meteor fists that forced Broly to retreat step by step. Ultimately, Wang Cheng delivered a decisive blow to Broly's forehead, sending him hurtling through the air. Struggling to rise, Broly was now breathless. Yet the fire of combat still burned fiercely in his eyes. "That's enough, Broly. I hold the advantage in stamina, and should we continue, it is you who will face defeat. Nevertheless, I must admit, you are indeed an extraordinary opponent. Your unwavering spirit has brought you this far. Hmph. Oh dear. I'm not as formidable as you claim. It's really not that exaggerated. However, we must arrange a time for our next sparring session soon. Since the moment I took my first breath, I have not encountered a worthy adversary. Throughout the years of drifting in the cosmos, I have faced foes whom I easily vanquished. Yet, I never anticipated encountering someone as formidable as you. Do you remember our last encounter? It was a heart-stopping, evenly matched clash. This time, I was brimming with confidence, certain of my impending victory. Yet the outcome was utterly astonishing. I lost once again. But fret not. Next time, I shall give my all, employing every strategy to overcome you." At that moment, Bobo ascended the stage to announce, "The final champion is Mr. Wang Cheng." Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, echoing like a mighty storm. "All right, everyone, let us all head to my home. Bulma has already informed the butler to prepare a party, complete with an array of delicious treats." Wang Cheng smiled and waved to the audience, then leaped down from the ring, making his way towards Goku and the others alongside Broly. As they walked and conversed, the atmosphere was filled with camaraderie. Upon arriving at the party venue, they were greeted by a lavish spread of delectable food and fine wine. Everyone took their seats, delighting in the joyous occasion. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly immersed themselves in feasting, their passion for food rivaling that of their love for battle, demonstrating an insatiable appetite that left one to ponder the nature of a Saiyan's stomach. Piccolo restrained himself from probing Wang Cheng for answers and instead engaged in conversation with Gohan. The blissful moments slipped by like fleeting shadows, and before long, they were all sated, setting down their bowls and chopsticks, rising one by one with smiles of contentment and joy. The once vibrant courtyard, filled with laughter and cheer, gradually fell into a tranquil silence. In a short time, the guests departed, leaving only Wang Cheng and his family quietly seated at the table. The yard now appeared exceptionally spacious. The lively atmosphere that had once filled the space seemingly faded along with the departing guests. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering softly of the recently departed joyous moments. Sweet, having played until exhaustion, had fallen asleep. Bulma, let us retreat to our chambers for some rest. Wang Chung remarked with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's check-in? Yes, please. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained an opportunity for divine power enlightenment. Wang Qing informed Bulma of his intention to engage in meditation and requested not to be disturbed. Before soaring towards the gravity chamber, as a faint hum of machinery resonated, the gravitational force surrounding him was instantaneously heightened to a staggering 1,000 times. This immense pressure descended upon him like Mount Tai pressing on an egg, yet Wang Qing remained unfazed. He gradually settled into a cross-legged position, as if becoming one with the terrifying gravity. Drawing in a deep breath, he closed his eyes and commenced the rhythmic adjustment of his breathing. Gradually, his breath transformed into a steady and profound cadence, resembling a tranquil lake, undisturbed by a single ripple. Concurrently, his mind began to immerse itself in a state of transcendence. In this realm, the concepts of time and space lost their significance, and the cacophony of the external world ceased to affect him in the slightest. He devoted himself entirely to the cultivation within, sensing the mysterious power surging within him, gathering and ultimately coalescing into an overwhelming torrent of energy. Time became an elusive concept. Within the vast expanse of Wang Cheng's mind, a crisp, fleeting chime occasionally echoed. However, in that moment, he remained completely oblivious to it, wholly absorbed in the magnificent and enigmatic divine force. It was as though all worldly matters had become irrelevant. His consciousness had been irresistibly drawn into the embrace of this formidable power. Days passed, and suddenly, Wang Cheng's body jolted, his eyes snapping open. He felt a tremendous force surging within him, as if striving to break free from his corporeal confines. Rising to his feet, he radiated a dazzling brilliance. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the flow of energy coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The system activated the attribute panel. Ding. Host. Wang Chung abilities. Mastery of martial arts. Qi perception and utilization. Qigong cannon. Golden bell shield. Turtle school Qigong. Solar fist. Wolf Feng wind fist. Demon seal wave. Pain growth. Qi round slash. Cosmic survival. Instant transmission. Fusion technique. Big bang attack. Leo flying kick. Immortal mode. Dragon fist. Celestial meteor fist. Sirius fist. Wind god leg. Explosive fist. 1,000-year kill. Majin Buu's regeneration. Universal astonishing palm. Hypnosis. Afterimage fist combat power. 22 billion. Divine power conversion in progress. Current progress. 13 items. Divine beans. Binding rope. The gains from this endeavor were nothing short of monumental. Not only had his combat prowess seen a remarkable enhancement, but more importantly, he had garnered an unprecedented understanding of this mysterious and potent divine power. Yet, this comprehension felt akin to seeing flowers through a fog, allowing him to grasp only fragments of its uniqueness. Perhaps, once the conversion process is complete, the full revelation shall unfold. Wang Chung emerged from the gravity chamber to find Bulma anxiously awaiting his return. Upon seeing him, she exclaimed with urgency, "If you don't come out soon, I was about to break down the door. Do you realize how long you've been in there?" A full half a month. Wang Chung approached Bulma, gently embracing her, and replied, "I apologize for worrying you, my dear. I stumbled upon a minor opportunity and lost track of time. It won't happen again." He then lifted Bulma into his arms and soared toward their bedroom. Chapter 32. Tranquil times following the intense competitions. Everyone welcomed a rare period of tranquility. Bulma and Wang Qing resided in their estate, where Bulma lounged on the lawn basking in the sun, engrossed in the latest fashion magazine, while Wang Qing engaged in moderate training nearby, occasionally casting a tender glance in her direction. At Baozi Mountain, Goku's family relished the pleasures of pastoral life. Goku sparred with Gohan in the yard, while Chi-Chi watched them with a smile, occasionally reminding them not to overexert themselves. During lunchtime, the family gathered around the table, filled with laughter and joy, savoring the delicious dishes lovingly prepared by Chi-Chi. Krillin and Android 18 had welcomed a daughter. They delighted in playing with their little girl, Marin. At the park, Krillin watched as 18 and Marin frolicked with glee, his heart brimming with happiness and contentment. Tian Jinhan and Jiaozi quietly practiced their skills in a mountain cabin. In between training sessions, they would savor the delightful snacks made by Launch, reminiscing about past battles and sharing their hopes for the future. Master Roshi leisurely watched television in his seaside cottage, occasionally visited by his students, who gathered to listen to him recount tales of yore. At this moment, Piccolo enjoyed a serene existence in the otherworld, accompanied by his fellow Namekian, Dandy. Whenever he missed Gohan, he would take Dandy to Bowsy Mountain to visit Gohan's family, where the warm familial atmosphere, friendly smiles, and boundless warmth captivated Piccolo's heart, making each visit a soothing journey for his spirit. In contrast, Vegeta was restless, frequently challenging Broly, only to emerge battered and bruised. After each encounter, he would have Nappa escort him to the other world for Dandy's healing, grateful that the new Supreme Kai possessed such abilities. Otherwise, he would spend all his time nursing his wounds. As for Broly, aside from battling Vegeta, he would occasionally drop by Wang Cheng's home for a meal, and Sweetheart seemed quite fond of him. Remarkably, Cell had settled comfortably in Wang Cheng's household, serving dual roles as the security captain and Wang Cheng's training partner. As the security chief, Cell utilized his unparalleled strength and keen insight to protect the seemingly ordinary, yet intricately layered estate. Whether by day or night, he patrolled the premises like a phantom, leaving no rustle of leaves or whisper of wind unnoticed. Even the smallest mosquito cannot escape the piercing gaze of his hawk-like eyes. In this tranquil moment, the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe find solace from the tension of battle, allowing themselves to savor the beauty of life while basking in the warmth of familial love, friendship, and romance. They are acutely aware that this serenity is hard-won, hence they cherish every ordinary yet invaluable moment. 3 years later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine language. Over the past 3 years, occasional sparring sessions with Broly have rendered him invincible. Even Broly's rapid growth can no longer keep pace with Wang Cheng. Even Cell, who often trains with Wang Cheng, boasts a combat power of 20 billion. Meanwhile, Vegeta has seldom challenged Broly in the last 2 years, leaving uncertainty about whether he has developed a new transformation. Goku remains unchanged, yet he frequently trains with King Kai, significantly enhancing his power, likely surpassing 1 billion in his base form. Let us access the attributes panel. Ding! Host. Wang Cheng abilities. Max level martial arts. Ki perception and manipulation. Ki blast. Protective shield. Kamehameha. Solar flare. Luo Feng fist. Demon seal wave. Pain growth. Ki round slash. Cosmic survival. Instant transmission. Fusion technique. Big bang attack. Leo flying kick. Immortal mode. Dragon fist. Pegasus meteor fist. Serious punch. Wind god leg. Explosive fist. 1000-year kill, Majin Buu's regeneration, universal shockwave, hypnosis, afterimage fist. Cannonball, superpower, destruction beam, divine language. Combat power, 60 billion, god power conversion in progress, currently at 30. Items, Senza beans, binding rope. Alas, it will be another 2 years before Majin Buu awakens. Where shall I wander next? The warriors on Earth can no longer contend with me. Oh. I could inquire with King Kai to see if he knows the whereabouts of the God of Destruction's realm. That realm should provide a means to cultivate divine power. According to the original narrative, the gods of destruction exist in a higher dimension, exuding a divine aura that transcends mere combat power. Without hesitation, Wang Cheng instantly teleported to King Kai's planet. Wang Cheng unexpectedly encountered Goku upon his arrival at Planet King. Hey, Wang Cheng, what brings you here? Goku inquired. I came to ask Lord King a few questions. Wang Cheng replied, well, since you're here, it's the perfect opportunity for you to assess my training progress. With that, Goku assumed a combat stance. It seems you're feeling a bit restless. Let me see what improvements you've made over the past 3 years. Goku declared, before swiftly transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and launching an attack towards Wang Cheng. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Cheng charged forward with remarkable speed. Goku's attacks came at him like a torrential storm, yet Wang Cheng deftly countered them with his agile movements and exceptional combat skills, evading even the slightest brush of Goku's clothing. Ah, how infuriating. Don't evade. As if to grant a wish, Wang Cheng unleashed a powerful Leo kick, striking Goku squarely in the abdomen. Goku collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain while clutching his midsection. How's that, Goku? Care to continue? I've only exerted a mere fraction of my strength, Wang Cheng taunted. Come on, I have a secret technique up my sleeve. Goku retorted. Huh. The entire King Kai's planet trembled violently. Goku's energy surged dramatically. Moments later, he proclaimed, all right. This is the culmination of my training, the full power state of Super Saiyan 2. Upon reviewing the system, Wang Cheng discovered that Wukong, in a state of full power exceeding level 2, astonishingly reached a combat strength of 14 billion. Impressive, yet still not my match, Wang Cheng remarked with disdain. Wukong, without uttering a word, immediately dashed toward Wang Cheng. Despite the significant disparity in their strengths, Even with Wukong's considerable enhancement in combat power, he was still unable to land a blow on Wang Chung. How infuriating! Wang Chung seized Wukong's arm with a firm grip and, with a swift kick, sent him soaring through the air. Wukong, adjusting his posture mid-flight, managed to steady himself. Wukong, your training is still insufficient. Strive harder, young man. Wang Chung casually unleashed a powerful energy wave, a colossal beam of light hurtling toward Wukong. With all his might, Wukong retaliated with the Kamehameha, attempting to fend off the onslaught. However, the ferocity of Wang Cheng's assault proved overwhelming, and Wukong was struck, landing clumsily on the ground. Wang Chung tossed a senzu bean to Wukong and remarked, "You should not be seeking me to test your training accomplishments. Rather, you ought to seek Vegeta. Are you not merely inviting discomfort upon yourself by coming to me? Moreover, you may not even be able to best the current Vegeta. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek Piccolo instead." Wang Chung approached the king of the realm and inquired, "My lord, are you aware of the god of destruction?" "What? How do you know about the god of destruction?" The king of the realm asked, his expression filled with dread. "I learned about it during my travels through the cosmos. That planet seems to be exclusively dedicated to preparing delicacies for Lord Beerus. Initially, I thought it was some cosmic tyrant, but upon inquiry, I discovered it was the god of destruction. I asked whether this deity was more formidable than you, and they said he was far more powerful." Wang Chung fabricated his response. Cough, cough. Well, they are not mistaken. The god of destruction is indeed the mightiest divine being in this universe. However, his temperament is rather volatile. He often annihilates planets without hesitation. You see, my realm was once a planet similar in size to Earth, but it was transformed due to inciting Lord Beerus's wrath. Fortunately, I still hold the title of King of the Realm. Otherwise, I would have been obliterated as well. The King of the Realm said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Then, my lord, do you know where the realm of the god of destruction is located? Wang Chung asked. The natives of that planet were solely responsible for seeking culinary delights, and there were specific individuals, like Whis, who would come to collect them. They were unaware of its precise location. I am not privy to that information either. My authority does not extend that high. The god of destruction is several tiers above me. Is that so? Alas, it seems there is nothing to be done. Wang Chung suddenly realized, of course. I can inquire of the dragon. How foolish of me. The king of the world interjected, the dragon will not divulge that information to you. Setting aside whether it knows the whereabouts of the god of destruction's realm, even if it did, it would not dare to speak of it. Perhaps. I know someone who might have the answer. Wang Chung inquired with surprise, who is Lord Kai? Please tell me. The Kai responded slowly, my superior, the great Kai. However, I do not often have the privilege of seeing him. Since Lord Kai has mentioned this, there must be a way. Pray tell me how I can meet the great Kai. You see, the great Kai is a passionate martial artist who enjoys holding competitions to scout for promising talents to take as disciples, the Kai explained. However, given your current strength, you have already surpassed even the great Kai. That poses a challenge. Why is that a challenge, Lord Kai? I may not be capable, but someone else certainly is. Who? The Kai queried. Well, he is far yet near. Are you referring to Goku? Indeed, Goku's strength should be sufficient to secure the championship. And he will not exceed the great Kai's power, provided he refrains from transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Wang Chung remarked, glancing at Goku, who appeared utterly bewildered. Huh? What are you talking about? What destruction god? What great Kai? Goku scratched his head in confusion. Goku, I have a formidable task to entrust to you. You must complete it. Upon its completion, I will reward Chi-Chi with 10 billion yen. Do not be hasty in your refusal. This is not merely a gift, but a reward for the task, ensuring that Chi-Chi will permit you to train in the future. Really? All right. That sounds like a decent proposition. Then, Lord Kai, will you lead us both there? But when will the competition be held? Let me check. The Kai replied as the two antennae atop his head began to sway. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, I've found it. The competition will take place in 1 week. There is still time to register. In the past, our North Galaxy lacked formidable warriors, typically comprising either nefarious beings like Frieza or rebellious Saiyans, which is why we have never participated. Now, with Goku, I can finally hold my head high before my old adversaries. The Kai expressed with joy. Thus, Wang Chung and Goku followed the Kai to the Great Kai's planet. The place was bustling with powerful warriors from various star systems, the atmosphere both vibrant and tense. The Kai guided them to the registration area and successfully signed Goku up. During the subsequent week, under Wang Cheng's guidance, Goku engaged in rigorous training in preparation for the forthcoming competition. Throughout this week, they encountered other contestants, many of whom were formidable opponents. Meanwhile, the Kai often gathered with the other 3 Kais, exchanging banter and even placing bets. "I wager that Goku will triumph in this competition," the Kai declared confidently. "Haha, you are quite naive. This competition brings together the elite from various star systems. Goku will not find victory so easily," the South Kai retorted. "We shall see. Just wait and watch as you prepare to lose." The King of Worlds, refusing to be outdone, responded. At long last, the day of the competition arrived, and Goku ascended the arena, brimming with confidence. His opponent was a formidable master hailing from the Western Galaxy, whose prowess could not be underestimated. As the battle commenced, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, with Goku gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, he triumphed with a powerful Kamehameha wave, securing victory in the match. Goku returned to the spectator platform to watch the ensuing contest alongside Wang Qing. Most of the competitors displayed abilities comparable to Krillin's, lacking significant strength. There was uncertainty whether they would encounter the rib soup from the original narrative. After all, Goku alone might not be sufficient to summon the Great King of Worlds. Nonetheless, with their presence at the Great King of Worlds planet, Goku refused to believe they would not make an appearance. Wang Qing sat in the viewing platform, drowsy and on the verge of slumber, when he was abruptly roused by Wukong's exclamation. "What are you doing, Wukong? Why are you making such a commotion?" Wang Qing replied, clearly displeased. "Look at that person up in the stands, the one with the high ponytail. He possesses considerable prowess. I can sense a formidable strength emanating from him, likely comparable to Piccolo's deep green state." Wang Qing cast a glance at the individual before him, contemplating that this must indeed be the famed rib rice, resembling the descriptions found in animation. Regardless of its authenticity, what mattered most was its prowess. His excitement was palpable. Yet he reminded himself to refrain from revealing too much of his strength. Maintaining the form of a Super Saiyan was preferable, as this opponent was likely only at the peak of a Super one. Ultimately, Goku successfully advanced to the finals, facing a mysterious warrior from the Southern Galaxy in a climactic showdown. Upon entering the arena, this enigmatic fighter exchanged names with Goku, and indeed, he was Rib Rice. As the battle commenced, neither side yielded, resulting in a fierce clash that reverberated throughout the arena. Goku, in his untransformed state, found himself struggling. He first unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken against Rib Rice, who remained unfazed, effortlessly evading Goku's onslaught. Observing this, Goku resolved to execute his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. He gathered his energy, preparing to launch it at Rib Rice. At that moment, Rib Rice countered with his own formidable technique, the Thunderbolt Cannon. The two powerful energy waves converged in the air, resulting in a massive explosion. Goku was pushed back several steps by the force of the blast, while Rib Rice stood firm, unscathed. Goku marveled at his opponent's strength. With a slight smile, Rib Rice addressed Goku. "Your power is commendable, yet it falls short. If this is all you can muster, victory will elude you." With that, Rib Rice launched another assault, his speed so blinding that Goku could scarcely evade it. Just as he was about to be struck, Goku, in a moment of desperation, roared as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. In Chapter 34, Champion Goku. The newly transformed Goku effortlessly dodged Rib Rice's attacks. He initiated his own offensive, darting towards Rib Rice with lightning speed. His fists, imbued with tremendous force, surged toward Rib Rice. Reacting swiftly, Rib Rice sidestepped and retaliated with a punch, but Goku deftly evaded, following up with a sweeping kick that sliced through the air. Rib Rice leapt into the air to avoid the strike, then, with the ferocity of a thunderstorm, descended upon Goku with a flurry of punches and kicks. Undeterred, Goku met Rib Rice's ferocious onslaught with the formidable strength of a Super Saiyan, each collision releasing astonishing waves of energy that cracked the ground beneath them. Goku bellowed, unleashing a series of Kamehameha waves. Rib Rice, with fluid motions, conjured an energy shield to deflect each wave. In an instant, he accelerated, appearing behind Goku and delivering a powerful kick. Goku was propelled forward by the impact, yet he executed a mid-air flip, regaining his stance and charging once more at Rib Rice. The two engaged in an increasingly intense close-quarters battle, their speed rendering the spectacle almost incomprehensible. As the fight progressed, Goku's strength surged, his golden aura intensifying. Rib Rice, equally relentless, channeled his energy, and suddenly, Goku seized upon a fleeting opening, delivering a powerful kick that sent Rib Rice flying. The bowl of ribs collided heavily against the wall, yet he instantly regained his footing, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the moment, Wukong unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha wave. A colossal sphere of energy hurtling towards the bowl of ribs. The bowl's eyes widened as it exerted all its strength to deploy its defensive skill. However, the might of the Kamehameha wave far surpassed its expectations, ultimately shattering its defenses. Struck by the energy wave, the bowl was propelled backward until it crashed against a distant peak, coming to a halt. Gasping for breath, Wukong gazed down at the fallen bowl and remarked, "You have lost, bowl of ribs. I never expected to encounter such an opponent here." Coughing up a mouthful of congealed blood, the bowl replied, "You are formidable. I have participated in several competitions, yet I have never found myself in such a dire situation. I sense this is not your full strength. The vastness of the universe has made me realize how limited my perspective has been, but I shall continue my training, and next time, victory will surely be mine." With the referee's announcement, Wukong was declared the champion. "Lord Kai, I just sensed a powerful energy. Following its trail, I spotted an old man carrying a speaker watching from above. Could that be the Grand Kai?" Wang Cheng inquired. Pondering the peculiarities of these divine beings, one enjoying a cold joke, and another embracing a hip-hop demeanor. "Now that Wukong has won the match, can we approach him?" "Not so fast. We must wait for the summons from the Grand Kai before we can proceed," the Kai replied. Moments later, the Grand Kai descended to the center of the sky. What an exhilarating contest! This participant, Sun Wukong, has proven exceptional, defeating the bowl of ribs, who has trained under my guidance for some time. The peace of the universe relies on young warriors like you. "Are you the Grand Kai?" Wukong asked. "I have a friend with some questions for you. May I bring him forth? You are the champion and have presented me with a lively display. I would be delighted to meet your friend. Where is he?" The Grand Kai responded slowly. "Ah, splendid. My friend is waiting below," Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Thus, Wukong accompanied the Grand Kai to Wang Cheng's side. "Greetings, Grand Kai. I am Wang Cheng, a martial artist from Earth. I apologize for the intrusion, but I wish to consult you about a matter." The North Kai hurriedly interjected, "Grand Kai, Wang Cheng has vanquished the universe's scourge, Frieza, and his legion, and even subdued the rampaging Saiyan, Broly, contributing to the universe's well-being. That is why I brought him to you." "Very well, I understand. What would you like to ask?" "I wish to inquire if you know the location of the God of Destruction," Wang Cheng asked. The Grand Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Where did you learn of the God of Destruction? Did the North Kai tell you?" Suddenly, he cast a stern gaze towards the North Kai, causing the North Kai to break into a cold sweat, hastily clarifying, No, it wasn't me who said that. It was that brat Wang Cheng who, during his cosmic travels, encountered a native preparing food for Lord Beerus." The Grand Kai pondered for a moment before responding. "I am uncertain. Wang Cheng, North Realm King. Wukong. Let me put it this way, there is much in the universe that eludes my understanding. I am not omnipotent. Furthermore, the North and South Realm Kings, along with myself, cannot truly be considered deities in the authentic sense. In human terms, we are merely false gods, assigned by the true divine beings to oversee our respective domains. I, in turn, was chosen by the Kaioshin to manage the universe. However, given the vastness of the cosmos, I have appointed the 4 realm kings of the Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest to assist me in governance, each fulfilling their designated roles. In the underworld, there exists the King Yin Luo, while on Earth, there are celestial beings overseeing the realm. If that is the case, you must surely know the whereabouts of the Kaioshin, right?" Wang Cheng inquired. "I do not know. Wang Cheng, North Realm King. Wukong. Ah, that being is the supreme deity who governs the creation of life. How could I possibly know where he resides? Typically, any tasks are communicated directly to me. However, it has been an eternity since I last received any directives from the King of Worlds, approximately 5 million years, I believe. Perhaps it is related to that cosmic upheaval." "Cosmic upheaval? What is that?" Wukong inquired with curiosity. "I am uncertain. I have only heard tales from the previous great king, who, in turn, learned from his predecessor. Originally, our great kings were appointed by the King of Worlds, but since that cosmic disturbance, we have received no further instructions. The lifespan of a great king is generally around 200,000 years, so subsequently, it has been the responsibility of the former great king to appoint the next candidate. Over the years, the God of Destruction has made an appearance only once, and since then, there has been no word of any supreme deity. It seems we must wait until the King of Worlds decides to visit Earth in 2 years. Since there are no updates, we shall take our leave, Great King. It is regrettable that I do not possess the information you seek." Following this, Wang Cheng and the others bid farewell to the Great King and returned to King Kai's planet. Wukong, will you continue your training under the Great King? Indeed. I intend to persevere through rigorous training, hoping to surpass you soon. Surpass me? Wang Cheng scoffed. You still have a couple of millennia to go. Hey, Wang Cheng. Let us hold another competition then. I assure you I won't lose so swiftly this time. Very well, on this day in 2 years. The Heavenly Realm will host the second competition. You will be responsible for notifying everyone. Now, I must take my leave. Farewell, Wukong. With that, Wang Cheng vanished in an instant. I seek your support. I humbly thank all the esteemed readers in advance. Chapter 35. 2 years later, back on Earth. Wang Cheng spent his days signing in, accompanying his wife on shopping excursions, taking his daughter to amusement parks, and occasionally sparring with Vegeta and Broly. Life was quite comfortable. 2 years later, in the Heavenly Realm, a group was preparing for the upcoming competition when suddenly, a flash of white light revealed two mysterious figures. One tall and one short. Their arrival was accompanied by an enigmatic aura, and it seemed as though the very air around them became heavy with tension. When they appeared before the crowd, the atmosphere instantly shifted to one of anxiety and oppression, an invisible pressure causing all present to fall silent. Their gazes drawn to the two newcomers. Who are you? Piccolo asked. You must be Piccolo. I am the King of Worlds, the deity who creates all things. Piccolo's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, tinged with a hint of green, as he trembled, incredulity etching his features. The King of Worlds? He pondered within. Does such a deity truly exist? Why have I never heard of him before? Yet, where does this suffocating pressure from such a powerful being originate? Since merging with the celestial beings, my sensitivity to divine essences has heightened remarkably. Yet I had never fathomed the existence of deities surpassing even the King of Worlds. At that moment, Wang Cheng approached with measured strides. His gaze sweeping over the enigmatic figure who proclaimed himself as the King God, and with a hint of skepticism, he inquired, Are you truly the legendary King God? The King God slightly raised his chin, a trace of pride illuminating his countenance as he confidently replied, Indeed, if you harbor doubts, you may consult the King of Worlds or seek verification from that little green fellow beside you. With that, he deliberately gestured towards Piccolo. Piccolo extended a hand, gently wiping the cold sweat that trickled down his forehead, his voice trembling as he remarked, I cannot assert with absolute certainty that he is indeed the King God. But the overwhelming pressure emanating from his very soul is something I have never encountered from the King of Worlds before. At that instant, the voice of the King of Worlds resonated in Wang Cheng's mind. Wang Cheng, the individual beside you, is indeed the King God, though I have not seen him myself. That aura is unmistakable, and the one beside him is his attendant. It would be prudent for you to show proper respect. Well then, if you are indeed the King God, what brings you to Earth? Wang Cheng inquired. How dare you speak to the King God in such a manner? A nearby violet-skinned giant admonished. The king has instructed me to show respect to the King God, but that does not grant you, an attendant, the liberty to bark orders at me. Wang Cheng retorted, then addressed the King God. I grant you face as the King God, but should I choose otherwise, I could reduce you to cosmic dust. With that, Wang Cheng executed a swift motion, sending the King God's attendant flying and firmly pinning him to the ground. Are you still barking? Why the silence now? How dare you desecrate a deity? Speak another word, and I shall slay a god today. The King God stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Wang Cheng's speed, which even he could not comprehend. Wait a moment, Mr. Wang Cheng, I sincerely apologize. My attendant has a rather poor temperament, and I assure you, I will discipline him upon our return. We are here to discuss important matters. The King God interjected hastily to prevent further conflict. A poor temperament? I would be more than willing to help him amend that. Is this the attitude with which you wish to negotiate? Wang Cheng countered. I truly apologize, Mr. Wang Cheng. Jabber, do you not hurry and apologize to Mr. Wang Cheng? The King God chastised. Reluctantly, Jabber offered his apologies. Mr. Wang Cheng, prior to my arrival on Earth, I sought out the Great King, who informed me of the numerous powerful martial artists residing on your planet. Today, witnessing you in person, it is indeed as he described. Get to the point. Wang Cheng urged abruptly as the King God's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Taking a deep breath, he slowly began. After a challenging investigation within the realm of the King Gods, I have uncovered a shocking revelation. The malevolent sorcerer Babidi has made his presence known on your Earth. As he spoke, his voice involuntarily trembled slightly, as if the malevolent sorcerer were lurking just nearby. Even more terrifying was the implication that, Should this nefarious wizard truly be present, the fabled creature Majin Buu might also be concealed in this vicinity. You may find the name Majin Buu unfamiliar, but trust me, he is an extraordinarily wicked entity endowed with cataclysmic power. Should he prevail, the entire Earth would plunge into an abyss of irretrievable doom. While articulating his concerns, he gestured emphatically, attempting to convey to Wang Qing and the others the sheer terror embodied by Majin Buu. "Pa, what nonsense about sorcerers and demons? I could effortlessly handle it all myself." Vegeta scoffed. "You must be Vegeta, and while you appear formidable, you are blissfully unaware of the horror that is Majin Buu. He is a calamity for the universe." Several Supreme Kais fell to his might, and it was only through the South Supreme Kai's utmost effort that Majin Buu was ultimately sealed away. The South Supreme Kai paid a grave price, losing his own life in the process. "Do not compare me to you weaklings. This is merely my standard aura. Just wait until I transform into a Super Saiyan. Prepare to be astounded." Super Saiyan? A branch of Saiyans? Having been unacquainted with the knowledge of Super Saiyans and the existence of the destroyers since the previous Supreme Kai's demise, this young Supreme Kai was utterly ignorant until the elder Supreme Kai later enlightened him. "Hmph, fool. And you call yourself a Supreme Kai?" Vegeta retorted, turning away in disdain. "Supreme Kai, are you aware of the universe tyrant Frieza?" Vegeta and his companions could easily dispatch him. Krillin interjected. Jebbit, now recovered, chimed in. "Those of Frieza's ilk could be effortlessly obliterated by our Supreme Kai. What does that even signify?" "You have no right to interject, servant. Step aside." Wang Qing intimidated Jebbit, who obediently stood behind the Kaioshin without moving. In the original text, Jebbit was indeed quite arrogant, looking down on Goku and his companions before transforming. "Lord Kaioshin, where is that particularly formidable creature you mentioned, the Majin?" Goku inquired eagerly, his mind racing with the desire to engage in battle with the Majin before Wang Qing and the others. "I have detected his location. You should accompany me. It would be best to have more powerful allies. Babidi has utilized dark magic to control several formidable demon kings in the demon realm. We must not be careless." "Why are we discussing this? Let us hurry and resolve this matter so we can return to the tournament sooner," Krillin remarked. "After all, with my strength in Tien's and Kaiatsu's, we wouldn't be of much help. We might even distract you. We'll wait for your return in the heavenly realm." "Very well. It will just be me, Goku, and Vegeta. Sharu, you and Broly can wait in the heavenly realm as well. This time, I will refrain from intervening. Goku has asked me to stay out of it for quite some time, so I will merely oversee while they handle things themselves." Upon hearing Wang Qing's words, the Kaioshin hurriedly urged, "No, Mr. Wang Qing, Majin Buu is truly terrifying, and those brought by Babidi in the demon realm are no joke. It would be prudent to bring more people." "I said it's unnecessary. Goku and Vegeta are sufficient. If worst comes to worst, I can still oversee," Wang Qing insisted. "If you continue to babble, I shall have the dragon send Majin Buu to the Kaioshin realm." In truth, the dragon is incapable of such a feat due to insufficient power. Frightened, the Kaioshin quickly replied, "No more words, no more words. We shall proceed as Mr. Wang Qing suggests. Esteemed audience, I humbly request your likes, comments, and encouragement for updates." Chapter 36, Babidi While Flying. Wang Qing asked the Kaioshin, "Respected Lord Kaioshin, from where did you cultivate your divine power?" The sudden address caught the Kaioshin off guard. "Mr. Wang Qing, you are too kind. My strength was passed down to me after the previous Kaioshin perished in battle. I was still quite young at that time, and the specifics are somewhat unclear to me. However, it is true that the Kaioshin realm possesses a greater abundance of energy than the realm of mortals." "Very well. After we deal with Majin Buu, I shall visit your Kaioshin realm without waiting for your permission," Wang Qing declared, accelerating forward without waiting for a response. After an indeterminate duration of flight, they spotted a spacecraft hovering in an open area. "That ship contains Babidi. Let us approach with caution. Babidi lacks combat prowess, but we must be wary of being ensnared by his dark magic. I've already stated that I can handle any Majin or Babidi by myself. With a countenance like yours, you hardly resemble a deity," Wang Qing scoffed. After all, they were relying on the Supreme Kai, so Wang Qing quickly intervened, saying, "All right, Vegeta. Let us temper our words a bit. After all, this is the new Supreme Kai, still quite young. Let us extend some grace." Wang Qing's silence only exacerbated the situation as Jebbit's face flushed with indignation. "An affront. This is a blatant insult, Lord King Kai. Enough, Jebbit. Be cautious lest you find yourself in trouble again. This time, I may not be able to rescue you. As long as we can thwart Babidi, I fear no injustice. Truly, the King Kai possesses a vastness of spirit. The perspective of a deity in a higher realm is beyond that of these mere brawlers. Jebbet proclaimed proudly, as if he were the King Kai himself. Look, the spaceship's hatch has opened. Goku exclaimed. An extraterrestrial, standing less than a meter tall, emerged slowly, accompanied by a formidable figure. The King Kai's complexion turned pale, trembling as he uttered, Babidi, it is indeed him. And that figure behind him must be the Demon Realm's king, Beerus. At that moment, the King Kai's mind raced with despair. It's over. How are we to fight now that the Demon King has arrived? Had I known, I would have brought more allies. The King Kai turned, ready to discuss their strategy with Wang Qing, only to see Goku and Vegeta engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. What are you doing? The King Kai exclaimed in alarm. Have you lost your mind, King Kai? Surely you know what a game of rock, paper, scissors is. Vegeta mocked. No, that is not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that the enemy has emerged. And you? We're playing rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Goku replied, his expression innocent and carefree. King Kai, Jebbet, Wang Qing, I have emerged victorious, Vegeta, so I shall take my leave. Goku exclaimed joyfully. King Kai, my old friend, since you are here, why hide in the shadows? Suddenly, Babidi's voice echoed, revealing that he had not moved from the entrance. This was Babidi's magic. He had discovered our presence. And it seemed we could only fight to the death. The King Kai's expression was one of fervent resolve, perhaps sensing the impossibility of returning alive. Suddenly, the demon Beerus charged towards Goku. Goku, be careful, King Kai shouted. Goku turned back, offering a reassuring smile to everyone, and then he too charged at Beerus. As the distance between them closed, Goku's energy surged. Ha! Goku shouted, unleashing a punch with all his might. Yet, the punch struck air. What? Goku was taken aback. And before he could react, he felt a tremendous force strike him from behind. Bang! Goku was sent flying by this power. Ha ha! Fool! Beerus' laughter echoed through the air. My dear King Kai, what sort of worthless companions have you brought to their demise? They are unworthy of even my attention, Babidi mocked. Goku picked himself up from the ground, chuckling. Haha, my bad. Sorry everyone. This guy is indeed formidable, but I was merely warming up. Kakarot, could you be any more foolish? If you cannot handle it, let me step in. Your indecisiveness is truly idiotic, Vegeta said impatiently. All right, Vegeta. I will take this seriously. After all, I won at rock, paper, scissors. You, the proud prince, cannot go back on your word. Do you all truly underestimate me? The Demon King Beerus? You still have the audacity to chat while I am here? Prepare to die. Beerus, enraged, hurled a punch at Goku. Goku dodged the blow, swiftly retaliating with a series of kicks. Beerus evaded to the sides, searching for an opportunity to strike back. The battle intensified, each combatant refusing to yield. As the fight raged on, Goku gradually adapted to Beerus' fighting style and launched a vigorous offensive. Utilizing instant transmission, he maneuvered behind Beerus and unleashed the King Kai fist, landing a heavy blow to Beerus' back. Beerus winced in pain, turning to throw a punch, which Goku deftly avoided, seizing the moment to unleash a Kamehameha wave. The energy beam shot towards Beerus like a cannonball, propelling him several meters away. As the smoke cleared, Beerus, seething with rage, stood up, emanating dark energy waves as his power escalated rapidly. With a furious roar, he charged at Goku, his speed akin to lightning. Wukong was taken aback and swiftly employed instant transmission to evade, yet Beerus seemed to have anticipated his every move, following closely behind. Wukong repeatedly utilized instant transmission in an attempt to create distance, but Beerus relentlessly pursued him. In desperation, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and decided to confront Beerus head-on. He concentrated all his energy and unleashed the Kamehameha wave, while Beerus retaliated by spewing forth powerful flames directed at Wukong. The clash of their ultimate techniques resulted in a tremendous shockwave. Wukong was forced back several steps, while Beerus remained unscathed. How infuriating! This fiend is remarkably strong. He is nearly at the level of Super Saiyan 2. Wukong marveled inwardly. Nevertheless, he did not relent and charged once more towards Beerus. At that moment, Beerus revealed a hint of a cold smile, preparing to unleash his secret technique upon Wukong. As Wukong drew nearer, Beerus spat towards him. Wang Qing, Vegeta, the Kaioshin, this is Beerus' signature move, petrifying saliva. Those struck by it will turn to stone. Kakarot, that fool. I am utterly infuriated that he was defeated by mere saliva. Vegeta exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the petrified Goku, filled with desperation. Without hesitation, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged at Dubra, exhibiting none of the indecisiveness characteristic of the former Saiyan prince. Chapter 37, Vegeta's Dark Transformation. Vegeta, now a Super Saiyan 2, focused intently, radiating an overwhelming aura. Such immense power. No wonder Mr. Vegeta claims he can handle this on his own. It truly seems plausible. The Kaishin was exhilarated at this moment. Meanwhile, Jebbet, drenched in cold sweat, realized that none of their foes were to be underestimated. In the air, Vegeta mercilessly assaulted Dubra, who had no means to counterattack. After delivering a powerful kick that sent Dubra flying, he unleashed a ferocious energy wave. Dubra cried out, "Master Babidi, save me." With the final cry fading away, Dubra ceased to exist in this world. As Dubra perished, Goku returned to his original form. "What just happened to me?" Goku asked, bewildered. "You were hit by Dubra's petrification attack and turned to stone. However, once Mr. Vegeta dispatched Dubra, you reverted back," the Kaishin explained to Goku. "Kakarot, you truly are pathetic. Bringing disgrace to the Saiyan name. To falter against such an opponent while hesitating is unacceptable." Vegeta berated Goku. "Thank you, Vegeta. I appreciate you saving me." "I want to let it happen again," Goku responded. "There won't be a next time. You are not permitted to participate in the next battle. It is my turn. Hurry and finish this so we can return to the tournament. I am eager to confront Broly and Wang Chun," Vegeta declared, casting a challenging glance at Wang Chun. "Damn it, where did these people come from? I initially thought they were mere jesters, yet Dubra was dispatched so swiftly. The energy from the battle here has been absorbed. But it is still insufficient to resurrect Majin Buu. What should I do? Those inept fools in the spaceship could not even defeat Dubra, let alone someone who can eliminate him in an instant. I must buy as much time as possible." At this moment, Babidi began to panic. "We are still half the energy short for resurrecting Majin Buu." Babidi used magic to transport Wang Chun and his group to a desolate planet. "Pui Pui. The task is now yours. Do not engage them directly. Just delay and wait for Majin Buu to absorb enough energy." "As you command, Master Babidi." "Where are we? Why have we suddenly left Earth?" With curiosity, Wukong remarked, "This must be the handiwork of Babidi. He has employed magic to alter our surroundings." The King Kai elucidated. Suddenly, a figure resembling Frieza's third transformation materialized. Before a word could be uttered, Vegeta obliterated him with a swift attack. "Listen, that so-called Babidi, come out at once. And as for that so-called Majin, stop dawdling." At that moment, Vegeta's impatience was palpable. Within the spaceship, Babidi, who was observing Wang Chun and his companions, stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. This Vegeta harbored an evil heart. He promptly began to cast a spell to exert control over Vegeta. Vegeta suddenly felt a shift in his body. His emotions became increasingly agitated, and a surge of anger ignited within him. Fueled by his resentment of being relegated to the status of the perennial third or even fourth on Earth, his internal power began to swell. Sensing Vegeta's unusual behavior, King Kai hurriedly approached, asking, "What is wrong, Mr. Vegeta? Do you feel unwell?" Vegeta screamed, clutching his head. "Get away." With a mighty blow, he sent King Kai flying. At this moment, Vegeta's energy was rising rapidly. With a swift motion, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. His power continuing to amplify. Wang Chun thought to himself, "Oh, the transformation of Majin Vegeta has indeed manifested. His strength is exceeding that of a typical Super Saiyan 2. As Vegeta's aura intensified, a brilliant light flashed. Majin Vegeta made his entrance. Surrounding him was a tempest of lightning, his golden aura thickening, and a wicked grin plastered across his face as he gazed at Wang Chun. "I have grown impatient. Come on, here we are, Wang Chun, let us battle. After 2 long years of waiting, all I desire is to defeat you. Yet this King Kai has meddled, and all this talk of Majin Buu and the Demon King is nothing but a waste of my time. You've become rather arrogant, Vegeta. I have no desire to engage with you. I have my own matters to attend to. Let Goku handle you." Wang Chun nonchalantly declined Vegeta's challenge. Wang Chun, you have gone too far. Do you look down upon the strength of this prince?" Vegeta bellowed. "Well, not really. Goku is quite formidable as well. You two should spar first. I genuinely have matters to attend to." With that, he seized King Kai and teleported away. "You detestable Wang Chun. Once I am done with Kakarot, I shall turn my attention to you," Vegeta exclaimed. "It has been a while since we last fought. Allow me to have a go at you. Allow me to present to you the fruits of my cultivation over the past few years." Goku stepped forward. instantly entering the full power of Super Saiyan 2, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon Vegeta. Observing this, a faint smile crept upon Vegeta's lips, confidence swelling within him. Despite Kakarot's significant power boost, could a mere lower-class warrior truly surpass an elite Saiyan warrior such as himself? The two stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed his assault, dashing toward Goku with remarkable speed and executing a flurry of powerful techniques. Goku evaded deftly, countering with his own strikes. Employing his agility and formidable strength, they engaged in a fierce clash, neither willing to yield ground. "Hey, Mr. Wang Qing, shall we simply depart?" One voice suggested. Mr. Vegeta's condition seems quite alarming. He must be under Babbidi's dark magic. I am aware, but fret not. Babidi cannot control Vegeta. He is acting of his own volition, seeking to engage me in battle. Regrettably, I do not desire to fight him. Let Goku handle it instead. But their battle energy will be absorbed by Majin Buu, leading to dire consequences. Dear Supreme Kai, you are overreacting. You grossly underestimate Goku and Vegeta's capabilities while placing undue faith in Majin Buu's strength. Mr. Wang Qing, I recognize your formidable powers. Yet you have not witnessed the true terror of Majin Buu, the epitome of malevolence. If he is revived, the entire universe will be doomed. The Supreme Kai implored earnestly. At this juncture, Mr. Wang Qing, you must accompany me back to the Kaioshin realm. There lies a divine sword, said to have existed for millions of years, which no one has ever drawn. You may attempt to pull it. Should you succeed, we need not fear Majin Buu. Ancient texts housed in the Kaioshin realm proclaim this sword's unparalleled might and unmatched sharpness. Even without that sword, I shall not fear Majin Buu. Now, lead me to see it. At long last, the opportunity to cultivate divine power in the Kaioshin realm. May it not disappoint me. Please, give me your support. Thank you so much. Chapter 38. The Old Supreme Kaioshin Realm. Here we are in the Kaioshin Realm. The energy system is indeed different, with a faint ripple of divine power permeating the air. Wang Qing, with his eyes closed, sensed the fluctuations of divine power surrounding him. Mr. Wang Qing, you are the first to arrive in the realm of the Kaioshin as a human. What has become of that sword? Wang Qing inquired. Please follow me. After a brief moment, they beheld a sword embedded in a stone pillar in the distance. Mr. Wang Qing, this is the King of Worlds sword. You may attempt to draw it. Legend has it that extracting this sword bestows unparalleled power. Wang Qing grasped the hilt of the sword firmly and pulled with all his might. Yet the Realm King's divine sword remained utterly immovable. How astonishing! It was indeed beyond belief that he could not draw it forth. Wang Qing believed he could effortlessly draw the sword, only to find himself momentarily hindered. Fear not, mister Wang Qing, for after all, it is a divine blade, not something that can be easily unsheathed. The King of Worlds proclaimed with an air of pride. Wang Qing paid no heed to the Kaioshin. He firmly grasped the hilt of the sword, exerting his strength, his muscular arms taut and veins bulging on his forehead. Initially, the Kaioshin sword remained immovable, as if mocking Wang Qing's audacity. Yet, undeterred, he clenched his teeth and summoned all his might once more. The air around him seemed to ripple in response to his burgeoning power. With a fierce roar, the Kaioshin sword began to tremble slightly. Wang Qing sensed a glimmer of hope and pulled with renewed fervor. At last, through his relentless determination, the Kaioshin sword was gradually drawn forth. Wang Qing stood proudly, gripping the sword of the King of Realms. He felt a sense of disappointment as he pondered its lack of distinction beyond its considerable weight. Beside him, the King of Realms gazed in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted by the sword's extraction. Suddenly, Wang Qing sensed a surge of divine energy emanating from the blade. Could this resonance be that of the old King of Realms? With a swift motion, the atmosphere crackled. Wang Qing and the King of Worlds turned their gaze, only to behold the disheveled Jebbit before them. Woe is me, Lord King of Worlds, why did you not wait for me and dash off on your own? That Vegeta and son Wukong are far too formidable. I nearly met my end amidst the turbulence of their battle. You are here as well? Mortals are not permitted in the realm of the King of Worlds. Who allowed your presence? Jebbit inquired, directing a stern look at Wang Qing. What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Is it because this is your domain? Gaining confidence, are we? Wang Qing replied with a disapproving expression. In an instant, cold sweat cascaded down Jebbit's brow as he recalled that Wang Qing was no ordinary opponent. That is the sword of the king. You have drawn forth the divine sword. It is said that even the King of Worlds cannot wield it, and yet you, a mere mortal, have done so. Jebbit exclaimed, astonished by the weapon in Wang Qing's hand. Ahem. Enough, Jebbit. You should take a moment to rest over there. Mr. Wang Qing is my esteemed guest, the King of Worlds awkwardly interjected. Is it necessary for you to keep emphasizing that I cannot wield it? Truly, Jebbit. Your intellect seems to be lacking. Wang Qing stood quietly to the side, fully engrossed in examining the legendary Kaishin sword. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the blade, contemplating the pretext he would use to shatter it and thus release the old Kaishin. Meanwhile, not far off, Jebbit and the Kaishin were not idle either. They cautiously retrieved a crystal-clear orb from their ropes. This orb emanated a faint glow, resembling a resplendent pearl. The two of them gently placed the orb upon the ground, then joined their hands in prayer, concentrating to cast their spell. As they chanted incantations, the orb began to illuminate, gradually revealing a vivid scene of Goku and Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle. At that moment, both Goku and Vegeta unleashed their most formidable techniques, their forms intertwining and flickering in the air. Each clash produced thunderous sounds and waves of energy. The Kaishin and Jebbit watched the unfolding battle in the orb with furrowed brows, their expressions tense. This is dire. The injuries and energy they expend will be absorbed, serving as sustenance for the resurrection of Majin Buu. What to do? They quickly turned to Wang Qing, hoping he might intervene. Do not concern yourselves with them. Let us first test the might of this sword. Wang Qing replied nonchalantly, this divine sword is extraordinarily sharp. Wait a moment. Let me procure a piece of the hardest mineral in the universe to test it. Upon finishing his words, the king of the realm summoned a block of cashing steel using his supernatural abilities. Are you ready? I shall throw it. As the divine sword struck the cashing steel, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Crack! The king of the realm, Jebbit. Wang Qing. This is thee or you sought. The very one you discarded, and the same you confidently proclaimed to be invincible. Do not place the blame on me. It is truly unexpected that a dignified realm king would attempt to deceive me with a counterfeit. Wang Qing hurriedly cast the pot aside. Suddenly, a plume of white smoke emerged from the severed sword. As the mist dispersed, a diminutive figure with a rotund physique and a mane of unruly white hair appeared before the crowd, exuding an air of lewdness. Who are you? From whence do you hail? Queried Jebbit. Wait a moment. Why are you clad in the garb of the Kaishin? Did you, this junior, break the seal and release me? The old man gazed at the Kaishin, inquiring. Ah, indeed. I am the Kaishin from 15 generations past. I once offended a formidable being and was sealed within this sword. It seems your prowess is commendable, as you have managed to liberate me. The Kaishin from 15 generations ago? Then you are a forebear of mine, exclaimed the Kaishin. It was this human beside me, Wang Qing, who drew forth the divine sword. We were merely testing its sharpness, and unexpectedly, we freed you in the process. Human? The old Kaishin turned his gaze to Wang Qing, saying, Are humans this powerful now? A dignified Kaishin, and yet you are outshone by a mere human. The successors of the Kaishin are indeed becoming less impressive. If that individual were to learn of this, it would surely be a cause for concern. Ahem. I say. Old Kaishin, you must have lived long enough to be aware of the Destroyer, yes? The Destroyer? How do you know of such a being? Humans are not privy to the existence of Destroyers and Kaishins. It must have been your junior who spoke of it. Bringing a human to the Kaishin realm is already a transgression, and divulging such information is truly derelict. Ancestor, it wasn't me. I had no knowledge of the Destroyer. Is it not just as Kaishins in the universe? Who was your predecessor as Kaishin? How could they neglect to impart any knowledge to you before you ascended to this position? Utterly irresponsible. The Kaishin spoke with a despondent expression. Ancestor, my former Grand Kaishin and the other 4 Kaishins of the cardinal directions were slain by the Majin Buu, leaving only me. At that time, I was merely a candidate for the East Kaishin, thrust into this role with only one attendant, Jebbit. What manner of creature is Majin Buu? Ah, never mind. Since I have returned, I shall ensure you are well versed in the fundamental knowledge of being a god. That little human, since you are aware of the Destroyer's existence, you must comprehend his terror. What is it that you seek to discover? The old Kaishin asked Wang Qing, his expression one of puzzlement. I yearn to cultivate divine power. Initially, I learned of the Destroyer in the cosmos, but no one knew anything when I inquired of the Kaishins and the Grand Kaishin. It was not until I encountered the Kaishin that I realized he too was unaware. However, I sensed a faint ripple of divine energy within the Kaishin realm. Now that you are here, I hope you can assist me with my inquiries. Esteemed deities, I humbly request a rating at the end of this chapter. Thank you immensely. Chapter 39. Buu. The old Kai approached Wang Qing, scrutinizing him closely. He nodded and then shook his head, saying, Something feels amiss. How can a mere human exhibit such divine energy? Perhaps it is due to my extraordinary talents, Wang Qing replied. So, old Kai, could you assist me in my training? Indeed, venerable ancestor. Please lend your support to Mr. Wang Chung. Once he grows stronger, we shall no longer fear the demon Buu. Look at your lack of ambition. After I enlighten you with knowledge, you will realize that the demon Buu is nothing to concern yourself with. The old Kai gazed at this junior with disappointment. At that moment, Jebet stepped forward and addressed the old Kai. Sir, since you are a deity from 15 generations ago, you must be quite formidable. Indeed. However, do not expect me to vanquish this so-called demon Buu. My prowess does not lie in combat. I possess the ability to unlock one's potential. Wang Qing, come and sit here. I shall help you unleash the power within you. Since you already possess divine energy, there is little I can teach you. You must discover it for yourself. To my knowledge, even deities receive their divine strength as a gift from higher beings. Even the god of destruction attains their power through rigorous training and is bestowed with divine energy. In my understanding, no one can cultivate divine energy on their own. You are the first. I will assist you in unlocking your potential. I hope that when you grow stronger, you will confront the god of destruction and give him a good beating for sealing me within this sword. The old Kai exclaimed, visibly agitated. How do you suppose I could defeat the god of destruction? Wang Chen inquired. Do not play coy with me, young man. I have lived long enough to have seen all sorts of individuals, and your ability to cultivate divine energy as a human foretells an extraordinary future. I do not mean for you to tackle that fellow just yet. Now, sit tight while I help you unlock your potential. As the old Kai's words resonated, he began to concentrate, employing his ability to awaken latent potential. Wang Chung felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body, as every cell rejoiced in exhilaration. Meanwhile, the battle within the crystal ball was nearing its climax. The image of Vegeta was seen bellowing in fury. Earth, why, how could you, Kakarot, a lowly warrior, surpass me? Super Saiyan 3. Ha, what a splendid Super Saiyan 3. You have truly concealed your strength well, Kakarot. Vegeta's mood at that moment was as foul as if he had consumed something repugnant. He had believed that his years of arduous training were sufficient. Though he knew he stood little chance against Wang Chung, he expected to at least claim the second spot. He should have been able to rival Broly. Yet Kakarot had surprised him here. Now, Vegeta found himself relegated to 4th place. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kai was unlocking Wang Cheng's potential. And through the crystal ball, he marveled, are mortals truly this driven now? This Son Goku possesses such remarkable strength? Vegeta, though slightly inferior, still managed to astonish. Junior, do you truly believe that this Majin surpasses the two of them? Inquired the old Kai. I'm not quite certain, ancestor. I was quite young back then and only heard tales. A mere tale frightened you to such an extent? Have you lost all semblance of divinity? The old Kai felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the junior before him. Nevertheless, ancestor, the Kaioshins of you were not like me, lacking guidance. They were formidable, yet were ultimately vanquished by Majin Buu. Even the mightiest Grand Kaioshin had to sacrifice himself to seal him away. Sigh. Enough of this. It's no wonder you are perplexed. Having never ventured into the world, once Wang Cheng's potential is fully unleashed, facing the Majin Buu you speak of will be a mere trifle. Even with these two from the crystal ball, it would be akin to wielding weapons with ease. Old Kai, how long will this take? This waiting is dreadfully dull. The old Kai circled around Wang Cheng, performing peculiar movements. Your potential is considerable. The first stage will require 3 days. Wang Cheng, Earth. How splendid. I am immensely grateful to both of you. The energy required by Majin Buu is now fully charged. To express my gratitude for your contributions, I present you with an opportunity to serve me. Otherwise, once Buu awakens, your demise is inevitable. Do you think you can jest with me? A mere figure of clay? After saying this, Vegeta unleashed a Kamehameha towards the egg of Majin Buu. You lack martial virtue. Launching a sneak attack before the resurrection is even complete. My Buu, come, Kakarot, let us return to the other world. I wish to see if your Super Saiyan 3 can surpass that monstrous Broly. And what of Wang Chung? I wonder where he has wandered off to. In the Kaioshin realm, Vegeta performed magnificently, thwarting the resurrection of the Majin, allowing us to breathe a sigh of relief. Look at your meager accomplishments, the old Kaioshin remarked. Bewildered. Furthermore, as a Kaioshin, aren't you able to sense it? Sense what, elder ancestor? How utterly useless you are. Can you not feel that malevolent aura? If all goes as expected, it will indeed lead to unforeseen consequences. Back on Earth, something feels amiss, Vegeta remarked. Can you sense it? There is an extraordinarily evil and powerful presence. I feel it. Did that previous attack not annihilate the Majin? Suddenly, a cloud of white vapor materialized in the sky. As the mist cleared, a large, pink figure appeared before them. Goku, Vegeta, the onlookers in the Kaioshin realm. I am so hungry. Without further ado, the pink figure unleashed a beam of pink light, moving with such swiftness that Vegeta, who had just finished battling, was caught off guard and struck directly, transforming him into a chocolate. The pink Majin Buu then opened his mouth and inhaled, devouring the chocolate that was once Vegeta. Crunch, crunch. Goku, at this moment. The moment the pink figure consumed Vegeta, a surge of energy erupted, and then he turned to Goku, saying, I shall turn you into candy. Realizing the peril, Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged into battle against the plump Majin Buu. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the realm of the Supreme Kai were rendered utterly speechless by the events unfolding before them. The plump creature that had consumed Vegeta was beyond the capabilities of the current Goku, who, having just completed a grueling battle, was utterly exhausted. After a few rounds, he lacked the stamina to maintain his Super Saiyan 3 form and, upon receiving a punch, instantly reverted to his normal state. Just as the rotund adversary was about to transform Goku into candy, he was rescued by the timely intervention of Broly and Piccolo. Krillin swiftly carried Goku to the other world in search of Den for healing. At that moment, Broly surged forward, engaging the plump foe in combat, rendering him incapable of retaliation. Majin Buu, you must not lose. I rely on you to conquer the universe. Babidi shouted from below, catching Piccolo's attention. This must be the one who can control that plump creature. If we eliminate him, will Vegeta be restored? In the other world, Piccolo could observe everything occurring below and speculated that, similar to Dabura, if Buu consumed Vegeta, he would revert upon Buu's demise. With that thought, Piccolo swiftly appeared behind Babidi. Who are you? What do you want? Before Babidi could conjure his magic to escape, Piccolo swiftly incapacitated him. After Babidi's demise, Piccolo noted that the plump creature was not restricted in its movements. It appeared his initial assumptions were unfounded. He would have to eliminate Majin Buu and see if Vegeta would return to his former self. If that failed, he would have to rely on the Dragon Balls. In the sky, the plump creature was still being relentlessly pummeled by Broly. It must be said that this rotund foe was remarkably resilient. Broly, known as the second strongest in the universe, was well aware of his formidable prowess. After being struck once more, the plump creature became increasingly agitated, its face contorting into a grotesque mask of rage. Smoke began to billow from several orifices atop its head. Broly refrained from continuing the assault, as he deemed it beneath him to strike a weakened opponent. The plump creature appeared to be in extreme anguish, as if battling against an unseen force. As the smoke intensified, its body began to swell, cracks forming in its skin. With a resounding explosion, the creature shattered, splitting into two forms, one black and one pink. The black Buu appeared more sinister and emaciated, while the pink one resembled the original plump creature but exuded a weaker aura. The pink Buu emitted a series of strange cries directed at the lean Buu before lunging at him. The slender Buu, noticing the attack, smirked slightly and effortlessly sidestepped the onslaught. Immediately, he launched a powerful kick, sending the rotund figure flying. Subsequently, he unleashed a dark spell, transforming the plump creature into a cookie that he devoured. Upon consuming the diminutive Majin Buu, his form began to swell, and his energy surged exponentially, surpassing the strength he had when he initially absorbed Vegeta. His intellect also vastly improved, and while enhancing his power, he keenly observed the two adversaries before him. Once his transformation was complete, Buu's appearance shifted from dark to a vibrant pink, exuding a newfound strength. He gazed at Broly, sensing the formidable threat posed by this individual, and then turned his attention to the smaller green being beside him, deciding to target Piccolo without hesitation. Meanwhile, Broly watched with a detached demeanor, evidently disinclined to intervene, knowing that death could be remedied by the Dragon Balls. Upon noticing Broly's lack of intent to engage, Piccolo's face turned pale with fear, prompting him to assume a deep green state for defense. Buu, exhilarated by Piccolo's sudden increase in power, launched a punch that Piccolo attempted to block with his arms. The sound of a sickening crack echoed as Piccolo's arms shattered under the force. How formidable! Even in my deep green state, I could not withstand a single blow. Buu then seized Piccolo by the head, employing dark magic to transform him into candy, which he consumed with satisfaction. After devouring Piccolo, Buu felt his energy surge once more and looked triumphantly at Broly, who remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of disdain. This condescension ignited Buu's fury, and he charged at Broly, determined to demonstrate his prowess. Yet, Broly effortlessly evaded Buu's assault with a swift sidestep. In retaliation, Broly unleashed a ki blast that struck Buu directly. Though Buu staggered backward, he quickly regained his footing and launched a more ferocious onslaught. However, no matter his efforts, he could not inflict meaningful damage upon Broly. Conversely, every strike from Broly inflicted immense pain upon Buu. Ultimately, Broly unleashed a green ki cannon that obliterated Buu, leaving behind nothing but a pile of flesh. He had initially anticipated that absorbing others would greatly enhance his power, yet the outcome was disappointingly mundane. It appeared that only a true powerhouse like King Vegeta could ignite his fighting spirit. From the moment the pudgy creature was consumed, Broly had discerned that Buu's absorption of others would yield increased strength, leading him to wonder how absorbing Piccolo would affect him. The results were underwhelming. Perhaps Piccolo was simply too weak. At this moment, had Piccolo still been present, he would undoubtedly have remarked, "Do you heed the words of others? What a splendid display of hubris." Just as Broly lowered his guard, a mass of pink, viscous substance began to creep toward him. Suddenly, this sticky mass adhered to Broly. In the distance, Buu reappeared, seemingly unscathed, and laughed boisterously, declaring, "You let your guard down. Once I absorb you, I shall be invincible across the cosmos." Ha ha ha. Dreadful. What is happening? Was he not just obliterated? Could it be? Suddenly, Broly recalled the incident when Wang Chung had been obliterated into fragments in the celestial realm, only to regenerate. Could it be that this individual possessed such an extraordinary ability? If that were the case, it would render him utterly invincible. Not only could he absorb others to enhance his combat prowess, but he also appeared to be impervious to defeat. How infuriating. It was unimaginable that I, Broly, would find myself in such a pitiable state, toyed with by someone weaker than myself. As soon as these thoughts crossed his mind, Broly was entirely engulfed by a mass of pink, viscous substance, which then propelled him towards Majin Buu's form, merging with it. The Kaishin and his companions, observing through a crystal ball, were left in stunned silence, realizing that the situation had far exceeded their expectations. They had initially believed Broly could effortlessly vanquish Buu, yet it turned out he had been devoured. At that moment, Goku and the others arrived on the scene. They gazed upon Buu, sensing an unprecedented aura of formidable power emanating from him. "Krillin, you all should retreat quickly. I will stay behind to hold him off and find a way to contact Wang Qing. He may be the only one capable of stopping Buu now." Goku clenched his fists, preparing for a desperate battle. "Goku, you must exercise caution. You cannot afford to perish," Krillin urged before he and Tien Shin'an soared back towards the celestial realm. Just then, Buu's physique began to transform. His muscles swelled, and his power surged relentlessly. A brilliant light erupted from within him, shooting straight into the heavens. "This is bad. He is about to break through his limits," the Kaishin exclaimed. "Do not panic. As long as I can successfully activate Wang Qing's potential, everything will be fine. Contact Goku on Earth. We need him to buy us some time. Perhaps 3 to 5 days should suffice." Kaishin. "Jebit. Oh, ancestral spirit. Could we not expedite matters? I doubt that Goku can last even 3 to 5 minutes. There's nothing more I can do. We must wait. After all, you cannot reach the Kaishin realm. Once Wang Qing is ready, we shall exact our vengeance." In the original work, the little puppet learned instant transmission to arrive at the Kaishin realm. In this narrative, Buu lacks that ability and thus cannot find them. Kaishin. Jebit. Impressive. The Kaishin contacted Goku, informing him that Wang Qing was in training and urging him to stall for time. Goku responded with a wry smile, "I'll do my best." Goku fixed his gaze upon this overwhelmingly powerful adversary, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. Yet, in the face of such a formidable foe, he showed no signs of retreat. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength, and in a flash of brilliance, he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. In that moment, even while in this heightened state, Goku could feel the relentless pressure emanating from his enemy. Truly a despairing adversary. Please give me a like. I would greatly appreciate any free gifts. Chapter 41. Buu 3. Goku inhaled deeply and shouted at Buu. "Buu, if you have the guts, come at me." With those words, he charged towards Buu with determination. However, the disparity in strength between the two parties was too great. Goku's attacks were utterly ineffective against Buu. With a mere flick of his hand, Buu sent Goku flying a considerable distance. Struggling to rise from the ground, Goku felt a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He realized that his method of stalling for time was futile, yet he refused to surrender. Time and again, he charged at Buu, only to be repelled back with equal force. In the King Kai's realm, The bored King Kai suddenly received a system notification. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? A day has passed. Let us proceed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Wish modified skill. Could you please elucidate why this skill has surfaced and what exactly is this modification? Ding. This skill requires binding to a character for use upon successful binding. It disregards distance and instantly heals the bound individual's injuries to their optimal state. The skill's modification effect randomly siphons the combat power from the healed individual. This skill is impressive. Bind it to Son Goku. Ding. Binding successful. Current bound character, Son Goku. Remaining binding slots, 4. Isn't this mechanism reminiscent of that game? Let us use them all. Bind Broly, Vegeta, Cell, and the last one to Piccolo. Ding. Binding successful. Remaining slots, 0. System, activate the wish for Son Goku. Ding. Activation successful. Goku, who had been on the brink of defeat, was suddenly revitalized to full health. What just happened? How did Mr. Son Goku recover so suddenly? Did he consume one of those magical beans from Earth? At this moment, Goku was equally bewildered. Yet, the beating continued unabated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly siphoned 100 points of combat power from Son Goku. 100 points? Are you jesting with me? This is indeed quite random. Why not snatch a couple of 100 billion instead? King Kai, could you kindly relay a message to Goku, urging him to lure Buu into the hyperbolic time chamber for battle? My wife and children are still on Earth. We can't afford for it to be destroyed. King Kai. Jebbit, I thought you had a brilliant plan to convey this, but it turns out you are only concerned about your family. Son Goku, can you hear me? Mr. Wang Chung has asked me to inform you to bring Buu to the hyperbolic time chamber and to avoid damaging Earth. King Kai modified the message slightly, fearing it might unsettle Goku's resolve. Buu, having devoured so many people, you are indeed formidable. Would you dare to follow me to another location? Here on Earth, I feel somewhat restricted. No matter where we fight, you are no match for me. Surrender your struggle. If I weren't inclined to prolong this encounter, I would have turned you into candy long ago. Are you afraid? Since you wish to play, wouldn't it be better to continue our battle elsewhere? There is an even more powerful individual there. Are you certain you do not wish to go? Very well, lead the way, Goku said, and together with Buu, they ascended to the heavenly realm. The inhabitants of the realm were consumed by anxiety upon witnessing Goku's arrival with the formidable Buu. Fearing the presence of such a harbinger of destruction, Mr. Popo, Buu, and I shall engage in battle within the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku conveyed. Exchanging a knowing glance with Popo, understanding the cue, Popo watched as Goku and Buu entered, subsequently obliterating the entrance. As soon as Buu stepped inside, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere, for he harbored within him the essence of Piccolo, inheriting his intellect. Where's this? Something is amiss. You are deceiving me, he exclaimed. Do not be so hasty, Goku replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of despair and resolve. Gradually raising his hand, he pointed towards the once secure door, now shattered beyond repair. His voice, deep and tremulous, resonated. Do you see? This gateway to the outside world has been irrevocably destroyed. Now, no matter how fiercely we struggle, we cannot step beyond this threshold. Thus, we might as well engage in a life-and-death confrontation and settle this matter once and for all. Upon hearing these words, Buu was incensed, his eyes widening, veins bulging on his forehead as he seethed. You seek death. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished from sight, striking towards Goku with the swiftness of lightning, his right arm swinging with overwhelming force aimed directly at him. Bang, bang, bang. Within mere minutes, Goku found himself battered and bruised. Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of determination igniting within his gaze. Buu, is this truly the extent of your power? It seems you are not as formidable as I expected. With a thunderous roar, Goku radiated a brilliant golden light, his energy surging exponentially as he transformed back into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Like a blazing meteor, he charged at Buu, unleashing a torrent of frenzied attacks. The clash of their titanic struggle reverberated throughout the entire dimension, with the Kaioshin and Jebbet observing the scene in the crystal ball with bated breath. Can Goku truly reach such heights? The Kaioshin marveled silently. Jebbet, however, expressed his concern, but he still cannot match Buu. If this continues, he may face dire peril. Wang Qing attentively monitored Wukong's health through the system. The system invoked a wish for Wukong. Ding. Congratulations to the host for randomly acquiring 10,000 battle points from Son Wukong. Suddenly, Wukong appeared fully rejuvenated on the crystal ball screen. Wukong. Oh, the three deities in the King Kai realm? What have you done? How did you suddenly recover? Do you possess the same resilience as my Majin Buu? Wukong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, honestly, I'm not quite sure how this happened. Bang. A figure fell to the ground. Let us see how you recover this time. Buu knocked Wukong down once more but chose not to devour him. Instead, he began to observe Wukong. Ding. Congratulations to the host for randomly acquiring 500,000 battle points from Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, Wukong rose and transformed into Super Saiyan 3, charging at Buu, who knocked him down again. Only for Wukong to rise once more. At this moment, Buu was on the verge of tears. In this vast, boundless universe, Majin Buu had always been renowned for his unparalleled might and tyrannical nature. His cataclysmic power and indomitable regenerative abilities instilled fear in countless formidable warriors. And having consumed so many strong fighters on Earth, he believed himself to be at the pinnacle of combat prowess. However, at this very moment, Majin Buu's eyes widened in astonishment and rage as he murmured, is there truly a foe in this world more formidable than me, Majin Buu? Time and again, no matter how hard Majin Buu exerted himself to defeat Wukong, the latter always managed to miraculously restore his full strength at critical moments and swiftly escape. Moreover, with each life and death struggle, Wukong's power significantly increased, gradually narrowing the gap between him and Majin Buu. It dawned on Majin Buu that he might have encountered a formidable challenge. If this battle continued, he would undoubtedly meet his end, TT. Meanwhile, Wang Chung in the King Kai realm was overjoyed. Having stolen 300 million battle points in just half a day, this was still random and unstable. Sometimes it was a few hundred points, other times millions. Comfortably, he thought. The more people urge for updates, the more I will release daily. You all are my motivation for writing. Chapter 42. Invincible Buu at this moment. Buu had lost the will to continue fighting and only wished to escape. Trapped within the hyperbolic time chamber, his anger surged within him. His colossal, distorted form began to tremble violently, and his already formidable aura skyrocketed. Buu's eyes turned crimson, filled with boundless ferocity and murderous intent. He roared towards the heavens. His muscles tensed to their utmost, and a terrifying force erupted from within him. The surrounding space seemed unable to withstand this power, beginning to warp and crack. Buu roared once more, his power erupting like a tempestuous wave. The entire room of spirit and time trembled violently, the immense shockwave reducing everything within to mere dust. This is bad, Goku exclaimed, hastily rushing towards Buu in an attempt to halt him. With a resounding crash, the very fabric of space shattered as Buu, harnessing this cataclysmic force, broke free from the confines of the room of spirit and time and escaped. Goku swiftly pursued Buu. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the Kaioshin's face was etched with worry. He has managed to escape. What are we to do? He lamented. Ancestors, what should we do? How much longer until the ritual is complete? Soon came the reply. Let Goku hold on a little longer, given the current circumstances. King Vegeta may not even need to intervene. Although it remains a mystery how he recovered so swiftly, the bloodline of the Saiyan race is indeed formidable. Their battle power surges upon the brink of death, albeit at the cost of their own potential. Each rebirth, teetering on the edge of demise, feels akin to a pact with the devil. They trade the possibility of future growth for an immediate surge in strength. This method of acquiring power is both awe-inspiring and chilling. Ancestors, Goku and the others have already become so powerful, what future growth can they possibly sacrifice? They have left even us gods astounded. It is indeed rare to witness. In the vast cosmos, there exist many beings far stronger than Goku and Majin Buu. If they rely solely on exhausting their potential to enhance their strength, they will inevitably face insurmountable barriers in the future. This combat style of the Saiyans, while yielding immense short-term power boosts, is ultimately a perilous endeavor. It was then that King Vegeta interjected, Dear Kaioshin, it is of no concern. Goku and the others did not attain their strength solely through the Saiyan near-death experience. They have also endured rigorous training. Otherwise, relying solely on this method, they would have long since depleted their potential. This made sense. Individuals who continuously push beyond their own limits will see their potential grow and transform. Each assault on one's boundaries is a profound excavation and reshaping of potential. Such an unyielding spirit of progress is the true path to genuine strength. Those who merely depend on fleeting bursts of power and the exhaustion of potential will ultimately confront insurmountable obstacles. True strength lies in integrating training into every moment of life. allowing one's potential to evolve continuously through relentless refinement, becoming an indomitable presence in the universe. Wow, ancestor, your knowledge is truly vast. No wonder you have lived for millions of years. The Kaioshin gazed at the erudite old Kaioshin with admiration. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku darted through the ruins of the city, his acute senses fully unleashed, attempting to detect even the faintest trace of Buu's energy. This guy has concealed his energy. It's difficult for me to locate him. As Goku closed his eyes to keenly sense Buu's aura, he was ensnared by a viscous portion of Buu's body that had split off in advance. Goku suddenly opened his eyes, his heart sinking with foreboding. The sticky substance rapidly spread, tightly enveloping his body and rendering him immobile. Goku struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from this binding, but the viscous material seemed to possess a life of its own, tightening its grasp with every effort. Damn you, Buu! Goku roared, a surge of power swelling within him as golden flames erupted instantaneously. However, this sticky substance was capable of absorbing his energy, making his escape increasingly arduous. At that moment, Buu's arrogant laughter echoed from a distance. Ha ha, Son Goku, since you can continuously heal, I shall simply devour you. Gritting his teeth, Goku's gaze was filled with unwavering determination. He understood that he could not surrender at this critical juncture, for the fate of Earth hung in the balance. Goku exerted every ounce of strength to free himself from the sticky bindings, yet Buu was already striding towards him, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Son Goku, today marks your demise. Buu beckoned with a finger, and the mass of viscous material swiftly engulfed Goku before returning to Buu's body. As Buu absorbed Goku, his form began to tremble violently, muscles swelling, and bones cracking ominously. His once pink skin gradually darkened, exuding a sinister black aura. Buu's figure grew more colossal, his muscular contours becoming increasingly menacing. His eyes glowed with malevolent red light, and a plume of black energy mist spewed from his mouth. Transformed, Buu let out a chilling, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, now I am invincible. His aura was fierce and chaotic, as if it intended to consume everything in its vicinity. The entire earth trembled beneath his terrifying presence, the sky stained with his wicked power. At that very moment, the denizens of the celestial realm were oppressed by this palpable, malevolent aura, their bodies feeling as though they were burdened by 1,000-pound weight, utterly unable to move even an inch. Even the slightest twitch of a finger seemed an unattainable luxury. This malevolent energy surged forth like a relentless tide, spreading ceaselessly outward. Even those far in the King Kai's realm, such as Wang Qing and others, though distanced from Earth, could still keenly perceive this chilling and terrifying aura. It felt as though it possessed life, piercing through the endless void to delve deep into their souls, causing both King Kai and Jebbet to tremble involuntarily. What shall we do now, ancestor? Mr. Wang Qing inquired, panting heavily. Can we eliminate the current Majin Buu now that we have succeeded? At this moment, King Kai sat exhausted on the ground, seeking counsel from the old King Kai. I cannot say for certain. Buu has consumed so many powerful beings that I can no longer see through him. He may have reached that realm. What realm is that? The old ancestor replied cryptically. You may not comprehend it, but we shall see what heights Wang Qing can achieve after the ceremony concludes. After all, my abilities typically allow me to complete this within 24 hours. However, the potential within Wang Qing is obscured even to my perception. I harbor doubts about my capacity to fully unlock the latent power residing within him. Thus, I believe that once he completes the process, there may be a turning point. Otherwise, we shall have to rely on that individual. That individual? Who might that be? Saiyan inquired. That individual is none other than the esteemed patron who has bestowed their approval upon my work. Chapter 43. The Invincible Buu, Lord Kaioshin. Please convey a message to Cell on Earth, urging him to take a stand, and assure him that it is my request to ensure his survival, Wang Qing suddenly proclaimed. With Goku and the others having been defeated, can Cell truly manage this? Saiyan questioned, uncertain. Whether he can or cannot, he must face the challenge. If Cell is incapable, then you shall take his place. Wang Qing cast a disdainful glance at the trembling Xian Dichio before him. At that moment, Buu was rampaging through the surrounding cities. Suddenly, Shara received a telepathic message from the Supreme Kai. Wang Qing has instructed you to confront him. It will ensure your survival. You are aware of the consequences should his wife and daughter be harmed. Me? Go up there? Isn't that tantamount to offering my head? Shara thought. I could bring Bulma and Tian to my side for protection, but to confront Buu? Isn't that tempting fate? The message had been conveyed, and the decision lay solely with him. That wretched capitalist, Wang Qing. Damn it. However, Sharo ultimately chose to comply. As Bu continued his wanton destruction, he looked at the suddenly appearing Sharo and inquired, "What pest has flown in to challenge me? Do you wish for me to sweat you like a fly? How dare you underestimate me?" Sharo retorted, for he had once been the second strongest on Earth. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sharo vanished like a specter, reappearing instantaneously before Bu's massive form. His right fist, enveloped in a howling gale and fierce energy, struck Bu with the force of thunder. Yet, Bu stood his ground, not flinching, not even raising an eyebrow, as he absorbed Sharo's formidable blow with his broad face. A resounding crash echoed, shaking the very fabric of space. Sharo's full force punch merely caused Bu to sway slightly. In that moment, Bu swiftly raised his right arm and retaliated with a crushing blow of unimaginable force. The speed was akin to lightning, and the power exceeded comprehension. Sharo had no time to react. He was sent careening backward, skidding for several hundred meters before regaining his footing, only to spit out a mouthful of dark blood. That was merely a casual strike. Yet, this single blow imposed an unbearable weight upon Sharo. Fear and despair filled his heart as a voice echoed in his mind. Is this truly an enemy I can contend with? Perhaps I should apologize and flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Majin Buu slowly raised his immensely powerful arm, his colossal palm aimed at Sharo, who was not far off. In an instant, a chilling wave of energy surged from Bu's palm, swirling like a vortex as it gathered the surrounding energy. In the blink of an eye, an energy sphere, radiant and brimming with terrifying power, coalesced within his grasp. With a swift motion, Bu launched the energy sphere towards Sharo like a bolt of lightning. As it raced through the air, it tore apart the atmosphere, emitting a series of piercing shrieks. This formidable force seemed poised to shatter the very fabric of space itself, instilling an unwavering certainty that it could obliterate any obstacle before it. My life is at an end. Wukong has led me astray. In a moment of despair, Shalu unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards the energy projectile. With a resounding explosion, Bu turned and walked away, not even casting a glance behind him, exuding an absolute confidence in his own invulnerability to the assault. How could Wukong bear to witness Cell's demise? At this moment, he was intently observing Cell's health through the system. With but a sliver of vitality remaining, Cell lay within a pit 10 meters deep, his body more than half obliterated. Even the regenerative abilities conferred by the Piccolo cells were beyond his reach, leaving him on the brink of death, his current condition suggesting he could perish at any moment. System, activate the wish function for Cell. Ding. Activation successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully siphoned 5,000,000 points of combat power from Cell. Open the attribute panel. Ding. Host, Wukong. Abilities, Master Level Martial Arts, Chi Perception and Manipulation, Kamehameha, Iron Skin, Solar Flare, Wolf Fong Fist, Demon Seal Wave, Pain Growth, Chi Will Slash, Cosmic Survival. Instant Transmission, Fusion Technique, Big Bang Attack, Leo Flying Kick, Sage Mode, Dragon Fist, Pegasus Meteor Fist, Serious Punch, Wind God Leg, Explosive Fist, Millennium Kill, Majin Buu's Regeneration Ability. Universal Shockwave Palm, Hypnosis, Phantom Fist, Sky Cannon, Superpower, Destruction Beam, Divine Language, Wish, Modified. Combat Power, 180 billion. God Power Conversion in progress. Current completion at 80. Items, Sins of Beans, Binding Rope. Ding. The host is currently undergoing external potential activation with a progress of 60. Only 60? It seems Cell needs to endure a few more beatings. I'm not dead. My injuries have completely healed. Cell rose and stretched his body, releasing energy that had significantly intensified. What is happening? He truly kept his promise. Wukong is not deceiving me. He possesses such prowess that he can manipulate me from afar? This is bad. Bu just flew towards West City. Cell hastily unleashed his energy and pursued Bu's aura. Fortunately, Bu, wreaking havoc through the city, had not traveled far. Bu gazed at Cell, who bore no injuries, with a look of astonishment. This brought back memories of despair from the hyperbolic time chamber. Could it be a situation akin to that of Son Goku? No, such a thing must not occur again. It would be utterly devastating. I shall absorb him directly. Through the guidance of King Kai, Cell understood Buu's abilities and knew he could not withstand the transformation beam attack. He also had to be vigilant for any debris that might fall from Buu's form and any surrounding pink, viscous substances. Cell was solely focused on leading Bu away, executing a series of princely combat maneuvers before swiftly turning to flee in the opposite direction. Bu, observing Cell's retreat, wore an utterly bewildered expression. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a single instance of divine power enhancement. Would you like to use it? Use. Suddenly, it felt as if a multitude of ants were gnawing at Wang Cheng's heart. Every inch of skin felt as though it were being scorched by an unrelenting fire. Muscles pierced by countless steel needles, churning relentlessly, while bones endured the merciless blows of a heavy hammer. The excruciating pain threatened to crush one's very being, as every nerve quivered in lament, as if the body was no longer one's own, but a torturous purgatory. The three beings from the realm of the king looked on in confusion at Wang Cheng, who suddenly writhed in immense agony. What is happening, ancestor? Is it customary for one to endure such pain during the ritual? I do not know, replied the king of the realm, visibly distressed. The old king of the realm remarked, my ability should be painless. How could this have transpired? What shall we do now? Perhaps you should cease the ritual at once. Otherwise, I fear Mr. Wang Cheng may be driven to his demise. Chapter 44. The transformation of Wang Cheng. The old king of the realm hastily interrupted the ritual intended to awaken Wang Cheng's potential. However, his suffering showed no signs of abating. What shall we do, ancestor? All our hopes rest upon Mr. Wang Cheng. You ask me, but who am I to inquire of? This is my first encounter with such a circumstance. Yet, the essence of this young man has not waned. On the contrary, it appears to be growing stronger. You too. Come closer. It seems the young man has lost some weight. Let us wait a while longer. The pain appears less intense than at the outset. Perhaps this lad harbors secrets unknown to us, so there is no cause for concern. These words seemed more like a self-soothing mantra from the old king of the realm. Time slipped by without notice. At this moment, Wang Cheng had gradually begun to find a semblance of calm. The system activated the character panel. Wang Cheng felt an undeniable transformation within himself. He could not quite articulate the difference, yet he sensed an overwhelming strength coursing through him, as if he could obliterate an entire galaxy with a single punch. Ding. Host. Wang Cheng abilities. Mastery in martial arts. Chi perception and manipulation. Energy cannon. Iron shield. Turtle school Kamehameha. Solar fist. Luo Feng fist. Demonic sealing wave. Pain growth. Chi crescent slash. Cosmic survival. Instantaneous movement. Fusion technique. Cataclysmic attack. Leo flying kick. Sage mode. Dragon fist. Celestial meteor fist. Serious punch. Wind god leg. Explosive fist. Millennium kill. Majin Buu's regeneration. World shattering palm. Hypnosis. Phantom fist. Cannon of heaven. Superhuman strength. Annihilation beam. Divine language. Wish. Modified. Combat power. 999. 9 billion. Realm. Pseudo-divine realm. Items. Sins of beans. Binding rope. System notification. The host's divine power has been successfully transformed. Only one step remains to ascend to the divine realm. System. What does the pseudo-divine realm signify, and how does one interpret a combat power of 999? 9 billion? Is this where I am stalled? Even Majin Buu possesses several hundred billion. Ding. The realm indicates that the host's inner essence has transcended ordinary chi and has become divine power. The combat power can be perceived as experience points. Then how should I quantify my current strength? After all, others still rely on chi and possess their own combat power. Ding. Even exceptionally gifted mortals cannot match a true divine being without entering the divine realm. Without cultivating divine power, the mortal body will increasingly falter, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Wang Cheng, who had just opened his eyes, was momentarily startled. What is the meaning of this? Why are you all so close? My orientation is perfectly normal. How are you feeling, young man? Just moments ago, you appeared to be in excruciating pain. Was there something amiss with my ritual? The old Supreme Kai scrutinized Wang Cheng, observing every detail of his form. I'm not entirely sure. It felt as though my entire body was convulsing, with my bones crushed into dust. By the way, how long did that state last? What has become of Earth? Earth is no more, because Cell lacked the fortune of Goku. He was not restored by a mysterious power and was subsequently slain by Buu, leading to Earth's destruction. What? How could this happen? Where is Buu now? One moment while I check. Go ahead. I will make a trip to Namek and use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Earth and those who perished. The old Supreme Kai, with a grave expression, intervened, stating, I advise you to refrain from excessive use of those Dragon Balls. Overindulgence may generate negative energy. And should this energy accumulate to critical levels, it could result in unpredictable calamities, far more terrifying than the current Majin. In a distant and ancient past, spanning millions of years, the enigmatic Dragon Balls have always existed in reality. In the distant past, the sheer multitude of Namekians who created the wondrous Dragon Balls was astonishing. surpassing even the current population of humanity on Earth. However, as the saying goes, where there is a crowd, desires flourish. Over time, the ambitions of these Namekians grew ever more insatiable. Eventually, due to the excessive and frequent use of the Dragon Balls, a catastrophic calamity befell them, heralded by the emergence of a terrifying creature known as the Evil Dragon. This ferocious beast, upon its arrival, unleashed a cataclysmic power, obliterating the once thriving Namekian civilization in the blink of an eye, reducing it to ruins. Soon after, the Evil Dragon did not cease its rampage. Instead, it roamed the vast expanse of the cosmos, leaving behind a trail of relentless destruction and spreading an eerie aura of negative energy. What transpired next? Speak swiftly, ancestor. This suspense is unbearable. Ultimately, a deity emerged to vanquish it, the old Kaioshin remarked, taking a leisurely sip of tea. Was it the god of destruction? The curious Shin inquired. No, it was an angel, replied the old Kaioshin. An angel? So, ancestor, you mean this divine being saved the universe and is revered as an angel by the people? The old Kaioshin, slightly exasperated, retorted. Yes, yes. You are indeed clever. It is just so. Why resort to violence? Regardless, Wang Cheng, remember this. Try not to use those Dragon Balls in the future. Understood, old Kaioshin. Even if another evil dragon appears, I will be here. Once I return from Namek, you shall be astounded by my prowess. With that, Wang Cheng began to sense the energy of the Namekians. Suddenly, Jebbet exclaimed, I have found Majin Buu. Where? Wang Cheng inquired. He is on the Supreme Kai's planet. Wang Cheng was taken aback, fully aware of the formidable power wielded by Majin Buu. He knew that Rib Bone Rice and the others would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. Furthermore, the inhabitants of the Supreme Kai's planet were righteous martial artists whose corporeal forms were preserved after death. Should they be slain again, their souls would vanish entirely. Thus, Wang Cheng promptly instructed Jebbet to utilize the Supreme Kai's exclusive instant transmission to transport him to the Supreme Kai's planet. Jebbet's instant transmission does not require sensing energy and is not bound by target limitations, allowing him to reach any location. Before long, they arrived at the Supreme Kai's planet, where Majin Buu was poised to absorb Rib Bone Rice and his companions. Suddenly, he spotted the unexpected arrival of Wang Cheng and Jebbet. After delivering Wang Cheng, Jebbet hurriedly teleported away. Buu's eyes widened as he fixated on Wang Cheng, an intense sense of unease and vigilance surging within him. He could sense an overwhelmingly dangerous aura emanating from Wang Cheng. However, curiously, despite the potency of this perilous energy, there was not the slightest fluctuation of power emanating from him, as if he were an ordinary person devoid of any formidable strength. Yet, Buu understood well that anyone capable of instilling such profound discomfort could not simply be as they appeared. He pondered to himself, what is this person's true identity? Why does such an enigmatic situation arise? You are Majin Buu, are you not? Wang Cheng suddenly declared. You are the one who slaughtered the people of Earth, correct? What? You're also from Earth. It seems a stray fish has evaded the net. Do you not cherish your life? Why must you come here to deliver yourself? Buu arrogantly retorted. My wife and daughter perished with the destruction of Earth. Therefore, today, you shall die. Wang Cheng's eyes resembled two blazing flames, a fierce fire burning within, as if his gaze could incinerate everything before him into ashes. Since they have perished, I shall now send you to join them. Do not thank me excessively. Merely remember my name, the kind-hearted one. Chapter 45. The might of Wang Cheng above the vast expanse of the great king star. Wang Cheng stood with an imposing presence, his icy gaze fixed upon the demon Buu. It was Buu who initiated the assault, lunging at Wang Cheng with claws bared, unleashing a powerful wave of energy from his mouth. Yet, Wang Cheng did not flinch. He simply raised a hand and effortlessly dissipated the energy wave. Witnessing this, Buu roared in fury, swinging his colossal fists towards Wang Cheng. In an instant, Wang Cheng vanished, reappearing behind Buu, delivering a powerful kick that sent Buu hurtling hundreds of meters away. Buu crashed heavily to the ground, and before he could rise, Wang Cheng materialized before him like a specter. A relentless barrage of fists fell upon Buu, leaving him utterly defenseless. Is this the extent of the legendary demon's power? Wang Cheng mocked. Ah, detestable human. I shall surely slay you. Buu seethed, unleashing his full might. In that moment, Rib Rice and his companions felt the great king star tremble violently, as if the very planet were on the verge of being torn asunder. The earth emitted a deep, thunderous roar, and massive fissures spread like a spider's web, consuming all in their path. Simultaneously, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, heavy as ink, completely obscuring the once bright sunlight. Then, brilliant bolts of lightning cleaved through the sky, dancing like silver serpents, accompanied by a deafening thunder that echoed throughout the heavens. The thunder roared like a stampede of wild horses, overwhelming and terrifying. The entire Great King Star descended into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Evoking a chilling sense of dread, Wang Chung stood steadfastly like a mountain, his form unwavering. His gaze was as tranquil as water. Fixed upon the source of the tremendous commotion before him, a slight smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Are you ready?" Such a resounding clamor truly signifies a grand spectacle. Yet, I wonder if the strength gained from this tumultuous endeavor can indeed match the splendor of the effects displayed. After all, superficial prowess alone is insufficient. What truly matters is whether there has been a substantial enhancement in genuine ability. Majin Buu, with a sinister smile, retorted. Do you think the name of Majin Buu is merely a fabrication? Moreover, I have absorbed and merged with several formidable beings. Today, you shall join their ranks. Come forth and become a part of my power. With that, Majin Buu lunged at Wang Chung, his massive form resembling a moving hill, stirring a tempest in his wake. Buu swung his powerful arms, the gust of his punches howling fiercely towards Wang Cheng's face. Yet, Wang Chung merely curled the corners of his mouth into a disdainful smile. Effortlessly evading Buu's seemingly ferocious strike. Frustrated by his failure to connect, Buu unleashed a flurry of punches, shadows of his fists raining down. However, Wang Chung moved like a specter, weaving seamlessly through Buu's assaults, rendering each of Buu's blows futile. Suddenly, Wang Chung accelerated, appearing behind Buu in an instant. He executed a powerful kick, the Luo Flying kick, striking Buu squarely in the back. Buu staggered forward, momentarily thrown off balance. Before he could regain his footing, Wang Chung swiftly maneuvered to his side, delivering a precise punch to Buu's side. Buu howled in agony, turning to retaliate, but Wang Chung denied him the opportunity. Wang Chung swiftly gathered energy in his hands, a formidable force coalescing within his grasp. With a sudden thrust, he propelled this energy towards Buu, who was struck and sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a range of mountains. Yet, Wang Chung did not relent in his assault. He leapt into the abyss, continuing to unleash a tempest of strikes upon Buu. The creature's form contorted under the barrage, its anguished cries echoing through the air. Had it not been for Wang Cheng's restraint and Buu's terrifying regenerative abilities, the fiend would have perished countless times by now. The trio from the Supreme Kai's realm, observing through the crystal ball, were momentarily rendered speechless by the scene before them. Their previously serene expressions were instantly replaced by astonishment. Their eyes widened and mouths agape, as if ensnared by a binding spell. How could this be? Although they had heard from earthlings of Mr. Wang Cheng's immense strength, they never imagined it to be to such an extent that the demon Buu was rendered utterly defenseless. Supreme Kaishin stammered, disbelief saturating his voice. Jebbet rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing he might be imagining things. The demon Buu, so easily overwhelmed. Wang Cheng's prowess was simply beyond comprehension. The old Kai stared blankly at the crystal ball, murmuring to himself, such an extraordinary battle, such a vast disparity, has Wang Cheng ascended to the realm of the divine? Their gazes remained fixed on the crystal, hearts brimming with shock and confusion, utterly captivated by the spectacle before them. Wang Chung stood aside, observing the fallen Majin Buu, his countenance devoid of any expression, as if this were merely a trivial skirmish. The once fearsome visage of Majin Buu was now etched with terror, his eyes devoid of their previous menace, replaced instead by profound despair and entreaty. Please, spare me, the quivering voice of Majin Buu implored, his massive form curling into itself in a desperate attempt to appear more pitiable. Yet, Wang Chung remained unmoved, gazing at him coldly, declaring, "You have wrought too much evil. Today marks your demise." Majin Buu continued to plead in anguish, "I understand my errors. I shall never dare again. If you grant me mercy, I will comply with any request." Suddenly, Wang Chung unleashed a swift strike, obliterating the viscous substance that had been extricated by Majin Buu. This creature was still unruly, attempting to absorb Wang Chung. The shattered viscous mass erupted into myriad tiny droplets that splattered through the air, only to swiftly coalesce once more, resembling a nimble serpent as it lunged towards Wang Chung with great speed. With a cold snort, Wang Chung emanated a formidable aura that formed an invisible barrier, preventing the viscous mass from encroaching further. Unaware of your impending doom, Wang Chung bellowed, unleashing another powerful punch. The force of his strike shattered the mass completely, dissipating it into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the air. Witnessing this, The demon Majin Buu felt an even greater surge of fear, yet remained undeterred, persistently commanding other fragmented parts to launch their assault. Once I absorb this being, I shall undoubtedly become more powerful, truly invincible in this universe. Majin Buu shouted frantically, as the disassembled viscous matter surged towards Wang Cheng from all directions. Wang Cheng remained unperturbed, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. Do you truly believe you can absorb me? Such delusions are simply absurd. Suddenly, his aura erupted, generating a formidable tempest of energy that instantly shredded the nearby viscous substance. Yet, the demon Buu remained undeterred, relentlessly commanding more of its fragmented forms to surge forward, saturating the entire space with this chaotic onslaught. Wang Cheng, now weary of the confrontation, summoned the Kamehameha with both hands, directing it towards Majin Buu. A radiant blue light shimmered in Wang Cheng's grasp as energy coalesced, forming a magnificent and resplendent sphere of power. With a fierce roar, the Kamehameha surged forth like a torrential blue tide, carrying an aura of annihilation aimed at the sinister Majin Buu. Bu's eyes widened in disbelief as he endeavored to withstand this formidable onslaught, only to be struck by a chilling realization: his own strength paled in comparison to this overwhelming wave. The Kamehameha effortlessly shattered his defenses, striking his form directly. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending forth blinding light as Majin Buu was engulfed by the Kamehameha. The entire battlefield trembled beneath the weight of this immense energy. As the thick clouds of smoke gradually dissipated, clarity returned to the scene. The onlookers held their breath, fixated on the spot where Majin Buu had stood moments before, only to find it utterly vacant, devoid of any trace of the creature. There was not even a single cell left behind. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and unleashed his perceptive abilities to the fullest, meticulously probing every inch of the vast realm of the King of Worlds. His mind resembled an invisible net, gradually enveloping the expanse of land. As time ticked away, he finally opened his eyes, a look of relief gracing his face. He could ascertain that, at this moment, the great King of Worlds was devoid of any trace of the malevolent Majin Buu. Chapter 46, Special Training. After confirming the absence of Buu's presence, Wang Cheng ventured to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. On Namek, the winds howled fiercely as Wang Cheng resolutely advanced towards the location of the Dragon Balls. Upon standing before the Dragon Balls, he took a deep breath and began to summon the Eternal Dragon. With a dazzling burst of light, the immense form of the dragon materialized in the sky, its commanding voice resonating. State your wish. Wang Cheng spoke without hesitation, expressing his fervent desire for the earth to be restored to its former glory and for all those slain by the malevolent Majin Buu to be resurrected. The Grand Elder of the Namekian race, in his enhanced state, possessed the capability to revive many souls at once. The dragon's eyes shimmered with brilliance as it proclaimed, "Your wish shall be granted." In an instant, a wondrous radiance enveloped the entire universe, and the earth began its magnificent reconstruction. The cities and lands that had once been ravaged slowly regained their vitality, as those who had been ruthlessly murdered by Majin Buu returned to the realm of the living. One by one, Wang Cheng gazed upon the unfolding events, a smile of contentment gracing his face. "Please, share your third wish," the dragon's authoritative voice echoed once more. "Let there be several hundred billion Earth dollars for Goku. This way, Goku can dedicate himself to his training, thereby providing me with invaluable experience points," he articulated. The wish was straightforward, and as he finished speaking, the dragon's eyes glimmered with a radiant red light. "Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell." With the realization of all his desires, Wang Cheng bid farewell to the Namekians and arrived at the realm of the Supreme Kai. "At last, we have vanquished Majin Buu. Mr. Wang Cheng, your efforts have been commendable," the Supreme Kai expressed, his voice imbued with a hint of relief and gratitude, his once tense physique now gradually relaxing. Jebet chimed in, "Indeed, who could have anticipated Wang Cheng's extraordinary strength, effortlessly resolving this significant dilemma?" The old Supreme Kai surveyed the vast cosmos, reflecting, "May this battle herald a true era of peace for the universe." Exhaustion marked their faces, yet their eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope for the future. "Wang Cheng, what is your current level of power? Have you reached that realm yet?" The old Supreme Kai inquired with uncertainty. "Well, I am close. I have not fully attained that state, but with further training, it should come swiftly. I never imagined that I would witness a mortal's ascension to divinity," the elder exclaimed. "Your lifespan is no longer confined to mortal bounds. Perhaps you may truly assist me in delivering a sound thrashing to that fellow in the future. How about this? Young Wang Cheng, you shall become my candidate for the Supreme Kai. After a few years of training, I will take you along to assert our dominance." Wang Chung pondered the impending awakening of the god of destruction, Beerus, in a decade. During this 10-year period, he resolved to cultivate Goku and the others, convinced that a collective could surely prevail against the mightiest of destroyers. Very well, old Kaishin, yet I shall not linger here often, he declared. You need not remain here frequently. Your current strength is formidable, and there is little left for us to teach you. It seems I am merely benefiting from your prowess. I shall not impose upon your freedom. You may pursue your desires as you see fit. Then I shall return to Earth, Wang Chung replied eagerly. Should you require anything, simply send me a message. With that, he hastened back to Earth to reunite with his wife and daughter. Upon his return home, Wang Chung swiftly embraced Bulma and carried her into their room. Bulma, initially taken aback, soon felt a warmth spread across her cheeks and playfully chided, "Oh dear, what is the rush for?" Wang Chung, with a mischievous smile, remained silent and quickened his pace. Upon entering the room, he gently placed Bulma on the bed and leaned closer, his gaze filled with affection and tenderness. Bulma's heart raced as she slightly closed her eyes, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming sweet moment. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's check-in? Ding. Noticing that the host is currently engrossed in a playful tussle with his wife Bulma and unable to check in, the system has automatically registered the host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the gravity domain. 3 days later. Oh, are you trying to kill me? 3 whole days, Bulma exclaimed. Her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she directed her ire at Wang Chung. Wang Chung smiled contentedly as he held Bulma closely in his embrace, saying, "My dear, have these past 3 days not been delightful?" Bulma wriggled free from his grasp, glaring at him with indignation. Delightful? I feel as though I am falling apart. Wang Chung quickly reassured, "It is my fault, my fault. I will certainly be more attentive in the future." Bulma cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "If there is a next time, you shall see how I will deal with you. Now, hurry and grab something to eat. So much has happened recently. Go and comfort your precious daughter." In the evening, Wang Chung summoned Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Cell, and Piccolo to the celestial realm. You have all witnessed the enemy we face. It is certain that even more formidable foes lie ahead. Therefore, I shall train you. I think I shall pass. Compared to you bunch of freaks, my strength is but a mere trifle, Piccolo remarked. Goku quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Do not say that, Piccolo. You are incredibly strong. It's just that you lack the transformations that we Saiyans possess. Besides, you have developed your own deep green transformation, haven't you? Look at Wang Chung. He is human yet is cultivated to such a level. Can I even compare to him? His extraordinary regenerative abilities and peculiar skills are beyond comprehension. Green skin monster. Spare us your ramblings. If you wish to train, stay. If not, then leave and do not squander my time, Vegeta declared. Then turned to Wang Chung and inquired, do you have any methods to make me stronger? I now acknowledge you as the strongest in the universe. You are a freak I cannot match. However, if I cannot be the first, then I shall settle for being the second strongest in the universe, Prince Vegeta. And what about you, Broly? Will you train with me? As long as there is food involved, I will follow your lead, Broly responded. Vegeta, what happened to your pride? Piccolo. Goku. Chi-Chi surprisingly agreed to my training, so count me in. So, brother, can I refuse? What do you think? All right, brother. I will train alongside you. Very well, we shall commence now. Form pairs, choose your partners. In 10 minutes, inform me of your selections and begin your preparations. I'm indifferent. I can team up with anyone, Broly stated coolly, arms crossed. Vegeta snorted, cockroach, you shall be in my team. Consider it a privilege for a lowly warrior like you. Heh, all right, Vegeta. I guess I'll have to partner with this big guy, which is not too bad. His strength is formidable. If Wang Chung decides to have a spar, this big fellow could take on both of you. Piccolo. 10 minutes later, Wang Chung approached and spoke. Are you all prepared? My specialized training consists of 2 phases. The first phase involves each of you adapting under varying degrees of gravity, which I will increase intermittently. The second phase is combat, which is quite straightforward. Do you understand? But there is no gravity chamber here, Goku inquired. You need not concern yourself with that. I have my own methods. At this moment, Wang Chung began to examine the description of the gravity field. Once the gravity field is activated, any individual within its scope whose power is inferior to the host's may have the pressure adjusted at the host's discretion. For those with power equivalent to the host, the effect is halved, akin to a suppression of 5 levels. As for those who surpass the host must explore the effects independently. I cannot provide further insight. Wang Chung gasped in astonishment. How formidable! At this level, he was invincible. Having now reached the realm of the pseudo-divine, he believed he could hold his own against a true deity in the gravitational domain. Chapter 47, Special Training 2. Wang Cheng promptly activated the gravity field, allowing Wukong and the others to cultivate within its confines. In an instant, a formidable pressure enveloped them, and Wukong and his companions felt as though an immense weight had descended upon their bodies. This gravity is incredibly intense, Vegeta exclaimed through gritted teeth, straining to maintain his posture. Wukong, however, remained resolute, determined to take his first steps. Yet, this presents an excellent opportunity to enhance our strength. I feel so weighed down. I can hardly move, Shala lamented as he slumped to the ground. In comparison, Broly experienced a significantly lesser degree of pressure than the other three. Wang Qing observed from the side and remarked, "You four have excessively relied on the Saiyan near-death experience to unlock your potential. Therefore, my initial requirement for you is to transcend your own limits." Goku wiped the sweat from his forehead and, breathing heavily, replied, "Rest assured, Wang Qing. We will certainly achieve it." Vegeta clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "Hmph, I shall not be outdone by anyone." Wang Cheng nodded gently. "All right, let us commence. Do not let me down. Bick, you shall meditate alone at the periphery of my domain. Engaging in mental training under pressure will yield twice the results with half the effort. And as for Sharu, cease your antics. Begin by gradually acclimating from the edges." As Wang Cheng's words echoed, Wukong and the others, under the weight of gravity, struggled to embark upon a more arduous training regimen. Time passed swiftly, and a month had elapsed. The group had nearly adapted, finding themselves in the area closest to Wang Cheng, where the pressure intensified. "You have all performed admirably over the past month. Now, take a few days to rest and visit home. Upon my return, we shall enter the second phase and commence our battles." Upon returning home, Wang Qing engaged in a fierce contest with Bulma that lasted 3 days and nights, and subsequently spent a delightful day at the amusement park with his daughter, Tian Tian. "Bulma, I must now train in the celestial realm, and it may be quite some time before I return home." Bulma's smile instantly froze, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern. "You are leaving again? Day after day? It is only training. How long will this departure last?" Wang Cheng grasped Bulma's hand and softly murmured, "My dear, in order to better safeguard our world and protect you, I must strengthen myself." Bulma, biting her lip, replied, "All right, enough of that. Do I not know you? A battle enthusiast, you prioritize training over your wife and daughter. Hurry along now." Wang Qing embraced Bulma, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead, whispering, "Wait for my return." Upon his return to the celestial realm, Wang Qing addressed the gathered assembly. "Are we all prepared?" Sun Wukong replied, "I can hardly contain my anticipation." Vegeta interjected, "Fool. With an additional participant, Piccolo. I shall not adhere to the designated groups. Instead, I will call upon individuals at random. Let us have Piccolo and Cell step forward to showcase their prowess." As Piccolo and Cell emerged, the others instinctively vacated a space. Both sides assumed their stances for combat. In an instant, Piccolo transformed into a deep green state, unleashing a fierce roar as he lunged at Cell. Observing this, Cell smirked with disdain, preparing to meet Piccolo's assault. The two clashed with immense force, causing the surrounding air to ripple with the intensity of their power. Piccolo's fists rained down upon Cell like a tempest, yet Cell effortlessly evaded, occasionally countering with his own strikes. "Hmph, Piccolo, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Cell mocked. Piccolo's gaze remained resolute, unfazed by the taunts. "Enough chatter. Do not underestimate me. Our training methods are identical. I am not inferior to you. Who do you think you are?" With that, the two became entwined in battle once more. Piccolo's hands danced as green energy flickered at his fingertips, each strike accompanied by a sharp, whistling wind. Cell matched his vigor, skillfully dodging Piccolo's lethal blows while retaliating with ferocity. Piccolo executed a flying kick towards Cell, who blocked with his arm, the force of the impact sending both combatants staggering back several meters. In a flash, Cell surged forward, engaging Piccolo in close-quarters combat, their fists colliding with resounding thuds. As time wore on, both warriors began to show signs of fatigue. Piccolo panted heavily, yet his determination only intensified. He concentrated, placing his fingers to his forehead to gather his strength, then shouted, "Special beam cannon." A powerful beam of energy shot forth toward Cell. In response, Cell unleashed a Kamehameha wave, the two beams converging in midair, clashing with such might that the very fabric of space around them warped. After the explosion, Piccolo collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, sweat cascading down like rain, soaking the earth beneath him. Meanwhile, Cell remained upright, bearing some wounds, yet evidently still possessing ample stamina. He regarded Piccolo with smug satisfaction, taunting, "Piccolo, have you reached your limit?" This illustrates the chasm between us. With great effort, Piccolo lifted his head, his eyes devoid of fear. "Cell, do not rejoice too soon. I will surpass you one day." "Very well, enough of this. Allow me to assist in your recovery." Wang Cheng feigned a few arm gestures before secretly utilizing the system to invoke a wish. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 50,000 points of combat power from Piccolo. Ding. Congratulations to the host for randomly acquiring 100 points of battle power from Cell. How minimal. This ability, Cell exclaimed, recognizing it as the instantaneous healing power that saved me during my confrontation with Buu. So it was you, dear brother. No wonder the Supreme Kai promised to protect me from death, though ultimately, I still perished. That was due to an unexpected incident during my training, Wang Cheng explained. No worries, brother. After all, I was revived in the end. Moreover, your ability is truly extraordinary. You can use it from such a distance. You are nothing short of divine. No, you surpass even the gods. After all, that Supreme Kai seems rather unimpressive, Cell remarked with an obsequious demeanor towards Wang Cheng. Oh. It just struck me that during the battle with Majin Buu, I sensed this power. It was indeed your doing. You are truly remarkable. At this moment, Goku also realized this. Vegeta and Broly, however, appeared utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? We can't comprehend. This Wang Cheng is indeed enigmatic, with an array of abilities. Who is he really? He could not possibly be a mere earthling. Piccolo speculated about Wang Cheng's identity. All right, enough discussion. Let us commence the next round. Vegeta and Goku. It is your turn to battle. Hmph. Kakarot. This time I shall not be defeated by you. Vegeta proclaimed, arms crossed, gazing proudly at Goku. Goku scratched his head and replied with a smile, Vegeta, let me see if your strength has indeed improved. The two stood facing each other, their auras gradually intensifying. Vegeta launched the first attack, his form flickering as he instantly appeared before Goku, throwing a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Goku sidestepped, countering with a swift kick. Their speeds were astonishing, their figures weaving together in a mesmerizing display of fists and kicks. Chapter 48. A tremendous enhancement. Stop testing the waters, Kakarot. Unleash your true strength and transform into Super Saiyan 3. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, a brilliant light erupted from Goku, golden radiance dazzlingly illuminating the surroundings. His hair lengthening to his waist, revealing his Super Saiyan 3 form. At that moment, Vegeta, not to be outdone, let out a fierce roar, unleashing a powerful aura from within, also transforming into Super Saiyan 3. His golden hair danced in the wind, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Haha, Vegeta. You can transform into Super Saiyan 3 as well. Let us engage in a proper contest. Goku laughed heartily. Hmph, today I shall certainly defeat you, Kakarot. Vegeta gritted his teeth and responded. In an instant, the two figures collided, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that caused the surrounding space to fracture. The clash of Super Saiyans enveloped the battlefield in a golden radiance as Goku and Vegeta's formidable auras collided. Goku moved with grace, each punch accompanied by the sound of whistling winds, while Vegeta's assault was relentless, his kick striking like lightning without mercy. Their speed reached unimaginable heights, creating golden afterimages as their fists met, releasing astonishing energy fluctuations. Vegeta, your power has improved significantly, Goku exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Enough chatter, Kakarot. I will win this battle, unless you've managed to transform ahead of me again. Vegeta roared, intensifying his onslaught. The ground around them shattered under the sheer force of their clash, debris swirling chaotically. The battle between Goku and Vegeta grew increasingly fierce. With a sudden instant transmission, Goku appeared behind Vegeta and delivered a powerful kick. Vegeta reacted swiftly, turning to block with his arm, the impact forcing him to stumble back a few steps. With a steely gaze, Vegeta gathered energy in both hands and unleashed a formidable energy wave towards Goku. Unfazed, Goku pushed forward with both palms, absorbing the energy wave before forcefully redirecting it back, causing Vegeta to narrowly evade by sidestepping. Haha, Vegeta, that won't work on me. Goku chuckled. Vegeta huffed coldly. Don't get cocky, Kakarot. The two charged at each other once more, fists and feet colliding, each impact sending ripples of energy through the air. The battle had raged for most of the day, and both warriors were fully immersed in their conflict. Suddenly, Vegeta leapt high into the air, swiftly executing the prince's technique, unleashing a torrent of energy spheres that rained down upon Goku. With unwavering determination, Goku moved deftly, weaving through the gaps between the energy spheres. Vegeta. Such attacks cannot harm me, Goku shouted. Vegeta smirked. This is merely the prelude. Before the words had fully left his lips, he dove down, delivering a heavy punch aimed at Goku. Goku crossed his arms to shield himself, the immense force causing the ground beneath him to crater. They remained locked in place for a moment, then simultaneously exerted their strength, forcing each other back. At this point, their energy was somewhat disordered. Yet their fighting spirit burned even brighter. Those two are incredibly enduring, but the outcome should soon be decided, Piccolo remarked to Cell from the sidelines. Indeed, their growth in power has been astonishing. I could have taken on 10 of them back in the day, Cell sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Broly stood nearby, restless with anticipation. After more than an hour had passed, the battle reached its climax. Goku and Vegeta were nearing their physical limits, yet their movement showed no signs of slowing. Panting heavily, Vegeta's eyes still reflected unwavering determination and defiance. Kakarot, this is my final move. He concentrated all his strength into the palm of his hand, unleashing a colossal beam of energy. Goku, exerting the last of his strength, propelled a similarly potent Kamehameha to counter it. The two forces clashed, locked in a stalemate, as the surrounding space seemed to warp under the immense pressure. Finally, after a dazzling burst of light, both energies dissipated simultaneously, and they collapsed to the ground. Gazing at one another as laughter erupted between them. Vegeta, let us call this one a draw, Goku declared. Vegeta scoffed, next time, I shall emerge victorious. Thus, the fierce battle concluded amidst their shared mirth. In a moment of brilliance, Wang Cheng executed a feint, and instantly, Goku and Vegeta returned to their former states. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly stealing 10 million points of battle power from Vegeta. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly acquiring 500,000 points of battle power from Son Goku. Wang Cheng discovered through the system that the Saiyan race is indeed favored by the divine. They possess the ability to transform, thus transcending the limits of their mortal forms. It is no wonder that the gods in the original narrative were astonished upon witnessing the Super Saiyan Blue. With mere mortal strength, one can attain a divine realm through transformation. However, the limits of Super Saiyan 3 cannot reach the divine state. Even pseudo-gods fall short. Among them, perhaps only Broly's Super Saiyan 3 might approach the realm of pseudo-gods. Consequently, the potential for me to acquire combat power, experience points, increases significantly, though I remain uncertain about the magnitude required to truly attain the divine realm. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's sign-in? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine power enhancement for your body. In the final battle, Piccolo, Goku, and Vegeta will join forces against Broly. I shall enter the hyperbolic time chamber to experiment with the secret technique, and upon my return, we shall commence. Wasn't the hyperbolic time chamber destroyed? Goku inquired. Only the entrance was obliterated. Now, your collective strength can effortlessly shatter the space to exit, Wang Cheng replied before stepping into the hyperbolic time chamber. Wang Cheng took a deep breath and slowly settled into a meditative posture. The system activated the divine power to refine his body. As the process commenced, Wang Cheng's body involuntarily trembled, yet he clenched his teeth resolutely, uttering not a sound. Indeed, the pain was excruciating. Even with prior experience, it remained utterly maddening. As time elapsed, a faint luminescence began to emanate from Wang Cheng's form. Sweat poured down profusely, yet he persevered, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his own limits. At last, he exhaled in relief. He had finally completed the arduous task. Wang Cheng opened his eyes and took a deep breath, softly murmuring. The system activated the character panel. Ding. Host, Wang Cheng abilities, Master Level Martial Arts, Chi Perception and Application, Chi Cannon, Golden Bell Shield, Turtle School Kamehameha, Solar Fist, Wolf Fong Fist, Demon Sealing Wave, Pain Growth. Chi Round Slash, Cosmic Survival, Instant Transmission, Fusion Technique, Explosive Attack, Leo Flying Kick, Sage Mode, Dragon Fist, Pegasus Meteor Fist, Serious Punch, Wind God Leg, Explosive Fist, Millennial Kill. Majin Buu's Regeneration, World Shattering Palm, Hypnosis, Phantom Fist, Chi Tian Cannon, Super Strength, Destruction Beam, Language of the Gods, Wish, Modified, Gravitational Field, Combat Power, 2, 7 trillion, Realm, Pseudo-Divine Realm. Items, Spirit Beans, Binding Rope. It seems I am still in the Pseudo-Divine Realm. I wonder how much experience is required to ascend to the divine realm. Well, it is time to venture out. Wang Qing emerged from the house of spirit and time, and in that instant, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. The atmosphere seemed to grow dense, causing the crowd to unconsciously hold their breath. Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a portrait of disbelief. This pressure is formidable. Meanwhile, Vegeta furrowed his brow, his expression a mix of shock and a stubborn defiance. Wang Qing maintained a serene expression, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. While the aura around him remained unabated, Piccolo swallowed hard, murmuring, "To what extent has he ascended?" At that moment, Wang Qing gently lifted a hand, and the surrounding space began to exhibit signs of distortion. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, awestruck by the overwhelming power emanating from him. Let us commence. Chapter 49. The trio unites against Broly. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo stood together, poised to confront Broly. The towering figure of Broly exuded a ferocious aura, his eyes brimming with primal instincts and a thirst for battle. Goku clenched his fists, his energy surging. "Be cautious, Broly is formidable." Vegeta scoffed, "Hmph. What is there to fear? If Wang Qing commands us to join forces, I alone am more than capable." Piccolo, with a serious demeanor, fixated intently on Broly, ready to counter any attack. At Wang Qing's signal, Broly suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, the shockwave causing the ground beneath to tremble. He launched the first strike, charging at the trio like a rampaging beast. Goku swiftly moved to intercept him, their fists colliding with a force that sent shockwaves through the air. Seizing the moment, Vegeta soared from the side, delivering a kick aimed at Broly's midsection. However, Broly merely shifted his stance, evading effortlessly, and retaliated with a powerful energy wave directed at Vegeta. Observing this, Piccolo swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring an energy shield to deflect the incoming attack. "This guy is too strong," Piccolo exclaimed. Gritting his teeth, Goku urged, "Do not falter, press the attack." In an instant, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his golden aura blazing with intensity, his power surging dramatically. Vegeta, not to be outdone, also ascended to Super Saiyan 3, the powerful energy fluctuations causing the very air around them to quiver. Meanwhile, Piccolo's muscles bulged, his green skin radiating a glow as he entered his most formidable combat state. Upon witnessing their transformations, Broly was not deterred. Instead, he reveled in the challenge, roaring in excitement as his own power escalated. "Delightful. It has been far too long since I felt such exhilaration. Watch as I bring you three to your knees." "Hmph. All talk," Piccolo retorted, launching the first offensive. In a flash, he closed the distance to Broly, delivering a powerful punch. Broly raised his hand to block, and where their arms met, a fierce energy storm erupted. Taking advantage of the moment, Vegeta struck from behind, unleashing a beam of energy aimed at Broly. Broly sidestepped, narrowly evading the beam that swept past him. Goku thrust his hands forward, unleashing the Kamehameha wave, a formidable surge of energy racing toward Broly. Once more, Broly intensified his power, a ferocious aura erupting around him, his eyes turning a fiery red, as if they could unleash flames. Goku and the others felt the weight of this terrifying pressure, their expressions growing grave. How much more power does this guy possess? Vegeta gritted his teeth, incredulous. Is it true that the legendary Saiyan possesses such extraordinary talent? Despite our rigorous training, Goku looked utterly astonished. Broly emitted a deafening roar, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. He charged forward with blinding speed, closing the distance to Goku in an instant, delivering a crushing punch. Goku hastily defended himself, but was sent staggering back several dozen meters by the overwhelming force. Piccolo quickly summoned all his strength, conjuring a powerful energy shield in an attempt to block Broly's assault. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Broly shattered the shield, leaving Piccolo gravely injured on the ground. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, concentrated his energy into his palms, forming a colossal energy sphere and hurling it at Broly. Broly did not flinch. He absorbed the impact directly, the energy sphere exploding against him, yet failing to inflict significant harm. System, enable the wish for Piccolo. Ding. Congratulations. Host has randomly stolen 3 million points of battle power from Piccolo. Instantly revitalized, Piccolo was astonished, but soon rejoined the fray. Broly's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, each punch and kick imbued with cataclysmic force. Goku deftly evaded, searching for a weakness in Broly's defenses. Vegeta continuously unleashed energy waves, striving to disrupt Broly's movements. Meanwhile, Piccolo awaited the opportune moment to unleash his special beam cannon. However, Broly seemed impervious to their attacks, his body as unyielding as steel, absorbing every strike without sustaining any substantial damage. Suddenly, Broly clasped his hands together and slammed them downwards, a powerful shockwave emanating from him, radiating outward. Goku and his companions were thrown back by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it! Goku rose, blood trickling from his lips. A glint of determination flashed in Vegeta's eyes. We cannot afford to lose to him. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Piccolo urged, "Let us attack together." The three surged toward Broly once more, Goku's gaze resolute as he channeled all his energy into his fist, exuding an unwavering spirit. Vegeta's golden aura blazed fiercely, his speed reaching its zenith. Piccolo's hands shimmered with mysterious light, ready to unleash his most powerful technique. Broly, grinning menacingly at the approaching trio, raised his arms, poised to meet their assault. Goku was the first to reach him, his fist colliding with Broly's arm, producing a thunderous sound that rippled through the surrounding space. Vegeta swiftly delivered a kick aimed at Broly's abdomen, yet Broly effortlessly blocked it with his palm. At that moment, Piccolo waved his hands, conjuring a formidable energy rope that soared towards Broly in an attempt to bind him. With a furious roar, Broly forcefully broke free from the restraints and retaliated with a punch, sending Piccolo flying backward. The system then acknowledged the wishes of Piccolo, Goku, and Vegeta. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly stealing 500,000 points of combat power from Piccolo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly stealing 80,000 points of combat power from Goku. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly stealing 50 points of combat power from Vegeta. The three, now restored, gazed at Wang Chung in bewilderment. I wish to ascertain the limits of Broly's training. Piccolo, step aside, for you can no longer partake in this battle. Piccolo replied, I shall be ready to restore both of you at any moment, with but one condition. You must force Broly to reach his utmost limits. Wang Chung, did you not say that continuously utilizing Saiyan passives would exhaust our potential and be detrimental for the future? Goku inquired, scratching his head. Well, if you're injured, you cannot simply refrain from recovery. Once your potential is depleted, your recovery from severe injuries will not yield further strength enhancement. However, as long as you continually push beyond your own limits, there is no need for concern. You seem to possess a remarkable understanding of a science, Vegeta remarked, eyeing Wang Chung with curiosity. Naturally, I neglected to mention that I am now a candidate for the Kaioshin, Wang Chung responded. Vegeta scoffed. You aspire to become that worthless candidate. The Kaioshin are utterly incompetent, merely tasked with creating planets and life. Isn't that still weak? Are you itching for a fight? Vegeta shot back, glaring at Wang Chung. Broly, give this guy a good thrashing later for always wearing that sour expression. It's time to teach him a lesson about his arrogance. You need not instruct me. I intend to deliver a severe beating to these two myself, Broly retorted, casting a challenging gaze at both Vegeta and Goku. Please leave a positive review at the end of the chapter. Chapter 50. The Fusion Warriors. Thus, the three resumed their fierce battle. Goku and Vegeta stood side by side, their eyes firmly fixed on Broly ahead. Goku initiated the assault, darting towards Broly with ghostly swiftness, appearing instantaneously at his left side to deliver a powerful punch. Broly reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping the blow and countering with a punch of his own. Goku quickly retreated, evading the fierce strike. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta attacked from the right, unleashing a swift kick towards Broly's waist. Broly raised his leg to block, the impact resonating with a dull thud as their limbs clashed. The two executed their moves in perfect harmony, left and right, a relentless flurry of attacks. Yet Broly, with his immense strength, handled their onslaught with ease, showing no signs of fatigue. Vegeta, this guy is no pushover, Goku exclaimed. Vegeta coldly huffed, stop your prattling, press on. Once more, Wukong surged forward, his aura blazing with renewed intensity, while Vegeta, equally determined, maximized his power to its utmost limits. Broly, incensed by the relentless onslaught from both warriors, let out a thunderous roar that unleashed a formidable energy from within, sending Wukong and Vegeta staggering backwards several meters. The battle escalated with fervor, as the trio exerted every ounce of their strength, unwilling to yield an inch. Wukong's gaze remained steadfast, each cell of his being ignited with the fervor of combat. He darted forward like lightning, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks upon Broly with the ferocity of a tempest. Vegeta, embodying his proud fighting style, unleashed each move with a fierce momentum. Striving to breach Broly's defenses, Broly roared in response, his power seemingly boundless. No matter how ferocious Wukong and Vegeta's assaults were, he absorbed them with unwavering resilience and countered with devastating force. Each punch he threw and each kick he executed bore the strength capable of obliterating everything in its path. In a flash, Wukong teleported behind Broly, launching a full-force kick aimed at his back. Yet, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, Broly abruptly spun around, using his elbow to deflect Wukong's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave that surged toward Broly. Remarkably, Broly did not evade. Instead, he absorbed the energy wave with his body, emerging unscathed. At this moment, the energy fluctuations resulting from their fierce combat had distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. Yet the intense struggle raged on, with victory still hanging in the balance. These Saiyans are truly extraordinary. It seems I must intensify my training and develop a transformation of deep green, perhaps even one or two more, Piccolo murmured to himself. Wang Qing observed the fierce battle between the three warriors and marveled at how Goku and Vegeta were nearing the limits of mortal strength. While Broly appeared to possess no discernible boundary, he felt the need to intensify the situation further. Stop! Wang Qing suddenly exclaimed. His voice resonated powerfully amidst the chaos of the battlefield, causing Goku, Vegeta, and Broly to momentarily halt their movements. Wang Qing slowly stepped forward, emanating an aura of mystery and formidable power that compelled all present to cast their gazes upon him. This battle had lost its significance. Both of you are nearing your limits, and continuing in this manner will not secure victory against Broly. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow. Panting as he spoke, Wang Qing, what should we do then? You are right. I have reached my limit. Broly is truly a monster. Vegeta furrowed his brow, retorting, Hmph. Who says we should stop? I have yet to unleash my full potential. Broly merely scoffed in disdain. You clearly have not endured enough. What did you say? Vegeta exclaimed in anger. Enough of this bickering, Vegeta. The reason I want you both to cease is to teach you a specialized technique before facing Broly again. What technique? Goku inquired. The fusion technique, came the reply. What is the fusion technique? Piccolo stepped forward to ask. The fusion technique combines the powers of two individuals, resulting in a greater strength. The extent of this strength depends on the abilities of the individuals before fusion. Now, I shall instruct Goku and Vegeta in the fusion process. Moments later, what is this ridiculous movement? You expect me, the noble prince of Saiyans, to perform such a humiliating act? I would rather be mercilessly defeated by Broly. Does our proud Saiyan prince not wish to grow stronger? If that is the case, you may leave. Damn it, Wang Qing. You are crossing the line. So, what will it be? Are you leaving or not? Kakarot, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and practice the movements. Goku, Piccolo, Wang Qing, what happened to the pride of the Saiyan prince? Vegeta and Goku stood solemnly in the vast training ground, preparing to practice the fusion technique. They began to adopt a series of peculiar postures as dictated by the fusion process. Vegeta's movements appeared somewhat stiff, reflecting his discomfort. Vegeta, your movements must be precise, otherwise the fusion will fail, Wang Qing reminded him. Vegeta huffed in response, enough with the chatter, I am aware. However, during their initial attempt, their movements did not synchronize perfectly, resulting in a failed fusion. Damn it, let's try again, Vegeta exclaimed, visibly irritated. They reoriented themselves and commenced anew, but although they successfully fused on their second attempt, the outcome was unexpected. A towering, rotund figure materialized before them in a flash of light. Piccolo, Wang Qing, Broly. 5. What expressions are you all wearing? I have succeeded. I am now the strongest warrior. Immediately, Broly lunged forward and struck the hefty fusion body, sending it flying. Half an hour later. Damn it. I have failed again. It must be your fault, Kakarot. Goku scratched his head. You can't blame me entirely, Vegeta. Just now, during the fusion, you stepped on my foot. Don't worry, Vegeta. Let us carefully recall the essential movements and try once more. The two took a deep breath, preparing for their third attempt. This time, they were fully focused, striving for precision in every movement. Vegeta clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with determination, while Goku wore a serious expression, refusing to let his guard down for a moment. Their bodies began to draw closer, their stances gradually aligning, and the radiant light of fusion began to shimmer around them. As the brilliance dissipated, a brand new, formidable warrior emerged in the training ground. His physique was tall and robust, with well-defined muscles radiating an unparalleled aura of strength. His gaze held Goku's agility and Vegeta's pride. Broly, witnessing this new warrior, felt a tinge of pressure and curiously scrutinized the fusion fighter before him. Hmph. Now you've witnessed the power of our fusion. Are you trembling in fear? At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward and inquired, "What shall we call you after the fusion? Are you still Vegeta or Goku?" "I am neither Vegeta nor Goku. My new name is Vegeto." "Enough chatter. I can hardly wait to engage you." Broly's face was now filled with battle fervor. Chapter 51. The Fusion Warrior 2. Vegeto stood proudly, while Broly radiated an endless, violent aura. Broly initiated the attack, charging towards Vegeto like a cannonball, the wind from his punches howling. Vegeto sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the onslaught, and countered with a punch to Broly's abdomen. Broly winced in pain, letting out a furious roar, his power surging again as he launched a frenzied assault on Vegeto. Unfazed, Vegeto skillfully parried each of Broly's strikes. "Is that all you've got, Broly?" Vegeto taunted. Broly, enraged, felt his aura swell even further. He leaped high into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Vegeto's head. Vegeto crossed his arms, absorbing the blow, the tremendous impact fracturing the ground beneath them. Vegeto's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he retaliated with a flurry of rapid punches that forced Broly to stagger backward. "Damn it!" Broly roared, charging forward once more. His eyes were bloodshot, muscles taut, and each step caused the ground to tremble slightly. Vegeto remained composed, arms crossed over his chest, calmly observing Broly's advance. Just as Broly was about to close in on Vegeto, he vanished from his spot in an instant. Broly missed his target, and before he could react, Vegeta appeared above him, delivering a forceful stomp. The sudden assault sent Broly staggering, nearly toppling to the ground. However, he quickly regained his balance and turned to unleash a punch at the airborne Vegeta. With ease, Vegeta evaded the blow and landed behind Broly, striking him with an elbow to the back. Broly lurched forward, roaring in fury as he spun around, unleashing a barrage of energy blast with both hands. Unfazed, Vegeta extended his arms, conjuring an energy shield that deflected every single energy wave. The collision of energy warped the surrounding space, and the powerful shockwaves radiated outward, leveling the nearby peaks and upheaving the ground in layers of dirt and stone. Witnessing the devastation, Broly descended into a frenzied state, his power surging like a blazing inferno. Broly roared once more, his muscles bulging and veins throbbing as he concentrated all his might into his fists, charging recklessly at Vegeta. Vegeta's expression sharpened. He lowered his shield and met Broly head-on. Their fists collided once again, and in that moment, time seemed to freeze, enveloping the entire space in a blinding radiance. As the light dissipated, both Vegeta and Broly stumbled back several paces. While Vegeta panted lightly, blood trickled from the corner of Broly's mouth. "Still refusing to yield, Broly?" Vegeta inquired. Broly wiped the blood from his lips, defiantly asserting, "You think it's that easy to make me surrender?" No sooner had he spoken than he erupted with an even more ferocious power, his aura surging like a tumultuous tsunami. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his expression growing grave. "It seems you truly are a formidable opponent." Broly laughed maniacally, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Vegeta, launching a punch imbued with the intent to annihilate. Vegeta hastily defended himself but was forced back several steps by the sheer force. Internally astonished by Broly's strength, Vegeta's movements remained swift and precise as he adjusted his stance and counterattacked. The two engaged in a fierce clash, each collision igniting cataclysmic explosions, reducing the surroundings to chaos. "This cannot continue," Vegeta thought, his gaze intensifying as he transformed into a Super Saiyan of the third grade. His hair elongated instantly, radiating a brilliant golden light, and a powerful aura surged like a tempest. Sensing Vegeta's escalating power, Broly's eyes briefly flickered with surprise, only to be swiftly consumed by madness. Vegeta flashed forward, appearing in front of Broly, and unleashed a devastating punch with the force of a thunderclap. Broly raised his hand to defend, but was sent sprawling back several dozen meters. "Broly, it ends here," Vegeta declared with conviction. He swiftly maneuvered his hands, sending a multitude of energy spheres hurtling toward Broly. Under the relentless bombardment of energy spheres, Broly's body bore numerous wounds, yet he stood resolutely, refusing to succumb. At that moment, a transformation overtook him. His muscles expanded even further, emanating an increasingly ferocious aura. His skin manifested peculiar patterns, each one shimmering with a sinister glow. The air surrounding him seemed ignited by his presence, charged with a searing intensity. Gogeta's eyes widened in astonishment, a thought echoing in his mind. What manner of beast is this? Yet, he did not falter. Instead, a more potent fighting spirit surged within him. Broly roared, his voice transforming into a tangible shockwave that surged towards Gogeta. With arms crossed, Gogeta erected an energy shield to withstand the onslaught of sound. A resounding crash. The shield fractured under the sustained pressure of the shockwave, compelling Gogeta to amplify his energy output to barely maintain his ground. Meanwhile, Broly charged once more, each step causing the ground to sink beneath him, as if he bore the weight of an army. Taking a deep breath, Gogeta concentrated his energy to its zenith, bracing himself for Broly's impending, thunderous strike. In an instant, Broly was upon him, his fist, large as a cauldron, slicing through the air with a howling wind aimed at Gogeta. Gogeta sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a kick to Broly's abdomen. Broly did not evade. He absorbed the blow as though it were inconsequential, then seized Gogeta's ankle and hurled him forcefully. Gogeta was flung against a distant peak, which crumbled under the impact. He emerged from the rubble, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. This adversary is overwhelmingly powerful, Gogeta thought, though his gaze remained resolute. Suddenly, he was uncontrollably separated. A flash of light marked the end of his fusion with Vegeta. The time for their union had expired. Yet, at that moment, Broly had begun to spiral out of control, his eyes blood red, relentlessly attacking everything in his vicinity. Wang Chung swiftly acted, his figure darting like lightning as he rushed to Broly's side in an instant. With both hands forming a seal, he hurled the bottle forward. Halt! Demon Sealing Wave. Wang Cheng's eyes widened with fury as a thunderous roar erupted from his lips. His muscles tensed, his hands firmly grasping a mysterious and formidable power. Akin to an enraged lion, he exerted all his strength to push it towards Broly. In a split second, a dazzling green light erupted from Wang Cheng's hands, shooting towards Broly like a bolt of lightning. This green radiance swiftly coiled around Broly's form, resembling a sinuous giant python, binding him tightly. Sensing this immense power, Broly desperately struggled to break free, but the green energy was remarkably tenacious, clinging to him relentlessly. As the green light intensified, Broly ultimately could not withstand it. His entire being engulfed, transforming into a streak of light that soared into a pre-prepared bottle. Subsequently, Wang Chung produced a yellow talisman and affixed it onto the vessel. Wow! Wang Cheng, you can actually perform Master Wu Tian's Demon Sealing Wave. That's incredible! Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Piccolo turned pale with fright. He was the foremost authority on the Demon Sealing Wave. Please give a rating at the end of the chapter. Thank you immensely. The errors in the Fusion Warriors' names have been corrected. Chapter 52. Angel Whis Vegeta stepped forward, inquiring, what is happening? Why did my fusion with Kakarot suddenly separate? And why did Broly lose control? The fusion has a time limit, only half an hour. Broly's power surged too rapidly, and his body could not contain this overwhelming strength, leading to his frenzy. Just let him remain in the bottle for a while, and he will be fine. The system prompted Goku and Vegeta to use a wish. In an instant, the two of them returned to their original states. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 5 million battle points from Son Goku. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 1 billion battle points from Vegeta. Alright, Broly should be regaining consciousness soon. Piccolo, tear the seal and let him out. Piccolo stepped forward, ripping the talisman to release Broly. What happened to me? Broly looked around in confusion. Goku approached and explained, Broly, your power increased too rapidly just now, and you lost control, attacking wildly. Alright, it seems it was you who stopped me, Broly remarked, directing his gaze at Wang Chung. As the group conversed, a mysterious beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens. Once the light dissipated, a mysterious figure holding a staff appeared before them. He floated gracefully in the air. Tall and slender, clad in a long robe as white as snow, its sleeves gently billowing with the breeze, as if merging with the surrounding zephyrs. His eyes resembled a profound starry sky, shimmering with a mysterious and sagacious glow. His gaze seemed to penetrate the very secrets of the universe, and in his hand, he held a golden scepter, the tip of which was adorned with a brilliant gemstone, radiating mysterious and formidable waves of energy. The appearance of this enigmatic figure enveloped the space in a sacred and inviolable aura. Goku widened his eyes and asked warily, Who are you? What brings you here? The mysterious man smiled gently, his expression as soothing as a spring breeze. I am Whis, an angel of the 7th universe. Goku scratched his head. A look of confusion crossing his face. An angel? What is that? Whis patiently explained. Angels are entities that maintain the balance of the universe, tasked with overseeing the actions of the destroyers. Vegeta stepped forward, his gaze filled with vigilance. What is your purpose here? Whis lightly waved his scepter and replied. I sensed an unusual energy fluctuation in this place and came to investigate. Piccolo stood by, astonished. What do you mean by the seventh universe? Whis raised his scepter slightly and said in a calm voice, the universe is not a singular entity. It consists of numerous parallel universes. You reside in the seventh universe. Each universe possesses its unique rules and destinies. Goku's eyes widened even further. Is it really that extraordinary? Do other universes have warriors as formidable as us? Whis smiled enigmatically and, after a moment, responded, in some universes, warriors possess powers that far exceed your imagination. Vegeta clenched his fist defiantly. I don't believe it. Whis' gaze swept over the group before finally resting on Wang Cheng. Just now, I sensed a remarkable surge of energy emanating from this planet. It must have been you. I can feel your uniqueness. You are already infinitely close to divinity. Whis said, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng felt somewhat bewildered under Whis' gaze. Lord Whis, I merely assisted my uncontrollable companion in regulating his power. Goku excitedly leaped forward, exclaiming, Wow, Wang Cheng, I didn't realize you were this formidable. Vegeta scoffed. So what if you're close to godhood? You still have not attained it. Whis smiled gently, remarking, Yet, that is already quite remarkable. To cultivate divine strength as a mortal is akin to scaling the heavens. Wang Cheng's gaze was resolute. No matter the difficulty, he would not yield. I shall take that step. Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Indeed. Together we shall strive, and we will undoubtedly grow stronger. Vegeta clenched his teeth, huffing. I refuse to be bested by anyone. Whis nodded gently, acknowledging that such determination is commendable. However, the path to divinity is fraught with thorns. It requires not only immense strength, but also a pure heart and a profound understanding of the cosmic laws. Piccolo pondered, a pure heart and comprehension of the laws. That is no easy feat. Was turned to Wang Cheng and inquired, Are you interested in becoming a candidate for the god of destruction? Wang Cheng remarked, however, I am already a candidate for the Kaishin. Whis raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating that there was no contradiction. Becoming a candidate for the god of destruction would grant you greater power and a higher status. Goku scratched his head beside them, pondering, this is indeed a difficult choice. Wang Cheng, Vegeta, with a dismissive expression, scoffed. What is there to hesitate about? Clearly, you should choose to be the candidate for the god of destruction. What about the Kaishin? Wang Cheng inquired, glancing at Whis. Whis gently shook his head. You need not worry about that. I will explain the situation to the Kaishin. The key lies in your own willingness. Goku patted Wang Cheng's shoulder, saying, Regardless of your decision, we will support you. Vegeta folded his arms, grumbling. Stop being so indecisive and make a decision already. Wang Cheng bit his lip, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Lord Whis, I am willing to become a candidate for the god of destruction, but I shall not forget my responsibilities as a candidate for the Supreme Kai. Whis smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. From this moment onward, you must prepare yourself for rigorous training. Finally reaching this point, I can train alongside the angels. Wang Cheng thought to himself, Mr. Whis, since you have come to Earth, allow me to extend my hospitality. I shall inform my family to prepare a banquet. There will be an abundance of delectable dishes. Knowing that both angels and gods of destruction are fond of food, I have it all figured out. Whis responded with a smile, That sounds marvelous. I eagerly anticipate it. Upon returning home, Wang Cheng summoned the robots to bring forth dish after dish of culinary delights. The table was laden with an array of enticing aromas, steaming dumplings with thin skin and generous fillings, golden, crispy roasted duck served with scallions, cucumbers, and sweet bean sauce, and meticulously prepared sweet and sour spare ribs, glistening in a vibrant hue, tangy and delectable. Whis gazed at the sumptuous spread before him, his eyes reflecting surprise. This looks truly extravagant. Goku, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of roasted duck, stuffing it into his mouth. Delicious. Vegeta and Broly, shedding their restraint, joined in and began to eat heartily. Wang Cheng smiled and said, Everyone, please feel free to enjoy. Whis picked up a dumpling and, after savoring it thoroughly, could not help but exclaim, The flavor of this dumpling is truly exquisite. The combination of fillings is perfectly balanced, providing a rich and harmonious texture that lingers delightfully on the palate. He then sampled a piece of roasted duck, his eyes brightening as he remarked, "The skin of this duck is crisp, the meat tender, and the aroma is simply intoxicating. The culinary technique is nothing short of extraordinary." Turning to Wang Chung with a smile, Whis added, "Such delectable food has given me a refreshing perspective on Earth's culinary culture. I am grateful for your generous hospitality. May I take some with me to share with Lord Beerus, who is also a connoisseur of fine cuisine?" In truth, it was for his own enjoyment. As Beerus was still asleep. "Of course, that is not a problem." Wang Chung promptly instructed the butler to pack a portion of each dish for Whis to take along. Chapter 53, The Sign-In Nebula Technique. After the banquet, Bulma said, "Wang Chung, I wish to accompany Mr. Whis for a time. Another training session, I presume. You, always preoccupied with training. What about your wife and daughter? You must have been influenced by Goku and the others." Goku interjected, "Hey, that's unfair. My training is aimed at better protecting you and Tian Tian in the future. Rest assured, I can teleport and will return frequently." "Mr. Wang Chung, we must take our leave," Whis stated. "Mr. Whis, might I join you? I also wish to train," pleaded Vegeta earnestly. Whis furrowed his brow in hesitation. Suddenly, Goku chimed in, "You're quite cunning, Vegeta. I can go too, right, Lord Whis?" With a resigned smile, Whis replied, "Mortal beings cannot enter the God of Destruction realm. Mr. Wang Chung is permitted only as a candidate for the God of Destruction. Others may enter only with Lord Beerus's consent." Very well, they both acquiesced. With a flash of light, Wang Chung and Whis vanished from sight. Half an hour later, Whis announced, "This is the realm of the God of Destruction, Mr. Wang Chung. Now, what kind of training do you intend for me? Since you have already begun to touch upon divine realms, conventional training can be set aside. I shall teach you divine skills directly." With a wave of Whis' staff, Wang Chung was instantly drawn into the staff space. The divine energy here is abundant. But there is no concept of techniques in the Dragon Ball world. I wonder how to absorb it, Wang Chung pondered. "What are you daydreaming about, Mr. Wang Chung? Next, I shall teach you the divine skill of Frieza's ultimate instinct right here." Wang Chung regained his composure, his eyes brimming with anticipation and resolve. "This, I shall devote myself to learning earnestly." Whis smiled gently. "This is not an easy endeavor. It requires you to focus intently, to sense the ebb and flow of the surrounding energies, allowing your body to respond instinctively." With that, Whis commenced his demonstration, his form resembling a fleeting shadows, his movements fluid and graceful. "Now, Mr. Wang Chung, it is your turn to contemplate and discover here." Wang Chung nodded, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes, striving to perceive the actions and aura of Whis from moments prior. As time ticked away, beads of sweat gradually appeared on Wang Chung's forehead. Yet he remained immersed in his comprehension. How challenging. Truly worthy of being deemed a divine skill. Ding. Would you like to commence today's check-in? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Nebula Technique, which allows for the absorption of cosmic energy to refine divine power. Just as one feels drowsy, a pillow is conveniently provided. Since the profound essence of the utmost freedom eludes my grasp, it is fortuitous that I can now practice the Nebula Technique. Wang Chung sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands forming intricate seals, as the aura surrounding him gradually grew heavy. His breathing was steady and prolonged, each exhalation seemingly engaging in a dialogue with the ethereal energies of the universe. As time progressed, the air around him appeared to be drawn in, swirling gently in small vortices around Wang Chung. It was unclear how long he remained in this state, but gradually a faint glow enveloped his body, within which flickered what seemed to be distant stars. Time flew by, and it had been 10 days since Wang Chung began his practice of the Nebula Technique. During this period, Whis had visited several times, each time observing Wang Chung's progress in silence, his gaze occasionally reflecting approval, yet at other moments tinged with a hint of perplexity. This does not seem to be a mere comprehension of the ultimate freedom. He has been sitting here for half a year. What on earth is this young man doing? His strength has undeniably increased significantly. How strange. On one particular day, as Wang Chung was immersed in his cultivation, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing orbs that shimmered with the brilliance of stars. Ah, what an indescribable sensation of comfort. At that moment, Whis entered and happened upon the awakened Wang Chung. "You have finally come to. You meditated for 10 days to grasp the ultimate freedom? 10 days? To be precise, it has been more than 10 days. The flow of time within the staff is different from that in the outside world. You have essentially spent nearly 20 years inside, Wang Chung. So, I am quite curious about what you have been doing for the past 20 years, sitting motionless." I see you possess extraordinary talent. It seems unlikely that you would take such a long time to grasp the concept of effortless mastery. Furthermore, during these 2 decades, I have sensed no trace of that mastery within you, although your strength has indeed seen considerable enhancement. I am perplexed, Whis. The moment I closed my eyes to contemplate your movements, it felt as though I entered a state of transcendence, with waves of energy flooding into my body, warming me from within. Yet, once that sensation faded, I awoke. Oh well, I have never encountered a situation like yours. In any case, your strength has improved, which is not necessarily a negative outcome. However, it appears that the pursuit of effortless mastery may not be suitable for you, given your prolonged struggle to comprehend it. Hmph. My apologies, Whis, for disappointing you. Disappointment is not quite the term. One does not need to master effortless mastery to become a god of destruction. Achieving a certain level of strength suffices, although mastering effortless mastery would certainly place one among the elite within that realm. I understand, Whis. I have not returned home in quite some time. I shall visit. Would you care to join me for some delectable cuisine? That sounds utterly irresistible. Yet I have matters to attend to and may not be able to accompany you this time. No worries, Whis. I will be back in a few days and will bring you some treats. I am immensely grateful. Wukong sensed the energy on Earth, fortunately. Kong and the others have grown powerful, or else it would be impossible to teleport back from such a distance. With a swift motion, Wukong vanished. Whis gazed at the spot where Wukong had disappeared, murmuring to himself, "This young fellow truly is an enigma." On Earth, at this moment, Vegeta, who was bathing in the river, looked at Wukong, who had suddenly appeared before him. "What the? Vegeta, are you a ghost? You appeared out of nowhere." "My apologies. I sensed your energy and returned directly from the realm of the gods of destruction." "You're back so soon. You haven't been expelled, have you? It is only fitting that a genius warrior such as myself deserves to train in the realm of the gods of destruction." Indeed. You, Vegeta, are a grand genius. Enough of this chatter. I am heading home." With that, Wukong teleported back home. The system activated the character panel. Ding. Host. Wukong abilities. Master level martial arts. Perception and utilization of Chi Cannon, Golden Bell Shield, Turtle School Chi Gong, Solar Fist, Wolf Fong Wind Fist, Demon Sealing Wave, Pain Growth, Chi Round Slash, Cosmic Survival. Instant Transmission, Fusion Technique, Grand Explosion Attack, Leo Flying Kick, Sage Mode, Dragon Fist, Pegasus Meteor Fist, Serious Punch, Wind God Leg, Explosive Fist, Millennium Kill, Majin Buu's Regeneration Ability. World Shattering Palm, Hypnosis, Residual Image Fist, Sky Cannon, Superpower, Destruction Beam, Language of the Gods, Wish, Modified, Gravitational Field. Nebula Technique Combat Power, Experience Points 100 Trillion Realm, Divine Realm, First Level, Items, Immortal Beings, Binding Rope, Divine Realm, First Level. How is this system categorized? Ding. Please explore on your own. Darn. Alright. It seems that when I meet Whis next time, I must have a thorough discussion with him regarding the classifications of divine realms, and what level Whis might be at. It has been 10 days since I last saw Bulma. It appears another fierce battle awaits. Chapter 54. First Battle Against Whis. Ding. Would you like to initiate today as sign-in? Let us begin. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ultimate freedom technique. Hearing the notification from the system, Wukong pondered why it was the state of freedom and ultimate power. A perfect outcome would have been far preferable, due to frequent absences from home. He decided to stay with his family this time, occasionally venturing into the divine realm to deliver takeout for Whis. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the constant state of freedom and ultimate power. After 3 long years, it had finally been bestowed upon him. Had it not been for the system's space, he could have filled an entire room with celestial beings. Opening the character panel, he found, Ding. Host. Wukong abilities. Max level martial arts. Chi perception and utilization. Chi cannon. Golden Bell Shield. Turtle School Chi. Solar Fist. Wolf Fong Fist. Demon Sealing Wave. Pain Growth. Chi Round Slash. Cosmic Survival. Instant Teleportation. Fusion Technique. Mega Explosion Attack. Leo Flying Kick. Celestial Mode. Dragon Fist. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Serious Punch. Wind God Leg. Explosive Fist. Millennium Kill. Majin Buu's Regeneration. Universal Shockwave Palm. Hypnosis. Residual Image Fist. Sky Cannon. Supernatural Power. Destruction Beam. Language of the Gods. Wish. Magical Modification. gravitational field, nebula technique. Tenfold turtle school chi, constant state of freedom and ultimate power. Combat power, 500 trillion realm, second stage of the divine realm items, celestial beings, binding ropes. Wang Cheng felt the wondrous force of ultimate ease flowing through his body, as if he had established a subtle connection with everything around him. This sensation was truly enchanting. He murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. I must find someone to test this effect. But whom should I choose? The god of destruction. He chuckled. Whis, come help me try out this new form. Whis looked at Wang Cheng, astonished. What have you done? You've managed to normalize ultimate ease. This is simply incredible. Lord Beerus, despite his laziness over the past few million years, has only reached the second level of ultimate ease. Whis, may I challenge you? I wish to gauge the difference between our strengths. With the utmost pleasure. The two stood facing each other, the air around them seemingly solidified by their formidable aura. Whis smiled gently. Wang Cheng, let me witness your current power. Wang Cheng's expression turned grave as he clasped his hands together and said, Whis, I beseech your guidance. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Cheng launched the first strike, his form darting forward like lightning towards Whis. Unperturbed, Whis deftly sidestepped the attack. Wang Cheng followed up with a flurry of techniques, each imbued with formidable power. Whis effortlessly countered Wang Cheng's onslaught, occasionally offering sage advice. Your application of strength lacks precision, and your speed could certainly be enhanced. The mastery of free and unfettered is merely a divine martial art. When faced with a superior opponent, it proves inadequate. Thus, one must elevate their own realm to synergize effectively with free and unfettered for optimal results. As soon as Whis concluded his counsel, Wang Cheng grew increasingly ferocious, channeling all his strength into a single fist, which he drove towards Whis with great determination. This punch sliced through the air with a resounding crack, demonstrating immense power. Whis' gaze sharpened as he extended his palm, remarkably catching the punch with steadiness. However, his arm trembled slightly, revealing his surprise at Wang Cheng's newfound strength. Well done, Wang Cheng, but it is still insufficient, Whis exclaimed, suddenly exerting his force, sending Wang Cheng staggering back several paces. Wang Cheng steadied himself and charged forward once more. As the intensity of their battle escalated, the surrounding rocks and trees shattered under the impact of their formidable powers. Amidst the clash, Whis imparted his wisdom to Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, pay heed to your breathing rhythm. The eruption of your strength must harmonize with the modulation of your breath. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, he diligently regulated his breathing, and indeed felt a more fluid application of his strength. Whis further remarked, in combat, one must not only pay attention to the opponent's movements, but also perceive the flow of their energy, anticipating their next move. Under Whis' guidance, Wang Cheng focused intently on sensing the fluctuations of Whis' energy. Gradually, his responses became more composed. Excellent, Wang Cheng. Now, attempt to concentrate your power into a singular point for a burst attack, Whis instructed, deftly sidestepping Wang Cheng's punch, while simultaneously retaliating with a strike of his own. Wang Cheng pondered deeply over Whis' words, striving to concentrate his strength for the forthcoming assault. He inhaled profoundly, channeling all his vigor into his right fist, which shimmered with a radiant glow, exuding an unstoppable momentum as it surged towards Whis. A flicker of admiration flashed in Whis' eyes as he extended his palm to gently intercept the blow, yet he was met with an overwhelming force. Indeed, Wang Cheng, you have made significant progress, yet perfection still eludes you, Whis remarked. While honing your strength, it is equally vital to maintain your body's balance and defense. Wang Cheng nodded, swiftly adjusting his stance to launch another assault. This time, his speed was heightened, and his strength more concentrated, propelling him towards Whis like a cannonball. Whis, unhurried, sidestepped the oncoming attack while extending a finger to gently tap the air, unleashing an invisible force that momentarily disrupted Wang Cheng's momentum. When attacking, do not neglect your defense. An enemy's counterstrike often comes unexpectedly, Whis admonished with gravity. Wang Cheng clenched his teeth, steadied his stance, and reevaluated his strategy. His gaze grew more resolute as he rapidly recalled Whis' prior teachings and reflected on his own shortcomings during the battle. At that moment, Wang Cheng's breath gradually steadied. He no longer attacked with the same desperation as before, but instead prioritized defense, seeking the flaws within Whis' techniques. Observing this, Whis' lips curled slightly in a smile. Well done, Wang Cheng. Understanding the importance of calm reflection is the key to progress. Wang Cheng remained silent, his attention wholly absorbed in observing every movement of Whis. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the sound of Wang Cheng's heartbeat resonated clearly. Suddenly, he detected a subtle flaw in Whis' actions. Wang Cheng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he sprang into action like a flash of lightning. His fists whistled through the air, unleashing a force akin to a bamboo shoot splitting apart, aimed directly at Whis' vital points. Whis was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Wang Cheng could so swiftly identify and seize the opportunity. However, his reflexes were remarkably quick, and he promptly executed a defensive maneuver. Bang! The collision of fists and palms resonated with a thunderous sound, sending ripples through the surrounding air. Wang Cheng felt an overwhelming backlash coursing through him, causing his arms to tingle, yet he gritted his teeth resolutely, refusing to yield even a single step. Whis, too, was momentarily shaken by this force, his arm trembling slightly, inwardly marveling at Wang Cheng's tenacity. Wang Cheng, you are quite impressive. However, I shall now engage with utmost seriousness. As Whis' words faded, an intense aura suddenly surged around him. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, his eyes betraying not a hint of fear. Come on, Whis. Whis smiled faintly, and in an instant, his form flickered, transforming into a mere specter as he launched himself at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng felt a blur before him, a formidable pressure bearing down upon him. He swiftly sidestepped to evade, simultaneously retaliating with a punch. Yet, Whis' speed was astonishingly swift, rendering Wang Cheng's strikes futile time and again. Wang Cheng, your speed is still far too slow. Whis' voice echoed in Wang Cheng's ear. Wang Cheng felt a surge of anxiety within, yet he diligently endeavored to calm himself, channeling his focus towards perceiving Whis' movements. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He ceased to blindly mimic Whis' pace and instead attuned himself to the subtle shifts in the surrounding currents of air. As Whis launched another assault, Wang Cheng refrained from hastily retaliating. Instead, at the pivotal moment, he slightly inclined his body in accordance with the flow of the air, deftly evading Whis' lethal strike. A flicker of surprise glimmered in Whis' eyes. Indeed, he had learned to adapt. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wang Cheng launched a counterattack, his boxing techniques becoming increasingly agile and versatile, no longer confined to rigid forms. Chapter 55, Beerus awakens. All right, Wang Cheng, this will be all for today. Your rate of progress is astonishing. I believe that in just a few decades, Lord Beerus will no longer be your match. Wang Cheng, restraining his fist, still slightly breathless, humbly responded to Whis. You flatter me. Whis, I have much to improve upon. Whis, smiling and shaking his head, replied, there is no need for such modesty. Continue to strive, and your future potential is boundless. By the way, Whis, I have been meaning to ask you, how's the realm of gods classified? Whis, with his arms crossed, slowly explained, the classification of divine realms is quite intricate. Since you are already a candidate for the god of destruction, I shall elucidate how the powers of the gods of destruction across the 12 universes are delineated. Most gods of destruction possess strength around the 7th tier of divine realm, while some with comparatively lower abilities are at approximately the 5th tier, such as Arak from the 5th universe and Ewan from the 1st universe. Both are evenly matched, residing in the late and mid stages of the 5th tier. In the 9th universe, Sidera is at the mid stage of the 6th tier, while Halizi from the 2nd universe is at the late stage of the 6th tier, and in the 12th universe, the Golden God is at the late stage of the divine realm. The 11th universe boasts Waimei at the mid stage of the 7th tier. The 8th universe has Ligil at the mid-stage of the 7th tier, the 6th universe features Xiangpa at the mid-stage of the 7th tier, and Mosk from the 3rd universe is at the late stage of the 7th tier. The 10th universe's Ramsey is at the late stage of the 8th tier. The 4th universe's Katra is at the early stage of the 9th tier, and our own 7th universe has Lord Beerus at the mid-stage of the 10th tier. Notably, among the 12 gods of destruction, only Lord Beerus can master the Ultra Instinct, rendering him powerful enough to single-handedly contend with the remaining 11. And what of your realm? Whis, you are still Lord Beerus's master, after all. Whis chuckled. You will discover that in due course. Knowing too much at your current stage may not serve you well. Very well, Whis. I shall devote myself to my training and strive to defeat the weakest god of destruction within a year or so. Whis laughed, a commendable ambition, however. Bear in mind that each god of destruction has trained for hundreds of thousands of years, if not longer. While your talent is extraordinary, you would do well to train for several 100,000 years to challenge a god of destruction. A distant roar interrupted them. What ruckus is this, disturbing my splendid dreams? Oh no. Lord Beerus has awakened. Isn't that a good thing? Why are you so flustered, Whis? It is not panic. It is merely that Lord Beerus's morning temper is quite formidable. If one is not careful, the surrounding planets may suffer his wrath and be obliterated. There are not many planets left in the God of Destruction realm. I shall take my leave then, Whis. I do not wish to be pummeled by the peak of the divine realm, Lord Beerus. With that, Wangqing instantaneously vanished. Whis murmured, Hey, Whis. Who were you speaking to just now? And what transpired in the God of Destruction realm? That commotion was so loud that it disturbed my sleep. Nothing could be more intriguing than the events that transpired during your slumber, Lord Beerus. What fascinating occurrences, you ask? Your aide, Frieza, has met his demise. Beerus paused for a moment, then dismissed the matter nonchalantly. If he is dead, then so be it. He was merely an inconsequential being. However, I doubt many possess the strength to vanquish him. Do you know who was responsible for his death? According to my investigations, it was Wangqing who killed Frieza. Who is Wangqing? Lord Beerus, Wangqing is the candidate for God of Destruction that I found for you on Earth. Intrigued, Beerus inquired, Oh, a candidate? I have no intention of retiring just yet. Have you already prepared my successor? How formidable is this candidate? Whis smiled as he replied, His abilities are quite commendable, and his potential is immense. With training, he may well become an exceptional God of Destruction. Raising an eyebrow, Beerus remarked, Hmph, then I shall personally assess his capabilities. How long until we arrive on that Earth? We can reach it in just over 20 minutes. With that, Beerus placed a hand on Whis' shoulder. Let us depart. In a flash of light, Whis transported Beerus to Earth. Greetings, Wangqing. I trust you are surprised by my visit. Wangqing gazed at the sudden appearance of Whis, accompanied by a purple feline, which he presumed to be the God of Destruction, Beerus. How intriguing. Whis, you could have informed me of your arrival in advance, and to bring Lord Beerus along as well. Please allow me a moment to summon the butler to prepare a feast. Upon hearing the mention of food, Beerus perked up, his ears standing attentively. Ahem. So, you are the candidate Whis has found for me? Indeed, Lord Beerus. Beerus scrutinized Wangqing and remarked, Your strength is commendable. To cultivate to the divine realm at such a young age with mere mortal abilities is quite impressive. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Beerus. Please, make yourselves at home. Let us dine and converse. Wangqing escorted Whis and Beerus into the banquet hall. Upon witnessing the lavish spread before him, Beerus nearly drooled with anticipation. Ahem, Lord Beerus, please be mindful of your image. Whis gently reminded him. What should I be mindful of? My guests are all friends. It matters not. With that, he dashed towards the table, overwhelmed by the array of delectable dishes. Whis, standing nearby, chuckled. Take your time, Lord Beerus. The delicacies here are truly unique. Furrowing his brow, Beerus sampled a slice of cake, his eyes lighting up. Quite palatable. He then seized a skewer of roasted meat. Taking a hearty bite, his face reflecting sheer satisfaction. I never imagined this humble earth could offer such exquisite flavors. Whis smiled, my lord. This is merely a fraction of what awaits your discerning palate. With his mouth full, Beerus mumbled indistinctly, Yes, indeed. Whis, be honest with me. Have you been sneaking off to Earth for these culinary delights while I slumber? Whis, slightly sheepish, replied, Well, Lord Beerus, I may have indulged occasionally. Beerus shot him a glare. Hmph, you rogue, how dare you enjoy this without me? Whis quickly defended himself. My lord, please forgive me. I was merely waiting to discover more exquisite dishes to share with you. Beerus huffed, but resumed his feast. Consider this a one-time concession. Do not keep such secrets from me again. At that moment, Bulma approached, her curiosity piqued. Mr. Whis, may I ask who this is? Whis smiled warmly, introducing. This is Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise, and she nervously exclaimed, welcome. I hope you enjoy the culinary offerings of Earth. Beerus glanced at Bulma but said nothing, choosing instead to immerse himself in the gourmet offerings. Lord Beerus, how rude of you. This lady is Mr. Wangqing's wife. Beerus mumbled an indistinct acknowledgement, his focus solely on the sumptuous feast before him. Oh dear, Lord Beerus. Do remember your divine image. All these dishes were prepared by Lady Bulma. With his mouth full, Beerus mumbled, Hmph, as long as I enjoy it, that's all that matters. This woman has done well. And besides, she is the wife of a candidate for the God of Destruction, one of us. Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, What? A candidate for the God of Destruction? Whis smiled and clarified, Indeed, Lady Bulma, your husband, Wangqing, is the candidate for the God of Destruction. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. leaving her momentarily speechless. Please. At the end of the chapter, may I receive a rating? Thank you very much. Chapter 56. Goku challenges the god of destruction. The meal lasted a full 2 hours. Patting his round belly, Beerus inquired, Wang Chung, I have heard there are survivors of the Saiyan race on your Earth? Indeed, Lord Beerus. Do you have any matters to discuss with them? Beerus's lips curled upwards, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile. I am merely curious. I have heard that the son of King Vegeta is also on Earth, is that correct? Wang Chung replied cautiously, Indeed, Lord Beerus. They are named Son Wukong and Vegeta. Beerus stood up and stretched leisurely, saying, Come, take me to meet them. Please wait here. I shall summon them to meet you. Beerus furrowed his brow and responded, Very well, be swift in your return. Wang Chung promptly nodded and hurried away to seek out Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly. Before long, he returned with them before Beerus. Beerus cast a discerning gaze over the group and inquired, Are you the Saiyans? Son Wukong scratched his head and replied with a smile, Lord Beerus. It is an honor to finally meet you. Vegeta, on the other hand, wore a serious expression, his fist clenched tightly. Ah, you must be the son of King Vegeta. You bear quite a resemblance. Beerus remarked as he turned his attention to Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth and retorted, Humph, that is all in the past. Beerus chuckled lightly. The past? The history of the Saiyans is not so distant in my eyes. Son Wukong interjected, Lord Beerus, enough about the past. On our way here, Wang Chung kept telling me that you are the most powerful god in this universe. May I have a spar with you? Beerus regarded Son Wukong with keen interest and said, Oh, you are quite bold, but I assure you, I will not go easy on you. Son Wukong grinned with excitement. Hee, that makes it all the more interesting. Vegeta, visibly anxious, shouted, Kakarot, don't be reckless. That is a god of destruction. Are you seeking a premature end? Wang Chung stood aside, covering his face in disbelief, and remarked, I knew this fool would act this way. It would have been better not to inform him that Lord Beerus is the mightiest in the universe. Broly, observing with an expression of incredulity, gazed at Son Goku and said, if he didn't behave this way, he wouldn't be called Son Goku. Whis stepped forward, chuckling, this is quite amusing. It is the first time a mortal dares to challenge Lord Beerus. Wang Qing, this fellow named Son Goku is rather intriguing. He added with a smirk. This guy is simply a fool. At the mere mention of a powerful opponent, he yearns to engage in battle. Perhaps this is a common ailment among Saiyans. Look at Broly beside him. He too is itching for a fight, albeit not as impulsively as Goku. Wang Qing, are you not tempted to test your mettle against Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. I'd rather not seek out punishment. I can't even defeat the weakest god of destruction, let alone Lord Beerus. As they spoke, the group had arrived in an open area. Goku had already assumed an attacking stance and declared, Lord Beerus, I am preparing to strike. Beerus, with arms crossed and an air of ease, replied, Come then, let me witness your prowess. Goku shouted fiercely. His form a flash of lightning as he appeared before Beerus and launched a punch. Beerus slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Goku's attack. A hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Is that all the speed you possess? Undeterred, Goku intensified his assault, his fists and feet striking like a tempest against Beerus. Yet, Beerus merely parried with nonchalance, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Somewhat interesting, but still insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a surge of power that rendered his aura tumultuous. Observing this, Beerus remarked, This level of strength certainly possesses the capability to vanquish Frieza. Goku roared fiercely, charging once more at Beerus, each punch slicing through the air. Yet he could not even graze Beerus. Damn it, Lord Beerus, don't just evade. Wang Qing, Vegeta, Broly, Fool, Whis, Goku. Transform into Super Saiyan 3 and unleash your utmost strength. Otherwise, Lord Beerus could dispatch you with merely a breath. Wang Chung called out to Goku. Broly, puzzled, inquired. I sensed that even if I exert all my power, I would still not stand a chance against this god of destruction. Are you suggesting that Goku should become Super Saiyan 3? You are overthinking it, Broly. I want him to transform into Super Saiyan 3 because it is far more palatable for him to be obliterated by a mere finger of Lord Beerus than to be extinguished by a breath. Upon hearing Wang Qing's words, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged at Beerus. Beerus snorted dismissively. This little trick is hardly impressive. With a casual flick of his finger, he sent Goku flying. Goku crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, He had reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 state, gasping for breath, his face drenched in sweat, unable to rise. Accept the punishment from the divine. How dare a mortal defy and challenge a god? Since you have failed, you shall perish along with this planet. With that, Beerus gathered a sphere of purple energy in his palm. Wait, Lord Beerus. You cannot possibly intend to destroy Earth. Wukong hastily intervened. Rest assured, you are my candidate. Let Whis protect your family, while the rest shall be annihilated along with the Earth. If you insist on this course of action, I must apologize. The system invoked the celestial binding rope against Beerus. Suddenly, a yellow rope appeared, ensnaring Beerus. What is this? It can restrain me. Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Hurry, Vegeta, Broly, take this opportunity to stop Beerus. The celestial binding rope won't hold him for long. Wukong, where did you acquire this miraculous object that can contain Lord Beerus? Whis asked, astonished. I'll explain later. We must first prevent Lord Beerus from proceeding. The system granted Goku a wish. Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 1 billion points of combat power from Son Goku. Broly unleashed his full power, charging toward Beerus. A flash of yellow light indicated that the effect of the celestial binding rope had expired. Wukong, contemplating the inadequacy of his strength, mused that attempting to ensnare the peak deity, Beerus, with the binding rope of immortality was rather ambitious. Were he to possess the might of an 8th-tier deity, he believed he could contain him indefinitely. Freed from his restraints, Beerus was already consumed by fury. As he gazed upon the approaching Broly, he unleashed a powerful energy blast, sending Broly hurtling away. How dare you show such disrespect to a god? You need not concern yourself with being a candidate any longer. Today, you shall all face destruction. This is hardly my fault, Lord Beerus. You threatened to annihilate my home over a mere disagreement. Goku merely wished to spar with the universe's strongest, and has inflicted no harm upon you. A deity ought not to be so unreasonable. Very well. If I must relinquish my candidacy, so be it. At that moment, Whis stepped forward to mediate. Lord Beerus, Wukong does have a point. If you destroy Earth, where will you find those delightful delicacies in the future? Whis, how can you side with them? Aren't you supposed to be impartial? I remain neutral, Lord Beerus. Should you insist on destroying Earth, then so be it. You shall merely forfeit the chance to enjoy exquisite barbecues and cakes thereafter. In light of your culinary considerations, I shall refrain from obliterating Earth, Beerus conceded. Excellent. But do not rejoice too soon. After all, you have spoken rather boldly to me. I must still teach you a lesson. Come forth. You four shall face me together and witness the might of a destroyer god, and let us see if you dare to be so audacious in my presence again. Chapter 57. United against Beerus, let us witness the true strength of the mightiest destroyer god, Lord Beerus. Beerus's gaze hardened, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the very fabric of space around him to warp under the pressure. So foolish. Beerus raised his hand, gathering a terrifying energy within his palm. Goku, Vegeta, Broly, unleash your full power, commanded Wukong. Exchanging resolute glances, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly steeled themselves. Goku flared his energy once more. Vegeta transformed into his most potent form, and Broly radiated an intense, feral energy. In unison, they charged at Beerus with a mighty roar. With a flash, Beerus appeared behind Broly, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched a punch, but Beerus effortlessly grasped his fist and hurled him away. Observing this, Goku expended all his strength to unleash an energy wave, only for Beerus to dismiss it with a mere flick of his hand. Is this all you are capable of? Beerus taunted. The trio rose once more from the ground, undeterred, and charged at Beerus again, their eyes resolute. Beerus furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by their tenacity. Goku was the first to reach Beerus, launching a flurry of punches with the wind howling around him. Vegeta and Broly launched a coordinated assault, each unleashing their most formidable techniques. With a sardonic smile, Beerus suddenly intensified his aura, creating an invisible pressure that temporarily subdued the three warriors. Do you truly believe this will suffice to defeat me? Such naivety, Beerus declared. In the distance, Whis gently shook his head and turned to Wukong, saying, Are you not going to intervene, Wukong? While their strength is indeed among the pinnacle of mortals, they remain mortals nonetheless. After a few more exchanges, they will inevitably succumb. With a mysterious smile, Wukong remarked, Whis, what difference would it make if I were to ascend? This opportunity allows me to ascertain the limits of the three of them, particularly Broly. Since our acquaintance, I have yet to witness the extent of his power. In truth, he sought merely to gain some experience points. At that moment, the trio was once again sent flying by Beerus, crashing violently against a distant mountain peak, which instantly crumbled, sending debris tumbling down. Goku struggled to rise from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. Vegeta, his face contorted with rage, refused to accept defeat so easily. Broly, panting heavily, felt the flames of fury burning even more intensely within him. How infuriating! The god of destruction is simply too powerful. Vegeta bellowed. Goku wiped the blood from his lips, declaring, "But we cannot give up." Broly roared defiantly, charging once more at Beerus. Beerus scoffed, ignorant of your own mortality. With a flick of his hand, a tremendous force sent Broly hurtling through the air once again. He crashed heavily to the ground, creating a vast crater, and struggled to rise, only to discover his body was battered and bruised. Goku and Vegeta, witnessing this scene, were consumed with a mix of anger and fear. The system performed a wish for Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 1 million points of combat power from Goku. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 100 million points of combat power from Vegeta. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 300 million points of combat power from Broly. Beerus, observing from the sky, looked bewildered at the three who had seemingly returned to full health. What is this? How could you three be completely unscathed? Beerus inquired. Below. Whis turned to Wang Qin and said, I noticed some peculiar movements from you earlier. You assisted in their recovery, did you not? Your ability is quite impressive, providing long-distance healing that rivals even our angel lineage. You flatter me, Whis, Wang Chung replied modestly. It is merely a trivial technique. I did not wish for them to fall so swiftly. Whis smiled gently, yet this does not alter the ultimate outcome. As Wang Chung conversed with Whis, the three rejuvenated warriors charged once more at Beerus. Beerus raised an eyebrow, smirking derisively. Are you still not giving up? Goku roared defiantly. We shall not relent until the very end. Vegeta followed closely behind, while Broly remained silent, consumed by an insatiable fury, leaping at Beerus like a ferocious beast. Beerus, arms crossed, displayed no intention of evasion. Just as the trio's assault was about to connect with him, a glint of cold light flashed in Beerus's eyes, and he unleashed a formidable energy wave that sent the three flying once more. Fools, unaware of your own limitations. Beerus scoffed. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise but overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Do you see, Wang Qing? Even if you can continuously restore them, their opponent is Lord Beerus. With just a slight exertion, they are finished. Wang Qing remained silent, his mind invoking the system to grant a wish for the three of them. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly acquired 50 billion battle points from Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly. Once restored, Wukong turned to Vegeta and said, Let us fuse, Vegeta. Vegeta retorted, Hmph. Must we perform that awkward maneuver again? How vexing. You two fuse. And I shall buy you time, at most 10 seconds. Hurry. With that, Broly erupted with rage, elevating his power to its zenith as he charged towards Beerus. Then let us commence, Vegeta. Hmph. Fusion. With their peculiar movements, a flash of light appeared, and the fused warrior, Gogeta, emerged. Gogeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and lunged at Beerus. Beerus observed the fused duo with intrigue. Oh, a fusion of two? Quite interesting. Unfazed, Gogeta accelerated, unleashing a torrent of blows upon Beerus. Beerus smirked, effortlessly countering Gogeta's assault, saying, Your strength has indeed increased significantly, yet it is still insufficient. Gogeta's gaze hardened as he roared, his energy surging once more, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Debris flew, dust filled the air. Each of Gogeta's strikes carried the weight of lethal determination, while Beerus countered with a plethora of intricate techniques. Receive my next move. Gogeta clasped his hands together, channeling a formidable energy directed at Beerus. Beerus thrust his hands forward, meeting the formidable force head-on. The two energies collided with a cataclysmic roar, seemingly threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself. Gogeta panted heavily, yet the fire of his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Beerus shook his slightly numbed arm, saying, Not bad, not bad. To push me to this extent is worthy of praise. Gogeta gritted his teeth. This is still not enough. I must defeat you. Beerus threw back his head in laughter. Haha. You possess courage, but courage alone will not suffice. Gogeta recalibrated his energy, feeling it surge once more. Then allow me to demonstrate my resolve. With that, he soared forward, re-engaging Beerus in combat. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly acquired 30 billion battle points from Broly. Broly, join us. At these words, Broly erupted with overwhelming energy, entering the fray. His presence radiated with fierce energy, each step sending tremors through the ground. Beerus, taken aback, thought to himself, this fellow's power has surged once again. Broly roared, swinging his massive fist towards Beerus. Beerus sidestepped the attack, retaliating with a punch, only to have it blocked by Broly's arm. At that moment, Gogeta seized the opportunity, charging at Beerus from the opposite side. Hee. Impressive, these three. To think that Lord Beerus was compelled to use a mere fraction of his strength. Whis remarked with a smile. Just a fraction. Truly, Lord Beerus is the most formidable destroyer. Chapter 58. Wukong battles Beerus. The battle among the three continues. At this moment, Gogeta seizes the opportunity to launch a fierce assault, charging at Beerus from the side. Caught between two opponents, Beerus remains unfazed. In a blink, he vanishes into the sky, evading their ambush. Do you believe this will confound me? Beerus bellows, his hands moving swiftly as he unleashes a barrage of energy beams towards Gogeta and Broly. The two quickly evade, but the energy beams strike the ground, resulting in a series of explosions. Amidst the billowing smoke, Broly surges forward once more, his body marred with wounds, yet his gaze grows increasingly fierce. Gogeta follows closely behind, their energies intertwining as they once again challenge Beerus. As Gogeta and Broly approach Beerus, he forcefully thrusts an energy sphere forward. The sphere hurtles forth like a miniature star, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Exchanging a determined glance, Gogeta and Broly shout in unison, channeling all their power into their fists. Their fists, radiating a brilliant light, collide with the energy sphere. In an instant, a blinding flash erupts, engulfing the entire Earth in resplendent brilliance. Beerus squints downwards, secretly astounded by their valor and strength. As the light gradually dissipates, Gogeta and Broly remain suspended in the air, albeit gasping for breath, their bodies battered. Hmph, you still have some fight left, Beerus remarks. A smile curls at the corners of Gogeta's mouth. Lord Beerus, we shall not fall easily. Broly nods vigorously in agreement. The atmosphere is thick with tension and fervor. Suddenly, a flash of light signals the fusion time. Goku and Vegeta exchange bewildered glances. Lord Beerus, please wait a moment. We will fuse again. Goku sheepishly scratches his head. Beerus, Whis, Wukong, ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly acquiring 2 billion points of combat power from Son Wukong and Vegeta. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly acquiring 60 million points of combat power from Broly. You three take a breather. I shall exchange a few moves with Lord Beerus, Wukong proclaimed as he stepped forward. Let us face him together. I concede your strength. However, our opponent is a destroyer god. Do you truly believe you can prevail? Vegeta remarked. Indeed, Wukong, we should unite. Lord Beerus is overwhelmingly powerful. I wish to test my limits on my own now that you have entered the fray. With that, Wukong leaped forward, striking a battle-ready pose reminiscent of Ultraman. At last, you can no longer contain your desire to engage, Beerus observed. Hiki, watching your battle has stirred my competitive spirit. Let us commence. Wukong stood resolutely before Beerus, his gaze unwavering and devoid of fear. Beerus regarded him with keen interest, inquiring, Do you dare to challenge me all on your own? Wukong took a deep breath and declared, How can one know without trying? With that, a formidable aura surged from his being, stirring the very air around him. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find that this young man had already ascended to the second tier. In an instant, the two were locked in combat, exchanging blows with unwavering determination. Every strike from Wukong was imbued with strength and determination. Despite the knowledge that he faced an opponent as formidable as Beerus, he displayed no signs of retreat. With each passing moment, Beerus grew increasingly astonished, never having anticipated that Wukong could endure for such an extended period under his assault. Not bad, kid, Beerus exclaimed, intensifying the ferocity of his attacks. Wukong gritted his teeth, valiantly resisting the onslaught of Beerus. Numerous wounds had already marred his body. Yet swiftly, each injury began to mend itself. Your regenerative abilities are quite impressive, Beerus remarked, astonished. Wukong gasped for breath, his body increasingly marred by wounds, unable to keep pace with its healing capabilities. Give up, you can never be my match, Beerus said coldly. Wukong gritted his teeth and declared, I shall not concede until the final moment. A flicker of irritation crossed Beerus's eyes as he intensified his assault, forcing Wang Cheng to retreat repeatedly. Such strength. The disparity is overwhelming, and my healing ability seems ineffectual. With determination, Wang Cheng swallowed a fairy bean and bellowed, entering the sage mode. In this state, Wang Cheng had ascended to the pinnacle of the second tier of divine realm, yet it was still insufficient. Lord Beerus, receive my Luo flying kick. With that, Wang Cheng soared into the air, delivering a kick aimed at Beerus's feline head. Beerus responded with a perplexed expression. He raised his arms defensively and then retaliated with a kick to Wang Cheng's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Wang Cheng fell heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust swirling around him. He struggled to rise, yet a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body. Hmph. Do you dare to challenge me with such feeble skills? Beerus scoffed disdainfully. Wang Cheng, enduring the excruciating pain, rose once more, his eyes brimming with indomitable spirit. I have not yet been defeated, he declared. Beerus chuckled softly, then I shall plunge you into utter despair. With that, he charged at Wang Cheng again. In that moment, Wang Cheng felt the intensifying agony from Beerus's assault, and an exhilarating thrill surged within him. It was an abundance of experience points, far more rewarding than any skill acquisition. Had he known, he would have taken to the field himself from the very beginning. After mercilessly pummeling Wang Cheng for a considerable time, Beerus abruptly halted, exclaiming, Wang Cheng, you aren't dead, are you? Wang Cheng struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a cold snort, he remarked, is this feeble assault enough to believe I would be vanquished? You certainly underestimate me, Lord Beerus. Beerus raised an eyebrow, acknowledging, your defiance is commendable. However, enduring my onslaught for this long does showcase a modicum of skill. Wang Cheng stood tall and consumed a celestial being, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Beerus. This is merely the beginning, he declared, unleashing the full extent of his energy. What? Wang Cheng has actually reached the third tier. It has only been such a short time. Whis exclaimed in astonishment. Beerus, observing Wang Cheng's newfound strength, sighed. What a troublesome group they are. Each one of them is formidable. He then summoned 30% of his own power and charged towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng felt the formidable aura of Beerus bearing down upon him, yet he did not flinch in the slightest. Instead, he let out a mighty roar and charged forward. In an instant, the two collided, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy that fractured the surrounding space. Clenching his teeth, Wang Cheng fought valiantly to withstand Beerus's overwhelming power. As he continued his assault, Beerus taunted, youngster, this is the chasm that separates you and me. Wang Cheng's eyes reddened as he resolutely declared, the gap can be bridged. I shall not yield. Beerus, infuriated by his unwavering determination, intensified the force in his grasp, causing Wang Cheng's body to tremble and his knees to gradually buckle. Hmph. So obstinate. Beerus roared. Blood trickled from the corner of Wang Cheng's mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute, fixed intently on Beerus. Enough. Lord Beerus, Wang Cheng, let us pause. After such a prolonged struggle, it is time to partake in some nourishment. Suddenly, Whis interjected between the two. I have just discovered a delectable treat called pudding. Upon hearing the mention of food, Beerus's imposing demeanor instantly dissipated as he seized Whis's arm, inquiring eagerly, Where can I find it? Take me to taste it. This earth, despite its many peculiarities, is simply irresistible for its culinary delights. Please, could you rate my chapter? I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 59, Training in the Cosmos. As Beerus soared back to the realm of destruction, he remarked, Whis, this candidate you have identified is quite impressive. To truly subdue him, I shall need to exert at least 50% of my strength. Moreover, this individual has demonstrated the ability to break through during battle. Initially, he was at the early stage of the second level of the God realm. Whis replied with a smile, Indeed, Lord Beerus. Wang Cheng possesses the most formidable talent I have ever witnessed, surpassing even the gods. Your commendation of him is rather surprising, Whis. It is rare for anything to pique the interest of you angels. It seems you hold high expectations for this Wang Cheng. Lord Beerus, you may not have realized, but this Wang Cheng is quite enigmatic. He possesses healing abilities that defy distance, the capacity to transcend realms in battle, and that extraordinary rope. Beerus paused momentarily, then responded slowly, I have a feeling. If this lad Wang Cheng reaches the 6th level of the God realm, he could potentially use that remarkable rope to strike me. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Moreover, to my knowledge, such an entity does not exist in our universe. I have never heard my siblings mention it from other universes either. He is extraordinarily mysterious. Lord Beerus, do you know what is most peculiar? Whis asked enigmatically. What is it? I have investigated Wang Cheng's past. It is a complete blank. Furthermore, during your battle, I inquired with Son Goku and the others. Son Goku mentioned that he met Wang Cheng approximately 8 years ago, at which time he was merely an ordinary individual. To ascend to the God realm in just 8 years is astonishing. Beerus exclaimed. Indeed, Lord Beerus. But the most significant aspect is not merely the 8-year enhancement in strength. 8 years ago, there was no Wang Cheng on Earth. It is as if he materialized from thin air. What do you mean, Whis? Is he not human? Could he possibly hail from the Dark Demon realm? Not at all. Lord Beerus, if he were from the Dark Demon realm, I would certainly sense it. Alas, it is difficult to convey this to you. Why dwell on such matters? He's already my candidate, and if there are any issues, surely Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest would be aware. Indeed, Lord Beerus, it is certainly not a concern for you. You ought to focus on your primary duties, as there remains much work yet to be accomplished. If the Grand Minister were to discover this, Beerus would be utterly flustered at the mere mention of the Grand Minister inspecting his work. Oh, by the way, I already have a candidate in mind. Let him assist me with this task. It's settled then. I am so exhausted. Upon returning, I shall indulge in a good, restful sleep. Sigh, very well, Lord Beerus, I shall inform him. However, he may not be inclined to accept the task, considering you have been asleep for decades. The accumulated workload is quite substantial, and he may very well refuse. Should he decline, I might just obliterate the Earth next time. I almost forgot to mention, Lord Beerus. Wang Cheng is still a candidate for the Supreme Kai. If you treat him so harshly, he may resign on the spot. Beerus, there is something I wish to express, though I am unsure if I should. Earth, after the battle with Beerus, how do you three feel? Wang Cheng inquired. Broly was the first to respond. Strong. Even if I were to battle 100 Kakarotes and Vegeta simultaneously, I would not experience the same sense of helplessness and oppression as I did when facing Beerus. Goku, Vegeta, what did you say? Step forward. Even if I cannot defeat you, I shall still fight you today. All right, enough. Vegeta, why don't you share your thoughts as well? Vegeta, allow me to speak. Wang Cheng, when facing Lord Beerus, it is indeed quite challenging to muster any fighting spirit, and we are unable to sense his energy, which is why our attacks hardly ever land on him. Goku, with utmost sincerity, replied, that is indeed true. Broly nodded in agreement. Vegeta turned his head away. This is because Beerus is a god, while you are mere mortals. Gods cultivate divine energy, whereas you cultivate ki. Wang Cheng slowly elucidated. Divine energy? How does one cultivate that? Goku asked. This will be the focus of your upcoming special training. Vegeta suddenly interjected. Then why are we wasting time? Let us get started. Very well, Vegeta, you shall fetch Piccolo. Once he arrives, we will commence. I should go find Piccolo. Let Kakarot do it. They are more familiar with each other. If you refuse to go, you shall not partake in the special training. Wang Cheng threatened. How infuriating. I have been reduced to a mere errand runner. After a moment's hesitation, Vegeta set off to find Piccolo. Moments later, Vegeta returned with Piccolo in tow. I brought him. Can we begin now? Vegeta said, visibly displeased. Next, I shall infuse each of you with a portion of divine energy, and you will gradually come to comprehend it. Wang Cheng settled into a cross-legged position, initiating the operation of the nebula technique. As the technique unfolded, a vast reservoir of cosmic energy began to converge around him. This immense cosmic force gradually infiltrated Wang Cheng's body, where it was refined into divine power. Subsequently, he summoned 4 streams of this divine energy in his palms and directed them into the bodies of Wukong and the others. In an instant, they sensed an unfamiliar yet harmonious energy coursing through them. Could this be the divine energy Wang Cheng spoke of? Wukong's expression was one of confusion. Perceiving this energy, Piccolo hastily assumed a cross-legged posture, delving into contemplation. Wukong and the others followed suit, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes. Yet they were at a loss as to what to do next. Just as they prepared to inquire of Wang Cheng, they realized he had already vanished. At that moment, Wang Cheng had returned to his room, holding Bulma in his arms. What are you doing? Wukong and the others are still outside, Bulma said, her face flushed with shyness. Isn't it more exhilarating if they are out there? She playfully nudged Wang Cheng, exclaiming, You rascal, you're becoming more mischievous by the day. Wang Cheng seized Bulma's hand, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Dear, don't be shy. Bulma's heart raced. and she yearned to break free, yet found herself powerless against his grip. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Would you like to initiate today's check-in? Following that, another alert announced. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fragment of the law. Collecting 4 fragments grants a random insight into the law. A fragment of the law. It seems that the pursuit of enlightenment in any realm is inextricably linked to the laws that govern it. It is time to check on the others. I wonder if they have gained any insights. Wang Qing stepped into the center of the courtyard, observing the 4 individuals with their eyes tightly shut. To his surprise, he discerned that Piccolo was the first among them to enter a state of focus. Goku, on the other hand, had actually fallen asleep with his eyes closed. Although Vegeta's eyes were shut, the impatience etched on his face betrayed him. Broly, too, was struggling to attain the desired state. Regardless of them, he thought it best to let them consult Piccolo later. With a rare moment of leisure at hand, he decided to take Tian to the amusement park for some fun. Please do rate the chapter. Thank you immensely. Chapter 60. The remarkable ascension of the group. Many days later, Goku and the others finally managed to enter their respective states. Piccolo was the first to achieve this. Enveloped by a faint green glow, his aura steady and profound. His mind was immersed in the exploration of power, striving to touch the higher realms of divine energy. In stark contrast, Vegeta was gritting his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, driven by his relentless competitive spirit. His aura fluctuated between ferocity and restraint, as though he were battling the obsessions within himself. Goku and Broly showed relatively little change, their auras remaining comparatively calm. Goku, perhaps due to his simplicity and pure intentions, was free from distractions, wholly devoted to the martial arts. Broly, despite his overwhelming strength that often spiraled out of control, possessed a pure heart, cherishing small animals and retaining an inherently good nature. Wang Qing casually unleashed 4 streams of divine power, each one infused into their bodies, and then with a swift movement, he teleported to the realm of destruction. Ah, a rare visitor. Wang Qing, what brings you to the realm of destruction? Have you not succumbed to the comforts of a gentle abode? Teased Whis. Wang Qing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, I wish to retreat within your staff for a while. Whis, with arms crossed, regarded Wang Qing with keen interest. The fact that you are willing to forsake the comforts of gentility to seek seclusion suggests that you may be on the verge of a breakthrough. Not quite. I have imparted the methods of divine power cultivation to Wukong and the others. They are all in deep comprehension, and I too must elevate my own strength, lest I be overtaken by these Saiyans. They indeed possess remarkable talent, were it not for your presence. Each of the 3 would be well on their way to becoming candidates for the role of destroyer. Whis remarked. By the way, Whis, where is Lord Beerus? He has gone back to sleep again, has he? Not at all. Who knows how long he intends to slumber this time? Alas, if Lord Beerus continues in such a languid manner, he may find himself unable to contend with you upon his next awakening. Whis jested. Do not jest, Whis. If Lord Beerus hears you, I shall surely face his wrath. However, my next objective is to defeat the weakest destroyer, Iwan. What do you think, Whis? Is it feasible? Given your talent, I believe that in approximately 10 years, you will be able to match Lord Iwan in skill, Whis replied earnestly. Very well. I shall take my leave now, Whis. Please keep a watchful eye on Earth for me. After my training, I shall take you back to indulge in some delicacies you have never tasted before. Haha, that is a promise. If it is not to my liking, should Lord Beerus become enraged again, I shall not come to your aid. Ah, speaking of which, I almost forgot to thank you, Whis, for helping Lord Beerus save face last time. Otherwise, he truly would have annihilated Earth. With that, Wang Qing soared into Whis' staff. Within the realm of the staff, Wang Qing settled cross-legged, initiating the nebula technique. He felt a warm and indescribable comfort enveloping his body. However, this sense of ease did not last long. As the technique deepened, energy began to surge toward him with fervor, and the immense pressure caused his body to tremble slightly. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, striving to maintain the operation of his cultivation technique, as beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascaded down his forehead. He understood that this was a crucial moment for his breakthrough, and he could not afford to relax in the slightest. Suddenly, a mysterious radiance ignited within him, and immediately, a formidable force began to surge tumultuously through his meridians. Wang Qing felt a sudden shock in his heart, yet he swiftly regained his composure, attempting to harness this newfound power. However, as time passed, 3 months had unknowingly slipped away from the outside world. On this day, Wang Qing abruptly opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance emanating from them. He gradually stood up, exuding a formidable yet restrained aura. The surrounding energy seemed to quiver slightly in response to his presence. The system activated the character panel. Ding. Host. Wukong abilities, Master Level Martial Arts, Chi Perception and Utilization, Chi Cannon, Golden Bell Shield, Turtle School Qigong, Solar Fist, Wolf Feng Fist, Demon Sealing Wave, Pain Growth, Chi Circle Slash, Cosmic Survival, Instantaneous Movement, Fusion Technique, Cataclysmic Attack, Leo Flying Kick, Sage Mode, Dragon Fist, Celestial Meteor Fist, Serious Punch, Wind God Leg, Explosive Fist, Millennium Kill, Majin Buu's Regeneration, World Shattering Palm, Hypnosis, Afterimage Fist, Sky Cannon, Psychic Power, Destruction Beam, Divine Language, Wish, Magical Modification, Gravitational Field, Nebula Technique, Normalized Free and Ultimate Skill Combat Power, 1500 Trillion Realm, Mid-Stage of the third tier of Divine Realm items, Combat, Binding Immortal Rope, Fragment of the Law X1 Few, reaching the third tier, coupled with the Normalized Free and Ultimate Skill. I should possess the strength to contend against those in the mid-stage of the fourth tier of Divine Realm or below. It is unfortunate that the Sage mode cannot stack with Free and Ultimate Skill. During my previous battle with Beerus, utilizing Sage mode rendered the normalized Free and Ultimate Skill ineffective. Above the Divine Realm, the enhancement from Sage mode is no longer keeping pace. It seems I shall have no use for it in the future. Stepping out of the staff space, Whis gazed at Wukong in astonishment, exclaiming, "In just 3 months. You have grown stronger. Not too shabby. I shall take my leave for now. Do visit Earth when you have the time," Wukong replied before vanishing in an instant. Upon returning home, Wukong found Goku and the others heartily indulging in food in the courtyard. "Wukong, you're back. We have a surprise for you," Goku mumbled with his mouth full. "Oh, a surprise? It seems you all have made considerable progress." After finishing their meal, Goku and the others accompanied Wukong to the heavenly realm. "Let us show you our new forms," Goku said with a mysterious smile. "Piccolo, you go first." Piccolo stepped forward and shouted. His muscles bulged and his green skin radiated a deeper shade of green. His aura surged dramatically, causing the air around them to grow scorching. "Behold, this is a new transformation I developed through my understanding of divine power. I call it Super Deep Green." At that moment, Vegeta and Goku also unveiled their new transformations, unsurprisingly, Super Saiyan Blue. Broly, too, achieved the same blue form, but his was the transcendent Super Blue, making him the strongest among the four. Wukong, through his perception, has reached the initial stage of the Divine Realm, while Piccolo has attained the late stage and Goku and Vegeta are at the mid-stage. Broly, surpassing them all, has achieved the mid-stage of the second level of the Divine Realm, truly a testament to his transcendent bloodline. Recently, where has Cell been? Have any of you encountered him? That fellow, witnessing our enhanced strength, has retreated into the hyperbolic time chamber for training, Piccolo remarked. Alas, this guy, once pleased with his modest power, now finds himself left behind. He finally understands the importance of diligence. Piccolo, go summon him. Before long, Piccolo returned with Cell in tow. Chapter 61. Super Blue Vegeto Cell. Find a tranquil spot in the other world and sit quietly. I shall infuse my divine energy into your being so that you may fully comprehend it. Wukong, with a single hand, concentrated a sphere of divine energy and directed it into Cell's body. In an instant, Cell felt a surge of pure energy within him and hastily soared deeper into the other world. At that moment, Wukong suddenly turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, I perceive the fighting spirit in your eyes. You feel your strength has increased, do you not?" "Hmph. Wukong, I have awaited this day for far too long. Today, I shall engage you in battle," Vegeta declared with an air of arrogance. Wukong smiled faintly and responded with composure, "Vegeta, it seems you are quite confident." Vegeta crossed his arms, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. "Enough with the pleasantries, let us battle." With a mighty roar, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, his formidable energy causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. With a fierce gaze fixed upon Wukong, he declared, "Wukong, prepare to witness the power of my new transformation." Wukong remained composed, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Indeed, Vegeta, yet this is still insufficient." With a furious roar, Vegeta surged forward once more, the rush of his fists cutting through the air, each strike imbued with the devastating force capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth. Wukong effortlessly evaded left and right, while Vegeta's attacks all missed their mark. "Vegeta, spare yourself the effort." Wukong immediately turned his gaze towards Wukong and said, "You should join as well, Wukong. It would be best for me to witness the might you possess after your Super Blue fusion." Hmph. As long as I can defeat you, what does it matter if I must endure such an embarrassing display? Come forth, Kakarot. In a flash of brilliance, the fused warrior Vegeto made his entrance. With arms crossed and an air of absolute confidence, Vegeto coldly regarded Wang Cheng and proclaimed, Wang Cheng, today shall mark your downfall. Wang Cheng, however, wore a faint smile, his demeanor relaxed. Vegeta, do not speak too soon. Vegeta, dismissing further conversation, swiftly appeared before Wang Cheng, launching a direct punch. Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the fierce blow. Vegeta immediately followed up with a flurry of rapid strikes, his fist weaving through the air, accompanied by the howling winds. Wang Cheng responded methodically, sidestepping or blocking each attack with impeccable timing. Is this all you can do, Vegeta? Wang Cheng taunted. Infuriated, Vegeta's energy surged dramatically. And with a thunderous roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, surrounded by a radiant blue aura that distorted the very fabric of space due to his overwhelming power. At that moment, Vegeta had ascended to the pinnacle of the second stage of the God Realm. He bellowed, Wang Cheng, today marks your defeat. Before his words had fully resonated, he charged at Wang Cheng like a cannonball, each punch infused with the cataclysmic might to obliterate worlds. Wang Cheng sidestepped deftly, delivering a powerful blow that sent Vegeta flying. You cannot defeat me in this manner, Vegeta declared, his voice laced with frustration. I have mastered the divine technique of Ultra Instinct. In this state, my body and consciousness are separate. Each part of me can instinctively sense impending danger and automatically execute reflexive attacks and defensive maneuvers without the need for conscious thought. Therefore, you cannot strike me unless your power vastly surpasses mine. Enraged, Vegeta's fury intensified, his azure aura flaring with even greater intensity. Wang Cheng appeared calm and composed, his figure graceful as if he were seamlessly integrated with his surroundings. Vegeta launched another assault, the wind from his fist howling, imbued with boundless strength as it surged towards Wang Cheng. With a slight shift of his body, Wang Cheng effortlessly evaded the fierce strike. Vegeta followed up with a powerful kick, yet Wang Cheng raised his hand to block it. This seemingly casual motion effectively intercepted Vegeta's ferocious blow. Do not underestimate me, Wang Cheng. Vegeta bellowed, hastening his attack once more, and in an instant, fists and legs intertwined in a flurry of motion. Amidst the tempestuous onslaught, Wang Cheng moved with an air of nonchalance, each evasion and block executed with perfect precision. Cursed Wang Cheng, do not evade. Vegeta's eyes burned with fury, his breath growing increasingly erratic. Wang Cheng, however, remained calm and composed, chuckling softly. Vegeta, mere anger is futile. Upon hearing this, Vegeta grew even more agitated, the fluctuations of energy around him becoming exceedingly unstable. At that moment, Wang Cheng's gaze sharpened, and he declared, enough. Vegeta, it is my turn now. Wang Cheng's figure flickered, instantly appearing behind Vegeta, delivering a devastating Pegasus meteor fist. Vegeta collapsed to the ground, his fusion undone. How can you be so powerful? I thought I could catch up to you, but now it seems a mere jest. Vegeta exclaimed, frustration evident as he struck the ground with his fist. Your true adversary is not me, but Broly. Therefore, the three of you shall face Broly without the use of fusion. The system invoked a wish for Vegeta and Son Goku. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly stealing 500 billion points of combat power from Son Goku and Vegeta. You may commence. Piccolo transformed into his super deep green state and charged at Broly, followed closely by Goku and Vegeta, who both transformed into Super Blue. Broly, witnessing the successful transformations, let out a furious roar, ascending to Ultra Blue. Upon transformation, Broly's height soared to 7 meters, his muscles bulging, as he unleashed a powerful punch towards the advancing Piccolo. Piccolo's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his hand to block. But the sheer strength of Broly's punch sent him hurtling backward. This guy's power is astonishing, Piccolo thought, stabilizing himself in shock. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, simultaneously launching their attacks at Broly. Yet, Broly stood his ground, absorbing their blows. The immense force of their strikes distorted the surrounding space momentarily. This fellow is a true monster. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Goku, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, we cannot afford to be careless. We must combine our strength. With that, the energy radiating from Goku and Vegeta surged once more, dazzlingly bright. They unleashed their most formidable techniques against Broly. Broly howled towards the heavens, his muscles bulging as he astonishingly withstood their full force assault. How is this possible? Goku gasped in disbelief. Vegeta roared, keep going. I refuse to believe we cannot defeat him. Just then, Broly launched a counterattack, his fists imbued with terrifying power, aimed at Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 62. The terror of Ultra Blue. Goku and Vegeta hurriedly dodged. Yet Broly's strikes were too swift, grazing their cloaks with a fierce wind. This guy is outrageously strong. Vegeta panted, his eyes filled with resentment. Goku furrowed his brow and said, Vegeta, we cannot fight separately. We must coordinate to have a chance. Vegeta clenched his teeth and replied, Fine, I will follow your lead. In an instant, they synchronized their movements, attacking Broly from both sides. Broly, however, showed no fear, meeting Goku and Vegeta's assaults with his own hands. Another violent clash ensued, the powerful energy waves causing the surrounding mountains to begin to crumble. Goku and Vegeta were pushed back several meters, their arms trembling slightly. This guy is too strong. We cannot continue like this, Vegeta shouted. Goku, with unwavering determination in his gaze, urged, Do not give up. We will surely find his weakness. At that moment, Broly suddenly halted his movements, seemingly gathering an even greater power. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other perfectly. They charged forward again, aiming to disrupt Broly's buildup of energy. However, as they neared him, an invisible force repelled them. This is bad. His defenses have intensified, Goku exclaimed. Vegeta's face was a mask of rage and frustration. Is there truly no way? Vegeta, we cannot falter, Goku shouted fervently. Vegeta clenched his teeth and retorted, Let us give it our all. Just as Broly was on the verge of unleashing his power, Goku and Vegeta surged forward simultaneously. Their figures moved with the swiftness of lightning, intertwining with Broly in an instant. The clash of energy ignited the very air around them. Ha! Goku roared, his fist propelled by an indomitable spirit towards Broly. Vegeta, equally undaunted, executed a flying kick aimed directly at Broly's vital points. Taken aback by their sudden onslaught, Broly staggered slightly. Yet, he quickly regained his footing, a flicker of anger and disdain flashing in his eyes. You think you can defeat me? Broly bellowed, unleashing his power once more, which sent Goku and Vegeta sprawling. They crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Vegeta struggled to rise. Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze still resolute. It's not over. We'll go again. They charged at Broly once more, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Broly's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, each punch carrying the force to annihilate worlds. Goku and Vegeta fought with every ounce of strength, their bodies marred with wounds. This can't continue. We need a new strategy, Goku shouted to Vegeta while evading blows. Vegeta gasped, What can we do? This monster is invincible. Just as despair began to engulf them, a spark ignited in Goku's mind. Vegeta, let us concentrate our power to strike at his one vulnerability, Goku declared loudly. A glimmer of hope flickered in Vegeta's eyes. All right, I'm with you. The two swiftly repositioned themselves, channeling their strength into their hands. Sensing their intent, Broly unleashed a frenzied assault, attempting to thwart them. His attacks rained down like a tempest. As Goku and Vegeta dodged and weaved, desperately seeking an opportunity to strike. Now's our chance. With a thunderous roar, Wukong charged alongside Vegeta towards Broly. Their speed was as swift as lightning, and they were on the verge of reaching Broly's vulnerable point. Suddenly, Broly unleashed a deafening roar, and a formidable surge of energy erupted from within him, forming an invisible barrier. Wukong and Vegeta were pushed back by this force, struggling to regain their footing. How can this guy be so powerful? Vegeta panted, his face a mask of frustration. Wukong gritted his teeth and declared, Don't give up. We can do this. Vegeta regained his composure, his gaze now resolute. All right, let us give it another shot. They gathered their energies once more, light shimmering in their hands. Broly grinned menacingly, the invisible barrier growing even more formidable. Exchanging a glance filled with unspoken understanding, Wukong and Vegeta unleashed their full strength, charging toward the barrier. When their powers collided with the barrier, an earth-shattering sound erupted, the brilliance blinding. Moments later, as the light began to fade, Wukong and Vegeta gasped for breath, noticing a faint crack in the barrier. There is hope, Vegeta exclaimed excitedly. Upon seeing this, Broly's expression darkened, and he intensified his energy output in an attempt to mend the barrier. We can't give him a chance. Keep going, Wukong urged through gritted teeth. The two warriors summoned every ounce of their strength for this decisive strike. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered into countless fragments that dispersed into the air. Without hesitation, Wukong and Vegeta charged towards Broly's weak point. However, just as they were about to land a blow, Broly swiftly sidestepped, evading the critical hit. Damn it! Vegeta roared in frustration. Wukong's eyes narrowed. Don't stop. Continue the assault. They launched another attack, but Broly, now thoroughly enraged, unleashed an even more terrifying power. Energy surged across the battlefield, and the surrounding space seemed on the verge of tearing apart. Under this immense pressure, Wukong and Vegeta found their movements gradually slowing. This isn't good. Our stamina is nearly depleted, Vegeta said with great difficulty. Wukong, breathing heavily but with unwavering resolve, replied, even if there's but a glimmer of hope. We cannot surrender. Just then, Broly clasped his hands together, gathering a colossal energy sphere. Wukong and Vegeta felt a tightening in their chests at the sight. We're all in, Wukong shouted, his aura surging once more. Vegeta, unwilling to back down, unleashed his final reserves of power. Yet, the might of that energy sphere was overwhelming, its brilliance rendering them momentarily blind. As the light faded, Wukong and Vegeta collapsed to the ground, their breaths faint. At that moment, Wang Qingfei stepped between the three, remarking, "What a magnificent duel. That will be enough. Broly, you may rest now." The system granted a wish for Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly acquired 120 billion points of combat power from Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Now, everyone, go take a rest. Piccolo. Just keep an eye on Cell. In due time, I will take you all to challenge Lord Beerus. Goku and the others, please give us your support. Chapter 63. Turmoil in the underworld. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. During this time, Wang Cheng has been unable to gather the 4 fragments of the law. With no enemies appearing on Earth, everyone lacked the motivation to cultivate. Goku was busy creating offspring at home, and his younger son, Goten, was born. Seeing Goku's hybrid strength with Earthlings, Vegeta found a woman from Earth and had a son named Beijia. Broly, alongside androids 17 and 16, took on the role of a ranger in an animal sanctuary, caring for and protecting the wildlife from poachers. One day, as Wang Cheng basked in the sun in the courtyard, he received a message from the King of Worlds. Wang Cheng, there's trouble. What has happened, Lord King? Wang Cheng instantly teleported to stand behind the King of Worlds. The sudden appearance of Wang Cheng startled the king, who then expressed his concerns. The underworld is in chaos. The little ghost responsible for managing the soul-cleansing machine under King Yama neglected his duties and failed to replace the storage tank in time, causing the soul-cleansing apparatus to explode and release the evil thoughts from the entire universe. This wave of malevolence has corrupted the body of that little ghost, transforming him into a monstrous creature wreaking havoc in the underworld. Moreover, this monster has the ability to resurrect spirits, leading to chaos in the laws of the underworld. And many evil beings have returned to the mortal realm. Raditz, Frieza, and their minions, whom you once defeated, have escaped and vowed that after a period of seclusion for cultivation, they will come to Earth to exact their revenge on you. Upon hearing these words, Wang Cheng's expression instantly became intriguing. He slowly spoke. Do they truly believe that a mere period of cultivation would empower them to overcome me? Such notions are nothing but the delusions of fools. The Realm King, with a look of concern, replied, Wang Cheng, we must not be complacent. I have heard the great Realm King mention that Frieza and his kind are far from ordinary. Furthermore, they are notoriously cunning and treacherous. It is entirely possible they could devise some formidable tactics. Wang Cheng clasped his hands before his chest, a confident smile gracing his lips. Even if they devise new tricks, I remain unafraid. I have bested them before, and I shall do so again. The king of the realm furrowed his brow, his tone grave. Wang Cheng, do not underestimate their determination for revenge. That scheming fellow, Frieza, is meticulous and ruthless. This time he returns, undoubtedly well prepared. Wang Cheng gazed resolutely into the distance. Lord of the realm, I understand your concern for my well-being. However, I am fully prepared. No matter what tricks they employ, I shall confront them head-on. The Lord of the realm shook his head in resignation. Very well, let us first descend into the depths of hell to resolve the troubles at hand. Since this creature is born of malevolent thoughts, let us name it the wave of evil intent. The original text does not specify who bestowed this name. Or perhaps I simply cannot recall. Wang Cheng nodded and said, there is no time to waste. We must set off at once. The two of them swiftly raced towards the infernal realm. Upon their arrival in hell, they were met with the chaotic destruction wrought by the malevolent energy wave, which incessantly unleashed dark beams of energy from its mouth. So, you are the malevolent energy wave? How feeble you are. Wang Cheng scoffed. The malevolent energy wave turned its gaze towards him, its blood-red eyes brimming with fury, and it opened its massive mouth to emit a deafening roar. Observing this, The Realm King quickly cautioned, "Be careful. This creature is not to be trifled with." Wang Cheng merely scoffed disdainfully, his form flickering as he charged towards the malevolent wave of energy. In midair, he deftly shifted his position, evading the streams of energy emitted by the sinister force. In the blink of an eye, he found himself face to face with the malevolent entity, delivering a powerful punch. This strike, imbued with immense strength, sent the malevolent wave reeling backward. However, the entity quickly regained its composure, a strange black light emanating from its body, as if its power had surged exponentially in an instant. Wang Cheng squinted slightly, his voice cold as he remarked, "Quite intriguing, but this is where it ends." The malevolent entity surged forward once more, roaring with fury. Unfazed, Wang Cheng delivered a powerful punch. The strike landed squarely on the malevolent being, causing its massive form to burst apart like a balloon. Yet, the black smoke did not dissipate. Instead, it swiftly reformed, and the malevolent entity resurrected in an even more terrifying guise. Its body was now adorned with menacing spikes, each emanating a chilling aura. "Hmph, still unwilling to concede?" Wang Cheng scoffed. The king of the realm observed with bated breath, fully aware that a creature sustained by malevolent thoughts would not be easily vanquished. Suddenly, the malevolent entity began to spin at a high velocity, creating a swirling vortex of darkness that surged toward Wang Cheng. In response, Wang Cheng executed the wind god-like technique, leaping into the fray like a cannonball. A blinding light erupted from within the vortex, accompanied by the anguished howls of the malevolent entity. As the brilliance faded, the malevolent entity lay defeated on the ground. The king of the realm let out a sigh of relief and approached with a smile, saying, "Well done, Wang Cheng. I never imagined you would grow to such an extent." However, there was not much joy on Wang Cheng's face. Instead, it bore a hint of gravity. "Lord of the realm, this is likely just the beginning." The Lord of the realm was taken aback. "What do you mean? Hasn't the wave of malevolent thoughts been eradicated?" Wang Cheng gazed up at the sky, slowly articulating, "This malevolent force will not dissipate easily. Perhaps an even more formidable entity lurks in the shadows, orchestrating all of this." At that moment, the surrounding space began to warp abruptly, and a dark fissure gradually materialized. A colossal black hand emerged, seizing the essence of the malevolent wave and drawing it into the rift. The expression on the Realm King's face darkened significantly. "It seemed you were indeed correct. This matter is far more intricate than it appears." Wang Cheng shouted at the fissure, "Who are you? Why must you do this?" The voice replied, "Who I am is of little significance. What truly matters is that the entire universe shall be shrouded in darkness." The tone was laced with mockery. After uttering these words, the surrounding space abruptly returned to its normal state. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, for this matter had transcended our comprehension. "It seems, my lord of the realm, that I must make a journey to the realm of destruction." Upon arriving at the realm of the destroyer, Wang Cheng beheld Whis, who appeared deep in thought, gazing solemnly at the sky. "Whis, Mr. Wang Cheng, you have arrived." Whis exclaimed as he regained his composure. Wang Cheng swiftly approached Whis, following his gaze towards the heavens, and asked with a hint of perplexity, "Whis, what is amiss? Why do you bear such a troubled expression?" Whis let out a gentle sigh and replied, "Wang Cheng, I fear that an immense calamity is imminent. Just now, I sensed an exceedingly malevolent and formidable force stirring to life." Wang Cheng's heart tightened. "I have come to speak with you about a matter of great importance, perhaps related to the power you have sensed." Subsequently, Wang Cheng conveyed the events occurring in the underworld to Whis. Upon finishing, Whis furrowed his brow even more tightly. It seems that there is indeed a connection between this series of events. Wang Cheng wore a grave expression. "Vs. Are you aware of the identity of the mastermind behind this?" Vs crossed his arms. "As of now, it remains unknown. However, we must urgently seek a breakthrough. Otherwise, if that malevolent force awakens completely, the consequences would be unimaginable." At that moment, the god of destruction, Beerus, strolled over while yawning. "What is all this commotion about?" Wang Cheng and Whis hurriedly briefed Beerus on the situation. Upon hearing their report, Beerus's expression grew grave. "Hmph, daring to threaten the universe of this deity. I shall see what manner of fiend dares to challenge me." Wang Cheng gazed at Beerus and inquired, "Lord Beerus, do you have any strategies to address this situation?" Beerus, with arms crossed and an air of superiority, replied, "First, we must locate that individual." "Whis, do you have any means to assist us?" Whis gently shook his head. "I currently have no leads, but I shall make every effort to investigate." Wang Cheng furrowed his brows, the weight of his concerns growing ever more burdensome. "Beerus, with an air of impatience, exclaimed, "Whis, you must hasten. I possess little patience." Whis' expression shifted dramatically. "This is dire." Wukong hastily inquired, "Whis, what on earth is this?" Whis, his expression grave, replied, "This malevolent force emanates from the dark demon realm. The mastermind behind it is Lord Beerus. It seems I must pay a visit to the Omni King's palace. This matter has surpassed our comprehension. I must report to the Grand Minister and the Omni King." Beerus furrowed his brow and said, "Go swiftly and return promptly, Whis." Whis nodded, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Wukong and Beerus anxiously awaited in their original position. Time passed, though the duration was uncertain, yet Whis had yet to return. Beerus began to feel a sense of agitation. Why hasn't Whis returned yet? Wukong was consumed by unease, hoping that Whis would bring forth good news. At that moment, Whis finally made his appearance, his countenance grim. "Lord Beerus, the situation is dire," he remarked. Beerus, anxious, pressed for details. "What is it? Speak quickly." Taking a deep breath, Whis replied gravely, "The Omni King and the Grand Minister regard this matter with utmost seriousness. However, even the capabilities of the Omni King cannot penetrate the dark demon realm. Moreover, the Omni King has stated that if this issue remains unresolved, the entire universe may face annihilation." Wukong's heart trembled. What should I do?" Beerus gritted his teeth. "Hmph, this deity shall not sit idly by." Wukong turned to Whis and inquired, "What can I do?" Whis shook his head and replied, "The Grand Minister has stated that if the mastermind originates from the dark demon realm, your current strength is scarcely sufficient even to be considered cannon fodder. It is not just you. The gods of destruction from the 12 universes are, at best, only marginally stronger than Lord Beerus." Beerus interjected, "Whis, is that any way to speak?" He continued, "The dark demon realm is not under the dominion of Lord Zeno. It is said that the ruler of the dark demon realm possesses strength that rivals that of the Grand Minister, and perhaps even exceeds it." Whis suddenly paused, halting his train of thought. Wukong, with a face full of curiosity, inquired, "Why have you ceased speaking, Whis, now that you are privy to so much information?" "It serves little purpose. Focus on your cultivation," Whis advised. "Recently, the Omni King will host a martial tournament among the 12 universes to select individuals of sufficient strength for training in the Omni King's palace." Beerus slowly remarked, "It appears that a great battle with the dark demon realm is inevitable." "Indeed, Lord Beerus," Whis concurred, "with pinnacle beings such as the Omni King and the Grand Priest present, none of our 12 universes feel a sense of impending crisis. The strength of the gods of destruction pales in comparison. Back when there were still 18 universes, the average strength of the gods of destruction was at the 9th tier of the divine realm, with the strongest even reaching the realm of angels. Yet, in the present day, after countless millennia, the gods of destruction have significantly weakened. Only you, Lord Beerus, possess power at the 9th tier." Beerus's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Whis, your words are rather unflattering." Whis smiled gently. "Let us not dwell on that. Wukong, do you intend to remain here to cultivate? We are yet uncertain when the tournament will be scheduled. During this period, I hope you dedicate yourself to training, striving to be chosen by the Omni King." Beerus nonchalantly remarked, "Is there really any need to compare Wukong's strength? Surely he is a guaranteed selection." Whis shook his head. "Lord Beerus, I have heard that in other universes, there exist beings who surpass even the gods of destruction." Beerus was taken aback. "What? There are individuals even more monstrous than Wukong? To surpass a god of destruction, that means their realm must be at least the 6th tier of the divine realm." Standing nearby, Whis interjected, "However, it must be noted that Wukong has only been cultivating for a few years. It is unlikely that the individual surpassing the gods of destruction has also achieved such strength in just a few years." Wukong furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a deep tone. "Regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, I shall exert myself to the utmost. As for my cultivation, I will heed the guidance provided." Beerus crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Wukong. "Hmph, young one, it's commendable to possess such determination. Yet do not merely speak without action." Whis nodded, his expression grave. "Wukong, this opportunity is indeed rare. The selection by Lord Zeno is of utmost significance. You must not exhibit even the slightest negligence." Wukong solemnly replied, "I understand and will not disappoint." Beerus erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, with such spirit. I have high hopes for you." Whis interjected with a smile, "Lord Beerus, you cannot afford to remain in slothful repose indefinitely. The impending confrontation with the dark demon realm has left us short-handed, and even the god of destruction must take to the field. Surely, You do not wish for Wukong to assume your mantle prematurely. Other universes have already witnessed beings surpassing the god of destruction. It is imperative that you commence rigorous training. Beerus pouted slightly, muttering, "When have I ever been lazy? Nevertheless, if it's special training, then so be it. I shall not be outdone by this young lad." Wukong. Wukong smiled, "Very well, Whis. I shall bring along Wukong and the others. They possess commendable talents." Whis pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, let them come. An additional person means increased strength." With that, he executed a swift, instantaneous movement back to Earth. Upon his return to Earth, Wukong instructed Piccolo to summon Goku and the others to the heavenly realm. Wukong addressed Wukong and the others, inquiring if they wished to venture into the realm of the gods for training. Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it truly possible? That would be an opportunity too precious to overlook. Vegeta, with arms crossed and an air of arrogance, replied, "Hmph, as long as it allows me to grow stronger. I have no objections to going." Shala scratched his head, expressing his doubts. "With my current strength, would I even be able to manage?" Broly, smiling, stated, "I am indifferent. Whether we go or not is entirely up to you." Meanwhile, Piccolo, with a grave expression, inquired, "Has something happened to Wukong?" Wukong inwardly scoffed at his remarkably quick wit. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support. I shall continue to strive diligently in crafting each subsequent chapter." Chapter 65, grateful for the generous reward from the esteemed Jiao Guei. Wukong, accompanied by Wukong and others, arrived at the realm of the destroyer gods. As soon as Wukong stepped into this enigmatic domain, he eagerly surveyed his surroundings, exclaiming, "Wow, the atmosphere here feels utterly different." Broly, feeling the tumultuous energy, let out an exuberant roar, the overwhelming aura surging uncontrollably around him. Beerus frowned and admonished, "Quiet down, you brute." Vegeta scoffed, "Country bumpkin, don't embarrass yourself here." Broly shot a glare at Vegeta, but was promptly restrained by Wukong, who cautioned, "Let us keep it down. This is not a place for frivolity." Piccolo remained vigilant, scanning the area with a watchful eye, while Cell, a tad anxious, closely followed Wukong. At that moment, Whis approached Wukong and the others, stating, "Wukong has surely informed you that my training is both rigorous and arduous." Wukong grinned widely, replying, "Whis, we are not afraid." Vegeta interjected with a haughty snort, "Hmph. No matter how strict, we can endure it." Whis smiled gently, "Very well, but do not complain later." With a flick of his staff, Whis conjured gravity suits for everyone, instantly making them feel as though they were burdened by immense weight. Wukong struggled to take a step forward, sweat cascading down his face. Yet he grit his teeth and declared, "This weight is nothing to me." Vegeta clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, but his eyes burned with determination. "I will not be outdone by you, Kakarot." Piccolo's breathing grew heavy, but he resolutely pressed on, step by step. Broly let out a furious roar, leveraging his formidable strength to adapt to the gravity. Cell's complexion paled, each step proving to be an arduous challenge. As time elapsed, Wukong's stride steadied, and he began to attempt running. Observing this, Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, quickened his pace as well. Piccolo, panting heavily, continued without pause. Once Broly acclimated to the gravity, he fervently trained his offensive techniques. Cell, however, struggled to keep up, appearing on the verge of collapse. Whis then stated, "I shall retreat into the confines of my staff for meditation," to which Wukong approached Whis, acknowledging his intent. Whis nodded, "Go ahead. I hope you achieve a breakthrough." In the secluded space within the staff, Wukong settled into a cross-legged position, initiating the stellar technique within him. As he channeled the energy, the surrounding forces surged into his being, gradually transforming into divine power. Meanwhile, Wukong and the others persevered in their arduous training. Time flowed slowly. At that moment, Wukong, deeply immersed in his practice, exhaled a breath of stagnation and slowly opened his eyes, uncertain of how much time had elapsed. Wukong rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. The system activated the attribute panel. Ding. Host, Wukong. Abilities, max-level martial arts, mastery and application of Qi, Qigong Cannon, Golden Bell Shield, Turtle School Qigong, Solar Fist, Wolf Feng Fist, Demon Seal Wave, Pain Growth, Qi Round Slash, Cosmic Survival, Instantaneous Movement, Fusion Technique, Big Bang Attack, Leo Flying Kick, Sage Mode, Dragon Fist, Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist, Serious Punch, Wind God Leg, Explosive Fist, 1000 Years Kill, Majin Buu's Regenerative Abilities, Universal Shocking Palm, Hypnosis, Afterimage Fist, Sky Cannon, Superpower, Destruction Beam. Language of the Gods, Wish, magically altered, gravitational field, nebula technique, normal state, ultimate skill. Battle power, 3 trillion. Realm, mid-stage of the 4th order of the divine realm. Items, divine beans, binding rope, shards of law 2. Indeed, as one progresses, ascending to higher realms becomes increasingly arduous. Stepping out of the staff space, Wang Qing was suddenly greeted by the sight of Beerus confronting a portly version of himself in midair. It appeared that Kampa and Vados had arrived. Why is there another person here, Beerus? The 7th universe's destruction deity is quite lively, Kampa remarked to the suddenly appearing Wang Qing. Beerus shot Kampa a disdainful glance. Hmph. This is of no concern to you, so refrain from speaking. Wang Qing gazed at Kampa with a curious expression, puzzled by the sudden appearance of the god of destruction from Universe 6. Was he perhaps seeking the Super Dragon Balls prematurely? Kampa crossed his arms, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I have heard that you are engaged in arduous training. Perhaps I can offer you some guidance. Goku scratched his head, his eyes lighting up. Really? That would be fantastic. However, Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Who needs your guidance? We can manage on our own. Kampa's demeanor darkened. You ought to show a modicum of respect towards deities, young man. Is this how Beerus instructs the individuals of his universe? At that moment, Wang Qing interjected, Lord Kampa. Since you wish to offer us advice, why not demonstrate whether your strength is worthy? Upon hearing this, Kampa's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed. You dare to provoke me, boy? Wang Qing stood tall, unflinching in the face of adversity. If it is a provocation, let us put it to the test. Beerus chuckled to himself, seemingly eager to witness a spectacle of embarrassment from Xiangpa. Goku and Vegeta wore expressions of anticipation, curious to see the extent of Wang Qing's current prowess. In a fit of rage, Xiangpa raised his hand, unleashing a formidable surge of energy directed at Wang Qing. Wang Qing's figure flickered as he deftly evaded the attack. What is this? Vados glanced at Whis beside her. Your intuition is correct, sister. It is the state of ultimate ease, and presently, Wang Qing, like us angels, embodies this state of normalcy and ultimate ease, Whis explained slowly. Upon overhearing their conversation, Xiangpa felt a tightening in his heart. Hmph. Even so, his cultivation level pales in comparison to mine. He remains no match for me. Upon hearing Wang Qing's words, he let out a cold laugh, declaring, that may not be the case. With that, his aura surged once more, his speed becoming so swift that it produced countless afterimages. Xiangpa found himself momentarily overwhelmed and was struck by Wang Qing's punch, causing him to stagger back several steps. Infuriated, Xiangpa, filled with rage and humiliation, gathered a surge of violet energy in one hand. Hmph. I advise you to take heed, young man. This is a skill exclusive to the god of destruction. Be cautious not to be obliterated by it. Wang Qing's lips curled upwards, revealing a defiant smile. What of the god of destruction? I am eager to witness the true extent of this skill's power. Xiangpa glared with wide eyes, exuding an aura of reckless fury. The violet energy intensified, its brilliance dazzling, casting a shadow over everything in its vicinity. The aura surrounding Wang Qing continued to ascend, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination and fearlessness. At that moment, a surge of violet energy rushed toward him like a roaring beast. Wang Qing stood resolute, thrusting his hands forward as a beam of white light erupted from his palms, clashing head-on with the violet energy. Experiencing the destructive force firsthand, Wang Qing felt the weight of its power. For his strength had yet to reach a level where he could remain impervious to the laws of destruction. Wang Qing now feels as though his body is on the brink of being torn apart, with every inch of his skin enduring excruciating agony. Yet, in tandem with this immense pain, his breath intensifies rather than diminishes. In a brief span, the experience points derived from his suffering surpassed the speed at which he could siphon the combat prowess of Goku and his companions. Wang Qing endured excruciating pain. Yet within his heart, he felt a surge of secret delight. Chapter 66, The Battle of Xiangpa. However, Xiangpa remained oblivious to Wang Qing's transformation, relentlessly amplifying the output of destructive energy. Haha, young man, let us see how much longer you can endure. Xiangpa cackled. Wang Qing let out a thunderous roar, forcefully expelling the destructive energy of Xiangpa. The energy, repelled back, erupted before Xiangpa, causing him to stagger backwards several steps, his face a portrait of astonishment. You, young man, have actually managed to achieve such a feat. Xiangpa gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Wang Qing gasped for breath, yet his gaze remained piercing. Lord Kampa. This is far from over. At that moment, the atmosphere around them reached a state of utmost tension. Wukong and the others watched intently, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Vegeta clenched his fist resolutely. Wang Qing, I am determined to become a man as powerful as you. Piccolo, astonished, turned pale with shock. His eyes glued to the battlefield without a moment's respite. Broly and Cell, on the other hand, roared with excitement, cheering fervently for Wang Qing. Champa snorted in anger. Very well, let us continue the battle. No sooner had he spoken than he launched another assault, his power more ferocious than before, warping the surrounding space into a chaotic distortion. Wang Qing, undaunted, charged forward, and the two soon became enmeshed in fierce combat once more. The air was filled with the howling of fists and the surging of energy, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. The battle between Wang Qing and Xiangpa intensified, with both combatants unleashing increasingly ferocious techniques. Wang Qing moved like lightning, deftly evading Xiangpa's relentless onslaught while seizing the opportune moments to counterattack. Xiangpa roared in fury, each strike imbued with boundless rage. Yet, Wang Qing remained composed, his breath steady and unwavering. Just as the onlookers were consumed with anxiety over this fierce confrontation, Wang Qing suddenly unleashed a formidable surge of power, instantly forcing Xiangpa back several steps. Xiangpa, his face etched with astonishment, gazed incredulously at Wang Qing and exclaimed, "You actually broke through? This is truly astonishing. Amidst our combat, you managed to transcend your limits. Do you leave any room for the divine?" Wang Qing smiled faintly, his breath steady as he spoke. "Lord Champa, is it truly so difficult to achieve a breakthrough in battle? There is no need to be surprised by conventional tactics." Beerus interjected, "Let us hear what the mortals have to say." Goku and the others exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and concern. Champa snorted, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Hmph, do not grow complacent. Even if you achieve a breakthrough, you are still no match for me." With that, he began to gather his power once more, preparing to launch a new wave of assault. Wang Qing maintained a calm demeanor, positioning himself to respond. "Then I humbly request Lord Xiangpa to continue imparting his wisdom." As soon as the words left his lips, Xiangpa charged forward like a furious lion, his fist cutting through the air with a deafening rush, as if it could rend the very fabric of space. Wang Qing deftly sidestepped, causing Xiangpa's fist to crash into the ground beside him, resulting in a violent eruption of earth and stone, leaving a gaping chasm. Xiangpa swiftly followed up with a soaring kick, the force of his legs slicing through the air. Wang Qing crossed his arms in defense, only to be propelled backwards several dozen meters by the sheer force of the impact. Regaining his footing, Wang Qing instantaneously appeared behind Xiangpa and unleashed a powerful punch. Xiangpa, with remarkable reflexes, turned to block with his arm, and a thunderous sound erupted, sending ripples through the surrounding space. Xiangpa roared in fury, his fist raining down with relentless force, each strike imbued with boundless power. Wang Qing, agile and nimble, evaded his attacks while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Suddenly, Wang Qing accelerated towards Xiangpa. As Xiangpa reached out to grasp him, Wang Qing deftly ducked under his arm, delivering a kick to Xiangpa's back. Xiangpa stumbled forward a few steps, turning around with fury etched across his face. At this moment, Beerus and Whis observed with astonishment. Beerus remarked softly, "This Wang Qing is quite impressive. It's a shame you encountered him." Whis smiled slightly. "Sister, this is also fate. However, this battle is truly exhilarating." Hearing their exchange only fueled Xiangpa's wrath, intensifying his onslaught. Wang Qing remained composed, each evasion and counterstrike executed with precision. His form was like a specter, weaving seamlessly through the gaps in Xiangpa's ferocious attacks. Xiangpa gathered a massive sphere of energy in his hands and hurled it forcefully towards Wang Qing. In response, Wang Qing conjured a Kamehameha wave, and the two energies collided. A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens, shaking the peaks surrounding the divine realm to their very foundations. Wang Qing and Xiangpa were both pushed back a few steps by the shockwave of the explosion. Wang Qing felt his blood surge, a metallic taste flooding his throat, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet, he endured, his gaze unwavering as it fell upon Xiangpa. At that moment, Xiangpa appeared slightly disheveled, his hair in disarray and his breath somewhat erratic. Nevertheless, his eyes still sparkled with a fierce determination. "Kid, you've got some skill." Xiangpa gritted his teeth and declared. With a cold snort, Wang Qing questioned, "Has Lord Xiangpa's strength reached its limit?" In a fit of fury, Xiangpa retorted with a mocking laugh, "Hmph, what an insufferable fellow." As he spoke, Xiangpa charged forward once more, his right fist descending like a meteor towards Wang Qing. Before the punch arrived, its fierce wind had already stung Wang Qing's cheek painfully. He swiftly sidestepped, allowing Xiangpa's fist to graze past his shoulder. In response, Wang Cheng lifted his leg to kick at Xiangpa's abdomen, but Xiangpa deftly blocked with his left hand while seizing Wang Cheng's ankle with his right, violently tossing him aside. Wang Cheng executed a mid-air flip, landing gracefully on his feet. He quickly dashed toward Xiangpa, unleashing a flurry of strikes akin to a rainstorm with his celestial horse meteor fist, while Xiangpa crossed his arms to shield himself from the onslaught. Each collision of their fist resonated with a dull thud, sending ripples through the surrounding air. Suddenly, Xiangpa raised his knee, thrusting it towards Wang Cheng's chest. Wang Cheng pressed down with both hands to block the attack, then grasped Xiangpa's knee, twisting it forcefully. Xiangpa let out a pained roar, retaliating with a fierce kick aimed at Wang Cheng's head. Wang Cheng promptly released his grip and leaned back to evade. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, neither yielding an inch. Each of Xiangpa's assaults carried an aura of destruction, while Wang Cheng adeptly deflected the peril time and again with his profound mastery. Their silhouettes entwined on the battlefield, moving with a speed that dazzled the eyes. In a flash, Wang Cheng appeared above Xiangpa, his fist enveloped in a tempest of energy, crashing down like a meteorite. Undeterred, Xiangpa crossed his arms to meet the blow. With a resounding crash, the air around them was violently compressed and exploded outward, generating visible shockwaves. Seizing the moment, Xiangpa spun and launched a kick towards Wang Cheng's waist. Wang Cheng reacted swiftly, blocking with his left hand while delivering a powerful punch to Xiangpa's leg. Xiangpa winced in pain, retracting his leg, and then unleashed a barrage of energy beams toward Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng evaded left and right, his movements ghostly and elusive, as the energy beams missed their mark, creating massive craters upon impact with the ground. With a sudden burst of speed, Wang Cheng surged forward, transforming into a streak of light. In response, Xiangpa clasped his hands together, conjuring a colossal energy shield before him. Wang Cheng collided with the shield, producing a piercing screech of friction and showering sparks in all directions. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, desperately channeling the power within him, striving to breach Xiangpa's defense. A radiant glow erupted between his body and the shield, as though igniting the very fabric of space. Xiangpa's expression turned grave, his arms trembling slightly under the immense strain. With a fierce roar, the brilliance of the shield intensified, forcefully repelling Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng executed a flip in midair, landing firmly. A resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes as he launched himself at Xiangpa once more, this time engulfed in blazing flames, resembling a fiery warrior emerging from the inferno. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Hmph dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of complacency. He concentrated the energy of his shield into his hands, bracing himself for yet another onslaught from Wang Cheng. In an instant, Wang Cheng closed the distance, and his fist collided once more with Hmph's shield. This time, the impact unleashed a shockwave that swept through the surroundings, causing debris to cascade from the nearby peaks and leaving deep fissures etched into the ground. With a thunderous crash, both Wang Cheng and Hmph were propelled backwards by the formidable recoil, landing several dozen meters away. At that moment, the spectators observing from a distance were rendered speechless by the intensity of the battle. Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "This combat is simply astounding." Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression tense and focused. Vegeta's brow glistened with beads of sweat as he trembled slightly, exclaiming, "This battle is beyond imagination." Broly, flushed with excitement, shouted exuberantly, "Keep going, keep going." Meanwhile, Shara urged, "Big brother, give it your all. Defeat the purple fatso." On the battlefield, after a brief separation, Wang Cheng and Hmph once again faced each other in a tense standoff. Wang Cheng gasped for breath, his garments tattered and in disarray, yet his eyes blazed with an indomitable spirit. Xiangpa, equally breathless, regarded Wang Cheng with a hint of admiration in his voice. "Young one, to have pushed me to this extent, you have every reason to take pride in yourself." With a playful smirk, Wang Cheng remarked, "Enough of the nonsense, Xiangpa. Let us continue." With that, he swiftly darted towards Xiangpa once more. Unfazed, Xiangpa met him head-on. Wang Cheng's speed was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Xiangpa, delivering a powerful straight punch imbued with fierce wind. Xiangpa evaded by sidestepping, retaliating with a hook punch. Wang Cheng ducked low to evade and, seizing the moment, executed a wind god kick aimed at Xiangpa's lower body. Xiangpa leaped, performing a mid-air somersault, and unleashed a forceful kick towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng crossed his arms, absorbing the impact but was still pushed back a few steps by the sheer force. Regaining his footing, he propelled himself forward once more, engaging Xiangpa in close combat. Their exchanges of strikes were so rapid that they were nearly imperceptible. Wang Cheng delivered an elbow strike, which Xiangpa blocked with his palm. Then seized Wang Qing's arm in an attempt to throw him off balance. Utilizing the momentum, Wang Qing spun free, launching a thunderous Leo kick aimed at Xiangpa's chest. Xiangpa managed to block with his arm, though he was forced back a step, letting out a furious roar. He unleashed a surge of energy that sent Wang Qing reeling. Wang Qing steadied himself mid-air, his gaze fixed intently on Xiangpa. At that moment, the spectators held their breath, their hearts racing. Wukong clenched his fists, silently cheering for Wang Qing. Vegeta's focus sharpened as he analyzed the combat techniques of both fighters. Piccolo was visibly tense, his forehead veined with strain. Just as the onlookers anticipated the battle to prolong, Wang Qing and Xiangpa abruptly ceased their attacks, their radiant auras gradually dimming. Xiangpa looked at Wang Qing and burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Young one, today's battle ends in a draw. We shall meet again another day." Wang Qing consumed a mystical bean, and in an instant, his injuries were completely healed. He then tossed another bean to Xiangpa, stating that once consumed, it would restore his injuries and stamina to their original state. "Next time, we shall engage in a proper battle." Xiangpa received the bean, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes, yet he unhesitatingly placed it in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his wounds healed at a remarkable pace, and his breath gradually steadied. "Young man, you possess quite the knack for this. This bean is truly extraordinary, rivaling the healing prowess of Bardos. And it even provides a sense of fullness," Xiangpa remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Qing, a smile gracing his lips. Wang Qing smiled gently, saying, "Lord Xiangpa, your strength is formidable. I merely look forward to a more thrilling duel with you next time. Do visit our Earth when you have the opportunity. Not only are there wondrous beans, but also a myriad of delectable dishes." Lord Xiangpa raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a hint of intrigue. "Oh, culinary delights? That is indeed something I might contemplate." Wang Qing crossed his arms confidently and remarked, "Lord Xiangpa, I am certain you will find it to your liking." At that moment, Wukong leaned in with a cheerful grin and added, "Wang Qing is absolutely correct. The culinary delights of Earth will undoubtedly captivate you." Wang Qing seized the opportunity, saying, "Lord Xiangpa, our Earth is replete with an array of culinary delights, encompassing a multitude of flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and savory. Every conceivable taste is represented." Xiangpa licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "That sounds rather appealing. Pray, enlighten me about what delicacies you have in mind." Wang Qing chuckled, with steaming hot pot. A myriad of delectable ingredients swirl in the bubbling broth. The flavor is simply exquisite. And then there's the fragrant, crispy roast duck, with its crackling skin and tender meat. Wrapped in thin pancakes with slivers of scallions and sweet bean sauce, one bite brings immense satisfaction. Xiangpa listened, mouth-watering, urging, "Go on, go on." There's also the soft, sweet pastries, exquisite sushi, and the spicy, aromatic crayfish, Wang Qing described vividly. Xiangpa waved his hand dramatically, declaring, all right, I have made up my mind. I must indulge right now." "Beerus, you wouldn't dare to object, would you?" Beerus, having appeared beside them unbeknownst to them, rolled his eyes and retorted, "Hmph. You gluttonous pig, all you do is mooch off others' food and drink." Xiangpa scoffed, "What's wrong, skinny ribs? Aren't you pleased?" Wang Qing hastily remarked, "It is indeed our honor to have Lord Kampa in our presence." Beerus, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, "Very well, let us proceed together." Just as the group was preparing to teleport back to Earth with Wang Qing, a rift appeared in the sky. From this fissure, resplendent light surged forth like an overwhelming tide, blinding everyone present. As the radiance began to wane, a figure gradually emerged, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity and strength. As if the very fabric of space had transformed into a realm of solemnity with his arrival. Once the brilliance diminished sufficiently, the onlookers finally discerned the features of the newcomer. He was tall and strikingly handsome, yet carried an air of immense authority. Clad in a flowing white robe that billowed with the breeze, the garment was adorned with intricate, enigmatic runes, each gleaming faintly as if imbued with boundless power of cosmic laws. His gaze was profound as the ocean, seemingly capable of unraveling the secrets of the universe. "High Priest." Both Whis and Beerus exclaimed in unison, quickly bowing their heads in respect. Beerus and Kampa, shedding their previous casual demeanor, promptly knelt and reverently addressed him as High Priest. The High Priest nodded gently, his calm gaze sweeping over them. "Rise. There is no need for such formality." With trepidation, Beerus and Kampa stood, their heads still bowed, unwilling to meet the High Priest's eyes. The High Priest then turned his attention to Wang Qing, a flicker of admiration crossing his features. You, young man, possess some skill to contend with Compa to such an extent. Wang Qing took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Thank you for your praise, esteemed high priest." The high priest suddenly turned to Hmph and remarked, "Hmph, as the god of destruction, you are neglecting your duties and engaging in reckless brawls here. What a disgrace. And you, Bados, as an angel, instead of intervening, you join in this folly." Hmph was drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly lowered his head in contrition. "Esteemed high priest, I acknowledge my error. It was a moment of impulsiveness, and Bados is not to blame. I implore your forgiveness." Bados quickly followed suit. "Esteemed high priest, it is due to my lack of supervision. I willingly accept punishment." The high priest's gaze was sharp, and his tone stern. "Do you comprehend the weight of the god of destruction's responsibilities? They pertain to the balance and stability of the cosmos. Your capricious actions jeopardize the order of the universe." Hmph fell silent, afraid to speak. After a moment of contemplation, the high priest continued, "Given that no irreversible consequences have arisen from this incident, I shall temporarily spare you. However, upon your return, Hmph must diligently fulfill his duties, and Bados must enhance her oversight. Should such behavior recur, severe punishment will ensue. Thank you, esteemed high priest, for your mercy. We shall certainly remember your words." Hmph and Bados responded in unison. Almost forgetting the pressing matter at hand, the high priest announced, after consulting with Lord Zeno, "We have decided to hold a grand tournament in the Void Realm 3 days hence, featuring all universes. During this event, Lord Zeno will select exceptionally talented participants, whom I shall personally mentor. Conversely, universes that perform poorly will face penalties. The competition will be a free-for-all, with all participants entering the arena simultaneously. Those thrown off the stage will be eliminated. No killing is permitted, nor may healing items be used. The victorious universe will not only receive my guidance and cultivation, but also gain a one-time right to use the Super Dragon Balls. However, should any universe perform exceedingly poorly, Lord Zeno may preemptively erase it, along with its god of destruction." The high priest's expression turned grave as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling low. Hmph's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. "What shall I do now? I do not wish to be erased." Wang Qing's expression grew grave as he solemnly inquired, "Your Excellency, the High Priest, are there any stipulations regarding the number of participants?" The High Priest slightly lifted his gaze, directing it towards Wang Qing, and replied, "Each universe is permitted a maximum of 10 participants." With that message conveyed, I shall proceed to notify the other universes. You must take heed of your own responsibilities. The High Priest spoke with an impassive countenance, his voice resonating with an ancient authority that brooked no dissent. As his words faded, he elegantly waved his sleeve, and in an instant, his form vanished into the shimmering fissure imbued with an enigmatic radiance. As the high priest's silhouette disappeared into the rift, the fissure began to close slowly. Wang Cheng bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it and stating, "In that case, we must carefully select our competitors." At this juncture, Compa had regained some of his spirit and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Hmph, we must choose the strongest warriors. My 6th universe cannot afford to perform poorly. Bodis, let us hasten back to select the contestants." Bodis replied, "Whis, Lord Beerus, Compa, and I shall take our leave." With that, he and Compa took to the skies. Goku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Wow, a martial arts tournament. It is bound to be thrilling." Vegeta, arms crossed, let out a disdainful huff. "Hmph, this is no time for frivolity. We are unaware of the Grand Zeno's selection criteria. If we perform poorly, the entire universe could be obliterated." Goku scratched his head and chuckled, "Vegeta, don't be so tense. We simply need to fight with all our might." Vegeta shot Goku a glare. "You fool, you are always so carefree. This time is not a game." Wang Cheng stepped forward and remarked, "Vegeta is correct. Goku, we must exercise caution." Goku, wiping away his smile, nodded earnestly, "Understood. Let's all give it our best." Beerus interjected from the side, "Enough with the chatter. Wang Cheng, select your 10 without delay. Time is of the essence." Wang Cheng nodded gravely. "Indeed, Lord Beerus, I shall choose with utmost caution." Goku leaned in. "Wang Cheng, don't forget to choose me." Vegeta, with an air of pride, remarked, "Hmph, he knows well enough to select both of us without your prompting." Wang Cheng gazed at them and remarked, "Wukong, Vegeta, you are undoubtedly on the list." Piccolo approached and said, "Count me in." Broly also exclaimed, "And I as well." Cell scratched his head and added, "Big brother, I shall participate too." Wang Qing nodded and remarked, "That makes 6 of us. We still need 4 more." Vegeta interjected from the side, suggesting, "Let us include that fellow Nappa, as well as that bald-headed individual with 3 eyes, or perhaps those 3 androids." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qing remarked, "The strength of Ba is commendable. Let us select him." Regarding the artificial beings, the prowess of numbers 16, 17, and 18 is also quite impressive. They shall be our choices. The assembly nodded in unanimous agreement. At that moment, Beerus spoke slowly. "Now that we have decided on our candidates, let us bring them to the God of Destruction realm for a rigorous 3-day training session." 3 days later, in the Void realm, a vast and enigmatic space served as the arena for the tournament hosted by the Omni King. This realm was devoid of azure skies and white clouds, mountains and rivers, existing only as an infinite void that seemed capable of consuming all. The somber hues imbued the atmosphere with a sense of oppression and the dread of the unknown. A massive circular arena, suspended in the void, spanned thousands of meters in diameter, its surface composed of a hard and mysterious material that emitted a faint glow. The edges of the arena bore no protective barriers. To fall would mean elimination. Above the arena, countless eyes observed the proceedings. The Omni King and the Grand Priest sat in elevated positions, their forms exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability. The diminutive figure of the Omni King radiated boundless authority, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. The Grand Priest, with a solemn countenance, surveyed the arena with calm eyes, as if everything lay within his control. The gods of destruction from various universes stood nearby, their expressions tense, fully aware of the significance of this contest, which bore the fate of the universes they protected. Among the competitors, some were eager and poised for action, while others appeared grave and anxious. With a command from the Omni King, the tournament commenced. The participants surged toward the center of the arena like arrows released from a bow, unleashing a dazzling array of energy, and the thunderous sounds of battle echoed through the void, marking the commencement of a breathtaking struggle for survival. The members of the 7th universe gathered around Wang Qing, their expressions serious and focused. Goku clenched his fists, his eyes alight with determination as he said, "Wang Qing, shall we charge directly? Or shall we charge directly?" Vegeta scoffed, "Enough with the nonsense, Kakarot. We follow Wang Qing's lead." Wang Qing surveyed the crowd, taking a deep breath before speaking. "Everyone, remain calm. We must unite and cooperate. Numbers 16, 17, and 18, along with Baka and Bik, shall serve as my guardians. Goku and Vegeta will form one team, while Broly and Cell will constitute another. You 2 teams shall charge ahead. I will provide support as needed." Goku's gaze was resolute. "I will follow your lead, Wang Qing." Vegeta remarked coolly, "I sensed an overwhelming pressure just now. It seems the other universes are formidable as well." Wang Qing hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Last time, I heard Whis mention that in another universe, there exists an entity that surpasses the God of Destruction." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Wukong widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Surpassing the God of Destruction? That could prove troublesome." Vegeta furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Hmph, no matter who it is, I shall not be intimidated." Piccolo's expression turned grave as he said solemnly, "We cannot afford to be careless. We must proceed with utmost caution." The others displayed traces of concern on their faces, pondering, "What shall we do?" Cell clenched his fists, stating resolutely, "Regardless of the circumstances, we shall fight." Broly let out a cold chuckle, asserting, "So what if he surpasses the God of Destruction? We can still handle him." Wang Qing gazed at the crowd, a profound sense of responsibility swelling within him. He proclaimed with conviction, "All right, everyone prepare yourselves. As soon as anyone approaches, we shall act according to our plan." Gratitude was extended to the Blue Rainbow, Warm Tenderness, user 947088784, and the Leisurely Princess of Clear Night for their heartfelt support. Chapter 69. The competition begins at that moment. Contestants from the 10th universe surged forward, their movements agile and their demeanor fierce. Wang Qing's eyes sharpened as he commanded, "According to our strategy, Goku, Vegeta, confront them head-on." Without hesitation, Goku and Vegeta charged into battle, engaging in a fierce clash with the 10th universe's fighters. Goku's fists and feet struck like the wind, while Vegeta unleashed devastating energy attacks, momentarily suppressing the onslaught of their adversaries. Can Goku and Vegeta take on all 10 of them? After all, they are formidable warriors from their own universe. Piccolo voiced his concerns with a worried expression. Wang Qing spoke slowly, assuring them there is no need for concern. Observe closely, they are like a scattered pile of sand. Only the leader appears to possess some extraordinary abilities, While the strength of the others is reminiscent of the former Frieza, hardly a cause for alarm. Piccolo furrowed his brow, maintaining a vigilant gaze upon the battlefield. Goku and Vegeta had already engaged the 10 adversaries. Goku, swift as the wind, appeared before the enemy in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that sent one opponent reeling. Vegeta, not one to be outdone, radiated a golden aura as he unleashed an energy wave towards the foe. However, given their numerical superiority, Goku and Vegeta found it challenging to secure a swift victory. Yet, as Wang Qing noted, their coordination was exceedingly chaotic, each fighting independently. Seizing the opportunity, Goku unleashed the Kaioken, his power surging dramatically as he knocked down another enemy. Vegeta also exerted his full strength, sending a nearby foe flying with a swift kick. Wang Qing shouted from the sidelines, "Wukong, Vegeta, pay close attention to the leader's techniques. He can separate his inner energy from his movements, creating illusions that will make it difficult for you to discern his true location through his energy signature. Don't engage him head-on. His ability is quite taxing, and it will inevitably falter after a while." Upon hearing this, Wukong and Vegeta immediately distanced themselves from the leader. Wukong, slightly breathless, remarked, "So that's how it is. I almost fell for it." Vegeta scoffed, "This fellow certainly possesses some tricks." The leader, Wobani, mocked them as they retreated. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Wukong grinned. "Hmph, just wait until your ability runs out. Let's see how long you can maintain that arrogance." Vegeta crossed his arms, casting a cold gaze at Wobani. "You can only prance about for so long." Wobani launched another attack, once again separating his inner energy from his movements, creating numerous illusions. Wukong and Vegeta could no longer detect his true energy signature and ceased their assault, turning instead towards the remaining warriors of Universe 10. As those warriors saw Wukong and Vegeta charging at them, terror spread across their faces. "Don't come any closer." In an instant, Wukong appeared before one of the warriors and unleashed a powerful punch, sending that warrior flying. Meanwhile, Vegeta gathered energy in both hands and unleashed it upon a group of enemies, a formidable energy wave enveloping them instantly. Cries of anguish echoed as the warriors of Universe 10 fell one after another. Witnessing this scene, Wobani roared in anger, "You too." Yet, his limited strength was unable to halt Wukong and Vegeta. The duo worked in perfect harmony, cutting through the chaos as if it were an unguarded realm, causing the warriors of Universe 10 to falter and collapse. Piccolo shouted from the sidelines, "Well done. Keep it up." At that moment, the ranks of Universe 10 were engulfed in disarray. The warriors scattered in all directions, having completely lost their fighting spirit. Wobani bellowed furiously, "Everyone, pull yourselves together." But his cries fell on deaf ears. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong and Vegeta intensified their onslaught, their figures darting through the crowd, each strike accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. Under their relentless assault, the warriors of Universe 10 continued to fall, one after another. As Wang Qing observed the disintegrating team of the 10th universe, a sigh of relief escaped his lips, yet he remained vigilant, closely monitoring the developments on the battlefield. The once orderly formation of the 10th universe had now devolved into chaos. The injured lay moaning in agony on the ground, unable to receive aid from their comrades. Goku felt a pang of sympathy for them. "Kakarot, now is not the time for your compassionate heart to surface. We must swiftly abandon these individuals and clear the arena." Vegeta urged, his tone firm. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand, Vegeta, but you can be quite nagging." "Hmph. I'm merely concerned you might act foolishly." "Showing them mercy or something of the sort," Vegeta retorted. Goku chuckled good-naturedly. "I'm well aware of the stakes in this competition. It's for our universe, for Chi-Chi and Gohan. I won't show any weakness. Just as long as you comprehend the gravity of the situation, perform admirably. The deities above are watching closely. Don't let your foolishness lead to your erasure," Vegeta warned. Goku merely responded with a perplexed expression. With astonishing speed, the two discarded the remaining 9 contestants from the 10th universe off the platform. Realizing he was alone, Wabmi sensed the impending doom and unleashed his full power. A radiant aura enveloped him, causing the entire space to tremble with the force of his energy. The members of the 7th universe felt a tightening in their chests, fearing he was preparing for a desperate final stand. However, to everyone's astonishment, Wabmi turned and fled. Goku was initially taken aback, then laughed. This guy actually ran away in the heat of battle. Vegeta scoffed, "What a coward." Despite Wabmi's retreat, the competition continued unabated. The members of the 7th universe did not lower their guard due to this brief interlude. They were acutely aware that stronger adversaries awaited them. Suddenly, The sixth universe participants began to converge towards Wang Qing and his companions. In the midst of it all, the system activated a wish for Goku and Vegeta. This ability belonged to Wang Qing himself and was not bound by the competition's rules, as even the Omni King would be oblivious to the system's existence. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly stolen 1 million points of battle power from Son Goku and Vegeta. Thankfully, they bore no significant injuries, merely a slight depletion of stamina. The match pressed on, with the sixth universe's individuals drawing nearer to Wang Qing and his team. Wang Qing's gaze sharpened as he warily observed the approaching individuals from the sixth universe, exclaiming loudly, "Everyone, be cautious and prepare for action." Goku clenched his fists, the aura around him flaring with intensity as he proclaimed, "Their intentions are far from benign." Vegeta scoffed, regardless of their motives, should they dare to act recklessly. "We shall strike." At that moment, a figure resembling Cell from the sixth universe called out, "Friends from the seventh universe, do not be alarmed. We come in peace, not to engage in battle." Wang Qing furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you here?" The individual, strikingly similar to Sharu, elucidated, "You must be Wang Qing." As Lord Xiangpa mentioned, "I am Hit," and Lord Xiangpa indicated that after the commencement of the competition, we may choose to ally with your seventh universe. Wang Qing scrutinized Zitter, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes, and remarked, "Your strength is quite formidable. Securing a commendable position should not pose much difficulty." Zitter, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "This competition is exceedingly intricate, with numerous adversaries. As Lord Pa has stated, the sixth and seventh universes are sibling realms, and should offer mutual assistance." Chapter 70, United Against the Foe. Wang Qing furrowed his brow, pondering the credibility of these words in silence. Wukong, on the other hand, appeared somewhat exhilarated, exclaiming, "That's splendid. Let us unite and vanquish the beings from other universes." Vegeta remained ever vigilant, coldly retorting, "Hmph. Let us first see if you possess genuine intentions." It maintained a stoic demeanor, yet a glimmer of resolve flickered in his gaze as he stated, "The current circumstances allow no room for doubt. Belief or skepticism will reveal itself on the battlefield." Wang Qing glanced at Hit and then at the others from the sixth universe, stating, "Very well, let us present a united front, but remain vigilant." Hit, would you kindly introduce the participants from your universe? Hit nodded in acknowledgement, stepping forward and speaking softly, "This is Kaba, a Saiyan from the sixth universe." Kaba stepped forward to greet Wang Qing and the others. Additionally, we have Kale and Caulifla. Though they are female warriors, their combat prowess surpasses that of Kaba. Caulifla flashed a grin, while Kale timidly lingered in the background. It continued, "When we approached you, the other 6 contestants had already been eliminated." Goku and the others reacted in surprise. "So, it appears that your sixth universe did not come to form an alliance against us, but rather to seek refuge," mocked Sharu. Hit's gaze turned icy as he replied, "Do not speak frivolously. We come with sincere intentions of cooperation." Caulifla, known for her fiery temperament, retorted immediately, "Hmph. Don't spout nonsense. We certainly do not require any refuge." Though timid, Kale mustered her courage to add, "Indeed, we are capable of fighting as well." Wang Qing promptly remarked, "This is not the time for debate. Are you aware of the strength of the enemies you face and which universe they belong to?" Hitter shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Those individuals appeared quite suddenly and employed peculiar tactics. They swiftly subdued their opponents and, through some unknown means, eliminated them from the competition. Vegeta, with his arms crossed, scoffed disdainfully, "It seems they are merely cowardly rodents, hiding and darting about." Piccolo, with a serious expression, stated, "Regardless, they will certainly be formidable adversaries. If we are to collaborate, we must formulate a strategy." Wang Qing nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we must not engage blindly in battle." Hit, you possess a deeper understanding of the enemy's attacking methods. Please share your thoughts. Hit replied solemnly, "In my view, we should first consolidate our forces for defense. I have observed several formidable beings from different universes who have yet to make a move, conserving their energy. Not all participants from every universe are exceptionally strong. Some are rather mediocre. Once they have exhausted each other, we can strike without hesitation." Goku scratched his head, "But wouldn't that be somewhat passive? I, for one, prefer to take the initiative." The others turned to Goku, considering his perspective. Kefla jumped up, exclaiming, "I concur with Son Goku. Constant defense is rather dull. Let us charge in and give those ruffians a good thrashing." Kale quietly echoed, "Sister is right." Hit frowned, "This is far too risky. Their abilities remain unknown. A hasty assault would only lead to unnecessary casualties." Vegeta scoffed, "Hmph. Hit, are you afraid?" Saiyans do not cower like turtles. At that moment, Wang Qing intervened. Let us not rush into arguments. His suggestion holds merit, as it could minimize unnecessary losses. However, Goku and Kefla are also correct. Taking the initiative may disrupt their plans. How about this? We divide into 2 teams. One team will defend and look for opportunities as per His strategy, while the other, led by Goku, will proactively scout the enemy's status. If we encounter foes, we shall fight while retreating and communicate promptly. After a moment of contemplation, the group nodded in agreement. Very well, Goku, you and Kefla will form one team. Vegeta and Cabba will be another, while Broly and Kale will team up. By the way, how many of you from Universe 6 can transform into Super Saiyans? Wang Qing inquired, looking at Kefla and her companions. Kefla responded with a puzzled expression. Cabba asked, Mr. Wang Qing, what is a Super Saiyan? The members of Universe 7 chimed in. Vegeta, with an air of pride, declared, Hmph. You don't even know this? A Super Saiyan is a powerful transformation of our Saiyan race, endowing us with strength and speed far beyond our normal capabilities. Cabba, curious, inquired, what must one do to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta replied impatiently, it requires extreme anger or an intense will to win. You, my boy, are still far from that. Wang Qing chuckled and said, there's no need to be so fierce, Vegeta. Perhaps one day, Gabe will achieve it as well. Gabe clenched his fists and resolutely declared, I will certainly strive to become a Super Saiyan. Wang Qing shouted, let's not dwell on that for now, Team 3. You may depart. When there is no combat, Wukong, you can impart your transformation experiences to them. Wukong replied with a smile, no problem. The members of Team 3 quickly set their plan into motion. Before long, Wukong and Khalifa confronted the fighters from Universe 4. Wukong engaged alone against the likes of Jabe, Ganos, Damon, Nink, and Majira, allowing Khalifa to handle the remainder. In the midst of the battlefield, Wukong stood composed and unperturbed as enemies surrounded him. Jabe was the first to strike, her hands weaving as beams of purple light shot toward Wukong. He swiftly dodged, evading the attack with ease, capitalizing on the distraction. Ganos launched a surprise assault from behind, swinging his massive fist. Wukong executed a backflip, evading the blow while delivering a powerful kick to Ganos' chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Damon and Nink unleashed a formidable wave of energy simultaneously. Wukong crossed his arms before his chest, bracing himself against the onslaught. Then, with a sudden surge, he charged forward, instantly appearing before Damon and delivering a punch that sent him flying. At that moment, Majira unleashed a peculiar spell, distorting the surrounding space. However, Wukong remained unfazed. Relying on his keen perception, he swiftly identified Majira's weakness and shattered the spell's confines with a single strike. Suddenly, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and turned to Khalifa, saying, this is the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Khalifa's eyes widened in awe as she gazed at Wukong's golden hair and the radiant aura surrounding him, filled with astonishment and longing. Wukong continued, concentrate your anger and strength. Strive to break through your own limits. With that, he re-entered the fray, his speed and strength noticeably amplified as he overwhelmed Damon effortlessly. Khalifa took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and endeavored to sense the power Wukong had described. At that moment, Gamasalas and Xiangcha seized the opportunity to strike at Khalifa, appearing poised to hit her. Wukong instantly materialized in front of Khalifa, blocking the attack. Don't lose focus, Khalifa. Believe in yourself. Wukong encouraged. Khalifa opened her eyes, now filled with determination. She once again attempted to awaken the power within her, a faint glow beginning to envelop her body. As Wukong deftly fended off the attacks from Universe 4, he remained vigilant about Khalifa's progress, shouting, keep going, Khalifa. Stay focused. Khalifa gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as the glow intensified, her hair beginning to flutter. At that moment, Ganos perceived the transformation of Khalifa. He extricated himself from Goku's entanglement and rushed towards Khalifa, attempting to disrupt her breakthrough. Goku, with swift reflexes, appeared before Ganos in an instant, delivering a fierce kick that sent him flying, bellowing, do not cause any disturbances. Feeling Goku's protective presence, Khalifa was imbued with newfound strength, and a brilliant radiance erupted around her. I did it, she exclaimed with exhilaration. Goku smiled, replying, excellent. Now let us fight together. With enthusiasm, Khalifa joined the fray, darting towards Nink with the speed of lightning. Before Nink could react, she struck him in the abdomen with a powerful punch, causing him to double over in pain. Meanwhile, Goku confronted Damon and Majira. Damon swung his massive battle axe at Goku, who deftly sidestepped and retaliated with an elbow strike to Damon's back, sending him staggering forward. Seizing the opportunity, Majira unleashed a barrage of icy spikes towards Goku. With a mighty shout, Goku's aura erupted, instantly melting the icy projectiles. Caulifla followed up with a spinning kick that connected with Nink's chin, sending him flying. Observing this, Gavi shot energy beams from her hands, but Caulifla adeptly leaped and dodged. Goku took advantage of the momentary lapse in Majira's magic, teleporting behind him and delivering a kick that sent Majira crashing into Damon, both collapsing to the ground. Genos rose again, charging at Caulifla with immense power coalescing in his fist. Undaunted, Caulifla met him head-on, their fists colliding with a resounding explosion that rippled through the surrounding air. At this juncture, Goku faced the renewed assaults from Gavi and Nink, unleashing a flurry of punches that appeared as mere phantoms, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Caulifla and Genos found themselves at an impasse when she suddenly unleashed a surge of even greater strength, pushing Genos back. The battlefield was alive with the clash of energies and flashes of light, as Goku and Caulifla steadily gained the upper hand. Just as they began to subdue their opponents, Damon and Majira from Universe 4 exchanged a knowing glance, seemingly conveying a silent signal. Suddenly, Damon leaped high into the air, emanating a bizarre black energy, while Majira joined his hands in prayer, chanting incantations as if bestowing some enchantment upon Damon. Sensing something amiss, Goku shouted to Caulifla, "Be cautious. They may be preparing a new tactic." Before Goku's warning could fully resonate, Damon descended upon them with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful energy shockwave from his center. Goku quickly pulled Caulifla back, teleporting a safe distance away to evade the onslaught. Caulifla steadied herself, a flicker of fury igniting in her eyes, and once more charged forward, her speed surpassing her previous onslaught. Before Damon could respond, Caulifla landed a decisive kick to his head, leaving him disoriented. Wukong was not idle. Seizing the moment when Majira's spell was interrupted, he instantaneously appeared behind Majira, delivering a powerful punch that sent blood spilling from his lips. At this juncture, Jawi and Genos regrouped and launched another assault on Wukong and Caulifla. Jawi's hands danced as countless energy spheres hurtled towards the duo. Caulifla roared, her aura igniting with fervor as she swiftly deflected each energy sphere with her hands. Wukong then confronted Genos, and the two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Each of Wukong's strikes resonated with immense strength, and Genos gradually found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, Caulifla detected a flaw in Jawi's defense. With a swift dash, she positioned herself behind Jawi and delivered a devastating elbow strike, causing Jawi to cry out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Wukong also identified a gap in Genos' defense and landed a kick to Genos' abdomen, sending him flying some distance away. The contestants from the fourth universe bore heavy injuries, unable to mount any further effective attacks. Wukong and Caulifla stood resolute on the battlefield, their golden hair billowing in the wind, radiating a formidable aura that inspired reverence. Just as Wukong and Caulifla believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, Nink, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly rose to his feet, his body contorting, muscles swelling, and his eyes turning a blood-red hue. This surge of power caused Wukong to furrow his brow, watching Nink with heightened vigilance. Nink let out a roar, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled through the surroundings. Caulifla covered her ears and exclaimed, "How has this guy suddenly become so much stronger?" Wukong replied gravely, "It seems to be his hidden trump card. However, we shall not be afraid." Nink charged toward Wukong with the ferocity of a beast, each step causing the ground to tremble. Wukong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and met Nink head-on, engaging in an intense clash where neither could gain the upper hand. Caulifla watched in envy as Wukong demonstrated his Super Saiyan 2 form. Noticing that Nink had exposed a vulnerability while relentlessly attacking Wukong, Caulifla shouted, "Wukong, I will assist you," and soared towards Nink's back. Nink sensed Caulifla's movement and attempted to turn to defend himself, but was firmly ensnared by Wukong. Caulifla's strike accurately hit Nink's back, causing him to scream in pain as he lunged forward. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong followed up with a powerful uppercut that sent Nink soaring into the air. Before Nink could touch the ground, Wukong and Caulifla unleashed energy waves simultaneously. The two beams converged and struck Nink midair. With a resounding explosion and a blinding flash of light, Nink fell heavily to the ground, motionless. "Finally, it's over." Caulifla sighed in relief. Wukong smiled at her, saying, "You performed splendidly, Caulifla." Caulifla wiped the sweat from her brow and grinned, "I owe it all to you, Wukong. Without your guidance, I would not have found it so easy to break through." Wukong waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was one's own potential that mattered and that they must strive to maintain this newfound strength. Chapter 72. The Proud Team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta and Gabe were facing dire straits as they encountered the Proud Team from Universe 11. Each member of this formidable team exuded an air of arrogance and strength. Standing tall with poise, at the forefront, Tispa crossed his arms, coldly regarding Vegeta and Gabe, taunting, "Do you dare obstruct our path?" Vegeta's gaze was fierce as he retorted, "Hmph, do not underestimate us." Gabe swallowed hard, attempting to maintain his composure. In an instant, Tispa vanished from sight, causing Vegeta to gasp in surprise and hastily evade. Yet he still felt Tispa's fist graze him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Vegeta!" Gabe exclaimed in alarm. Vegeta gritted his teeth, admonishing, "Stay focused, Gabe. Watch their movements." On another front, Quincy and Taba launched an assault on Gabe. Despite his vigorous resistance, the disparity in strength began to overwhelm him. Meanwhile, Vegeta was besieged by Tispa's relentless onslaught, dodging and retaliating as his fury swelled within him. "Damn it, I refuse to be defeated here," Vegeta roared, his energy surging. Tispa scoffed, declaring, struggling is futile. He accelerated once more, transforming into a flurry of illusions that made it difficult for Vegeta to track him. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins as he seized an opportunity, unleashing a powerful punch that collided with Tispa's fist, producing a resounding boom as the ground beneath them crumbled. However, the members of the Proud Team worked seamlessly together, denying them even a moment to breathe. Taking advantage of Vegeta's stalemate with Tispa, Taba, and Quincy swiftly advanced towards Gabe. Gasping for breath, Gabe's eyes shone with determination. "I will not fall easily." He gritted his teeth against the pain and charged towards his adversaries. Observing Gabe's faltering resolve, Vegeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His golden aura erupted around him, his hair standing even more erect, crackling with electricity. Tispa felt a chill run down his spine at Vegeta's transformation but continued his assault nonetheless. He launched a kick at Vegeta, who stood his ground, absorbing the impact with his arm, causing the ground to buckle under the force. In retaliation, Vegeta swung a punch imbued with a howling wind directly at Tispa's face. Tispa swiftly recoiled to evade, but still felt the sting of the wind against his cheek. At that moment, Quincy seized the opportunity to strike Vegeta from behind, moving swiftly to deliver a heavy blow. Yet, Vegeta seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He sidestepped the attack while simultaneously elbowing backward, striking Quincy squarely in the chest. Quincy coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Taba clasped his hands in prayer, summoning a colossal sphere of energy and hurling it towards Vegeta. With a furious roar, Vegeta enveloped the energy sphere in a blazing aura, and with a powerful tremor, dissipated it into the air. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing before Taba, delivering a forceful knee strike that resonated with the sound of cracking bones as Taba crumpled to the ground in agony, curling into a ball. In the meantime, Tisbro charged forth, his speed generating a series of afterimages. A smirk played on Vegeta's lips, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he anticipated Tisbro's trajectory. Launching a direct punch, Tisbro attempted to evade, but found his movements rendered sluggish before Vegeta, receiving the blow squarely and hurtling away like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into several towering trees before coming to a halt. Gab, observing from the sidelines, stood agape, filled with admiration for Vegeta's formidable prowess. As time flowed, the tournament had stretched beyond 3 hours, with competitors from various universes engaged in fierce battles. Notably, the fighters from Universe 2 and Universe 3 clashed relentlessly, both sides suffering grievous injuries, only to be ambushed and eliminated from the arena by those from Universe 9. The Grand King, witnessing this spectacle, was incensed and swiftly obliterated Universe 9. The other competitors watched in terror, their eyes wide with fear. Meanwhile, in a corner of the arena, several members of Universe 7 were engaged in a serious discussion with Wang Qing. Number 17, arms crossed and expression grave, inquired, "Wang Qing, what shall we do next? 3 universes have already been eliminated, one of which has been completely erased. We cannot allow this to continue. We must consolidate our strength." Wang Qing pondered for a moment before slowly uttering, "Zeit, you shall seek out Wukong and Khalifa. Piccolo, you will locate Broly and Kale. Once you have found them, rendezvous at Vegeta's place." Wang Qing pondered for a moment before slowly uttering, "Hit, you shall seek out Wukong and Khalifa. Piccolo, you are to find Broly and Kale. Once you have located them, rendezvous at Vegeta's location." Without further ado, it vanished in a blink, while Piccolo acknowledged with a nod and swiftly soared in the opposite direction. Wang Qing took a deep breath and said, "Let us set forth as well. I sense a formidable energy emanating from Vegeta's location. He cannot handle it alone." Shalu inquired. "Is it that individual, the one beyond the god of destruction, whom elder brother spoke of?" Wang Qing shook his head and replied, "I'm not entirely sure. But we must hurry there." With that, he led the others, numbers 16, 17, and 18, along with Shalu and Namek toward the direction of Vegeta's energy. Meanwhile, Vegeta found himself in a dire situation. Jiren, disliking excessive noise, commanded the others to step back, declaring, "Allow me to personally eliminate this troublesome golden-haired youth." The members of the proud team complied and retreated, as a large figure resembling a gorilla, characterized by 2 tufts of white beard, soared into the arena. His towering physique and iron-like muscles exuded an intimidating presence. Tropo stated, "We can handle this one." However, Tropo waved his hand dismissively and asserted, "This is my battle. You all step back." Tispo frowned, reluctantly retreating a few steps with his companions. Vegeta regarded Tropo with a cold smirk, saying, "Hmph, you seem quite confident. But soon you shall regret facing me alone." Tropo's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Vegeta, radiating an aura of unwavering confidence and authority. Suddenly, his energy surged explosively, unleashing a formidable pressure that enveloped Vegeta. "Enough chatter. Let me witness your true strength." Vegeta, refusing to be outdone, roared as golden flames erupted around him. Powerful energy waves radiating outward. With a surge of fierce battle intent, he challenged Tropo, "Hmph, come. Let's see what you're truly capable of." A smirk tugged at Tropo's lips as he taunted, "Prepare yourself for your demise, boy." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished, reappearing before Vegeta, his massive fist, reminiscent of a cauldron, hurtling toward him with the force of a gale. Vegeta reacted swiftly, evading the fierce strike by sidestepping. Tropo's fist crashed into the ground, creating a colossal crater and scattering debris. "You've got some skill," Tropo scoffed, launching another assault, his leg sweeping toward Vegeta like a whirlwind. Vegeta leaped into the air, then dove down to deliver a kick aimed at Tropo's head. Tropo raised his arm to block, and with a resounding impact, both fighters staggered back a few steps. "It seems this golden-haired lad has some tricks up his sleeve," Tropo observed with newfound seriousness. Vegeta's lips curled into a grin. "This is merely the beginning," Tropo shouted, unleashing a tremendous energy that distorted the surrounding air as he charged at Vegeta once more. Chapter 73, Vegeta versus Tropo. Vegeta sensed the overwhelming pressure and furrowed his brow. Yet his eyes bore no hint of retreat. Tropo charged like a ferocious beast, each punch and kick imbued with world-shattering power. Vegeta, relying on his agility and indomitable spirit, deftly dodged and countered. Bang! A punch from Tropo grazed Vegeta's cheek, stirring a gust of wind and leaving a crimson mark in its wake. "Damn it!" Vegeta roared, his aura intensifying with fiery determination. With all his might, he unleashed a powerful punch that collided head-on with Tropo's fist. The sheer force of the impact sent ripples through the surrounding space, causing the ground beneath them to crack and crumble under the tremendous pressure. Tropo gritted his teeth, exerting more power in an attempt to subdue Vegeta. Vegeta, however, stood his ground, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat cascading down like rain. At that moment, a remarkable transformation overtook him. His aura shifted from gold to a brilliant blue, signifying his evolution into Super Saiyan Blue. The azure flames enveloped him, rising with a fierce intensity. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, as if he could pierce through all obstacles. Seeing this, Tropo's expression turned serious, but he quickly regained his confidence. Vegeta seized the initiative, dashing forward like lightning to strike Tropo with a fist aglow in blue light. Tropo raised his hand to block, and a thunderous explosion echoed as waves of energy radiated around them. The force of the blow sent Tropo staggering backward. Before he could regain his footing, Vegeta followed up with a swift kick, moving so fast that only a blue afterimage remained. Tropo barely managed to sidestep, yet the edge of his garment was singed to ashes by the blue energy. Such speed, Tropo thought, astonished. Vegeta pressed the attack relentlessly, raining down blows like a tempest, leaving Tropo to defend himself frantically. Bang! A heavy punch from Vegeta struck Tropo squarely in the chest, eliciting a muffled grunt and a trickle of blood from his lips. "This is the power of Super Saiyan Blue," Vegeta shouted triumphantly. Tropo wiped the blood from his mouth, fury igniting in his eyes. "Don't get too cocky," he retorted. No sooner had he spoken than his energy surged dramatically, warping the very fabric of the space around them. His muscles tensed, veins protruding as if he were a volcano ready to erupt. Vegeta smirked. "Show me what you've got." Toppo bellowed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Vegeta's heart raced. He focused intently to sense Toppo's position. Suddenly, Toppo reappeared behind him, delivering a heavy punch. Vegeta reacted swiftly, sidestepping and countering with a punch of his own. Toppo adeptly dodged, retaliating with a kick that whistled through the air. Vegeta raised his arm to block, the force sending him stumbling back a few paces. "Hmph. Let's see how long you can endure." Toppo pressed the attack, his fists raining down like meteors upon Vegeta. Vegeta dodged left and right, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, he spotted a gap in Toppo's offense, lunging forward to shoulder barge into Toppo's chest. As Toppo staggered back a few steps, struggling to regain his balance, Vegeta swiftly followed up with a kick, landing squarely on Toppo's abdomen. "Ah!" Toppo roared in anger. It seemed he had no choice but to cross that line. Fully engulfed in a frenzied state of battle, his gaze turned fierce and menacing, and his aura became chaotic and tempestuous. The other members of Universe 11 gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Toppo! He is about to abandon justice and embrace the power of destruction." Vegeta stood firm, his eyes fixed intently on Toppo. Suddenly, Toppo lunged forward with astonishing speed. His fist imbued with an insidious force, aimed directly at Vegeta's face. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta raised his arm to block the attack, and a dull thud echoed as the tremendous impact sent a jolt through his arm. Before Vegeta could regain his composure, Toppo executed a sweeping kick, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Vegeta leapt into the air, narrowly evading the blow. However, Toppo's relentless assault continued, as he brought his hands together and struck downwards with tremendous force. With nowhere to evade, Vegeta braced himself to absorb the impact, channeling all his energy into his hands. He clashed with Toppo's assault. A resounding explosion erupted, and the ground beneath them caved in, creating a massive crater. Toppo laughed maniacally, launching another barrage of attacks. His moves were erratic yet brimming with destructive power. Under the relentless storm of strikes, Vegeta began to find himself at a disadvantage. "This cannot continue," Vegeta thought to himself. Taking a deep breath to recalibrate, he unleashed a surge of potent energy, pushing Toppo back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta counterattacked with lightning-fast punches and kicks, each strike landing with precision on Toppo's vulnerable spots. Though Toppo was in a frenzy, the accuracy of Vegeta's blows began to expose his weaknesses. Vegeta capitalized on this, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent Toppo's chin flying upwards, causing his body to recoil. Yet Toppo quickly regained his footing and lunged forward once more, his eyes bloodshot. Toppo roared, exuding an aura of annihilation enveloped in purple flames. His speed had intensified, and in an instant, he was before Vegeta, unleashing a tempest of punches. Vegeta gritted his teeth, straining to withstand Toppo's onslaught. Each collision unleashed ripples of energy, igniting the surrounding air, which crackled with sound. Boom! One of Toppo's punches broke through Vegeta's defenses, landing heavily on his chest. Vegeta grunted, collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Defeated. He lay there, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with resentment. At that moment, Wang Qing and others rushed over, and upon seeing the fallen Vegeta, Wang Qing hastily invoked a wish. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have randomly stolen 12 billion points of battle power from Vegeta. Toppo, observing Vegeta being healed by Wang Qing, remarked. So there is a caretaker, let me deal with you first. With that, he vanished from sight, hurtling towards Wang Qing at breakneck speed. Yet, Wang Qing exhibited no fear upon his face. Just as Tuapa was about to close in on him, a blue figure swiftly intervened. Positioning itself before Wang Qing, it was the hastily arrived Super Blue Wukong. Your opponent is me, Wukong declared calmly. Vegeta interjected, Kakarot, stay out of this. This fellow is mine. Wukong turned to Vegeta, his gaze resolute. Vegeta, this adversary is formidable. We must unite. Vegeta scoffed. I do not require your assistance. I can handle this myself. Tuapa, witnessing the exchange, erupted into laughter. Do not quarrel. Neither of you will escape. With that, Tuapa clenched his fists, and his energy surged once more, emanating an overwhelming pressure that spread outward. Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a brief glance, nodding in unison, and instantaneously unleashed their formidable auras. Wukong's form flickered as he charged towards Tuapa, his fist aglow with blue light. Tuapa raised his hand to block, engaging in a stalemate with Wukong. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta transformed into Super Blue and launched an attack from the side, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Tuapa's midsection. Tuapa reacted swiftly, sidestepping while countering with a punch directed at Vegeta. The three warriors became ensnared in a fierce melee, the surrounding space trembling under the force of their energy. Each of Wukong's strikes was as swift as lightning, while Vegeta's techniques were characterized by sheer might. Nonetheless, Tuapa navigated their onslaught with apparent ease. Chapter 74. Super Blue King S Fist Wukong, like a specter, suddenly materialized behind Tuapa, delivering an elbow strike aimed at his back. Tuapa, seemingly possessing eyes on the back of his head, evaded the blow with a deft sidestep, retaliating with a punch aimed at Wukong. Wukong, agile as ever, bent low to avoid the attack, allowing Vegeta to surge forward and deliver a powerful straight punch to Tuapa's face. Tuapa raised his arm to block, the tremendous force of the impact causing him to take a small step back. Before Vegeta could press his advantage, Tuapa unleashed a fierce kick with blinding speed, catching Vegeta off guard and sending him hurtling backward. Wukong, witnessing this, let out a roar, his blue aura blazing more fiercely as he unleashed a flurry of punches, engulfing Tuapa in a barrage of strikes. Tuapa remained unfazed, his arms moving rapidly to deflect most of Wukong's attacks. This opponent is exceedingly troublesome. Wukong gritted his teeth. Vegeta returned to the fray, coordinating with Wukong to attack Tuapa from both sides. Tuapa, unfazed, revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Just the two of you? You are insufficient. Before his words could settle, Tuapa vanished from sight. Wukong and Vegeta, startled, quickly became alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, Tuapa reappeared behind Vegeta, delivering a brutal kick to his back. Taken by surprise, Vegeta staggered forward, seizing the moment. Wukong soared upward, aiming a punch at Tuapa's face. Tuapa raised his hand to block while transforming his other hand into a blade, aiming for Wukong's neck. Wukong leaned back just in time to narrowly evade the strike. Vegeta steadied his stance and turned to launch another assault, joining forces with Goku to create a formidable pincer attack. A faint smile curled at the corners of Toppo's mouth as he swiftly moved his hands, conjuring an energy shield that repelled both of their strikes effortlessly. Such attacks are utterly futile against me, Toppo proclaimed loudly, his laughter echoing across the battlefield, dripping with arrogance and disdain. Gritting his teeth, Goku felt the blue aura surrounding him surge dramatically, prepared to witness something even more formidable. Tenfold Kaioken. With Goku's fierce roar, his energy intensified once again, the blue flames now interspersed with red, sending powerful waves of energy radiating violently outward from his core. A flicker of seriousness crossed Toppo's face as he sensed the terrifying power emanating from Goku at that moment. Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, widened his eyes in astonishment. Kakarot. This guy. In an instant, Goku vanished, reappearing directly before Toppo at a speed that left Toppo no time to react. His fist, imbued with cataclysmic force, collided with Toppo, who hastily raised his hand to defend. The impact reverberated with a deafening crack, sending Toppo staggering backward, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground. Seizing the advantage, Goku pressed the attack, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon Toppo. The latter could only resort to passive defense, finding himself utterly powerless to retaliate. How has he suddenly become so strong? Toppo thought, a mix of shock and fury surging within him. His expression betrayed disbelief and a hint of panic as he struggled to cope with Goku's relentless onslaught. Each of Goku's strikes carried the immense power of the tenfold Kaioken, the air around them crackling with sharp explosions. Toppo attempted to counterattack, but each time he raised his fist, Goku's assault had already landed. Toppo roared in frustration, his energy surging wildly as he sought to break free from Goku's pressure. Yet Goku offered him no respite, delivering a powerful kick to Toppo's abdomen that sent him hurtling away. Toppo tumbled through the air, managing to regain his balance after several rotations. Impossible. I will not be defeated by you, he shouted defiantly. Goku, however, regarded him coldly, stating, today marks your downfall. The onlookers were filled with astonishment, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. Vegeta stood frozen in place, his stance still poised for support, muttering to himself, that Kakarot. He's outpacing me again. How infuriating. Toppo wore an expression of utter disbelief. He had initially thought Toppo would handle Goku and Vegeta's alliance with ease. Yet Goku's sudden surge of power left him shaken. How can this be? Captain Toppo is actually being overwhelmed. The other members of the Pride troopers exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. Wang Sheng squinted his eyes, a hint of surprise evident in his expression. This fellow Wukong always manages to bring forth delightful surprises. Piccolo smiled gently, nodding in agreement, It seems that old Sun has once again transcended his own limits. Kale clenched her hands tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. Go! Son Goku. Meanwhile, Caulifla and Gabe cheered enthusiastically. Wukong is simply incredible. In the distance, warriors from other universes observing the battle were equally captivated by Goku's formidable strength. Whispering among themselves, is this the warrior from Universe 7? Truly terrifying. The expressions and reactions of the crowd varied, yet unanimously. They were all astonished by the overwhelming power Goku displayed in that moment. Wang Qing gazed at the rear of the proud warriors team, where a figure reminiscent of a certain egg-shaped superhero sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. He mused to himself, this must be Jiren. The system chimed in. Character, Jiren. Realm, 7th stage of divine realm. Remarkably formidable, truly deserving of his reputation as one who surpasses the god of destruction. Reflecting on the original narrative, it was indeed a battle of attrition, coupled with plot twists. After all, Jiren has transcended the god of destruction, excluding Beerus and the mouse god of destruction. The deities of the 11th universe have shown themselves to be exceptionally powerful, certainly not figures that Goku and Vegeta could easily contend with. Wang Qing addressed Piccolo and Cell, stating, the battle between Goku and Toppo has drawn the attention of individuals from other universes. Their powers are not formidable. You two must resolve this swiftly. I am prepared to assist at any moment. We cannot allow a more powerful adversary to take advantage of this situation. Piccolo, with a serious demeanor, replied, rest assured. These minor foes are my responsibility. Cell, grinning slyly, remarked, fear not, brother. I shall ensure they find no way back. With that, the two launched themselves toward the enemies from other universes. Piccolo pointed a finger at his forehead, chanting an incantation, and unleashed a formidable wave of energy that surged toward the adversaries. Cell, moving like a phantom, appeared amidst the foes, employing a combination of punches and kicks, each strike imbued with lethal force. The cannon fodder from the other universes attempted to counter with their unique techniques, but they were clearly outmatched by the overwhelming assaults of Piccolo and Cell. The other members of Universe 11's Pride Troopers also joined the fray. Meanwhile, the battle between Goku and Toppo continued, with Toppo beginning to show signs of fatigue. His breathing grew rapid and labored, each breath akin to a struggle against an unyielding bellows. Sweat beaded on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and splashing onto the already cracked ground. His formerly sharp gaze now appeared somewhat dimmed, betraying an unmistakable weariness. His movements were no longer as nimble and swift. Each attack and defense felt sluggish and taxing. The once powerful strikes now seemed burdened, their speed and strength significantly diminished. Goku, perceptive to Toppo's decline, seized the opportunity to escalate his offensive. Like a bolt of lightning, Goku appeared at Toppo's left side, delivering a swift sidekick. Toppo barely raised his arm to defend, yet the force of the blow left his arm numb, causing him to stagger several steps to the right. Before Toppo could regain his balance, Goku materialized behind him and landed a heavy punch squarely on his back. Toppo let out a muffled grunt and lurched forward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Toppo, you can no longer endure, Goku shouted. Toppo gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand tall, and roared, I will not fall easily. However, his voice lacked the confidence it once held, now filled with a desperate struggle. At this moment, Toppo's energy was erratic, fluctuating wildly between strong and weak. Clearly on the brink of collapse, he gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, each breath a monumental effort. His disordered energy flickered like a candle in a tempest, poised to extinguish at any moment. Toppo's body trembled slightly, not out of anger or excitement, but from the profound exhaustion and depletion he had endured. His muscles were taut to the utmost, yet they could not stave off the dwindling of his strength. The once powerful and stable violet aura encircling him now flickered erratically, oscillating between brilliance and dimness. The fluctuating energy waves rendered his body struggling to maintain balance. Sweat poured from his forehead and cheeks, cascading down onto the battered ground beneath him, scarred by the ravages of battle. In his eyes, the pride and confidence that once resided there had been supplanted by exhaustion and resignation. Ultimately, with Goku's Kamehameha striking true, Toppo could no longer endure. His legs buckled, and he fell heavily to his knees. His hands hung limply at his sides, his head bowed, gasping for breath as if each inhalation were an immense torment. Goku observed him quietly, the blue aura around him gradually receding. Having exited the Kaioken state, Goku too felt the pangs of pain, breathing heavily. Toppo, you have lost. His voice, though soft, resonated with clarity in the silence of the battlefield. Toppo's body trembled slightly. He wished to lift his head and utter a response, but ultimately, He merely opened his mouth, unable to produce a sound. His gaze was fraught with despair and indignation. The remnants of his former grandeur now utterly vanished. Vegeta approached, casting a glance at Toppa's disheveled state, and scoffed, "This is the fate of your arrogance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for randomly stealing 50 billion points of combat power from Son Goku." As time passed, few remained in the arena. In the recent melee, the 3 androids from the 7th universe and that Buu had been eliminated, while Piccolo had exchanged blows 11 times to replace the formidable warriors of the 1st universe. Due to the earrings, Caulifla and Kale from the 6th universe had not been eliminated. The 5th, 8th, and 12th universes each had 1 participant remaining, all of whom surpassed Toppa in their God of Destruction forms. The 11th universe was left with only Jiren. Standing there, Jiren resembled an immovable mountain, his gaze profound and indifferent, devoid of fear or wavering. The aura he emanated seemed to solidify the very air around him. At this moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. The contestants from various universes were quietly gathering their strength, preparing for the even more brutal battles that lay ahead. Wang Qing's expression was grave as his gaze swiftly swept across the contestants present, his mind racing to orchestrate the impending battles. He directed his attention towards Vegeta and Goku, stating, "Goku, you shall face the contender from Universe 8. A fierce combat spirit ignited within Goku's eyes as he charged towards the competitor from Universe 8. "Vegeta, you are to confront the contestant from Universe 5. Vegeta let out a soft huff and vanished in a flash of light. Wang Qing then turned his gaze to Kefla, the fusion of Kale and Caulifla, and commanded, "You and Sheru will face Kefla from Universe 12. Both Kefla and Sheru responded in unison, their eyes resolute. Taking a deep breath, Wang Qing looked towards Broly and declared, "I entrust the strongest one to you. I shall oversee the battlefield." Broly replied confidently, "No problem. You won't have the chance to intervene. Just watch my performance." His towering figure radiated a ferocious aura, his green hair billowing in the wind, and his eyes were filled with unyielding confidence and an intense thirst for battle. Wang Qing gazed at Broly, his heart tinged with a hint of concern. Yet he nodded in agreement. Broly transformed into the Super Saiyan Blue, laughing maniacally as he charged towards Jiren, each step sending tremors through the ground. His roar echoed like thunder, causing his opponent to shudder. Jiren, with a face as stern as a stormy sea, braced himself for the impending clash. In an instant, Broly closed the distance, his powerful right arm sweeping through the air like a colossal pillar, accompanied by a gust of wind. Jiren reacted swiftly, dodging effortlessly. As Broly's strike missed its target, he stomped his left foot down with ferocity, creating a massive crater in the ground. Utilizing the recoil, he unleashed a lightning-fast left punch aimed at Jiren. Jiren crossed his arms, absorbing the blow, the tremendous force driving him back several paces, before he could regain his balance. Broly leaped high into the air, descending upon Jiren like a mountain crashing down. Jiren's eyes sharpened, and a potent aura erupted from him, repelling Broly. In midair, Broly executed a flip, landing gracefully before charging forward like a cannonball. His speed was akin to a flash of lightning, as he appeared before Jiren in an instant, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. Jiren, nimble on his feet, skillfully dodged Broly's relentless onslaught. Suddenly, Jiren seized an opening and delivered a sidekick to Broly's waist. Broly, however, chose not to evade, enduring the blow and seizing Jiren's leg, flinging him away with great force. Jiren was sent flying several dozen meters, but managed to regain his composure midair, landing steadily. "Haha, come again." Broly laughed maniacally, his aura growing increasingly ferocious. He clasped his hands together, a tremendous energy coalescing in his palms, forming a colossal energy sphere which he hurled towards Jiren. In response, Jiren thrust his hands forward, releasing an equally potent energy wave to meet the sphere. The two forces collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, illuminating the entire battlefield with brilliant light. Amidst the swirling smoke, the silhouettes of Broly and Jiren flickered, the intensity of their battle escalating. The remnants of the explosion had yet to dissipate when Broly surged towards Jiren like a wraith. His fists ignited with azure flames of energy, each strike radiating searing heat. Jiren's gaze was piercing, his hands moving rapidly to conjure a protective energy shield before him, withstanding Broly's frenzied assault. Witnessing this, Broly let out a furious roar, his power surging anew as his fists rained down upon the shield like meteors, producing a cacophony of deafening impacts. The shield began to crack under Broly's relentless barrage, prompting a frown to crease Jiren's brow. With sudden vigor, he pushed back, momentarily sending Broly staggering. Seizing the opportunity, Jiren formed intricate hand seals, chanting incantations as a mysterious rune materialized before him, transforming into a beam of light that shot towards Broly. Undeterred, Broly opened his mouth wide and unleashed a powerful energy wave, clashing with the beam. The two forces struggled against one another, warping the very fabric of space around them. "Break for me!" Broly bellowed, amplifying the energy wave, which swiftly overwhelmed the beam of light. However, at this moment, Jiren had already materialized behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Broly stumbled forward a few paces, regaining his composure before turning around, his eyes aflame with rage and his muscles bulging as if they might burst. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Jiren, creating a tempest of striking shadows that dazzled the onlookers. Jiren, elusive as a wisp of smoke, navigated effortlessly through the barrage. And then, in an instant, his speed surged to its zenith, transforming him into a fleeting specter that appeared before Broly. Jiren's fist struck like lightning, each blow landing with pinpoint accuracy upon Broly's frame. Broly attempted to defend himself, but Jiren's onslaught was too swift, his arms could scarcely react in time. With a resounding impact, Jiren's straight punch slammed into Broly's abdomen, the force bending him into a shrimp-like posture. Before he could recover, Jiren followed up with an uppercut that struck his jaw, causing Broly's head to snap back violently, sending several bloodied teeth flying from his mouth. Jiren showed no signs of relenting. His legs moved like a whirlwind, delivering a relentless series of kicks. Broly's chest, abdomen, and legs were battered continuously, his body involuntarily retreating under the sheer force of each blow. Each kick resonated with a heavy thud as it connected with Broly, leaving deep imprints on his body and shredding his clothing. Suddenly, Jiren leapt high into the air, executing a swift turn before bringing his foot crashing down onto Broly's shoulder. The impact resembled the weight of a mountain, sending Broly crashing to the ground, creating a sizable crater beneath him. As Broly struggled to rise, Jiren rushed forward, planting a foot firmly on his chest, rendering him immobile. "Is this truly your strength?" Jiren remarked coldly, with increasing pressure from his foot on Broly's chest. Broly's face contorted in agony as he attempted to rise, but Jiren's overpowering force pinned him down mercilessly. Jiren abruptly lifted his leg and unleashed another brutal kick to Broly's cheek. The force of the blow sent Broly's head reeling to the side, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he remained defiant, his eyes wide with fury, emitting a low, guttural growl from his throat. Jiren swiftly moved his hands, unleashing a torrent of energy beams that rained down upon Broly. Where the beam struck, Broly's skin was seared black, wisps of smoke rising from the scorched flesh. Broly let out a pained howl, his eyes bloodshot, yet his aura grew ever more ferocious. Observing this, Jiren blinked and appeared behind Broly, delivering an elbow strike to his spine. A sharp crack resonated, causing Broly's body to shudder violently. However, just as Jiren believed victory was within his grasp, Broly suddenly reached out, grasping Jiren's arm and flinging him away with great force. Jiren was unexpectedly hurled away by a sudden surge of power, tumbling through the air before regaining his balance. Broly slowly rose from the ground, his body trembling slightly, yet the fire of fury in his eyes burned more fiercely. He straightened his posture, gasping for breath, his wounds gruesome and evident, yet his fighting spirit soared ever higher. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiren's gaze before he charged forward once more. His fists moved with such speed that they blurred, raining down upon Broly like a torrential downpour. Broly gritted his teeth, shielding his head with his arms as he endured the tempestuous assault. Suddenly, Jiren executed a spinning kick, striking Broly's knee. Broly's leg buckled, nearly forcing him to kneel, but through sheer determination, he stood tall once more. At this moment, Broly was battered and bloodied, his body stained crimson. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Jiren, as if to declare, "I will not fall." Jiren clasped his hands together, an immense energy gathering in his palms. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing that energy like a torrent towards Broly. With a mighty roar, Broly erupted in a brilliant blue light, charging to meet the oncoming energy. A thunderous explosion resounded, enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of smoke, obscuring all visibility. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Broly was seen half-kneeling on the ground, his body swaying precariously, yet he still managed to hold himself upright. Jiren stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing Broly, declaring, "You have no chances left." Broly lifted his head, a menacing smile spreading across his face. "Is that so? But I have not yet lost." With that, the radiance surrounding Broly surged once more, his aura becoming increasingly wild and chaotic. He bellowed as he charged towards Jiren, moving faster and stronger than before. Jiren furrowed his brow slightly, sidestepping Broly's assault. Broly's punch missed, crashing into the ground and sending debris flying. Seizing the opportunity, Jiren delivered a kick to Broly's back, causing him to stumble forward, only to quickly turn back around. At this point, Broly had succumbed to a frenzied state, relentlessly attacking Jiren, disregarding his own defenses. Jiren deftly evaded his strikes, occasionally countering, each blow inflicting significant damage on Broly. Yet, Broly seemed impervious to pain, ferociously continuing his assault. His eyes were now stained with blood, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Broly's attacks grew increasingly frantic, yet more disorganized. Jiren seized the opportunity, sidestepping and delivering a precise chop to Broly's neck. Broly momentarily halted, and Jiren swiftly raised his leg, driving his knee forcefully into Broly's abdomen. With a gasp, Broly spewed forth a torrent of blood, his body flying backward. However, he forcibly twisted mid-air, once again lunging at Jiren. Jiren rapidly formed hand seals, a powerful energy wave coalescing before him. Go! With a low growl, an energy wave surged toward Broly. Surprisingly, Broly did not evade. Instead, he braced himself against the onslaught. Boom! His body was engulfed by the energy wave. And as the brilliance dissipated, Broly knelt on one knee, blood oozing from the wounds that marred his form. Why do you not give up? Jiren inquired, perplexed. Broly lifted his head, a grin spreading across his face. I will not lose, he declared, rising once more, unsteadily advancing toward Jiren. With a gentle sigh, Jiren resolved. If that is the case, then let us conclude this. He pressed his palms together, a cataclysmic energy coalescing within his grasp. The light emanating from Jiren's gathered energy grew ever more radiant, as though it sought to illuminate the entire battlefield. Yet, undeterred, Broly staggered forward, his battered body refusing to relent. Just as Jiren was poised to unleash his devastating strike, Broly suddenly let out a furious roar. The once dim light surrounding him flaring back to life with increasing intensity, a new power erupting from within. Jiren was momentarily taken aback, his movements faltering. In that fleeting instant, Broly lunged toward him, delivering a punch infused with ferocious strength. Jiren hastily raised his arm to block. A resounding impact echoed as the space around them quaked violently. To Jiren's astonishment, he was pushed back several steps. How is this possible? He gasped. You can still unleash such power. Broly's eyes had transformed into a vibrant green, his muscles swelling, veins prominently visible. He did not respond to Jiren, but charged forward once more, launching an even fiercer assault. Broly's strikes rained down like a tempest, each punch possessing the potential to shatter mountains and cleave the earth. Jiren, no longer dismissive, focused intently on countering Broly's onslaught. Their fists collided, generating ripples of energy that distorted the surrounding air. Broly's strength seemed inexhaustible, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious, disregarding his own injuries. Jiren was internally astonished. He had not anticipated that Broly could unleash such formidable combat prowess despite his grievous wounds. Bang! Another violent clash ensued, both warriors staggering backward. Blood trickled from the corner of Broly's mouth, yet his gaze was filled with determination and madness. Jiren inhaled deeply, recalibrating his breath, and charged forward again, resolved to unleash his full power to conclude this battle. Observing from below, Wukong marveled at Broly's tenacity, exclaiming, truly a legendary warrior. He grows stronger with each passing moment. In mere moments, Broly has shattered several limits, reaching the 4th tier of divine mastery. Simply incredible. Jiren was now prepared to fight earnestly, aware that the disparity in realms was significant and that Broly was not in peak condition. He estimated that Broly could not withstand more than 10 rounds. Judging by the current state of the battlefield, the advantage still lay with his side. At this moment, the fierce battle between Broly and Jiren has reached a fever pitch. Jiren, with a flourish of his hands, gathers an immense sphere of energy within his palms and forcefully propels it toward Broly. Undaunted, Broly crosses his arms defiantly over his chest, bracing himself to withstand the impending blow. The moment the energy sphere makes contact, a blinding radiance erupts, and the tremendous force carves deep grooves into the ground beneath Broly's feet. Yet, gritting his teeth, he refuses to yield even an inch. Breakthrough! Broly bellows, his aura surging once more as he begins to push the energy sphere back, inch by inch. Jiren's expression shifts as he intensifies his energy output. The two warriors find themselves locked in a stalemate, the surrounding space fracturing under the weight of their immense power. Broly's body trembles, clearly pushed to its limits. Yet his gaze remains resolute. Suddenly, he unleashes a thunderous roar, expending his last vestige of strength to hurl the energy sphere back with ferocity. Jiren, caught off guard, is struck by the sphere and sent hurtling backward. Broly, drained of energy, collapses to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes squeezed shut, and the muscles in his face twitching from sheer exhaustion. At that moment, Wang Qing suddenly appears beside Broly, performing an unusual gesture. Miraculously, Broly's injuries begin to heal at an observable rate. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have randomly stolen 10 trillion points of battle power from Broly. Wang Qing, you must assist Vegeta. I will handle things here. Wang Qing declares with unwavering determination. Broly replies, I still wish to battle that fellow who resembles a salted egg. Wang Qing furrowed his brows and exclaimed, do not act impulsively. The situation on Vegeta is dire. You must hurry. Broly clenched his teeth, casting a reluctant glare at Jiren before turning and soaring towards Vegeta. Wang Qing gazed at Jiren and exclaimed, you are indeed the one who has transcended your own universe's god of destruction. Unleash your full power and engage me in battle. For I too possess strength that surpasses that of a god of destruction. Jiren, with a cold and indifferent gaze fixed upon Wang Qing, slowly replied, such boastfulness. Allow me to witness the extent of your so-called power that exceeds that of a god of destruction. With that statement, Jiren's aura surged dramatically, and a formidable pressure descended upon Wang Qing, palpable and overwhelming. Wang Qing, undaunted, firmly anchored his feet to the ground, radiating a powerful aura that countered the pressure exerted by Julian. Come on, he bellowed, charging towards Julian with his fist enveloped in a resplendent glow. Julian deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Wang Qing's strike, and retaliated with a swift punch aimed at Wang Qing's back. Wang Qing seemed to have anticipated the encounter. With a swift turn, he raised his arm to block Julian's fist. The clash of their forces resonated with a thunderous sound, sending ripples through the surrounding space. Under the enhancement of his inherent mastery, Wang Qing's strength surged significantly, gradually matching Julian's prowess. His figure became ethereal, weaving through the battlefield like a specter. With each movement, a series of afterimages trailed behind him, rendering it exceedingly difficult for Julian to discern his precise location. Wang Qing's strikes became increasingly fierce, each punch and kick infused with a terrifying power. His movements were devoid of any hesitation or delay, as if instinctively executing the most precise and effective attacks. Faced with such a formidable Wang Qing, Julian could not help but abandon his previous underestimation, concentrating fully on the confrontation. Yet, Wang Qing's relentless onslaught surged forth like a tidal wave, gradually overwhelming Julian. With a fierce shout, Wang Qing unleashed a powerful Leo kick aimed directly at Julian's face. Julian swiftly raised his arm to defend, but the immense force of the blow sent him staggering back several steps. Wang Qing, emboldened by his newfound power, once again advanced with relentless ferocity, employing both fist and feet. In an instant, he had Julian cornered, leaving him with no choice but to defend himself. Wang Qing's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, while Julian sought opportunities for counterattacks amidst the defense. Suddenly, Julian discerned a minute flaw in Wang Qing's technique and unleashed a powerful punch. Wang Qing reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping the blow. However, Julian's punch grazed his shoulder, eliciting a spray of crimson droplets. Yet, Wang Qing appeared impervious to pain, as the wound rapidly mended itself. Seizing the momentum, he executed a spinning kick aimed at Julian's chest. Julian crossed his arms to shield himself, yet he was still propelled backward by the sheer force of the strike. What a remarkable lad indeed. A flicker of admiration sparkled in Julian's eyes. Yet his hands remained unwavering as he launched another assault toward Wang Qing. Wang Qing's lips curled into a confident smile, for this was merely the beginning. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind a series of afterimages. At this moment on the battlefield, the figures of the two combatants intertwined, their energies clashing and igniting resplendent bursts of light and immense shockwaves. The battle between Wang Qing and Julian intensified with fervor. Each of Wang Qing's strikes was infused with the fluidity and swiftness of his mastery and the ultimate freedom technique. Julian, unwavering in his resolve, exhibited seemingly boundless strength, and each of his counterattacks weighed heavily upon Wang Qing, amplifying the pressure he faced. Wang Qing moved with the swiftness of lightning, instantly appearing behind Julian, his fist imbued with destructive energy hurtling towards him. Yet, Julian seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head, deftly sidestepping with a graceful pivot. Countering with a swift elbow strike, Wang Qing narrowly leaned back in a thrilling maneuver, barely evading the attack, and then executed a somersault to create distance. Your strength is indeed commendable, but to defeat me, it is still insufficient, Jillian proclaimed loudly. Wang Qing let out a cold snort. That is not necessarily the case. Before his words had fully faded, he charged forward once more, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the entire battlefield. Chapter 78, Wang Qing vs. Jillian. Wang Qing moved like a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Jillian, his fists and feet striking with such rapidity that it left the onlookers in awe. Jillian, composed and unflappable, deftly countered each of Wang Qing's assaults with remarkable precision. The space surrounding them warped under the immense force of their clash, resonating with a series of thunderous booms. Wang Qing's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Fully aware that even the slightest oversight against a formidable adversary like Jillian could lead to utter defeat, with unwavering determination he shouted, "A serious punch," as he concentrated all his energy into his right fist and struck fiercely towards Jillian, sensing the immense power of the blow. Jillian did not dare to underestimate it, and crossed his arms to defend with all his might. A thunderous sound erupted as the powerful shockwave forced both combatants to retreat. Wang Qing steadied himself, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. He raised his hand to wipe away the crimson stain, his eyes igniting with an even fiercer flame of determination. Such a minor injury could not deter me. That resolute gaze seemed capable of piercing through any obstacle. At this moment, Wang Qing's aura had not only remained intact despite his wounds, but had grown even more formidable. With each breath, he stirred the surrounding energy, his muscles taut and veins protruding, resembling a beast poised to unleash its fury. The air around him appeared to ignite with his formidable presence, quivering slightly and forming visible ripples. The ground beneath his feet could scarcely bear the weight of this invisible pressure, manifesting fine cracks. Jillian regarded Wang Qing with newfound respect. "Enduring thus far under my hand, you possess a measure of skill." With a derisive sneer, Wang Qing dismissed the trivialities and urged to continue. In an instant, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. His form transformed into a streak of light, rapidly closing the distance to Jillian. His fist, accompanied by a howling wind, hurtled directly toward Jillian's face. This blow encapsulated his indomitable spirit and boundless fury, as if intent on obliterating every obstacle in his path. Jillian's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly raised his arm to block the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, a formidable surge of energy erupted between them, distorting the surrounding space. The sheer force of Wang Qing's punch compelled Jillian to retreat several steps involuntarily. Yet, Wang Qing granted no respite. He unleashed a relentless barrage of assaults, fists, feet, elbows, and knees, transforming every part of his body into a lethal weapon. His movements were as swift as lightning, rendering the onlooker dizzy. Under this tempestuous onslaught, Jillian could only defend ceaselessly, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Each of Wang Qing's strikes bore an unwavering momentum, as if determined to utterly vanquish Jillian. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of impacts reverberated, and the residual energy rampaged, leaving the ground around them pockmarked and cratered. Wang Qing's speed accelerated, and his strength grew ever more formidable. Within his heart resided a singular conviction to triumph over the formidable foe before him. Jillian's defense gradually became arduous, as subtle wounds began to manifest upon his body. Just as a hint of vulnerability emerged in Wang Qing's assault, Jillian seized the opportunity with a sudden ferocity, delivering a powerful punch that struck directly at Wang Qing's chest. Wang Qing was sent flying by the force of the punch, landing heavily on the ground. Yet, he almost instantly rose to his feet once more, charging towards Jillian again. Wang Qing's speed reached its zenith, conjuring a whirlwind as he swiftly approached Jillian. With a furious roar, he unleashed another punch, a strike infused with all his strength and determination. Jillian narrowed his eyes slightly, crossing his arms in preparation to meet Wang Qing's assault. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated, as if the very fabric of space around them threatened to shatter under the immense force. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, intensifying his effort to breach Jillian's defenses. Jillian, feeling the might of Wang Qing's strike, perspired beads of sweat from his forehead, yet he resolutely resisted. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, as the two remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield an inch. Everything around them blurred into insignificance, leaving only their figures sharply defined amidst the tempest of energy. Veins bulged prominently on Wang Qing's forehead, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained resolute, emitting low, thunderous roars. Jillian's expression grew gravely serious. He had not anticipated Wang Qing's remarkable fortitude and explosive power, allowing him to hold his ground for so long. Ah! Wang Qing bellowed, his strength surging once more, forcing Jillian to retreat a half-step. Startled, Jillian barely had time to react before Wukong seized the moment, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks akin to a torrential downpour upon Jillian. At that moment, Wukong appeared to transform into a war deity, each strike infused with the might to obliterate worlds. Jillian, no longer holding back, fully engaged in Wukong's frenzied assault. The clash of energies intensified, causing the very space around them to tremble as though on the verge of collapse. In the audience, the gods of destruction widened their eyes, their gazes fixated on the fierce battlefield between Wukong and Jillian. The murmurs that once filled the air abruptly ceased, replaced by a chorus of gasps. The ferocity of their battle was beyond imagination. The god of destruction from Universe 8 could not help but exclaim, his voice laced with disbelief. The god of destruction from Universe 11 furrowed his brow, his expression grave. It is truly astonishing that anyone could push him to such an extent. He clenched his fists, seemingly affected by the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. The residual energy from this battle instills a sense of threat within me, remarked the god of destruction from Universe 1, his eyes reflecting both astonishment and reverence. Amidst the awed gods of destruction, Beerus stood with arms crossed, an air of calmness enveloping him as he spoke. Ah, look at this fierce exchange. However, it's merely par for the course. He lazily raised an eyelid to glance at the battlefield, noting Wukong's commendable performance, worthy of being his candidate. A subtle smile graced Beerus's lips as he continued. When I first discovered him, I sensed his extraordinary potential. It was entirely within my expectations for him to achieve what he has today with just a little guidance. Whis chuckled softly beside him. Lord Beerus, please do not exaggerate. Wukong's accomplishments are primarily a result of his own diligence and talent. And let us not forget, Lord Beerus, that I have been the one guiding Wukong in his training while you were mostly napping. Beerus shot a glare at Whis, retorting, nonsense. If it were not for my imposing reputation instilling fear in him, would he possess the motivation to train so diligently? Whis shook his head in resignation. Lord Beerus, your reasoning is rather tenuous. Beerus's expression shifted slightly, raising his voice. Regardless, Wukong is a warrior under my command. His glory is my glory. Whis sighed gently. Very well, Lord Beerus, whatever you say goes. The high priest gazed quietly from above the arena at the deities engaged in fervent debate. He cleared his throat, his voice not loud, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Silence. These two words seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 forces, instantly rendering the chaotic scene into hushed stillness. The high priest slowly began to speak, a hint of dissatisfaction and reproach in his tone. Look at yourselves. What a sight you make, quarreling incessantly over the battle of two mortals. His gaze was sharp as a sword, and he further admonished. Some of you have fallen so low that you cannot even match these mortals, yet remain oblivious to your own shortcomings. His voice grew increasingly intense. Are you truly content to be surpassed by these mere mortals? Do you not aspire to enhance your own powers? To serve Lord Zeno more effectively? Shamed by the high priest's reprimand, some deities lowered their heads, others flushed crimson, their eyes betraying a flicker of panic and unease. Chapter 79. Wukong versus Jillian. Meanwhile, the battle between Wukong and Jillian raged on. Wukong's eyes blazed with fierce determination, his entire being coalescing power into his fists. Each strike was propelled by an indomitable momentum. His form resembled a specter, darting through the void, leaving behind a series of indistinct afterimages. Jillian, steadfast as a mountain, wore a stern expression, his gaze revealing unwavering resolve. In the face of Wukong's tempestuous onslaught, he remained unperturbed, deftly maneuvering his hands to neutralize each of Wukong's attacks. With a roar of fury, Wukong's aura surged once more, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that erupted from within him. He executed the celestial horse meteor fist, transforming the force of his punch into countless sharp rays of light that swept toward Jillian. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Jillian summoned a powerful force of his own, bringing his hands together in prayer before thrusting them forward, creating an indomitable shield that deflected Wukong's radiant assault. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as the clash of energies generated an intense shockwave, distorting the surrounding space in an instant. Both Wukong and Jillian were sent staggering backward, retreating several paces under the sheer magnitude of this force. Wukong gritted his teeth, steadying his form, and charged forward once more. His speed had reached its zenith, appearing instantaneously before Jillian, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Jillian, undeterred, countered with fierce and potent strikes, engaging Wukong in an intense close-quarters combat. The air reverberated with explosive sounds, echoing boom, boom, Boom. As the battle raged on. As moments ticked by, Wang Qing suddenly discerned a tiny flaw in Jillian's defense. Without hesitation, he unleashed a serious punch, channeling all his strength into that singular blow. Jillian sensed the impending danger, but it was too late to evade entirely. Wang Qing's fist landed heavily upon him, eliciting a muffled grunt as he was propelled backward. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, steadying himself once again. Wang Qing, you are indeed formidable, but defeating me will not be so simple, Jillian roared, charging at Wang Qing once more. His figure streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Every muscle in Jillian's body tensed, as power surged beneath his skin, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. With unwavering determination, Wang Qing faced Jillian without a hint of fear. He clenched his fists tightly, the energy surging within him like a roaring river, coalescing powerfully in his hands. Wang Qing was acutely aware that this would be a formidable confrontation, yet his conviction remained unshaken. Jillian's speed was astounding, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Wang Qing. He unleashed a mighty punch, the force of which sliced through the air with tremendous pressure. Wang Qing deftly sidestepped, skillfully evading the blow. However, Jillian's assault did not relent. He followed up with a swift kick, as rapid as the wind. Wang Qing crossed his arms, bracing himself to absorb the force of the kick. The tremendous impact caused him to slide backward, leaving 2 deep imprints on the ground. Nevertheless, Wang swiftly adjusted his stance and charged forward once more. In an instant, the two became entwined in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows with relentless fervor. Each strike resonating with immense energy fluctuations that reverberated through the surrounding space. Jillian's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, his punches imbued with formidable strength, each move laden with boundless power. Wang, on the other hand, countered with agility and cunning techniques, searching for any vulnerabilities in Jillian's onslaught. Bang! Another intense collision ensued, forcing both Wang and Jillian to retreat a few steps. Jillian panted heavily, yet his eyes remained ablaze with indomitable spirit. Wang Qing slightly bent his body, resting his hands on his knees as he steadied his breath. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Jillian, betraying no hint of retreat. Wang Qing, you are a worthy adversary. But today, victory shall undoubtedly be mine. Jillian bellowed once more, charging forward again. Wang Qing stood tall, a confident smile gracing his lips, proclaiming, "Let us see what unfolds." Undeterred, he charged forward, and the two became embroiled in a new round of fierce combat. Jillian moved like lightning, his punches akin to the howling wind, each strike accompanied by a fierce rush of air, as if he sought to rend the very atmosphere. Wang Qing, nimble and agile like a swift swallow, deftly evaded Jillian's ferocious onslaught. Yet, Jillian's relentless barrage bore down upon him like a tempest, leaving no respite for Wang Qing. Suddenly, Jillian leapt high into the air, executing a swift rotation, his legs sweeping towards Wang Qing like a whirlwind. With quick reflexes, Wang Qing crossed his arms defensively before him, bracing for the impact. The collision resonated with a thunderous boom, propelling Wang Qing several steps backward, leaving cracks in the ground beneath him. Nevertheless, he did not waver. With a mighty roar, he unleashed an even greater surge of power. With a forceful stomp, he launched himself towards Jillian like a cannonball. His fists glimmered with a radiant light, embodying an indomitable spirit. Observing this, Jillian clasped his hands together, forming a formidable barrier of defense. Wang Qing's fist struck the barrier with tremendous force, erupting in a blinding flash of light, while powerful waves of energy radiated outward. Crack! A fissure appeared in the barrier, and Jillian's expression shifted, startled by the sheer might of Wang Qing's blow. Seizing the moment, Wang Qing pressed his advantage, raining down blows upon the barrier like a relentless downpour. Boom! The barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught, shattering with a resounding crash. Jillian was forced to retreat under the weight of the overwhelming force, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet, he would not concede easily, wiping away the crimson stain, his gaze hardened with renewed ferocity. With a flourish of his arms, beams of energy shot forth from his hands, hurtling towards Wang Qing with lethal intent. Wang Qing deftly dodged and weaved, evading the majority of the beams of light. However, a few still grazed past him, leaving behind delicate scars upon his skin. Wang Qing let out a furious roar, his aura surging once more as he concentrated the Kamehameha in his hands. Jillian received this attack. With a fierce thrust, he unleashed the Kamehameha towards Jillian. The energy beam resembled a blazing blue sun, its radiance blinding, while the immense energy fluctuations distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. A torrent of energy howled forth, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. Jillian's gaze sharpened. Confronted with this formidable onslaught, he dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. Taking a deep breath, he emanated a powerful presence, swiftly forming seals with his hands before him in an attempt to withstand Wang Cheng's Kamehameha. The Kamehameha surged towards Jillian with the force of a landslide, the space cracking under the unbearable strain. Jillian's defenses trembled under the potent impact of the Kamehameha. Yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely persevering. Wang Cheng's forehead veins throbbed with intensity as he channeled all his strength into this singular strike. The radiance of the Kamehameha surged ever more brilliantly, its speed escalating with each passing moment. At last, cracks began to form in Jillian's defenses, and his expression grew grave. Yet, he did not concede. Rather, he unleashed an even more formidable force in an attempt to reverse the tide. However, Wang Cheng's Kamehameha was an unstoppable force, effortlessly shattering Jillian's defenses. Struck by this overwhelming power, Jillian's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently against the distant mountainside. With a thunderous roar, the cliff face collapsed, sending debris flying in all directions. Slowly, Jillian rose from the ruins, his body marred with wounds, yet his gaze remained resolute, brimming with indomitable spirit. Wang Cheng, your technique is indeed formidable, but I shall not fall so easily, Jillian proclaimed loudly, charging once more toward Wang Cheng. Chapter 80. The pain of growth who uses whom is yet to be determined. Wang Cheng observed the approaching Jillian, a sense of vigilance surging within him. For he understood that this battle was far from over. Jillian, swift as a specter, swiftly closed the distance between them. He unleashed a powerful punch, the air howling with the force of his fury. Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a kick aimed at Jillian's abdomen. The two exchanged blows with ferocity, each clash igniting ripples of energy. The surroundings crumbled under the weight of their formidable might. Suddenly, Jillian leaped into the sky, hands clasped together, murmuring incantations. A dazzling light erupted from his being, a terrifying energy coalescing in his grasp. Wang Cheng, taste this, Jillian bellowed, hurling the energy sphere towards him. Wang Cheng's pupils constricted sharply. Confronted with the fierce onslaught, he dared not show the slightest hint of negligence. With swift and precise movements of his hands, he conjured an energy shield before him. The moment the energy sphere collided with the shield, a blinding radiance erupted, and the immense force caused the ground beneath Wang Cheng to fracture instantaneously. Gritting his teeth, he fought valiantly to sustain the shield, refusing to allow the energy sphere to breach his defenses. With a resounding crash, the shield ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming power of the energy sphere, shattering into fragments. Wang Cheng was struck by the ensuing shockwave and propelled backward, crashing heavily against a massive boulder. The rock disintegrated into dust, and as he slowly rose from the debris, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Jillian, you truly are formidable. Wang Cheng wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes betraying no hint of retreat. Jillian scoffed. Wang Cheng, you are already at your limit. Do you still refuse to concede? Wang Cheng burst into hearty laughter. Surrender? Those two words do not exist in my dictionary. With that, Wang Cheng summoned all his strength, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being. His muscles tensed, veins bulging, and his gaze sharpened, as if capable of piercing through anything. With a thunderous shout, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning towards Jillian. Upon witnessing this, Jillian did not dare to hesitate, focusing all his energy to counter Wang Cheng's onslaught. Wang Cheng unleashed a swift punch, the speed so remarkable that it sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. Jillian sidestepped to evade the blow, simultaneously retaliating with a punch of his own. Wang Cheng nimbly bent at the waist, narrowly avoiding the strike, and followed up with a sweeping kick aimed at Jillian's lower body. Jillian leaped gracefully into the air, executing a series of rapid kicks directed at Wang Cheng. With arms crossed, Wang Cheng absorbed the blows, then seized Jillian's ankle and forcefully flung him aside. Jillian adeptly adjusted his position mid-air, landing securely on his feet. He charged once more at Wang Cheng, their fists colliding relentlessly, producing a series of resounding thuds. Wang Cheng suddenly teleported behind Jillian and kicked towards his back. Jillian reacted swiftly, turning to block the strike with his arm. What incredible speed! Jillian marveled inwardly. Wang Cheng chuckled. There are even faster methods. Upon finishing his words, he accelerated once more, swiftly circling around Jillian, rendering it difficult for Jillian to capture his elusive figure. Jillian shut his eyes, relying on his perception of the surrounding energy to ascertain Wang Cheng's position. Just as Wang Cheng was poised to launch another strike, Jillian abruptly opened his eyes, accurately seizing Wang Cheng's fist. The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding, as they exerted all their strength against one another. Wang Cheng's forehead glistened with perspiration, yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination and resilience. In a sudden surge of strength, he broke free from Jillian's grasp and executed a spinning kick aimed at Jillian's head. Jillian leaned back to evade the blow, simultaneously retaliating with a punch. His fist shot forth like a cannonball, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, directly targeting Wang Cheng's face. Reacting swiftly, Wang Cheng tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the swift strike. However, Jillian's assault did not relent. His moves cascaded like a tempestuous storm. With a swift sidestep, Jillian unleashed a horizontal sweep with his left leg, producing a whistling sound. Wang Cheng leaped gracefully to evade this kick, but Jillian immediately altered his attack trajectory. Launching a right hook from below, aimed squarely at the airborne Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng crossed his arms, absorbing the punch, yet the force of the impact momentarily halted him, sending him flying backward. In midair, Wang Cheng adjusted his stance, landing firmly on his feet. A renewed fervor ignited in his eyes as he charged once more at Jillian. Wang Cheng unleashed the celestial horse meteor fist, a flurry of punches that dazzled the onlookers. Jillian, however, remained composed, his defense impenetrable, thwarting each of Wang Cheng's assaults. Bang! Their fists collided once more, producing a dull thud. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward, igniting the surrounding air into ripples. Seizing the momentum, Jillian stepped forward. Thrusting his left palm toward Wang Cheng's chest, Wang Cheng sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a right-hand punch aimed at Jillian's abdomen. Jillian deftly contracted his core, blocking the attack with his elbow. Both fighters were now drenched in sweat, yet their movements showed no signs of fatigue. With a sudden pivot, Jillian lifted his right leg high, striking down toward Wang Cheng with tremendous force. Wang Cheng raised both hands to catch the blow, then forcefully tossed Jillian aside. Utilizing this momentum, Jillian performed a somersault in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. Wang Cheng, your prowess truly impresses me, Jillian remarked, with a smirk gracing his lips. Wang Cheng replied, you are not too shabby yourself, but I am determined to emerge victorious today. No sooner had he spoken than an even more formidable aura erupted from his being, the energy fluctuations around him surging like tumultuous waves, cascading outward in relentless succession. A resolute light flickered in Wang Cheng's eyes, as if they were ignited by an eternal flame that would never be extinguished. Jillian, sensing the transformation within Wang Cheng, felt a tightening in his chest, yet maintained an expression of calm composure. He understood that the impending battle would be fraught with greater challenges. Wang Cheng's figure flickered, suddenly appearing to the left of Jillian. He unleashed a left hook, the wind from his punch howling with an unstoppable force. Jillian swiftly raised his left arm to block. Yet the sheer power of Wang Cheng's strike sent him staggering back several paces. Before Jillian could regain his footing, Wang Cheng, like a wraith, materialized behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Reacting with remarkable speed, Jillian executed a forward roll, narrowly evading the blow. However, Wang Cheng's assault was relentless. He clasped his hands together, conjuring a massive energy sphere, which he hurled toward Jillian. With no time to evade, Jillian braced himself and caught the energy sphere with both hands. It quivered ominously in his grasp, threatening to detonate at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to push the energy sphere back. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Cheng not only refrained from retreating but instead spread his arms wide and boldly advanced towards the energy sphere. At the moment of contact, a brilliant radiance emanated from Wang Cheng. As he astonishingly absorbed the energy sphere into his being, a roar escaped his lips, reverberating with a haunting aura. He surged forth once more towards Jillian, his speed reaching an unparalleled zenith, leaving behind mere shadows in his wake. Jillian remained utterly focused, steadfastly fending off Wang Cheng's relentless barrage of attacks. Numerous wounds adorned his body, yet he persisted with unwavering determination. Wang Cheng, defeating me is not a simple endeavor, Jillian proclaimed loudly. Wang Cheng let out a cold laugh, declaring, let us see what you've got. In Chapter 81, Ultra Blue 20-fold King S Fist, the narrative diverges as Goku and his companions have concluded their battle. Each of them, panting heavily and bearing wounds of varying severity, now fixed their gaze intently on the fierce clash between Wang Cheng and Jiren. Goku stands with his arms crossed, his brow furrowed in concentration and awe, observing the dazzling techniques and the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from Wang Cheng and Jiren. He muses silently. Their strength has reached an unimaginable level, truly astounding. Vegeta, positioned beside Goku, wears a serious expression, his fist clenched tightly. He is both awed by the formidable power of Wang Qing and Jiren and filled with a sense of reluctance, privately resolving, I must become stronger. I cannot afford to lag behind them. Cell, wide-eyed and mouth agape, is rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. His heart swells with admiration for Wang Qing. This is the epitome of a true warrior's battle, absolutely astonishing. No wonder he is the elder brother. He is indeed remarkable. Kefla, arms crossed and her beautiful visage adorned with a hint of astonishment, remarks softly. The prowess of these two individuals is simply beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Broly, watching from the sidelines, feels a surge of restlessness. Jiren, now surrounded solely by Wang Qing's allies, is engulfed by an insatiable spirit of defiance and competitiveness, igniting every nerve within him like a blazing inferno. His eyes burn with fierce anger as his body trembles, unleashing an overwhelming aura that suffocates the very atmosphere around him. The surrounding space distorts under the weight of his power, and the light appears to be consumed by this formidable force. Wang Qing sensed the transformation in Jillian. A pang of apprehension gripping his heart, yet his countenance remained resolutely steadfast. With a thunderous roar, Jillian's form abruptly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, Wang Qing found Jillian standing before him, delivering a powerful fist that struck fiercely against his chest. Wang Qing hastily raised his arms in defense, but the overwhelming force bore down upon him like the weight of Mount Tai, propelling him through the air. Before Wang Qing could steady himself, Jillian appeared behind him like a specter, delivering a swift kick to his back. Wang Qing let out a muffled grunt as he was propelled forward, tumbling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Stand up, Wang Qing. This has only just begun, Jillian bellowed. Wang Qing gritted his teeth and slowly rose from the ground, his gaze filled with indomitable spirit. He charged once more at Jillian, his fist cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh. Jillian neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he grasped Wang Qing's fist with his palm and forcefully hurled him aside. This time, Wang Qing crashed heavily into a massive boulder, which disintegrated into fine powder upon impact. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he resolutely stood up again. Jillian offered Wang Qing no respite, surging forward with relentless attacks that fell upon him like a torrential downpour. Wang Qing could only desperately defend himself, but his defenses gradually crumbled under Jillian's overwhelming onslaught. Wang Qing was covered in countless wounds, his garments stained crimson with blood. Yet he persisted, rising to his feet each time he was felled, resolutely continuing the fight. Wang Qing, surrender. You can never hope to match me, Jillian bellowed. Impossible. I shall never concede. Wang Qing roared, charging once more at Jillian. With a disdainful smirk, Jillian clasped his hands together, channeling a formidable energy that coalesced within his grasp. With a sudden thrust, he unleashed this energy, manifesting as a colossal wave that surged towards Wang Qing. Wang Qing's eyes widened as he sensed the formidable power of the energy wave. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he concentrated all his strength into his hands, striving to withstand the onslaught. However, the force of the energy wave was overwhelmingly potent, rendering Wang Qing's resistance trivial. He was struck directly by the wave, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Once he struggled to his feet, he hastily called out to Wukong and the others. Jiren has broken through. His power has increased. You all attack together. I need to recover. Wukong furrowed his brow, his gaze resolutely fixed on Jiren, and declared, All right, let's attack together. Vegeta let out a cold snort. His muscles tensed as his Super Saiyan blue aura erupted instantaneously. Caulifla and Cell also readied themselves for battle, their eyes brimming with determination. Broly, filled with a fervent desire for combat, exclaimed, Finally, I can face you again. Wukong was the first to charge forward, his form resembling a streak of blue lightning as he swiftly closed in on Jiren. He swung his fist with an indomitable spirit directed at Jiren. Yet, Jiren merely raised a hand, effortlessly deflecting Wukong's assault. Vegeta followed closely, unleashing a furious roar as he executed a full power strike. Jiren sidestepped with ease, dodging the attack effortlessly. Cell, Broly, and Caulifla launched their strikes from various angles, yet Jiren maneuvered through their onslaught as if he were strolling through a park, countering their efforts with remarkable ease. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Wukong activated the Kaioken times 10, his aura intensifying, and his speed and strength markedly enhanced. Nevertheless, Jiren remained unfazed, skillfully neutralizing their every offensive. The sheer magnitude of Jiren's strength rendered their combined attacks ineffective. Meanwhile, Wang Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to regulate his energy and replenish his stamina. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and he inwardly urged, "Everyone must hold on until I recover." He then pretended to manipulate a few hand gestures. Ding. Congratulations, the host has randomly stolen 50 trillion battle power from Son Wukong, Vegeta, Cell, and Broly. On the battlefield, Wukong and the others, now fully rejuvenated, intensified their assaults, yet they still could not breach Jiren's formidable defenses. A smirk of disdain crept across Jiren's face as he suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, sending Wukong and the others staggering back several meters. Damn it. It seems I have no choice but to employ the Kaioken times 20, but I wonder if my body can withstand it. Wukong gritted his teeth. Before his words could fade, a powerful aura surged from him, the blue flames flaring dramatically, his muscles taut and veins protruding. The surrounding space trembled slightly under the weight of his overwhelming power. Caulifla looked at Wukong with concern. "Wukong, don't be reckless. This is too dangerous." Yet Wukong paid no heed, bellowing Kaioken times 20. Suddenly, like a shooting star, Goku surged towards Jiren. Sensing the abrupt surge of Goku's power, Jiren's eyes flickered with surprise. But he quickly regained his composure. Goku's speed reached its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Jiren, his fist imbued with cataclysmic force. Jiren crossed his arms, bracing himself against the blow. With a resounding crash, the tremendous impact sent shockwaves that forced the onlookers to stagger back several paces. Goku and Jiren were locked in a stalemate, Goku's forehead bulging with veins, sweat pouring down like rain. Yet, he gritted his teeth, relentlessly channeling his energy into his fist. Jiren began to exert his strength, gradually pushing Goku's fist back. "Kakarot!" Vegeta shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Goku let out a furious roar, unleashing his power in an attempt to regain the upper hand. However, his body began to buckle under the immense strain. Fine cracks appeared on his skin, and blood seeped out. No. If this continues, Goku will be in grave danger. Caulifla, filled with urgency, contemplated rushing to assist him. At that moment, Goku suddenly felt his body rejuvenate. This was, evidently, Whis had healed him once more. Restored. Goku resumed his battle against Jiren using the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken times 20. Each of his strikes carried unparalleled strength and velocity. As if the very fabric of space were being torn by the gale of his fists, Goku moved like lightning, unleashing a torrential barrage upon Jiren. With a grave expression, Jiren focused intently on countering Goku's onslaught, his form flickering as he narrowly evaded one lethal strike after another. "Jiren, brace yourself," Goku bellowed, launching another powerful straight punch. Jiren crossed his arms once more to absorb the blow, the immense force pushing him back several steps. Yet, before he could regain his footing, Goku's relentless follow-up attacks came crashing down. Vegeta, witnessing Goku's new transformation ahead of him, felt a simmering frustration ignite within him. "Damn you, Kakarot, always a step ahead," he roared, his own energy surging wildly. His muscles swelled, strength escalating, his eyes gleaming with fury. "I, Vegeta, shall never be defeated by you." With a mighty roar, Vegeta transcended his own limits, his power soaring instantaneously. Vegeta joined the fray, teaming up with Goku to assault Jiren. His strikes were sharp and swift, each move infused with an unquenchable thirst for victory. Meanwhile, Broly attacked Jiren from another angle, growing more formidable with each skirmish. His wild fighting style caused Jiren considerable distress. Ignoring his own defenses, Broly launched himself into a frenzy of relentless attacks. When Jiren was struck by one of Broly's punches, his body shuddered slightly, but he quickly adjusted, retaliating with a kick. Broly, seemingly unfazed, surged forward once more. Seizing the opportunity while Jiren focused on Broly, Goku unleashed an energy wave towards Jiren. Jiren sidestepped, evading the energy wave that erupted behind him, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Seizing the moment, Vegeta charged in front of Jiren, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that forced Jiren to retreat step by step. With a fierce roar, Jiren unleashed a powerful surge of energy, repelling Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. "Do not get too cocky, you lot." Jiren's gaze intensified with ferocity. Goku chuckled lightly. "Today marks your defeat, Jiren." With that declaration, he surged forward once more, closely followed by Vegeta and Broly. Their combined assaults intertwined, manifesting a dazzling display of light. Under the onslaught of their formidable attacks, Jiren found himself gradually ensnared in a precarious situation. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to withstand their relentless barrage. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and his breathing grew labored. Goku's Kaioken was astonishingly powerful. Each blow left Jiren's arms tingling. Vegeta's strikes were cunning and ruthless, always targeting Jiren's vulnerabilities. While Broly attacked with reckless abandon, embodying sheer determination, Jiren silently lamented. He had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of this trio united. I cannot afford to lose like this, he thought, resolving to unleash his full potential. Drawing in a deep breath, his energy surged once again, enveloping the surrounding space in a formidable aura. Goku and the others sensed this shift, their expressions turning grave. Everyone, be cautious, Goku shouted, with a sweeping motion of his hands. Jiren unleashed a powerful wave of energy directed at the three warriors. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly hastily activated their defensive techniques. Yet, the force of this energy wave was insurmountable, shattering their defenses in an instant. The trio was struck by the blast, sent hurtling backward. Coughing, Goku rose from the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta and Broly, though injured, maintained their resolute gazes. Suddenly, a notification rang out. Congratulations. Host has randomly stolen 30 trillion battle power from Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. At that moment, Wang Cheng soared into the fray, proclaiming, I have nearly recovered. You all rest now. Allow me to conclude this with Jiren. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as they gradually stepped aside. Wang Cheng cast a glance at Jillian, his eyes reflecting a tinge of complex emotions as he spoke. Jillian, I apologize for winning this match in such a grueling manner. However, I assure you that in the future, I shall engage in a fair battle with you. Jillian, panting heavily, let out a cold snort and replied, Hmph. No need for apologies. This is the nature of combat. Yet, I eagerly anticipate the so-called fair duel you speak of. Wang Cheng nodded slightly, his aura gradually rising. Jillian, prepare to receive my challenge. With that, Wang Cheng's figure flickered and he instantly appeared before Jillian, delivering a serious punch. Jillian sidestepped to evade, while simultaneously retaliating with a punch of his own. Their fists collided in midair, producing a deep, resonant sound, as powerful waves of energy radiated outward. Wang Cheng's strikes were relentless, his legs kicking out like a tempest. Jillian crossed his arms, managing to block Wang Cheng's assault. However, the sheer force of Wang Cheng pushed Jillian back several steps. Do you truly believe this will be sufficient to vanquish me? Jillian bellowed in fury. Wang Cheng smiled and remarked, how can one know without a trial? Following this, he formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a formidable beam of energy that surged towards Jillian. In response, Jillian deftly maneuvered his hands, conjuring an energy shield before him to deflect the approaching beam. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their battle intensifying with each passing moment. Wang Cheng showcased his combat skills and strength to the fullest, while Jillian, equally resolute, mounted a tenacious defense. Wang Cheng suddenly leaped high into the air, his hands gathering an extraordinarily powerful surge of energy. Jillian, behold my ultimate flash, he bellowed. As the energy beam shot forth towards Jillian, the latter's gaze sharpened, exerting all his strength in an attempt to withstand the blow. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. As the haze gradually lifted, Jillian was seen kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Wang Cheng gently descended, gazing at Jillian as he declared, Jillian, you have been defeated. Jillian let out a cold snort, straining to rise. Yet the injuries to his body rendered his movements somewhat sluggish. Wang Cheng took 2 steps forward, extending his hand as he said, Rise, for your strength is indisputable. I look forward to our next encounter, where we may engage in a fair one-on-one battle. Jillian hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately grasped Wang Cheng's hand, using the support to rise. With a complex expression, Jillian gazed at Wang Cheng and declared, Next time, I shall grow even stronger. Even if you all come at me together once more, I will bring you all to your knees. Wang Cheng gently patted Jillian on the shoulder and remarked, I too shall not remain stagnant. Next time, I shall suffice on my own. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and in that moment, the tension forged by their fierce battle finally began to ease. Wang Cheng turned to Kaifila and inquired, What do you propose? Shall you descend on your own? Or shall we collectively cast you down? Kaifila replied, I wish to engage in battle with Wukong. Hearing this, Wukong stepped forward with a smile and declared, Then let the battle commence. In an instant, Kaifila unleashed a formidable aura, her eyes glinting with a fervent desire for combat. Wang Cheng stepped aside, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Wukong, this young lady is quite formidable, especially considering that one of her fusion materials possesses a bloodline akin to Broly's. Wukong nodded, preparing himself for the challenge. Kaifila's form flickered, and in an instant, she appeared before Wukong, launching a fierce punch. Wukong adeptly sidestepped, retaliating with a counterstrike. Their fists collided in midair, producing a resounding thud. Kaifila's assaults came like a tempest, while Wukong responded with impressive agility, maintaining his ground. "Huh!" Kaifila exclaimed, her energy surging once more, her techniques becoming increasingly ferocious. Wukong, undeterred, let his aura explode, transforming into super blue as he engaged Kaifila in an intense exchange. The arena was filled with the sound of their clashes and the radiance of their energy. Kaifila executed a swift turn, delivering a powerful kick, which Wukong blocked with crossed arms. The force of the impact sent him staggering back a few steps. Kakarot, focus. Don't let yourself be bested by a newly transformed female Saiyan. Vegeta shouted from the sidelines. Wukong steadied himself and charged once more. They exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, each collision causing the surrounding space to tremble ever so slightly. Suddenly, Kaifila thrust her hands forward, unleashing a formidable energy wave towards Wukong. With narrowed eyes, he instantaneously teleported to evade the attack. "Don't run, Wukong," Kaifila called out. Wukong appeared behind her, grinning. "Catch me if you can." Kaifila spun around, attacking Wukong once more, the battle escalating in intensity. Chapter 83. The conclusion of the tournament. Each of Kaifila's punches was imbued with raw power, the air around them crackling with explosive sounds. Wukong moved with an ethereal grace, weaving through her onslaught. "Ya!" Kaifila roared, her energy radiating with increasing brilliance. She swiftly swung her arms, conjuring a flurry of fists that enveloped Wukong. With intense focus, he elevated his aura, bracing himself against Kaifila's relentless assault. "Kaifila, your strength is commendable, but it falls short," Wukong bellowed, channeling his might to push Kaifila back several paces. She regained her stance, a defiant smile curving her lips. "Wukong, don't underestimate me." With that, she surged forward, her speed surpassing her previous attempts. Wukong, unafraid, met her charge head-on. Their fists and feet collided, creating a cacophony of sound, the ground beneath them fracturing under the immense force. In a sudden move, Kaifila executed a spinning kick, which Wukong narrowly avoided, countering with a punch of his own. Kaifila raised her arm to block, yet the power behind Wukong's strike left her arm tingling. How could this guy be so strong? Kaifila marveled internally. However, she did not retreat. Instead, she intensified her assault on Wukong. Her strikes fell like a torrential storm, each punch accompanied by a howling wind as she relentlessly pounded towards him. Wukong remained composed, his form akin to a fish gliding through water, deftly evading most of Kira's assaults. "Hmph, let us see how long you can dodge," Kira bellowed, her eyes bloodshot and her hair wild from the sheer intensity of energy surging around her. Wukong smiled slightly and remarked, "If you have the skill, then strike me." This comment provoked Kira's fury, unleashing an even greater force that distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. With her hands clasped together, Kira summoned a colossal sphere of energy and hurled it towards Wukong. Wukong's gaze sharpened as he swiftly gathered his own Kamehameha wave, launching a brilliant blue beam that collided with the energy sphere. The resulting explosion resonated with a thunderous sound, enveloping the battlefield in a thick cloud of smoke. As the haze began to dissipate, Kira was seen half-kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. "It's not over yet." She gritted her teeth and stood back up, charging at Wukong once more. Kira's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she was before Wukong, delivering a powerful kick that sliced through the air. Wukong sidestepped just in time, countering with a punch that Kira blocked with her forearm. The clash of their powers produced a deep, resonant thud. Kira, propelled backward by the impact, executed a mid-air somersault and rushed forward again, unleashing a flurry of energy waves aimed at Wukong. Unfazed, Wukong darted around, skillfully avoiding the onslaught. However, Kira's assault did not relent. As she continued to launch energy blasts, she pressed close to Wukong for hand-to-hand combat. For a moment, Wukong found himself momentarily overwhelmed, sustaining several blows from Kira. Yet, he quickly regained his footing and began to retaliate. "Kira, your attacks are futile," Wukong roared, his energy surging once more as he met Kira's fist head-on with immense power. The collision was even more ferocious this time, causing the ground beneath them to collapse into a massive crater. Kira was thrust back several meters, her arm trembling slightly, but her resolve remained unwavering. "Wukong, I shall not concede easily." She charged forward again. Wukong regarded Kira's renewed assault with profound admiration. Taking a deep breath, his aura began to swell with intensity. Muscles taut as he amassed his strength. Prepare yourself, Kira, he shouted, instantly activating his Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken tenfold. Kira, sensing the overwhelming force emanating from Wukong, felt a jolt of alarm, yet there was no time to halt her advance. Wukong flickered into existence before her, his fist imbued with cataclysmic power aimed directly at her. Gritting her teeth, Kira braced herself for the impact. However, the magnitude of Wukong's punch was staggering, and as their fists collided, a formidable shockwave erupted from their point of contact. Kefira let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling an irresistible force surging through her, as if her arm were about to be severed. Goku showed no mercy, following up with a relentless flurry of rapid punches. Each strike was imbued with the terrifying power of a tenfold Kaioken, the punches slicing through the air like a thunderous gale. Kefira desperately sought to evade and defend herself, but Goku's speed was overwhelming, and his strength insurmountable. She was utterly defenseless. Bang! Another punch landed ruthlessly against Kefira's abdomen, sending her hurtling through the air like a cannonball, tracing an arc across the sky. With a gasp, she expelled a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling to an ashen hue. Yet, before she could touch the ground, Goku was already in pursuit, shadowing her every move. "It's over, Kefira," Goku shouted, unleashing yet another punch. Boom! With a resounding crash, Kefira's body slammed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, she lay unconscious, her spirit seemingly extinguished. Goku stood a short distance away, gazing at her still form, a wave of reflection washing over him. He approached slowly, crouching down to assess her condition. At this moment, Kefira's face was ghostly pale, a trickle of blood staining her lips, her breath faint, and the energy surrounding her nearly dissipated. Goku exhaled softly, acknowledging that this battle had posed an exceedingly arduous challenge and significant growth for Kefira. Thus, the martial arts tournament drew to a satisfactory close. The Grand Priest gradually made his way to the center of the arena, the eyes of the crowd fixated upon him in a reverent silence. His gaze swept over each participant as he spoke. "In this fierce contest, I witnessed your tenacity, your perseverance, and the indomitable spirit of self-transcendence in pursuit of victory. This embodies the true essence of the martial arts tournament." After a brief pause, he continued, "Regardless of triumph or defeat, you have all gained growth through battle, a precious treasure that will aid you in your future endeavors. I hope you carry this courage and resilience back to your respective universes, contributing to the preservation of peace and justice across the cosmos. Next, I will select several talented competitors from this tournament to train in the Omni King's Palace. Additionally, I invite a representative from Universe 7 to step forward and articulate your wish. I shall summon the Eternal Dragon," the Grand Priest stated with an impassive demeanor. Wang Cheng, the representative of Universe 7, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, then approached Wang Cheng with solemnity, proclaiming, "Congratulations. You have emerged victorious in this martial arts tournament. As a reward, you shall receive one opportunity to summon the Eternal Dragon." Wang Cheng paused momentarily and inquired, "Can the universe erased by Lord Zeno be restored?" The Grand Priest gazed at Wang Cheng in astonishment and replied, "Are you certain you wish to expend this wish on another universe?" "I am resolute, Great Priest," Wang Cheng affirmed. "Very well, as you desire. You may take your leave." In a brief moment, a dragon, larger than the Milky Way, manifested in the expanse of the Void Realm. The wish was fulfilled, and the dragon vanished. Subsequently, the Grand Priest meticulously scrutinized the crowd. His gaze would linger at times and sweep across others, as if weighing each individual's potential and future possibilities. Then, with gravitas, the Grand Priest proclaimed, "Wang Cheng of the 7th universe and Jiren of the 11th universe, you shall accompany me to the Palace of Zeno. Additionally, for participants like Son Goku and Topo, the angels of our universe will be responsible for their tutelage. It may not be long before you are assigned formidable tasks, facing unexpectedly powerful adversaries. Therefore, I urge everyone to diligently cultivate your skills." Upon concluding his words, the figures of the Grand Priest and Zeno vanished from sight. Wang Cheng and Jiren heard only the instruction to return and prepare, allowing the Kaioshin or angels to escort them to the Palace of Zeno. Chapter 84. The Palace of Zeno. Wang Cheng and Jillian exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with intricate emotions. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply and remarked, "This shall be an unprecedented challenge." Jillian nodded slightly, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity to prove herself. Whis escorted Wang Cheng and the others back to Earth, where Bulma had organized a magnificent celebration banquet. At the feast, the lights sparkled brilliantly, the music was lively, and laughter resonated, creating an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere. surrounded by admirers. Wang Cheng's face radiated the joy of victory, yet a hint of contemplation regarding future challenges lingered in his eyes. Young Wang Cheng, you have truly brought great honor to our seventh universe, Beerus proclaimed with a cheerful toast. Wang Cheng also raised his glass and responded, "This is the result of our collective efforts." At that moment, Whis suddenly interjected, "Wang Cheng, when do you intend to visit the Palace of All Kings?" Wang Cheng pondered for a moment and decided to spend some time at home with his wife, considering it a well-deserved respite after the recent competition. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's response, Whis smiled faintly and nodded, remarking, "Indeed, cherish the moments spent with family." However, Beerus, with a stern expression, glared at Wang Cheng and warned, "Listen here, young man, the Grand Palace is not a place where you can behave recklessly. Once you are there, you must exercise utmost caution and respect towards the great High Priest and the Grand King. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you." Wang Cheng solemnly replied, "Lord Beerus, rest assured, I am not the fool that Goku is." At that moment, Goku, with his mouth stuffed full of food, could only stare blankly. The crowd erupted into laughter. As the banquet concluded amidst the joyful sounds of merriment, everyone gradually departed. After bidding farewell to Beerus and Whis, Wang Cheng and Bulma entered their room. Back in the realm of destruction, Beerus gazed at the sky, marveling at Wang Cheng's astonishing rate of growth, which surpassed all imagination. Whis, standing gracefully to the side, heard Beerus remark and smirked lightly, teasingly responding, "Lord Beerus, this merely indicates your own laziness. If you were to train as diligently as Wang Cheng, your strength would have long reached the realm of angels." Upon hearing this, Beerus frowned and shot Whis a glare. Retorting, "Hmph, Whis, you only know how to throw out sarcastic remarks. I am a destroyer. I cannot train day and night like he does." Whis gently shook his head, smiling as he countered, "Lord Beerus, do not make excuses. Wang Cheng has transformed from an obscure individual into a formidable force through sheer effort and an unwavering pursuit of power, achieving such heights in a remarkably short time. Meanwhile, you seem preoccupied with indulging in food and slumber, neglecting your training." Beerus' expression darkened slightly as he defended himself. "I am merely conserving my energy. Besides, my strength as Beerus is not so easily surpassed." Whis maintained his smile, yet his tone grew serious. "Lord Beerus, do not be overly confident. At this rate, the next time you encounter Wang Cheng, you may indeed find yourself outmatched. His potential is immense, and each of his breakthroughs is astounding. If you continue to be complacent, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses you." Beerus fell silent for a moment, then huffed, "Even if he grows swiftly, surpassing me will not be so simple. However, you do have a point. It seems I cannot afford to be too lax." Whis nodded, saying, "It is best that Lord Beerus thinks this way. I believe that with a bit of effort, you can still uphold your dignity as a destroyer." Beerus ceased to speak, his gaze reflecting a newfound contemplation, seemingly considering his training regimen for the future. A month later, the gentle morning sun bathed the earth in warmth as Wang Cheng stood before his home, equipped with several boxes of universal capsules. Bulma stood before him, her eyes filled with reluctance. She stepped forward gently, smoothing out the creased edges of his clothing, her voice choked with emotion. "Wang Cheng, I do not know how long this journey will take. You must take care of yourself." Wang Cheng grasped Bulma's hand, offering a reassuring smile as he said, "Do not worry, I shall be fine. Upon my return from my training, I will emerge even stronger." Bulma, fighting back her tears, nodded in agreement and replied, "I understand. But I simply cannot bear the thought of losing you." Wang Cheng gazed at Bulma's slightly reddened eyes, his heart swelling with emotion and guilt. "Bulma, I am profoundly grateful for your unwavering support and companionship. Please take good care of yourself in my absence." Bulma retrieved a compact communicator from her pocket and handed it to Wang Cheng. "This is a new communicator I developed. It can reach us regardless of the distance. Remember to call whenever you miss us." Wang Cheng carefully took the communicator and tucked it away into his backpack. "Rest assured, I will," he replied. At that moment, the wind tousled Bulma's long hair, and she reached out to smooth it down, her gaze never leaving Wang Cheng. "Safe travels. Return soon." Wang Cheng nodded emphatically, and in the blink of an eye, he teleported to the realm of the Destroyer God. Upon Wang Cheng's arrival in the realm of destruction, he beheld Beerus and was standing a short distance away, awaiting his presence. With his arms crossed and an expression of solemnity, Beerus remarked, "Now that you are here, do not dawdle. Let us set forth without delay." Wang Cheng strode forward with purpose. "Whis, let us depart." Whis gently waved the staff in his hand, and a radiant light flashed, causing their figures to vanish in an instant. When they reappeared, they stood before the grand entrance of the royal palace. This magnificent edifice exuded an aura of reverence. Wang Cheng could not help but draw in a deep breath, feeling both anxious and filled with anticipation. Whis cast a glance at Wang Cheng and advised, once inside, it is imperative that you speak and act with utmost caution. Wang Cheng solemnly nodded and, accompanied by Whis, gradually entered the grand palace. As he stepped into the palace, he was immediately captivated by the breathtaking sight before him. The entire interior of the palace was suffused with a resplendent glow, with the walls and floor seemingly composed of a mysterious energy substance, shimmering in extraordinary hues. At the very center of the palace, the sovereign was seated upon an immense throne, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards, while the chief priest stood slightly to the side, his expression calm and dignified. Wang Cheng followed Whis with utmost caution, each step imbued with an air of deliberation, fearful that any misstep might provoke disapproval. Upon nearing the exalted presence of the sovereign king and the high priest, Whis respectfully bowed and declared, Your Excellency, Sovereign King, Your Excellency, High Priest, I present Wang Cheng. The sovereign king, perched upon an immense throne, emanated an aura of boundless authority despite his diminutive stature. With wide, innocent eyes, he glanced at Wang Cheng and, in a childlike voice, uttered, Yes, let him approach. The high priest slightly inclined his body, his gaze softening as it settled upon Wang Cheng, offering a gentle nod. Wang Cheng felt his heart racing, a sense of urgency causing his breaths to quicken. Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain composure, advancing with somewhat stiff steps. After all, this seemingly innocent child possessed the power to erase everything with but a mere flick of a finger. As he approached, Wang Cheng mimicked Whis' posture. Bowing deeply with a voice tinged with tremor, he said, Your Majesty, the All-King, Your Excellency, the High Priest, I have come. The All-King tilted his head slightly, a naive smile gracing his features. Do not be so tense, do remember to cultivate diligently. Wang Cheng promptly replied, Yes, Your Majesty. At this moment, the High Priest spoke, From this day forth, you shall cultivate here, and you must not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Wang Cheng raised his head, gazing steadfastly at the High Priest, and replied with unwavering determination, Rest assured, esteemed High Priest, I shall devote myself entirely. The High Priest nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze toward Whis, saying, Whis, you may return now. Whis bowed once more and turned to leave. The High Priest then turned back to Wang Cheng and said, Come with me. The being of the 11th universe, Jillian, is expected to arrive a fortnight earlier than you. Wang Cheng felt a tightening in his heart, pondering to himself, To think that Jillian has arrived so early, it seems I must exert myself even more. He quickened his pace to keep up with the High Priest, declaring, Esteemed High Priest, I shall not be outdone by Jillian. The High Priest smiled faintly and replied, Such determination is commendable, yet the path of cultivation is far from simple. They traversed through corridors illuminated by mysterious, shimmering lights, while Wang Cheng curiously surveyed his surroundings, filled with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation for the unknown. At last, the High Priest halted before a closed door and slowly announced, This is your place of cultivation. Step inside. Wang Cheng took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Inside, Jillian sat cross-legged, exuding a powerful aura. Jillian rose to his feet, nodded slightly at Wang Cheng, and spoke. Wang Cheng, I look forward to progressing together with you. Wang Cheng replied, Then let us see who can achieve a greater breakthrough during this cultivation. The High Priest observed the two and said, All right, do not waste time. Let us commence. The room was suffused with a rich aura of divine power, as Wang Cheng and Jillian swiftly entered their meditative states and began their cultivation. Wang Cheng sat cross-legged, commencing the operation of the nebula technique. He gently closed his eyes, his countenance tranquil as still water, gradually regulating his breath to immerse his mind in an ethereal state. His spine stood erect, akin to a sturdy pine, utterly motionless. After a brief moment, his spirit became introspective, beginning to summon the latent power within him. It was as if a swirling vortex of chaos was slowly rotating in his dantian, initially sluggish and faint, but gradually accelerating, resembling a miniature nebula birthing infinite possibilities. As the vortex quickened, tendrils of energy from the external world permeated Wang Cheng's body, spreading along the intricate network of his meridians. His meridians resembled ancient riverbeds, now welcoming a surging torrent. Wherever the energy flowed, it brought with it a subtle tingling sensation, as if countless tiny insects were gently nibbling at him. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, as beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascaded down like rain. Nevertheless, his resolve remained unyielding. as he forcibly endured the excruciating pain, guiding the energy to surge forth. Around his body, a faint azure glow began to emerge, flickering intermittently like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Simultaneously, Wang Qing's breathing grew increasingly labored and prolonged, each breath resonating with a certain rhythm between heaven and earth. As the nebula technique continued to operate, that energy finally broke through the barriers of his meridians, surging through his body like a flood breaching its dam, and began to transform into divine power. Wang Qing's body trembled slightly, yet he maintained his seated posture, resembling an immortal sculpture quietly enduring the agony of transformation. Time passed. Though its measure remained unknown, Wang Qing gradually opened his eyes, and in those once profound orbs, it now seemed as if stars were twinkling. The brilliance gradually receded, restoring the clarity of yesteryears. He exhaled a long, deep breath, the air escaping him like a tangible entity, dissipating into the atmosphere as a white mist. At that moment, Wang Qing's body felt as though it had been drawn from the depths of water. Sweat drenched his clothes, clinging to his skin, yet his face radiated an expression of contentment. He attempted to move his limbs, and a series of crackling sounds emanated from his joints, reminiscent of beans sizzling in a pan. Wang Qing steadied his mind and began to perceive the transformations within his body. He could distinctly sense that the divine power coursing through him had grown more vigorous and pure than before, and his meridians had expanded significantly, as if they could now accommodate a greater flow of divine energy. He raised his hands and clenched his fists, a surge of formidable strength swelling within him. A subtle smile of confidence graced the corners of Wang Qing's lips, yet he soon furrowed his brow. Despite the substantial gains from this cultivation session, he realized that he still had a long journey ahead, and in comparison to true powerhouses, he remained at a considerable distance. Ding. Would you like to commence today's sign-in? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fragment of the law. The system opens the character panel. Ding. Character, Wang Qing abilities. Low-level rewards hidden. Pain growth. Buu's recovery ability. Wish modified. Nebula technique. Gravitational field. Normal state of ultimate freedom. Based on earlier comments regarding excessive wordiness, subsequent unnecessary skills and celestial beings will not be mentioned. Combat power, 960 Jing, experience points. Realm, 8th stage of the divine realm. Late phase items, countless celestial beings. Binding immortal rope, law fragments 3. Wang Qing took a deep breath to calm his emotions, then walked out of the room with a somewhat heavy gait. Upon entering the sanctuary, the high priest began to scrutinize Wang Qing from head to toe, exclaiming in astonishment. Jillian reached a state of saturation in less than half a month and emerged, yet you have taken such a long time. However, judging by your appearance, it seems you must have gained tremendous insights over these past 2 years. Wang Qing pondered silently to himself, who could blame me for possessing a system? Wang Qing nodded and remarked, esteemed high priest, indeed, my cultivation over the past 2 years has significantly enhanced my abilities. Jillian stepped forward, his gaze imbued with a hint of curiosity. Wang Qing, it appears that your advancement this time is quite remarkable. Wang Qing gazed at Jillian and confidently remarked, Jillian, I eagerly anticipate our next sparring session to observe the fruits of these past 2 years. Jillian narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of competitive spirit igniting within his gaze. As he replied, Wang Qing, I too am curious to discover the extent of your growth over these 2 years. Wang Qing's lips curled into a smile, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. I firmly believe that this exchange will be truly spectacular. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Jillian crossed her arms, her expression grave. Then allow me to witness whether the strength you have amassed over these past 2 years can stand against me in solitary confrontation. Wang Qing stepped forward, an aura subtly emanating from him. Jillian, do not underestimate the progress I have made in my cultivation over the past 2 years. It will surely astonish you. Jillian responded with a cold sneer. Anyone can boast. Let us see the truth in your actions. Wang Qing burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, all right, let us see how this unfolds. Chapter 86. Homecoming. At this moment, the Grand Priest observed the tense standoff between the two, and with a smile remarked, very well. Let us have you compete in the arena of the royal palace. Wang Qing and Jillian stood facing each other, the atmosphere instantly thickening with tension. Wang Qing's gaze was sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently upon Jillian, his aura steadily intensifying. Jillian, too, bore a solemn expression, his muscles taut, poised for an imminent strike. Let the battle commence, commanded the high priest. Jillian launched the first assault, his form darting forward like a bolt of lightning, fists slicing through the air with fierce momentum. Yet, Wang Qing remained unperturbed, effortlessly sidestepping the onslaught. Observing this, Jillian escalated his ferocity, employing a flurry of punches and kicks in an attempt to force Wang Qing into a moment of vulnerability. However, Wang Qing glided through Jillian's attacks with the grace of a leisurely stroll, a composed smile never leaving his face. Suddenly, Wang Qing retaliated. He unleashed a punch that appeared deceptively simple, yet harbored an overwhelming power within. Jillian hastily raised his arm to defend, only to be met with an immense force that sent him staggering back several steps. Before Jillian could regain his footing, Wang Qing closed the distance in an instant, his legs striking like a tempest in rapid succession. Caught off guard, Jillian's defenses faltered, and he was struck squarely in the chest, tumbling heavily to the ground. Quickly regaining his stance, Jillian's eyes brimmed with astonishment and frustration. He charged at Wang Qing once more, yet the latter's speed and strength far surpassed what Jillian had anticipated. Wang Qing suddenly teleported behind Jillian, delivering a powerful strike. Jillian let out a muffled groan of pain, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The ensuing battle was a complete display of Wang Qing's dominance. No matter how hard Jillian fought, he could not lay a finger on Wang Qing, who effortlessly overwhelmed him. Ultimately, Wang Qing unleashed a formidable energy wave. Despite Jillian's utmost effort to withstand it, he was still propelled by the immense force, crashing against the edge of the training arena and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Wang Qing stood proudly, gazing down at the disheveled Jillian, and said, "Jillian, it appears that this time I have the upper hand." Jillian struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Though his eyes were filled with reluctance, they also revealed a glimmer of admiration. "Wang Qing, I did not anticipate your remarkable progress," the high priest observed from the side, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "Wang Qing, your performance is indeed astonishing. However, Jillian, do not be disheartened. Continue to strive forward." Wang Qing nodded and remarked, "This victory is merely a new beginning. I shall continuously strive to surpass my own limits." Jillian clenched his teeth and declared, "Wang Qing, next time I shall surely surpass you." Wang Qing responded with a smile, "I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day, for it will inspire me to grow stronger." Having said this, Wang Qing requested the Grand Priest to escort him back. With a mere wave of his hand, the Grand Priest conjured a rift in the fabric of space and time before them. Passing through this rift would lead one to the realm of the god of destruction in the seventh universe. The Grand Priest's voice resonated with calm authority. Wang Qing gazed at the ever-glimmering rift that emanated an enigmatic light, inhaling deeply, his eyes brimming with admiration and wonder. The prowess of the High Priest was indeed unfathomable. When might I attain such excellence? With a mere wave of his hand, he could traverse the void. Wang Qing mused softly. "Thank you, High Priest," he said, offering a slight bow of respect before resolutely stepping into the rift. As he entered the rift, Wang Qing felt the surrounding space warp, and an overwhelming pressure surged from all directions, as if intent on crushing his very form. Yet, he gritted his teeth, channeling the power within to withstand this formidable force. After a brief moment, Wang Qing has returned to the seventh universe. Curious, he wondered aloud, why is there no one here? Shouldn't Goku and Vegeta be training in the realm of the gods of destruction? And where are Lord Beerus and Whis? Has something transpired? With a swift, instant transmission, he arrived back on Earth. Upon returning home, Wang Qing sensed the familiar energies of Goku and the others, realizing that Lord Beerus must have been tempted by the delectable cuisine of Earth. However, something else caught his attention, a strange yet familiar aura. Who could it be? He then swiftly appeared before the group. In an instant, Wang Qing's figure materialized before the crowd, stirring a gentle breeze. His gaze swiftly traversed the familiar faces, ultimately resting upon a silhouette that was somewhat unfamiliar, yet bore a hint of recognition. "Wang Qing, you have finally returned," exclaimed Wukong with a smile. Bulma dashed forward and leaped into Wang Qing's embrace, choking back tears as she said, "You actually remembered to come back. You've been gone for 2 years without a word. I had no idea you were out training. At the very least, you could have returned once in a while. 2 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these past 2 years?" Wang Qing, filled with a sense of shame, gently caressed Bulma's head and softly reassured her, "I am truly sorry for the worry I've caused you over the past 2 years. This time, I promise I shall not leave." Bulma lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Wang Qing. "Is what you say truly sincere? You mustn't deceive me again." Their companions observed the tender exchange in silence, their faces adorned with understanding and comforting smiles. Beerus, with arms crossed and body slightly leaning forward, fixated his gaze upon Wang Qing, as if attempting to see through him. His feline-like visage was now etched with seriousness, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Wang Cheng, do let this deity witness the fruits of your training over the past 2 years. Wang Cheng sensed Beerus's gaze upon him, his heart tightening as he realized that the god of destruction was eager to test his strength. Drawing a deep breath, he straightened his posture and replied, Lord Beerus, I shall not disappoint you. Beerus chuckled, an aura of authority emanating from him, making the surrounding air feel dense with tension. Enough with the chatter, let us commence. Suddenly, Goku interjected, Lord Beerus, you and Wang Cheng can spar at any time. Let us first address the current issue concerning Trunks. Goku's face bore a look of urgency and sincerity, his bright eyes fixed intently on Beerus, his hands instinctively gesturing as he spoke. Beerus paused, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face as he scowled at Goku. Hmph, you audacious monkey, how dare you interrupt me? Goku shrank back slightly but remained resolute, stating, Lord Beerus, Trunks has returned from the future bringing a threat that concerns the entire universe. This is far more pressing than a sparring match. With a cold snort, Beerus withdrew his fists, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Goku and Trunks. Very well, let us hear what this young man has to say. Goku sighed in relief and moved next to Trunks, patting him on the shoulder. Trunks, please share the details of the future with Lord Beerus. Trunks nodded, taking a deep breath to recount the disheartening tale of the future. Chapter 87. The future timeline. Trunks, his expression grave, spoke in a low voice. In the future, an immensely powerful and malevolent being has emerged, claiming to be a god. He bears an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Goku. His strength is unmatched, rendering all our resistance futile. The earth lies in ruins, countless lives extinguished. Goku furrowed his brow, inquiring, what exactly is that creature? He then added, no wonder you attacked me upon waking. At that moment, Whis stood quietly to the side, pondering before he spoke. Your name is Trunks, is it not? You claim to hail from the future. Time travel is a serious offense. Trunks asked, who are you? Goku stepped forward eagerly, stating, Trunks, this is Lord Whis, the attendant and teacher of Lord Beerus. And this is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Trunks's expression turned to one of astonishment as he asked, a god of destruction? Is such a deity real? I thought only the Kaioshins existed in the universe. Goku scratched his head, smiling as he clarified, Trunks, you are unaware. But Lord Beerus is the most powerful god in the cosmos. If you find yourself in need, you may seek assistance from Lord Beerus of the future timeline. With his arms crossed, Beerus, displaying a haughty demeanor, replied, Hmph, I am not so easily persuaded. However, should the situation truly be dire, I might consider intervening. Trunks, with a hint of skepticism, glanced at Beerus and then turned to Goku, inquiring, Uncle Goku, are you certain that Lord Beerus will lend his assistance? Goku, breaking into a broad smile, replied, Trunks, trust me, while Lord Beerus may possess a volatile temperament, he is undoubtedly reliable in critical moments. At that moment, Vegeta could not restrain himself and interjected, cockroach, spare the flattery for this god of destruction. Beerus shot a glare at Vegeta, retorting, Vegeta, have you lost your senses? Are you seeking a fight? Vegeta huffed disdainfully, turning his head away in silence. Wang Cheng stepped forward and said, Trunks, this is not the moment to dwell on such matters. We should first contemplate how to resolve the impending crisis. Trunks nodded, his expression once again turning grave as he grasped Wang Cheng's arm tightly. Indeed, we cannot afford to waste any more time. I have returned in the time machine to take you with me to the future to eliminate that villain. Wang Cheng paused briefly, but soon his gaze grew resolute as he addressed Trunks, saying, Trunks, in that case, let us depart immediately. Goku, standing nearby, exclaimed, Wang Cheng, Trunks, I wish to join as well. Vegeta, with an air of pride, added, Hmph, count me in too. Trunks, appearing somewhat troubled, replied, Uncle Goku, the time machine has limited capacity, and the future is fraught with peril. Goku eagerly interjected, Trunks, do not underestimate us. Together we can resolve the crisis more swiftly. Vegeta crossed his arms and raised his chin, asserting, indeed, we shall not be a burden. Wang Cheng pondered for a moment and said, Trunks, let them join us. After all, this fellow Vegeta is your father in the future. Trunks nodded helplessly, responding, all right, but this relationship is utterly convoluted. The group squeezed into the time machine, the space feeling somewhat cramped. As Trunks activated the time machine, a brilliant light flashed, and they set forth towards an unknown and perilous future. The machine emitted a low, rumbling hum, and the body of the craft trembled violently. "Hold on tight," Trunks shouted. After an indeterminate period, the light gradually dimmed, and the time machine finally stabilized. "We've arrived," Trunks' voice was somewhat hoarse. The hatch slowly opened, and a wave of decay and ruin rushed in. The sight before them drew gasps of disbelief. The city had been reduced to a desolate wasteland, smoke billowing through the air, with dark clouds obscuring any trace of sunlight. "Is this the future?" Goku murmured to himself. Vegeta gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Those wretched beings have destroyed this place beyond recognition." Trunks took a deep breath and cautioned, "Everyone be careful, the enemy may be nearby." No sooner had he spoken than an eerie laughter echoed from the ruins. "Ha ha ha, Trunks, you little rodent, have finally decided to show yourself." The group instantly became alert, their gazes sweeping the surroundings. Goku furrowed his brow and shouted, "Who is it? Show yourself." At that moment, a shadow emerged from the distant ruins, an overwhelming aura pressing down upon them. As the shadow approached, the air around them thickened ominously. Before Wang Chung and the others appeared a face strikingly identical to Goku's, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. His violet eyes sparkled with madness and cruelty, and his black hair stood erect like flames, each strand seemingly imbued with boundless malevolence. Beside him stood another figure, tall and with pale skin that stood out starkly against the darkness. His facial expression was contorted, filled with disdain and resentment towards the world. Green earrings shimmered with an eerie light, and a flowing white robe billowed in the wind, failing to mask the chilling aura that emanated from him. Wang Chung? What brings you to this timeline, along with Goku and Vegeta?" The doppelganger of Goku turned his gaze towards the time machine behind Wang Chung and suddenly realized, so it was Trunks who brought you here with the time machine. Wang Cheng's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Black Goku, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Who are you, and how do you know me?" Black Goku responded with a cold smirk, "Since you are so oblivious, allow me to elucidate your fate. I am Zamasu, though you may also refer to me as Black Goku. This individual beside me is another Zamasu from a different timeline. We were once the candidates for the God of Destruction of Universe 10. I had the fortune of witnessing the martial tournament hosted by Lord Zeno. The fact that you, as mere humans, possess divine power has truly broadened my horizons. Thus, I sought to exchange my body with you or Jiren through the Super Dragon Balls. However, I discovered that both of you exist in a peculiar dimension impervious to the dragon's reach. Ultimately, I was left with no choice but to traverse other timelines in search of your past, only to find that you, Wang Chung, possessed no history. Consequently, I resorted to choosing Son Goku instead." Black Goku continued, "Humanity is rife with sin and ugliness, unworthy of existence. By merging with this perfect vessel of Goku, I shall become the ultimate force to realize this grand ambition." A frenzied expression crossed Black Goku's face as he proclaimed, "We traverse through different timelines using the time ring, systematically eradicating humanity, plunging the world into despair and chaos." Meanwhile, Zamasu extended his arms, exclaiming, "This is a sacred purification, and you foolish beings dare to impede it." Vegeta, infuriated, bellowed, "Your intentions are utterly deranged. Today, I shall put an end to your plans right here." Black Goku scoffed dismissively, "You, Vegeta? Nearly an insignificant insect." Chapter 88, Zamasu Vegeta, incensed by Black Goku's words, widened his eyes, his hair standing on end as his aura surged dramatically. "Hmph, arrogant fool, prepare to witness my might." With a fierce roar, Vegeta charged at Black Goku, his fist charged with immense energy, creating a turbulent wind. Black Goku effortlessly sidestepped Vegeta's assault, countering with a powerful strike to Vegeta's back. Vegeta let out a muffled grunt, stumbling forward a few steps, yet quickly regained his footing, turning to launch another attack against Black Goku. Simultaneously, Zamasu was not idle. He wielded his hands, unleashing a barrage of black energy beams directed at Wang Chung and his companions. Wang Chung nimbly evaded the beams of light, while Wukong seized the moment to gather energy, preparing to unleash a formidable assault. Trunks, beside them, was consumed with anxiety. He yearned to assist, but could not find an opportune moment to intervene. Just as Vegeta and Black Wukong were locked in intense combat, Wukong finally amassed sufficient energy and bellowed, "Kamehameha." A powerful blue energy wave surged toward Black Wukong. His expression shifted slightly, forcing him to momentarily abandon his clash with Vegeta and pivot to confront Wukong's onslaught. He crossed his arms, attempting to withstand the force of this overwhelming energy. Zamasu, witnessing this, hastened the frequency of his attacks, striving to disrupt Son Wukong. Wang Chung soared into the air, landing beside Trunks. He produced a bag of sunflower seeds, tore it open, and offered a handful to Trunks. With an expression of utter astonishment, Trunks gazed at Wang Qing in disbelief. Mr. Wang, in a moment like this, you still have the presence of mind to indulge in sunflower seeds? Wang Qing chuckled softly, urging calmness. Do not be anxious. Observing their spirited clash is quite the spectacle. Let us take a brief respite and witness the growth and strength of Wukong and Vegeta over the past 2 years. Trunks, shaking his head in resignation, remarked, You truly possess an untroubled heart. Nonetheless, he accepted the sunflower seeds. At that moment, Black Goku and Zamasu became aware of their presence and bellowed with fury. You two scoundrels dare to underestimate us. Wang Chung remarked nonchalantly, What is the rush? The two of them are more than sufficient to handle you. Black Goku and Zamasu, incensed, gritted their teeth and intensified their assault, eager to swiftly eliminate Goku and Vegeta before turning their attention to Wang Chung. Sensing the surge in their opponent's power, Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles and, in perfect harmony, simultaneously amplified their own strength. Vegeta let out a furious roar, transforming into Super Saiyan Deep Blue, his energy flaring dramatically as he charged toward Black Goku. Meanwhile, Goku morphed into his standard Super Saiyan and lunged at Zamasu. Taken aback by Vegeta's sudden leap in strength, Black Goku found himself being pushed back relentlessly. On the other front, Zamasu also struggled under Goku's pressure. Witnessing this turn of events, Wang Qing discarded the shell of the sunflower seed he had been holding, clapped his hands, and stood up, acknowledging, Vegeta is quite impressive. In his deep blue form, he is nearly at the 5th tier of divine realms. Unyielding, Black Goku instantly transformed into his pink form, a powerful aura of malevolence enveloping him as he sneered at Vegeta. You are not the only one capable of transformation. I too possess this ability. I shall name this transformation pink. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. The two clashed with ferocity, the resulting shockwaves causing the surrounding ruins to shatter. In his deep blue form, Vegeta resembled a deity of battle, each strike carrying the might of a tempest, forcing Black Goku in his pink form to retreat. In a blink, Vegeta appeared behind Black Goku and delivered a forceful kick, sending him flying and crashing through several dilapidated buildings. Before Black Goku could regain his footing, Vegeta swiftly followed up with a powerful punch to his abdomen, making him double over in agony. Hmph, how dare you act so arrogantly before me? Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a barrage of energy waves from his hands, each one accurately striking Black Goku. The aura surrounding Black Goku began to destabilize, and a flicker of fear and panic appeared in his eyes. Vegeta offered no respite, charging forward once more, his fists and feet combining in an onslaught of tremendous force. Black Goku attempted to resist, but under the relentless storm of Vegeta's attacks, he appeared utterly powerless. This is the chasm that lies between us, you vile creature, Vegeta proclaimed. Leaping high into the air, energy coalescing around his right fist before he brought it crashing down. Struck by the blow, Black Goku spat in fury, Insignificant human. You rely solely on fleeting luck and strength to suppress me. This universe is meant to be ruled by gods, yet you lowly beings dare to challenge divine authority. His eyes blazed with the fire of rage, his face contorted in fury as saliva flew from his mouth. I will not be defeated so easily. I shall make you understand that the wrath of a god is beyond your capacity to endure. As Black Goku roared, he struggled to rise from the ground, his body swaying precariously as if it might collapse again at any moment. Yet, his fierce gaze remained fixed on Vegeta. Breathing heavily, he continued to bellow. You insignificant insects shall pay a painful price for your actions today. The malevolent aura surrounding Black Goku surged once more as he attempted a final struggle. His body trembled slightly, blood dripping continuously from the corner of his mouth, but the murderous intensity in his eyes grew ever more ferocious. Vegeta, you detestable human. You will regret your deeds today. Vegeta, arms crossed, and with an expression of disdain, retorted, Hmph, even at death's door, you still speak defiantly. Your so-called divine power is utterly feeble before me. Black Goku erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, do not get too cocky. Soon, I will shatter you into a million pieces. He then called out to Zamasu in the distance. Zamasu, I require your assistance. Meanwhile, the battle between Goku and Zamasu unfolded with increasing ease. Zamasu, possessing at most a power level of Super Saiyan 2, puzzled Goku. What is happening? This Zamasu is clearly weak, yet no matter how hard I strike, he cannot be destroyed. Goku exclaimed. Zamasu wore a sinister smile. Son Goku, you cannot kill me. I am immortal. Goku furrowed his brow and launched another punch at Zamasu. Each blow seemed to tear him apart, yet he always managed to reconstitute himself. What kind of dark sorcery is this? Goku shouted in frustration. Zamasu laughed triumphantly. This is the power of the divine, something a mere mortal like you cannot comprehend. Gritting his teeth, Goku declared, I refuse to believe there is no way to defeat you. He began to gather a more potent energy, preparing for a decisive strike. Just then, Zamasu heard Black Goku's desperate call for help. Zamasu, hurry to my aid. Black Goku's voice was filled with urgency and desperation. Chapter 89. The fusion of Zamasu's brow furrowed, a flicker of hesitation flashing in his eyes, yet he transformed into a beam of light, racing towards Black Goku. By this time, Black Goku was battered and bruised, but upon seeing Zamasu approach, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. As Zamasu landed, the two faced each other, hands clasped together, emanating an eerie glow. The light intensified, enveloping their bodies entirely. Within this radiance, their forms began to merge, their outlines becoming indistinct. A powerful wave of energy surged forth from the light, causing surrounding debris and dust to be lifted into the air. Goku and the others instinctively took a few steps back, watching warily as the light coalesced. Moments later, the glow gradually receded, revealing a completely new figure before the onlookers. His towering figure, adorned with defined muscles, emanated an aura of terrifying dread. Half of his face bore the sinister charm of Black Goku, while the other half twisted in the grotesque visage of Zamasu, his eyes shimmering with an intermingling glow of purple and green. Haha, now, I am invincible. The amalgamated being laughed arrogantly. Goku and his companions felt a tightening in their hearts as they confronted this formidable and malevolent entity. Vegeta gritted his teeth and declared, Do not presume that your fusion can intimidate us. We shall bring you down. The fused being sneered, Foolish creatures, allow me to demonstrate my might. With that, he vanished and reappeared before Vegeta, delivering a crushing blow. Caught off guard, Vegeta was sent sprawling. Observing this, Goku rushed forward to catch Vegeta. Are you all right? Goku inquired with concern. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, I am fine. Let us fight together. After a grueling battle, Goku and Vegeta finally managed to bring the fused Zamasu to the ground. Panting heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat. This wretch has finally fallen, Vegeta proclaimed. However, Zamasu suddenly struggled back to his feet, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You cannot kill me. I am immortal. Goku furrowed his brow. What shall we do now? Are we powerless against him? Zamasu laughed maniacally. Feel free to unleash your full strength. I shall not be eradicated. At that moment, Wang Qing interjected. We should summon the god of destruction from this universe to obliterate Zamasu. Goku quickly responded, That is a viable plan, but how do we locate the god of destruction? Zamasu's face twisted with a proud yet deranged smile as he viciously proclaimed, Do you really believe that finding the god of destruction will resolve your plight? You are gravely mistaken. I have meticulously orchestrated everything. As a candidate for the Supreme Kai, I am aware that the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai are intertwined. Those foolish beings have utterly failed to perceive my scheme. One by one, I have eliminated the Supreme Kais, relishing in their despair as they perish. That feeling is simply exquisite. His eyes gleamed with frenzied delight as he continued, with the demise of the Supreme Kais. The gods of destruction linked to their lives shall also perish. Haha. This universe is devoid of any entity capable of punishing me. As for those angels, bereft of their corresponding gods of destruction, they can only slip into slumber, unable to interfere with my actions. Listening to Zamasu's words, Goku and the others were filled with shock and fury. Goku clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, You deranged fiend, how could you commit such heinous acts? Vegeta's eyes widened in anger. Even without the god of destruction, we shall not allow your nefarious plot to succeed. Zamasu laughed boastfully. You ignorant insects fail to comprehend the brilliance of my grand design. This universe shall be purified under my dominion. All inferior beings will be eradicated. Trunks exclaimed with fury. What you call purification is merely a means to indulge your own selfish desires. The delusions of a madman such as yourself can never be realized. Zamasu cast a cold glance at Trunks, retorting, Hmph, you insignificant human dare to comment on the will of a deity. Gripping his sword tightly, Trunks declared, regardless. We shall fight to the bitter end. We will not allow you to succeed. Zamasu scoffed, Your determination is utterly meaningless before me. Without the god of destruction, you stand no chance. At that moment, Goku took a deep breath and stated, Even in the absence of the god of destruction, we shall harness our own strength to defeat you and safeguard the peace of this universe. Vegeta concurred, Indeed, We will not be intimidated by your words. A glint of malice flickered in Zamasu's eyes as he replied, then come forth. I shall show you the true meaning of despair. Wang Cheng suddenly stepped forward and said, Zamas, have you forgotten that I am still here? His voice was deep and powerful, and his gaze exuded unwavering confidence. Zamas cast a sidelong glance at Wang Cheng and coldly scoffed. You? I can see that you are indeed formidable, but I am an immortal being. What can you possibly do? Wang Cheng's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a sardonic smile. A mortal body? Zamas, do not be overly arrogant. Upon concluding his words, Wang Cheng employed the celestial binding rope. A cord emanating a mysterious radiant sword from his hand, swiftly darting towards Zamas like a nimble serpent. The binding rope traced an elegant arc in the air, instantly ensnaring Zamas's form. Initially startled, Zamas soon erupted in a fit of rage, bellowing, What is this? Release me at once. Wang Cheng formed intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations that amplified the binding power of the celestial binding rope. The rope tightened progressively, constricting Zamas's body, producing ominous cracking sounds. Hmph, Zamas, this celestial binding rope is not something you can easily escape. Wang Cheng scoffed. Zamas's expression darkened further, his malevolent aura surging violently as he struggled against the restraints of the rope. Yet, the celestial binding rope remained as unyielding as an impregnable fortress, firmly ensnaring him. Wukong and Vegeta, witnessing this scene, exchanged astonished glances. Vegeta remarked, I almost forgot that Wang Cheng possesses this extraordinary rope. Wukong nodded in agreement. Indeed, he even used this rope to bind Lord Beerus once. Upon hearing their conversation, Zamas erupted in furious roars. What? Even Beerus was bound by this rope? You foolish beings. Once I free myself, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. At that moment, Trunks suddenly inquired, Mr. Wang Cheng, while Zamas is trapped, we still cannot kill him. What should we do next? Wukong scratched his head, pondering, right? Should we search for his weaknesses? Perhaps we might uncover some crucial insight. Vegeta huffed disdainfully, Hmph. This opponent is exceedingly troublesome. Locating a weakness is not a simple task. Wang Cheng spoke slowly, I cannot kill him either. Upon hearing this, the flickering hope within the crowd dimmed considerably. Wukong, anxious, exclaimed, What shall we do then? Keeping him bound like this is not a solution. After a brief moment of silence, Wang Cheng remarked, Although I cannot kill him, we can certainly take him back and allow Lord Beerus to obliterate him directly. Alternatively, we could deliver him to the Omni King for immediate erasure. Chapter 90. The battle with Beerus. Upon hearing this, Trunks and the others were initially taken aback. But soon Goku clapped his hands and exclaimed, Of course. Why didn't I think of that? However, Vegeta furrowed his brow and responded, But Zamasu is exceedingly cunning. Can the sealing ropes truly restrain him? Last time, Lord Beerus managed to break free in an instant. Wang Cheng spoke with an air of nonchalance, stating, It is impossible to restrain Beerus, for his power far surpasses mine. However, with Zamasu's strength, binding him with the sacred binding rope for several millennia poses no challenge. Upon hearing this, the tension among the group noticeably eased. Goku chuckled, That's good to hear. Let us set forth quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Indeed, a swift resolution is imperative. Trunks added, I hope everything proceeds smoothly. Thus, they all boarded the time machine, accompanied by the securely bound Zamasu. The confined space was exceedingly cramped. Goku, you and Vegeta should cling to the outside of the time machine, Wang Cheng said with a mischievous grin. Goku responded with confusion. Vegeta merely scowled. In a flash of white light, Wang Cheng and the others returned to Earth in the primary timeline. As soon as they landed, they were met with astonished onlookers. What is happening? Goku and the others have returned. Kiki hurried over, and upon seeing Goku safe and sound, she sighed in relief. Goku, I'm so glad you're all right. Vegeta, growing impatient, interjected, Enough chatter. We have pressing matters to attend to. Wang Cheng gazed at the crowd and spoke. Everyone, please disperse. We must swiftly escort Zamasu to Lord Beerus. Although curiosity filled their hearts, the crowd complied and scattered. Lord Beerus and Lord Whis were indulging in ice cream by the pool in the backyard, with a grave expression. Krillin turned to Wang Cheng and spoke in a hushed tone. The group hurried to the backyard, where they found Beerus and Whis leisurely savoring their delightful treats. Beerus glanced at them lazily and remarked, Why the rush? What has transpired? Trunks stepped forward respectfully and said, Lord Beerus, we have captured Zamasu, but we are unable to eliminate him and thus seek your assistance. Beerus set aside his ice cream and regarded the bound Zamasu. his brow furrowing slightly. This fellow truly is a nuisance. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from Beerus, causing the air around them to seem to solidify. He raised his right hand, gathering a sphere of purple destructive energy in his palm, its brilliance flickering ominously. Zamasu, sensing the lethal power, began to struggle desperately, the binding ropes tightening around him. Destruction, Beerus commanded sharply, thrusting the sphere of energy towards Zamasu. The energy struck Zamasu instantaneously, radiating a blinding light. Zamasu let out a howl of agony as his form began to disintegrate under the onslaught of destructive energy, transforming into specks of starlight. However, before he vanished completely, Zamasu frantically cursed, "You will all meet a grim fate." His voice grew fainter until it faded entirely, his body dissolving into the void. Beerus exhaled softly, retracting his power and restoring tranquility to the surroundings. After resolving the issue with Zamasu, Beerus's gaze suddenly shifted to Wukong, an expression of both provocation and curiosity glimmering in his eyes. With the troubles of the future dealt with, shall we engage in a proper battle? Upon hearing Wukong's words, he exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, his gaze was resolute as he confidently replied, "Lord Beerus, it is an honor to engage in a spar with you." Beerus raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Wukong's reaction, and then chuckled, "Haha, just don't let me down." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. Yet, Wukong remained unfazed, utilizing his keen perception. He deftly sidestepped the rapid strike that Beerus launched from behind. Observing this, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Beerus's eyes, quite intriguing. Immediately thereafter, his onslaught descended like a torrential storm. Wukong maintained his composure, moving with agility, each of his techniques showcasing a remarkable blend of steadiness and confidence. He skillfully countered Beerus's relentless assaults, occasionally launching counterattacks of his own. "Not bad at all, young Wukong. Your strength has undergone a significant transformation," Beerus exclaimed. Wukong's lips curled into a smile. "Lord Beerus, this is merely the beginning." With that, his aura surged once more, channeling his entire strength into his fists as he engaged in an even more fervent clash with Beerus. Beerus let out a disdainful snort, "Arrogant little brat. Allow me to witness just how formidable you truly are." Wukong moved with the speed of lightning, his fist cutting through the air with a whistling force, each strike imbued with an indomitable momentum. Beerus, undeterred, met his blows head-on, and their fists collided with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the surroundings, causing the very fabric of space to tremble slightly. Such formidable power! It seems that Lord Beerus has not been idle over the past 2 years. Wukong marveled inwardly. Yet his movements remained unceasing. Beerus, with a serious demeanor, no longer displayed the previous disdain. "Wukong, it appears that your strength has significantly increased after 2 years of training under the great priest." Wukong chuckled. "It is indeed a great honor to receive Lord Beerus's praise, yet I shall not rest on my laurels." At that moment, the intensity of their battle escalated, a dazzling brilliance illuminating the scene, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. The spectators stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. This Wukong is actually holding his own against Lord Beerus. Vegeta clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, "This fellow has become astonishingly powerful." Trunks, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Mr. Wukong is truly remarkable. It's simply unbelievable." As the clash between Wukong and Beerus intensified, their fists intertwined, radiating light in every direction. Each of Wukong's strikes demonstrated his ultimate mastery over power, while Beerus's counterattacks exuded divine authority and strength. Wukong moved like a phantom, swiftly appearing to Beerus's left side, delivering a powerful hook accompanied by a whistling wind. Beerus reacted with remarkable speed, evading the blow by sidestepping, and retaliated with a sweeping motion, unleashing an energy wave towards Wukong. With a backflip, Wukong narrowly avoided the attack, landing gracefully before launching himself forward once more, executing a series of lightning-fast kicks. Beerus crossed his arms to defend, the tremendous force of the impact forcing him to step back. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. "Wukong, you have managed to push me to this extent." Wukong smiled faintly, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. "Lord Beerus, the battle is far from over." Chapter 91. A bitter defeat. At this moment, the surrounding space became grotesquely distorted due to the clash of their formidable powers. Whis observed quietly from the sidelines, a look of admiration gracing his features. Wukong's prowess is indeed astonishing. It is rare to witness someone who can engage in such a balanced struggle against Lord Beerus. After all, in the past 2 years, Lord Beerus had entrusted me with numerous training sessions for him. Beerus erupted into laughter. Ha ha. Whis, this lad has certainly surprised me. If I had continued to be lazy these past 2 years, I would have been utterly humiliated today. With that, Beerus launched another assault, concentrating immense energy in his hands. Radiating a brilliant light, Wang Qing took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his palms to meet Beerus's oncoming attack. When their powers collided, it was as if the entire world fell into a profound silence. Immediately thereafter, a cataclysmic energy storm erupted, obliterating the surrounding peaks into mere dust, and the earth itself fractured with tremendous fissures. Nevertheless, Wang Qing and Beerus remained steadfast, their gazes locked in an unyielding resolve, their fighting spirit undiminished. Wang Qing let out a furious roar. Lord Beerus, receive my strike. A resplendent aura enveloped his body, akin to flames ablaze, as he charged towards Beerus like a deity of war. Undaunted, Beerus met Wang Qing head-on, and the two engaged in a fierce and exhilarating clash once more. The fierce battle between Wang Qing and Beerus grows increasingly thrilling, with each clash sending tremors through the fabric of space and unleashing torrents of energy. Wang Qing's fists and feet struck with the ferocity of a tempest, each blow imbued with immense power, while an indomitable spirit blazed in his eyes. Lord Beerus, let us settle this once and for all. Beerus, equally focused, was enveloped in a vibrant purple aura. Hmph, young one, bring it on. Their clash transformed the very atmosphere, leaving the spectators at a distance breathless, as an overwhelming sense of pressure made it nearly impossible for them to remain upright. Goku clenched his fists, exclaiming with fervor, Wang Qing, give it your all. Vegeta furrowed his brow, silently astonished. This guy Wang Qing has become incredibly strong. I might not last even 10 rounds under the deep blue. Trunks gazed at him with admiration. Mr. Wang Qing, you are truly remarkable. Whis, with a gentle smile, remarked, this battle is nothing short of extraordinary. Both Lord Beerus and Wang Qing exhibit astonishing prowess. At that moment, Wang Qing suddenly soared into the air, performing a full rotation before plunging down towards Beerus with the force of a thunderbolt. Beerus raised his hands, bracing himself for the impending strike. A thunderous boom erupted as the space around them shattered, creating a vast black hole, a powerful suction attempting to draw them in. Yet, both Wang Qing and Beerus, through sheer strength, steadied themselves and stood facing one another once more. Panting heavily, Beerus declared, Wang Qing, you have indeed impressed me. But now I shall unleash my true power. Wang Qing's lips curled into a smile. Lord Beerus, I share the same sentiment. As soon as the words left his mouth, an overwhelming aura erupted from Beerus, enveloping his entire form in a blaze of purple light akin to roaring flames. His gaze sharpened to an extraordinary intensity, as if capable of piercing through all. Wang Qing sensed the overwhelming pressure yet did not waver in the slightest. He took a deep breath, and the power within him surged like a tumultuous tide, radiating a white luminescence that harmonized with Beerus's purple aura. With a thunderous roar, Beerus vanished in an instant, reappearing directly before Wang Qing, his fist wielding the cataclysmic force of annihilation. Wang Qing's gaze sharpened as he crossed his arms to withstand this formidable blow. Boom! The immense impact drove his feet deep into the ground, reaching his knees. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and endured the strike. Indeed, you have withstood my blow. Beerus commended. Wang Qing suddenly exerted force, deflecting Beerus's fist, and immediately followed with a side kick aimed at Beerus's waist. Beerus sidestepped to evade, retaliating with a swift palm strike. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, their speed rendering the onlookers breathless. At that moment, the surrounding space became exceedingly unstable due to their immense power, with black fissures in the fabric of reality appearing and vanishing incessantly. The spectators in the distance clenched their fists in tension, scarcely daring to breathe. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. The ferocity of their battle was truly terrifying. Vegeta, with a grave expression, remarked, I never anticipated that Wang Qing could contend with Beerus to such an extent. Wang Qing and Beerus clashed once more with fervor, both unleashing their full arsenal of skills. The radiance surrounding Wang Qingzhou flickered erratically as he summoned every ounce of his strength to deliver a final blow. The wind from his fist howled, exuding an indomitable momentum. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Beerus let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, the energy enveloping him erupted, manifesting as a formidable shield. Wang Qing's fist struck against the shield, and after a moment of stalemate, his strength began to wane. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Beerus unleashed a formidable counterforce, sending Wang Qing reeling back several dozen meters. Wang Qing fell heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to rise, but his legs gave way, and he collapsed once more. Beerus approached him slowly, stating, Wang Qing, You have performed admirably, yet you still fall short. Wang Cheng said with a bitter smile, Lord Beerus, your strength is indeed unfathomable, but I shall continue to grow stronger. In the distance, the crowd hurriedly approached. Goku, with a look of regret, remarked, so close, Wang Cheng. Vegeta patted Wang Cheng on the shoulder, adding, to have fought against Beerus to such an extent is something you can be proud of. Trunks inquired with concern, Mr. Wang Cheng, are you all right? Wang Cheng shook his head, saying, I am fine. It is merely that I could not triumph over Lord Beerus this time. Beerus gazed at Wang Cheng and remarked, your potential is immense, given time, perhaps. The onlookers regarded Wang Cheng with deep admiration. Goku stepped forward, patting Wang Cheng on the back. Wang Cheng, you are already remarkable. Even in defeat, you have maintained your dignity. Vegeta crossed his arms, displaying a rare expression of approval, to have fought Beerus to such an extent. You have earned our pride. Trunks looked at him with awe, exclaiming, Mr. Wang Cheng, I aspire to be as powerful as you. Krillin joined in, chuckling, Wang Cheng, you have truly brought honor to humanity. Whis, standing nearby, nodded with a smile, Wang Cheng, it seems that your training at the royal palace has yielded significant rewards. Wang Cheng consumed a celestial bean and replied, Lord Whis, the training throughout the entire royal palace has indeed afforded me a considerable breakthrough. However, I still find myself lacking in comparison to Lord Beerus. Beerus, arms crossed, responded, Hmph, it is good that you recognize the disparity. Nevertheless, such progress is commendable. Chapter 92. The emergence of the power of laws. Wang Cheng wore a humble expression, addressing Lord Beerus, I shall strive diligently to bridge this gap. Goku approached with a broad smile, saying, Wang Cheng, you are already remarkable. Next time, let us train together. We shall undoubtedly grow stronger. With matters concluded, Trunks returned to his future timeline, while Whis and Beerus made their way back to the realm of destruction, and the others dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, savoring the rare tranquility. Bulma, during this time, I shall remain at home, devotedly accompanying you. A look of surprise and sweetness blossomed on Bulma's face, her eyes shimmering with tears of emotion. Really? Wang Cheng, that would be wonderful. Wang Cheng gently grasped Bulma's hand and said, of course it is true. After enduring so many trials and tribulations, all I desire now is to be peacefully by your side. On a certain day 6 months later, a notification chimed. Ding. Shall we commence today's check-in? Let's begin. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a fragment of the Law 1. You have now gathered 4 fragments of the law. Would you like to synthesize a random law? Wang Cheng gazed at the prompt box that emerged before him, feeling a wave of inner turmoil. He took a deep breath, and his gaze gradually transformed into one of unwavering determination. Let us take a risk. Synthesize. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and issued the command. In an instant, 4 shards of law radiated a dazzling brilliance, intertwining and merging in the air. The light intensified, becoming so blinding that Wang Cheng could barely keep his eyes open. He anxiously awaited the outcome, silently praying for the synthesis of a powerful and useful law. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the devouring law. Would you like to fuse it immediately? Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Cheng merged. As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming and formidable force surged into his body. He felt an intense aching throughout his meridians, as if this power were on the verge of bursting him apart. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, striving to remain conscious as he guided the formidable force within his body. However, the power of the devouring law was overwhelming, causing fissures to appear on his skin, from which blood began to seep. Hold on, Wang Cheng, you can do it, he urged himself in his mind. As time progressed, his consciousness began to wane, yet his will remained unyielding. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, the power within him suddenly became docile, beginning to merge harmoniously with his being. Wang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, discovering that his body emanated a layer of black luminescence, while the energy around him was incessantly drawn into his being. Is this the power of the law of devouring? As he sensed the transformation within himself, his heart brimmed with astonishment. He attempted to gently throw a punch, and the surrounding air was instantaneously compressed, resulting in a resounding explosion. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of his power. At that moment, he could distinctly feel the continuous influx of energy converging towards him, rapidly absorbed by his body. Wang Cheng raised his hands with exuberance as brilliance flickered within his palms. With this devouring principle, I possess the strength to contend even against angels. His eyes blazed with fervent determination, as if he could already envision himself locked in fierce combat with celestial beings. Without hesitation, he resolved to take action. Wang Qing arrived in the realm of destruction with a swift teleportation. Ah, a rare visitor. What brings you to my domain today? Young Wang Qing? Beerus inquired, reclining leisurely in a nearby rocking chair. Wang Qing crossed his arms, exuding confidence. Lord Beerus, I've recently made some minor advancements in my strength, and I wish to spar with you. Upon hearing this, Beerus nearly toppled from his chair, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Wang Qing. What? It's only been half a year, and you believe you can defeat me? Wang Qing's lips curled into a smile. Lord Beerus, do not speak too confidently. Should I emerge victorious, I hope you will not find yourself in an awkward position. Beerus, hands on his hips, erupted into laughter. You think you can defeat me? Such delusions are laughable. Come, allow this deity to teach you a lesson and demonstrate the true nature of disparity. Wang Qing ceased his idle chatter, his figure flickering as he dashed towards Beerus. Unperturbed, Beerus casually waved his hand, yet he was taken aback when Wang Qing deftly sidestepped the attack and, in a seamless motion, delivered a light tap upon Beerus's back. Startled, Beerus turned, glaring with irritation. You possess a certain skill, young one. With a cheerful grin, Wang Qing exclaimed, Lord Beerus, this is merely the beginning. No sooner had his words left his lips than a formidable aura erupted from his being, causing the surrounding space to tremble ever so slightly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Beerus, his figure akin to a flash of lightnings, with a fist accompanied by a howling wind hurtling towards him. Seeing this, Beerus swiftly raised his arm to block, yet at the very moment of contact, a peculiar force emanated from Wang Qing's fist, producing an enigmatic suction that caused Beerus to feel as though the energy in his arm was being voraciously consumed by Wang Qing. What an astonishing ability! Beerus's expression changed dramatically as he hastily withdrew, simultaneously unleashing a ki blast towards Wang Qing. Wang Qing neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the energy wave to strike him directly. The instant the wave made contact with his body, it shimmered with light, the energy being incessantly devoured by Wang Qing. How could this be possible? Beerus's eyes widened, his expression one of utter disbelief. Beside him, Whis was equally astonished, his mouth agape. It was truly unprecedented that Wang Qing could consume energy. Wang Qing seized the moment to pursue relentlessly, each strike accompanied by a formidable power of devouring, leaving Beerus struggling to cope. Lord Beerus, brace yourself for this move. Wang Qing bellowed, his fists radiating an increasingly brilliant light, and the force of devouring grew ever stronger. Beerus gritted his teeth, once again summoning all his strength to resist. Yet his energy continued to be consumed by Wang Qing. What manner of creature is this? Beerus silently lamented. Meanwhile, Wang Qing grew ever bolder in battle, the energy he absorbed amplifying his momentum to an seemingly unstoppable crescendo. Each of his attacks surged with incredible force, forcing Beerus to evade and defend continuously. Wang Qing's speed escalated, his figure flitting like a specter, making it difficult for Beerus to anticipate his movements. Lord Beerus, today you are destined to fall at my hands. Wang Qing declared loudly, his voice brimming with confidence and authority. Beerus panted heavily, anxiety gnawing at him. This fellow's abilities are too peculiar. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. In an instant of distraction, Wang Qing launched another rapid assault. His fist struck like a bolt of lightning, directly aimed at Beerus's chest. Caught off guard, Beerus was heavily impacted by the blow. However, as Wang Qing's fist made contact with Beerus's body, his devouring powers surged wildly, and the energy within Beerus poured into Wang Qing like a torrent breaching a dam. Ah! Beerus cried out in agony, his body trembling as his strength rapidly waned. Whis, observing from the sidelines, was left speechless, having never witnessed such a powerful and extraordinary ability. This Wang Qing emanates an aura of law. Could this bizarre devouring power be an expression of the law's might? Whis's mind was filled with confusion and astonishment. At that moment, Wang Qing radiated a dazzling light, having consumed a vast amount of Beerus's energy, resembling an invincible god of war. Beerus's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "You brat, do not be too arrogant. Witness my destructive energy." With that, he gathered a terrifying sphere of purple-black energy in his hands, warping the very fabric of space around him. Wang Qing, however, exhibited no fear. Rather, he revealed an expression of exhilaration. "Bring it on, Lord Beerus," he exclaimed. Beerus hurled the sphere of destructive energy towards Wang Qing with great force. As the energy surged forth, the very fabric of space shattered, resonating with a cacophony of thunderous roars. Wang Qing remained unperturbed, extending his hands forward. The formidable destructive energy, upon making contact with his palms, was unexpectedly devoured in an instant, as if it had vanished into the depths of the sea. This, How could this be possible? Beerus was astounded, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his signature destructive energy had been effortlessly neutralized by Wang Cheng. Meanwhile, Whis stood by, equally astonished, murmuring to himself, "This law of absorption is astonishingly powerful, capable of even consuming destructive energy, truly remarkable." Wang Cheng reveled in the newfound formidable power surging within him, erupting into laughter. "Lord Beerus, unleash whatever techniques you possess." Beerus gritted his teeth, once more channeling an even greater reservoir of destructive energy. Preparing to launch a new wave of assault. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his gaze brimmed with determination. "This time, I shall see how you can endure." The sphere of destructive energy, now even more colossal than before, emanated a cataclysmic aura that rendered the surrounding space unstable. Wang Cheng remained composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Lord Beerus, please, come at me." With a furious roar, Beerus propelled the immense sphere of destructive energy toward Wang Cheng. The energy orb howled through the air, leaving a trail of black fissures in the fabric of reality wherever it passed. Wang Cheng stood resolutely, arms outstretched in a gesture of welcome. The moment the energy sphere made contact with him, a mysterious radiance enveloped his entire being. Resembling a colossal vortex that voraciously consumed the destructive energy, Beerus widened his eyes, helplessly witnessing the gradual dissolution of his attack. No, this cannot be. In a frenzy, he intensified his energy output, yet he could not alter the inevitable fate of the destructive energy being devoured. "I refuse to believe this," Beerus roared, channeling every ounce of his strength into the sphere of destruction, his body trembling slightly, clearly exerting his utmost effort. However, Wang Cheng's absorbing force resembled an abyss. Regardless of the volume of destructive energy that surged forth, it was all indiscriminately assimilated. Beerus's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. What manner of sinister ability is this? Despair and resentment permeated Beerus's voice. Wang Cheng, however, wore a relaxed expression, even finding the leisure to jest. "Lord Beerus, perhaps you ought to conserve your strength." Yet, Beerus was unwilling to heed such advice, relentlessly channeling energy, though his aura began to wane. Beside him, Whis urgently called out, "Lord Beerus, please cease. If this continues, you will sustain injuries." But Beerus was ensnared in a frenzied obsession, incapable of absorbing such warnings. At that moment, Wang Cheng suddenly clasped his hands together, and the destructive energy that had been pouring in came to an abrupt halt, only to be met with a formidable force that rebounded back, hurtling towards Beerus. Beerus was struck by his own energy, propelled backward and crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling dust, Beerus struggled to rise, his body swaying, his eyes filled with exhaustion and disbelief. How could this be? Beerus's voice was weak and tremulous, devoid of his former authority. Wang Cheng slowly approached Beerus, a victorious smile gracing his face. "Lord Beerus, do you concede?" he inquired. Beerus clenched his teeth, attempting to muster the strength to rise and continue the battle. However, as soon as he moved, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, causing him to collapse once more. Whis hurried over to support Beerus. "My lord, you have exerted yourself to the utmost. Wang Cheng's abilities are exceedingly peculiar, and we must acknowledge his formidable strength," Whis advised. Beerus cast a fierce glare at Wang Cheng, ultimately bowing his head in resignation. "Very well. This time you have proven yourself, young man," Beerus remarked, his tone laced with reluctance yet tinged with a hint of respect. Wang Cheng slightly bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Beerus, for your graciousness." He then fed Beerus a mystical bean, and in an instant, Beerus was restored to his peak condition. Wang Cheng smiled and said, "Lord Beerus, shall we have another round?" Beerus glared with wide eyes and snorted, "What do you mean another round? Your bizarre abilities make it impossible to contend with you. It's nothing short of cheating." Wang Cheng spread his hands, an expression of innocence adorning his face as he remarked, "Lord Beerus, you cannot hold me accountable for this. Despite my abilities, I am unable to exert control." Beerus, incensed, felt his mustache bristle with ire, exclaiming, "You wretched fellow, how dare you argue? In all my years traversing the cosmos, I have never encountered such an unreasonable approach." Wang Cheng smiled cheerfully and said, "Lord Beerus, how about we forego the martial competition and engage in something else instead?" Beerus furrowed his brow and inquired, "What shall we compare?" Wang Cheng's eyes gleamed with a mischievous idea. "How about a contest to see who can consume the most delectable dishes?" Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Hmph. This god shall not be defeated." Whis, observing from the side, shook his head in exasperation. You two truly are a source of both laughter and tears. Beerus, dismissing the banter with a huff, urged, let us commence without further ado. As the competition began, Beerus devoured his food with a ferocity that left onlookers astounded. Wukong, unwilling to be outdone, matched his pace with hearty bites. In a short span, a substantial portion of the food before Beerus had vanished, and Wukong was not far behind. Whis, witnessing their fervent consumption, could not help but chuckle. This is hardly a contest. It resembles a frantic battle. With his mouth stuffed to the brim, Beerus mumbled indistinctly, this kid can certainly eat. Wukong swallowed a morsel of food and remarked, Lord Beerus, do not underestimate me. At that moment, Beerus suddenly let out a loud belch, his pace noticeably slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong quickened his own speed. Oh dear, this won't do. This won't do, Beerus exclaimed, patting his belly. Wukong chuckled with delight, proclaiming, Lord Beerus, it appears that this time victory is mine. Unbeknownst to Beerus, everything consumed would be devoured entirely. Beerus, with a sulky expression, retorted, Hmph, I shall certainly triumph over you next time. The three exchanged knowing smiles, and the realm of destruction was enveloped in a joyful atmosphere. Whis, with a gentle smile, remarked, all right. Your little competition has certainly added a touch of amusement to this realm of destruction. Suddenly, with a mischievous grin, Beerus said, I have a rather intriguing idea. Wukong and Whis gazed at him with curiosity. Wukong inquired, Lord Beerus, what are you contemplating? Beerus blinked, isn't Wukong one of my candidates? If we venture to challenge candidates from other universes, and should there be none, the god of destruction will personally take the stage. The mere thought of those lofty beings being thoroughly defeated by Wukong brings me immense joy. Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but then he smiled and remarked, what an exhilarating idea. Whis furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Lord Beerus, might this provoke discontent among the other universes? Beerus crossed his arms, his face ablaze with excitement, his body trembling with eagerness. What is there to fear? Those fellows are languid and lackadaisical in their strength. I am merely spurring them on. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation to embark on the adventure. Whis sighed helplessly, Lord Beerus, you are always so impulsive. But is this truly the right course of action? Wukong chimed in, Whis, Lord Beerus makes a valid point. Perhaps this could ignite the fighting spirit of the other universes. Have you forgotten what transpired last time? The foes we are destined to confront in the future are exceedingly formidable. Whis paused momentarily, a shadow of seriousness crossing his face. Indeed. The previous events have made us acutely aware of the lurking dangers. Observing this, Beerus seized the moment, exclaiming, precisely, Whis, we cannot afford to be passive. We must instill a sense of urgency in the other universes and compel them to bolster their strengths. Wukong nodded resolutely, his gaze unwavering. Moreover, through our encounters with other universes, we shall gain a deeper understanding of our own shortcomings, thus preparing ourselves more thoroughly for future battles. Whis fell silent for a moment, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, since you all are so insistent, I hope this venture truly unfolds as you wish. Beerus excitedly swung his fist. Indeed. Let us proceed to the sixth universe. The trio set forth towards the sixth universe. Along the way, Beerus began to envision the spectacle of Wukong overwhelming his opponents with ease, repeatedly exclaiming, ha ha. Once Wukong steps onto the stage, who can stand against him? Those fellows will undoubtedly be left in utter disarray. Meanwhile, Whis remained somewhat troubled, his brow furrowed as he sighed, and said, Lord Beerus, you ought to pray that this unauthorized excursion to another universe does not come to the attention of the Grand Minister or the Omni King, for even I would face consequences. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. What is there to fear? Once we have taught those beings from other universes a lesson and enhanced everyone's strength, perhaps the Omni King will even reward us. Whis shook his head helplessly. Lord Beerus, your optimism is boundless, but what if? There is no what if. Beerus interrupted Whis. Wukong, prepare to show the denizens of the sixth universe your true prowess. Wukong nodded solemnly, rest assured, Lord Beerus. As he spoke, the trio had already arrived above the realm of destruction in Universe 6. The god of destruction, Hmph, and Vados emerged slowly, their expressions filled with wariness as they regarded them. Skinny Bones, what are you up to? What brings you to our Universe 6? Beerus crossed his arms, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Hmph, there's no need to be so tense. I am here to assist you in enhancing your candidate's strength. Hmph scoffed dismissively, spare me your pretenses. Do you truly possess such goodwill? Furthermore, I am in my prime and have no intention of retiring or seeking a candidate. Vados quietly cautioned, Lord Kampa, be wary of deceit. Beerus, growing impatient, retorted, enough of the idle chatter. If there is no candidate, then you shall spar with Wang Cheng yourself. Kampa furrowed his brow. Humph, skinny bones, do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. You merely wish to showcase your candidate Wang Cheng's prowess. Beerus laughed heartily, and if that is the case, are you afraid? At that moment, Wang Cheng stepped forward and clasped his hands in respect. Lord Kampa, I humbly request your guidance. Kampa scrutinized Wang Cheng, calculating in his mind, and then, with a hint of trepidation, replied, the last time I faced you, you could already hold your own against me. Seeing Beerus so brazenly confident, I shall not accept this challenge. Upon hearing this, Beerus leaped up in disbelief. Kampa, you coward, do you dare not accept the duel? Kampa shot Beerus a glare. Do not provoke me. I will not fall for your trickery. This is clearly a trap, and I will not foolishly walk into it. Wang Cheng stepped forward and said, Lord Kampa, are you afraid? Kampa retorted defiantly, nonsense. How could I, Kampa, ever be afraid? I simply have no need to indulge in your futile antics. Beside them, Vados advised, Lord Kampa, perhaps you should reconsider, but Kampa interrupted, no, I have made my decision, and I will not accept. Beerus, arms crossed and smirking, remarked, Kampa, should you refuse today, you shall find it difficult to hold your head high before the gods in the future. Kampa's expression shifted, caught in a moment of hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Kampa declared, Hmph, if it comes to it, I shall come. Do not be arrogant, boy. Provoke me, and I shall unleash destructive energy upon you. Wang Cheng, undaunted, responded with a smile, Lord Kampa, let us reveal our true capabilities in this contest. Beerus, brimming with excitement, exclaimed from the sidelines, let the battle commence. Let us not squander any more time. Kampa's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he unleashed a formidable aura, causing the surrounding space to tremble under the weight of his power. Yet, in the face of Kampa's overwhelming pressure, Wang Cheng remained remarkably composed. He gracefully navigated through Kampa's onslaught, a faint, enigmatic smile lingering at the corner of his lips. Witnessing this, Kampa's fury intensified, prompting him to amplify his attacks, launching a tempest of energy techniques towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng merely raised his hand gently, effortlessly nullifying Xiangpa's repeated ferocious assaults. He even had the leisure to remark, Lord Xiangpa, your strength is rather unimpressive. This provoked Xiangpa, whose face flushed crimson with rage as he bellowed, you insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. At that moment, Xiangpa had completely lost his composure. He resolved to unleash his full power. With both hands, he summoned a terrifying sphere of destructive energy, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. Die! Xiangpa roared as he hurled this formidable force of destruction towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, however, remained unperturbed, extending his hands forward as he gradually absorbed the overwhelming destructive energy. Xiangpa stood there, utterly stunned, gazing at Wang Cheng, rendered speechless for a considerable time. How could this be possible? Regaining his composure, Xiangpa furiously exclaimed, Beerus, you scoundrel, how could you betray me? Vados also wore a face of astonishment, unable to fathom how Wang Cheng could so effortlessly counter Xiangpa's full-force strike, even absorbing his destructive energy. Meanwhile, Beerus chuckled heartily, remarking, Xiangpa, who is to blame for your lack of skill? Wang Cheng smiled and said, Lord Xiangpa, I concede. He expressed gratitude to the magical dragon who relished the shrimp and radish soup, and to the red wine and coffee enthusiast whose affection powered his endeavors. Chapter 95. The cosmic garrison Xiangpa, consumed by rage and humiliation, bellowed, This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. His body trembled slightly from his fury. Bardos quickly stepped forward, attempting to soothe Xiangpa. Lord Xiangpa, please remain calm. However, Xiangpa forcefully shoved Bardos aside, glaring at Wang Cheng and Beerus, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. You two have conspired against me. Wang Cheng spoke calmly. Xiangpa, this is merely a fair contest. How can there be any talk of schemes? Beerus continued to mock. Xiangpa, you simply cannot accept defeat. At this moment, Xiangpa's fury had reached its zenith, and he recklessly charged once more at Wang Cheng. Desperate for a final struggle, Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped, causing Kampa to miss his mark, and due to his excessive force, he nearly stumbled to the ground. Lord Kampa, perhaps you should remain composed, Wang Cheng suggested. Kampa, panting heavily, stood his ground, his eyes brimming with resentment and despair. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the heavens. Enough. The crowd looked up to see the figure of the Grand Priest gradually materialize. With a stoic expression, the Grand Priest addressed them, saying, "What manner of mischief is this?" Beerus and Hmph, alarmed, quickly lowered their heads in silence. The Grand Priest then turned his gaze upon Wang Cheng and remarked, "It has been a while. Your strength has significantly improved. The Dark Demon realm has been rather restless of late, but with myself and Lord Zeno overseeing matters, they have yet to overstep their bounds. However, there are still some minor nuisances. I entrust you to lead a team to address them." Wang Cheng solemnly nodded, assuring the esteemed High Priest, "Rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission." Meanwhile, Beerus interjected, "Wang Cheng, do not bring shame upon me." Wang Cheng smiled confidently, saying, "Lord Beerus, just wait and see." Whis remarked, "Wang Cheng, the beings from the Dark Demon realm are cunning and full of tricks. You must be cautious in your dealings with them." Wang Cheng replied, "Lord Whis, I shall proceed with utmost caution." The High Priest continued, "The Divine Realm has established a cosmic guard, originally intending for the destruction gods to partake. However, they have shown a lack of ambition. Some destruction gods have been surpassed in strength by mere mortals of their own universes. Therefore, I hereby appoint you, Wang Cheng, as the captain of the Cosmic Guard, granting you the authority to mobilize all personnel from the 12 non-destructive universes." Wang Cheng felt a profound sense of responsibility wash over him. He straightened his posture and solemnly declared, "Esteemed High Priest, I am truly grateful for your trust. I shall dedicate myself fully to this mission and shall not bring shame upon it." The High Priest nodded slightly, his gaze imbued with anticipation. "Wang Cheng, this appointment is critical to the safety of the entire universe. You must not take it lightly. The agents of destruction have grown complacent in their long-standing ease, while threats to the cosmos continue to escalate. I entrust this grave responsibility to you, hoping you will instill discipline within the ranks and lead the guard to protect the peace of the universe." Wang Cheng clenched his fists and responded resolutely, "I understand. Esteemed High Priest, I shall swiftly assemble a suitable team and formulate a rigorous training and operational plan." The High Priest nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. Remember, every action you take embodies the majesty and justice of the Divine Realm, so proceed with utmost caution." Wang Cheng nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed." In the wake of a radiant flash, the High Priest vanished. Once the High Priest departed, Wang Cheng turned to Hmph with a grave expression and declared, "Lord Hmph, in my capacity as the captain of the Universe Patrol, I must request the reassignment of Hit, Kale, and Caulifla to our ranks in order to uphold cosmic peace." Upon hearing this, Hmph's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "What? Wang Cheng, are you deliberately targeting me? Hit and the others are my most capable warriors. How can you simply reassign them at will?" Wang Cheng patiently elucidated, "Lord Hmph, this is for the safety of the entire universe, and not directed at you. Hit, Kale, and Caulifla possess remarkable strength and will undoubtedly play a crucial role in the defense force." Hmph retorted indignantly, "No, absolutely not. If anything were to happen in our sixth universe, must I, as the god of destruction, personally intervene?" Wang Cheng's gaze was resolute, unwavering in his stance. "Lord Hmph, this power has been bestowed upon me by the High Priest, and I hope for your cooperation." Hmph gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Yet, fully aware of the futility in defying the High Priest's decree, he reluctantly waved his hand. "Hmph, you are quite formidable. Take them away, but should any misfortune arise, I shall hold you accountable." Wang Cheng slightly bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your support and cooperation, Lord Hmph. It would be greatly appreciated if you could escort them to the God of Destruction realm of the 7th universe. Vados and I still need to make a trip to the 11th universe." Hmph snorted dismissively, I understand. Hurry up and leave. Do not linger before my eyes." Wang Cheng and Whis promptly made their way to the 11th universe. Upon their arrival, they found Waymide leisurely indulging in exquisite delicacies. Noticing their presence, Waymide set aside his food and, with a displeased expression, remarked, "Whis, what brings a human to my domain?" Whis smiled and replied, "Esteemed Waymide, Wang Cheng is no ordinary human. He is now the captain of the Universe Guard, personally appointed by the Grand Priest. He has come to discuss a matter of importance." Waymide furrowed his brow and said, "What is it? Speak quickly. Do not disturb my enjoyment of this feast." Wang Cheng took a step forward and said, "Master Waymay, we wish to take Jillian and Toopa with us." Master Waymay suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rose to his feet, and shouted, "Absolutely not. They are the pinnacle of combat power in my 11th universe. How could I possibly allow you to take them away?" Wang Cheng spoke leisurely, "Master Wei Mei. The threat from the Dark Demon Realm has grown increasingly dire. Jillian and Tuopu can play a more significant role within the Cosmic Guard, working together to safeguard the peace of the universe." Wei Mei crossed her arms and replied with a cold smirk, "Hmph, that sounds appealing. But why should I place my trust in you?" Wang Cheng remarked, "Esteemed Wei Mei, the current situation is dire. If we do not unite as one, each universe may well descend into peril." Wei Mei disdainfully replied, "Do not attempt to intimidate me with such threats. My 11th universe fears not the Dark Demon Realm." Wang Cheng's gaze hardened as he spoke. "Master Wei Mei, your obstinacy may very well bring calamity upon the 11th universe." Wei Mei, filled with fury, radiated a formidable aura and retorted, "You dare to threaten me? Boy, I am a god of destruction, under the jurisdiction of Lord Zeno. Your insolence today might warrant a beating, yet even the high priest cannot hold me accountable." Wang Cheng exhibited not a trace of fear, his aura simultaneously surging with intensity as he replied, "Dear Wei Mei, I harbor no intention of offense. My sole concern is the safety of the universe. Should you persist in this manner, let us settle this matter with our true capabilities." In a fit of rage, Wei Mei laughed derisively. "Very well, you audacious fool. Today, I shall demonstrate the formidable power of the God of Destruction." With that, Wei Mei unleashed a formidable wave of energy directed at Wang Cheng. Swiftly, Wang Cheng sidestepped, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Chapter 96. The terror of the angel. Wang Cheng appeared to nonchalantly respond to Wei Mei's onslaught, yet in truth, his devouring principle had subtly come into play. With each encounter with Wei Mei's energy, it was silently consumed by Wang Cheng. Wei Mei unleashed wave after wave of attacks, all of which Wang Cheng adeptly evaded, while gradually sensing a diminishing of his own strength, leaving him perplexed and increasingly agitated. "Damnable brat, do not grow too arrogant," Wei Mei roared, intensifying his assault. Wang Cheng remained effortlessly composed, occasionally counterattacking, rendering Wei Mei increasingly flustered. Despite Wei Mei's labored breaths from exertion, he was utterly unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon Wang Cheng. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated and summoned a surge of violet destructive energy. A sphere of annihilation-laden purple energy coalesced in Wei Mei's grasp, warping the surrounding space with its formidable presence. Die! Wei Mei hurled the destructive orb fiercely at Wang Cheng. However, to Wei Mei's astonishment, this powerful energy was gradually devoured by Wang Cheng as it approached, vanishing as if it were a drop of water in the ocean. Wei Mei's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Standing nearby, Makalita was equally stunned, covering her mouth in shock, and exclaimed, "My lord, this." Wang Cheng smiled faintly and said, "Delicious, my lord, perhaps it is time for you to concede." The face of Delicious flushed crimson as he bellowed, "How could I, the formidable god of destruction, ever surrender to you?" Yet, beneath his words, a palpable hint of panic and uncertainty lingered. Wang Cheng crossed his arms, exuding an air of casual confidence as he remarked, "Delicious, your strength wanes with each passing moment, while I grow ever more formidable. The outcome of this confrontation is all too apparent." Delicious, panting heavily, his eyes ablaze with resentment and fury, retorted, "You insolent brat. What sorcery have you employed to devour my energy?" Wang Cheng chuckled lightly, remarking, "This is no dark sorcery. It is merely a testament to your inferiority in strength." At that moment, Wei Mei was consumed by a sense of urgency, endeavoring once more to amass greater energy for an offensive. Yet, he soon discovered that no matter how fervently he tried, the energy he gathered dissipated swiftly, as if devoured by an insatiable black hole. Makalita, anxiously observing from the sidelines, exclaimed, "My lord, be cautious." Wei Mei gritted his teeth in frustration, yet found himself powerless, his body trembling slightly due to the significant loss of power. Wang Cheng gazed at the disheveled figure of Wei Mei and slowly spoke, "Lord Wei Mei, if you agree to let Jillian and Tuopu accompany me, this conflict may come to an end." Wei Mei found himself ensnared in a profound struggle. On one hand lay his dignity, while on the other loomed an insurmountable reality. Ultimately, he let out a deep sigh and remarked, very well, you may take them with you." Wang Cheng's face broke into a triumphant smile. "Thank you, Lord Wei Mei, for your sagacious choice." Wei Mei turned her head away, unwilling to cast another glance at Wang Cheng, whose hands were clenched tightly into fists, his body trembling slightly from anger and resentment. Margarita observed Wang Cheng's smug demeanor, and a spark ignited within her. Her round, glistening eyes widened like brass bells, and with a toss of her head, her twin ponytails swayed in unison as she indignantly shouted at Wang Cheng. "Hey, you arrogant fool! Do you truly believe that defeating Lord Weimei grants you the right to act so brazenly? Today, I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget." Wang Cheng frowned slightly as he gazed at the willful woman before him. Whis hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Sister, angels ought to remain impartial and should not partake in this conflict." Makalita, with her hands on her hips, let her temper flare in an instant, declaring loudly, "Impartial? You say? Nonsense. I care not for that. This arrogant fool, if I do not teach him a lesson, he will truly believe that the 11th universe is a place where he can act with impunity." With that, she darted forth like a flash of lightning, appearing before Wang Cheng in an instant. With a graceful sweep of her hand, a radiant beam of energy surged forth, piercing toward Wang Cheng like a gleaming sword. Wang Cheng was taken aback, swiftly sidestepping to evade the impending attack. Makalita, seizing the advantage, unleashed a torrent of energy with her hands, surging forth like a relentless tide. Each wave of energy bore an unimaginable might, causing the surrounding space to crackle under the immense pressure of her formidable power. Witnessing this, Wang Cheng understood that he could not remain passive. An intangible force emanated from him, attempting to engulf the energy that Margarita unleashed. However, the potency of Margarita's energy was overwhelming. While Wang Cheng's efforts to absorb it proved somewhat effective, a portion of the residual energy still inflicted harm upon him. Yet, where there is injury, there is also pain. The surging waves of energy relentlessly battered Wang Cheng's defenses, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge and sweat to cascade down like rain. Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng persevered, striving to amplify the power of his absorption technique in an attempt to diminish Margarita's assault. Nevertheless, Margarita's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious as she exclaimed, "Let us see how long you can endure." The brilliance of her energy intensified, resembling a multitude of resplendent stars descending upon Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng felt an increasing difficulty in breathing, as every ray of light struck against his defenses, causing his body to tremble violently. His eyes were bloodshot. Yet within his heart, the conviction to resist remained unwavering. The energy of Makalita seemed to manifest into a tangible form, intertwining beams of light coalescing into an immense web of energy that descended upon Wang Cheng. He exerted every ounce of strength to withstand it, but the overwhelming pressure caused his knees to buckle. "Humph, is this all you can muster?" Makalita's gaze was filled with disdain, her hands once again weaving through the air, summoning more energy that illuminated the entire space with its blinding brilliance. Wang Cheng felt as though he were ensnared in a vortex of energy, with the pressure surrounding him intensifying relentlessly. His devouring principle began to waver in its stability. At that moment, with a fierce roar, Wang Cheng unleashed the full extent of his energy, striving to break free from the terrifying constraints of this energy. However, Makalita's assault shadowed him closely, offering no respite whatsoever. Wang Cheng's body had reached its limits, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. Observing this, Margarita could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Wang Cheng could endure such a formidable assault. Still unwilling to concede, Margarita exclaimed in a delicate tone, her hands amplifying the output of energy once more. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and, with great difficulty, declared, "It will not be so easy to make me concede." His devouring law surged with fervor, causing subtle fluctuations in the surrounding energy. Marquita furrowed her brow, sensing signs of her energy being countered. However, she swiftly composed herself and intensified her assault. Wang Cheng's body was beset by immense agony, yet his resolve grew ever more resilient. Suddenly, he discerned a fleeting vulnerability in Makalita's onslaught and concentrated his devouring essence upon that singular point. With a thunderous crash, a fissure appeared in Makalita's energy web. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng broke free from his restraints and swiftly retreated, gasping for breath. A look of fury crossed Makalita's face. She had not anticipated that Wang Cheng could evade her assault. "Well done, young man. You possess some skill," she remarked, preparing to unleash a more formidable strike. At that critical moment, Whis dashed between the two, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Cease. Do not continue this fight." Makalita glared, her voice laced with ire as she retorted, "Whis, do you dare impede me? I shall deal with you as well." Her delicate features contorted with rage, her twin tails swaying violently with her emotions. Whis furrowed his brow and urged, "Sister Makalita, do not act rashly. Such altercations are devoid of purpose. Makalita paid him no heed, her fist clenched, energy flickering at her knuckles. Hmph, do not meddle in my affairs. Today, I shall teach this impudent fool a lesson. Whis stood firm in his position, his demeanor serious. Sister, do not forget the duties of an angel. We must remain neutral and composed. Makalita, seething with anger, retorted, neutrality? How can I tolerate such provocations against the dignity of Universe 11? Step aside. With that, she attempted to circumvent Whis and continue her assault on Wang Cheng. Whis swiftly interposed himself once more, stating, Sister, heed my counsel. If this continues, matters will only worsen. Makalita, consumed by fury, shouted, If you do not move. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The energy radiating from her intensified, igniting the very air around them. Yet Whis remained undeterred, resolutely asserting, Sister, please calm yourself. Wang Cheng has been appointed by our father. Do you not fear his wrath? At this, Makalita's form trembled slightly, her anger giving way to a moment of hesitation. But soon, she bit her lip defiantly and declared, What if he is appointed by father? His arrogance is intolerable to me. Whis, brow furrowed, continued to reason with her, Sister, our father's decisions carry profound significance. Wang Cheng's arrival serves the purpose of universal peace. We should not act impulsively. Makalita scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly. For the sake of universal peace? I believe he has come solely to provoke our Universe 11. With a resigned sigh, Whis remarked, Sister, Wang Cheng harbors no intentions of provocation. Rather, it is the esteemed Lord Wei Mei who has adopted an unyielding stance. After all, Wang Cheng has been personally appointed by our father as the captain of the Cosmic Patrol, endowed with the authority to command all cosmic personnel. He continued, The dark magic realm is already stirring, and if you observe the current destroyers, they are languishing in stagnation, lacking ambition. Wang Cheng's actions, in fact, serve a purpose. The destroyers, having been vanquished by mortals, ought to engage in some self-reflection. Do you not agree? Look at Lord Beerus, the mightiest among the 12 universes. Even he has felt the impact of Wang Cheng's prowess, prompting him to abandon idleness. His strength now approaches that of the angels. Margarita furrowed her brow and retorted, Even so, such behavior cannot be tolerated in our 11th universe. Whis patiently elucidated, Sister, this is not mere audacity. It is a form of motivation. Wang Cheng's emergence has instilled a sense of urgency among the complacent destroyers, which is beneficial for the equilibrium and advancement of the entire universe. Furthermore, in the face of the dark magic realm's threat, we must unite rather than engage in internal strife. Margarita fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Whis's words. Yet, with some reluctance, she replied, Even if your argument holds merit, it still places Lord Wei Mei in an awkward position. Whis gently shook his head, Sister. A fleeting moment of embarrassment can yield an enhancement of strength and the safety of the universe. Is that not worth it? Margarita bit her lip and finally conceded. Very well, I shall overlook it this time, but should Wang Cheng behave similarly again, I shall not be so easily forgiving. Whis smiled and nodded. It is reassuring that you can see reason. Margarita scoffed lightly, I hope this Wang Cheng truly proves to be as you claim, playing a significant role in countering the dark magic realm. Otherwise, I shall not let it slide. Whis reassured her, Rest assured, Sister, Wang Cheng's strength and determination are evident. I believe he will indeed make a difference. At that moment, Wang Cheng stepped forward and said, Miss Margarita, I apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. Please forgive me. Everything I have done is for the safety of the universe, and I harbor no intentions of disrespect. Margarita glanced at him and replied, I shall grant you this chance, but should you exhibit any misconduct in the future, I will not show you mercy. Wang Cheng solemnly nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Miss Makalita, I shall exercise caution in my words and actions, striving to meet everyone's expectations. Whis interjected, In that case, let us hasten to our urgent business and swiftly summon Jillian and Topper to confront the looming threat of the dark demon realm. Although Makalita felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, she understood that this was not the time for grievances, and thus she signaled to Jillian and Topper through her staff to come to the divine realm. Before long, Jillian and Topper arrived in haste. Jillian wore a serious expression, while Topper appeared puzzled. Topper spoke first, Lady Makalita, what is the urgent matter that required our presence? Makalita glanced at Wang Cheng and replied, The divine realm has established a cosmic guard, and Wang Cheng is the captain. He has come to recruit both of you to address the situation concerning the dark demon realm. Jillian nodded slightly. then turned his gaze to Wang Cheng, saying, "It has been a while, Wang Cheng. I can sense that you have grown even stronger since your time in the All-King Palace. Truly an exceptional talent." Wang Cheng smiled gently and replied, "Julian, it seems you have not been idle. Your prowess must have improved significantly." Julian, with a serene expression, responded, "Yet, in comparison to you, there may still be a gap. In our upcoming endeavor against the Dark Demon Realm, I will require your guidance." Wang Cheng solemnly stated, "If we unite our efforts, we shall surely overcome this unknown threat." To that, Hmph interjected, "Hmph, regardless of this so-called Dark Demon Realm, once Julian strikes, they shall return with naught but despair." Makalita cautioned, "Do not underestimate the enemy. The Dark Demon Realm is shrouded in mystery. What we have encountered thus far are merely pawns. The truly formidable beings are such that even we angels dare not let our guard down." Wang Cheng nodded gravely, acknowledging, "The miss with twin ponytails is indeed correct. We must not let our guard down even in the presence of mere underlings." Upon hearing Wang Cheng's address, Makalita frowned, her expression tinged with annoyance, and retorted, "What do you mean by miss with twin ponytails? Address me as Lady Makalita." Wang Cheng hastily replied, "Indeed, my apologies, Lady Makalita. It was a slip of the tongue on my part." Wang Cheng gazed solemnly at Margarita and Waymaida, saying, "Miss Margarita, Lord Waymaida, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in the 11th universe. The threat from the Dark Demon Realm looms ominously. I must return to the 7th universe with Jiren and Topo to prepare accordingly." Margarita frowned slightly and urged, "Hurry up." Jiren and Topo exchanged glances, bewildered. What has Wang Cheng done to provoke Lady Margarita? Wang Cheng, thank you, Evil Valley, for generating energy through love. Chapter 98, The Arrival of Ultraman Jack. Wang Cheng, accompanied by Jillian and Hmph, returned to Earth in the 7th universe. As soon as they landed, they were surrounded by Son Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Broly, Kale, Caulifla, Cell, and Hit. Son Wukong, with an expression of eager anticipation, exclaimed, "Wang Cheng, you have finally returned. I heard from Lord Beerus that a security team has been established. You must count me in." Wang Cheng nodded slightly, poised to respond, when suddenly Bulma rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency as she exclaimed, "Wang Cheng, it's terrible. My sister has returned and claims there is an emergency." Wang Cheng wore a perplexed expression and inquired, "Bulma's sister? How has she returned so unexpectedly?" Vegeta, crossing his arms, replied, "Let us first ascertain the situation." The group followed Wang Cheng to the location. Upon arrival, they beheld Bulma's sister, Tais, standing within the room, her demeanor grave, accompanied by an individual strikingly similar to Ultraman. Upon noticing the group, Tais hastily exclaimed, "Wang Cheng, trouble has arisen." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sister Tai, what on earth is happening?" Beside Tai, Ultraman Gak spoke up, "I am Gak from the Galactic Patrol. A terrifying individual has escaped from our galactic prison." Gak took a deep breath and continued, "This fugitive is named Moro, possessing exceedingly fearsome magical powers. His body appears as an inexhaustible source of magical energy, capable of continuously drawing in and releasing formidable strength. 10 million years ago, Moro was sealed and imprisoned by the Supreme Kai of the universe. Now he has escaped and allied himself with villains like Frieza. We are doomed." At this moment, Gak's face was etched with dread. Vegeta, unconcerned, retorted, "What is so terrifying about a being that even the Supreme Kai could defeat with half-hearted effort? As for that Frieza, I could obliterate him with a mere finger. You Ultraman are truly cowardly." Gak furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, "Mr. Vegeta, do not underestimate Moro. He was not defeated, but merely sealed with half of the Supreme Kai's divine power. After so much time, who knows how much malevolent energy he has absorbed in the galactic prison? His strength is vastly superior now. As for Frieza, he was rescued from the underworld by the Dark Demon Realm. He must have gained their power." Vegeta scoffed, "Hmph, spare me your alarmist talk. I am not afraid." Goku stepped forward and cautioned, "Vegeta, it is wise to remain vigilant and not underestimate our opponents." Vegeta shot a glance at Goku, saying, "Kakarot, do not raise other spirits at the expense of your own." Piccolo shook his head and remarked, "Vegeta, now is not the time for bravado. We must approach this situation with caution." Vegeta, exasperated, replied, I know, enough already." Wang Cheng pondered for a moment before stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must first prepare thoroughly and gain a clear understanding of our adversary before taking action." Carlifula concurred, "Wang Cheng is right. Blind arrogance is certainly not a virtue." Vegeta crossed his arms, falling silent, yet his eyes still radiated disdain. At this moment, the previously quiet Hit spoke up. No matter the enemy, prudence is never misplaced. Underestimating our opponents often leads us into unforeseen predicaments. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Hit, scoffing. "Hmph, you certainly have a lot to say." Goku quickly interjected. All right. Everyone, let us not bicker. We should focus on how to respond. Piccolo calmly analyzed. We need to send someone to gather more intelligence about Moro and the Dark Demon Realm. Knowing ourselves and our enemies will ensure our invincibility in battle. Jack immediately chimed in. Just now, Miru sent word that Moro and Frieza have gone to Namek, likely seeking the Dragon Balls to aid Moro's restoration. It is said that although Moro has escaped from prison, he has been sealed for 10 million years. He may wish for the eternal dragon to restore his youth. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Vegeta gritted his teeth, declaring, "We absolutely cannot allow them to succeed." Goku clenched his fists and said, "Then we must hasten our departure to Namek." Wang Chung spoke with a grave expression. Since this is the handiwork of the Dark Demon Realm, it is evident that it involves more than just Moro and Frieza. We cannot act as a unified front. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, you three shall proceed to Namek. I will be available to heal you at any moment, so do not hesitate. Goku grinned widely. Haha, with your assurance, we can charge in with confidence. Vegeta scoffed. Enough of the chatter, let's set off immediately. Without further delay, the three boarded the spacecraft of Jack and departed towards Namek. In the original narrative, Goku's maiden journey to Namek took merely a week. However, as a vessel of the Galactic Patrol, it should be swifter. Let us designate the travel time as a day. As the original text did not specify the speed, Wang Qing gazed at the crowd and proceeded to issue instructions. Shalu, take the Dragon Ball radar and search for the Dragon Balls. Wish for all members of our Cosmic Patrol to possess the ability to survive in the universe. His elder brother promptly seized the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma and soared into the sky. The others remained in place, awaiting further developments. I shall make a brief visit to the God of Destruction, Wang Qing declared before vanishing in an instant. In the realm of the God of Destruction, Beerus lounged lazily in his chair. Upon noticing Wang Qing's sudden arrival, he opened his eyes slightly and remarked, "Oh, what brings you here?" "Lord Beerus, where is Whis?" Wang Qing inquired. "It seems he has been summoned by the Grand Minister for a meeting at the King's palace. Do you require his assistance?" Beerus asked indifferently. "There is news from the Dark Demon Realm. The Galactic Patrol has just arrived on Earth, stating that Moro, who was imprisoned in the Galactic Prison, has been rescued by individuals from the Dark Demon Realm," Wang Qing said, his expression grave. "Yet, I cannot shake off an unsettling feeling." Beerus raised an eyebrow and questioned. "What kind of premonition?" Wang Qing furrowed his brow and replied, "Logically, I have sent Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo to Namek. The adversaries consist solely of Moro and Frieza. 1,000,000 years ago, even the Supreme Kai was capable of sealing Moro. Surely, Wukong and the others must be stronger than him now, and Frieza is even weaker. Nevertheless, an inexplicable unease lingers within me. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." Beerus, with his arms crossed, pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed. This situation is rather peculiar, yet I cannot discern the underlying reasons. If Whis were present, he might assist in uncovering the truth." Wang Qing let out a sigh, expressing his hopes that Wukong and the others could navigate the situation successfully. Beerus slightly tilted his head, remarking, "Hmph, if those three cannot handle such a trivial matter, it would be quite shameful." Wang Qing expressed his concerns, saying, "Though that may be the case, what if unforeseen circumstances arise?" Beerus interrupted him, "Stop indulging in such thoughts. Let us await the news." Wang Qing, with a heavy heart, nodded helplessly, yet his worries remained unabated. "Everyone, let us rally our fervent spirits and strive for prosperity. My heartfelt gratitude to you all. Love you dearly." Chapter 99, Golden Frieza. As the narrative unfolds, Goku and his companions have also arrived on Namek. The moment they touched down, Goku exclaimed with exhilaration, "Aha, we have finally arrived." Jack appeared visibly anxious, saying, "I will wait for you aboard the ship. My combat abilities are limited, and I fear I may hinder your efforts." Goku chuckled, "All right, just take care of yourself." Vegeta scoffed, "Coward." Piccolo shot Vegeta a glare, retorting, "Do not speak so. Everyone has their role to play." Jack offered an awkward smile, "Then I wish you all good fortune." Goku stretched his limbs, declaring, "All right. Let us set off." Vegeta was the first to dash in a particular direction, exclaiming, "Follow me." Goku and Piccolo swiftly followed, their figures quickly vanishing into the distance. Jack, watching them depart, took a deep breath and returned to the ship, silently praying for their safe return. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo scoured Namek for traces of Moro, their vigilance heightened by the eerie silence enveloping the planet. Suddenly, Piccolo halted, whispering, "Wait, I sense an ominous presence approaching." Before he could finish, a horde of bizarre creatures surged from all directions, surrounding them. Vegeta bellowed, "How dare these minions obstruct our path?" With that, he unleashed a formidable surge of energy, sending several monsters flying. Goku, undeterred, engaged in combat, swiftly dispatching the foes around them. Meanwhile, Piccolo maintained a calm vigilance, surveying their surroundings. After an intense skirmish, the creatures were finally vanquished. The trio pressed onward, soon arriving at a vast valley shrouded in thick mist, obscuring their view of what lay within. Piccolo cautiously advised, "Everyone, be on guard. There may be an ambush ahead." At that moment, Frieza's voice echoed from the valley. "Oh ho ho! Saiyan monkeys, you have finally arrived. Today shall mark your demise." Vegeta retorted sharply, "Frieza, you vile fiend. After being resurrected, you still dare to show your face? It seems fate has smiled upon me, granting this prince the privilege to end your life once more." Frieza's expression darkened as he sneered, "Vegeta, you presumptuous wild monkey, the times have changed. During my training in the Dark Demon Realm, I am no longer the boy I once was." Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "Frieza, you shameless scoundrel. Even if you have grown stronger, I will still make you regret the day you crossed me." Goku quickly interjected, "Vegeta, do not act rashly. First ascertain his strength." Frieza erupted into laughter, declaring, "Son Goku, spare me your pretenses. None of you shall leave here alive today." Piccolo, with a grave expression, cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. This fiend appears to have undergone considerable transformation." With a flourish of his hands, Frieza unleashed a formidable wave of energy that radiated outward. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, charged forward, challenging, "Let me witness the extent of your prowess." Kakarot, "And you green-skinned monster, stand aside. The vengeance of the Saiyans must be avenged by me, the Prince of Saiyans." Goku, exasperated, shouted, "Vegeta, do not be reckless." Piccolo furrowed his brow, remarking, "This fellow remains as obstinate as ever." Frieza, with a disdainful chuckle, taunted, "Vegeta, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Vegeta roared in response, "Enough with your drivel. Prepare to face my wrath." No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta, like a flash of lightning, launched his assault. His fists, propelled by a fierce gale, surged toward Frieza. Yet, Frieza effortlessly sidestepped the attack, a hint of scorn gracing his lips. The two engaged in a dance of offense and defense, initially merely gauging each other's strengths. Gradually, Vegeta's energy intensified, radiating a golden brilliance as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, both his speed and strength were markedly enhanced, each strike accompanied by a resounding whoosh. However, Frieza remained unfazed, skillfully parrying Vegeta's onslaught while occasionally retaliating, leaving Vegeta somewhat flustered. Frieza mocked, "Is this all you've got, Vegeta? The Saiyan monkey is merely mediocre." Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury, his rage amplifying his energy. He let out a thunderous roar, his golden aura deepening into a striking blue. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his newfound power causing the very air around him to feel dense. He charged at Frieza once more, this time with a fiercer and more relentless assault. Each punch carried the might to obliterate worlds, and Frieza finally ceased to take the battle lightly, now forced to respond earnestly. Vegeta's fists fell upon Frieza like a torrential downpour, compelling Frieza to defend and evade continuously. As he attacked, Vegeta bellowed, "Frieza, taste my might." Frieza began to feel the strain, astonished at the magnitude of Vegeta's power in this new form. The two distanced themselves, and with a scornful glance, Vegeta proclaimed, "Indeed, you have grown stronger, yet I am no longer the Vegeta of yore." Frieza, with a sinister grin, replied, "Do you truly believe this is my full strength?" As the words left his lips, a dazzling golden light enveloped Frieza, intensifying with each passing moment until his entire form was ensconced within its brilliance. His muscles swelled, bones creaking ominously, and his physique expanded. Amidst the golden radiance, Frieza's skin gleamed with a resplendent, golden hue, shining with an awe-inspiring luminescence. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, exuding boundless intent to kill and malevolence. As the light receded, a pure golden Frieza materialized before the onlookers. Frieza let out a triumphant laugh, proclaiming, "Ho ho ho! Allow me to grandly introduce my new form, Golden Frieza." Are you frightened, Vegeta? Vegeta scoffed in response, Hmph. It's merely a change of skin. What is there to be smug about? Frieza's expression darkened. You foolhardy wretch. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. With that, Frieza charged toward Vegeta again, his speed generating a violent gust of wind. Vegeta, undeterred, met him head-on. The two collided instantaneously, and the formidable energy released caused the ground around them to cave in, scattering debris in every direction. Frieza's assaults came like a tempest, while Vegeta gritted his teeth, laboriously fending them off. Goku shouted from the sidelines, Vegeta, hold on. Piccolo clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield, ever ready to assist. Vegeta mused to himself, this fiend's power has indeed increased significantly, but I shall not concede easily. He roared, unleashing an even greater force that temporarily repelled Frieza. Regaining his stance, Frieza sneered, Vegeta, how long can you endure? Vegeta retorted, until I vanquish you completely. Frieza launched another offensive, his punches and kicks striking like golden lightning, each blow imbued with tremendous might. Vegeta resisted valiantly, his body marred with numerous wounds, yet his gaze remained resolute. Vegeta, give up. You can never be my match. Frieza bellowed with arrogance. Vegeta spat defiantly, dream on, Frieza. Just then, the sky over Namek suddenly darkened. Not good. Piccolo exclaimed. Moro had successfully summoned the dragon, a curse. Frieza laughed triumphantly, ha ha ha. It seems Moro has succeeded. Now, I shall take care of all of you. The golden radiance enveloping Frieza abruptly transformed into a deep, ominous darkness, reminiscent of an endless abyss, swallowing the surrounding light with its sinister power. His muscles swelled further, veins protruding, each sinew seeming to harbor cataclysmic strength. His skin displayed an unsettling blend of black and gold, shimmering with an eerie glow, and the crimson light in his eyes intensified, instilling dread. Vegeta felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon him. He clenched his jaw, his aura surging violently, the blue light around him deepening and intensifying, akin to the vast expanse of the cosmic night sky. His hair grew longer and stood more erect, emanating a powerful wave of energy as he successfully transformed into his deep blue form. Goku, no longer hesitating, let out a mighty roar. Golden radiance erupted from within him, gradually shifting to a profound blue hue, his aura strong and steady as he too transformed into super blue and joined the fray. Piccolo took a deep breath. A mysterious glow enveloped his green skin, deepening until it became a vibrant super deep green, his physique growing taller and more robust, with well-defined muscles. The battle erupted instantaneously. Black Gold Frieza moved with astonishing speed, darting between the three like a wraith. His fists, charged with dark energy, delivered blows of immense power. Vegeta was the first to charge forward, engaging Frieza in direct combat. Their fists collided with a thunderous sound, the resulting energy shockwave fracturing the ground around them. Goku attacked from the side, delivering a kick toward Frieza, who evaded by sidestepping and countered with a sweep of his arm, unleashing a beam of dark energy aimed at Goku, who swiftly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo unleashed a formidable energy wave, but Frieza merely flicked his arm, dispersing the attack effortlessly. As the battle continued, the trio found themselves gradually on the defensive. Frieza's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, leaving Vegeta and Goku with numerous wounds, while Piccolo gasped for breath. This was an untenable situation. Goku exclaimed. Vegeta gritted his teeth, saying, damn it, how can this guy be so powerful after turning black? Piccolo, panting heavily, insisted, we cannot give up. There must be a flaw. Frieza cackled wickedly, you shall simply accept your demise. With that, he launched another fierce assault. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and nodded in unison, unleashing a tremendous aura as they charged at Frieza. Frieza, with a disdainful smile, waved his hands, conjuring a dark energy barrier that blocked their attacks. The force of the collision sent Goku and Vegeta reeling backward. Seizing the moment, Piccolo concentrated and formed a massive energy sphere, hurling it toward Frieza. Frieza sidestepped, and the energy sphere detonated behind him, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As the dust settled, Frieza remained unscathed, sneering, is that all you've got? Vegeta roared in defiance. We haven't even begun to unleash our true power. Frieza crossed his arms, his expression one of utter contempt. Hmph, empty bravado won't save you. With that, Frieza vanished, reappearing before Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Goku hastily raised his arm to block but was pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. Vegeta seized the opportunity to attack from behind, but Frieza, seemingly aware of his movements, sidestepped and delivered a kick to Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Seeing this, Piccolo swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, and unleashed a green energy beam aimed directly at Frieza. Frieza remained calm, extending a hand to effortlessly grasp the energy beam, which he then crushed with force, causing it to dissipate instantly. So weak, so weak. He laughed maniacally. Goku gritted his teeth and charged once more, engaging in close combat with Frieza. Vegeta and Piccolo, unwilling to be outdone, flanked Goku to assist him. The intensity of their battle escalated, the collision of energies warping the very fabric of space around them. As Goku fought valiantly against Frieza, he shouted, "Piccolo, you must go. Return to find King Kai for assistance. Vegeta and I will hold him off." Piccolo hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Goku's resolute gaze, he understood that hesitation was not an option. "You must hold on," Piccolo cried, turning to fly towards the spaceship. Seeing this, Frieza attempted to intercept Piccolo, but Vegeta unleashed all his might, delivering a powerful punch towards Frieza, roaring, "Your opponent is us." Seizing the moment, Goku's aura transformed dramatically, enveloping him in a radiant white light. Ultra Instinct. Goku intoned, his speed and strength ascending to an entirely new realm. Frieza's expression shifted in surprise. He can still grow stronger. Yet, he quickly donned a scornful demeanor, exclaiming, "But before my black gold Frieza, you are all mere children." With that declaration, Frieza's dark energy surged once more, his hands moving rapidly to unleash streams of black energy towards Goku and Vegeta. Utilizing the acute perception granted by Ultra Instinct, Goku adeptly dodged the onslaught while closing in on Frieza, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, Vegeta valiantly defended against the energy beams, creating opportunities for Goku. "Hmph, don't waste your effort," Frieza roared, intensifying his assault. The battlefield was engulfed in overwhelming energy, radiance flashing as the ground trembled. Under Frieza's ferocious attacks, Goku and Vegeta bore more wounds, yet their gazes remained steadfast, showing no sign of retreat. "Even if it costs us our lives, we shall not let you succeed," Vegeta declared through gritted teeth. Goku echoed his sentiment, "Indeed, we must hold out until Piccolo returns." King Kai, observing from the God of Destruction realm, had brought the Kaishin with him, using his crystal ball to monitor Goku and the others. He noted that Goku and Vegeta's energy levels were rapidly depleting. Ding. Congratulations, the host randomly stole 200 trillion battle power from Goku and Vegeta. At that moment on Namek, Goku and Vegeta felt their stamina and injuries miraculously mend. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, "Did King Kai intervene?" Goku's eyes sparkled with admiration to achieve this from such a distance. "King Kai is truly remarkable. Let us all move our little hands and generate some love. Thank you all. I love you." Chapter 101. The Might of Black Gold Frieza. With that, Goku and Vegeta once again charged towards Frieza. Goku's fists and feet moved like a tempest, each strike imbued with the finesse of his ultimate mastery. His form flickered unpredictably, his speed dazzling to behold, fists whistling through the air as they relentlessly pounded towards Frieza. Vegeta, meanwhile, unleashed his full potential, a radiant blue energy enveloping his being, his gaze filled with unwavering determination and resolve. Each punch was accompanied by a roar, as if he sought to expel all the fury within him. Nevertheless, Black Gold Frieza remained unfazed. He effortlessly evaded Goku's assaults while raising a hand to block Vegeta's powerful blows, a hint of disdain curling upon his lips. "With such feeble attempts, do you think you can defeat me? How absurd," Frieza mocked. Gritting his teeth, Goku accelerated his assault, his fists and feet striking towards Frieza like phantoms. Yet, Frieza merely sidestepped, evading the barrage of Goku's attacks, and delivered a swift kick to Goku's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. "Son Goku, your so-called ultimate mastery is nothing but a farce," Frieza jeered. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta charged forward, launching a flurry of strikes at Frieza. However, Frieza simply raised an arm, effortlessly blocking all of Vegeta's assaults. With eyes wide with fury, Vegeta exclaimed, "Frieza, do not revel in your arrogance." Frieza laughed heartily, fumed with anger, despair in vain. "Your struggles are utterly meaningless before me." With that, Frieza swept his hands, unleashing a torrent of formidable dark energy towards Goku and Vegeta. They hastily executed defensive maneuvers, striving to withstand the overwhelming force of the energy wave. Yet, the impact was too great, sending them reeling back several dozen meters. Before they could regain their footing, Black Gold Frieza surged forward like a specter. He delivered a vicious kick to Vegeta's chest, causing him to groan in agony, blood spilling from his mouth as his body shot away like a cannonball. "Vegeta!" Goku roared, charging at Frieza. Frieza sneered, pivoting to deliver a punch aimed at Goku. Goku quickly raised his arm to block, but the tremendous force left his arm tingling. Son Goku, do you truly believe you can save him? Frieza taunted, gritting his teeth. Goku retorted, Frieza, do not get too overconfident. Frieza launched another kick towards Goku, though he barely evaded it. Frieza exploited the opening and struck Goku with a powerful elbow to his back. Goku collapsed to the ground, pain etched across his face. Frieza approached the fallen Vegeta, placing a foot on his back. Vegeta, you repugnant Saiyan monkey, today marks your demise. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury and defiance as he struggled to lift his head, shouting, Frieza, you bastard, if you dare, kill me. Frieza chuckled coldly, Hmph, do you wish to die? It is not so simple, I shall slowly torment you, allowing you to savor the taste of despair. As he spoke, Frieza intensified the pressure beneath his feet, forcing Vegeta's body lower until cracks appeared in the ground. In the distance, Goku struggled to rise, shouting at Frieza, Frieza, release him. Frieza turned his gaze towards Goku, disdain evident in his voice as he replied, Son Goku, you cannot even save yourself, yet you wish to rescue him? Gritting his teeth, Goku charged forward once more. However, Frieza merely waved his arm, sending a wave of dark energy that sent Goku tumbling back. Goku fell heavily to the ground, his body battered and bruised, yet his gaze remained resolute. Vegeta, panting heavily, shouted, Kakarot, do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once. Go back and find the king. Goku yelled back, No, Vegeta, we shall fight together. Frieza mocked them, how touching. Yet this changes nothing. You shall both perish here. With bloodshot eyes, Vegeta struggled against Frieza's oppressive grip. Kakarot, do not make a futile sacrifice. You must leave. Clenching his fists tightly, Goku's body trembled with rage. I will not abandon you to flee alone. Frieza's smile grew increasingly sinister. Then you shall both die together. As he raised his other foot, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta, at that critical moment, both Vegeta and Goku instantaneously regained their strength. In the realm of destruction, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host has randomly acquired 150 trillion battle power from Son Goku and Vegeta. It seems reinforcements must be dispatched. Black Gold Frieza is formidable. I shall send Jiren and Broly. After all, there is still a Moro to contend with. Wang Chung murmured to himself. In an instant, Wang Chung teleported back to Earth, presenting Jiren with a handful of mystical beans, approximately 40 or 50 in number, before teleporting himself and Broly to planet Namek. Why did Wang Chung refrain from intervening? Once he did, the conflict would swiftly reach its conclusion. Much like in the original narrative, where Beerus abstained from action, fearing it would compromise the unfolding story. Meanwhile, on another front, Frieza was perplexed. His blood-red eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings with apprehension. His gaze pierced through every corner like a blade, missing not a single subtle movement. What was happening? How could this be possible? Frieza murmured to himself, his voice laced with confusion and unease. His brow furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced crease, despite the absence of any others. How could the two of them suddenly regain their strength? Was there some enigmatic force aiding them from the shadows? As Frieza pondered, he spun around incessantly, attempting to identify the potential hidden ally. Anxiety flickered in his eyes, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. What was the meaning of this? This situation, beyond my control, must not be permitted to unfold. Frieza mentally roared, his emotions a tumultuous blend of rage and bewilderment, exacerbating his volatility. Could it be that they possessed some extraordinary ability or technique? His gaze returned to Vegeta and Goku, scrutinizing their every movement and expression in search of answers. Yet, no matter how he contemplated or observed, he could not fathom the perplexing scene before him. This unfamiliarity instilled in Frieza an unprecedented sense of fear and threat. At that moment, the once arrogant and triumphant Frieza was stripped of his bravado, replaced by profound confusion and dread of the unknown. However, Frieza quickly suppressed his inner terror, adopting a combative stance once more, bellowing, no matter what, I will completely vanquish you. Vegeta scoffed, Frieza, today marks your demise. With that, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Frieza in an instant, his fist charged with immense power, striking towards his foe. Frieza dodged to the side, retaliating with a punch of his own. Their fists collided once more, the resulting energy clash distorting the surrounding space momentarily. Nevertheless, despite Goku and Vegeta pouring their utmost strength into the battle, they gradually found themselves overpowered by Frieza. The Black Gold Friezas might seem boundless, each attack bore catastrophic potential. Just as Vegeta and Goku faced dire straits, Jiren and Broly arrived just in time. Upon Jiren's arrival, he emanated a potent and commanding aura, his form like lightning as he surged toward Frieza. The wind of his fists howling. Broly roared, his muscles bulging as he unleashed a wild ferocity, joining the fray. The four united their efforts, launching a comprehensive assault on Frieza, who began to falter under the onslaught. Just when victory appeared imminent, however, the ominous figure of Moro suddenly emerged. He hovered in the air, emanating an aura of malevolence and mystery, a mocking smile gracing his face. Frieza, why have you yet to eliminate these bothersome pests? Did you not claim that you are now invincible in the universe? Everyone, lend a hand and ignite your passion. I am eternally grateful. Love you all. Chapter 102. The terrifying power of Moro. Frieza glared in fury. Come and try. All you do is speak empty words. Moro chuckled disdainfully, gradually extending his palm. And a tremendous force of attraction erupted instantaneously, drawing the energy from the surrounding planets toward him like a relentless tide. His body shimmered with an eerie glow as his power surged. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, feeling the oppressive dread emanating from Moro. In an instant, he appeared before Goku with astonishing speed, leaving all in awe. Goku hastily threw a punch in defense, only to realize that his strength seemed to be devoured by Moro, rendering him feeble and powerless. Vegeta, witnessing this, roared and charged forward in an attempt to rescue him, but was effortlessly sent flying by a mere wave of Moro's arm. Struck by an overwhelming force, Jiren and Broly, refusing to be outdone, simultaneously unleashed their most formidable attacks. Yet, Moro merely smiled, enveloped in a layer of mysterious light, completely replicating their assaults and returning them with even greater ferocity. The four were stunned by Moro's immense power. They had never faced such an insurmountable foe. Moro launched another offensive, his hands weaving as countless orbs of dark energy hurtled toward them. They desperately dodged and defended, but were still battered by the explosions, leaving them bruised and battered. Ha 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 ha. Before me, Moro, you are all but insignificant ants. He cackled, intensifying his onslaught. His eyes glimmered with a strange crimson light, and with a flourish of his hands, a torrent of energy surged toward the four. In a flash, Moro appeared directly before Broly, his speed rendering any reaction futile. With a claw-like hand, he seized Broly's throat with an iron grip. Broly struggled fiercely, desperately attempting to break free, yet Moro's strength was insurmountable, leaving him utterly immobilized. Hmph. Allow me to replicate your powers. Moro sneered, and an unusual light streamed from his palm into Broly's body, swiftly siphoning away all of Broly's abilities. Seeing this, Jiren quickly unleashed a powerful energy wave in an attempt to thwart Moro. Unfazed, Moro opened his mouth and devoured the energy wave, wearing an expression of delight. This feeble attack is utterly ineffective against me, Moro boasted arrogantly. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, then launched a combined assault with all their might. But Moro waved his hands, and a formidable force erupted from within them, causing them to collapse to the ground, pale-faced, as their energy was drained by Moro. At that moment, Moro turned his gaze toward Frieza, declaring, Frieza, let you two experience my power. As he spoke, he transferred a portion of his energy to Frieza. Enveloped by the immense power, Frieza let out a pained roar, and his aura surged, restoring him to his peak condition, even surpassing it. Haha. This power is simply magnificent, Frieza exclaimed with exhilaration. Moro sneered, after being enhanced by that master from the Dark Demon realm. I believe I could defeat 100 of my former selves from 1,000,000 years ago. You lot stand no chance whatsoever. Goku struggled to rise from the ground, gritting his teeth as he declared, even so, we will not yield. Vegeta also fought to stand, glaring defiantly at Moro and Frieza. Defeating us will not be so easy. His eyes burned with indomitable fury, wounds reopening and bleeding from his vigorous movements, yet he remained undeterred. Hmph, Moro, and you too, Frieza. Do not think that this will compel us to submit, Vegeta shouted, his voice brimming with resolve and determination. Moro cast a disdainful glance at him. You foolish creature. Do you truly believe your meager resistance holds any significance? Vegeta retorted with a cold sneer. Even if it means death, I will take you down with me. Frieza. With a mocking tone, said Vegeta, stop pretending to be strong, accept your fate. His slanted eyes narrowed into a slit, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. Do you truly think that in your current state, you can stir up any storm? Your futile struggles will only serve to heighten your disgrace and defeat. Vegeta glared fiercely at Frieza, his teeth grinding audibly. You shameless fiend, every word that escapes your lips disgusts me. Not even with my last breath will I bow to you. Frieza crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, your foolish arrogance will only hasten your demise. Look at your current state, like a lost dog, still trying to bluff. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins. Frieza, I shall make you pay for your arrogance. He gathered all his strength once more, preparing to charge at Frieza. A radiant blue light emanated from his body, flickering with electric currents. Every muscle tensed as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Vegeta had once again transcended his limits. Even if I perish today, I will take you down with me. He roared, his legs propelling him forward, shattering the ground beneath him as he surged towards Frieza like a cannonball. Frieza merely scoffed. You overestimate your abilities. He casually raised one hand, gathering a sphere of dark energy in his palm, bracing himself for Vegeta's impending assault. Just as Vegeta was about to collide with Frieza, Goku suddenly appeared at his side, exclaiming, Vegeta, wait. Let us unite. Vegeta paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Together, they advanced side by side, their radiant energies merging into a formidable force that surged towards Frieza. This combined power shone brilliantly, akin to a blazing sun, warping the very fabric of space around it into a distorted haze. Observing this, Frieza's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He swiftly maneuvered his hands, conjuring a solid barrier of dark energy before him. The clash of their combined assault against Frieza's energy shield erupted with a deafening roar. The immense shockwaves radiated outward, leveling the surrounding peaks while the ground fissured into deep chasms. Gritting their teeth, Vegeta and Goku relentlessly channeled their strength into the attack, their brilliance intensifying as they gradually overpowered Frieza's dark energy. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Frieza's brow. He had not anticipated that their alliance could unleash such terrifying power. Breakthrough! Goku and Vegeta shouted in unison, the united luminescence piercing through Frieza's energy barrier. Hurtling towards him, Frieza's eyes widened in terror, and he attempted to evade, but it was already too late. In that critical moment, Moro intervened, launching a beam of black energy towards Goku and Vegeta, forcing them to abandon their assault on Frieza and turn to counter Moro's ambush. Damn it! Vegeta glared at Moro, exclaiming, I knew you would meddle. Moro chuckled ominously, stating, Did you truly believe you could vanquish Frieza so easily? How naive. Meanwhile, Frieza seized the opportunity to catch his breath, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. Goku, regarding both Moro and Frieza, declared resolutely, No matter what, we will not retreat. Vegeta echoed, Indeed, today we shall utterly defeat you. Everyone, lend a hand and show your support. Chapter 103, Deep Blue Gogeta. Frieza, Moro, your malevolence ends here. Vegeta clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening with intensity. I, Vegeta, vow by the honor of the Saiyans that you shall pay dearly for your transgressions. His aura surged once more, the powerful energy waves igniting the air around him. Moro scoffed, Such arrogance. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? Vegeta retorted fiercely. You will find out soon enough. With that, he vanished in a flash, dashing towards Moro like a wraith. Moro's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of black energy. Vegeta sidestepped, instantly appearing behind Moro, delivering a swift kick. Moro, quick to react, turned and blocked the strike with his arm. Simultaneously, Goku rejoined the fray, coordinating with Vegeta to unleash a fresh wave of fierce assaults against Moro and Frieza. After consuming the Senzu beans, Broly and Jiren swiftly entered the battle. Broly resembled a raging beast. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him, his muscles bulging with astonishing power as he launched a devastating punch at Frieza. Frieza evaded with a sidestep, countering with a sweep of dark energy that struck Broly's back. Broly roared in fury, refusing to retreat. Instead, he charged at Frieza with even greater ferocity, gripping Frieza's arm tightly in an attempt to wrench it apart. Jiren, like a specter, appeared behind Moro in an instant, delivering a powerful kick imbued with immense energy. Unperturbed, Moro turned and caught the kick with his palm, tossing Jiren away with a flick of his wrist. Goku executed the Ultra Instinct technique, moving with the swiftness of lightning, relentlessly attacking Moro and Frieza. His punches and kicks fell like a tempest, each strike imbued with a fierce momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta gathered energy and unleashed a blue energy beam directly at Frieza. Crossing his arms, Frieza braced himself against the attack, though he was still forced back several steps. Amidst the chaos of battle, Moro unleashed a torrent of black energy, enveloping Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Jiren within a swirling vortex. The force struggled valiantly within the vortex, striving to break free from its formidable binding force. Ha! Is this all you are capable of? Moro cackled, intensifying his energy output. Frieza seized the moment to attack, sending dark energy beams toward the four ensnared within the vortex. Gritting his teeth, Goku radiated a brilliant light, ultimately breaking through the energy vortex. He swiftly charged at Frieza, engaging him in close combat. Vegeta, Broly, and Jiren also shook off their constraints, launching renewed assaults against Moro and Frieza. However, the overwhelming strength of Frieza and Moro turned every counterattack into a dire predicament for the four warriors. The battle escalated, causing the very fabric of space to tremble under the powerful energy surges. Blinding light flickered incessantly, accompanied by deafening roars. Moro's hands danced as dark energy surged forth like a massive tide, tearing the space around him with gaping black fissures. Goku darted like lightning through the torrent of energy, seeking a weakness in Moro's defenses. Yet, Moro's assaults formed an impenetrable net, making it difficult for Goku to close in. Vegeta's eyes burned crimson as he channeled all his strength into his fists, each swing imbued with cataclysmic force. Yet, Frieza always managed to deftly evade his attacks, countering with strikes that left Vegeta on the defensive. Broly roared, his body seemingly ablaze, with powerful energy fluctuations turning everything around him to ashes. However, Moro merely waved his hand lightly, sending Broly hurtling backward, crashing heavily into a distant peak, which instantly crumbled. Jiren's brow furrowed, his gaze revealing an unwavering determination. He unleashed a mysterious martial technique, creating countless phantoms around him, attempting to confound Moro and Frieza. Yet, Moro chuckled coldly as a powerful energy wave pierced through the illusions, striking Jiren squarely in the chest, causing him to spit blood and kneel on one knee. Ha ha ha, you cannot defeat us. Moro laughed triumphantly. Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, I will never give up until the last moment. Broly bellowed, Kakarot, you and Vegeta should fuse. I will hold them off with Jiren for a while. After fusing, we should be able to conquer them. Broly's voice thundered like a storm, vibrating the air around him. His eyes widened, muscles taut, each fiber seemingly imbued with boundless strength. I am ready. Even if it costs my life, I will buy you time. Broly's aura surged once more, the immense energy rippling through the surrounding space, causing it to distort. Jiren nodded slightly, his expression resolute, stating, do not worry. We shall not allow them to easily disrupt your fusion. He clasped his hands together, a potent and mysterious force gathering in his palms, preparing for the impending fierce battle. Goku glanced at Vegeta, who, gritting his teeth, said, at this point, we have no choice. Goku and Vegeta quickly positioned themselves together, initiating the fusion process. Meanwhile, Frieza and Moro sensed their intentions and rushed forth to intervene. Not so fast. Broly shouted, standing like a towering mountain before them. He unleashed a powerful punch, propelled by raging strength, aimed directly at Frieza. Frieza sidestepped, only to be struck by an energy beam emitted by Jiren, momentarily halting his movement. Moro bellowed, get out of my way. He thrust both hands forward, unleashing a torrent of dark energy towards Broly and Jiren. Unyielding, Broly and Jiren simultaneously exerted their strength, employing their most formidable techniques to counter the dark energy wave. In an instant, light clashed, energy surged, and chaos enveloped the battlefield. On the other side, as the brilliance flashed, the fusion was successful and Vegito made his entrance. Vegito's overwhelming aura instantly filled the air, his commanding power leaving everyone in awe. He radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if a divine warrior had descended from the depths of the cosmos. Without hesitation, Vegito transformed instantly into his deep blue state. Enveloped in a profound blue light, the powerful energy fluctuations causing the surrounding space to resonate with a low hum. Vegito struck first, his figure flickering as he appeared before Black Frieza. Before Black Frieza could react, Vegito's fist shot forth like a cannonball, delivering a direct blow to Black Frieza's abdomen. Black Gold Frieza bent over in agony, blood spewing from his mouth. In swift retaliation, Gogeta delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's chin, sending him soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Moro attempted a sneak attack from behind, yet Gogeta evaded the strike as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head. Just as Black Gold Frieza descended from the sky, Gogeta teleported beneath him, landing an uppercut that propelled Frieza back into the heights. Subsequently, Gogeta clasped his hands together, concentrating a massive energy sphere, which he hurled towards Black Gold Frieza. Boom! The energy sphere detonated upon impact, scorching Frieza's body before he crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, Jiren and Broly consumed senzu beans, regaining their stamina and energy to join the fray. Jiren moved with the swiftness of lightning, appearing instantly before Frieza and unleashing a barrage of ferocious strikes, intent on exploiting his adversary's weakened state. Chapter 104. Sailing with the Wind. Jiren's fists fell like a tempest, each blow imbued with a fierce gale that left Frieza defenseless. Frieza could only desperately shield his head with his arms, but Jiren's relentless onslaught shattered his defenses. Bang! 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 Jiren's fist rained down upon Frieza, producing dull thuds as Frieza's body trembled like a leaf in the wind. In that moment, Broly charged into the fray, his massive form exuding an unparalleled aura, causing the ground to tremble beneath his every step. Frieza, meet your demise, Broly roared, his fists akin to colossal hammers as he struck down upon Frieza, fresh from enduring Jiren's assault. Frieza barely had time to catch his breath before Broly's tremendous punch collided with him, sending his body hurtling through the air in a graceful arc. However, Broly and Jiren were relentless. Jiren swiftly repositioned himself to intercept Frieza as he was about to land, delivering a powerful kick that sent Frieza soaring once more. Broly then leaped high into the air, his fists raised and ready to deliver a crushing blow to Frieza. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Frieza was driven into the ground, creating a massive crater. Dust billowed into the air, and surrounding rocks shattered under the force. After landing, Broly immediately seized Frieza by the ankle, yanking him from the pit and swinging him through the air like a whip. Meanwhile, Jiren continuously unleashed energy beams, each one striking true against Frieza's battered form. Frieza held in torment, his once impenetrable black and gold armor now in tatters, blood gushing from his wounds. You wretched scoundrels! Frieza managed to roar, though his voice was now feeble and devoid of strength. Broly and Jiren paid no heed to his cries, persisting in their relentless assault. As Broly swung his fists, he exclaimed, "This guy can really take a beating. Even like this, he still hasn't fallen." Jiren's relentless assault continued unabated, responding, "But it won't last much longer. Let's put in more effort." Broly's fists descended upon Frieza like meteors, each strike infused with his fury. Hmph. Let's see how long he can remain arrogant. Jiren's palm strikes were sharp and precise, landing squarely on Frieza's vital points. Even if he can endure, there is a limit. Under the relentless barrage from the two, Frieza's body trembled violently, blood spilling from his mouth, yet his eyes, filled with hatred, remained fixed on Broly and Jiren. With a powerful kick, Broly sent Frieza flying several dozen meters, exclaiming, "I want to see just how much he can take." Struggling to rise from the ground, Frieza's lips dripped with blood, his gaze revealing a hint of despair, yet he still mustered the strength to shout, "Don't get too cocky." Ignoring his taunts, Broly appeared before him in an instant, lifting his foot once more to deliver an even fiercer blow. Frieza attempted to evade, but his injured body could not respond in time. Just as Broly's foot was about to descend, Moro suddenly appeared, blocking Frieza's path. "Enough," he declared, waving his hands, unleashing a surge of formidable dark energy toward Broly and Jiren. Just as this dark energy was about to strike, Gogeta arrived in the nick of time. His figure appeared like a bolt of blue lightning, standing before the two. "Moro, how dare you divert your attention to save Frieza while battling me?" Gogeta bellowed, his voice brimming with rage and disdain. The blue aura surrounding Gogeta surged dramatically, forming a powerful energy shield that withstood Moro's dark energy. The clash produced a violent explosion, radiating light as the surrounding space warped under the immense force. "How foolish!" Gogeta scoffed, his form flickering as he charged towards Moro. Moro's expression darkened, his hands moving swiftly to gather dark energy into a colossal black sphere before him. Undeterred, Gogeta's fist, imbued with boundless strength, struck the black sphere directly. With a thunderous roar, the sphere shattered into countless dark shards. Gogeta's momentum remained unyielding as he aimed directly for Moro's chest. Moro hastily sidestepped, but was still grazed by Gogeta's punch, causing him to stagger backward. "Today marks your end, Moro," Gogeta shouted, launching another ferocious onslaught. His fists and feet fell upon Moro like a tempest, leaving him no choice but to desperately defend and evade. Gogeta's speed reached its zenith, each punch delivering an oppressive weight. His left fist struck like a thunderbolt, forcefully aiming at Moro's abdomen. Just as Moro raised his hand to defend himself, Vegeto's right fist, delivered with a cunning angle, landed squarely on his cheek. Staggered by the blow, Moro struggled to regain his balance when Vegeto swept in with a powerful kick to his side. Moro let out a muffled groan, propelled away by the force of the impact. Vegeto swiftly pursued, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes in midair. Each of his kicks bore the weight of cataclysmic power, gradually shattering Moro's defenses under the onslaught. With a resounding thud, Vegeto's fist collided with Moro's chest, causing him to spew forth a stream of dark blood. His eyes filled with terror and despair. Vegeto offered no respite, seizing Moro by the shoulders and driving his knee into the villain's abdomen. Moro's face contorted in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. Is this all you can do? Vegito taunted, striking again, the wind from his punch howling as new wounds opened on Moro's body. Vegito's arrogant laughter echoed through the air. Moro, you are nothing but a disappointment. As he spoke, he deliberately slowed his assault, almost mocking the now defenseless Moro. With his arms crossed and a sneer upon his face, he declared, I expected more from you. It seems you are merely a fragile waste. Vegito even paused his attack, standing still as he beckoned Moro with a finger. Come on, rise and continue the fight. Don't lie there like a coward. With great difficulty, Moro attempted to rise. But just as he was on the brink of standing, Vegito kicked him down once more, laughing, I relish seeing you in such a pitiful state. At that moment, Vegito suddenly sensed an unusual shift within himself. The fusion power began to wane. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene. This is bad. The fusion time is up. Goku exclaimed anxiously. Vegeta glared at Goku in fury. It's your fault. If you hadn't been so reckless, we could have finished him earlier. Goku retorted defiantly. And what about you? You're no different. Vegeta shot back. You are the one leading the fusion. Seizing the opportunity, Moro struggled to his feet, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Your doom is at hand. Jiren and Broly quickly stepped forward, with Jiren urging, you two, hurry and continue the fusion. We will hold him off. Broly nodded in agreement. Stop hesitating, move quickly. Meanwhile, Frieza had reverted to his normal state, lying amidst the ruins, groaning weakly, damn it. This time I've truly met my match. Chapter 105, Dark Buu and Evil Energy Wave. As Goku and Vegeta prepared to fuse anew, just as the energy began to coalesce, a colossal rift suddenly tore through the sky. From within this fissure emanated a strange, purplish-black light, and soon after, two enormous figures emerged. Leading the charge was the Evil Energy Wave, his already formidable physique now appearing even more colossal and menacing. He was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, his skin reflecting a deep, somber hue as if steeped in endless darkness. His eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, exuding cruelty and malevolence. Following closely was Majin Buu, whose once pink form had transformed into an inky blackness. His rotund body seemed to harbor boundless evil power, each step causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath him. Gone was the innocent demeanor he once possessed, replaced by an aura of coldness and ruthlessness. Upon their arrival, they addressed Moro and Frieza with disdain. Pathetic fools. Were it not for your remaining usefulness, our esteemed master would not have sent us to rescue you. In their presence, Moro and Frieza appeared diminutive and subservient, with Frieza lowering his gaze, unable to meet their eyes. Moro, however, tried to maintain his composure, asserting, we have done our utmost. They are exceptionally formidable. Evil Aura scoffed, the black mist swirling around him. Spare us your excuses. If not for your potential utility, Hmph. Majin Buu grinned wickedly, urging, enough with the chatter. Let us dispatch them swiftly. As he spoke, a potent aura of oppression emanated from him, causing the air around them to feel as if it had solidified. Goku and Vegeta halted their fusion, eyeing these sudden adversaries with caution. The situation had evidently worsened, and Goku furrowed his brow. Vegeta clenched his teeth, declaring, no matter. We shall face them one at a time, or two at once. Evil Aura and Majin Buu exchanged glances before charging towards Goku and his allies, heralding an even more intense battle. Goku's group braced themselves, prepared to confront these unexpected foes. In an instant, Evil Aura materialized before Goku, launching a powerful punch imbued with dark energy. Goku swiftly raised his arm to defend, but was sent staggering back several paces from the force of the blow, his arm tingling with shock at the overwhelming strength of Evil Aura. Simultaneously, Majin Buu charged at Vegeta. Vegeta roared as he unleashed an energy wave. Yet Majin Buu did not evade. Instead, he absorbed the impact with his body. The energy wave exploded upon him, seeming to have no effect whatsoever. With a wicked grin, Majin Buu seized Vegeta by the shoulder and hurled him like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a substantial crater. Jiren and Broly rushed forward to assist. Jiren unleashed his formidable martial prowess against Evil Aura, who effortlessly dodged and retaliated with a kick to Jiren's abdomen, eliciting a grunt and a trickle of blood from his lips. Meanwhile, Broly charged at Majin Buu, swinging his massive fist with unyielding resolve. Majin Buu scoffed, easily catching Broly's punch before sending him hurtling backward with a flick of his wrist. Goku surged forward once more, his entire being ablaze with golden energy as he prepared to unleash his most powerful strike. With a mere flick of his hand, the malevolent energy effortlessly nullified Goku's assault and, in a seamless motion, struck Goku squarely in the chest. Goku felt several of his ribs crack, collapsing in agony onto the ground. Vegeta clawed his way out of the massive crater and charged once again at Majin Buu. As Majin Buu stomped down, Vegeta narrowly evaded, leaving a colossal footprint in the earth. Jiren attempted to launch a surprise attack from behind the malevolent energy, only to be detected and met with a swift kick to the chin, sending him soaring through the air. Broly roared in fury, charging at Majin Buu once more. But Buu waved his hands, enveloping Broly in a powerful shroud of dark energy, causing him to writhe in torment. The four warriors found themselves utterly powerless against the onslaught of Majin Buu and the malevolent energy, their bodies battered and bloodied. They were riddled with wounds, their breaths growing increasingly faint. "Huh, you think you can resist?" The malevolent energy taunted with a triumphant laugh. Majin Buu joined in with a sinister chuckle, intensifying his assault on Goku and the others. Goku struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from his lip, yet his eyes sparkled with unyielding determination. "I cannot fall here," he shouted, charging once more at the malevolent energy. With a cold smirk, the malevolent energy retorted, "Foolish creature." Raising his palm, a formidable surge of dark energy coalesced in his hand and was thrust towards Goku. Struck by this force, Goku was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Witnessing this, Vegeta bellowed in rage, "Kakarot." Ignoring all else, he surged towards the malevolent energy, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Yet, these feeble attempts were akin to a flickering candlelight before the malevolent energy, which effortlessly dispersed them. A swift punch landed on Vegeta's face, instantly swelling his cheek. Jiren and Broly, undeterred, exchanged a resolute glance and nodded in silent accord. Jiren unleashed his ultimate technique, radiating a blinding light, his overwhelming aura causing the very air to tremble. Broly entered a frenzied state, his form expanding, muscles bulging with a terrifying power. Together, they charged at Majin Buu, who merely smiled disdainfully. Joining his hands, he conjured a massive sphere of dark energy, casting it towards Jiren and Broly. The thunderous explosion echoed, engulfing Jiren and Broly within the radiant energy. As the brilliance faded, they lay battered upon the ground, their breaths nearly extinguished. Goku struggled to rise once more. Gazing at the malevolent energy and Majin Buu, a wave of despair washing over him, was there truly no way out? Fusion. We can only rely on fusion now, Goku exclaimed fervently. Jiren, gritting his teeth against the pain, retrieved several Senzu beans from his pocket, distributing them to Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Goku accepted a bean, swallowing it whole, and felt a surge of strength returning to him. He turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, we must succeed in our fusion this time." Vegeta clenched his teeth and replied, "Hmph, it seems we have no choice." The two began to assume their fusion stances, preparing for the amalgamation. Moro, witnessing this scene, shouted in panic, "Stop them quickly. We cannot allow their fusion to succeed." However, Majin Buu crossed his arms, wearing a disdainful expression, and remarked, "What can their fusion accomplish? It is merely a desperate struggle." The evil spirit wave followed suit with a cold laugh, "Let them fuse. I am curious to see how formidable they really are." As they dismissed the situation, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta commenced. A dazzling light emanated from their bodies as they gradually merged into one. As the brilliance began to recede, Gogeta emerged once again. Feeling the immense power within him, Gogeta's lips curled into a slight smile, and his eyes radiated confidence and authority. Without hesitation, he transformed into his deep blue form. Enveloped in a profound blue glow, the powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to resonate with a low hum. Gogeta bellowed, "Prepare to meet your doom, you fiends," and strode purposefully towards Moro and his companions. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, leaving deep footprints in his wake. His speed was astonishing, stirring up a whirlwind that sent debris and dust swirling around. Chapter 106. The terrifying chaos of battle. Gogeta launched the first attack, his form like lightning as he appeared before Majin Buu in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Majin Buu, quick to react, blocked the blow with his sturdy arm. Yet the force still pushed him back several steps. Taking advantage of the moment, the evil spirit wave struck from the side, gathering dark energy into a blade that aimed for Gogeta's waist. Gogeta sidestepped the attack, simultaneously lifting his leg to kick at the evil spirit wave's chest. The blow landed, causing the evil spirit wave to grunt and stagger backward. At that moment, Moro waved his hands, chanting incantations, and a swirling vortex of black energy formed before him, sweeping towards Gogeta. With palms pressed together, Gogeta unleashed a torrent of energy from his hands, colliding with the black vortex. In an instant, light exploded forth, and the surrounding space seemed on the verge of being torn apart. "You wicked beings, the day marks your end," Gogeta roared. Majin Buu laughed heartily. "Do you think you can defeat us? What a delusion." The evil spirit wave echoed. "Do not be so arrogant, boy," Moro ominously declared. "Prepare to die." As the battle intensified, although Gogeta was powerful, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage against the combined assault of Moro and his allies. Majin Buu's fists relentlessly struck Gogeta, each blow imbued with tremendous force. Gogeta was left with no choice but to evade and defend, sustaining numerous injuries in the process. The dark energy attacks from the evil spirit wave further exhausted Gogeta, as his speed and strength were increasingly suppressed by the trio's onslaught. "This cannot continue," he thought, frustration mounting within him. Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring with immense determination. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, Jiren and Broly charged into the fray. Jiren unleashed his formidable martial arts, each punch radiating brilliant light, forcing Majin Buu back. "We are here to aid you, Vegeta," Jiren proclaimed. Meanwhile, Broly surged towards evil Buu, his ferocious strength rendering the foe wary. "You scoundrels, do not think you can thwart our plans," evil Buu bellowed in fury. With the assistance of Jiren and Broly, the tide of battle began to equalize. Vegeta seized the opportunity to catch his breath, adjusting his stance to rejoin the fight. He and Jiren coordinated their efforts, launching a relentless assault on Moro. Vegeta's strikes fell like a tempest, while Jiren's energy blasts continually targeted Moro. Under their onslaught, Moro appeared increasingly beleaguered, roaring in anger. "Do not celebrate too soon." On another front, Broly and evil Buu were locked in a fierce standoff. Despite Broly's overwhelming power, evil Buu's combat skills were equally impressive, resulting in a stalemate. "Let's see how long you can endure," Broly roared. Energy surged across the battlefield, brilliance intertwining. Vegeta and his allies engaged in a breathtaking life-and-death confrontation against Moro and his minions. Vegeta soared into the air, unleashing a potent energy beam towards Majin Buu. Buu crossed his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself, but was still pushed back several paces. Seizing the moment, Jiren charged at Moro, landing blow after blow, forcing Moro into a defensive position. "Do you think this will be enough to defeat me?" Moro shouted, his dark energy surging violently, sending Jiren flying. Seeing Jiren injured ignited Broly's fury. His power surged once more as he delivered a punishing blow to evil Buu's abdomen, causing the latter to double over in pain. "Everyone, give it your all. Do not let them catch their breath," Vegeta urged, and the group rallied together, launching another assault on Moro and his companions. The battle reached a fever pitch, both sides exerting every ounce of strength. Vegeta formed a massive energy sphere between his hands and hurled it at Majin Buu. Buu, unable to evade in time, was struck and sent flying. Observing this, evil Buu attempted to assist his ally, but Broly intercepted him. "Your adversary is with me," Broly declared. Taking advantage of the distraction, Moro launched a sneak attack on Vegeta, a surge of dark energy aimed at his back. Jiren, noticing Moro's move, soared to protect Vegeta, absorbing the impact of the blow. "Jiren," Vegeta gasped. Blood trickled from Jiren's lips, yet he resolutely urged, "Do not mind me, continue the fight." With fury ignited in his eyes, Vegeta turned and charged at Moro, declaring, "You shall pay for this." The battlefield lay in ruins, a testament to the fierce struggle for ultimate victory. Goku and Moro engaged in close combat, their fists and feet clashing with resounding echoes. "Today marks your demise, Moro," Goku bellowed with fury. Moro retorted with a sinister smirk, "Who will prevail remains uncertain." Both combatants were battered and bruised, the scene a harrowing spectacle. Goku's azure aura had dimmed, his once pristine battle attire now tattered, revealing numerous wounds that oozed blood. Jiren, with his ragged clothing and disheveled hair, gasped for breath. Each inhalation a laborious effort, his injuries deep enough to expose bone, yet his gaze remained resolute. Broly bore countless scrapes and bruises, his once ferocious energy now disordered, sweat mingling with blood trickling down his form. Moro fared little better, his black robe lay in tatters, the marks of Goku and others' assaults stark against his skin. The fluctuations of dark energy around him no longer stable. The body of the evil contaminator was marred with indentations, the once formidable darkness now appeared weakened, fatigue and madness flickering in his eyes. Majin Buu's ebony form was riddled with wounds, and even his nearly unparalleled regenerative capabilities seemed to falter. Nevertheless, neither side showed any signs of retreat, their fighting spirit resolute. Goku gritted his teeth, proclaiming, "Even so, we shall not be defeated." At that moment, Jiren retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket, distributing them among the group. Fortunately, we have plenty of Senzu beans. Everyone, recover your strength quickly. Goku accepted a Senzu bean, swallowing it whole, and immediately felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, alleviating much of his pain. Broly also eagerly consumed a Senzu bean, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Witnessing this, Moro's expression darkened further. Damn it! Even if you recover, what difference will it make? The evil Contaminator and Majin Buu hurriedly adjusted their states, preparing for the impending escalation of battle. Goku, feeling his strength returning, clenched his fist, determined, this time, I will utterly defeat you. Meanwhile, what was King Vegeta up to? He seemed to have forgotten to provide nourishment to Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 107, The Fallen Angel. The narrative diverges here. After sending Gilead and Broly to Namek, Wang Qing attempted to teleport back to Earth, only to find his powers malfunctioning. Following a dazzling flash of light, he discovered himself on an unfamiliar, desolate planet. Before he could gather his thoughts, a figure gradually materialized before him. Wang Qing fixed his gaze, feeling an involuntary tightening in his heart, as before him stood what appeared to be an angel. However, this celestial being emanated an aura of darkness and malevolence, clearly not of virtuous nature. Wang Qing, I am well aware of your identity. You are gifted beyond measure, the captain of the cosmic garrison established by the divine realm. Today, you have fallen into my grasp, and it seems fortune has abandoned you, the fallen angel uttered coldly, a hint of disdain lacing their voice. Wang Qing furrowed his brow, cautiously regarding the figure before him. Who exactly are you? He inquired. The attire resembled that of Whis and his companions, yet the aura exuded an unmistakable malevolence. Did you bring me here? The fallen angel let out a disdainful laugh. Ah, the ignorant fool. I am Hector, the fallen angel, not one of those mundane, rule-abiding angels you are familiar with. As for your presence here, it is because that esteemed gentleman has taken quite an interest in you. Allow me to extend the invitation for you to join the Dark Demon Realm. I sincerely hope you do not prove to be ungrateful. Wang Qing glared fiercely at Hector. That so-called lord? Regardless of who he is. I shall never align myself with your nefarious faction. Hector's gaze grew even more chilling. Wang Qing, are you aware of the consequences of your refusal? The power of the Dark Demon Realm is beyond your comprehension. Join us, and you shall receive boundless power and glory. Wang Qing stood tall and proclaimed. What I pursue is justice and light. Your so-called power and glory are mere illusions erected upon the foundations of darkness and evil, which I disdain. Hector narrowed his eyes, deeming him obstinately unyielding. Then allow me to first unveil to you the terrifying power of the dark demonic realm. As he spoke, Hector gestured with his hands, causing the surrounding dark energy to swiftly converge, forming a colossal sphere of black energy. Upon witnessing this, Wang Qing immediately channeled his energy, conjuring a protective barrier before him. Hector forcefully propelled the energy sphere towards Wang Qing, exclaiming, "Experience the might of this darkness." The energy sphere collided with the barrier, unleashing a thunderous roar and scattering brilliance in all directions. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, striving to maintain the integrity of the barrier. Yet his body trembled slightly under the overwhelming force. How does it feel, Wang Qing? This is merely a modest appetizer, Hector declared with a triumphant grin. Wang Qing bellowed. Do not take pride in this. Such feeble power is insufficient to make me yield. Hector scoffed, unaware of his impending doom. He once again concentrated the dark energy, which this time transformed into countless obsidian blades, hurtling towards Wang Qing with lethal intent. Wang Qing moved with remarkable agility, evading the onslaught of sharp blades. However, the sheer number of them left several cuts upon his body. Blood stained his garments, yet his gaze remained resolute. Hector, your tactics shall never vanquish me. Hector's expression darkened ominously. Let us see how long you can endure. With hands clasped together, a vortex of dark energy materialized above his head, exerting a formidable pull that drew Wang Qing toward its center. Wang Qing valiantly resisted the formidable force, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. With an eruption of all his strength, Wang Qing broke free from the clutches of the pull and charged towards Hector. Around Wang Qing's body swirled a tempestuous wave of energy, and within his eyes blazed an indomitable fury. Each step he took seemed to make the very fabric of this space tremble ever so slightly. Hector, upon witnessing Wang Qing charge forward, felt a tightening in his chest. He could sense the extraordinary power surging within Wang Qing. Wang Qing abruptly appeared before Hector, unleashing a powerful punch that sliced through the air with a roaring sound. Hector hastily raised his arms in defense, and with a resounding crash, he was propelled several steps backward by the force of the blow. his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. This fellow. Hector gritted his teeth, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Wang Cheng afforded Hector no respite, following up with a relentless barrage of strikes. His fists and feet descended like a torrential downpour, each blow imbued with astonishing power. Hector was left with no choice but to evade and defend, appearing somewhat beleaguered. Enough, Hector bellowed, as the dark energy within him surged forth, erupting into a formidable force that momentarily pushed Wang Cheng back. Wang Cheng steadied himself and charged forward once more. At that moment, Hector suddenly sensed an unusual surge of power, his expression instantly turning grave. This is. Hector's gaze fixated on Wang Cheng, pondering how unique and formidable your ability is, truly befitting one destined to be a demon lord. Why not join us? Wang Cheng let out a cold snort. Not a chance. Hector continued, Wang Cheng, I can sense the immense potential of your power. If you're willing to join us, the resources of the dark demon realm will be at your disposal, and your strength will ascend to an unimaginable level. Wang Cheng glared fiercely, declaring, I shall never conspire with darkness. Your actions are a desecration of justice. Hector furrowed his brow slightly, remarking on his obstinacy. Your stubbornness is almost disheartening. I find myself reluctant to take your life. However, should you insist on resisting, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wang Cheng replied, Then come forth. Let us see who shall meet their demise here today. As he spoke, the power within him surged once more, and his aura became increasingly ferocious. Hector's hands danced as dark energy coalesced into a black spear, which he thrust towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng sidestepped, swiftly seizing the spear, and with a powerful flourish, he hurled Hector away. In midair, Hector steadied himself, his eyes ablaze with fury. He launched another assault, as dark energy transformed into countless blades, hurtling towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng opened his arms, and as the blades approached him, they seemed to be consumed by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace. Hector, witnessing this, felt an increasing sense of astonishment. What kind of power could this be? Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng charged forward, engaging Hector in a more intense close-quarters combat. Fists collided. Legs struck, and with every clash of their bodies, a formidable surge of energy erupted. Amidst the fierce exchange, Hector acutely sensed something amiss. He discerned that with each of his assaults on Wang Cheng, a portion of his energy seemed to be devoured by an invisible black hole, vanishing without a trace. In contrast, Wang Cheng, undeterred by the struggle, grew increasingly valiant, his aura swelling in potency. This fellow can actually consume my energy, Hector thought in astonishment, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in fury as he relentlessly launched attacks against Hector. Each punch he delivered sliced through the air with a fierce momentum, and every kick was imbued with immense force. As Hector defended against Wang Cheng's onslaught, he pondered his next move. This stalemate could not persist. He must resolve this swiftly. A glimmer of determination flashed in Hector's eyes as he resolved to unleash his full potential. Taking a deep breath, the dark energy surrounding him surged dramatically. The once black aura deepened in intensity, the very space around him cracking under the weight of this formidable power. With a sudden and powerful punch, Hector struck with the speed of lightning. Wang Cheng had no time to evade and was struck heavily in the chest. He was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into several towering trees. Gasping, Wang Cheng spat out blood and struggled to rise from the ground. Before he could regain his footing, Hector appeared before him in an instant, delivering another kick to his abdomen. Wang Cheng was again sent flying, his body rolling across the ground multiple times. Hmph. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose the dark demon realm. Hector sneered. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and rose once more, his gaze unwavering. Hector offered no respite, relentlessly unleashing waves of dark energy towards Wang Cheng. He dodged to the left and right, yet several of the energy blasts struck him, exacerbating his injuries. A pain cry escaped Wang Cheng's lips, yet his resolve only intensified. With the dual buffs of pain growth and devour, as long as he was not obliterated in a single blow, Wang Cheng would only grow stronger. Hector furrowed his brow, filled with confusion and astonishment. What on earth is happening? How can this guy, despite sustaining such severe blows, continue to grow in strength? Wang Cheng gradually rose from the ground, his body trembling slightly yet emanating a chilling aura of power. Hector, your assault shall only serve to amplify my strength. His voice resonated with the frigidness of a voice emerging from the depths of the abyss. Hector gritted his teeth and retorted, Hmph, you're merely putting on an act. No matter how formidable you become, you shall meet your demise here today. With that, Hector charged forward once more, dark energy converging upon his fists as he sought to deliver a fatal blow to Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng stood resolute, confronting the challenge head-on. The two fists collided once more, and this time, the very fabric of the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand the force, emitting a cacophony of shattering sounds. In an instant, brilliant light erupted, reminiscent of countless stars bursting into flames simultaneously. A powerful shockwave emanated from their epicenter, rampaging outward in all directions. The earth and stones were uprooted, trees reduced to mere dust in the blink of an eye, while the howling winds threatened to consume all in their path. Wang Cheng clenched his jaw tightly, the muscles in his face contorting from the sheer intensity of his effort. His gaze reflected not a hint of retreat, but rather an unwavering resolve and determination. Hector, unwilling to yield, displayed bulging veins on his forehead as dark energy surged relentlessly from within him, striving to subdue Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, you are courting your own demise, Hector bellowed. Wang Cheng let out a cold laugh, remarking, who will perish is still uncertain. The two forces continued to clash, neither yielding an inch. The surrounding space had grown exceedingly unstable, fissures of darkness appearing, as if this realm were on the verge of collapse. Wang Cheng felt his power steadily ascending as the force of the devouring law surged wildly within him, gradually assimilating Hector's energy into his own strength. Yet, even with numerous trump cards at his disposal, Wang Cheng found himself somewhat overwhelmed. After all, Hector was a fallen angel, his strength unfathomable. And the prolonged fierce confrontation had taken a significant toll on Wang Cheng's stamina and vitality. Just as this crisis loomed, a figure suddenly appeared. With her twin tails swaying in the breeze, the playful and adorable Makalita stood nearby, hands on her hips. Oh my, this battle is quite the spectacle, she exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Wang Cheng, breathless and exhausted, retorted with irritation upon hearing her words. You with your twin ponytails still have the leisure to make sarcastic remarks. Can't you see I am on the brink of being pummeled? Makalita, hands on her hips and eyes wide with indignation, huffed in response, what do you mean by twin ponytails? How rude of you. I came here with the noble intent to rescue you, and you dare to speak to me in such a manner. Wang Cheng breathed heavily, helplessly exclaiming, all right. I admit my mistake. Young miss, I implore you to assist me. Margarita curled her lips in disdain. Humph, that's more like it. However, your disheveled appearance truly provokes a sense of amusement. Wang Cheng cast her a glance, exclaiming, at such a moment, you can still manage a smile. I am truly impressed. Makalita blinked playfully and replied with a grin, do not be in such a rush. I am quite curious to see what progress this traitor has made over the years. Wang Cheng exclaimed anxiously, what are you still staring at? If you keep looking, I might truly meet my end here. Margarita, with an air of indifference, replied, oh, you are so feeble. Enduring a few more blows won't matter. Wang Cheng was so enraged that he nearly spat out blood. Is it such a crime to call you pigtails a few times? You truly hold a grudge. Margarita stamped her foot and, with a playful pout, retorted, and what of it? What is wrong with pigtails? You shall not refer to me in that manner. As Wang Cheng struggled to fend off Hector's onslaught, he exclaimed, all right, I was wrong. Is that not sufficient? The twin ponytails are the best. Meanwhile, Makalita, with her arms crossed over her chest, turned her head away and scoffed. Oh, now you realize your mistake? It is too late. Wang Cheng, drenched in sweat, implored, Auntie, I beseech you, first help me deal with this fellow. Afterward, you may punish me as you wish. Only then did Makalita turn around, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You have my word. Once we have resolved this matter, you shall witness how I shall handle you. Wang Cheng grimaced and said, fine, as long as you can handle this fellow. Do as you wish with me. Margarita let out a disdainful snort. Humph. That's more like it, just watch. Before her words had fully settled, Margarita swiftly appeared before Hector. She twirled her hands, and pink radiance spiraled around her arms like ribbons. Upon witnessing this, Hector roared in fury, dark energy surging from his palms, transforming into a bolt of black lightning that struck towards Margarita. Unfazed, Margarita elegantly sidestepped, allowing the black lightning to crash into the ground, creating a deep crater. A smirk graced Margarita's lips as she thrust her hands forward, and the pink light instantly morphed into countless luminous arrows that shot towards Hector. Hector hurriedly unfurled his dark shield to defend himself, but the arrows collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Break for me, Margarita commanded, amplifying her power. The luminous arrows surged forth, ultimately breaching the dark shield and striking Hector, who let out a muffled grunt as numerous tiny wounds appeared on his body. His eyes widened in rage, and dark energy coalesced behind him, forming a pair of enormous black wings. With a powerful flap, a fierce dark storm swept towards Margarita. In response, Margarita clasped her hands together, and the pink light coalesced into a circular barrier before her. The dark storm collided with the barrier, creating a thunderous roar, yet Margarita remained steadfast in her position. "Is this all you've got?" Margarita taunted. Hector gritted his teeth, swiftly forming seals with his hands and chanting incantations. Suddenly, countless black runes emerged around his body, shimmering with an eerie glow as a terrifying pressure permeated the air. Margarita's expression turned serious, and she quickened her hand movements, intensifying the pink radiance. Hector bellowed, "Dark curse." The black runes flew towards Margarita in an instant. Margarita retorted with a fierce cry, "Light Guardian." The pink radiance transformed into a massive light shield that enveloped her. The black runes collided with the shield, resulting in a violent explosion. The aftermath of the explosion warped the surrounding space, forcing both Margarita and Hector to stagger back a few steps. Gasping for breath, Margarita's resolve only strengthened. "Now, it's my turn to counterattack." She raised her hands high, gathering the pink light into a resplendent sword. Like a bolt of lightning, Margarita charged towards Hector. Unyielding, Hector brandished a long blade forged from dark energy to meet her. Clang! Sword met blade, sparks flying as their powers clashed, neither gaining the upper hand. "Thank you, Red Wine Drunk Coffee, for energizing with love." Chapter 109. The two combined forces to capture the fallen angel. Margarita and Hector found themselves in a stalemate, their powers colliding incessantly, causing the very space around them to tremble under the immense impact. "Hmph, little girl, you are ultimately no match for me." Hector grinned menacingly as dark energy surged once more, attempting to suppress Margarita. She gritted her teeth, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Yet her gaze revealed no hint of retreat. "Do not celebrate too soon," she cried out, her body suddenly radiating a brilliant pink light, a newfound power surging forth from within her. The luminous sword instantly became even more resplendent, gradually pushing back Hector's dark blade. Hector's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such a hidden strength from Margarita. Seizing the opportunity, Margarita launched an assault, swinging the radiant sword as a formidable wave of sword energy sliced toward Hector. He hastily evaded, but still sustained a wound on his shoulder from the strike. "Curse be it!" Hector roared, violently flapping his dark wings, unleashing a volley of black feathers that shot toward Margarita like arrows. Unfazed, she spun gracefully, the luminous sword creating a barrier of light around her, deflecting the oncoming feathers. "Wang Chung, do not just stand idly by. Join me in taking him down. We cannot allow him to escape." Margarita shouted, her voice clear and resolute. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, he immediately rallied his spirit and responded, "All right, let's go together." With that, he once again gathered his strength, and radiant light shimmered around him. Margarita, wielding her luminous sword, made the blade's brilliance even more resplendent. She surged forward like a pink lightning bolt, charging towards Hector. Sensing the impending danger, Hector's heart filled with trepidation, and he turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple. Wang Chung bellowed, instantly employing his teleportation technique to position himself in front of Hector. Hector's expression darkened as he waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of dark energy in an attempt to break through Wang Cheng's blockade. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, resolutely resisting the encroaching darkness. "Margarita, hurry." Margarita moved with astonishing swiftness, appearing behind Hector in the blink of an eye. With a flourish of her radiant sword, she unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy aimed directly at Hector's back. Sensing the imminent threat, Hector was compelled to turn and defend himself. At that moment, Wang Chung seized the opportunity to strike, his fists imbued with tremendous strength, crashing down upon Hector. Caught in a precarious position, Hector appeared somewhat flustered. Margarita, seizing the moment, channeled her sword's brilliance, declaring, "Meet your end." With a powerful thrust, she aimed straight for Hector's chest. Caught off guard, Hector could not evade, and the radiant sword pierced him, causing the dark energy within him to spiral into chaos. Wang Cheng swiftly delivered a decisive blow, landing a kick to Hector's abdomen that sent him crashing to the ground. At last, he had subdued him. Wang Cheng exhaled in relief. Margarita stepped forward to stand before Hector, declaring, "This scoundrel is a traitor to the angels and must be handed over to the high priest for appropriate judgment." Wang Cheng swiftly retrieved the binding rope, which emanated a peculiar radiance. He cautiously approached Hector, murmuring incantations under his breath. The binding rope seemed to possess a life of its own, soaring towards Hector and ensnaring him tightly. Hector struggled, endeavoring to free himself from the rope's grasp. Yet it only tightened its hold, rendering him utterly immobile. "Spare yourself the effort," Wang Cheng scoffed. Makalita glanced at the securely bound Hector and declared, "Let us proceed. We shall take him to the royal palace at once." Wang Qing nodded, following closely behind Makalita as they traversed the ethereal mists. Makalita led the way while Wang Qing remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the bound Hector. They navigated through layers of fog, passing countless mysterious spatial passages. The scenery around them shifted continuously, at times revealing a dazzling starry sky, and at others, displaying peculiar vortices of energy. Makalita's twin tails danced in the wind, her footsteps light, yet resolute. Meanwhile, Wang Qing maintained a constant state of alertness, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. At last, a magnificent palace emerged before them, towering into the clouds and radiating an aura of sanctity and majesty. "We have arrived," exclaimed Makalita. At the entrance of the temple, a beam of light flickered, and the high priest slowly emerged, his figure exuding an air of boundless authority and mystery. Makalita and Wang Qing bowed respectfully. "Great High Priest, we have brought the fallen angel Hector," Makalita announced. The high priest nodded slightly, his gaze settling on Wang Qing, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Wang Qing, it has been 2 years since we last met, and I am astonished to see that your strength has ascended to the realm of angels." The high priest's voice resonated with warmth and depth. Wang Qing humbly lowered his head and remarked, "Your Excellency, the high priest, you flatter me. Had it not been for Miss Shuangma Makalita's timely arrival, I might have perished." Upon hearing this, Makalita lifted her chin and replied, "Hmph. At least you possess a semblance of conscience, recognizing my significance." The high priest smiled faintly and said, "Nonetheless, Wang Qing, your perseverance in such a grueling battle is a testament to your strength and resolve." Wang Qing hastily remarked, "It is the guidance of the high priest that instills in me a relentless dedication." The high priest cast a stern glance at Hector, a flicker of authority flashing in his eyes. "Hector, as an angel, you have strayed from the righteous path. What drives you to such a deviation?" Hector lifted his head, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Those so-called rules and constraints prevent me from unleashing my true power. The Dark Demon Realm has bestowed upon me freedom and the opportunity to seek greater strength." The high priest shook his head and sighed. To be blinded by power and to lose oneself is indeed a tragic fate. Wang Qing could not restrain himself from exclaiming, to pursue that so-called freedom and power, even at the cost of betraying justice, is an act utterly unforgivable. Margarita concurred, adding, "Indeed, he has sullied the very glory of the angels." The high priest pondered for a moment before declaring, "Let him be confined for now, while I deliberate on the appropriate course of action." Wang Qing and Makalita replied in unison, "Yes, Your Excellency the High Priest." Subsequently, the two escorted Hector out of the hall. Along the way, Makalita remarked to Wang Qing, "This incident was indeed perilous, yet it can be deemed as a thrilling adventure without grave consequences." Wang Qing nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. "Indeed, we must exercise greater caution in the future, for we cannot foresee what dangers may lie ahead." Margarita replied with a smile, "What is there to fear? With me around, any challenge can be overcome." Wang Qing smiled wryly and said, "You are an angel. You must remain impartial. By assisting me this time, do you not fear breaching the principles of angelic neutrality?" Makalita crossed her arms and scoffed, "Dealing with traitorous, fallen angels hardly constitutes a violation of neutrality. The neutrality of angels exists to uphold the balance and order of the universe, and those who betray the light and descend into darkness have already disrupted that balance. My intervention is merely a restoration of order." Wang Qing nodded thoughtfully. "Though that may be the case, I still worry that this might cause you unnecessary trouble. After all, the rules of angels have always been stringent." Makarita raised an eyebrow. "What is there to fear? I act with integrity as long as my conscience is clear. I can handle any trouble that may arise. Besides, if one does not dare to stand against evil, what right do they have to call themselves an angel?" Wang Qing could not help but feel a deep admiration for Malakarita's steadfastness and courage. "You are absolutely right. I have indeed overthought the matter," he conceded. Malakarita gently patted Wang Qing's shoulder, saying, "Do not be so overly cautious. What we are undertaking is a righteous endeavor, and I believe the high priest will understand." Wang Qing let out a heavy sigh, expressing a wish for the best. Nevertheless, he was profoundly grateful for the assistance and felt the urgency to return. Uncertain of the situation on Namek. Chapter 110. Enhancing strength. After bidding farewell to Makalita, Wang Qing hastened towards Namek with utmost speed. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the battle was nearing its conclusion. The battlefield lay in ruins, shrouded in smoke and chaos. Jillian was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. His body riddled with wounds, and his clothing stained crimson with blood. Wukong rushed over and inquired, "Jillian, how are you faring?" Jillian lifted his head, casting a weary glance at him, and replied, "I am not dead yet, but this demon is exceedingly formidable." Wukong then realized that the supply of celestial beings he had given to Jillian had already been exhausted. He secretly rejoiced, for had it not been for the strength bestowed by those celestial beings, this battle would likely have been impossible to endure until now. At this moment, the Luo and his companions were utterly exhausted. They exchanged glances, their eyes revealing despair and reluctance. Luo gritted his teeth and declared, "Retreat." As he spoke, he opened a rift in space, preparing to flee. Just then, Wukong arrived in the nick of time, positioning himself before the rift. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that easy, Wukong bellowed. Luo glared fiercely at Wukong and retorted, "Kid, mind your own business." Wukong let out a cold laugh. "You have committed such heinous crimes on Namek, and you still wish to escape? Today marks your doom." A glint of ferocity flashed in Moro's eyes as he and his companions charged towards Wukong. Wukong, unperturbed, advanced boldly. He unleashed his most formidable technique, engaging in a final, desperate struggle against the likes of Moro and others. The clash of their powers resulted in a tremendous explosion, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space under the weight of the overwhelming impact. With each strike, Wukong unleashed boundless fury, his movements sharp and decisive. Although Moro and his companions appeared thoroughly exhausted, they still fought valiantly to resist. Just as the two sides reached an impasse, a massive hand suddenly emerged from the rift. This hand exuded a dark and malevolent aura, swiftly seizing Moro and his three allies before retracting back into the fissure. Wukong wished to intervene, yet it was already too late. He gazed at the vanishing fissure, his heart brimming with ire and resentment. How infuriating. They have escaped. Wukong struck the ground with fierce determination. Jillian approached and remarked, "Do not blame yourself too harshly. They cannot elude us forever. This time, they have suffered significant losses and are unlikely to resurface to wreak havoc in the near future." Wukong rose to his feet and declared, "We must swiftly locate their whereabouts. We cannot afford to grant them a moment's respite." At that moment, Wukong and the others gathered around him. "Wukong, what shall we do next?" Wukong inquired. Wukong pondered for a moment and said, "Let us return to the destruction god realm. Our adversaries this time are nearly all familiar faces. Due to the dark magic realm, their powers have become extraordinary. I cannot imagine how they will evolve by our next encounter, so we must seize this opportunity to enhance our own strengths." Jillian nodded in agreement, his expression grave as he remarked, "You speak the truth. This battle has made me realize that we cannot afford the slightest hint of complacency." The others expressed their concurrence. And soon after, Wukong utilized instantaneous movement to transport everyone back to the destruction god realm. Upon their return, they were greeted by a serene and harmonious atmosphere, a striking contrast to the raging battles on Namek. The members of the Universe Patrol began their respective training, each one focused and determined to grow stronger before the next crisis descends upon them. Wukong also intended to enter seclusion, fully aware of the importance of meticulously refining the energy he had recently absorbed. Merely consuming without refining would render his strength somewhat superficial, and in the face of formidable adversaries, this could prove to be a fatal weakness. Wukong entered the scepter's realm of Whis, preparing to commence his seclusion. Ding. Shall the daily sign-in begin? Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an insight into the law of time. Upon hearing the sudden prompt, Wukong was initially startled, but soon an uncontrollable joy surged within him. He understood the preciousness and might of the laws of time, and this was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. Wukong took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and then sat cross-legged, preparing to immerse himself entirely in the comprehension of the laws of time. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve deep within. At first, everything around him seemed to vanish, leaving only a chaotic void of darkness. Wukong endeavored to maintain a tranquil state of mind, reaching out to touch the enigmatic laws of time. Gradually, indistinct images began to materialize in his mind. He beheld the river of time, surging relentlessly, flowing with endless years. Wukong attempted to draw nearer to this river, only to discover that he was seemingly obstructed by an invisible force. Undeterred, he continuously adjusted his state, striving to uncover a method of breakthrough. After numerous attempts, Wukong finally sensed a pulse of the laws of time. Following this pulse, he cautiously merged his consciousness with it. In an instant, a torrent of information regarding time surged into his mind, causing a wave of dizziness. Yet, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, determined not to let his consciousness shatter. Indeed, the laws of time were profoundly intricate. Wang Cheng silently pondered, with a single moment of insight, I can turn back time by a second. Yet, do not underestimate this fleeting second. In the midst of battle, it holds paramount significance, capable of determining the outcome of the conflict. He then began to compress the ethereal divine power within him. He guided this divine energy through his meridians, and with each circulation, the power became increasingly refined and pure. However, this endeavor was far from effortless. The ethereal divine power behaved like a mischievous child, having been siphoned from others, constantly striving to escape Wang Cheng's grasp. He found himself compelled to concentrate all his mental faculties, wielding immense willpower to restrain it. Sweat drenched his garments, yet he remained oblivious to his discomfort. At times, a grimace of pain crossed his face, only to be replaced by a fleeting glimmer of enlightenment. As time gradually elapsed, the divine energy within him, through his relentless compression, took on a solidity akin to tempered steel, merging seamlessly with his innate power. Subsequently, he set the nebula technique into motion within his being. Wang Cheng felt a warm current rising from his dantian, flowing gently along his meridians. Wherever it passed, the channels were widened and fortified. The power of the nebula technique was as resplendent as a galaxy. With each cycle, his aura grew increasingly steady and profound. Wang Cheng's forehead glistened with a fine sheen of sweat, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. The power within him surged like a roaring river, tumultuous and vigorous. Yet under his precise control, it flowed with remarkable order. The surrounding energy was drawn to him, converging in a visible vortex of power. This energy continuously streamed into his being, swiftly refined and integrated into the ceaselessly operating nebula technique. Wang Cheng's body quivered slightly as he felt each cell within him exulting in joyous celebration, eagerly absorbing the potent energy that surged through him. Yet, he dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of relaxation, fully concentrating on directing the flow of this formidable power, fearful of the slightest error. As a complete cycle concluded, Wang Cheng exhaled a long breath of impure air. It shot forth like an arrow, leaving a deep mark upon the stone wall ahead. At that moment, Wang Cheng emanated an aura of palpable pressure that was both exhilarating and daunting. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which shimmered as if adorned with twinkling stars. Rising to his feet, he stretched his body, producing a series of crackling sounds from his bones. Chapter 111. The challenge of this. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him. A slight smile of confidence graced his lips. He opened the character panel. Ding. Host, Wang Cheng. Abilities, Pain Growth, Recovery of Buh. Wish, Magic Modification, Nebula Technique, Gravity Domain, Normal State of Ultimate Freedom, Devouring Law. Combat Power, Tengai. Realm, Late Stage of the First Order of Divine King. Items, Binding Immortal Rope. Wang Cheng stood still, enveloped by the immense and boundless energy surrounding him, his heart brimming with emotion. He murmured softly, "So this is the realm of the angels. With his current strength, should he confront a fallen angel again, he would undoubtedly not find himself in the same predicament as before." Recalling the fierce battle with the fallen angel, a shiver ran down his spine. At that time, he had been utterly powerless against the dark forces wielded by the fallen angel, forced to resist with his life, caught in a web of peril. Yet now, having ascended to the realm of the Divine King, he could distinctly feel the transformation of his power. The divine energy coursing through him surged like an endless galaxy, each fragment pulsating with the potential for cataclysmic destruction. As he attempted to harness this divine power, the surrounding space warped instantaneously, as if unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Wang Cheng smiled confidently. This absolute mastery over his strength filled him with profound reassurance. Wang Cheng emerged from the realm of the scepter, his gaze brimming with confidence. He cast his eyes towards the distant Whis, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed, "Whis, today I extend to you a challenge." His voice resonated in the vast expanse. And upon hearing the challenge, Whis displayed a flicker of surprise on his face, yet swiftly regained his composure, smiling as he replied, "Wang Cheng, it seems you have made yet another breakthrough. I would be pleased to witness the extent of your progress." Wang Cheng was not one for many words. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable force of the devouring law, enveloped in a shroud of dark luminescence, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Witnessing this, Whis did not dare to underestimate him. With a gentle wave of his staff, a surge of divine power emerged, countering Wang Cheng's devouring law. The clash of their powers resonated with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through the air, causing ripples to spread, while the ground beneath them fractured dramatically. Wang Cheng's figure flickered as he lunged towards Whis with an almost ghostly swiftness, employing a combination of fists and feet, each strike imbued with an immense devouring power. Striving to breach Whis' defenses. Whis, however, remained composed, his movements both graceful and rapid, effortlessly neutralizing Wang Cheng's assaults while adeptly launching counterattacks at opportune moments. Wang Cheng let out a fierce roar and charged once more at Whis, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. "Whis, do not underestimate me." Whis responded with a faint smile, casually remarking, "Young man, your enthusiasm is commendable, yet still insufficient." With that, he swiftly evaded Wang Cheng's ferocious lunge like a specter, while his staff gently tapped the ground, unleashing a soft yet formidable force that surged toward Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng felt the surge of power, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he gathered the force of the devouring law upon his arms and resolutely absorbed the blow. With a resounding crash, he was forced back several steps. But he quickly regained his footing and charged forward once more. "Ha, this is rather intriguing." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Whis' eyes as he wielded his staff with increasing swiftness, unleashing beams of light that pierced toward Wang Cheng like sharp blades. Wang Cheng darted left and right, his figure resembling a specter. With a resounding shout, he declared, "Whis, such feeble attacks cannot bring me down. Then brace yourself for my next move." As Whis spoke, he violently swung his scepter, conjuring a formidable whirlwind that engulfed Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng struggled to maintain his balance amidst the tempest, as the power of the devouring law enveloped him, forming a black shield that defended against the violent gusts. "Whis, I shall not concede so easily." Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and forcefully broke free from the whirlwind, launching himself once more towards Whis. At that moment, Beerus widened his eyes in disbelief, his expression reflecting utter astonishment. This Wang Cheng, how could he possibly contend with Whis to such an extent? How much potential does he truly possess? Vegeta gazed intently at the battlefield, secretly marveling. This fellow, can I still catch up to him? How infuriating. What is his training regimen? Whis remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Wang Cheng, your strength indeed surprises me, but to overcome me, you are still far from sufficient." Upon hearing these words, Wang Cheng's fighting spirit surged even more fervently. His eyes widened, and the power of the devouring law surged around him, with dark light blazing like a raging flame. "Vs, do not underestimate me," Wang Cheng bellowed, charging forth once again. His figure flickered like lightning, instantly appearing before Vs, his fists imbued with wild strength, striking out with ferocity. Vs gracefully sidestepped, effortlessly evading the swift assault, while simultaneously waving his staff, unleashing an invisible force that struck Wang Cheng's abdomen. Wang Cheng let out a muffled groan but utilized this force to execute a backflip, pushing off the ground with fierce determination to launch himself at Vs once more. This time, he brought his hands together, condensing the power of the devouring law into a black energy sphere, which he propelled towards Vs with all his might. V's expression grew solemn, as the tip of his staff radiated a blinding light, colliding with the black energy sphere. A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens, sending ripples through the surrounding space. Seizing the moment amidst the lingering chaos of the explosion, Wang Cheng swiftly appeared behind Whis, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his back. However, Whis seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head, instantly pivoting to deflect Wang Cheng's strike with his staff. Yet, Wang Cheng's assault did not wane. His hands moved rapidly to form intricate seals, conjuring a flurry of dark runes that manifested before him, which then transformed into countless ebony arrows, hurtling toward Whis. With a deft flourish of his staff, Whis summoned a circular shield that intercepted the incoming projectiles. "Wang Cheng, your attacks are formidable, yet they remain insufficient to breach my defenses," Whis declared. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth. "Then how about this?" he bellowed, channeling all his strength into the power of devouring laws. A surge of black radiance erupted, enveloping his entire being. Wang Cheng resembled a black sun as he charged towards Whis. In Whis' eyes, a flicker of seriousness finally emerged. Grasping his staff firmly, he murmured incantations, and a sacred yet formidable force surged forth from the staff, meeting Wang Cheng head-on. The clash of their powers once more collided, and this time, the impact was even more potent, causing the very space around them to tremble. Wang Cheng was propelled by the formidable force of the backlash, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, almost instantaneously, he sprang back to his feet and charged once more at Whis, his gaze betraying not an ounce of hesitation. Whis raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked, "Wang Cheng, your tenacity is commendable, but such reckless aggression will not lead to victory." Wang Cheng bellowed, How can one know without trying? At that moment, his attire was tattered beyond recognition, and his exposed skin was riddled with numerous minute wounds. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries, his sole focus being to breach Whis' defenses. Wang Qing once again concentrated his strength, as a vortex of the power of devouring law formed between his hands, drawing the surrounding energy into itself with fervent intensity. Whis, brace yourself. He hurled this vortex of power towards Whis. Unfazed, Whis lightly tapped his staff, and a radiant barrier materialized to intercept the vortex. However, to his astonishment, this force began to consume the luminous shield. Whis' expression shifted slightly as he intensified his output of energy. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Qing soared into the air. Delivering a powerful kick towards Whis was compelled to relinquish his focus on maintaining the barrier, swiftly sidestepping Wang Qing's strike. However, Wang Qing quickly altered his approach, raining down punches upon Whis like a torrential downpour. As Whis dodged, he retaliated with precision, each of his counterattacks seamlessly diffusing Wang Qing's onslaught. Wang Qing, while your strength is formidable, your execution lacks finesse, Whis remarked. Wang Qing panted heavily and replied, I shall show you my progress. Whis chuckled softly. Then I shall eagerly await. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, summoning the scant remnants of his strength once more. The power of the devouring law coalesced in his hands into a formidable black longsword, its blade shimmering with an eerie luminescence. Grasping the sword with both hands, he unleashed a fierce downward slash towards Whis, the very air seeming to tear asunder with the force of his strike, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. A flicker of surprise crossed Whis' eyes as he raised his staff to intercept the onslaught of the deadly blow. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated, the sheer force causing Wang Qing's hands to split at the palms, blood splattering forth. Yet, it appeared as though Wang Qing felt no pain. He swung the blade again and again, relentlessly targeting Whis. As he continued to parry Wang Qing's assaults, Whis remarked, Wang Qing, your tenacity has indeed earned my respect. Wang Qing remained unresponsive, relentlessly launching his attacks, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination and tenacity. At this moment, Beerus and the others stood by, utterly astonished. Beerus murmured to himself, this Wang Qing is nothing short of a battle fanatic. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, Hmph, merely a display of bravado. He stands no chance against Whis. Meanwhile, Goku, brandishing his fists, excitedly shouted, Wang Qing, don't give up. Keep fighting. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, remarking, do not underestimate this lad's fighting spirit. To contest with Whis to such an extent is already quite remarkable. Vegeta fell silent for a moment before conceding, perhaps he truly can perform the miraculous. Just then, Wang Qing on the battlefield let out a fierce roar, his aura surging dramatically once more, and the black long blade in his hand radiated a brilliant light. Wang Qing's eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed, Whis, receive my final strike. He channeled every remaining ounce of his strength into his longsword, which instantaneously transformed into a colossal black dragon, clawing and roaring as it lunged toward Whis. With a grave expression, Whis raised his staff, which erupted in a brilliant radiance, forming a vast luminescent shield. The black dragon collided fiercely with the light shield, distorting the surrounding space under the immense force of their clash. Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, this power is truly terrifying. Vegeta, equally shaken by the overwhelming energy, murmured to himself, this fellow. Meanwhile, Goku erupted in exhilaration, cheering, yes, go, Wang Qing. Amidst the tumultuous light and thunderous roar, serenity gradually returned. Wang Qing knelt upon one knee, gasping for breath. His longsword now vanished. Whis remained in place, calm and composed, yet a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes. Wang Qing, you performed admirably, Whis remarked. Wang Qing hurriedly consumed a heavenly bean and then inquired, Whis, what is your realm? Whis smiled gently and replied, my realm is the 6th tier of the Divine King stage. The fact that you have managed to contend with me thus far is commendable. Advancing through each tier of the Divine King stage is no trivial feat therefore. Wang Qing, you have performed admirably. Lord Beerus has also been diligently cultivating during this period and has reached the Divine King realm, yet his combat prowess pales in comparison to yours. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing felt a mix of astonishment and a hint of pride. He turned to Beerus and remarked, Lord Beerus, achieving the realm of the God King is a testament to your formidable strength. I merely fight with an indomitable spirit. Beerus' face flushed slightly as he scoffed, Hmph. Young man, do not become overly pleased with yourself. I simply have yet to fully master the power of the God King realm. Whis chuckled softly, Lord Beerus. The cultivation of the God-King realm encompasses more than just an increase in strength, it also necessitates a breakthrough in one's mental state. Wang Qing's resolve in battle is evidently more steadfast and pure than yours. Beerus shot a glare at Whis. Whis, you always seem to utter words that irk me. Wang Qing hastily remarked, Lord Beerus, I firmly believe that with continued effort, you shall undoubtedly unleash the true power befitting a divine king. Beerus crossed his arms and replied, Indeed, I shall not allow myself to remain perpetually outmatched by someone as young as you. At that moment, Sun Wukong approached, scratching his head as he said, Wang Qing. With both you and Lord Beerus possessing such remarkable strength, I hope you will generously impart your knowledge to me in the future. Wang Qing replied with a smile, Wukong. Your potential is also immense. Let us strive together. Vegeta, however, regarded Wang Qing and Beerus with a serious countenance, secretly competing in his heart. I, Vegeta, shall not be outdone by either of you. After some light-hearted banter, Wang Qing began to analyze the gravity of the situation. His expression turning somber and his tone laden with concern and vigilance. Esteemed colleagues, the current predicament is far more dire than we have anticipated. Frieza has now attained his black gold form, surpassing all other gods of destruction, save for Lord Beerus. The rate at which his power has escalated is utterly astonishing. The energy encapsulated within that black gold form evokes sheer terror. Beerus furrowed his brow, reflecting on how even his once subservient minion had evolved to such heights. Wang Qing continued, Moreover, there is Moro. His abilities are particularly enigmatic, akin to my devouring power, yet seemingly more malevolent and elusive. This renders the battle exceedingly arduous. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he remarked, That fellow is indeed formidable. Wang Qing nodded solemnly. The demon Buu, who once escaped from the depths of hell, has now grown even more formidable, nearly reaching the level of Lord Beerus. His seemingly immortal body, combined with his current immense power, undoubtedly poses a significant threat. Vegeta scoffed. That monster has always been a nuisance. Chapter 113, Fusion upon Fusion. Wang Qing continued, Moreover, the malevolent wave that was rescued has also significantly enhanced its power. These individuals have each become remarkably formidable. Piccolo expressed his concerns, saying, How could this happen? How could they become so powerful in such a short span of time? Wang Qing inhaled deeply, acknowledging the crux of the matter. Their ascent in power following their entry into the Dark Demon realm has been alarmingly rapid. Although these antagonists are indeed gifted individuals, it took you, Wukong, considerable time and effort to reach the divine realm. The foundation of the Dark Demon realm is undoubtedly formidable. A flicker of anger flashed in Beerus's eyes. Hmph. There must be unspeakable secrets and formidable forces backing this Dark Demon realm. Whis remarked. The ability to facilitate such a significant enhancement in these antagonists within a short period indicates that the Dark Demon realm possesses some extraordinary methods or possesses powerful resources. Wang Qing clenched his fists, resolutely stating, Regardless of the circumstances, we must swiftly uncover their vulnerabilities. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Sun Wukong, with unwavering determination, affirmed, Indeed, we cannot allow them to act with impunity. Vegeta gazed at the assembly, noting, However, our knowledge of the Dark Demon realm is currently scant, which presents our greatest obstacle. Wang Qing furrowed his brow, observing, Based on the current circumstances, the Dark Demon realm's ambitions are far from mere domination. They appear to be orchestrating a far grander conspiracy. Vic, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, What shall we do then? We cannot simply remain passive. Beerus declared with conviction, We must take the initiative. We cannot allow them to dictate our actions. Wang Qing nodded in agreement. Lord Beerus is indeed correct. We must enhance our intelligence gathering while continuously improving our own strength. Sun Wukong, brimming with eagerness, declared, I will double my efforts in training. I am determined to defeat them. Vegeta, equally resolute, proclaimed, I shall not be outdone by any of you. At that moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the air, as if a colossal storm were on the verge of breaking. Wang Qing gazed resolutely into the distance, declaring, Regardless of who lurks behind the Dark Demon realm, we must be thoroughly prepared to face this arduous battle. Beerus, arms crossed, scoffed, Hmph, I shall not fear them. Whis interjected, However, we must not act impulsively. A comprehensive strategy is essential. The group fell into contemplation, pondering their subsequent course of action. After a moment, Wang Qing broke the silence, suggesting, I propose we split up. One faction will gather intelligence while the other focuses on training and devising countermeasures. The others nodded in agreement. Goku remarked, Then Vegeta and I shall train. Piccolo, with a serious expression, added, I will seek the Kaioshin for some earrings. Should we encounter a formidable opponent, merging with the earrings may enhance our chances of success. Wang Qing nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed a splendid idea. I shall take the lead, for I possess the ability of instantaneous movement. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Then let us first engage in training, striving to elevate our strength after the fusion. Vegeta snorted softly and followed Sun Wukong as they departed together. A minute later, Wang Qing returned with a bag full of earrings. Wang Qing gazed at Kale and Broly and remarked, I have suddenly conceived an idea. Though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Both Kale and Broly looked at him with curiosity, and Kale inquired, What idea do you have? Wang Qing's eyes sparkled with intensity as he earnestly declared, You are all capable of fusion through the earrings. By merging with the earrings and subsequently combining with Goku and Vegeta's earrings once more, we may very well give birth to an extraordinarily powerful warrior. Kale and Broly exchanged astonished glances upon hearing this. Kale, with a hint of hesitation, inquired, Is that truly feasible? Such a complex method of fusion has never been attempted before. Broly, however, wore an expression of exhilaration, exuberantly exclaiming, Who cares if it works? We'll only know if we try. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta approached. Goku scratched his head and remarked, It sounds intriguing, but can it genuinely succeed? Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed, Wang Qing, your idea is utterly preposterous. Wang Qing resolutely declared, How can we know without trying? Faced with such formidable adversaries, we must exhaust every avenue to augment our strength. After a brief silence, the group ultimately resolved to attempt it. Kale and Broly donned the earrings to initiate their fusion. And amidst a radiant glow, they successfully merged into one entity. The newly formed warrior towered at 3 meters, with a robust physique that exuded boundless power. Clad in a minimal strap, his muscular upper body was a testament to his strength, resembling a landscape of undulating peaks. His facial features harmoniously blended those of Kale and Broly. His eyes, akin to burning flames, reflected Broly's wildness intertwined with Kale's determination. A prominent nose showcased Broly's rugged contours with a hint of Kale's subtle lift. His full lips, pressed firmly, conveyed an air of resolve. His hair exhibited a peculiar hue. A fusion of Kale's verdant locks and Broly's dark, short tresses, cascading down in a deep green mane that danced in the wind, reminiscent of a deity's descent. With a broad forehead and pronounced brow ridges, his arched eyebrows were as sharp as lightning. His ears tapered to a point, imbued with a touch of agility. His arms were robust, veins coiling like serpents, and when he clenched his fists, the joints cracked ominously, as if capable of shattering anything. His legs stood firm like pillars of stone, grounding him in a way that suggested he was one with the earth. Overall, this new fusion warrior emanated a potent aura, igniting the very air around him and instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to gaze upon him. After the fusion, as his formidable presence gradually subsided, he stepped forward, surveying the crowd with a deep, resonant voice, proclaiming, I am Kabler, the amalgamation of Kale and Broly's might, destined to fight for justice. The onlookers were awestruck by his overwhelming essence. At that moment, Vegeta and Goku resolved to fuse as well. With a serious expression, Vegeta gripped his earring tightly and said, Kakarot, do not hinder me this time. Goku responded with a smile, Vegeta, together we shall grow stronger. Simultaneously donning their earrings, a brilliant radiance erupted, enveloping their forms entirely. Within the luminosity, their bodies began to intertwine. Vegeta's regal stature and Goku's agile frame wove seamlessly together, as their muscular contours reconfigured, and their bones emitted resounding cracks. Their energies clashed and melded during this transformation. As the brilliance receded, the figure of their fusion emerged. His physique was both balanced and elongated, embodying Vegeta's athleticism and Goku's nimbleness. His gaze combined Vegeta's pride and confidence with Goku's innocence and resolve, with a defined jawline and a straight nose. He donned a blue martial arts uniform, its edges fluttering in the breeze. Dressed in loose-fitting black trousers, the cuffs tucked into white boots, the warrior adjusted his body, causing subtle ripples in the surrounding space. He clenched his fist, a surge of formidable power emanating from his palm. I am Vegeta. The mightiest Saiyan has arrived. The crowd gazed at him, their eyes brimming with anticipation and awe. Chapter 114. Goku Black Kabal looked at Vegeta, his eyes ignited with fierce battle spirit. Vegeta, let us fight side by side and see who is the stronger. Vegeta smirked, responding, Kabal, let us see who can make a greater impact in battle. Wang Qing interjected. Stop. This is not the time for a battle. You should promptly attempt the fusion technique once more. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta both restrained their auras. Vegeta, with his arms crossed and an air of confidence, replied, "What harm is there in giving it another try?" Wukong exclaimed with urgency, "Time is of the essence. The enemy may appear at any moment. The more methods of fusion we have, the greater our strength." Cable nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us commence." Vegeta, no longer hesitating, assumed the posture for the fusion technique. The two stood face to face, arms extended and palms aligned, synchronizing their movements. Their bodies bent slightly, executing the motions in perfect unison, demonstrating remarkable harmony. However, during their initial attempt, just as they were on the brink of a successful fusion, a fluctuation in energy occurred, resulting in failure. Cable gasped for breath. This fusion technique is indeed challenging to control. Vegeta clenched his teeth. Once more, Wukong anxiously shouted from the side, "Focus your minds and maintain the equilibrium of your energies." On their second attempt, the two became even more engrossed, their expressions grave. The surrounding air seemed to thicken with the weight of their power. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, their bodies began to merge gradually. However, midway through the process, a deviation occurred, leading to yet another failure. Vegeta struck the ground fiercely, exclaiming, "Curse it!" Kakarot comforted him, saying, "Do not despair, we shall surely succeed." Wukong encouraged, "Do not lose heart, recalibrate your state, and continue to strive." The two took a deep breath, repositioning themselves to prepare for the third attempt at fusion. This time, their gazes were more resolute, and their breaths were attuned to their optimal state. Kybor and Vegeta's movements became increasingly fluid, and the fluctuations of energy gradually stabilized. The onlookers clenched their fists in anxiety, holding their breaths as they fixated on the pair without blinking. As the fusion progressed, their bodies drew closer, and a radiant light began to emanate from the points of contact. The brilliance intensified, enveloping them entirely. Just as everyone believed success was imminent, the light flickered abruptly and then dimmed. The fusion had once again failed. Kybor gasped for air, sweat cascading down his cheeks. "This fusion technique is more challenging than I imagined." Vegeta furrowed his brow, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of surrender. "But we cannot simply give up. Let us try once more." Wukong also exclaimed, "Indeed, do not be disheartened. I firmly believe that you shall succeed." After a brief respite, the two resumed their endeavors with renewed vigor. The fourth fusion commenced, their movements exhibiting a precision far surpassing their previous attempts, with a more refined control over the energy. Radiance erupted once more, yet this time, it exhibited no erratic fluctuations but rather intensified steadily. The contours of their bodies gradually melded together, becoming increasingly distinct. At last, the brilliance faded, signaling the success of their fusion. Before the onlookers stood a formidable new warrior. He possessed a towering stature, his muscular form sculpted to perfection, emanating a suffocating aura of dominance. His resolute visage bore the characteristics of the four, the agility and innocence of Goku, the pride and confidence of Vegeta, the tenacity of Kale, and the wildness of Broly. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with a luminescence reminiscent of countless stars. He spoke, "I am Gyroda, a fusion of the powers of Goku, Vegeta, Kale, and Broly." His voice resonated deeply, powerful enough to penetrate the very souls of those present. The crowd gazed at him in awe, their astonishment palpable. Piccolo and Jiren stood with mouths agape, eventually murmuring, "This is overwhelmingly powerful." Even Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression grave. Such terrifying strength is unprecedented. With a gentle wave of his hand, a ripple traversed the surrounding space. The ground beneath him fractured instantly, and fragments of stone levitated into the air. Wukong, his voice trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "This power surpasses all imagination." Wolroda, feeling the surging strength within him, confidently declared, "With my presence, no enemy dares to instill fear." An aura radiated from him like a tempest, causing those present to struggle to maintain their footing. The original green-golden flame of Kale, the blue flames of Vegeta and Goku, and Broly's bluish-green aura intertwined, creating a dazzling yet terrifying light. Wolroda clenched his fist slightly, as if grasping the very fabric of space, producing a series of cracking sounds. The onlookers gazed at him, filled with hope while simultaneously awestruck by his formidable power. At that moment, Beerus approached, scrutinizing Wolroda from head to toe, stating, "Young man, allow me to test the extent of your strength." Wolroda, maintaining his composure, nodded slightly. "Lord Beerus, I welcome your guidance." In an instant, Beerus unleashed a tremendous aura, with purple energy swirling around him. He swiftly lunged at Wolroda. Unfazed, Rhoda casually waved his hand, effortlessly neutralizing Beerus's assault. Startled, Beerus launched an even fiercer attack, the wind from his punches howling. Rhoda, moving like a phantom, gracefully evaded each of Beerus's strikes, and even his occasional counterattacks exerted immense pressure on Beerus. After a series of exchanges, Beerus halted, panting, and remarked, "You are indeed a remarkable young man. Your power is truly terrifying." Rhoda smiled and replied, "I am honored by your words, Lord Beerus." Witnessing this exchange, the crowd's confidence in Rhoda deepened. Piccolo asserted, "With Rhoda by our side, we shall surely conquer those formidable foes." However, Topher, wearing a serious expression, cautioned, "We must not let our guard down. The enemy's strength must not be underestimated." Rhoda fixed his determined gaze on the horizon, proclaiming, "No matter how powerful the enemy may be, I will give my all." Wang Qing gazed at Rhoda, a surge of intense combat spirit swelling within him. He declared, "Rhoda, allow me to test your prowess." Rhoda smiled gently and nodded in response. "Very well, Wang Qing, let us begin." No sooner had he spoken than Wang Qing unleashed a formidable force, his figure darting toward Rhoda like a bolt of lightning. His fist sliced through the air, aimed squarely at Rhoda's face. Unperturbed, Rhoda deftly sidestepped the blow, simultaneously countering with a powerful strike directed at Wang Qing. Caught off guard, Wang Qing swiftly crossed his arms in defense, yet he was still forced back several paces by the impact. Wang Qing steadied his stance, inwardly astonished by the formidable strength of Rhoda. However, he did not retreat, charging forward once more. This time, he unleashed a series of intricate techniques, endeavoring to discover a flaw in Rhoda's defenses. Yet, Rhoda effortlessly countered every move, each of his actions executed with impeccable precision, neutralizing Wang Qing's assaults one by one. Beside them, Jillian and Tuapa watched in stunned silence. Jillian furrowed his brow and remarked, "The prowess of Rhoda is truly terrifying. Despite Wang Qing's considerable strength, he cannot gain the slightest advantage against him." Tuapa concurred, "Indeed, it seems we have significantly underestimated his capabilities." Bick, equally astonished, murmured to himself, "This power is simply beyond imagination." On the battlefield, Wang Qing grew increasingly valiant, his attacks becoming ever more ferocious, releasing his full strength without reservation. Observing this, Rhoda also began to take the matter seriously, his aura suddenly intensifying, each strike emanating an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 115, A Task Approaches. Facing the formidable pressure exerted by Rhoda, Wang Qing remained remarkably composed. He was acutely aware that his ability to devour was pivotal to his success. Throughout the battle, he adeptly harnessed this power. Whenever Rhoda's assaults came crashing down, Wang Qing did not merely defend. Instead, at the moment of impact, he sought to employ his devouring force to dissipate a portion of the power and transmute it into his own energy. Initially, Rhoda's strikes were as relentless and fierce as a tempest, leaving Wang Qing to barely cope while he continuously searched for opportunities amidst the fray. However, as time elapsed, Wang Qing gradually acclimated to Rhoda's rhythm. As Wang Qing deftly evaded a powerful punch from Rhoda, his palm gently brushed against the opponent's arm, subtly activating the power of absorption. A trickle of energy was drawn into his body. This newfound strength swiftly coursed through him, replenishing his waning stamina. Meanwhile, Rhoda remained oblivious to Wang Qing's clandestine maneuver, relentlessly continuing his assault. However, the prolonged intensity of his attacks began to manifest in a slight alteration in his breath. Wang Qing keenly grasped this insight, and his confidence surged. His attacks gradually became more proactive, shifting from mere defense and evasion to a vigorous counteroffensive. Wang Qing deftly sidestepped Rhoda's kick, countering with a powerful punch enveloped in a black radiance infused with devouring energy. Rhoda raised his hand to block the strike, only to sense an unusual force attempting to consume his own energy. At that moment, Rhoda furrowed his brow, realizing that Wang Qing's strength had not diminished due to the prolonged battle. Rather, it seemed to be growing increasingly formidable. Seizing the fleeting moment of distraction from Rhoda, Wang Qing launched a relentless series of assaults. Each strike was imbued with devouring power, gradually sapping Rhoda's strength. The latter's aura grew increasingly unstable, resulting in a decline in both his speed and force of attack. In contrast, Wang Qing appeared ever more invigorated, as if the devouring power bestowed upon him an inexhaustible source of energy. Observing from the sidelines, Jillian and Tuapu were taken aback. Jillian, with a furrowed brow, remarked, Wang Cheng's devouring power is indeed peculiar. It replenishes him during combat, creating a detrimental imbalance for Wu Erluoda. Tuapu concurred, indeed. I had not anticipated such a turn of events in this battle. Bick watched with wide eyes, murmuring, this devouring power is a truly formidable ability. On the battlefield, Wang Cheng's advantage became increasingly evident. His strikes grew more ferocious, each infused with an overwhelming momentum. Wu Erluoda began to falter, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his breath quickened. Wang Cheng seized the opportune moment and launched another full-force assault. This time, Wu Erluoda was unable to fully defend himself and was pushed back several steps. Wang Cheng, seizing the advantage, relentlessly pursued Erluoda, leaving him no respite. Erluoda gritted his teeth, striving to elevate his aura in an attempt to turn the tide. However, the depletion of his strength rendered his efforts futile. At that moment, Whis suddenly called out, enough! This is the end. Wang Cheng and Wu Erluoda finally ceased their actions. Although Wang Cheng felt somewhat fatigued, his eyes were brimming with excitement and contentment. Wu Erluoda gazed at Wang Cheng in astonishment and remarked, I never imagined your devouring power was so formidable. I underestimated you. Wang Cheng smiled and remarked, you are formidable as well. Without the power of devouring, I might not stand a chance against you. The crowd gathered around, filled with admiration for this splendid and dynamic battle. Piccolo's eyes sparkled with respect as he said, Wang Cheng, your mastery of the devouring power has grown increasingly sophisticated. It is truly impressive. Jiren stepped forward, gazing at Wang Cheng and Erluoda, and added, this has been a contest of high caliber, and I have gained much from it. Topo nodded in agreement, stating, to witness such a battle is indeed worth the effort. At that moment, Whis spoke, through this battle, you should all have gained some insights. Moving forward, in the face of unknown adversaries, we must unite and strive even harder. The group nodded in unison, their eyes brimming with determination and resolve. Before long, a flash of light signaled the end of Erluoda's fusion time. His body instantaneously separated into Goku, Vegeta, Kale, and Broly, though all four appeared somewhat fatigued. Their eyes still shone with the fervor of battle. Wang Cheng stepped forward and spoke, since the experiment has been successful, Jiren, you and Topo should each prepare a few pairs of earrings. As for Piccolo and Sheru, as well as Hit and Kale, you may all give it a try. Jiren nodded in agreement, replying, indeed, it is always prudent to be well prepared. Topo echoed, understood. Piccolo and Sheru exchanged glances, with Piccolo expressing, I hope this will lead to a significant enhancement in our abilities. Sheru grunted, just don't hold me back. Hit and Kale maintained a more composed demeanor. Kale remarked, let us give it a go. Perhaps there will be unexpected surprises. Everyone was busily preparing, the atmosphere thick with tension and focus. Suddenly, Whis' staff began to shimmer, emitting a mysterious light that coalesced into a clear projection in the air. The figures of the Omni King and the Grand Priest appeared before them. Startled, everyone quickly bowed in respect. The Grand Priest's expression was grave, and his voice resonated with calm authority as he proclaimed, a rift has appeared in the sixth universe. The situation is unclear, and it may conceal great danger. I hope Wang Cheng will lead the universe police to investigate. Wang Cheng stepped forward and solemnly declared, yes. Esteemed High Priest, we shall undoubtedly fulfill our mission. Meanwhile, Quan Wang, with a childlike voice, chimed in, make sure to do a good job. If you excel, I shall promote you upon my return. The High Priest continued, the emergence of this rift is exceedingly peculiar. According to our preliminary observations, the energy fluctuations it emits are remarkably chaotic. You must exercise utmost caution and refrain from acting impulsively. Wang Cheng nodded and said, rest assured, esteemed High Priest. We shall proceed with utmost caution. Sun Wukong leaned in and remarked, Wang Cheng, could this possibly be a scheme devised by our adversaries? Vegeta scoffed. Regardless of whether it is or not, we shall uncover the truth once we arrive. Piccolo's expression turned grave as he cautioned, we must not let our guard down. Wang Cheng cast a glance around at the assembled group and declared, everyone, prepare yourselves. I have an ominous premonition that we shall encounter formidable foes. This time, the entire universe guard will be mobilized. The crowd responded in unison, yes. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, leaped around while exclaiming, haha, at last. We are on the brink of another grand battle. Vegeta, casting a disdainful glance his way, retorted, Kakarot, do not be so impulsive. Be wary lest you lose your life. Kale and Hit engaged in a hushed discussion of tactics, their gazes filled with unwavering determination. Jiren and Topo stood silently to the side, exuding an aura of immense pressure. Wang Cheng was meticulously strategizing his course of action, his brow furrowed as he pondered the myriad scenarios that could potentially arise. At that moment, Whis approached and cautioned. Wang Cheng, it is imperative that we exercise utmost caution during this operation. The energy emanating from that rift is exceedingly peculiar, and it is highly probable that it is the work of the Dark Demon Realm. Wang Cheng's expression grew increasingly grave as he clenched his fists and declared, "If this truly is the machination of the Dark Demon Realm, then we are likely facing an exceedingly arduous battle." Whis nodded, his demeanor serious as he remarked, "The Dark Demon Realm has always been shrouded in mystery. Their methods are often ruthless and insidious. However, we must not falter." Wukong leaned in, his gaze resolute as he proclaimed, "No matter what this Dark Demon Realm entails, I, the great sage, fear nothing." Vegeta let out a cold snort and cautioned, "Do not underestimate the situation, Kakarot. Have you forgotten how precarious our last encounter was?" Wukong scratched his head and grinned, "Oh, Vegeta, that was merely an accident. This time will be different." Vegeta shot him a glare and replied, "Hmph, it better be. If your negligence endangers us, I will not spare you." Wang Cheng hastily declared, "Now is not the time for quarrels. Everyone, prepare to set off." Wukong stretched his limbs, his eyes brimming with determination. "Let us embark. I, the great sage, shall uncover the secrets concealed within this fissure." Wang Cheng retrieved several packets of celestial beans from his pocket, distributing them to Jillian, Tuapa, Shite, and others, saying, "These celestial beans can swiftly restore stamina and heal injuries in critical moments. Please take good care of them." Jillian accepted the celestial beans with a slight nod, expressing gratitude. Tuapa, with curiosity, examined the beans in his hand, questioning their remarkable properties. Shite silently accepted the beans, his gaze remaining composed. Subsequently, the group boarded the warp cube, setting off towards the sixth universe. As the warp cube soared through the cosmos, the stars receded swiftly into the distance. Wang Cheng felt a twinge of apprehension, uncertain of what awaited them. Before long, they arrived at the sixth universe, where Hmph and Ba duos had been anxiously awaiting their arrival. Hmph exclaimed with urgency, "You have finally arrived. This rift appeared so suddenly, and we are utterly perplexed." Ba duos elegantly interjected, "Please, follow us." The group trailed behind Hmph and Ba duos, hastening towards the direction of the rift. Along the way, Wang Cheng marveled at the wonders and vastness of the sixth universe. At last, they reached the location of the rift, where the surrounding space was distorted, emanating a disquieting wave of energy. Wang Cheng gazed at the immense chasm, inhaling deeply. "This is the challenge we must confront." Hmph remarked, "Since the emergence of this fissure, the nearby planets have been affected, their energies rendered exceedingly unstable." Vados added, "Moreover, we can sense a malevolent force seeping from within." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, resolute in his determination to uncover the truth behind the situation. The others nodded in agreement, preparing themselves to venture into the rift. Hmph and Ba duos spoke up, saying they would remain in the sixth universe, just in case, wishing them good luck. Wang Cheng and his companions boldly entered the fissure. In a flash of light, they found themselves before a stunning planet, adorned with lush greenery, and a landscape of mountains and rivers that seemed to form a hidden paradise. As they reveled in the breathtaking scenery, several familiar figures emerged. Majin Buu twisted his corpulent body, a strange smile plastered across his face. Frieza stood with his arms crossed, his chilling gaze sending shivers down spines. Moro exuded an aura of malevolence that weighed heavily in the air. Cooler wore a sinister expression, his eyes glinting with ferocity, and the evil containment wave radiated an eerie glow. Behind them stood 7 individuals clad in attire reminiscent of the god of destruction. Each bore a distinct demeanor. Some were arrogant, others indifferent, while a few exhibited a keen curiosity. Majin Buu was the first to speak, his voice tinged with childlike glee. "Haha, we meet again." Frieza's voice cut through the air sharply. "This time, you cannot escape." Moro ominously declared, "Prepare to meet your demise." Cooler gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Wang Cheng, did you ever expect this? I have been resurrected." The evil containment wave chuckled wickedly. "Hee, this will be an entertaining battle." The 7 figures dressed as gods of destruction remained silent, their overwhelming presence making it difficult to breathe. At that moment, the tallest among them stepped forward, his muscular frame imposing and his fierce gaze penetrating. "I am Akumo, once the ruler of the 14th universe, mercilessly erased by the Omni King. It was only through the intervention of the Dark Demon Realm Lord that I have this chance for revenge." We are not alone. There are 7 fallen angels alongside us. Hmph. The one has already fallen to your hands. Wukong furrowed his brow, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Akumo as he declared, he has brought this upon himself. Choosing to ally with the Dark Demon Realm will lead to dire consequences. Akumo erupted into a boisterous laugh, his voice causing the surrounding leaves to tremble and fall. Youngster, do not be so arrogant. Defeating a single angel does not equate to overcoming us all. Sun Wukong leaped beside Wukong, his golden aura blazing fiercely as he proclaimed, no matter how many of you there are, I fear no one. Akumo disdainfully cast a glance at Sun Wukong. A mere Saiyan dares to boast here. Vegeta snorted, his blue aura rising in response. Do not underestimate us. Today, you shall witness our true might. Frieza interjected with a mocking tone. Hmph, a bunch of oblivious fools. Soon you will have cause to weep. Moro chuckled ominously. Do not rush. Let us enjoy this little game. Jiren, arms crossed and unperturbed, stated calmly, words are futile. Let us engage directly. Toppo stepped forward, energy surging around him. This suits me perfectly. It narrowed his eyes slightly, his form vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind Akumo, delivering a swift kick. Akumo reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting to block the strike with a punch. Wukong furrowed his brow, sensing that each of these deities who had aligned themselves with the dark magic realm possessed powers far superior to Hmph, each at least at the 8th tier of the divine realm. Observing Wukong's grave expression, Sun Wukong remarked, Wukong, do not fret. I, your old son, shall not be intimidated by them. Wukong shook his head with a wry smile and said, Wukong, this adversary is formidable. We must not underestimate them. Vegeta gritted his teeth and replied, Hmph, no matter how powerful they are, we shall fight with all our might. Wukong took a deep breath and said, everyone, remain vigilant and try not to disperse, lest we be picked off one by one. At that moment, the fiend Majin Buu approached with a playful demeanor, exclaiming, oh dear. No need to be so tense. Come, let us have some fun. Jiren swiftly moved to position himself in front of Majin Buu, coldly commanding, go back. The imposing aura of Jiren startled Majin Buu, causing him to retreat a few steps. Wukong continued, moreover, there are still 6 renegade angels who have yet to make their appearance. Their whereabouts remain a mystery, poised to strike us with lethal force. Tuapu furrowed his brow, acknowledging, indeed, this presents a significant dilemma. After a moment of silence, Zeit remarked, we can only proceed step by step. Wukong gazed up at the sky, silently praying, I hope Whis and the others can come to our aid. Surely, the current situation does not contravene any celestial principles. Without support, we truly find ourselves in a precarious predicament. Califura clenched her fists and declared, regardless of the circumstances, we must not falter. Bic echoed her sentiment, stating, indeed. Even if it leads to our demise, we cannot allow them to prevail. Just as the group braced themselves, Akumo spoke once more, do not engage in futile struggles. Surrender obediently, and perhaps you may be spared. Wukong bellowed fiercely, never. We shall not succumb to evil. The atmosphere between the two factions grew increasingly tense, heralding the imminent onset of a fierce battle. Chapter 117. The Great Melee. Akumo was the first to strike, his form darting like lightning as he surged towards Wukong and his companions. Jillian stepped forward, colliding head-on with Akumo, the tremendous energy clash sending ripples through the surrounding space. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong maneuvered behind Akumo, launching a powerful punch. Yet, Akumo reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping Wukong's assault while simultaneously delivering a kick towards him. Vegeta, witnessing the unfolding chaos, unleashed an energy wave in an attempt to thwart Akumo. However, Akumo merely waved his hand, effortlessly dispersing the energy blast. Meanwhile, other gods of destruction, including Moko, joined the fray, engaging in a chaotic melee with Wukong and his allies. Majin Buu rampaged across the battlefield, wreaking havoc with wild abandon. Piccolo employed his unique abilities, striving to restrain Majin Buu's movements, but Buu's overwhelming power rendered Piccolo's efforts nearly futile. Kale and Hit coordinated their attacks, fiercely clashing with Moko. Moko's strikes were relentless and brutal, forcing Kale and Hit to barely fend off the onslaught. Tora and Toru battled fiercely, their powers in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Wukong continuously scrutinized the unfolding situation amidst the battle, his anxiety escalating with each passing moment. The 6 traitorous angels had yet to reveal themselves, while his side gradually found itself ensnared in a predicament. He witnessed Sun Wukong being repelled by the formidable might of Akumuo, crashing heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta, too, succumbed to the pressures of his confrontation with Moko, panting heavily, his stamina rapidly depleting. Although Caulifla and Hit demonstrated a remarkable synergy, they could only manage to defend themselves against their powerful adversary, their bodies marred with numerous wounds. The clash between Topo and Tals had reached a stalemate, both parties struggling to maintain their ground, unable to gain a decisive advantage. Piccolo's situation was equally dire. The overwhelming power of Majin Buu left him beleaguered, and his magical assaults appeared to have little effect on the formidable foe. Despite Jiren's formidable strength, he too found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of numerous powerful enemies. Wang Cheng was consumed by anxiety, fully aware that continuing in this manner was untenable. Given his current prowess, dealing with the remaining deities of destruction posed no challenge. It was imperative to swiftly eliminate them, thereby aiding Wukong and his companions, while also harnessing the power of devouring to its fullest potential. Wang Cheng's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from his being. He ceased to hold back his strength, opting for a swift resolution. Like a wraith, he traversed the battlefield, materializing before a god of destruction in an instant. Before the deity could react, Wang Cheng unleashed a formidable punch, his fist enveloped in a layer of black, devouring energy. The god of destruction hastily attempted to defend himself, yet was forcefully pushed back several steps by Wang Cheng's immense power. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng advanced, pressing his palm against the opponent's chest. While the devouring force surged violently, the deity felt his strength being siphoned away, akin to a river breaching its dam, his eyes widening in terror. No, he let out a desperate cry, yet found himself unable to escape Wang Cheng's grasp. Wang Cheng let out a cold snort, assimilating the devouring power into his being, and with a swift kick, sent the already weakened god of destruction flying. Without pause, he charged towards another god of destruction, sensing the terror that was Wang Cheng. This deity attempted to flee, yet Wang Cheng's speed was unparalleled. He quickly closed the distance and, employing the same method, unleashed his devouring power once more. Wang Cheng's movements were swift and fierce, each strike imbued with an unwavering determination. The surrounding foes were taken aback by his sudden eruption of power. Sun Wukong, witnessing Wang Cheng's formidable prowess, exuberantly shouted, "Wang Cheng, splendid work." Vegeta also exhaled with a hint of relief, with Wang Cheng's dominant display. The pressure on their side was significantly alleviated. Wang Cheng galloped across the battlefield, his insatiable power rendering one destruction deity after another powerless. His aura intensified, his gaze imbued with unwavering resolve and icy ferocity. At last, save for a few of the mightiest destruction deities like Akomo, the rest had succumbed to Wang Cheng's prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and charged towards Sun Wukong, joining forces to confront their adversaries. Wang Cheng surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards the location of Sun Wukong, who was engaged in a fierce and unyielding battle with a formidable god of destruction. Bearing numerous wounds upon his body, Wang Cheng exclaimed loudly, "Wukong, I come to your aid." With that, he swung his fist directly towards the destroyer. The destroyer was compelled to divert its attention to counter Wang Cheng's assault, allowing Sun Wukong a moment to catch his breath. Wang Cheng's fist bore immense strength and an insatiable power of consumption. The god of destruction braced himself to absorb this blow, only to feel a bizarre force tugging at his very essence. A wave of alarm washed over him. "What kind of power is this?" he exclaimed in terror. With a cold sneer, Wang Cheng declared, "This is the power that shall send you to hell." As he spoke, the force of devouring was unleashed in full, relentlessly siphoning the energy of the god of destruction. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong regained his composure and joined Wang Cheng in a concerted assault. United in their efforts, the god of destruction began to falter, ultimately being sent flying by a single punch from Wang Cheng. Having vanquished this foe, Wang Cheng and Sun Wukong swiftly redirected their attention towards Vegeta, who was ensnared in a perilous struggle against two gods of destruction. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Cheng charged into the fray, his formidable presence forcing the two destroyers to retreat. "Vegeta, hold firm," Wang Cheng shouted. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta retorted, "Less talk. Let us finish them quickly." The trio joined forces, swiftly driving the two destroyers into a corner. One of the destroyers attempted to flee but was intercepted by Wang Cheng, who unleashed a devouring force that drained its power. At this juncture, the tide of battle began to shift in favor of Wang Cheng and his allies. Yet Akomo and several other powerful destroyers continued to resist fiercely. Wang Cheng gazed at them, a flicker of resolve gleaming in his eyes, It was time to bring this to a close. Once more, he unleashed a formidable surge of power. Charging towards Akumo and the others alongside Son Wukong and Vegeta, Wang Cheng charged ahead like a fierce lion pouncing on its prey. Upon witnessing this, Akumo let out a furious roar and met the challenge with all his might. The clash of their powers created a tremendous shockwave, reducing the surrounding rocks and trees to mere dust. Son Wukong and Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, launched their assaults on the other gods of destruction from either side. In an instant, the battle escalated to a fervent climax. Wang Cheng's devouring power relentlessly eroded Akumo's strength, leaving him increasingly powerless. Nevertheless, he continued to resist with all his might, desperately seeking a flaw in Wang Cheng's defenses. "You shall not prevail," Akumo declared through clenched teeth. With a chilling laugh, Wang Cheng declared, "Your struggles are in vain." At that moment, Akumo suddenly unleashed a devastating move, a surge of dark energy hurtling towards Wang Cheng. Unperturbed, Wang Cheng clasped his hands together, absorbing the entirety of the energy. What? How is this possible? Akumo's eyes widened in disbelief. Seizing the fleeting opportunity while Akumo was momentarily dazed, Wang Cheng delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Akumo let out a pained scream as he was sent flying. Meanwhile, on another front, Son Wukong and Vegeta steadily gained the upper hand, rendering their opponents utterly defenseless. Chapter 118. The Great Battle 2. Wang Cheng showed no signs of respite. With a swift motion, he charged towards the other struggling gods of destruction. Each of his attacks bore the weight of thunderous might, instilling fear within the hearts of those deities. "Everyone, muster your strength and eradicate these foes once and for all," Wang Cheng proclaimed loudly. Encouraged by his words, Son Wukong and Vegeta intensified their assaults, while the once defiant gods of destruction found their resolve utterly shattered. At that moment, an eerie laughter echoed across the sky. The group looked up to behold the 6 treacherous angels finally revealing themselves. "Huh, did you truly believe that victory was within your grasp?" the leading angel remarked coldly. The formidable aura emanating from these 6 angels caused the previously relaxed spirits of Wang Cheng and his allies to tense once again. "No matter how many adversaries approach, we shall not cower," Son Wukong declared through gritted teeth. Wang Cheng nodded and declared, "Indeed, let us unite our efforts." The group once again plunged into battle, engaging in a fierce clash with the 6 traitorous angels. The angels' assaults were both ferocious and precise, plunging Wang Cheng and his companions into a dire struggle. Yet they did not surrender. Instead, they coordinated their efforts, resolutely resisting the angels' onslaught. Amidst the tumultuous conflict, Vegeta was unfortunately struck by one of the angels, falling to the ground, injured. "Vegeta!" Son Wukong roared with fury, his power surging instantaneously as he launched a frenzied counterattack against the assailant angel. Wang Cheng sought to weaken the angel's strength using the power of devouring. However, the might of these celestial beings surpassed his expectations, rendering the effects of his abilities rather insignificant. This predicament was untenable, Wang Cheng thought anxiously. Just when despair enveloped the crowd, Whis and the other supporting angels suddenly unleashed their formidable skills, momentarily suppressing the onslaught of the traitorous angels. "Now is the time to strike," Whis shouted. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Cheng and his comrades launched a full-scale assault. In an instant, the battlefield was illuminated, radiating with energy. The defected angels found themselves ensnared in a protracted struggle, grappling with Whis and other angels. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng darted forward like a bolt of lightning, directing his charge towards Frieza and Majin Buu. Upon seeing Wang Cheng approach, Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile, mocking. What an audacious fool. He gathered a sphere of purple energy in his hands and hurled it fiercely towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's gaze sharpened as he sidestepped the assault of the energy sphere, swiftly narrowing the distance between himself and Frieza. With a sudden and forceful swing of his fist, the air around him whistled, imbued with a fierce momentum. Frieza crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to block the blow. A resounding crash echoed as Frieza was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, his arms quivering slightly, astonished by Wang Cheng's remarkable strength. Observing this, Majin Buu let out a furious roar, his massive form lunging towards Wang Cheng. With agile grace, Wang Cheng pivoted, deftly evading Majin Buu's onslaught. Majin Buu missed his target entirely, crashing into a colossal rock that was instantly reduced to dust. Infuriated, Majin Buu swung his powerful arms once more, charging at Wang Cheng again. Wang Cheng, unhurried and composed, glided like a specter amidst the onslaught of Majin Buu's attacks. Seizing the opportune moment, he delivered a decisive kick to Majin Buu's abdomen. The creature roared in pain, its fury palpable. At that instant, Frieza took advantage of the distraction. launching a surprise attack from behind with a beam of energy aimed at Wang Cheng's back. As if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, Wang Cheng swiftly pivoted, extending his palm to intercept the energy beam with sheer force. Is that all you've got? Wang Cheng taunted, his voice laced with derision. Frieza's expression darkened as he intensified his energy output. With a powerful tremor in his arm, Wang Cheng deflected the energy beam back towards Frieza, who hastily evaded the attack. In the fierce battle against Frieza and Majin Buu, Wang Cheng remained unfazed, each of his strikes precise and vigorous, making it exceedingly difficult for his foes to counter. Moro entered the fray, casting enigmatic spells, unleashing tendrils of dark energy that spiraled towards Wang Cheng. With a graceful leap, he evaded the ensnaring threads, simultaneously forming seals with his hands to unleash a formidable wave of energy that repelled Moro. Guldo lurked nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And when he perceived a weakness in Wang Cheng's defense, he lunged forward in an instant. However, Wang Cheng reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing a spinning kick that connected with Guldo's cheek, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Wang Cheng grew increasingly formidable in battle, exuding a powerful aura that instilled immense pressure upon Frieza and his comrades. Yet, they remained resolute, relentlessly launching frenzied assaults against him. Above the battlefield, the relentless collisions of energy produced dazzling bursts of light and thunderous explosions. Amidst the onslaught of his adversaries, Wang Cheng stood as an invincible war god. Wang Cheng shouted while fighting, "Wukong, Vegeta, hurry and fuse with the earrings." At that moment, Majin Buu suddenly turned around and charged towards the 7 defeated gods of destruction. He opened his gaping maw, revealing a sinister grin. "Haha, become my power," Majin Buu bellowed. Subsequently, a stream of pink transformative magic shot forth from his mouth, instantly enveloping the 7 powerless gods of destruction. Their bodies began to twist grotesquely as they were forcibly absorbed into Majin Buu's being. Majin Buu's physique began to swell, muscles bulging, emanating an aura of unfathomable terror. His eyes turned a fiery red, as if ignited by an endless rage. Wang Cheng felt an overwhelming force surging forth, and his expression grew grave. This was not good. This fellow's power had surged dramatically. Wang Cheng silently lamented the dire situation. At this moment, the demon Majin Buu had reached the realm of the God King. The aura emanating from him was wild and chaotic, exerting such pressure that the surrounding space could barely withstand it, leading to the emergence of minute fissures. Majin Buu let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. "Ha ha ha, who among you can challenge me now?" With a sudden stomp of his foot, the ground shattered instantly, sending countless shards of stone hurtling towards Wang Cheng and the others. Wang Cheng swiftly enacted his defense, conjuring an energy shield that materialized before him, intercepting the incoming stones. "Everyone, be cautious. This adversary is formidable," he called out, alerting the others. Hearing Wang Cheng's urgent warning, Sun Wukong and Vegeta grasped the gravity of the situation. "It seems we have no choice but to fuse," Sun Wukong declared. Vegeta nodded in agreement, and the two swiftly began to don their earrings. However, Majin Buu would not afford them this opportunity. In a flash, he appeared before Sun Wukong and Vegeta, raising his colossal fist to strike. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Cheng leaped towards the demon Buu, endeavoring to thwart his assault. "Do not even think of approaching them," Wang Cheng bellowed in fury. Wang Cheng's eyes blazed with fierce fury, and the aura surrounding him instantaneously transformed into a tempest of ferocity. Confronted by the dramatically enhanced strength of the demon Buu, he exhibited not the slightest inclination to retreat. Wang Cheng, swift as lightning, charged towards the demon Majin Buu in an instant. A resplendent radiance enveloped his fists, and with each strike, he unleashed a formidable consuming power. Majin Buu, sensing the eerie force of absorption, felt a flicker of unease stir within him, yet he roared defiantly, bracing himself to confront Wang Cheng's onslaught. Wang Cheng's fist collided with the enormous palm of Majin Buu, and in that brilliant radiance, the power of absorption erupted instantaneously. Majin Buu felt an overwhelming force pulling at him, his own strength being uncontrollably siphoned away. "What sorcery is this?" Majin Buu roared, attempting to break free. Yet it seemed as though Wang Cheng's fist was glued to his hand. Wang Cheng's gaze was icy, and a resolute smile graced his lips, proclaiming, "This is the power that will lead to your demise." With that declaration, he intensified the output of his devouring force. The arms of Majin Buu began to tremble as he desperately attempted to retaliate, swinging his fist toward Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng swiftly sidestepped the attack, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of powerful kicks, each strike imbued with immense strength, landing squarely upon Majin Buu. The demon winced in pain, momentarily recoiling. But Wang Chung relentlessly pursued him, shadowing his every move. His fists rained down upon Majin Buu like a tempest. The devouring force incessantly eroded Majin Buu's power, causing his aura to become increasingly chaotic. Fear finally flickered in Majin Buu's eyes. He had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Chapter 119. The Great Battle 3. Wang Chung continued to engage in battle with the Demon Buu, wielding his devouring power. His form moved like a phantom, each motion stirring up a gust of wind. With deft movements, Wang Cheng's hands orchestrated the devouring force into strands of black light, which tightly ensnared the Demon Buu. Enraged, Buu roared in fury, attempting to break free from the binding black tendrils, yet the devouring power clung to him like a relentless curse. In a frenzy, he swung his fists, unleashing waves of formidable energy in an effort to repel Wang Chung. However, Wang Chung, agile and nimble, effortlessly dodged Buu's assaults. Seizing the opportunity during Buu's onslaught, he unleashed the devouring power once more. The black light penetrated deeper into Buu's being, incessantly siphoning his strength. Yet, Buu's regenerative abilities, augmented by the dark demon realm, quickly replenished the strength that had just been consumed. His massive form shimmered with an eerie glow as his wounds healed at a visible pace. Moreover, having absorbed the power of 7 destroyers, his might grew even more formidable. Suddenly, Buu erupted with an overwhelming surge of energy, shattering the black tendrils that had ensnared him. With eyes ablaze, he lunged fiercely towards Wang Chung. Wang Chung swiftly retreated, his hands moving rapidly to form intricate seals, his lips murmuring incantations. Before him materialized a colossal black vortex, emanating an overwhelming force of suction. The body of Majin Buu was irresistibly drawn towards the whirlpool. He struggled desperately, his limbs straining to resist the pull, yearning to escape the vortex's grasp. Yet, the force of the whirlpool was insurmountable, inching Majin Buu ever closer. Just as he was on the verge of being consumed by the vortex, he suddenly let out a furious roar, unleashing a surge of formidable energy that dissipated the swirling maelstrom. Wang Cheng's expression grew solemn. He had not anticipated that Majin Buu would prove to be so tenacious. At this moment, Majin Buu's strength surged once more, rendering his assaults even more ferocious. Wang Cheng continuously shifted his position, evading the onslaught of the malevolent Majin Buu. As he deftly dodged, he sought out any vulnerabilities in Majin Buu's chaotic yet formidable attacks. Seizing a fleeting moment of opportunity amidst Buu's assault, Wang Chung launched himself forward with incredible speed. The power of absorption surged once more, this time with all his strength concentrated, as a black beam shot forth like a piercing spear, aimed directly at Majin Buu's chest. Majin Buu attempted to evade the strike, but it was too late. The black beam penetrated his chest, voraciously siphoning away his strength. With a pained roar, Buu grasped at the dark energy in a desperate attempt to sever it. Yet, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, resolutely maintaining control over the absorption power. For a moment, both combatants found themselves locked in a fierce stalemate. Beads of sweat formed on Wang Cheng's brow. He understood that this battle was arduous, and a single misstep could lead to his downfall. Majin Buu, too, fought valiantly against the consuming force, his eyes ablaze with madness and defiance. In this moment, neither could easily break free from the other's grasp, and the confrontation escalated to a boiling point. Suddenly, the transformed black-gold Frieza surged forth, exuding an aura of malevolence. His golden glow flickering against his dark armor as he darted through the air like a bolt of black lightning, intent on rescuing Majin Buu. Just as he was about to reach the battleground of Buu and Wang Chung, a figure materialized before him, none other than the fused form of the deep blue Vegeta. With arms crossed and a gaze steeped in disdain, Vegeta's powerful presence caused the very air around him to tremble. "Frieza, your opponent is me," he declared coldly. Frieza halted, glaring at Vegeta. "Hmph, do not think that your fusion can impede me." Vegeta smirked. "Let us see about that." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished, reappearing directly in front of Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. Frieza reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block, but the force of Vegeta's blow sent him stumbling back several steps. Meanwhile, Moro was also soaring towards them, shrouded in an eerie black mist, his eyes glinting with malice. However, before he could draw near, the fused form of Gogeta stood before him. With fists clenched and muscles taut, Gogeta declared, "Moro, your journey ends here." Moro scoffed, "You think you can stop me?" Without a word, Gogeta launched his attack, and the two were soon engulfed in a fierce clash. On another front, the black gold Gula hurtled forward with remarkable speed, fueled by a savage force. Yet, The fused form of Toki Toki swiftly intercepted his path, determination etched on his face. "Gula, you shall not pass." Gula roared in response. "Get out of my way." The two then engaged in a furious exchange, their energies colliding and destabilizing the surrounding space. However, the fused form of Shabi was unable to thwart the malevolent wave of energy that surged forth. The malevolent energy radiating from evil energy wave was formidable and sinister, effortlessly breaching the defenses set by Shabi. Shabi, the fusion of Sharu and Bik, were a face of vexation. This adversary was exceedingly powerful, cackling maniacally. Evil energy waves surged forward, on the verge of intruding upon the battlefield where Wang Chung and Majin Buu clashed. In this critical moment, Hit suddenly appeared before evil energy wave, obstructing his path. With a chilling gaze, Hit declared, "Your advance ends here." Evil energy wave scoffed at Hit, dismissing him as an obstacle. Without a word, Hit vanished from sight, only to reappear behind evil energy wave in an instant, delivering a powerful kick. Evil energy wave evaded by sidestepping, retaliating with a fierce punch aimed at it. Meanwhile, the battle between Vegeta and Frieza intensified. Frieza unleashed a myriad of potent techniques. Black energy beams relentlessly targeting Vegeta. Yet, through agile movements and immense strength, Vegeta adeptly dodged Frieza's assaults and occasionally struck back. "Is this all you can do, Frieza?" Vegeta taunted. Frieza seethed with rage, warning, "Do not celebrate too soon." The confrontation between Cable and Moro had also escalated to a fever pitch. Moro continuously emitted black mist, attempting to corrode Cable. In response, Cable harnessed his inner energy, forming a protective shield to fend off Moro's attacks. The battle between Toj and Gula was equally riveting. Gula's assaults were ferocious and wild, while Toj countered with steadfast defense and incisive ripostes. The battlefield reverberated with the sounds of energy collisions and furious roars. The atmosphere charged to its utmost tension. As Wang Chung faced the formidable Majin Buu, the situation grew increasingly intricate and perilous with the introduction of the evil wave. The moment the evil wave surged forth, it unleashed a potent torrent of malevolent energy directed at Wang Chung. Engaged in a fierce struggle against Majin Buu, he realized too late the imminent threat of the attack, leaving him with no choice but to evade the critical strike by sidestepping. The energy wave grazed his shoulder, causing it to bleed profusely, yet it healed almost instantaneously. Observing this, Majin Buu seized the opportunity to intensify his assault, his fist raining down upon Wang Chung like a relentless storm. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chung braced himself against Buu's onslaught, while simultaneously diverting his attention to counter the insidious attack from the evil wave. Chapter 120, The Great Chaos 4. Do you truly believe this will be sufficient to vanquish me? Wang Chung roared, his aura surging once more, the power of his devouring force becoming even more formidable. Both Majin Buu and the evil wave staggered back, momentarily shaken by this overwhelming presence. Exchanging a glance, they resolved to unite their efforts for a more ferocious strike. Together, they charged at Wang Chung, with the evil wave gathering a sphere of dark energy in its hands. While Majin Buu swung his colossal fists with unrelenting force, Wang Chung confronted the two formidable opponents with a glimmer of resoluteness in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he instantly elevated his strength to its zenith, causing the surrounding air to seemingly yield under the weight of his imposing aura. Wang Cheng's figure flickered as he deftly evaded the formidable fist of the demon Buu. In a fluid motion, he pivoted and charged toward Evil Thought Wave. Startled, Evil Thought Wave swiftly hurled the dark energy sphere in his grasp at Wang Chung. Unflinching, Wang Chung extended his hand, his palm shimmering with radiant light, and astonishingly caught the dark energy sphere with sheer force. Evil Thought Wave's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him. In that moment of shock, Wang Chung exerted a powerful grip, causing the dark energy sphere to explode, the ensuing wave of energy forcing Evil Thought Wave to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, the demon Buu launched a surprise attack from behind, his fist cutting through the air with a deafening whoosh. Wang Chung, as if endowed with eyes on the back of his head, executed a backflip, evading the strike, and simultaneously delivered a powerful kick to Buu's chin, causing his head to snap backward. Upon landing, Wang Chung offered no respite to his adversaries. With deft movements, he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing radiant beams from his palms that pierced through the air like swords, targeting the malevolent Xinyan Bo and the fiendish Majin Buu. The two foes hastily evaded, but the brilliant rays struck the ground, creating deep craters. Steadying himself, Xinyan Bo gathered energy anew, conjuring a massive black vortex between his hands. intent on drawing Wang Qing into its depths. With a disdainful snort, Wang Qing erupted with formidable power, breaking free from the gravitational pull and charging toward the ominous whirlpool. Majin Buu, not to be outdone, opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of pink energy beams. Wang Qing deftly maneuvered to avoid both assaults, instantaneously reappearing before Majin Buu. Delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, the fiend doubled over in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Bo attempted a surprise attack from the side. Sensing the imminent danger, Wang Qing pivoted, blocking Shen Bo's strike with his elbow. In a fluid motion, he retaliated with an energy wave that sent Shen Bo hurtling away. Majin Buu, regaining his stance, charged once more. Thus commenced a fierce close combat between the two, their fists and legs intertwining in a dance of violence. Each collision generating immense waves of energy. Wang Qing's speed was astonishing, his strikes akin to a tempest, leaving the demon Majin Buu struggling to defend himself. Despite Majin Buu's formidable strength, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage against Wang Qing's agile and unpredictable assaults. At that moment, the sinister energy wave surged forth, joining the fray and collaborating with Majin Buu to besiege Wang Qing. Undaunted in the face of adversity, Wang Qing's gaze remained resolute as he tirelessly sought out vulnerabilities amidst the onslaught of their attacks. Wang Qing suddenly discerned a flaw in the malevolent wave of thoughts. He delivered a swift kick to the knee of the dark entity, causing it to emit a piercing cry as it knelt on one knee. The demon Majin Buu sought to intervene, but Wang Qing pivoted and landed a powerful punch squarely on Majin Buu's face, instantly causing his cheek to swell with a crimson hue. The battle intensified, with Wang Qing confronting two adversaries yet remaining undaunted. An unparalleled aura emanated from him, instilling a flicker of dread within both the malevolent wave and Majin Buu. Wang Qing's figure weaved effortlessly through the onslaught of his two adversaries, each movement imbued with resolute determination. The malevolent being, Majin Buu, unleashed a colossal fist, the force of his strike howling through the air as if to rend the very fabric of space itself. With a deft sidestep, Wang Qing evaded this ferocious blow, simultaneously seizing Majin Buu's arm and, with a powerful heave, sent the massive creature hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, the wave of dark thoughts unleashed a barrage of black energy beams, resembling a relentless rain of arrows, aimed directly at Wang Qing. With remarkable speed, Wang Qing maneuvered his hands, conjuring an energy shield before him. The energy beams collided with the shield, erupting in a dazzling display of brilliance. With a thunderous roar, Wang Qing enlarged his shield instantaneously, rebounding the assault of the malevolent wave. The malevolent wave found itself in a state of disarray, compelled to exert all its might in defense. In that moment, Wang Qing propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball, and as he neared the malevolent wave, he delivered a powerful kick to its chest. The malevolent wave emitted a muffled groan and was sent hurtling backward. The fiend Buu rose from the ground, roaring in fury as his physique began to transform. His muscles swelled, and his strength surged even further. He charged once more at Wang Qing, each step causing the ground to tremble. Undaunted, Wang Qing advanced to meet the fiend Buu, and once again, they engaged in a fierce clash, their fists colliding with a resounding thud. Wang Qing's arm tingled from the immense force exerted by the demon Majin Buu, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Suddenly, he discerned a slight vulnerability in Majin Buu's defense and seized the opportunity to deliver a swift strike with the edge of his palm to Buu's neck. Majin Buu staggered, nearly collapsing. At that moment, the malevolent energy began to recover. He clasped his hands together and murmured incantations, as the surrounding dark energy coalesced into a colossal sphere of power. Sensing the impending danger, Wang Qing attempted to intervene, but Majin Buu clung to him tenaciously, preventing his escape. The malevolent energy hurled the immense sphere towards Wang Qing, tightening his heart with dread, for he understood the devastating impact it could wield. The consequences of being struck would be dire. In this critical moment, Wang Qing unleashed a powerful surge of potential, breaking free from Majin Buu's grasp, and swiftly sidestepped the impending doom. The energy sphere grazed his body, leaving a deep gash along his arm. Blood gushed from the wound. Yet Wang Qing seemed oblivious to the pain. He turned to charge at the malevolent energy, his eyes ablaze with fury. Wang Qing unleashed a mysterious martial technique, surrounding himself with countless phantoms, rendering it impossible to discern his true form. Both Evil Thought Wave and Majin Buu were instantly engulfed in confusion, uncertain of which target to strike. In their moment of hesitation, Wang Qing suddenly materialized behind Evil Thought Wave, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Startled, Evil Thought Wave lunged forward, colliding directly with Majin Buu, and together they tumbled to the ground. Wang Cheng offered them no respite, his hands weaving intricate seals. As a colossal vortex of energy materialized in the sky, the formidable pull drew the evil wave and Majin Buu into its swirling depths. Despite their desperate struggles, they found themselves ensnared by this overwhelming force. Suddenly, a glimmer of cunning and ferocity flashed in Majin Buu's eyes. He ruthlessly yanked the evil wave before him. Caught off guard, the evil wave was ensnared by the vortex's immense suction, rendered powerless to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Majin Buu swiftly turned and fled, his form darting like lightning towards Frieza. Unbeknownst to Frieza, who was locked in a fierce battle with Vegeta, Majin Buu approached with an incantation on his lips, invoking his enigmatic transformation magic. Chapter 121. The Great Melee v Vegeta sensed an anomaly behind him and attempted to turn and confront it, but it was already too late. Majin Buu's magic activated instantaneously, and in a flash of pink light, both Vegeta and Frieza were transformed into mere candies, which Majin Buu promptly devoured. On Wang Cheng's side, due to Majin Buu's treacherous betrayal, the evil wave lost its final bastion of support. The formidable force of suction became insurmountable, gradually drawing the evil wave into the swirling vortex of energy. No, save me. The evil wave cried out in desperation, yet no one could come to its aid. As the silhouette of the evil wave vanished completely into the whirlpool, the vortex began to dissipate, and the sky returned to tranquility. Nevertheless, Wang Cheng remained on high alert, his gaze fixed intently on Majin Buu and the bizarre entity resulting from their fusion, his heart brimming with vigilance. Wang Cheng gasped for breath, the recent battle having drained a considerable amount of his stamina and energy, yet his gaze remained resolute. He secretly channeled the power within him, preparing to confront the new challenge ahead. The fusion of Vegito and Black Golden Frieza, the Majin Buu, now emanated an aura so terrifying. A dense shroud of dark energy enveloped his form, and the overwhelming pressure he exuded caused the surrounding space to quiver faintly. With each breath he took, it seemed as though he could summon a tempest of energy. Wang Cheng gazed upon the formidable Majin Buu, whose strength had ascended to the 5th tier of the Divine King realm, and an overwhelming sense of trepidation washed over him. However, rather than succumbing to fear, a fervent spirit of combat surged within him. Wang Cheng retrieved a mystical bean from his bosom and swiftly placed it into his mouth. The bean dissolved instantly, and a surge of formidable energy coursed through his body, mending his injuries and replenishing his depleted strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Cheng let out a fierce roar and charged towards the malevolent Majin Buu. Majin Buu grinned wickedly, raising his hand to unleash a wave of dark energy directed at Wang Cheng. With a deft sidestep, Wang Cheng evaded the onslaught. The energy wave struck a distant peak, which was instantly reduced to mere dust. Wang Cheng swiftly closed the distance to Majin Buu, launching a powerful punch. Unfazed, Majin Buu raised his arm and effortlessly deflected the blow. However, Wang Cheng's assault did not waver. His fists and feet descended upon Majin Buu like a torrential storm. Majin Buu staggered backward under the relentless barrage, roaring in fury as a surge of dark energy erupted from his being, sending Wang Cheng flying. Wang Cheng adjusted his posture in the air, landing gracefully. He surged forward once more, this time unleashing the power of devouring. A cascade of black light emanated from his hands, entwining around the demon Majin Buu. Sensing the threat of the devouring force, Majin Buu struggled to break free. Yet the dark radiance clung tenaciously to him, relentlessly siphoning his energy. With a furious roar, Majin Buu intensified his output, striving to liberate himself from the binding grasp of the devouring power. His body began to emanate a blinding brilliance, countering the devouring force. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of control over the devouring power, veins protruding from his forehead. The two were locked in a stalemate, the surrounding space warping incessantly due to the clash of their powers. Wang Cheng's gaze grew ever more resolute as he continually adjusted the intensity and direction of the devouring force, seeking a flaw in Majin Buu's defenses. Unyielding, Majin Buu's grotesque visage was etched with madness and determination as dark energy surged forth from him like a relentless tide, attempting to break through Wang Cheng's devouring grasp. Wang Cheng let out a mighty roar, intensifying the output of his devouring power. The black radiance grew ever more intense, coiling around the demon Buu like enormous serpents. In furious defiance, Demon Buu bellowed and struggled with all his might, each of his movements causing the surrounding space to resonate with resounding roars. Wang Cheng's figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared at the left side of the Majin Buu, delivering a powerful punch. Majin Buu reacted with remarkable speed, raising his arm to block the blow, yet the immense force caused his body to sway slightly. Almost immediately, Majin Buu retaliated with a sweeping motion, unleashing a potent energy wave directed at Wang Qing. With a graceful leap, Wang Qing evaded the energy wave, simultaneously executing a complex series of martial arts strikes in the air as countless fist shadows, imbued with a fierce momentum, descended upon Majin Buu. A dark energy shield enveloped Majin Buu, absorbing the onslaught of Wang Qing's punches. However, Wang Qing's relentless assault surged forth like an unending tide, wave after wave, gradually dimming the brilliance of Majin Buu's shield. "You shall not defeat me," Majin Buu roared, his entire being erupting with power, shattering some of the consuming force that had encircled him. Wang Qing let out a cold snort, challenging, "Then go ahead and try." He swiftly formed intricate hand seals, and a mysterious rune materialized before him, radiating a dazzling light. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal beam of energy, hurtling towards the demon Majin Buu. Majin Buu clasped his hands together, summoning a massive sphere of dark energy that collided with the energy beam unleashed by Wang Qing. A thunderous explosion resonated, and the overwhelming shockwave surged outward, leveling the surrounding peaks to the ground. Wang Qing and Majin Buu were both thrust backward by the tremendous force of the energy clash, retreating several paces. Yet, they swiftly regained their footing and charged toward one another once more. The intensity of their battle escalated, each collision resonating as if it could rend the very fabric of the universe. Both were adorned with wounds, yet their fighting spirit soared ever higher, neither willing to concede defeat. Wang Qing's garments were tattered beyond recognition, revealing his robust physique, marred by intersecting wounds from which blood continuously seeped. Yet, his gaze grew increasingly sharp, akin to a blazing inferno. He clenched his fists tightly, each strike accompanied by a howling wind and an unyielding momentum. The figure of the demon Buu appeared somewhat disheveled as well. The once mighty dark energy now seemed disordered. Nevertheless, his roars became ever more deafening, as if he sought to assert his indomitable spirit through this cacophony. Wang Qing charged forward once more, his speed akin to that of lightning. His fists radiated a brilliant glow, embodying his final resolve and strength. The demon Majin Buu, undeterred, spread his arms wide to confront Wang Qing's onslaught. As their powers collided once again, the surrounding space was instantaneously engulfed in chaos. Light and darkness intertwined, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. Both Wang Qing and Majin Buu were propelled backward by the sheer force of this clash. Wang Qing forced himself to stabilize his form midair, spitting a mouthful of blood. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the demon Buu, as he once more gathered his energy, preparing to launch a new offensive. Demon Buu crashed heavily to the ground, creating a vast, deep crater. Struggling to rise, a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. "Wang Qing, today shall be the day of either your demise or mine," roared Demon Buu. Wang Qing let out a cold laugh. "Then come, let us see who shall have the last laugh." No sooner had his words fallen than he transformed once more into a streak of light, hurtling towards the Demon Buu. Chapter 122, Conclusion with a Mighty Roar. The Demon Buu unleashed a surge of dark energy, enveloping himself in a thick shield. Wang Qing's fist struck the shield with a resounding thud, creating a deep echo. The surface of the shield rippled, yet it remained unbroken. Wang Qing remained undeterred, his fists falling like raindrops, each strike imbued with his boundless fury and unwavering resolve. The Fiend Buu staggered backward, his protective shield gradually dimming. At that moment, the Fiend Buu suddenly opened his mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of black flames. Wang Qing, caught unawares, was engulfed by the flames, letting out an anguished roar as his skin charred beneath the searing heat. Yet, Wang Qing refused to succumb. He endured the excruciating pain, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to once more unleash his devouring power. A surge of black light emanated from him, gradually consuming the black flames. Witnessing this, the Fiend Buu was struck with terror. In a frantic bid to thwart Wang Qing's absorption, he escalated his energy output. However, Wang Qing's devouring power appeared to be an inexhaustible abyss, capable of absorbing any amount of energy. "How is this possible?" the Fiend Buu bellowed in disbelief, his voice laced with fear and despair. Wang Qing's expression was grave and focused as he exerted a tight grip on the power of devouring, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Although his body had reached its limits, his will remained steadfast as steel. The demon Majin Buu, unwilling to be subdued by Wang Qing, began to alter his methods of attack, attempting to breach Wang Qing's defenses from various angles. However, Wang Qing's devouring power seemed to form an all-encompassing barrier, rendering Majin Buu's assaults futile against the inexorable fate of being consumed. As time progressed, the energy of Majin Buu dwindled, and his movements grew sluggish. In contrast, Wang Qing's devouring power remained robust, continually sapping the strength of Majin Buu. "No," I cannot be defeated like this. Majin Buu screamed in desperation, unleashing a surge of formidable energy that momentarily distorted the surrounding space. Yet, Wang Qing remained unfazed. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his strength into the power of devouring. Ultimately, Majin Buu's explosive outburst was successfully absorbed by Wang Qing, causing his body to tremble as he could no longer sustain the output of immense energy. With a vacant gaze, Majin Buu collapsed to the ground, the dark energy enveloping him receding like a tide. Wang Qing, panting heavily, approached Majin Buu and regarded him coldly. "You have been defeated," he stated, devoid of any emotion. Majin Buu glared at Wang Qing in defiance, yet he no longer possessed the strength to resist. Wang Qing retrieved a celestial bean from his bosom and placed it within his mouth. The miraculous power of the bean swiftly permeated his body, mending his injuries and restoring his strength. Feeling himself return to peak condition, Wang Qing turned and strode towards the direction of Moro and Black Gokula. Upon witnessing Wang Qing's triumph over the Demon Buu, both Moro and Black Gokula were seized by a wave of trepidation. How can he be so powerful? Black Gokula stammered. Moro, feigning composure, replied, "Do not fear. Our combined strength may yet prevail." Wang Qing approached step by step, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. "Embrace your demise," he roared, launching the first strike. His form moved like lightning, appearing instantaneously before Heijin Gula, delivering a powerful punch. Heijin Gula hastily raised his arms in defense. Yet Wang Qing's strength was insurmountable, sending Heijin Gula flying across the expanse. Seizing the opportunity, Molo launched a sneak attack from behind, unleashing a wave of dark energy. It seemed as though Wang Qing possessed eyes in the back of his head as he deftly sidestepped and, with a swift motion, unleashed a beam of energy towards Molo. Caught unawares, Molo was struck in the shoulder, letting out a cry of anguish. Wang Qing afforded them no respite, relentlessly launching a ferocious assault. His techniques were incisive, each strike imbued with immense power. Moro and Black Goku could only struggle in vain, utterly overwhelmed by Wang Qing's dominance. "It is over," Wang Qing thundered, unleashing a decisive blow. A formidable surge of energy enveloped Moro and Black Goku, their forms gradually vanishing in the radiant light. Once the battle had concluded, Wang Qing, accompanied by Hit and others, returned to Universe 7. Exhaustion marked their faces, yet the predominant expression was one of triumphant joy. Upon arriving in Universe 7, Wang Qing immediately summoned the Eternal Dragon. The dragon's colossal form materialized in the sky, its authoritative voice resonating. "State your wish," Wang Qing declared resolutely. "Please resurrect Goku and Vegeta." The dragon's eyes shimmered with brilliance, and moments later, the figures of Goku and Vegeta materialized before the crowd. "Haha, we are alive once more," Goku exclaimed with exuberance. Vegeta, however, regarded Wang Qing with a serious expression, stating, "We owe this to you." Wang Qing smiled and shook his head, stating that everyone fought to protect the universe. Subsequently, Wang Qing and his companions arrived at the realm of the Destroyer God. Upon seeing their return, Whis displayed a comforting smile. "You have returned. This battle was arduous, yet we have achieved commendable results," Whis remarked. However, with a furrowed brow, he continued, "Although we emerged victorious this time, everyone's strength has not kept pace. We cannot predict what formidable figures might emerge from the Dark Demon Realm next. We must seize the time to enhance our abilities and prepare more thoroughly." Wang Qing wore a grave expression, swiftly contemplating a strategy to address the situation. He then spoke, "Vegeta and Goku, you shall be responsible for patrolling the 3 universes. The circumstances within these realms are rather intricate, potentially concealing unknown perils. With your exceptional combat experience and adaptability, you must remain vigilant. Should you encounter any anomalies, refrain from acting impulsively, prioritizing your safety above all else." Vegeta crossed his arms, exuding confidence as he replied, "Rest assured, with Kakarot and me on watch, nothing will go awry. The last incident was merely an unforeseen occurrence." Goku nodded with a smile, saying, "Hehe, we will be cautious." Wang Qing then turned his gaze towards Jillian and Tuopo. "Jillian, Tuopo, you both bear the significant responsibility of patrolling the 3 universes. The energy fluctuations in these realms are notably frequent, and there may be formidable adversaries lurking. You must remain vigilant to any subtle changes and cannot afford the slightest negligence." Jillian responded with unwavering determination, "Understood, I shall not fail in my duty." Tuopo solemnly affirmed, "We will give our utmost effort." Wang Qing turned his gaze towards Kale and Broly, stating, "Kale, Broly, you are both responsible for patrolling the 3 universes. The unique environments of these realms may impose certain limitations on your abilities, so exercise utmost caution. Kale clenched her fist, affirming, "We will act with prudence." Broly proclaimed loudly, "Whoever dares to challenge us shall be sent flying." Wang Chang cast a glance over the crowd and continued, "I shall patrol the remaining universe myself. Piccolo and Sharu, your current strength is relatively weak, so Lord Whis will personally train you. This is a rare opportunity for enhancement. You must cherish it." Piccolo and Sharu responded in unison. "Yes," Wang Chang reiterated, "those of you responsible for patrolling must not be complacent. When it is time to unite, hesitate not, do not falter. We are confronted with an unknown and formidable adversary, and any lapse in vigilance could lead to dire consequences. Remember, our objective is to safeguard the peace of the universe. In pursuit of this goal, we must remain ever vigilant, harboring no semblance of complacency." In unison, everyone responded, "Understood." Subsequently, in accordance with Wang Chang's directives, each individual hastened to their designated task areas, embarking on the arduous and intense patrol duties. Chapter 123. The malevolent Saiyans make their appearance once the arrangements were made. Everyone took their positions. Wang Qingze entered the scepter's realm of Whis to engage in seclusion. Wang Chang settled himself into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes as he began to regulate his breath. His mind delved deep within, guiding the chaotic energies that surged through him, striving to untangle and integrate them one by one. Initially, these energies were tumultuous, rampaging through his meridians and inflicting great agony upon him. Clenching his teeth, beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, yet his resolve remained unyielding as he forcefully subdued these energies. As time progressed, Wang Chang gradually found his rhythm. Building upon his own cultivation methods, he slowly directed these energies onto a proper course, allowing them to flow along specific meridians, ultimately leading to their absorption and digestion by his body. Throughout this process, his physique intermittently shimmered with peculiar radiance. Each flicker of light signified a further mastery over the energies. At last, after enduring a prolonged and arduous endeavor, Wang Chang successfully digested the majority of the energies. He sensed a significant enhancement in his strength, and his body grew increasingly resilient. Meanwhile, on a desolate planet, Goku and Vegeta faced an unprecedented foe. This adversary was an evil Saiyan, towering and muscular, with sharply defined contours that seemed to harbor boundless power. His hair stood erect like flames, and his gaze emanated an insatiable bloodlust and madness. Goku and Vegeta cautiously regarded this enigmatic enemy, a foreboding feeling rising within them. "You too are the members of the Universe Patrol? You appear rather unimpressive," the malevolent Saiyan, Kamba, taunted, his voice deep and raspy, imbued with an unsettling sense of oppression. Goku furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who exactly are you? What brings you here?" Kamba sneered, "I am Kamba, here to annihilate you." Vegeta shouted furiously, "Do not be so arrogant. You lack the qualifications to destroy us." Kamba erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha. Then let's put that to the test." With that, Kamba's figure flickered and he appeared before Goku in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Goku, unable to evade in time, braced himself for the blow. A thunderous crash resounded as Goku was propelled backward several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. "Kakarot!" Vegeta cried out, charging towards Kamba. Unfazed, Kamba turned and delivered a kick towards Vegeta. Vegeta crossed his arms in a futile attempt to block the strike, but Kamba's might was overwhelming, sending him hurtling through the air to collide violently with a massive boulder, which shattered instantaneously. Goku steadied himself, his expression turning grave. "This guy is formidable, Vegeta. We cannot afford to be careless." Vegeta rose from the rubble, gritting his teeth defiantly. "Hmph, I shall not fear him." Both warriors unleashed their formidable auras, charging toward Kamba. Yet, Kamba showed no sign of retreat in the face of their combined assault, deftly dodging their punches and kicks with ease. Occasionally, a well-placed strike from Kamba leaves Goku and Vegeta struggling to withstand the onslaught. Transforming into their Super Saiyan Blue forms, they launch another assault against Kamba, their fists slicing through the air and energy radiating from them. However, Kamba merely chuckles derisively, remarking, "Is this all you can muster?" Suddenly, a surge of malevolent black energy erupts from him, potent enough to nullify Goku and Vegeta's attacks in an instant. The overwhelming force pushes them back, causing their blood to surge violently within them. "What manner of monster is this?" Vegeta gasps, breathless. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku asserts, "No matter what, we cannot afford to lose." With arms crossed, Kamba taunts, Your struggles are in vain. Prepare to meet your demise. Goku and Vegeta exchange determined glances before nodding in unison, charging once more towards Kamba. Goku unleashes the Kamehameha, a brilliant blue energy wave surging toward Kamba. While Vegeta follows suit with his Gallic gun, the two attacks converging upon their foe. In response, Kamba clasps his hands together, summoning a black energy sphere that absorbs their combined might entirely. What? Goku and Vegeta exclaim in shock. Kamba erupts in laughter, declaring, "Now, it is my turn." He releases the amassed energy, conjuring a formidable energy storm that sweeps toward Goku and Vegeta. They hastily attempt to shield themselves with their hands, but the force is overwhelming, lifting them off their feet and crashing them heavily to the ground. Curse you! Vegeta roars, striving to rise once more, but his body, battered and broken, betrays him, rendering him immobile. Goku, struggling to his feet, gazes at Kamba and demands, "What do you want from us?" Kamba coldly replies, "I seek to obliterate everything, including you." Gritting his teeth, Goku retorts, "As long as I draw breath, I will not allow you to succeed." Kamba scoffs, "Then come and test your resolve." Goku launches himself at Kamba again, reaching the pinnacle of his speed, his fist charged with immense power. Kamba effortlessly evades Goku's assault, countering with a punch that lands squarely in Goku's gut, forcing him to double over in agony. At that moment, Vegeta consumes a Senzu bean, restoring his strength, and launches a surprise attack from behind Kamba. Sensing the ambush, Kamba swiftly turns, delivering a kick that sends Vegeta hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Pain radiates through Vegeta's chest, as if several ribs have been shattered, yet he endures the torment. Rising once more, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fury, Kamba, seemingly enraged by this sneak attack, becomes a tempest of rage, the dark energy surrounding him igniting like infernal flames. "You insects dare to ambush me!" he bellows, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the expanse. Sensing the imminent danger, Goku rushes forward, attempting to divert Kamba's attention. He employs instant transmission, appearing before Kamba like a specter, unleashing a flurry of punches with relentless determination. However, Kamba merely waved his arm casually, effortlessly deflecting all of Goku's assaults. "Save your energy," Kamba sneered, abruptly launching a powerful punch that sent Goku reeling, blood spilling from his lips. Seizing the moment, Vegeta charged forward once more, unleashing a formidable energy wave with all his might. Yet Kamba did not flinch. He absorbed the blow with his body, the energy wave exploding upon impact, seemingly inflicting no real harm upon him. So weak, Kamba bellowed with laughter, retaliating with a sweeping motion that sent Vegeta hurtling backward once again. Kamba's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, each punch and kick imbued with cataclysmic power. Goku and Vegeta could only evade and defend, their bodies marred by countless wounds, their garments stained crimson with blood. "This is not a sustainable strategy," Vegeta gasped, struggling for breath. Gritting his teeth, Goku replied, "We can no longer hold back, Vegeta. Let us unleash our full power." Chapter 124, Mutual Destruction. Kamba showed no mercy, launching another attack as a dark energy beam surged toward Goku and Vegeta. The two exerted every ounce of strength to evade it, but the beam's velocity was too great, grazing their bodies and leaving deep lacerations. Their stamina was rapidly depleting, movements becoming increasingly sluggish, while Kamba remained invigorated, his onslaught relentless like a tempest. In a moment of carelessness, Vegeta was struck in the abdomen by Kamba's fist, sent flying like a projectile into a distant mountain, which crumbled upon impact. Goku attempted to rush to Vegeta's aid, but Kamba ensnared him tightly, rendering escape impossible. "Haha, your resistance is utterly futile." Kamba laughed triumphantly, exchanging a resolute glance. Goku and Vegeta unhesitatingly consumed the Senzu beans. Instantly, a surge of formidable energy coursed through them, alleviating their pain and revitalizing their vigor. Feeling the torrent of power within him, Vegeta let out a furious roar, his form radiating blinding light. When the brilliance faded, he had transformed into his deep blue state. Muscles bulging and veins pronounced, an overwhelming aura causing the very space around him to tremble. Goku, not to be outdone, fixed his gaze with unwavering determination, his azure aura blazing more fiercely as he unleashed the super blue Kaioken at 20 times its strength. A faint crimson glow enveloped him, the powerful energy fluctuations crackling through the air. No longer hesitating, both charged toward Kamba simultaneously. Upon witnessing their transformations, Kamba's smile faltered slightly, a hint of seriousness entering his eyes. Vegeta struck first, his speed akin to lightning, appearing before Kamba in an instant and delivering a crushing blow. Kamba raised his arms to defend himself, and with a resounding crash, a tremendous force collided, unleashing a massive shockwave that fractured the ground beneath them. Seizing the opportunity, Goku launched a side attack, his fists and feet striking Kamba with the ferocity of a tempest. As Kamba struggled to fend off Vegeta's onslaught while countering Goku's assault, he found himself momentarily flustered. "Hmph, do not presume this will defeat me," Kamba roared, unleashing a surge of malevolent energy that repelled both Goku and Vegeta. However, Goku and Vegeta had evolved significantly since their last encounter. They quickly regained their footing and charged forward once more. Each of Vegeta's punches carried the destructive power to obliterate worlds, and Kamba's defenses began to reveal cracks. Goku seized the moment, delivering a powerful Kaioken punch directly to Kamba's chest, forcing a muffled groan from him as he staggered backward. Enraged and humiliated, Kamba unleashed a frenzied assault, dark energy surging towards Goku and Vegeta like an overwhelming tide. Yet, the two worked in perfect harmony. Vegeta utilized an energy shield to absorb part of the attack, while Goku employed instant transmission to evade critical strikes and retaliate. The three combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, the battlefield engulfed in immense energy. Surrounding peaks crumbled, and the earth itself was torn apart, creating vast chasms. Goku and Vegeta's breaths became rapid, yet their eyes sparkled with indomitable spirit. Kamba, too, felt unprecedented pressure. He had not anticipated that these two could match him after their ascension in power. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a cunning glint flickered in Kamba's eyes. He seized the moment, exploiting a lapse in Vegeta's guard to unleash a thick miasma of evil energy, enveloping Vegeta instantly. "Ah!" Vegeta screamed in agony, his eyes gradually turning crimson, his reason eroded by the malevolent aura. Goku, sensing Vegeta's distress, shouted, "Vegeta, what is happening? Snap out of it." Yet, Vegeta had succumbed entirely to madness, turning to Goku with a gaze filled with hostility. "Vegeta, it's me, Goku," he pleaded desperately in an attempt to awaken his friend. However, Vegeta showed no sign of recognition. Left with no choice, Goku braced himself for combat. "Vegeta, wake up. Don't let that fiend control you," he called out, deflecting Vegeta's relentless strikes. The Vegeta consumed by darkness paid no heed to Goku's cries, his eyes only reflecting madness and murderous intent. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, spinning as he launched a whirlwind kick towards Goku. Goku swiftly raised his arms in defense, and with a thunderous impact, the force knocked him back several steps. Before he could regain his balance, Vegeta charged at him again, his right fist cutting through the air with a menacing whistle aimed directly at Goku's face. As Wukong swiftly sidestepped, he narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Vegeta's assault showed no signs of abating. He clasped his hands together, summoning an immense surge of energy within his palms, before propelling it forward with ferocity. A wave of energy surged toward Wukong with a deafening roar. Wukong, unwilling to be complacent, rapidly formed seals with his hands, unleashing the Kamehameha to counter the oncoming force. The two energies collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that distorted the surrounding air. "Vegeta, please regain your senses," Wukong shouted once more. Yet, Vegeta appeared oblivious, his movements becoming even swifter and more ruthless. In an instant, he vanished from view, reappearing behind Wukong and delivering a crushing kick to his back. A searing pain shot through Wukong, propelling his body forward. Vegeta followed suit, seizing Wukong's shoulders and forcefully hurling him into the air. He then leapt high, raining down a relentless barrage of attacks upon the still airborne Wukong, each punch imbued with tremendous strength, leaving Wukong utterly defenseless. Gritting his teeth, Wukong desperately resisted Vegeta's onslaught, his mind racing with thoughts on how to liberate Vegeta from the grip of the malevolent energy and restore his reason. Under the influence of this darkness, Vegeta remained in a deep blue state, yet he was now more formidable than ever. Each of his strikes radiated with unbridled power and cunning angles, overwhelming Wukong, who struggled to keep up. "Vegeta, awaken!" Wukong cried out, dodging the relentless barrage. But Vegeta remained unmoved, his attacks growing increasingly fierce. He unleashed a series of energy waves, akin to a torrential downpour, hammering down upon Wukong. He evaded left and right, yet several energy waves still grazed him, shredding his clothing and leaving marks upon his skin. In this dire moment, Wukong realized that continuing in this manner was futile. He took a deep breath, his gaze hardening with resolve. "I must resort to the Ultra Instinct," he contemplated. Instantly, a mysterious radiance enveloped Wukong's form, signifying a monumental transformation in his aura. His movements became fluid and instinctual, as if he could foresee Vegeta's attacks. As Vegeta charged once more, Wukong effortlessly sidestepped, countering with a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. The blow staggered Vegeta back for a few steps, but he quickly regained his composure and pressed forward. In the state of Ultra Instinct, Wukong engaged in a fierce exchange with Vegeta. Each of Wukong's strikes deftly neutralized Vegeta's assaults, rendering them ineffective. However, bolstered by the malevolent energy, Vegeta continued to unleash an unrelenting barrage, his power seemingly inexhaustible. Thank you to the creator for their unwavering dedication. Chapter 125. The Transformation of Kamba into a Great Ape. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, gathering a colossal sphere of energy and hurling it fiercely toward Wukong. With a swift motion, Wukong evaded, as an energy sphere erupted behind him, unleashing a tempest of raw energy. At that moment, Kamba, who had been lurking nearby, seized the opportunity to join the fray. A sinister grin spread across his face as he instantaneously appeared to Wukong's left, launching a fierce kick. Wukong hastily raised his arm to defend, only to be jolted by the overwhelming force, leaving his arm numb. Kamba exchanged a knowing glance with the controlled Vegeta, as if they had reached a silent accord. And together they unleashed a relentless barrage upon Wukong. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of energy waves, each imbued with terrifying destructive power. Although Wukong, in the state of Ultra Instinct, could keenly perceive the trajectories of the energy waves, their sheer number forced him to continuously dodge and occasionally block with his arms. Kamba, employing his elusive movement, appeared behind and beside Wukong, launching unexpected assaults. Each punch and kick he delivered was laden with malevolent power, making it difficult for Wukong to defend himself. Gritting his teeth, Wukong fought valiantly against the duo's combined onslaught. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his breaths grew labored. "I will not be easily defeated," he roared, his aura intensifying once more. Despite the advantages granted by Ultra Instinct, Wukong gradually felt the strain of their relentless attacks. A heavy punch from Vegeta grazed Wukong's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Moments later, Kamba's kick struck Wukong in the abdomen, forcing him to double over in agony. Enduring the pain, Wukong swiftly adjusted his stance, preparing to meet their assault anew. Utilizing instant transmission, he darted between the two, searching for an opening. Kamba and Vegeta's coordination grew increasingly seamless, their attacks leaving Wukong with little respite. New wounds appeared on his body, blood staining his garments. Yet, Wukong's gaze remained resolute. He understood that surrender was not an option. After narrowly evading another of Vegeta's energy waves, he seized the moment to deliver a powerful blow to Kamba, pushing him back several steps. However, before Wukong could catch his breath, Vegeta charged again. With hands engulfed in black flames, Vegeta struck fiercely toward Wukong's chest. Wukong quickly crossed his arms in defense, and with a resounding crash, he was propelled back several dozen meters, his feet carving deep ruts into the ground. "Haha, you won't last much longer," Kamba bellowed, rushing forward once more, gathering a sphere of dark energy in his hands and hurling it at Wukong. Wukong sidestepped, the energy sphere exploding beside him, the force causing him to stagger. At this juncture, though Wukong was battered and bruised, he stood defiantly. His eyes gleamed with indomitable spirit, despite the disarray of his aura. It remained potent. Kamba and Vegeta afforded him no respite, attacking simultaneously from either side. Vegeta's fist howled through the air as Kamba's leg struck like lightning. Under the relentless onslaught, Wukong appeared somewhat disheveled, his defenses showing signs of weakness. A powerful punch from Vegeta landed heavily on his shoulder, causing Wukong to involuntarily grunt in pain. Cursed be this predicament. Wukong silently chastised himself, realizing that this state of affairs could not continue. He took a deep breath, forcibly channeling the energy within him, once again elevating his mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. In an instant, a more resplendent aura enveloped him, significantly enhancing both his speed and strength. In a flash, he materialized behind Kamba, delivering a swift kick to his back. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Kamba stumbled forward, prompting Vegeta to swiftly turn and assist him. Seizing this opportunity, Wukong unleashed a flurry of strikes, momentarily overpowering both Kamba and Vegeta. Yet, he was acutely aware that this advantage was fleeting, as he could feel his stamina waning rapidly. He needed to devise a solution promptly. As he continued his assault, thoughts raced through his mind. At that moment, he noticed a slight fluctuation in the malevolent energy surrounding Vegeta, likely a consequence of the intense battle. The malevolent force's grip seemed to weaken. A spark of hope ignited within Wukong, and he resolved to take a bold risk. He deliberately exposed a vulnerability. luring Kamba and Vegeta into attacking. As Vegeta charged forward, Wukong poured every ounce of pure energy into Vegeta, attempting to dispel the evil influence. Vegeta's body jolted, a flicker of clarity igniting within his gaze. Kakarot, he struggled to utter. Vegeta, awaken. Together, we shall confront Kamba. Wukong called out, his voice resolute. Vegeta gritted his teeth, battling against the encroachment of the malevolent energy, gradually regaining his lucidity. Hmph, you insufferable wretch. Kamba seethed, witnessing this turn of events, and retaliated with renewed fury. But by then, Wukong and Vegeta had reformed their alliance, their synergy unparalleled as they jointly repelled Kamba's assault. Kamba unleashed a torrent of dark energy, swirling like a tempest. Back to back, Wukong and Vegeta executed their formidable techniques. Wukong's Kamehameha wave and Vegeta's Gallic gun were simultaneously unleashed, colliding with Kamba's energy and erupting in a dazzling display of light. Do you truly believe this will vanquish me? You are naive, Kamba roared, intensifying his energy output. The overwhelming pressure caused Wukong and Vegeta's bodies to tremble slightly. Vegeta, hold firm. Wukong shouted. Enough chatter, focus your strength. Vegeta retorted. The two gritted their teeth, unleashing their energy without reservation. At last, their combined might began to turn the tide, gradually suppressing Kamba's energy. However, Kamba was far from finished. Suddenly, he altered his strategy, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind Wukong, delivering a devastating punch. Vegeta, quick as lightning, instantly positioned himself behind Wukong, intercepting the blow. Vegeta! Wukong exclaimed in shock. Stay focused, the battle is far from over. Vegeta shouted. Seizing the moment, Kamba launched a relentless series of attacks against him. Despite Vegeta's valiant resistance, he sustained injuries. Goku's eyes widened with fury, and his energy surged once more. He used instant transmission to appear before Kamba, engaging him in close combat. Each punch and kick imbued with boundless rage. Vegeta, undeterred by his pain, rejoined the fray. Their assaults resembled a tempest, overwhelming Kamba with their ferocity. Yet, Kamba was not one to concede easily. With a thunderous roar, an ominous energy emanated from him, rising ever higher. His muscles swelled, and his bones crackled ominously. This is bad. His energy has intensified, Goku exclaimed. Without missing a beat, Kamba underwent a tremendous transformation. His form expanded, hair grew rapidly, and in an instant, he morphed into a colossal black-haired ape. The immense figure of Kamba blotted out the sky, his eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue. Exhaling a breath so fierce it seemed capable of incinerating the very fabric of space. With each step he took, the ground quaked violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Goku and Vegeta struggled to breathe under the weight of this terrifying aura. This energy is horrendous. Vegeta gritted his teeth. The giant ape Kamba swung his massive arms, generating a tempest that bore down upon Goku and Vegeta. They quickly scattered to evade the impending strike, yet the arm crashed to the ground, creating a vast crater and scattering debris in all directions. Kamba then opened his gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black energy flames that turned everything it touched to ashes. Goku and Vegeta dodged and weaved under the onslaught, narrowly escaping disaster. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to uncover his weakness, Goku declared. Vegeta responded. Target his tail. Sever it. A spark of realization ignited in Goku's eyes. Very well, let us proceed. With that, they began their approach toward the giant ape Kamba, seeking an opportunity to sever his tail. However, Kamba's attacks came like a deluge, thwarting their every attempt to close the distance. Kamba's enormous foot crashed down, prompting Goku and Vegeta to swiftly evade to either side. The ground was indented deeply, dust billowing into the air. Before they could regain their footing, Kamba's colossal fist swept toward them with a rushing wind. Goku rolled away just in time, while Vegeta was sent flying backward from the force. Vegeta! Goku shouted. Vegeta adjusted his position midair and charged back. This foe is exceptionally formidable. Vegeta gasped. Goku gritted his teeth. We must endure a little longer. An opportunity will arise. They charged at Kamba once more, but he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful energy wave. Wukong and Vegeta found themselves compelled to exert every ounce of their strength, staggering backward under the relentless onslaught of energy waves. Their stamina was rapidly depleting, and the supply of senzu beans was alarmingly scant, rendering their situation increasingly perilous. What should we do? If this continues, we will surely be defeated. Vegeta's heart raced with anxiety. Wukong's gaze remained resolute. Do not panic. We will surely devise a solution. At that moment, Kamba lashed out with his tail, resembling a colossal whip. Wukong and Vegeta leaped to evade, but Kamba's tail moved with astonishing speed, striking Vegeta and sending him hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong charged towards Kamba's tail, only to be intercepted by a swift kick from Kamba. The blow struck Wukong squarely in the chest, propelling him away like a cannonball. He crash-landed heavily, struggling to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. This fiend's defenses are impenetrable. Wukong wiped the blood from his lips. Vegeta returned to Wukong's side, and they exchanged a glance, both perceiving the despair and defiance mirrored in each other's eyes. Kamba roared triumphantly, continuing his assault. Wukong and Vegeta could only desperately evade and resist, each collision making their bodies feel as though they might shatter. Yet they refused to surrender, tirelessly searching for any glimmer of opportunity. Suddenly, Wukong noticed that during Kamba's attacks, there was a fleeting moment when his tail was exposed to the side. "Vegeta, look over there," Wukong exclaimed. The two understood each other instantly, racing towards that direction. Kamba sensed their intent and furiously swung his tail to obstruct them. Amidst Kamba's frenzied attacks, Wukong and Vegeta repeatedly drew closer, only to be repelled yet again. Nevertheless, they remained undaunted, continually adjusting their tactics in an attempt to breach Kamba's defenses. Vegeta panted heavily, declaring, "Kakarot, this is not a sustainable strategy. We must accelerate our pace." Wukong responded, infuriated. How can those who have been tainted by the dark magic of the underworld be so formidable? Even Frieza and his ilk. Just as their anxiety peaked, Kamba's assaults intensified. He swung his massive hand with great force, unleashing a powerful gust that sent Wukong and Vegeta flying. They crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Wukong struggled to his feet, feeling as if all his bones were on the verge of disintegration. Damn it. We cannot concede defeat like this. Wukong gritted his teeth. Vegeta, too, managed to rise with great effort, his eyes brimming with determination. Indeed. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, I shall fight to the bitter end. They charged once more at Kamba, who appeared somewhat overconfident, revealing a slight flaw in his attack rhythm. Wukong astutely seized this opportunity, instantly teleporting beside Kamba's tail. However, Kamba swiftly reacted, forcefully swinging his tail and striking Wukong. The sheer force sent Wukong spewing blood once more, hurtling away. "Kakarot!" Vegeta roared fiercely, charging recklessly towards Kamba's tail. Kamba turned his head and unleashed a formidable wave of energy directed at Vegeta. With his arms crossed defiantly over his chest, Vegeta struggled to withstand the onslaught. A pained cry escaped his lips as his body trembled under the force of the energy wave. Just as Vegeta seemed on the verge of collapse, Goku, enduring his own injuries, surged forward once more. With the last vestige of his strength, he launched a powerful assault aimed at Kamba's tail. Crack! With a sharp sound, Goku succeeded in severing Kamba's tail. Kamba let out a tormented roar, his massive form starting to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Goku and Vegeta unleashed their final attack, pooling all their remaining strength into a formidable energy beam that surged towards Kamba. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded as Kamba's body gradually succumbed to the blinding light. Goku and Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their clothes drenched in sweat. The air around them was thick with smoke, leaving a scene of devastation in its wake. After a considerable pause, Goku struggled to sit up, glancing at the equally exhausted Vegeta, and smiled, saying, "Vegeta, we did it." Vegeta scoffed, "You always love to show off. If you had just unleashed your Ultra Instinct from the start, we wouldn't be in such a predicament." Goku scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, what matters is that we won." Just then, the previously fallen Kamba began to stir. His massive body trembled slightly, and the malevolent aura around him surged once more. "This is bad. He is not dead yet," Vegeta exclaimed in alarm. Gritting his teeth, Goku attempted to rise, but found his legs weighed down as if filled with lead. Kamba slowly lifted his head, a menacing glint illuminating his eyes. "Did you think you could truly defeat me with that? You are gravely mistaken." Struggling against the pain, he stood up again, albeit unsteadily, yet still exuding an overwhelming pressure. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, their hearts heavy with despair. They had little strength left to continue the fight. Chapter 127. An unprecedented crisis. Goku breathed heavily, laboriously turning to Vegeta, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Vegeta, do we have any senzu beans left?" Vegeta swallowed hard, shaking his head bitterly, his voice weak. "None, not a single one." Goku's gaze dimmed instantly, staring up at the sky, murmuring, "Is it truly fate that wishes to end us?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, trying to muster the strength to stand, but after several failed attempts. He panted, "Even without sins of beans, we cannot simply give up." Goku forced a wry smile, "But we lack even the strength to rise. How can we fight?" Vegeta slammed his fist against the ground in frustration, roaring, "Damn it all. If only we could be a bit stronger, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament." The conversation diverges in two directions. Wang Chung has emerged from his seclusion. System. Open the character panel. Ding. Host. Wang Chung ability. Pain growth, recovery power of Buu. Wish, modified. Nebula technique, gravitational field, constant state of ultimate freedom, devouring laws combat power. 160 quintillion realm. Early stage of divine king realm. Items. Binding, immortal rope. Oh. The exhilaration of power enhancement is truly delightful. Goku and Vegeta are severely weakened? These two have undoubtedly gone overboard again. System. Activate the wish on Son Goku and Vegeta. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly siphoned 5,000 trillion combat power from Son Goku and Vegeta. At that moment, a warm and powerful force suddenly enveloped Goku and Vegeta. They felt every cell in their bodies brimming with vitality, their previously exhausted forms instantly revitalized, and their wounds healing at an astonishing rate. Goku and Vegeta exchanged astonished glances, almost simultaneously exclaiming, "It must be Wang Chung." Vegeta's face lit up with a smile of survival. There is always a way out. A determined glimmer shone in Goku's eyes. "We cannot disappoint Wang Chung. We must swiftly eliminate Kamba." With that, Goku's aura surged dramatically, a silvery light radiating as he transformed into the state of ultimate freedom. Simultaneously, Vegeta unleashed a formidable aura, enveloped in deep blue light, entering the deep blue state. "Kamba, prepare to meet your end," Goku shouted, his figure darting forward like lightning, instantly closing in on Kamba. His speed was unparalleled, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Vegeta followed closely behind, fists clenched, powerful energy converging at his knuckles. Kamba, witnessing the resurgence of their peak states and enhanced strength, felt a flicker of fear rise within him, yet he feigned calmness, bracing himself for their assault. In the blink of an eye, Goku appeared before Kamba, his fist imbued with world-shattering power, striking directly at Kamba. Kamba raised his arms in defense, yet Goku's punch sent him staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched an attack from the side, delivering a kick to Kamba's waist. Caught off guard, Kamba lost his balance upon impact. Goku wasted no time, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes, each punch embodying the essence of ultimate freedom, overwhelming Kamba's defenses. Vegeta showcased a variety of powerful techniques, their synergy impeccable as they battered Kamba into submission. Kamba fought desperately, but under the tempestuous onslaught of the two, his defenses began to crumble. Vegeta declared, "Today marks your demise." Their assaults intensified, and ultimately, Kamba could no longer endure, being sent flying by the combined force of Goku and Vegeta, crashing heavily to the ground. Just as Vegeta and Goku prepared to finish off Kamba, a familiar rift in space appeared. From the fissure emanated an eerie black glow, and the powerful energy fluctuations rendered the surrounding air heavy with tension. Vegeta and Goku ceased their movements, their gazes alertly fixed upon the crack. Gradually, it widened, revealing two figures emerging from within. It was Frieza and Cooler. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta, his expression one of disbelief, remarked, "Aren't these two supposed to be dead?" Frieza, noting the incredulity in Goku and Vegeta's eyes, wore a smug grin. "Haha, did you not anticipate this, Saiyan monkeys?" Goku furrowed his brow. "Frieza, how could you?" Frieza crossed his arms, sneering. "The Dark Demon Realm possesses Dragon Balls as well, albeit the Dark Dragon Balls. Through the Dark Shenron, we have been resurrected." Cooler ominously added, "This time you were fortunate, as we lack the time to deal with you." Vegeta roared in defiance. "You malevolent fiends, do not presume you can escape." Frieza waved dismissively. "Hmph, cease your bravado, Vegeta. We shall first take Kamba back with us. When we meet again, we will be even stronger." Goku clenched his fists. "No matter how powerful you become, we shall not cower." Frieza taunted, "Every fool can boast, Saiyan monkey. Just wait, the next encounter will mark your doom." Cooler stepped forward, hoisting the barely conscious Kamba. "Let us depart. Do not waste words with them." Frieza cast one last glare at Goku and Vegeta. "Remember, your days of peace are numbered." With that, the two retreated into the spatial fissure, which promptly vanished, leaving Goku and Vegeta standing in solemn silence. Vegeta seethed. "Damn it, next time, we must annihilate them completely." Goku took a deep breath. We should hurry back and inform King Vegeta, strategizing our response. Vegeta nodded, his demeanor serious. Indeed. The emergence of Frieza and Cooler was utterly unexpected in this dark Dragon Ball. I dread the troubles it may bring. Goku's brow furrowed. Concern evident in his gaze. Since they can be resurrected, their strength must have increased. We cannot afford to be complacent. Vegeta scoffed. Regardless, we must thwart their nefarious plans. Without further delay, they set off on their return journey. Along the way, both Goku and Vegeta remained silent, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, in another part of the universe, Broly and Caulifla encountered foes of their own. They found themselves on a desolate planet, shrouded in an ominous aura. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them, a powerful presence enveloping Broly and Caulifla in an overwhelming pressure. The moment they beheld him, Broly and Caulifla's pupils constricted in shock. For standing before them was none other than the legendary dragon god, Salaman. Caulifla gritted her teeth. This guy looks formidable, Broly. Broly roared defiantly, whoever he is. We shall fight. The two individuals were acutely aware of their opponent's formidable strength, and without the slightest hesitation, they proceeded to merge their energies. A radiant light erupted, revealing a powerful figure emanating an astonishing aura. However, the dragon god Salama merely smiled disdainfully and raised a hand with casual grace. In an instant, a beam of light shot forth, striking the newly formed duo. They exerted every ounce of their strength to resist. But they found that the force was akin to an irresistible torrent. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated, and before they could react further, they were annihilated in a single strike. Their bodies crashed heavily to the ground, vitality swiftly dissipating. The dragon god Salama cast a cold glance at the lifeless forms below, devoid of emotion, and turned away, soaring towards the realm of the destroyer god of Universe 6. At that moment, in the destroyer god's domain, Kappa was leisurely enjoying a feast. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful and malevolent presence approaching. Who could it be? Kappa stood up, alertly scanning the distance. In an instant, the figure of dragon god Salama appeared before him. Kappa gasped in horror. You are dragon god Salama. Without uttering a word, Salama launched an attack. Kappa, taken by surprise, attempted to respond, but his power seemed minuscule before Salama. A scream echoed, and in an instant, Kappa was reduced to ashes. Chapter 128. The death of Kappa. Witnessing Kappa's instant obliteration, Beerus' eyes widened in fury as he charged towards Salama, exclaiming, You demon, I shall fight you. Salama's lips curled into a contemptuous smirk, and as Beerus rushed forward, he casually unleashed a palm strike. The wind from his hand was sharp and fierce. Beerus crossed his arms in a futile attempt to defend against the blow, but when the palm wind made contact, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him. Bang! Like a kite severed from its string, Beerus was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large crater as dust filled the air. Struggling to rise from the pit, Beerus coughed up blood, his eyes filled with agony and defiance. Salama slowly approached Beerus, each step seeming to tread upon his very heart, instilling endless dread. Today, you shall all perish, Salama declared coldly. Beerus knew he was no match for Salama, yet he was unwilling to succumb to death so easily. A fierce desire to survive surging within him. Just then, a brilliant light flashed, and the imposing figure of the Grand Priest emerged in the sky. He gazed sternly at Salama, radiating an immense and sacred aura. Salama, your wicked deeds must come to an end. The Grand Priest's voice was deep and powerful. Salama's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his arrogant demeanor. Grand Priest, do you truly believe you can stop me? The Grand Priest ceased his words and immediately took action. With a flourish of his hands, beams of light, sharp as swords, shot towards Salama. Salama swiftly defended himself, and the two were soon engulfed in a fierce battle. The High Priest's hands moved with grace, unleashing a torrent of light that surged forward, pressing relentlessly against Salama. With a grave expression, Salama crossed his arms before him, exerting all his strength to withstand the formidable onslaught. At that moment, the High Priest's gaze sharpened, and with a decisive sweep of his left hand, a gentle yet potent force enveloped Betos. She felt an irresistible power lifting her, and before she could articulate her thoughts, she was swept into a sudden rift in space. As she was drawn into the fissure, Betos beheld the intensifying clash between the High Priest and Salama. With intertwining beams of light and surging energy, the rift closed rapidly, leaving her engulfed in darkness. She sensed herself hurtling through this strange realm, the surrounding pressure nearly causing her to lose consciousness. After an indeterminate span of time, Betos felt a jolt surge through her body, and she was abruptly ejected from the darkness, crashing heavily to the ground. This unexpected commotion caught the attention of Wang Cheng and others, who hurried over upon hearing the noise. Whis dashed to Beto's side with remarkable speed, his face etched with concern and anxiety. "Sister, what has happened to you?" Beto's, pale as a specter and barely breathing, bore wounds that continued to ooze blood. Wang Cheng's face was filled with astonishment. "Is this Beerus? How could she be so gravely injured?" Beerus hurried over, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, "What is happening? How could anyone inflict such harm upon an angel?" Whis attempted to assist Beerus, his voice trembling with concern. "Sister, please tell us what transpired." Beerus struggled to catch her breath, speaking in a fragmented manner. "It was Salama, he." Wang Cheng hastily retrieved a celestial being from his bosom and cautiously fed it to Beerus. Beerus furrowed his brow, his face a mask of confusion. "Salama? Who is this individual? I have never heard of him before." After consuming the celestial being, Beerus's wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and her breath gradually steadied. Taking a deep breath, she began to recount the recent events in detail to Wang Cheng and the others. Salama was an ancient dragon god, possessing immense power, and the first high priest. For reasons unknown, he had defected from the divine realm and, it appeared, had allied himself with the dark demonic realm. Just moments ago, he had suddenly appeared in our sixth universe's destruction realm and, without uttering a word, launched an assault against us. Lord Kampa was instantly. Beerus's voice trembled, her eyes flashing with pain and fury. Her body quivered slightly as she continued. At that moment, Lord Kampa had no time to react. Salama merely waved his hand, and a beam of darkness struck Lord Kampa. He didn't even have the chance to scream before. He disintegrated into ashes. Tears welled in Beerus's eyes, her voice choking with emotion. I rushed towards Salama in a fit of rage, desiring to avenge Lord Kampa. But I was utterly powerless before him. With a mere flick of his hand, I was hurled away by an overwhelming force. Beerus's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Just when I thought I would perish at his hands, the high priest appeared. He opened a rift in time and space and sent me away, fortuitously landing me here with you. Beerus took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. Hearing this, Whis and the others wore solemn expressions. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling with rage. "That scoundrel Kampa is dead. I swear I will have my vengeance." His voice nearly roared, veins bulging on his forehead. Whis quickly interjected, "Lord Beerus, please calm yourself." Beerus glared at Whis, shouting, "Calm? My brother has been slain by that fiend. How can I remain composed?" Whis, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Salama is exceedingly powerful, after all. He was the previous high priest. We are indeed no match for him. Not even my sister could withstand a single blow. It seems that grave matters are afoot." Wang Cheng furrowed his brows and interjected, since Salama was the first high priest, who among him and the current high priest would emerge victorious. As his words lingered in the air, a momentary silence enveloped the surroundings. Whis, with a grave expression, slowly began, "It is difficult to ascertain. Salama, once esteemed as the high priest, undoubtedly possesses profound depth and innate talent. However, the current high priest commands numerous affairs within the divine realm, and his power remains equally enigmatic." With that, Whis took a deep breath, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. "Very well, I shall visit the Omni King's palace. The outcome will soon be revealed." Beerus could not help but exclaim, "Whis, you must be swift in your journey, for there is no telling if Salama might venture into the seventh universe. It would be best to enlist the aid of the Omni King himself." As Beerus's words fell, the tension among the group intensified. Wang Cheng concurred, stating, "Indeed, Whis, the power of the All-King shall undoubtedly resolve this crisis." Bardos, with a furrowed brow, expressed her concerns, saying, "Whis, we are counting on you." Whis, with a serious demeanor, nodded affirmatively. "I understand. Rest assured, I shall convey our situation clearly to the All-King." With that, Whis wasted no time and transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. Beerus paced back and forth in place, muttering incessantly, "What shall we do? What shall we do?" Wang Cheng consoled, "Lord Beerus, do not fret too much. Whis will devise a solution." At that moment, Goku and Vegeta returned. Chapter 129, The Grand Minister has been defeated. Goku spoke first. "Wang Cheng, Lord Beerus, the situation is dire." Beerus halted his pacing, his urgency palpable as he inquired, "What is it? Speak quickly." Vegeta took a deep breath and continued, "While we were patrolling outside, we encountered Frieza and Cooler. Wang Chung gazed in astonishment. His eyes wide. Are they not already deceased? Wukong nodded solemnly. Indeed, but they have been resurrected through the Dark Dragon Balls. Moreover, according to Frieza, the Dark Dragon Balls originate from the Dark Demon Realm and possess exceedingly nefarious powers. Beerus furrowed his brow. Dark Dragon Balls? What are those? Vegeta elucidated. We are not entirely certain, only that these Dark Dragon Balls seemingly can grant even more horrifying wishes. And it appears that the resurrected Frieza and Cooler have significantly enhanced their powers. Wukong added. Furthermore, we have encountered yet another formidable foe, the malevolent Saiyan, Kamba. The group gasped in unison, and Wang Qing hastily inquired, from whence does this Kamba hail? What is his strength? Wukong, with a grave expression, replied, this individual possesses immense power, radiating an aura of malevolence. His strength seems inexhaustible. Even when we united our efforts, it took considerable exertion to merely suppress him. Vegeta scoffed. Had he not erupted unexpectedly, we would have already defeated him. Wukong continued. Moreover, Kamba possesses the ability to control others through his evil energy. Vegeta was ensnared in this manner, and, upon being controlled, his strength appeared to increase. The group collectively gasped in shock. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, such a capability exists? Was the situation not exceedingly perilous? Wukong nodded gravely. Indeed, once controlled. Vegeta completely lost his rationality and launched a frenzied assault against me. His eyes were filled with malevolence, and his power became exceptionally ferocious, leaving me momentarily defenseless. Vegeta's countenance darkened, recalling the moment of his control, his heart brimming with rage. That malevolent energy was terrifying. I felt as though my mind was a void, my body entirely beyond my command. Wukong pressed on. While I had to fend off Kamba's assaults, I also sought a way to awaken Vegeta, which proved to be an arduous endeavor. Fortunately, at the last moment, Vegeta broke free from the control through sheer willpower. Beerus, frowning, remarked, Kamba is indeed a formidable adversary. It seems we must approach this with heightened caution. Bardoss stated, such an enemy is indeed difficult to contend with. We must be thoroughly prepared. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing's heart tightened. He was already aware of Broly's demise through the system, yet he could not reveal its existence. He feigned calmness and turned to Bardoss, saying, Bardoss, there has been no word from Broly and Caulifla. I am uncertain of their situation. Could you assist in uncovering the truth? Bardoss paused momentarily, then replied, very well. I shall make an attempt. With that, she closed her eyes, and her staff began to shimmer with a radiant light. The onlookers anxiously regarded Bardoss, as time seemed to stretch infinitely. After a while, Bardoss slowly opened her eyes, her expression heavy with sorrow as she spoke. Broly and Caulifla, they have. Wang Qing feigned astonishment, his voice trembling as he inquired, what? How could this be? Bardoss replied solemnly, they encountered the dragon god Salama and, tragically, perished in battle. Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, how is this possible? Vegeta gritted his teeth, seething with rage, and declared, curse Salama. Wang Chung gazed at Piccolo and said, Piccolo, hasten back to Earth, seek the Dragon Balls, revive Broly and Kale, and while you're at it, have Shenron assist you all in mastering instant transmission. Piccolo nodded solemnly, replying, very well, I shall depart at once. Just then, Whis returned, his visage etched with fatigue and concern. As soon as he landed, Wang Qing and the others eagerly surrounded him. Whis took a deep breath and slowly began to recount the situation regarding the Grand Minister. A monumental battle had erupted between the Grand Minister and the malevolent dragon god Salama. However, the ultimate outcome resulted in a mutual demise. The Grand Minister is now recuperating in the divine realm, gravely injured, having nearly exhausted all his strength. It is said that Salama's current power vastly surpasses that of the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister, employing secret techniques, sacrificed his own vitality to achieve a semblance of this mutual destruction. His voice quivered slightly. The group inhaled sharply, their faces betraying terror. Whis continued, moreover, Salama's injuries are far less severe than those of the Grand Minister. He will soon recover and threaten the world once more. Even Lord Zeno finds this situation troublesome. His powers cannot reach the dark magic realm. Now, endowed with the energy of the dark magic realm, Salama has grown formidable to the point that even Lord Zeno cannot easily eradicate him. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Are we to simply sit idly by? Whis shook his head in resignation. Indeed, the current circumstances are exceedingly dire, but we must not relinquish hope. The group descended into profound despair and contemplation. Beerus tightened his fists, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Is there truly no way forward? Are we doomed to watch that malevolent fiend recover and wreak havoc once more? Goku frowned, yet a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. There must be a way. We cannot concede defeat like this. Vegeta scoffed, "Hmph. No matter how difficult it becomes, we shall fight until the end." Wang Chung paced back and forth, his mind racing with thoughts. Yet, even the high priest had suffered defeat. What hope could we possibly have? Whis fixed his resolute gaze upon Wang Chung and proclaimed, "Though the high priest has temporarily faltered, it does not signify our complete despair. Each battle is fraught with unpredictability." Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with determination, affirming, "Indeed, we shall not succumb to fear. No matter how formidable our adversary may be, we must exert every ounce of our strength." Vegeta, with a grave expression, interjected, "We have traversed this path, confronting countless powerful foes. Each time, we have sought a glimmer of hope amidst despair." Beerus gritted his teeth, acknowledging, "Yet this foe is unlike any we have faced before. Salama's might surpass his imagination." Bardos furrowed her brow slightly, adding, "However, we cannot remain idle. We must devise a means to enhance our own prowess." Wang Chung paused, taking a deep breath. "It is time for me to enter a period of diligent seclusion," he declared. "Yes, I entrust you with the role of my training partner." VS nodded slightly, affirming, "Rest assured. I shall do my utmost to assist you in enhancing your skills." Beerus glanced at Wang Chung, saying, "Young man, make the most of this opportunity. We do not have an abundance of time to squander." Goku patted Wang Chung on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Stay strong. When you emerge from your retreat, your strength will surely be greatly enhanced." Vegeta crossed his arms, scoffing, "Hmph. Just ensure that you do not emerge with little to show for your efforts, lest you become the subject of ridicule." Wang Chung asserted resolutely, "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint anyone." With that, he turned and stepped into the staff space of Whis, who followed closely behind, their figures gradually fading from the sight of the onlookers. Chapter 130. Whis as the sparring partner within the staff space. Wang Chung and Whis stood facing each other, surrounded by an aura of enigmatic and formidable energy fluctuations. Wang Chung clenched his fists, his aura steadily rising, brimming with confidence. He initiated the assault, his figure darting towards Whis like a wraith, the wind of his punches howling and conjuring a fierce gust. Yet, Whis merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading Wang Chung's onslaught. With a casual flick of his hand, a pale blue beam of energy shot towards Wang Chung. Reacting swiftly, he executed a backflip to evade. And as he landed, he surged forward once more, his legs unleashing a flurry of kicks akin to a tempest. Whis crossed his arms, easily deflecting Wang Chung's strikes, then exerted a slight force, sending Wang Chung staggering back several steps. Regaining his footing, Wang Chung let out a resounding roar, radiating a brilliant light as an even greater power surged from within him. He charged at Whis again, this time with significantly enhanced speed and strength. Like a bolt of lightning, he closed the distance in an instant. A hint of admiration flickered across Whis' face as he vanished from sight. Wang Chung lunged at nothing but air, his heart racing with alarm. Before he could gather his wits, an overwhelming force struck from behind. Whis had manifested behind him, delivering a seemingly gentle yet immensely powerful palm strike. Wang Chung stumbled forward but managed to steady himself just before falling, pivoting to launch another attack at Whis. At this moment, Wang Chung matched Whis blow for blow. His movements were agile and unpredictable, each strike imbued with an indomitable spirit. Whis, too, unleashed 80% of his prowess, his actions becoming increasingly swift, each strike accompanied by a rushing wind. He raised his hand, unleashing a formidable wave of energy towards Wang Chung. Undeterred, Wang Chung clasped his hands together, conjuring an energy shield that withstood the onslaught. However, Whis' assault did not relent. He instantly reappeared above Wang Chung, delivering a downward kick. Wang Chung sidestepped, simultaneously retaliating with a punch. The two engaged in a fierce exchange within the confined space, the collision of energy fracturing the very air around them. Whis momentarily retreated, breathing slightly heavier, his gaze filled with astonishment as he remarked, "Wang Chung, your growth throughout this journey is nothing short of incredible. Lord Beerus possesses remarkable talent, yet in comparison to you, he pales slightly. Your rate of advancement is akin to the rise of a comet." Wang Chung chuckled modestly, "Your compliments make me feel quite embarrassed." Whis shook his head, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "No, my child. At the pace of your growth, it won't be long before you surpass our kind." The potential and perseverance you exhibit are unlike anything I have ever witnessed. After a brief respite, the two immediately resumed their fierce combat, fists and feet flying, energy surging around them. Suddenly, Whis leaped back a distance, his expression turning serious. Wang Qing, I shall now unleash my full strength. Let us see if you can withstand it. You are aware that you sought me out for training to harness the power of devouring for rapid cultivation. Although haste may lead to setbacks, the current situation is dire, and we have no other choice. Once you acclimate to my presence, I will invite my sister, Bardos, to join us as well. Wang Qing took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Whis, come forth. I am fully prepared. Whis ceased his words, and in an instant, his aura surged dramatically, enveloping the surroundings in a palpable tension. Like a flash of lightning, he appeared before Wang Qing, delivering a powerful punch. Wang Qing crossed his arms, bracing himself with all his might, yet he was still forced back several paces, the ground beneath him cracking deeply under the impact. Wang Qing resolutely withstood the formidable onslaught of Whis, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained ablaze with indomitable spirit. Whis's attacks descended like a tempest, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power. Wang Qing continually evaded and defended, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Bang! Another violent clash ensued, sending Wang Qing hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the barrier of space. Stand up, Wang Qing. This is far from sufficient. Whis bellowed. Wang Qing laboriously rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grinned as he said, Whis, this is merely the beginning. With that, he charged forward once more, an extraordinary radiance emanating from his body, a clear indication of his full exertion of the power of devouring. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of admiration crossed Whis's eyes, yet his assault showed no sign of abating. Under the immense pressure exerted by Whis, Wang Qing's body began to tremble. Yet he gritted his teeth and resolutely persevered. Boom! Once more, a clash of energy erupted, and Wang Qing was forced to one knee by the overwhelming force. Is this all you are capable of, Wang Qing? Whis's voice reverberated throughout the space. Wang Qing abruptly raised his head and let out a thunderous roar, a surge of formidable power erupting from within him, gradually altering the tide of battle. In the midst of the confrontation, each time he endured a heavy blow from Whis, pain coursed through his body like an electric current. Yet, this agony ignited his capacity for growth through suffering. His muscles tensed, veins bulging, and strength surged forth in an unending stream, spurred by the torment. Simultaneously, the devouring force operated fervently around him, forming an invisible vortex that sought to absorb the energy released by Whis, converting it for his own use. With every clash against Whis, though he was pushed back, the brilliance in his eyes only intensified. His breath came in quick gasps, yet it carried an unwavering determination. With a fierce shout, Wang Qing charged once more at Whis, his fists slicing through the air with a howling wind. Whis sidestepped to evade, countering with a strike that landed on Wang Qing's shoulder. He let out a muffled groan, but harnessed the momentum to spin and deliver a kick toward Whis. Whis raised his hand to block, and in that moment, Wang Qing seized the opportunity to absorb another wave of Whis's energy. He felt his strength rapidly escalating, a surge that bestowed upon him an unprecedented confidence. Whis, receive this attack. Wang Qing brought his hands together, concentrating his energy into a massive sphere that he hurled towards Whis. Whis raised an eyebrow, effortlessly nullifying the strike. Yet inwardly he marveled at the swift advancement of Wang Qing's abilities. In this round of fervent assault, although Wang Qing failed to pose a substantial threat to Whis, his unyielding momentum and the ever-burgeoning potential he exhibited captured Whis's attention. At this moment, Wang Qing was gasping for breath, sweat cascading from him like rain. Yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute, as if ignited by an unquenchable flame. His body trembled slightly, not from fear or exhaustion, but rather from the surging power within him, yearning for a more formidable breakthrough. Whis, arms crossed before him, remarked, Wang Qing, your progress indeed impresses me, yet it is still far from sufficient. Wang Qing flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and replied, Whis, the battle is far from over. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he launched another assault. His figure moved with a ghostly fluidity, appearing instantaneously at Whis's left side, delivering a fierce sidekick aimed directly at Whis's waist. With a slight shift of his body, Whis effortlessly evaded the attack, simultaneously extending a hand in what appeared to be a casual gesture, yet conjuring a powerful gust of wind that sent Wang Qing sprawling several meters back. Wang Qing executed a deft somersault in midair, landing with poise before launching himself back like a cannonball. His hands moved in a flurry, unleashing beams of energy that shot forth from his fingertips, hurtling towards Whis. Unperturbed, Whis gracefully maneuvered, the energy beams narrowly missing him as they struck the spatial barrier behind, resulting in a violent explosion. Before the reverberations of the blast had subsided, Wang Cheng had closed the distance, his fist raining down upon Whis with the ferocity of a tempest. Whis remained composed, parrying each strike with ease, the dull thuds of their collision echoing throughout the scepter's domain. Bang! Another fierce clash ensued, sending Wang Cheng reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 131. Secrets that fall seemed to drain the last vestiges of strength from Wang Cheng's body. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath, attempting to rise only to find his limbs utterly unresponsive, exhaustion overwhelming him to the utmost degree. Observing Wang Cheng's condition, Wei shook his head gently and raised a hand, casting a soft glow that enveloped Wang Cheng. The warm energy gradually permeated his being, mending his damaged meridians and muscles. Moments later, once the healing concluded, Wang Cheng felt a significant alleviation of fatigue, though he remained markedly weak. Without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position and commenced the operation of the nebula technique. As time elapsed, Wang Cheng's breathing steadied, and the energy within him became more refined through the process of the nebula technique. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing within them. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking joints resonating as an overwhelming aura emanated from him. The system activated the character panel. Ding. Host. Wang Cheng abilities, pain growth, Buu's regeneration, wish modified. Nebula technique, gravitational field, normal state of ultimate freedom, devour law combat power, 1000 Gao realm. Fourth stage of divine king items, binding immortal rope at that moment. Whis appeared before him, his expression grave as he spoke. Wang Cheng, a new mission has arisen. There are disturbances in the dark demon realm. Wang Cheng and Whis emerged from the staff space, and the crowd immediately surrounded them. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and began to analyze. Even if we were to eliminate those who have emerged from the dark demon realm, it would be futile unless we addressed the source, the dragon god Salama. As long as the dark Dragon Balls exist in the demon realm, resurrection will persist. Yet, the power of the dragon god is beyond the reach of even the high priest. Alas! Beerus clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Are we truly left with no options?" Wang Cheng pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Our understanding of Salama remains woefully inadequate. All we know is that he possesses formidable strength and is the founder of the Dragon Balls, but beyond that, we are at a loss. Bardos interjected. Perhaps we could inquire with the Grand Minister and the Omni King, for Salama was the inaugural Grand Minister, and they should be privy to his vulnerabilities. Wang Cheng's eyes brightened as he remarked, "Indeed, this is a viable approach. However, the Grand Priest is still in recovery, and the Omni King possesses a rather innocent disposition, leaving us uncertain whether he can provide any valuable information." Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Nevertheless, we must give it a try. This may be our only glimmer of hope at present." Goku nodded in agreement, stating, "Absolutely. Even if there exists but a faint possibility, we cannot afford to overlook it." Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed, "Hmph, I hope this endeavor is not in vain." Whis interjected, "Then let us not delay. Wang Cheng and I shall promptly proceed to the Omni King's palace in search of any clues we might glean from the Omni King and the Grand Priest." With that, Whis and Wang Cheng vanished in an instant. Before long, they arrived at the Grand Palace of the Omni King. The Omni King was seated upon his colossal throne, swinging his legs playfully. Upon noticing the arrival of Whis and Wang Cheng, a blissfully innocent smile spread across his face. Whis respectfully bowed and stated, "Esteemed Omni King, we have come to seek your wisdom regarding the matter of Salam." The Omni King blinked his large eyes in confusion and asked, "Salam? Who is that?" Wang Cheng hastily clarified, "Your Majesty, Salamander is the dragon god, the previous high priest." The All-King tilted his head in contemplation, then shook it and responded, "I do not recall such a person." A wave of disappointment surged within Wei Si and Wang Cheng as they exchanged glances. At that moment, the high priest, supported by attendants, slowly approached. His complexion remained pallid, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. Wang Cheng hurriedly stepped forward to support the great priest, inquiring, "Esteemed great priest, are you well?" The great priest gently waved his hand and replied, "It is of no consequence. Lord Quan has, for the sake of facilitating the management of temporal order, dispersed many of his avatars across various dimensions. Consequently, his memories are incomplete, retaining only the wisdom of a child. As for Salama, what I can share with you is that his source of power derives from the force of miracles, that is to say, the principle of miracles. Wang Cheng and Whis exchanged puzzled glances, and unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Cheng inquired, "Great High Priest, how exactly is this miraculous power generated?" The Great High Priest cleared his throat a few times and began to explain. This story begins with the Dragon Balls. As you all know, the Dragon Balls were created by Sarama. Their existence compels gods, humans, and demons alike to make wishes when confronted with adversity or yearning to fulfill their desires. Each wish evokes a mysterious surge of energy, which serves as the source of miraculous power. When countless wishes are granted through the influence of the Dragon Balls, the resultant miraculous energy converges upon Sarama. This power is formless and colorless, yet immensely formidable. It is unbound by conventional laws and possesses the ability to disrupt the balance of various forces. Moreover, as time progresses and the frequency of wishes increases, the miraculous power becomes ever more potent and pure. It can bestow upon Sarama capabilities beyond imagination, allowing him to instantly alter the tide of battle and even withstand formidable attacks from all directions. Even more alarming is the notion that the miraculous power appears limitless. As long as wishes continue to be made, it will perpetually amplify. Thus, for us, it represents an almost insurmountable force. Upon finishing his explanation, the Great High Priest's demeanor grew increasingly grave, and both Wang Cheng and Whis found themselves enveloped in profound concern. The Great High Priest continued, "Yet, there is not entirely an absence of solutions." Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng and Whis were instantly ignited with a glimmer of hope. Their gazes fixed intently upon the High Priest. The High Priest turned to Wang Cheng and remarked, "In fact, the principles of one law can counteract another," thus leading to a resolution. Had my mastery of the time law been more profound, I would not have succumbed to Salama previously. However, now, we have you, Wang Cheng. Your abilities are commendable. Although the devouring law may not rank highly among all laws, it possesses an enigmatic quality. It has the capacity to consume everything, time, space, including miracles. Yet, the feasibility of this remains uncertain. This is merely my conjecture. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Great High Priest, do you suggest that I utilize the principle of devouring to counteract the miraculous laws of Salama? Yet, with my current abilities, even a mere fragment of Salama's energy could potentially overwhelm me. The Great High Priest nodded slightly. I understand. Perhaps this is the reason for his relatively low ranking. After all, human capacity is limited. Though it is said that one can consume all, it must be within the bounds of not being shattered. Wang Cheng listened intently, his expression grave as he nodded in agreement. Your Excellency the High Priest, you are indeed correct. I often find myself overwhelmed when employing the principles of devouring. A moment's carelessness could result in dire repercussions. Beside him, Whis voiced his concerns. What shall we do then? If such a situation were to arise during the battle with Salama, the consequences would be unimaginable. The High Priest pondered for a moment before responding. Wang Cheng, you must continuously strengthen both your body and soul, enhancing your capacity to withstand power. Simultaneously, you must exercise more precise control over the rhythm and quantity of your devouring. Wang Cheng clenched his fists, saying, I understand, revered High Priest. I shall redouble my efforts in cultivation to conquer this challenge. The High Priest continued, furthermore, you must learn to filter and purify during the process of absorption, embracing only the energies that are beneficial and manageable for you, while discarding the chaotic forces that may pose a threat to your well-being. Wang Cheng appeared contemplative. The processes of selection and purification demand an exceptional level of focus and discernment. The High Priest encouraged him, saying, Yet I am confident that you possess this potential. Once you master these skills, the law of devouring shall wield unimaginable power in your hands. Wang Cheng's gaze was resolute. Thank you for your trust, esteemed divine officer. I shall exert myself to the utmost. Chapter 132. An extreme enhancement. Very well. You may return. Whis, upon your return, gather all the angels and destruction deities together. I will require over a month to fully recuperate. During this time, I urge you to unite, as you may still stand a chance against the weakened divine officer. Salama, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Cheng and Whis promptly bowed respectfully, affirming, Yes. Your Excellency the High Priest, please rest assured and focus on your recovery. With a serious demeanor, Whis turned to Wang Cheng and said, Let us proceed. We must hasten back to make the necessary arrangements. The two then turned away, enveloped in a heavy silence, their hearts burdened with an immense weight. Upon returning to where the others awaited, Whis immediately conveyed the high priest's directives. The various angels and destroyers exhibited a range of expressions upon hearing the news. Some were anxious, while others displayed a resolute demeanor. Beerus furrowed his brow and remarked, "Even united, we may not stand a chance against Salama. Yet, it appears we have no alternative." Bardos quietly added, "Everyone must brace themselves. This will undoubtedly be a fierce battle." Wang Qing suddenly fixed his determined gaze upon Whis and Bados, declaring, "Whis, Bados, I wish to train alongside you in combat. This experience would enable me to swiftly acclimate to the rigors of intense battle, enhancing both my strength and physical endurance." Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before replying, "Wang Qing, this is not a trivial matter. You may encounter immense pressure and suffering." Wang Qing replied without hesitation, "I am unafraid. I am willing to exert every effort to confront the impending crisis." Bados smiled and nodded, "Since you possess such determination, let us embark on this journey together." Thus, the three of them entered the realm of the scepter. Wang Qing took a deep breath, recalibrating his state of mind. His gaze emanated a sense of determination, as he resolved to adopt an extreme approach to achieve a dual enhancement. Wang Qing stood resolutely, refraining from retaliation, allowing the onslaught of Whis and Bardos to rain upon him. Whis' energy beam pierced through the air like a sword, striking Wang Qing's chest, causing him to emit a muffled groan as his body trembled violently, a wave of excruciating pain surging through him. Yet, he gritted his teeth, steadfastly refusing to take a single step back. Bardos's assault followed in quick succession. Her palm wind was fierce, crashing heavily against Wang Qing's back. He felt an overwhelming force assail him, a sweetness rising in his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, Wang Qing remained unyielding, enduring the agony while concentrating on each impact his body sustained. Each surge of energy felt like searing flames scorching his meridians. Each clash of power resonated within him like a heavy hammer forging his bones. His muscles quivered, and an unusual luminescence began to emanate from his skin, a primal instinct to resist and adapt to the immense pressure. Although his consciousness began to fade, the conviction in his heart grew ever stronger, urging him to persevere, to transcend his limits. As Whis and Bardos intensified their assault, numerous wounds began to mar his body, bloodstaining his garments. Under the relentless barrage of the two celestial beings, even his recovery abilities struggled to keep pace. Wang Qing's wound deepened incessantly, blood gushing forth in torrents, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. Yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. With each strike that landed, a searing pain coursed through him, and he felt his consciousness gradually fading. Nevertheless, he fervently shouted within himself, compelling his mind to stay alert. This furrowed his brow and said, "Wang Qing, do you wish to continue? If this persists, you may be in mortal peril." Wang Qing gasped for breath, responding with great difficulty, "Continue. I can endure." A flicker of compassion crossed Bardos's eyes, yet her onslaught showed no sign of abating. She understood that this was the path Wang Qing had chosen for himself. Wang Qing's body teetered on the brink of collapse, as if he might succumb at any moment. Yet, he stubbornly stood his ground, enduring wave after wave of relentless assaults. In this moment of near despair, he struggled to retrieve a magical bean from his bosom, swiftly placing it into his mouth. The bean dissolved instantly, unleashing a powerful surge of vitality that coursed through his veins, offering a modicum of relief from his injuries. Drawing a deep breath, he hoarsely called out, "Whis, Bardos, please pause for a moment." Upon hearing his plea, Whis and Bardos immediately halted, their gazes filled with concern as they regarded Wang Qing. In their eyes lay a blend of admiration for his indomitable spirit and a palpable sense of unease. Wang Qing, undeterred by the urgency of the moment, settled into a cross-legged position and commenced the operation of the nebula technique. With his eyes firmly shut, he immersed his consciousness entirely within himself. The surrounding energy gradually converged towards him, forming a subtle yet palpable vortex of energy. Initially, the vortex spun at an exceedingly languid pace, reminiscent of the delicate mist under the rising sun. Wang Qing's brow furrowed deeply, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, a clear testament to his strenuous efforts in guiding this force. As time elapsed, the velocity of the energy vortex steadily increased, transforming from its gentle, sluggish motion into a powerful and vigorous whirl. The edges of the vortex shimmered with a faint luminescence, akin to the resplendent Milky Way illuminating the night sky. Wang Qing's body was enveloped by this radiant light, his skin seemingly transforming into a translucent veil through which the flow of energy within his meridians became distinctly visible. Each meridian resembled a surging river, tumultuously conveying power with unrestrained vigor. The air surrounding him quivered subtly due to the potent fluctuations of energy, causing the dust upon the ground to rise gently before settling back down. Wang Cheng's breathing gradually became steady and profound, resonating harmoniously with the rhythmic whirl of the energy vortex. Time flowed on. Wang Cheng opened his eyes and beheld Whis and another figure gazing at him with evident concern. A flicker of emotion passed through his eyes as he gradually rose to his feet and spoke. "I apologize for causing you worry." Whis stepped forward and gently patted Wang Cheng's shoulder, saying, "Your tenacity is commendable, but do take care not to overexert yourself." Beerus also smiled and added, "Indeed. Witnessing your unwavering dedication brings us both comfort and concern." Wang Cheng resolutely stated, "I understand that you have my best interests at heart, but the current situation is urgent, and I must swiftly enhance my strength." Whis nodded in agreement. However, one must also be mindful of the approach taken, lest the efforts yield more harm than benefit. Wang Cheng responded, "I understand. I kindly ask both of you to continue offering your guidance." Beerus replied, "Very well, prepare yourselves, and let us proceed." Wang Cheng took a deep breath, recalibrating his focus to confront the onslaught of tempestuous attacks once more. His figure flickered amidst the energy surges, each act of defense and counterstrike infused with his utmost strength and determination. Time seemed to lose its significance, with only the fierce battle unfolding relentlessly. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had elapsed in the outside world, and Wang Cheng alongside Wei Bajuosi had emerged from the realm of the staff. Wang Cheng emanated a profound and formidable aura, his gaze reflecting resolute determination and unwavering confidence. Whis and Beerus exhibited expressions tinged with satisfaction. Upon exiting the space, Wang Cheng was immediately enveloped by the refreshing ambience of the outside world. He tilted his head towards the sky, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. The past fortnight of cultivation had felt akin to teetering on the precipice of life and death, yet his strength had experienced a remarkable transformation. Looking at Wang Cheng, Whis remarked with a smile, "Wang Cheng, the results of your training are remarkable. I trust you are now prepared to face even greater challenges." Wang Cheng solemnly nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you both for your guidance and companionship. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 133. The enemy approaches. Whis stood with arms crossed, intently scrutinizing Wang Cheng, and remarked, "Wang Cheng, your current strength should surpass that of most angels. In just a brief span of half a month, your progress has been nothing short of remarkable. Your control over power has become increasingly precise, your combat skills have grown more refined, and your mastery of various forms of energy has reached an extraordinary level." Upon hearing Whis' commendation, Wang Cheng felt a flicker of joy within. Yet he maintained a demeanor of humility. Whis continued, "However, we must remain acutely aware that the might of Salama transcends our current imagination. The depths of his power are unfathomable, and his understanding of the laws has reached a realm of extraordinary enlightenment. In comparison to him, your present strength is still significantly lacking." Wang Cheng's expression grew serious, his gaze devoid of any fear, filled instead with unwavering determination. "Yes, I acknowledge the disparity, yet I shall not be disheartened by it." Whis smiled gently, his eyes brimming with encouragement and faith. "I can sense your resolve, Wang Cheng. Given your current pace of growth and potential, I am confident that with relentless effort, it will not be long before you reach that level. However, remember, haste makes waste. It is essential to proceed steadily and assuredly." Wang Cheng gazed resolutely at Whis, solemnly declaring, "Whis, I shall forever hold your words close to my heart. This period of cultivation has imparted to me the profound understanding that the enhancement of strength is not achieved overnight. Each breakthrough demands immense effort and unwavering patience." Whis nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "Wang Cheng, Salama's formidable prowess is derived from the accumulation of his extensive years and a profound comprehension of the essence of power. Although your progress is remarkable, your foundation remains insufficient. The path ahead may present you with numerous difficulties and challenges, but as long as you maintain this determination and resilience, continually refining and accumulating your abilities, you will undoubtedly bridge the gap between you and him." Wang Cheng clenched his fists and declared, "I understand. I shall not allow fleeting achievements to inflate my pride, nor shall I be daunted by adversity. I will advance steadily, continuously improving myself." Whis patted Wang Cheng's shoulder and replied, "Excellent. I believe you will undoubtedly succeed. Now, let us gather everyone to discuss our matters." Subsequently, the deities of destruction and their angels swiftly convened in the realm of destruction of the seventh universe. The atmosphere was heavy, and the expressions of all were grave. Beerus was the first to speak. "A great many events have transpired over the past fortnight, and fortunately, we summoned everyone together in advance. The Dark Demon Realm has struck again. This time, they are exceedingly brazen, having seized the 9th, 10th, and 11th universes. The lives within those realms have endured immense calamity. Countless planets obliterated, and suffering abounds. Beerus tightened his fist, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet the Grand Minister has issued orders forbidding us from acting recklessly. This stirs a tempest of frustration within me, longing to charge forth and engage them in battle at once. The other gods of destruction echoed his sentiment, all aflame with righteous indignation. The audacity of the Dark Demon Realm is unparalleled. Shall we simply wait idly by? We cannot stand by as innocent lives suffer. At that moment, the angels remained relatively composed. Whis remarked, "Everyone, let us remain calm. The Grand Minister has his reasons. He will be sufficiently healed in a week's time, and then we can deliberate on a strategy to counter this threat." Vados added, "Indeed. Acting impulsively will only exacerbate the situation. We must trust in the Grand Minister's judgment." Wang Qing stepped forward and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, although the situation is dire, we must not lose our composure. During this week, we cannot afford to remain idle. We ought to prepare ourselves thoroughly, enhance our abilities, and strategize." Upon hearing his words, the crowd gradually calmed, beginning to contemplate their subsequent actions. Yet, before Wang Qing and his companions could commence their discussions, an unwelcome guest had already arrived. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Wang Qing felt a tightening in his chest as he swiftly surveyed the surroundings. Silently acknowledging it is indeed a familiar face, Wang Qing's gaze was solemn, secretly relieved that Salama was absent. Otherwise, this battle would have been far more arduous. Frieza exclaimed with a piercing voice, "Hmph, today marks the end for all of you." Gula promptly shouted, "Surrender to your demise." Maro let out a sinister laugh, "Ha ha. Allow me to drain your powers." Majin Buu joined in with a roar, "You shall all become chocolate, ha ha." Wang Qing stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Do you truly believe that you can confront us with just the few of you? Bring forth your comrades." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the space. Frieza's expression darkened, and with a mocking smile, he retorted, "Wang Qing, do not be so arrogant. We are more than sufficient to deal with you." Majin Buu twisted his rotund form, grinning mischievously as he declared, "Indeed, indeed. I shall transform you all into candy." Cooler's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he urged, "Cease the idle chatter and engage them at once." Wang Qing addressed Vegeta and the others, urging them to act swiftly and decisively, declaring, "Let us end this quickly. No diversions this time. We shall fuse directly with the earrings." Vegeta furrowed his brow, responding with a huff, "Hmph, understood." Goku, with unwavering determination in his eyes, shouted, "Then let us begin." Wang Qing clenched his fists, the aura surrounding him steadily escalating as he bellowed with fervor, "There is no time to dawdle. We must conclude this battle swiftly. To safeguard our universe and protect the innocent lives, let us give our all." In unison, the crowd responded, "Indeed." Goku and Vegeta fused into the formidable Vegeto, releasing an overwhelming energy that erupted forth. His gaze was piercing, fixated on the Black Frieza. The latter, feeling a pang of anxiety, attempted to maintain bravado, retorting, "Hmph. What difference does fusion make?" Vegeto replied with a scornful chuckle, "Let us put it to the test." In an instant, Vegeto vanished from sight, reappearing before Black Frieza, his fist propelled by a howling wind. Black Frieza hastily raised his hands to defend himself, but was met with a thunderous impact, forcing him back several meters. Vegeto wasted no time, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. Each movement was as swift as lightning, with every punch and kick imbued with cataclysmic force. Black Frieza struggled to withstand the onslaught, sustaining numerous wounds. Meanwhile, Jiren and Toppo had also completed their fusion, their formidable presence rendering Black Goku's expression grim. Through gritted teeth, Black Goku declared, "Don't think that fusion will be your salvation." However, the newly formed Toki Toki wasted no breath and unleashed a violent assault. Each blow was akin to an earthquake, compelling Black Goku to defend desperately, yet he found himself retreating under the relentless pressure. On another front, Piccolo and Cell had merged, joining forces with the fused cable to confront the formidable Moro and Majin Buu, both of whom posed significant challenges. Moro initiated the confrontation, his hands weaving as dark energies surged like a tidal wave towards Cable and Shabi. With a disdainful snort, Cable clasped his hands together, conjuring a vibrant green energy shield that repelled the encroaching darkness. The realm of the destroyers was engulfed in chaos, the collision of energies causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Each warrior radiated indomitable resolve, pouring every ounce of strength into the battle for victory and protection. The other destroyers and angels stood by, awaiting the emergence of unseen adversaries. Chapter 134, Magic Sealing Wave. The narrative diverges. Vegito transformed into Ultra Instinct. His powerful aura sending ripples across the battlefield. A mysterious glow enveloped his form, exuding absolute confidence and authority. Black Frieza, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of dread. Yet he feigned composure, asserting, even in this form, you shall not easily defeat me. A slight smile graced Vegito's lips as he vanished in an instant. Black Frieza perceived a blur, only to find Vegito now behind him. Before he could react, Vegito delivered a decisive kick to his back, sending Black Frieza hurtling like a cannonball, shattering several mountain peaks. As he struggled to rise, Vegito reappeared before him, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Black Gold Frieza bent over in agony, expelling a stream of purple blood from his mouth. Vegeta did not grant him a moment's respite. With both hands, he unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Frieza desperately attempted to defend himself, yet numerous rays struck his body, leaving behind charred wounds. This is the chasm that lies between us, Vegeta proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating like a decree from the heavens above. I am not so easily vanquished, Frieza bellowed, his aura surging once more, and to his astonishment, his wounds began to heal gradually. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. You can still rise? That displays a modicum of spirit. Frieza gritted his teeth, declaring, I am the Emperor of the Universe. How could I be so easily defeated by you? With that, he charged recklessly at Vegeta, energy converging upon his fist. Vegeta sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza let out a muffled groan but clutched Vegeta's arm tightly, attempting to retaliate. Vegeta forcefully shook him off and followed up with a kick that sent Frieza crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. However, before Vegeta could approach, Frieza shot up from the pit, lunging at him once more. Vegeta, now growing impatient, remarked, You truly are oblivious to your own demise. In an instant, he appeared behind Frieza, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes that rained down upon him. Frieza's body tumbled through the air, enduring blow after blow. Yet he managed to steady himself each time and launched another assault. Vegeta frowned, contemplating. This fellow is remarkably tenacious, quite resilient indeed. Taking a deep breath, he intensified his aura, and a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, warping the very space around him. A glint of determination flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He resolved to finish Frieza with one decisive strike, granting no further opportunity for retaliation. However, just as he was about to act, an impulse from deep within urged him to let loose. Vegeta clenched his teeth, forcefully suppressing this urge, reminding himself, do not underestimate. The battle must be concluded swiftly to avoid prolonged strife. Slowly, Vegeta raised both hands, gathering a resplendent energy sphere between his palms, its brilliance intensifying, seemingly embodying boundless destructive power. Frieza, witnessing the energy sphere in Vegeta's hands, felt a wave of despair wash over him, yet he refused to concede. Charging forward once more with a furious roar, Vegeta's gaze turned frigid. It is over, Frieza. He thrust the energy sphere toward Frieza with tremendous force. At that critical moment, Wang Cheng suddenly dashed in like a bolt of lightning, positioning himself protectively in front of Frieza. The energy sphere struck Wang Cheng in an instant, erupting into a dazzling radiance, the immense force compelling those nearby to instinctively squint. As the brilliance faded, the onlookers beheld an astonishing sight. Wang Cheng had withstood the lethal blow, leaving them all in a state of perplexity. Vegeta furrowed his brow and inquired, Wang Cheng, what is the meaning of this? Others also cast curious glances in his direction. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply and remarked, Please do not misunderstand, even if he perishes. The Dark Dragon Pearl possesses the capability to resurrect him. It would be wiser to first seal him away, and once we have resolved the imminent crisis, we can then deliberate on how to address him appropriately. Upon hearing this, the crowd found some merit in Wang Cheng's words. Wang Cheng ceased his words, swiftly forming intricate hand seals as he murmured incantations. A formidable wave of energy surged forth from his being, gradually coalescing in the palm of his hand, manifesting as a peculiar vortex of runes. Demon Sealing Wave, Wang Cheng bellowed, directing the rune-laden vortex towards Frieza. A radiant beam erupted from the vortex, enveloping Frieza in an instant. Frieza struggled desperately, attempting to break free from this binding force, yet the potency of the Demon Sealing Wave was overwhelming, rendering his resistance futile. Ultimately, Frieza was successfully confined within a small vial. At that moment, Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's entrapment, hesitated not for an instant and pivoted to charge at Majin Buu. His speed was akin to a meteor, allowing him to appear before Majin Buu in the blink of an eye. Before Majin Buu could react, Vegeta's fist hurtled towards him, landing a resounding blow upon his rotund abdomen. Majin Buu was struck by an excruciating pain, involuntarily propelled backward. Without missing a beat, Vegeta flickered, materializing in the path of Majin Buu's retreat, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Majin Buu let out a pained wail as his body plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a vast crater upon impact. Before Majin Buu could rise from the pit, Vegeta descended from above, fists clenched, crashing down upon him with the weight of a mountain. Majin Buu attempted to defend himself, but was caught unawares and was driven even deeper into the earth by Vegeta's strike. Vegeta offered no respite, swiftly forming hand seals as beams of energy shot forth from his fingertips, targeting the subterranean Majin Buu. A cacophony of explosions reverberated from below, accompanied by the anguished cries of Majin Buu. Vegeta scoffed derisively, "Is this all you can muster?" With that, he resumed his assault, each punch landing with tremendous force and energy. Majin Buu could only endure the onslaught, utterly powerless to retaliate. Vegeta's strikes intensified, and Majin Buu's form suffered relentless damage, his once arrogant demeanor thoroughly subdued. At that moment, Wang Qing seized the opportunity, once again invoking the demon sealing wave. He swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations as immense energy gathered before him. Wang Qing exclaimed with fervor, "Majin Buu, be sealed." A brilliant beam of light shot forth from his hand, soaring directly towards Majin Buu. Majin Buu's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to struggle and evade, but was firmly bound by Vegeta, rendering him immobile. The radiant light enveloped Majin Buu in an instant, his form diminishing within the luminescence as he writhed desperately. Yet he remained unable to escape the formidable power of the sealing wave. As the light gradually receded, Majin Buu was ultimately sealed successfully. Chapter 135. The situation became clearer meanwhile. The battle between Tojiro and Black Genigra had reached a stalemate, with both sides evenly matched in strength. Tojiro's live form executed each attack with a fierce wind, while Black Genigra, equally formidable, countered with cunning and ruthless strikes, his defenses impenetrable. Just as the two were locked in a fierce struggle, Shabi entered the fray. Shabi's presence instantly intensified the pressure on Black Genigra, a flicker of panic flashing across his eyes. Without hesitation, Shabi charged at Black Genigra, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks with relentless ferocity. Black Genigra found himself overwhelmed, his body gradually accumulating numerous wounds. "Damn it!" Black Genigra roared, forcing himself to amplify his power in an attempt to repel Shabi. Yet Shabi, agile and quick, deftly evaded his counterattack, delivering a powerful blow to Black Genigra's back. Staggering, he nearly fell. Seizing the opportunity, Tojiro launched an even fiercer assault, coordinating seamlessly with Shabi, leaving Black Genigra only able to defend himself, devoid of any means to retaliate. "You despicable wretches!" Black Genigra gasped, cursing in anger. Shabi retorted coldly, "When dealing with a villain like you, there is no need for fairness." With that, Shabi and Tojiro joined forces once more, further complicating Black Genigra's plight. Gritting his teeth, Black Genigra's eyes brimmed with resentment and fury as he desperately gathered his strength for a final counterattack. However, Shabi and Tojiro's relentless onslaught left him no room to breathe. Shabi unleashed a rapid series of punches, the wind howling as Black Genigra struggled to withstand the blows, his arms growing numb from the impact. Tojiro seized the moment to deliver a kick to his abdomen, forcing Black Genigra to double over in agony. "Prepare to meet your end," Shabi bellowed, pressing his palms together to channel a powerful energy that converged in his hands before launching it towards Black Genigra. Black Genigra's eyes widened in horror as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a surge of dark energy, forming a shield that barely absorbed Shabi's attack. Yet this dark energy exacted a heavy toll on his body, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Tojiro, not allowing Black Genigra a moment's respite, swiftly maneuvered his hands, unleashing a multitude of energy beams toward him. Under the relentless barrage, Black Genigra's wounds multiplied, and his breath grew increasingly shallow. "I will not fall easily." The Black Gold Gula let out his final roar, yet his voice was steeped in despair. His body swayed precariously, yet he stubbornly stood tall, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Shabi and Tojipo. Blood oozed from his numerous wounds, staining his garments a vivid crimson. Yet he seemed impervious to pain, gritting his teeth as every muscle quivered and each breath felt unbearably heavy. Shabi gazed at Black Gold Gula, exclaiming, much like Frieza, "His brother Gula is remarkably resilient." Tojipo snorted coldly, "But no matter how tenacious, he is merely a cornered beast." Black Gold Gula threw back his head in a maniacal laugh, his voice echoing with madness and defiance. I, Gula, shall not be vanquished so easily. He bore the excruciating pain and summoned every ounce of his strength as energy surged around him, coalescing into a formidable tempest. His body radiated an eerie glow, his aura soaring to unprecedented heights in an instant. Shabi's expression darkened. This fiend possesses such power still. Tajipo gritted his teeth. We must not allow him to succeed. Let us attack together. Without hesitation, the two charged towards Black Gold Gula, who met their assault head-on. In an instant, the trio was engulfed in a fierce battle once more. Each strike from Black Gold Gula was imbued with the resolve of a desperate man. Though his movements had lost their initial agility, each blow carried immense lethality. Shabi and Tajipo fought with unwavering determination, their attacks seamlessly intertwined, denying Black Gold Gula even a moment's respite. Bang! Another violent collision ensued, sending Black Gold Gula staggering back several meters, a copious amount of blood spewing from his mouth. Yet he remained unyielding, propping himself up on trembling legs, his gaze still aflame with indomitable spirit. Even in death, I shall take you down with me. Black Gold Gula shouted hoarsely, his voice reminiscent of a hellish roar, infused with boundless fury and resolve. At that moment, every muscle in his body was taut, veins bulging, blood streaming from his wounds, yet none of it could diminish his frenzied fighting spirit. The radiance emanating from Black Gold Gula intensified, the powerful energy fluctuations causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. He lunged recklessly towards Shabi and Tajipo, resembling a wounded beast making one final, desperate stand. Shabi and Tajipo exchanged glances, a flicker of gravity passing between them. Yet, they did not falter. Rather, their determination to utterly defeat Black Gold Gula solidified. Tajipo formed hand seals, instantly conjuring a robust energy shield before him. Meanwhile, Shabi swiftly maneuvered to Black Gold Gula's rear, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Ignoring Tajipo's shield, Black Gold Gula barreled forward. A thunderous crash resonated as the shield shook violently, Tajipo being pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. In that instant, Shabi seized the opportunity, launching a powerful punch aimed at Black Gold Gula's back. Haiku Jingwara's body stiffened, and he staggered forward a few steps, yet he remained unyielding, turning around to glare at Shabi with eyes filled with hatred. Come on, continue, he bellowed, charging forward once more. Like a madman, Haiku Jingwara surged ahead again, his reckless momentum sending a chill down Shabi and Tajipo's spines. Shabi retreated swiftly, unleashing energy beams from his hands in an attempt to thwart Haiku Jingwara's advance. However, Haiku Jingwara neither flinched nor dodged, allowing the beams to strike him, his skin scorching and blackened, yet he pressed on undeterred. Seeing this, Tajipo clasped his hands together, gathering a formidable energy in his palms to form a colossal energy sphere. Jingwara, it ends here, Tajipo shouted, hurling the energy sphere towards Haiku Jingwara. The sphere, imbued with the essence of annihilation, whistled through the air, but at the critical moment, Haiku Jingwara abruptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The energy sphere exploded behind him, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. Seizing the cover of the explosion's smoke, Haiku Jingwara dashed towards Tajipo, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Taken by surprise, Tajipo was struck, blood streaming from his nose. Damn it! Tajipo roared, engaging in close-quarters combat with Haiku Jingwara. Shabi, no longer holding back, unleashed his ultimate technique. In an instant, the air was filled with radiant light and surging energy as the battle among the three intensified to a fever pitch. Haiku Jingwara's wounds multiplied, and his strength gradually waned, yet his gaze remained resolute, teeth gritted in defiance. I will not lose, he roared, surging forth with renewed vigor, forcing Shabi and Tajipo back several meters. However, this was merely his final struggle. Once Shabi and Tajipo regained their footing, they once again joined forces to attack. This time, Haiku Jingwara could no longer withstand their combined might and fell heavily to the ground. He gasped for air, his eyes dimming, yet that indomitable spirit seemed to flicker still. Chapter 136. The Four Great Evil Gods. At that moment, Wang Qing reappeared, his gaze steadfast as he looked upon the exhausted Haiku Jingwara, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Preparing to unleash the magic sealing wave, Wang Qing muttered incantations, emanating a formidable surge of energy. Heijin Gula, sensing Wang Qing's actions, attempted to rise and resist. Yet his grievous injuries rendered his body unresponsive. Demon Sealing Wave, Wang Qing bellowed as a resplendent beam of light shot forth from his hand. Soaring directly towards Heijin Gula, Heijin Gula's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the light enveloping him. He endeavored to muster his remaining strength to break free from this binding force, but all was in vain. The radiance gradually converged. And Majin Buu's form continued to diminish within the glow, ultimately being successfully sealed within a diminutive vessel. The smoke of battle slowly dissipated, leaving only Mo Luo to stubbornly resist. Wang Chen pondered, could it be that the Dark Demon realm has truly dispatched only these few? As this thought flickered through his mind, an unexpected turn of events transpired. An overwhelmingly potent and malevolent aura suddenly enveloped the entire battlefield, leaving everyone feeling as though a colossal boulder had settled upon their hearts, rendering them breathless. Wang Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing the gravity of the situation, could this aura be? In that moment, a vast black vortex materialized in the sky, from which a figure gradually emerged. It was none other than Salama. Behind him trailed 4 subordinates, each radiating an energy surpassing that of angels. Instantly, dread and despair filled the hearts of all present. Shabi's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling involuntarily. How can this be? Can we truly prevail against such foes? Tajibro clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, his heart brimming with reluctance. Cursed fate, is today truly our end? Bilus's countenance darkened ominously, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Faced with such a formidable adversary, we stand no chance of victory. Wang Cheng and Whis exchanged a glance, perceiving profound concern reflected in each other's eyes. Wang Chen feigned composure and exclaimed loudly, do not panic, everyone. Together, we may yet possess the strength to fight. However, his voice sounded feeble and powerless under the immense pressure. Salama, wearing a cold smile, looked disdainfully at the crowd and scoffed. You think you can halt the advance of the Dark Demon realm? Today marks your demise. His 4 subordinates echoed his mockery with sinister laughter, as if they had already envisioned the tragic fate awaiting the others. In that moment of despair, a brilliant light cleaved through the sky, heralding the sudden arrival of the Grand Priest, whose majestic figure descended with an aura of sanctity that was inviolable. He stood in confrontation with Salama, his gaze steely as he addressed him in a calm, yet powerful voice. Salama, your ambitions shall not prevail. Salama narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features, but he quickly resumed his arrogant demeanor, retorting, Grand Priest, even you cannot thwart me today. Simultaneously, 12 angels sprang into action, standing resolutely against Salama's 4 subordinates. Each angel bore a serious expression, their focus unwavering as they regarded their adversaries. The radiance emanating from them flickered unpredictably, betraying their inner tension and vigilance. One angel, gripping their staff tightly, whispered, these foes are formidable, but we must not retreat. Another angel nodded in agreement, responding, indeed. For the peace of the universe, we shall fight to the end. Salama's subordinates wore expressions of arrogance and disdain. You angels dare to oppose us? One of them taunted. Soon, you will learn the extent of our power. Another snarled. The atmosphere between the 2 sides escalated to a palpable tension, as if a mere spark could ignite the entire battlefield. Salama addressed the Grand Priest, if you do not intervene, my 4 great evil gods will easily dispatch your angels and destroyers. His voice rang out high and sharp, brimming with absolute confidence and arrogance. Salama raised his head, arms crossed over his chest, a profoundly contemptuous smile gracing his lips, his gaze filled with disdain for the Grand Priest and the angels. In my eyes, you are but a swarm of ants. Any one of my 4 great evil gods could effortlessly crush you. His words struck like daggers, piercing the nerves of those present. The Grand Priest remained outwardly calm, yet a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Salama, you are exceedingly arrogant. Salama's laughter erupted, brash and unrestrained. Arrogance? This is the capital bestowed upon me by strength. Today marks your end. His laughter reverberated across the desolate battlefield, sending chills down spines. The 4 malevolent deities behind Salama howled wildly, twisting their forms and emanating a powerful and sinister aura, as if to flaunt their dominance, eagerly anticipating the carnage to unfold. Salama ceased his mirth, taking a step forward, his formidable presence causing the surrounding air to crackle ominously. Great High Priest, open your eyes and witness how your so-called guardians crumble before my dark gods. Salama's voice seemed to weave a spell, intensifying the weight of dread in the hearts of all present. The High Priest, unwavering, coldly retorted, Salama, do not rejoice too soon. Justice will ultimately prevail over evil. Salama scoffed. Justice? In the face of absolute power, your so-called justice is but a jest. With a sudden sweep of his hand, he commanded, Dark gods, advance. Let them experience true terror. At his command, the 4 malevolent deities transformed into shadows, racing towards the angels and destroyers. As they passed, the very fabric of space fractured, the overwhelming pressure causing the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, Salama stood with arms crossed, a victorious smile gracing his features, seemingly already envisioning the outcome of their triumph. The four dark deities surged toward the angels and destroyers like phantoms, their speed nearly imperceptible. The first dark deity, the flame demon, was engulfed in black flames, scorching everything in its wake. It lunged at an angel, unleashing a torrent of searing dark energy. The angel, resolute, wielded its staff in an attempt to counter the assault. However, the force of the dark energy was too great, and the angel was hurled back several meters, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of its mouth. The second dark deity, the green giant, towered in stature, each step causing the ground to quake violently. It extended its massive arm toward another angel, who narrowly dodged the blow, yet the attack conjured a fierce gust, destabilizing the angel's stance. The third dark deity, the phantom, moved in and out of visibility, rendering it elusive. It suddenly materialized behind a destroyer, launching a surprise attack. The destroyer, caught off guard, received a solid hit to the back, letting out a pained groan. The fourth dark deity, Elohim, waved its hands, releasing countless dark tendrils in an attempt to ensnare the other angels and destroyers. The gathered forces retaliated with fervor, engaging in a fierce struggle against the encroaching tendrils. The battlefield descended into chaos, with the angels and destroyers gradually finding themselves in a defensive position. Salama laughed triumphantly from the sidelines. "Do you see now, great high priest? This is the chasm of power." The high priest, though gravely concerned, maintained his composure, declaring, "The battle is not yet over, Salama. Do not celebrate prematurely." Chapter 137. United against Elohim. The high priest's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable certainty, as if it had cast an anchor of resolve amidst the turmoil of the battlefield. His gaze was firmly fixed on Salama, devoid of any fear or hesitation. Salama let out a cold snort, defiantly unyielding even in the face of death. "High priest, just wait and witness your subordinates being slaughtered by my dark deities." The high priest slightly raised his head, the radiance surrounding him flowing slowly. "Salama, you underestimate the power of justice. Even when confronted with despair, we shall never easily surrender." At that moment, the angels and destroyers on the battlefield, inspired by the high priest's words, felt their fighting spirit rekindle. They exchanged determined glances, conveying an unwavering conviction to fight with all their might against the dark gods. One angel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sharpening with intensity. "Comrades, for justice, for protection, we shall not retreat." Another angel nodded resolutely, declaring that they would fight to the bitter end, even if it meant being shattered to pieces. The destroyers roared in fury, their power surging once more. "Let these vile beings witness our might." One destroyer bellowed as he charged at the dark god he was battling. "We shall not be defeated," they cried in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly transformed into one of unparalleled fervor. As the angels and destroyers unleashed their full potential, their attacks growing more ferocious, engaging in an even more intense life and death struggle with the dark gods. Wukong, alongside Whis, Bardos, and Makalita, confronted the malevolent deity, Orloi. The colossal figure of Orloi loomed at the center of the battlefield, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Its form was enveloped in a multitude of writhing tentacles, each robust and powerful, appearing to possess a life of their own. Orloi initiated the assault, several tentacles striking towards Wukong and his companions with the swiftness of lightning. With a focused gaze, Wukong swiftly evaded the onslaught. Whis, with deft movements of his hands, unleashed a formidable wave of energy in an attempt to sever the tentacles. However, upon contact, the tentacles absorbed the energy wave, growing even more formidable. Bardos and Makalita exchanged knowing glances before launching their coordinated attack. Bardos conjured a radiant staff, summoning a fierce tempest in an effort to disperse the tentacles. Meanwhile, Makalita clasped her hands together, reciting incantations as a mysterious rune materialized before her, aimed at Orloi. Yet, the sheer number of tentacles proved overwhelming, assailing from all directions and rendering defense nearly impossible. A single tentacle struck Wukong's back with sudden ferocity, inflicting excruciating pain as it corroded a large hole in his clothing, accompanied by a searing sensation at the wound. "Be cautious. These tentacles possess corrosive properties," Wukong warned loudly. Whis furrowed his brow, acknowledging the formidable challenge posed by their adversary. Orloi emitted a deep, resonating roar, unleashing a greater wave of tentacles toward them. As the tentacles swept across the ground, they carved deep gorges, releasing a pungent stench into the air. Wukong gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination. "We cannot retreat." Let us advance together. With those words, he emanated a formidable aura as he charged towards Aloy. Whis, Betos, and Makalita swiftly followed suit, and the four engaged in a breathtaking and perilous struggle against Aloy. Wang Chung moved like lightning, his fist striking relentlessly at the tentacles of Aloy. I refuse to believe that I cannot sever these repulsive appendages. Aloy, however, scoffed derisively, "You insolent insect." With agile movements, his tentacles effortlessly deflected Wang Cheng's assaults, and with a swift motion, sent him hurtling away. Whis cried out, "Blade of Radiance." With a flourish of her hands, several beams of light coalesced into sharp blades, slashing towards the tentacles. Aloy disdainfully retorted, "Do you think such trivial tricks can harm me?" With a flick of his tentacles, the blades shattered into fragments. Bardoss shouted, "Everyone, remain calm. Let us coordinate our attacks." She twirled her staff, unleashing a powerful whirlwind in an attempt to ensnare Aloy's tentacles. Seizing the moment, Makalita formed a seal with her hands, invoking the binding technique. A mysterious rune of light shot forth towards Aloy. Yet, Aloy merely shook himself free, the whirlwind dissipating under his might, and with a flick of his tentacles, he scattered the rune's light. "Ha! You think you can defeat me with such feeble attempts?" Aloy laughed maniacally, intensifying his onslaught. Countless tentacles surged towards the four like a tempest, and Wang Cheng struggled to withstand them. Each collision sent jolts of numbness through his arms. "Damn it, this creature is too powerful." He gritted his teeth and shouted. Whis floated gracefully, continuously unleashing beams of radiant energy in an effort to weaken the tentacle's assault, but the light merely flickered briefly before being consumed by the encroaching darkness. Bardoss's staff dimmed, her breath coming in labored gasps. This approach was futile. A glint of determination flashed in Makalita's eyes. She would give it everything. With her hands pressed together, she radiated dazzling light, which transformed into a formidable surge racing towards Aloy. Yet, Aloy merely smiled condescendingly as several tentacles swiftly wove into a vast net, easily blocking this surge. "Foolish beings, is this truly the extent of your power?" Wang Cheng roared fiercely, "Do not underestimate us." The power within him erupted once more as he charged recklessly towards Aloy, seizing a tentacle in a desperate attempt to tear it apart. However, the strength of the tentacle surged, flinging Wang Cheng high into the air. Aloy's tentacles swiftly pursued, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, Whis, Bardoss, and Makalita struck simultaneously, their combined strength coalescing into a formidable shield that stood protectively before Wang Cheng. Bang! The tentacle collided with the shield, producing a deafening sound, and the four were jolted backward. "Damn it, is there truly no way out?" Wang Cheng exclaimed in frustration. Wang Cheng gazed at the arrogant Aloy before him, his anger surging to a boiling point. He took a deep breath and unleashed the full force of his devouring power. Wang Cheng's body began to emanate an eerie black luminescence, warping the very space around him. His eyes turned a fiery crimson, and a formidable force erupted from him, creating a powerful suction. Aloy sensed this extraordinary power and furrowed her brow slightly, muttering, "Hmph," a futile struggle. As she spoke, more tendrils lashed out toward Wang Cheng. With a resounding roar, Wang Cheng declared, "Come forth." As the tendrils drew near, they were ensnared by his voracious power. The formidable corrosive force endeavored to erode Wang Cheng. Yet he gritted his teeth, fiercely resisting the onslaught. "Devour for me." Wang Cheng bellowed, his devouring might intensifying, astonishingly severing several tendrils. Black blood erupted from the wounds of Aloy. In agony, Aloy emitted a furious roar, "You dare to wound me, you little brat." Chapter 138. Bitter struggle. Wang Cheng remained utterly unfazed, relentlessly exerting his devouring power, locked in a stalemate with Erely. Whis urgently cautioned, "Wang Cheng, if you continue to consume with such intensity, your body will not withstand it. Erely's energy levels surpass those of our angels. You cannot endure this." Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He could no longer afford to hesitate. Without struggle, there would be no hope. Seizing the moment of distraction, Erely suddenly broke free from the shackles of the devouring force, a colossal tentacle crashing towards Wang Cheng with a fierce gust of wind. "Be careful," Beerus exclaimed in alarm. Wang Cheng reacted swiftly, evading to the side. However, the fierce wind generated by the rising tentacle still stung his cheek painfully. Margarita exclaimed, "Wang Cheng, do not act rashly. Let us devise a plan together." Wang Cheng roared with fury, "There is no time left. I can do this." The creature, Aloy, cackled maniacally, "Ignorant fool. Today marks your demise." An overwhelming multitude of tentacles surged forth, each imbued with a terrifying power. Wang Cheng's eyes were veined with blood. and his body trembled slightly from the excessive exertion of power. Yet, he remained resolutely standing as the force of devouring surged forth once more. The clash between the black radiance and the tendrils produced a deafening roar. The surrounding space continuously collapsed, and the overwhelming energy fluctuations caused the entire battlefield to shudder. Wukong felt as though his body were on the verge of being torn asunder. His internal organs churned violently. Yet his resolve remained unyielding. I shall not succumb. Absolutely not. Whis, Beerus, and Makalita no longer hesitated, each unleashing their most formidable techniques in unison with Wukong. The enraged Aloy erupted with power, once again overpowering the four of them. The dark aura surrounding Aloy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, and his colossal form appeared to grow even larger. The terrifying pressure distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. Countless tendrils writhed wildly, each shimmering with a bizarre luminescence, imbued with a heart-stopping force of annihilation. Wukong and his companions felt an irresistible force surge towards them, enveloping them in an instant. The devouring power of Wukong appeared insignificantly feeble in the presence of this overwhelming force, easily repelled. His body resembled a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground, a copious amount of blood spilling from his lips. Whis attempted to shield herself with a radiant barrier, but as it made contact with the might of Aloy, it shattered instantaneously, and she was sent flying by an immense shockwave, her delicate features paling dramatically. Beerus's staff slipped from her grasp, and she found herself nearly unable to stand, crushed under an invisible weight, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Makalita struggled to maintain her composure, yet discovered herself utterly immobilized, helplessly watching as Aloy's tendrils advanced toward her. This is the consequence of challenging me. Aloy's voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the battlefield. His tendrils stretched forth once more, sweeping towards Wukong and his companions, uprooting the ground in their wake and leaving behind deep ravines. Wukong struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze fixed upon the menacing Aloy, his heart brimming with despair. Yet, within his eyes flickered an indomitable light. Even in the face of death, he would not allow his adversary to triumph. Aloy erupted into raucous laughter, mocking, "How dare you? A mere mortal on the brink of demise? Utter such bravado?" With that, his tentacles lashed out once more, slicing through the air with a howling ferocity aimed directly at Wukong. Wukong gritted his teeth and turned to evade. Yet he was still grazed by the edge of a tentacle, sending his body hurtling once more to the ground, where he landed heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. He felt as though his bones were about to shatter. A surge of excruciating pain radiated from his internal organs, and he could not suppress the spurt of fresh blood that escaped his lips. Wukong, Whis, Beerus, and Makalita exclaimed in unison, rushing forward to assist, only to be thwarted by the other tentacles of Aloy. Wukong laboriously raised his hand and retrieved a mystical bean from his bosom, placing it into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of vibrant life energy coursed through his body, mending his injuries at a remarkable pace. Haha. I may lack in many things, but I possess an abundance of these divine beings. With these elixirs, I shall outlast you today." Wukong laughed heartily, rising once more. At this moment, his aura had significantly intensified compared to before, as a formidable power surged around him. Aloy's countenance darkened. "Do you truly believe this will alter the outcome? How naive." With a resolute gaze, Wukong pondered, how could one discern the outcome without a trial? In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Aloy, launching a fist imbued with ferocious power towards her. Aloy countered with her tendrils, the collision resonating with a thunderous sound. Although Wukong's fist was deflected by the tendrils, he did not falter. Instead, he swiftly altered his attack angle, his legs striking towards Aloy like a whirlwind. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of strikes left Aloy momentarily overwhelmed, and in her fury, she let out a roar, summoning more tendrils to sweep towards Wukong. Wukong adeptly navigated through the tendrils, each evasion executed with precision, while simultaneously seeking weaknesses in Aloy's defenses to mount a counterattack. "Behold my strike," Wukong bellowed. His hands clasped together as a formidable surge of energy coalesced within his grasp, manifesting as a radiant sphere of light. With a sudden motion, he hurled the energy sphere towards Aloy. The latter extended several tendrils in an attempt to seize the sphere. However, upon contact, it detonated with explosive force, leaving Aloy's tendrils charred and smoldering. "Cursed be this!" Aloy seethed with fury, his entire form emanating an even darker aura, and his tendrils grew thicker and more ferocious. Wukong, undaunted, declared, "Come forth, let us determine our fate." He charged once more into the fray, engaging in an even more intense battle with Aloy. The tentacles of Aloy descended upon him like a torrential downpour, yet Wukong adeptly evaded them, retaliating with relentless vigor. Each strike he delivered was imbued with an indomitable spirit, as if he sought to utterly vanquish Aleoi. You, mere ant, shall never triumph over me, Aleoi roared. Wang Chung let out a cold laugh, but the outcome was far from certain. Suddenly, he discerned a flaw in Erli's defense. With a swift movement, he appeared directly above Erli, his hand striking downward with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful blow aimed at Erli's head. Erli hastily shielded its head with its tentacles. Yet the overwhelming force still compelled it to stagger back several steps. Not bad, kid. But the price for injuring me is your descent into hell. Erli bellowed in a fit of rage, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury, and the dark aura surrounding it intensified, threatening to engulf everything in its vicinity. Before the echoes of its words faded, Erli frantically lashed out with all its tentacles, launching a torrential assault upon Wang Chung. Each tentacle was imbued with unparalleled strength and velocity, the air around them tearing apart with a piercing howl. Wang Chung found himself engulfed in a suffocating darkness, the weight of pressure bearing down upon him like a mountain. He fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught, yet Erli's attacks were relentless and formidable. A tentacle struck him violently across the back, propelling his body forward. Before he could regain his footing, several more tentacles followed in swift succession. Some struck heavily against his shoulders, while others lashed mercilessly at his legs. Wang Chung groaned in agony, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb. Die, Erli roared. A massive tentacle imbued with the power of annihilation crashing directly towards Wang Cheng's chest. He crossed his arms in defense, and with a thunderous impact, he was sent hurtling through the air, landing heavily on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Wang Chung, Whis and the others exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to assist him. However, the furious Erli would not allow them to succeed. With a swift flick of her tentacle, a wave of dark energy surged towards Whis and her companions. Whis reacted with impressive speed, her hands weaving a radiant shield for protection. Yet, the force of the dark energy was overwhelming. The luminous shield shattered instantly, and Whis was thrown backwards by the tremendous impact, her fragile form tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. Seeing the dire situation, Bados and Makalita attempted to evade, but Erli's tentacles swiftly extended, ensnaring them tightly like a constricting serpent. Ah! They cried out in anguish. Erli grinned malevolently, tightening her grip. Bados and Makalita's faces turned ashen, struggling to breathe. Release them. Wang Chung managed to rise with great effort, charging once more towards Erli. Erli scoffed disdainfully, hurling Bados and Makalita forcefully towards Wang Chung. The three collided, tumbling once again to the ground. Wang Chung gazed at the injured Whis, his heart brimming with anger and guilt. I am still too weak, he lamented. Do not speak so, Wang Chung, Whis struggled to say. This foe's strength has already surpassed that of angels. There is no need for you to bear such blame. Wang Chung gritted his teeth, retrieving several mystical beans from his bosom, which he promptly handed to Whis, Bardos, and Makalita. Quickly, consume the beans. Let us engage in battle once more. Without hesitation, Whis and the others accepted the beans and placed them into their mouths. The miraculous power of the beans swiftly took effect, and their wounds healed in an instant, restoring their vigor. Hmph! Together we shall show this wretched foe our true might, Wang Chung commanded, and the four surged once more toward Aloy. Upon witnessing their rapid recovery and the renewed vigor in their approach, Aloy bellowed in fury, You scoundrels! Resorting to such underhanded tactics, how unprincipled! Wang Chung erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, What need is there for martial virtue when facing a fiend like you? The only requirement is to vanquish you. With that, he launched the first strike, his form akin to a bolt of lightning as he instantaneously appeared before Aloy, unleashing a flurry of punches that swirled through the air with vigor. Just as Aloy's tendrils prepared to defend, this unleashed radiant beams of light from the side, disrupting Aloy's movements, allowing Wang Cheng's fists to land solidly upon his foe. Ouch! Aloy cried out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Bados wielded his staff, conjuring a tempest that destabilized Aloy's stance. Makalita formed intricate hand seals, sending forth a mysterious rune that detonated upon contact with Aloy. You despicable wretches! Aloy seethed in fury. This is called strategy. Do you not comprehend? Wang Chung taunted while continuing his onslaught. Caught in a flurry of confusion, Aloy flailed his tendrils wildly. Wang Chung adeptly evaded the erratic strikes, occasionally glancing back at Whis and the others, urging, Sisters, rally your strength. This fiend is on the verge of collapse. Whis responded with an expression of determination. Wang Chung exclaimed, A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. With hands clasped together, Whis conjured a massive sphere of energy, which he then hurled forcefully towards Aloy. Caught off guard, Aloy was struck by the energy orb, causing her body to sway momentarily. Bravo! Well done! Wukong applauded enthusiastically. In a fit of rage, Aloy shouted, "Do not revel in your triumph." Wukong curled his lips in disdain, exclaiming, "Oh! Even at this hour, you remain obstinate." The four individuals worked in perfect harmony, their relentless assault continuing unabated. Aloy found himself utterly defenseless, his body marred by numerous wounds. "I shall not let you go unpunished," Aloy roared in fury. Wukong, however, chuckled and remarked, "That requires a certain level of skill." Just then, he suddenly discerned a flaw in Aloy's defense. His eyes gleamed with realization as he called out to his companions, "Now is the moment. Let us strike together." The four of them unleashed their most potent attacks, channeling formidable energy that surged forth toward Aloy. At that very instant, another malevolent deity, the Green Giant, approached like a moving mountain. With each step he took, the ground trembled, emanating an aura of chilling terror. His massive form was splattered with blood, and his eyes glimmered with a frenzied desire for slaughter. Moments ago, he had dispatched 2 angels and 7 destroyers with overwhelming force. And now he rushed to lend his support to Aloy. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Green Giant, Wukong and his companions felt a tightening in their expressions, their hearts sinking in unison. What are we to do now? Wukong could not help but murmur to himself. Whis' complexion turned ashen, his voice quivering slightly. "One Olori is already more than we can bear. Now another has arrived." Bardos bit her lip, a glimmer of despair evident in her gaze. "Is this truly where we meet our demise today?" Makalita took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, regardless of the circumstances. "We must not surrender." The Green Giant unleashed a deafening roar. "You insignificant insects shall all become the lost souls in my service." Wukong rallied his spirits and exclaimed, "Fear not, we shall face this together." Yet, deep within their hearts, they all understood that the odds of triumphing against the immensely powerful and unscathed Hulk were exceedingly slim. Without uttering a word, the Hulk charged toward the quartet, stirring up a tempestuous wind. His fist was raised high, as if it could pierce the very heavens themselves. Wukong and his companions exchanged resolute glances, their eyes brimming with determination. They understood that in this moment, retreat would lead only to ruin. It was only through a desperate struggle that they might grasp a slender thread of hope. With a fierce roar, Wukong charged towards the Green Giant, his energy radiating with renewed intensity. The Green Giant's fist descended with a howling wind, and Wukong crossed his arms, straining to withstand the blow. A resounding crash echoed as he was propelled backward for several dozen meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Whis, Bardos, and Makalita, undeterred, unleashed their own formidable skills. Whis waved his hands, sending beams of light slicing towards the Green Giant like sharpened swords. Bardos brandished his staff, conjuring a powerful storm in an attempt to ensnare the colossal figure, while Makalita continuously formed seals, releasing the arcane power of mysterious runes. Yet, the Green Giant stood as an impenetrable fortress, seemingly unscathed by their assaults. With a swift motion of his arm, he scattered the radiant blades, dispelled the tempest with his immense strength, and effortlessly thwarted the runic energies. "Ha! Do you truly believe you can harm me?" the Green Giant bellowed, laughing maniacally as he prepared to launch another onslaught. Under the overwhelming onslaught of the Hulk, Wukong and his companions found themselves struggling to endure. Their breaths became increasingly erratic, and they bore numerous fresh wounds. At that moment, Aloy, seated nearby and taking a moment to recuperate, addressed the Hulk, saying, "Old Green, do refrain from killing them. Allow me a brief respite to regain my strength. Soon, I shall personally eliminate them for having rendered me in such a pitiful state." Aloy's voice was laced with a cruel delight. Hearing these words, the Hulk slightly eased his assault, yet he continued to firmly suppress Wukong and his allies. In contrast, Wukong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Wukong's inner thoughts, "In that case, this fortuitously aligns with my intentions. I shall gradually utilize my devouring power, consuming them while simultaneously refining their essence." For a moment, I almost mistook Aloy for an ally, for he proposed such a splendid suggestion. Chapter 140, The Sacrifice of Whis. Wukong maintained a facade of composure while secretly channeling the power of devouring, inwardly calculating. "Hmph, you underestimate me. Once I gather sufficient strength, you shall witness the consequences." As he struggled to fend off the relentless assaults of the Hulk, he discreetly unleashed the devouring force. That dark energy, akin to delicate threads, gradually intertwined around the Hulk. Unbeknownst to the giant, he remained oblivious, convinced of his overwhelming advantage, intensifying his attacks with fervor. Wang Cheng secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself how foolish this fellow truly was. Soon, he would have cause to weep. As the devouring force continued its relentless encroachment, Wang Cheng felt his strength gradually returning. He stifled his excitement and persisted in his skirmish with the Green Giant. The Green Giant continued to attack with frenzied vigor, each punch delivered with thunderous might. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that his power was being surreptitiously siphoned away by Wang Cheng. Under the nurturing essence of the devouring power, the wounds on Wang Cheng's body gradually healed, and his breath became increasingly stable. His gaze grew ever more resolute, and his movements no longer bore the earlier signs of clumsiness. Let you be arrogant for a while longer, Wang Cheng mused coldly within. He deftly evaded the onslaught of the Green Giant, while simultaneously amplifying the output of the devouring power. The Green Giant's movements began to show a hint of sluggishness. Yet he remained oblivious to the underlying issue, mistakenly attributing it to his prolonged exertion in battle. Wang Cheng seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful punch in retaliation. This strike bore far greater strength than before, astonishingly forcing the Hulk to stagger back several steps. The Hulk, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did you suddenly grow so strong, you little brat?" Wang Cheng sneered, "This is merely the beginning." His attacks grew increasingly fierce, each strike imbued with immense power. The Hulk gradually found himself on the defensive, a sense of unease creeping into his heart as he sensed that something was amiss. Wang Cheng was filled with unwavering confidence. "Proceed, allow me to harness your strength for my own." In the distance, Aloy sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Initially, he had intended to rest and recuperate before tormenting Wang Cheng and his companions, but now he cast aside such thoughts and plunged into the fray. Aloy's entrance instantly intensified the pressure on Wang Cheng and his trio. Wang Cheng felt an overwhelming aura bearing down upon him, emanating from Aloy, a terrifying force. This is bad. This fellow has joined the battle far too swiftly. Wang Cheng's expression darkened, and he inwardly lamented the dire turn of events. A glimmer of despair flickered in Whis' eyes. "We are truly cornered now. What shall we do?" Bardos gritted his teeth. "We shall fight with all we have. Even if it leads to our demise, we will take them down with us." Makalita gasped for breath. "But can we truly prevail?" Wang Cheng took a deep breath, feigning composure as he declared, "Do not panic. We have not yet lost. Let us unite our strength and first confront Aloy." However, while words flowed easily, the reality proved far more challenging. Aloy and the Hulk synchronized their efforts seamlessly, their assaults crashing upon Wang Cheng and his companions like an overwhelming tide, leaving them struggling to respond. Aloy's tentacles lashed out with frenzied vigor, each strike imbued with lethal force. Meanwhile, the Hulk barreled through with his immense stature and brute strength, wreaking havoc in his path. Wang Cheng and his companions were being relentlessly beaten back, their wounds multiplying with each passing moment. "This cannot continue. Our strength is swiftly dwindling," Whis anxiously remarked. As Wang Cheng deftly evaded the onslaught, his mind raced with thoughts. There must be a way. There must be. Just then, Aloy seized the opportune moment. A tentacle striking fiercely towards Wang Cheng. Caught off guard, he was struck with tremendous force and sent flying. "Wang Cheng!" The other three exclaimed in alarm. Wang Cheng collapsed to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. He gazed at the approaching Aloy and the Hulk, his heart brimming with reluctance. Is this truly the end? The Hulk and Aloy wore menacing expressions as they mercilessly unleashed a ferocious assault upon Wang Cheng. The overwhelming surge of energy surged forth like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf him entirely. In that critical moment, Whis unhesitatingly soared towards Wang Cheng, using his own body to shield him from the lethal blow. "No!" Wang Cheng let out a desperate roar. The immense force pierced through Whis' body in an instant. Whis' towering figure trembled violently, his face instantly drained of color. Blood gushed from his wounds, staining his garments crimson. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief at the events unfolding before him. It was as if time had come to a standstill in that moment, and his world was suddenly enveloped in profound silence. Wang Cheng gazed at the figure before him, a mentor and a friend who had sacrificed his life to save him. His heart felt as though it were pierced by countless sharp blades, rendering him breathless with anguish. "Whis!" Wang Cheng's voice trembled, imbued with profound sorrow and despair. His legs seemed burdened by leaden weights, making it arduous to move toward Whis. Tears blurred his vision, and he beheld Whis' once bright and resolute gaze now dulled and lifeless. The smile that had always radiated encouragement and trust was now forever frozen upon his face. Wang Cheng's trembling hand reached out toward Whis, yearning to grasp the fading essence of life. "Why? Why must it be this way? He murmured, his voice laden with self-reproach and regret. Memories surged forth like a relentless tide, recalling their first encounter and the countless lessons learned in the realm of destruction. I am too weak. I have caused your suffering. Wang Cheng's voice caught in his throat as he clutched Vis's body tightly, as if this embrace could tether his life to the mortal realm. Anger, sorrow, and guilt intertwined within Wang Cheng's heart, igniting a fervent blaze. His gaze grew resolute, and he silently vowed, Vis, I shall avenge you, no matter the cost. Wang Cheng's body trembled slightly due to an overwhelming surge of emotions. His teeth clenched so tightly that the muscles in his jaw bulged with strain. His fists, tightly balled, bore the marks of his exertion, with his nails digging deep into his palms, causing blood to drip steadily. Yet he remained utterly oblivious to the pain. His eyes, bloodshot and ablaze with fury, seemed capable of incinerating everything before him. Waves of sorrow crashed relentlessly against his heart, and with each recollection of Vis bravely intercepting attacks on his behalf, it felt as though his heart was being ruthlessly struck by a heavy hammer, rendering him breathless with anguish. Guilt weighed upon him like a heavy shackle, binding his very soul. He incessantly questioned himself, why do I lack greater strength? Why am I unable to protect you? Yet, rather than succumbing to these negative emotions, Wang Cheng's resolve only grew stronger. Slowly, he rose to his feet and gently laid Vis down upon the ground. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, gazing up at the sky as he bellowed, Orally, Green Giant, your demise is nigh. His voice resonated with determination and coldness, echoing across the desolate battlefield. Lingering in the air, in this moment, Wang Cheng resembled a vengeful harbinger emerging from the depths of hell, fueled by boundless fury and an unwavering resolve, preparing for a final, desperate confrontation. Chapter 141. Wang Cheng's new forms surrounding his body were blazing black flames, a manifestation of the power ignited by his extreme anger. Step by step, Wang Cheng advanced towards Orally and the Green Giant, each stride heavy yet resolute, as if the very ground trembled beneath him. Orally and the Green Giant, confronted with Wang Cheng's formidable presence reminiscent of a demonic deity, felt an involuntary flicker of fear arise within them. However, they swiftly suppressed this trepidation and once again launched a combined assault against him. Countless tentacles and colossal fists, accompanied by a howling wind, descended upon Wang Cheng. Yet, he stood his ground, arms outstretched, roaring, come forth. The attack struck him, sparking bursts of flame, but he appeared impervious to the onslaught, continuing to forge ahead. You two fiends, today marks your end. Wang Cheng's voice echoed as if from the depths of the abyss, chilling and laden with murderous intent. Intimidated by Wang Cheng's overwhelming aura, Orally and the Green Giant's attacks began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng swiftly darted in front of the Green Giant, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. The Green Giant let out a pained howl, his massive frame staggering backward. Without a moment's pause, Wang Cheng pivoted and charged at Orally, tightly grasping his tentacles and yanking with all his might. Orally shrieked in agony as Wang Cheng forcefully severed the tentacles. The black flames enveloping Wang Chengzhou grew increasingly vigorous, their inherent devouring power instilling a sense of dread. Even the slightest contact with these flames would result in a frenzied consumption of the opponent's energy. At this moment, Wang Cheng was utterly consumed by a reckless fervor, resembling a frenzied beast as he hurled himself at the Hulk and a Laoi without regard for his own safety. The Hulk unleashed a colossal fist, striking heavily upon Wang Cheng's back, causing him to stagger momentarily. Yet, seizing the opportunity, he grasped the Hulk's massive arm, and in an instant, dark flames erupted, voraciously devouring the Hulk's energy. The Laoi, seizing the moment, lashed out at Wang Cheng with her tentacles, mercilessly tearing at his flesh. Despite the brutal assault, he did not falter but instead harnessed the momentum to launch himself toward a Laoi, gripping the severed tentacle with fierce determination as the black flames relentlessly consumed her form. In the midst of battle, Wang Cheng fought fiercely while enduring heavy blows, the wounds on his body multiplying, blood staining his garments. Yet, his gaze remained resolute and fierce. With each injury, he unhesitatingly retrieved a magical bean from his bosom and consumed it. The bean's potent energy swiftly coursed through his veins, restoring a portion of his strength and vitality, allowing him to re-engage in the fray. Come on, you two brutes, Wang Cheng roared, his voice hoarse yet brimming with power. His movements became increasingly ferocious, and his devouring force intensified with greater ferocity. The Green Giant launched another assault, and Wang Cheng did not flinch nor evade. Instead, he charged directly at the beast, colliding head-on. The tremendous impact caused him to spurt blood, Yet he clung tightly to the green giant as black flames raged uncontrollably, consuming the creature's strength like a river breaching its banks. Observing this, Aralai attempted to launch a surprise attack on Wang Cheng, but Wang Cheng sensed the threat in advance. With a swift turn, the black flames lashed out like a whip, striking Aralai, who howled in agony. Wang Cheng, battered and bruised under the relentless assault of his two adversaries, harnessed his devouring power, gradually diminishing the strength of the Hulk and Aleoi. Their attacks began to slow, fear and panic glimmering in their eyes. Today marks your demise. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and charged once more. The black flames on the battlefield raging with even greater intensity. The Hulk roared in fury, striving to break free from Wang Cheng's relentless grasp. Yet the black flames clung to him like a parasite, refusing to release their hold. Aleoi's tentacles lay in tatters, his breath now a chaotic, disordered rhythm. Wang Cheng's body was racked with immense suffering, yet his will remained as steadfast as a rock. Each time he was knocked down, he would swiftly rise again, charging towards his adversaries. One after another was stuffed into his mouth, sustaining his fighting spirit. You two culprits, I shall make you pay for this. Wang Cheng's voice resonated like a curse from the depths of hell. Aloy, filled with trepidation, turned to flee. However, Wang Cheng would not grant him such an opportunity. He unleashed a tremendous force in an instant, and black flames transformed into a long whip that lashed fiercely against Aloy's back. With a cry of agony, Aloy collapsed onto the ground. The Hulk, witnessing this, felt his fear intensify, causing his attacks to become increasingly erratic. Seizing the moment, Wang Cheng lunged forward, gripping the Hulk's head tightly, as black flames surged wildly into his body. The Hulk let out a desperate roar, his body beginning to tremble as his strength was rapidly devoured. Wang Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, and a sinister grin spread across his face. Feel despair. This is the fate you deserve. At last, the body of the Hulk crashed to the ground, lying utterly still. Wang Cheng gasped for breath as he turned his gaze toward the fallen Aloy. Aloy, filled with terror, looked up at Wang Cheng, desperately retreating. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Wang Cheng approached him step by step, coldly stating, Now you seek mercy? It is too late. With that, Wang Cheng waved his hands, and the black flames completely engulfed Aloy. Wang Cheng had absorbed a significant portion of the energies from both Aralai and the Hulk, and at this moment, his body teetered on the brink of collapse. Veins bulged prominently beneath his skin, threatening to rupture at any moment, while waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, as though countless blades were mercilessly carving into his very innards. Wang Cheng endured the agony, addressing the two with a strained voice. Makarita, please take me away first. I need to retreat into your staff's realm to suppress my energy. Batos, assist the others. His tone, though weak and trembling, was imbued with an undeniable resolve. Makarita, observing Wang Cheng's tormented visage, promptly nodded. Very well, Wang Cheng, you must hold on. Batos, with a grave expression, reassured him. Rest assured, Wang Cheng, focus on your healing, and I will take care of things here. Wang Cheng nodded slightly, and then Makalita grasped his arm tightly. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng summoned his last vestige of strength and, with Makalita, teleported to the realm of the Kaishin. Upon arrival, he could no longer sustain himself, his legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Makalita exerted all her strength to support him as they staggered into the scepter space. Just as they entered, darkness enveloped Wang Cheng, and a wave of dizziness swept over him, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. Makalita, witnessing Wang Cheng's sudden fainting, was momentarily bewildered. Her eyes widened in alarm as she gazed at his unresponsive form, feeling utterly helpless, unsure of how to proceed. Wang Cheng, please wake up, she cried out anxiously. She attempted to shake his body with her hands, hoping to rouse him, but he remained unresponsive, as if ensconced in an endless abyss of darkness. In a state of frantic urgency, Makalita's mind raced as she contemplated her next steps. She considered seeking help, yet hesitated, unwilling to leave Wang Cheng alone in such a precarious condition. What if his situation deteriorated while she was away? No, I cannot leave. I must stay by his side. Resolutely, Makalita bit her lip and decided to remain in place. She carefully laid Wang Cheng down on the ground, resting his head upon her lap in an attempt to provide him some comfort. Her gaze never strayed from his face, fearful of missing even the slightest sign of change. At that moment, Wang Cheng was not faring well. Having absorbed the energies of two malevolent deities, his body was on the brink of collapse, as if it could shatter at any moment. Within him, the surging foreign energy galloped wildly, wreaking havoc throughout his being. Each collision brought excruciating pain, twisting his features in agony, while beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. In this dire moment, the nebula technique began to operate autonomously. A faint glow enveloped Wang Qing's body, resembling the gentle twinkling of distant stars. This luminescence endeavored to subdue the raging foreign energy. However, Wang Qing had absorbed at a level beyond his capacity, and his body could hardly withstand such a colossal surge. The nebula technique struggled to exert its influence, initially infiltrating Wang Qing's meridians, slowly fortifying them. Under the nurturing essence of the nebula technique, the formerly fragile meridians began to harden, yet this process was excruciatingly slow. While the destructive foreign energy showed no signs of abating, Wang Qing's body convulsed intermittently, his muscles taut and veins protruding, as though they were about to rupture through his skin. Deep, muffled groans emanated from his throat, a testament to his struggle against the throes of agony. At this moment, standing beside Wang Qing, Makalita observed his anguished visage, her heart brimming with anxiety, yet feeling utterly helpless. "Wang Qing, you must endure," she murmured softly to herself, her voice trembling with profound concern and fervent supplication. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until a wave of exquisite comfort enveloped Wang Qing's entire being. It felt as if the parched earth had finally welcomed the long-awaited rain, or as if a weary soul had found solace in the warm embrace of spring. This soothing sensation rippled through him, gradually easing the tension in his once strained nerves. Just then, a pure divine energy quietly coursed into Wang Qing's body. This divine force was akin to a gentle spring breeze, calming the once violent and tumultuous energy within him. Wang Qing could distinctly sense that the chaotic power raging inside him, akin to a wild beast, was slowly being soothed into submission. Wang Qing's heart swelled with joy as he swiftly focused his mind, channeling the nebula technique in an endeavor to compress all the energy into a singular point. With unwavering concentration, he guided this energy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, not from anguish, but from the intense focus demanded by the task at hand. Under his direction, the once chaotic flow of energy gradually began to coalesce into a massive sphere. The previously disordered energies transformed into a harmonious entity, steadily taking shape. Wang Qing dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of complacency. He persistently propelled the nebula technique, inching the energy sphere closer to his dantian. With every fraction of distance gained, the pressure he bore intensified. Yet, he gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring through sheer willpower. At long last, the energy sphere was successfully guided to his dantian, and the nebula technique accelerated its operation, slowly absorbing this formidable energy. Wang Qing could feel his strength continuously growing, every cell in his body rejoicing in elation. The meridians and organs that had been damaged by the surge of energy were swiftly mending and fortifying under the nurturing of this newfound power. As time passed, Wang Qing's absorption of this energy became increasingly seamless. His breath gradually transformed into a steady and formidable force, while the radiance surrounding his body grew ever more resplendent. At last, Wang Qing slowly opened his eyes. The weariness and anguish that once resided within them had vanished, replaced by a bright and piercing brilliance. He blinked to adjust to the surrounding light, and his consciousness gradually emerged from the depths of chaos. Wang Qing gently moved his fingers, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. He slowly sat up, stretching his limbs, as a series of crackling sounds emanated from his joints. "Have I truly succeeded?" A hint of disbelief and joy tinged his voice. He turned to his side to glance at Makalita, offering her a smile. "Thank you for watching over me all this time." However, Makalita's expression appeared somewhat unusual. Her gaze was evasive, and her attire seemed disheveled. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Wang Qing's perplexity deepened, his brow furrowing tightly as he anxiously inquired, "Makalita, what is the matter with you? Why do you appear in such a state? Have you encountered some form of danger?" At the sound of Wang Qing's question, Makalita shuddered slightly, her eyes reflecting a heightened sense of alarm. Her lips trembled as she attempted to speak, yet no sound escaped her. Wang Qing increasingly sensed that something was amiss. He stepped forward, grasping Margarita's shoulders with urgency, and implored, "Margarita, please tell me, did something happen while I was unconscious?" Margarita remained silent, her head bowed, unable to meet Wang Qing's gaze, merely shaking her head repeatedly. Wang Qing gazed at the silent Makalita, and suddenly, fragmented memories flashed through his mind, akin to a bolt of lightning in the darkness, prompting an instantaneous realization. During his unconscious state, in the haze of his awareness, he seemed to have encountered a soft touch, accompanied by an indescribable intimacy. Could it be that Wang Qing widened his eyes, his heart overflowing with astonishment and disbelief. He had always assumed that those were merely chaotic dreams born from his coma, yet now, Makalita's demeanor compelled him to reassess those fleeting moments. Wang Qing's expression became exceedingly complex, a blend of guilt, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible panic. He parted his lips, intending to articulate something, yet found his throat seemingly constricted, rendering him utterly speechless. Makarita, Wang Qing stammered. Yet he was at a loss as to how to proceed. His gaze flickered uncertainly, unable to meet Makarita's eyes. At this moment, Wang Qing's heart was tumultuous, akin to a raging tempest. He could scarcely fathom that he might have committed such acts while in a state of unconsciousness. He endeavored to recall further details, but all that emerged were indistinct fragments, deepening his sense of confusion and unease. Wang Qing took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and once more turned his gaze towards Makalita, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "Makalita, what on earth is happening?" Chapter 143. The harrowing consequence. Upon hearing Wang Qing's question, Makalita's body trembled even more violently. Biting her lip, she replied, "Wang Qing, I do not know how to articulate this." Wang Qing was overwhelmed with remorse and guilt. "Makarita, it is my fault. I should not have," he uttered incoherently, his heart in turmoil. "At that time, you were in a deep coma. Your internal energy was in utter disarray. I only wished to help stabilize it. But I never anticipated." Wang Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the words he had just heard. He never anticipated such an unfolding of events. Makalita fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, as if steeling herself with a resolute determination. "Wang Qing, since this has transpired, I shall not hold you accountable, for you were devoid of conscious intent at that time. Let us regard this as though nothing has occurred." Upon hearing Margarita's words, Wang Qing felt a sense of unease within his heart. Margarita gazed at Wang Qing and said, "Wang Qing, this is not the time for such discussions. We are still unaware of the state of the divine realm. Since you have regained your strength, we must hasten our journey." Wang Qing fell into silence for a moment, his mind still troubled by the recent events, yet he understood the urgency of the present situation. "I know," he began, but hesitated, his face a portrait of conflict. Makalita interrupted him. "No more buts, Wang Qing. We must first address the crisis at hand. We can discuss everything else later." Her gaze was resolute and determined. Wang Qing took a deep breath and nodded. "Very well, let us proceed." Though his mind remained a tumult of chaos, he resolutely endeavored to muster his spirits. Preparing to face the impending battle, Wang Qing grasped Margarita's hand, and in an instant, the two of them teleported to the realm of destruction. Upon their arrival, the entire domain was eerily silent, a tranquility that sent shivers down their spines. Wang Qing and Margarita cautiously surveyed their surroundings, their nerves taut with tension. Suddenly, Piccolo soared towards them, his face alight with joy and excitement as he exclaimed, "Wang Qing, it is truly wonderful that you have returned. I am relieved to see that you are unharmed." Wang Qing furrowed his brow and inquired anxiously, "Bic, where are the others? Why is it so quiet here?" Bic took a breath and promptly replied, "Wang Qing, everyone has gone to the Grand King Palace. The High Priest has instructed that you would be sent there upon your return." Wang Qing felt a tightening in his heart and pressed for answers. "What has transpired? Why has everyone gathered at the Palace of the All-Kings?" Bic's expression was grave as he replied, "The situation is quite complex. I shall explain in detail once we arrive at the palace." With that, Makalita waved her staff, and in a flash of light, the three of them found themselves within the Palace of the All-Kings. Upon entering the palace, they were met with a sparse gathering of individuals. Wang Qing's eyes widened in shock, his gaze sweeping rapidly around, amplifying the unease that gripped his heart to an unbearable extent. How could this be? Could it be that this battle? Wang Qing murmured, his voice laced with disbelief and dread. He had initially thought that, no matter how dire the circumstances, it could not be this tragic. An atmosphere heavy with despair and depression hung in the air, rendering the few figures present as solitary and forlorn. Wang Qing's steps grew increasingly burdensome, each movement seemingly weighed down by 1,000 pounds. His eyes reflected a profound confusion and uncertainty, as he sought to glean some semblance of understanding from the weary and helpless expressions of those few individuals. Yet, all he encountered were faces marked by exhaustion and resignation. Wang Qing's breath grew erratic, and the sound of his heartbeat resonated distinctly within the stillness of the palace. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Yet he felt no trace of pain. At that moment, The high priest turned to Wang Chun and said, "You have returned." The high priest's voice was calm and gentle, yet tinged with an unmistakable weariness. Wang Chun gazed at the high priest with an anxious demeanor and inquired, "Esteemed high priest, what transpired after I departed to tend to my wounds? You managed to restrain Salama, but the other two malevolent deities should not possess such capabilities. Could it be that a new adversary has emerged?" The high priest let out a soft sigh, his expression grave as he responded, "Shortly after your departure, the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. Salama suddenly unleashed his fury, absorbing the other two malevolent deities, and the explosive force of his power swiftly overwhelmed me. The remaining angels, as well as the destroyer, were struck by Salama's onslaught, resulting in death for some and grave injuries for others." Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock and indignation. His voice trembled with fervor as he exclaimed, "Salama? How could this be possible?" The high priest, shaking his head in resignation, continued, "The power is far too formidable. We never anticipated it. After absorbing the malevolent deity, Salama emanates a dark aura that feels almost tangible. His strength appears boundless, rendering our assaults nearly ineffective against him." Wang Chun furrowed his brows, inquiring urgently, "What happened in the end?" The high priest sighed softly and replied, "Just when we were on the brink of despair, fortunately, His Majesty the King arrived in the nick of time. The moment His Majesty appeared, an overwhelming aura momentarily halted Salam's movements. With a mere wave of his hand, a brilliant radiance enveloped Salam, a light imbued with boundless power of the laws, seemingly suppressing Salam's frenzied dark forces." Wang Cheng listened intently, pressing further with a question, and then? The Grand Priest paused for a moment before continuing. "Salamander fought with all his might, the dark aura clashing violently with that radiant light, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The intertwining of darkness and light seemed to threaten to rend the world asunder. Salamander's eyes were filled with madness and defiance. He roared, pouring all his strength into each assault, sending ripples through the surrounding space with every impact. Yet, the power of the All-King ultimately prevailed. The light grew ever more intense, akin to a blazing sun, gradually subduing Salamander's dark essence. Salamander found himself at a disadvantage, his body beginning to tremble, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, yet he remained unyielding. Nevertheless, Salamander was no longer the same. The All-King could not eradicate him, and he managed to escape. As he fled, Salamander left behind a chilling proclamation: "The next time we meet, he would return in his most formidable form to annihilate us all. We had deliberated on this before your return." The Grand Priest's expression darkened, his gaze betraying profound concern. Salamander's abilities have become exceedingly treacherous. He has been scheming in the shadows, cultivating these individuals solely to absorb their powers and fortify himself. He has meticulously orchestrated every detail, each step laden with intrigue and calculation. Wang Chun furrowed his brow, listening intently with a grave expression. The high priest continued, explaining that he had never anticipated the demise of the malevolent deity at your hands, which disrupted his plans. Consequently, he became rather frantic and directly absorbed the remaining two. The scene was utterly terrifying. Salamander was enveloped in a swirling darkness, which swiftly engulfed the two evil gods. Their powers were forcibly extracted, transforming into streams of black light that merged into Salamander's being. Wang Chun clenched his fists, his joints turning pale. "This fellow is truly deranged." The high priest nodded slightly. "However, given that he has been wounded by Lord Quanwang this time, he is unlikely to cause any disturbances for a while. Yet, we must remain vigilant, for no one knows what new schemes he may be plotting in the shadows. We must seize the opportunity to enhance our strength and prepare thoroughly to counter his next assault." Chapter 144. The harrowing outcome. "Where is Lord Quanwang?" Wang Chun inquired. The high priest lowered his head slightly, his expression grave as he replied, "Lord Quanwang is currently merging all his avatars across time and space. Ever since the emergence of Salama, Lord Quanwang recognized the severity of the situation and commenced the fusion of his avatars to consolidate his power. During our last battle, he sensed our peril, interrupted the fusion, and has since retreated into seclusion." Upon hearing the words of the high priest, Wang Cheng's face was etched with solemnity and resolve. He earnestly inquired, "Your Excellency, the high priest, what course of action should we pursue next? Should Salamander reappear?" The high priest's expression remained grave as he slowly replied, "Wang Chun, at this moment, all we can do is patiently await the unfolding of events." Wang Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he eagerly inquired, Is it still possible for us to use the Dragon Balls to revive others? The Grand Priest gently shook his head and patiently elucidated, Wang Qing, theoretically, it is not permissible. You must understand that the Dragon Balls were created by Salama. Each time we utilize the Dragon Balls, immense miraculous energy is generated, which Salama senses and absorbs. This enables him to gain strength, undoubtedly hastening his recovery. Given Salama's current formidable power, should he acquire even more strength, the predicament we face will become increasingly dire. Wang Qing clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the strain, and said with a sense of unwillingness, are we to merely stand by and watch as our fallen comrades can never return? The high priest's gaze reflected a blend of helplessness and compassion. Wang Qing, I empathize with your anguish. I too feel the pain of witnessing our companions depart. However, we must prioritize the greater good at this moment. We cannot afford to allow a fleeting surge of emotion to grant Salamak an opportunity. Should we hastily pursue the resurrection of our allies, it may inadvertently bolster Salamak's power, leading to the potential loss of even more in the future, and possibly plunging the entire universe into an irreversible abyss. Wang Qing took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Your Excellency, the High Priest, I understand, he said, but it is truly difficult to accept. The High Priest stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Wang Qing's shoulder, and spoke with profound sincerity. Wang Qing, I am aware of your suffering and your resentment. This is indeed an exceedingly arduous choice. However, we bear the monumental responsibility of safeguarding the entire universe, and at times, we must make painful decisions. Trust that time will gradually heal your wounds, and we shall ultimately embrace the dawn of victory. Wang Qing nodded slightly. Though his eyes still held sorrow, they now reflected a newfound resolve. Your Excellency, the High Priest, rest assured. I shall adjust my mindset and prepare diligently for the battles that lie ahead. The High Priest smiled with a sense of relief and then remarked, very well. It is time for me to tend to my own wounds. This battle has inflicted considerable injuries upon me, and I must take the time to recuperate properly. Wang Qing respectfully remarked, Great Supreme Kai, please take care of yourself. Subsequently, he, along with Margarita and Bic, returned to the realm of the God of Destruction in Universe 7. Throughout the journey, Wang Qing remained silent, his mind incessantly replaying the words of the Great Supreme Kai. Margarita observed Wang Qing's heavy-hearted demeanor, yearning to offer comfort, yet unsure of how to begin. Bic occasionally cast glances at Wang Qing, his own heart laden with apprehensions about the future. Upon returning to the God of Destruction's realm, Wang Qing surveyed the scant few who remained, a wave of indescribable emotion surging within him. His gaze slowly traversed the faces of each individual. Those once familiar, vibrant visages had largely vanished, leaving behind only these weary yet resolute figures. Of the 12 angels, only 6 remained, while the God of Destruction, Beerus, stood alone in solitude. The once mighty and imposing aura of Beerus was now shrouded in profound sorrow, his eyes downcast as if lost in reminiscence of someone dear. The members of the Universe Police Force had dwindled to just Bic, Shalu, and the 2 Saiyan youths. Wang Qing's voice quivered slightly as he proclaimed, We have lost far too much. Beerus raised his head, his gaze resolute as he replied, Yet as long as we draw breath, hope endures. Goku clenched his fists tightly, exclaiming, Indeed, we must ensure those fiends pay for their transgressions. Vegeta scoffed, asserting, Regardless of the adversary, we shall not cower. Wang Qing approached Margarita and said, Margarita, I am determined to once again transcend my limits. This battle has made it abundantly clear that my strength is still insufficient. I must become stronger to safeguard all that we hold dear. Therefore, I implore you and the remaining angels to assist me in my training. Margarita nodded in agreement, turned to convey his request to the other angels, and together they entered Wang Qing's staff space. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions were not idle. Goku stretched his limbs and addressed Vegeta, Piccolo, and Cell, saying, Brothers, we must not fall behind. Let us commence rigorous training. Vegeta huffed, of course. I refuse to be outdone by Wang Qing. Piccolo's expression was grave as he remarked, We need to elevate our strength swiftly to prepare for the next battle. Cell, wearing a sinister grin, declared, Haha, I shall grow stronger and crush all my enemies. They promptly immersed themselves in intense training. Within the staff space, Wang Qing stood resolutely at the center, emanating an aura of unwavering determination. He gazed at the 7 angels and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to hold nothing back. Attack me with all your might. The 7 angels exchanged glances, a hint of concern evident in their hearts. Batos could not help but voice her apprehension. Wang Qing, might this be too reckless? After all, You have only just acclimated to the training with both me and Whis. Now, facing 7 at once. Wang Qing's gaze was resolute as he interrupted him, saying, "Do not worry, I know my limits." Margarita furrowed her brow and replied, "However, this is undeniably perilous. What if an unforeseen incident occurs?" Wang Qing stepped forward, his tone resolute. "I have made up my mind, trust me. This is my only opportunity." The 7 angels fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Makalita took a deep breath and said, "Very well, Wang Qing. Since you are so determined, we shall do our utmost. However, you must exercise caution." Wang Qing smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, let us commence." Wang Qing let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, he was enveloped by swirling black flames. These dark flames danced as if imbued with life, fervently twisting and turning, as though they sought to consume everything in their vicinity. This was no ordinary fire. It was a newfound ability he had comprehended during his last battle. Upon closer inspection, one could discern mysterious runes flickering within the black flames. Any object that came into contact with Wang Qing's fiery aura would be ensnared instantly, as if gripped tightly by countless dark tendrils, rendering escape nearly impossible, and gradually siphoning away their very essence. The energies devoured would transform into delicate beams of light, returning to Wang Qing and amplifying his strength. Moreover, the black flames surrounding him served as a formidable defense. Any attack that failed to eliminate him in one fell swoop would be consumed by these peculiar flames. The angels, witnessing Wang Qing's readiness, hesitated no longer and unleashed their formidable assaults. The angel Kashi clasped her hands together, murmuring incantations, as a resplendent beam of holy light surged forth like a torrential river towards Wang Qing. Wherever the sacred light traversed, the space illuminated as brightly as day. However, upon its encounter with Wang Qing's black flames, it was as though an invisible maw had seized it, rapidly engulfing the brilliance, which vanished without a trace. Immediately thereafter, Bajuos waved his hand, conjuring countless ice spikes that appeared out of thin air, piercing through the air with a bone-chilling coldness aimed directly at Wang Qing. Upon meeting the black flames, the ice spikes were instantly melted, transformed into wisps of vapor, yet were also absorbed by the dark fire, becoming part of Wang Qing's power. The assembly of angels gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, Makalita spoke up, "Brothers and sisters, I have an idea. Given Wang Qing's current state, conventional attacks may prove insufficient to propel him beyond his limits. I propose we concentrate our energies and channel all our strength towards him, allowing him to absorb it fully. However, we must closely monitor his condition. If he falters, we must withdraw immediately to prevent any threat to his life." Makalita's eyes brimmed with determination and decisiveness as she continued, "This is a gamble, but I have faith in Wang Qing's potential and resolve. Since he has chosen this path of breakthrough, we should offer him our utmost support and trust. While the risks are substantial, should we succeed, Wang Qing's power will undergo a qualitative leap, providing us with formidable assistance in facing future crises." The other angels, upon hearing Makalita's words, fell into a brief contemplation. One male angel voiced his concerns, "Makalita, this approach is indeed perilous. What if we cannot withdraw in time? The consequences could be dire." Makalita stepped forward earnestly. "I understand your concerns, but we cannot let fear of risk prevent us from seizing this opportunity that may enable Wang Qing to transcend. We are angels, endowed with precise control. As long as we remain focused, we will certainly manage the situation at the critical moment." Bardos nodded thoughtfully, remarking that Margarita's words held wisdom. Wang Qing had consistently demonstrated extraordinary perseverance and determination. Perhaps it was time to place our trust in him. The angels collectively agreed, their heads nodding in unison, and resolved to act upon Margarita's suggestion. They swiftly dispersed, each assuming a designated position, palms pressed together, and began to concentrate their energies with unwavering focus. In an instant, the staff's realm was illuminated, as 7 distinct hues of radiant energy surged forth from the angels, resembling 7 magnificent streams of light. Margarita, her eyes shut tight, beads of perspiration forming on her brow, summoned forth an energy of purest white, imbued with the essence of healing and vitality. The other angels, equally unreserved, manifested their energies. Some radiated a fiery crimson, akin to blazing flames, others emanated a profound azure, reminiscent of boundless oceans, while yet others glimmered with an enigmatic violet, brimming with arcane magic. As the energies continued to converge, the entire space resonated with powerful waves of energy, revealing signs of instability, as if on the brink of shattering. Wang Qing fixated intently on the movements of the angels, as the black flames surrounding him blazed with increasing fervor, seemingly preparing for the impending surge of colossal energy. At long last, the angels completed the accumulation of energy. 7 vibrant hues coalesced, forming a magnificent, resplendent sphere of energy. Makalita shouted with fervor, "Wang Qing, brace yourself." With that, the angels exerted their collective strength, propelling the immense energy sphere towards Wang Qing. As the sphere traversed the space, it tore through the fabric of reality, leaving behind a multitude of black fissures, the latent energy within evoking an overwhelming sense of awe. Wang Qing took a deep breath and bellowed, "Come forth." In an instant, the black flames surged dramatically, coalescing into a formidable shield of fire that confronted the oncoming energy sphere. As the energy sphere collided with the black flame shield, the entire scepter space was engulfed in a blinding radiance, accompanied by a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. Wang Qing felt an overwhelming and irresistible force surging towards him. The black flame shield was relentlessly compressed under the impact of the energy sphere, his muscles taut and his bones creaking under the strain. The energy sphere resembled a furious star, continuously unleashing cataclysmic power. Although the black flames desperately consumed the energy, it was momentarily unable to fully assimilate it. Wang Qing's body began to tremble, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained resolute, steadfastly resisting the overwhelming pressure. The angels watched him anxiously, their grip on their powers unwavering. For at the slightest indication of danger to Wang Qing, they would immediately cease their assault. As time passed, the radiance of the energy sphere gradually dimmed. While the black flames consumed it at an ever-accelerating pace, Wang Qing clenched his teeth, determined to endure. Feeling as if his body were on the brink of being torn asunder, yet the conviction within him compelled him to persist. At long last, through the relentless efforts of the black flames, the energy sphere was entirely devoured. Wang Qing let out a long howl, his voice imbued with exhilaration and liberation. Immediately thereafter, he seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes, his expression tranquil and focused. He formed hand seals, beginning to channel the nebula technique to harness the immense energy for his own use. As the nebula technique flowed through him, the recently consumed tumultuous energy surged within his meridians like a wild stallion breaking free, crashing violently. Each impact caused his body to shudder slightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his complexion growing pale. Nevertheless, Wang Qing gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, continually adjusting the flow and rhythm of the nebula technique. Gradually, the ferocious energy began to be tamed, coursing along designated meridian pathways. Wang Qing's breathing became steady and profound, as he immersed himself entirely in the guidance and transformation of energy. Within him, energy flowed like countless streams, converging into rivers, which then united to form a vast ocean, ultimately settling gently in his dantian, becoming an integral part of his own strength. As time elapsed, the aura emanating from Wang Qing grew increasingly formidable, causing the surrounding space to subtly warp under the fluctuations of this power. A faint luminescence shimmered across the surface of his body, resembling a mysterious armor. After an indeterminate period, he slowly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. At that moment, he had successfully transmuted that potent energy into his own power, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. Chapter 146, A New Challenge System. Open the character panel. Ding. Host. Wang Qing abilities, pain growth, Buzz recovery, wish modified. Nebula technique, gravitational domain, constant state of ultimate freedom, devouring law. Devouring form combat power, 2000 G realm, pinnacle of God King items. Binding immortal rope. The celestial beings gazed at Wang Qing, their eyes filled with astonishment. Their gaze was firmly fixed upon him, as if witnessing an incredible miracle. Makalita stepped forward and said, "Wang Qing, your current strength has surpassed that of all angels." She paused, a hint of resignation and reflection gleaming in her eyes. "Now, with our abilities and realms, we are no longer able to assist you in your cultivation." Wang Qing, upon hearing Makalita's words, furrowed his brow slightly, sinking into contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his eyes. Why not seek out the 2 guards of Lord Quanwang? Though their prowess pales in comparison to that of the High Priest, they surpass that of the angels. Perhaps engaging in sparring and training with them could facilitate my next breakthrough. Makalita sighed softly, her face etched with concern. Alas, Lord Quanwang is currently in seclusion. It may be inappropriate to disturb him at this time. Moreover, those 2 guards have always adhered strictly to Lord Xuanwang's direct commands. Without his consent, they might be reluctant to assist you in your training. Wang Cheng's brows furrowed even tighter as he fell into a brief silence once more. Then, as if he had made a resolute decision, he spoke with unwavering conviction. Then we must rely on the high priest. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the current situation and should be able to comprehend my request. If the high priest were to intervene and mediate, perhaps he could persuade those two guardians to lend me their assistance. Makalita bit her lip and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, that is indeed a possibility. But the high priest has just emerged from a fierce battle and is currently recuperating. Would it not be rather inappropriate for us to disturb him so abruptly? Wang Cheng's gaze was resolute as he spoke without hesitation. In these extraordinary times, we must adapt accordingly, Malakrita. The situation is dire, and the threat posed by Salama looms large. If we do not enhance our strength promptly, our future will be fraught with even greater challenges. The high priest, who is devoted to the peace and tranquility of the cosmos, I believe, will comprehend our urgency and be willing to assist us. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, Malakrita's hesitation diminished somewhat, yet traces of concern lingered in her eyes. Wang Cheng, you present a valid point. However, the high priest has sacrificed so much to protect us. And now, bearing grave injuries, I fear that our request may only serve to exacerbate his burdens. Wang Cheng stepped forward, grasping Makalita's shoulder, and earnestly stated, Makalita, I understand your concerns, yet this is a choice we must embrace. Surely, the high priest also wishes to witness our proactive pursuit of breakthroughs and the fortification of our strength to confront the impending crisis together. Makalita gently nodded, her resolve crystallizing as she replied, Very well, Wang Cheng, let us depart at once. With that, she led Wang Cheng to the Grand Palace. Upon their arrival, the vast halls of the palace stood deserted, enveloped in a silence so profound that one could almost hear the beating of their own hearts. The opulent decor and dazzling lights seemed to radiate a certain desolation in that moment. Employing the unique means of communication reserved for angels, Makalita clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and focused intently to send forth a signal of request. Wang Cheng, filled with anxiety, waited by her side, his gaze darting restlessly around, his heart laden with unease. Before long, a gentle radiance flickered, and the silhouette of the high priest gradually emerged. His visage retained a pallor, and his steps bore a hint of heaviness, yet his eyes still shimmered with warmth and authority. The high priest regarded Wang Cheng and Makalita, softly inquiring, What brings such urgency? Makalita hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully as she responded, Esteemed high priest, Wang Cheng seeks to attain a breakthrough and hopes to receive your assistance. Wang Cheng promptly bowed and earnestly spoke, Your Excellency, the high priest, I am acutely aware of your need for recuperation. However, the current situation is dire. I humbly beseech you to intervene and allow the two guardians of Lord Wang to assist me in my cultivation. The high priest furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent for a moment as if contemplating something. At last, he spoke slowly, Wang Cheng, I can comprehend your determination. Yet those two guardians are not easily swayed by the commands of others. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Cheng's face, yet he stubbornly declared, Great High Priest, I understand this is a considerable burden, but I find myself devoid of alternatives. I am willing to explore any possibility that may enhance my strength. The great high priest gazed into Wang Cheng's resolute eyes. A stirring of emotion welled within him. With a sigh, he replied, Very well. I shall endeavor to facilitate communication with those two guardians on your behalf, though I cannot assure you of the outcome. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng and Makalita immediately displayed expressions of joy and hastily expressed their gratitude. The high priest waved his hand and said, Do not be so quick to thank me. This matter may not come to fruition. Allow me a moment. With that, the high priest's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Wang Cheng and Makalita waited anxiously within the palace, each passing moment stretching out interminably. After a considerable time, the figure of the high priest reappeared, his demeanor tinged with gravitas. Wang Cheng's heart surged to his throat as he anxiously inquired, Esteemed high priest, what is the verdict? The high priest replied slowly, The two guardians have consented. However, their sole responsibility is the safety of Lord Wang. Therefore, they shall remain indifferent to any occurrences in the universe and may not go easy on you. It is possible, the high priest paused, his expression grave as he gazed intently at Wang Cheng, that during the sparring, they could inflict severe injuries upon you, or even pose a threat to your life. Wang Cheng, you must contemplate this carefully. This is not a mere exercise, and its peril exceeds your wildest imagination. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering, and resolutely declared, Your Excellency, the high priest, I am fully prepared. Regardless of the cost, I shall seize this opportunity to enhance my strength. Makalita, with concern, grasped Wang Qing's arm and said, Wang Qing, this is far too perilous. What if? Wang Qing gently patted Makalita's hand, offering words of comfort. Makalita, do not fret. If we surrender to fear of danger, we shall never triumph over the adversaries of the future. The high priest gazed at Wang Qing with a nod of approval, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Very well, since you have made up your mind. I shall take you to meet them. Remember, you must give it your all, yet also remain adaptable to the circumstances. Wang Qing solemnly nodded, trailing behind the high priest as they ventured deeper into the palace. His strides were resolute and powerful, his heart brimming with anticipation and determination for the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 147. Confrontation with the Pencil-Headed Guardian. Wang Qing followed the high priest along a path of grandeur and enigma, traversing through a series of magnificent and mysterious corridors, until he finally arrived at a colossal arena. The ground of the arena was paved with a peculiar metallic substance that emanated an otherworldly glow, while the surrounding walls were adorned with ancient and enigmatic runes. At the heart of the arena stood two imposing sentinels, their tall and statuesque figures exuding an air of formidable authority. These guardians, slender in form, resembled two upright pencils, their bodies defined by straight and robust lines, as if sculpted from the most resilient of metals. Their heads tapered sharply, and their eyes sparkled like exquisite gemstones, radiating a chilling luminescence that deterred any attempts at direct gaze. Their skin exhibited an unusual silvery gray hue, reflecting a metallic quality under the luminous light. Wang Qing inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed upon one of the guards. The guard's expression remained impassive, yet a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. The guard standing to the right addressed his companion. You should engage this brat in battle. I will continue to safeguard Lord Quan. Thus, the skirmish commenced instantaneously. The left guard darted forward, his form elusive like a specter, lunging toward Wang Qing. Unperturbed, Wang Qing summoned forth black flames that blazed fiercely around him, forming a formidable shield. The left guard's fist, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, came crashing down upon Wang Qing. With a deft sidestep, Wang Qing evaded the blow and, seizing the moment, unleashed a punch enveloped in swirling black flames. The left guard, displaying remarkable reflexes, raised his arm in defense, resulting in a collision between their fists. In that instant, a wave of potent energy erupted, causing the very air around them to seem as if it were being torn asunder. Wang Qing seized the opportunity to pursue, his footwork shifting with grace as he executed a series of exquisite punches. Each strike was imbued with the searing power of black flames, forcing the left guardian to retreat in a rather disheveled manner. However, the left guardian suddenly let out a furious roar, unleashing a formidable aura that sent Wang Qing staggering back several paces. With his hands pressed together and incantations escaping his lips, a radiant beam erupted from his palms, transforming into a colossal sword of light, which sliced through the air towards Wang Qing. Wang Qing crossed his arms, and black flames swiftly converged before him, forming a formidable barrier. As the lightsaber struck the fiery shield, a piercing sound erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, once more harnessing the dark flames, intending to mount a counterattack. Yet the left guardian seemed to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate his every move, consistently neutralizing Wang Qing's assaults in advance while delivering him considerable blows in return. Wang Qing gradually found himself physically exhausted, his movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, the left guard delivered a swift kick to Wang Qing's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air to crash heavily against the wall of the training arena, which bore the brunt of the impact, fracturing under the force. Wang Qing struggled to rise from the ground, gasping for breath, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of retreat. The left guardian regarded him with indifference, launching another assault. In an instant, he darted forward, appearing before Wang Qing, delivering a swift hook aimed at his chin. Wang Qing attempted to evade the blow, but his injured body reacted sluggishly. He could only barely tilt his head aside, yet still, the punch struck his cheek, sending him sprawling through the air. Wang Qing fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. He felt as though his very organs were in turmoil, and pain surged over him like an unstoppable tide. Yet, he gritted his teeth and, with great effort, propped himself up with his hands, striving to rise once more. The left guard offered Wang Qing no respite. His hands moved with remarkable speed, conjuring countless orbs of energy that coalesced before him, then unleashed in a relentless barrage towards Wang Qing. Clenching his jaw, Wang Cheng summoned every ounce of strength to wield the black flames, forming a colossal barrier of fire. However, the force of the energy orbs was overwhelming. Each impact sent tremors through the fiery shield, causing Wang Cheng's body to stagger backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Wang Cheng's forehead was adorned with prominent veins as he desperately maintained the fiery barrier. Yet, several energy orbs managed to breach his defenses, striking his body. Instantly, blood-soaked wounds emerged, crimson liquid gushing forth. The left guardian teleported above Wang Cheng, raising a foot to deliver a forceful stomp upon his chest. In that critical moment, Wang Cheng crossed his arms, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the blow. However, the guardian's power was overwhelmingly formidable, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as it was evident that Wang Cheng's arm had suffered a fracture. Wang Cheng let out a painful groan, yet his gaze remained resolute. He endured the excruciating agony, and, seizing the moment when the left guard landed, he forcefully hurled his head into the guard's abdomen. The left guard, taken aback by Wang Cheng's unexpected resistance, staggered back a few steps. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Cheng executed a swift roll, creating distance between himself and the left guard. He gasped for breath, his wounds oozing blood, rapidly depleting his strength. Yet, the fire of determination within him blazed ever brighter. He understood that he could not succumb so easily. Wang Cheng gasped for breath. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the left guardian, his resolve growing ever stronger. The left guardian smirked with disdain, his hands forming intricate seals once more. This time, a series of enigmatic runic halos materialized around him, and the overwhelming surge of energy caused the entire training ground to tremble. With a sudden flourish of his hands, a colossal wave of energy surged toward Wang Cheng, uprooting the very ground in its wake. Wang Cheng's pupils constricted sharply, fully aware of the tremendous power behind this strike. Yet, at this moment, retreat was not an option. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his body, channeling the dark flames with all his might to conjure a vortex of fire that resembled a shield before him. The wave of energy crashed violently against the fiery vortex, and Wang Cheng could only feel an irresistible force bearing down upon him, as his feet slid helplessly across the ground, carving out two deep ruts. With a thunderous roar, the vortex was breached by the energy wave, and the residual force struck Wang Cheng with immense ferocity. He was propelled like a projectile, hurtling through the air before crashing violently into the distant ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Wang Cheng lay upon the ground, his consciousness fading, garments stained crimson with his blood. Yet, driven by an indomitable spirit, he strained to support himself with trembling hands, striving to rise once more, inch by inch. The left guard approached slowly, his footsteps resonating distinctly in the silence of the training arena. He gazed down at Wang Cheng and coldly remarked, "Yield. For you are no match for me." Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words through clenched jaws. "As long as I draw breath, I shall not yield." With that declaration, he summoned every ounce of strength, unsteadily rising to his feet, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit, struggling to maintain his posture. Blood trickled down his cheek, yet his gaze remained resolute and fervent, unwaveringly fixed upon the approaching left guard. The left guard narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his hand once more, as a surge of even greater energy coalesced within his palm, radiating a brilliance so intense it was nearly blinding. Wang Cheng clenched his fist tightly, the black flames flickering faintly around him, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Yet, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he inhaled deeply, preparing for one final struggle. Just as the left guardian was about to launch an attack, Wang Cheng suddenly let out a roar, recklessly charging toward him. His speed had diminished significantly, his steps somewhat unsteady, yet the indomitable spirit he exuded was profoundly moving. The left guardian scoffed, forcefully unleashing the energy he had gathered. A powerful wave of energy struck Wang Cheng instantly, propelling his body high into the air before it came crashing down to the ground. This time, Wang Cheng lay motionless on the ground for an extended period. The left guardian, believing he had lost consciousness, turned to leave. However, at that moment, Wang Cheng's fingers twitched slightly. He struggled to lift his head, murmuring to himself, "I cannot lose. I cannot." Using his elbow to brace against the ground, he attempted to rise again, bit by bit. The left guardian paused, unexpectedly turning back to gaze at the tenacious figure of Wang Cheng, whose relentless efforts stirred a flicker of admiration within him. Chapter 148, Battle Against the Pencil-Headed Guardian. Observing Wang Cheng's repeated attempts to rise, the coldness in the left guardian's eyes gradually faded. He remarked, "You are quite impressive. Go tend to your wounds." Since Lord Wong has secluded himself for the sake of this universe, I shall assist you in your cultivation. Heal yourself, and then come find me." Wang Cheng's eyes sparkled with a sudden glimmer of hope, as if a ray of dawn had pierced through the darkness. However, he promptly replied, "Thank you, but I do not require healing." With that, Wang Cheng retrieved a mystical bean from his bosom and, without hesitation, placed it in his mouth. A gentle yet formidable energy surged through his body, swiftly mending his battered form. Wang Cheng could distinctly perceive the fractured bones mending, the damaged meridians swiftly revitalizing, and the wounds on his body healing at a visibly rapid pace. His previously depleted stamina was also recuperating with remarkable speed. The left guard raised an eyebrow, astonished as he gazed at Wang Cheng, and remarked, "The effect of this bean is indeed miraculous, yet the recent battle has taken a significant toll on you. Are you certain you do not wish to rest and recuperate further?" Wang Cheng clenched his fist, feeling the resurgence of power within him. "The celestial beans have fully restored me. I can hardly contain my eagerness to commence my cultivation and elevate my strength. Time is of the essence. I cannot afford the slightest negligence." The left guard nodded, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. "Very well, since you are so resolute, let us begin at once. However, I must forewarn you that the forthcoming training will be far more arduous than the battle we just faced. Be prepared for the challenges ahead." Wang Cheng stood tall, proclaiming loudly, "No matter how arduous the challenge, I shall endure." The left guard uttered no further words. With a swift motion, he appeared before Wang Cheng, unleashing a fierce gust of energy with his palm. Wang Cheng reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping the assault while simultaneously countering with a punch. The left guard effortlessly blocked the strike and executed a spinning kick, prompting Wang Cheng to hastily cross his arms in defense. A resounding thud echoed as Wang Cheng was propelled backwards, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Yet, he quickly regained his balance and charged once more at the left guard. The left guard swiftly formed intricate hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath. As a radiant beam of light shot forth from his palms, transforming into a multitude of luminous arrows aimed at Wang Cheng, he darted about with great agility, evading the onslaught of arrows. However, the barrage was overwhelming, and several arrows grazed his body, leaving behind shallow wounds. With a thunderous roar, Wang Cheng's black flames surged violently, manifesting as a wall of fire that thwarted the onslaught of light arrows. Seizing the moment of the left guard's attack, Wang Cheng lunged forward, engaging in close combat with the left guard. His fists moved like the wind, each strike imbued with an indomitable spirit. The left guard, undeterred, countered each move with precision, as their fists and feet collided, producing a series of resounding thuds. Spotting a flaw in Wang Cheng's defense, the left guard delivered a powerful blow to Wang Cheng's abdomen. Wang Cheng let out a muffled groan but utilized the force of the impact to spring backward, creating distance between himself and the left guard. Gasping for breath, he sought to steady his inhalations. Meanwhile, the left guard stood with arms crossed, coldly observing him, and remarked, "Is this all you are capable of?" Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and summoned the black flames once more, which coalesced in his hand into a long blade. He swung the blade with vigor, aiming it at the left guard. The left guard deftly sidestepped, seizing Wang Cheng's wrist with a swift motion and twisting it forcefully. Wang Cheng winced in pain, yet he endured it resolutely, lifting his leg to strike the left guard in the chest. The left guard was compelled to release his grip and staggered back a few steps. Wang Cheng once again brandished his fiery long blade, aiming a strike at the left guard. The left guard effortlessly sidestepped the attack with a slight shift of his body. In a swift counter, he unleashed a formidable wave of energy directed at Wang Cheng. The latter hastily raised his fiery long blade to defend, only to find his arm numbed by the overwhelming force, nearly losing grip of his weapon. Seizing the opportunity, the left guard advanced, delivering a powerful kick to Wang Cheng's chest. Caught off guard, Wang Cheng was struck and sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Cheng swiftly rose to his feet and charged once more at the left guard. However, the guard effortlessly countered with a few simple moves, forcing Wang Cheng to retreat repeatedly. Numerous new wounds adorned Wang Cheng's body, the blood staining his garments crimson, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of surrender. As he continued to attack, the left guard remarked, "Young man, your tenacity is commendable, yet your strength remains insufficient." Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and replied, "I shall not concede easily." Before his words faded, he took a deep breath, channeling all his strength, as dark flames blazed fiercely around him, elevating his aura once more. Wang Cheng forcefully propelled himself off the ground, charging towards the left guardian like an arrow released from its bow. His fist, accompanied by a fierce gust, was enveloped in surging black flames, aimed directly at the Guardian's face. Yet, the left Guardian remained utterly composed, effortlessly sidestepping Wang Cheng's ferocious blow. In a swift follow-up, Wang Cheng executed a spinning kick, but the Guardian merely raised a hand slightly, firmly seizing Wang Cheng's ankle. With a gentle flick, Wang Cheng was sent off balance, crashing awkwardly to the ground. Wang Cheng swiftly turned over and lunged once more at the left guard, unleashing a rapid succession of punches that created a flurry of shadows. The left guard crossed his arms, effortlessly deflecting all of Wang Cheng's assaults, each impact igniting sparks that danced in the air. Seizing the opportune moment, the left guard delivered a powerful elbow strike to Wang Cheng's abdomen, causing him to emit a painful groan as his body instinctively bent forward. Yet, he bore the excruciating pain and retaliated by thrusting his head towards the guard's chin. The left guard leaned back slightly, then raised his foot, sending Wang Cheng flying away. Wang Cheng violently collided with the wall of the training ground, causing the entire structure to tremble and dust to cascade down. He staggered to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute and fierce as he recklessly charged once more towards the left guard. Wang Cheng charged once more at the left Guardian, this time with an even swifter pace, as if he had transformed into a streak of black lightning. The left Guardian narrowed his eyes slightly. Wang Cheng's fist was now perilously close. He shifted his body just enough for Wang Cheng's fist to graze past his cheek. Seizing the opportunity, the left Guardian grasped Wang Cheng's arm and twisted it fiercely, causing Wang Cheng to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. However, with his other hand, he swiftly formed a fist and struck towards the left Guardian's abdomen. The left Guardian raised his leg to block the blow, simultaneously exerting force to hurl Wang Cheng away. Wang Cheng executed a deft somersault in mid-air, landing with remarkable poise, only to propel himself forward like a cannonball. The left guard clasped his hands together, summoning a formidable energy barrier that materialized before him. Wang Cheng collided with the barrier, rebounding forcefully and rolling several times upon the ground. Struggling to rise, he gasped for breath, yet his eyes radiated an indomitable spirit. Once more, Wang Cheng summoned the power within him, his black flames igniting with even greater ferocity, enveloping him in a veritable sea of fire. The left guard regarded Wang Cheng with a silent admiration, marveling at the young man's astonishing resilience. Nevertheless, he did not falter in his actions. With a swift motion of his hands, a wave of energy surged forth towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng crossed his arms, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the impact of the energy wave, which caused his feet to slide backward on the ground, leaving behind two deep furrows. Chapter 149, Battle Against the Pencil Guard 3. Wang Cheng's feet carved deep furrows into the ground as he finally withstood the onslaught of the energy wave. His arms trembled slightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet the resolve in his gaze remained unwavering. With a fierce roar, Wang Cheng charged once more towards the left guard. He leaped high, his body spinning in midair, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the guard's head. The guard raised his arm to block, the force of the impact forcing him to take a small step back. Intriguing, he mused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Wang Cheng, delivering a swift knife hand strike towards his back. Wang Cheng sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind and swiftly rolled forward to evade it. However, the left guard's assault was relentless. Streams of energy beams shot forth from his hands, relentlessly pursuing Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng darted left and right in the training arena, as energy beams struck the ground, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Suddenly, in a moment of carelessness, an energy beam grazed his shoulder, causing him to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, the left guard lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Wang Cheng's chest. In a hurried attempt to defend himself, Wang Cheng raised both hands, but the overwhelming force still sent him flying, crashing heavily against a pillar. The pillar trembled violently, appearing on the verge of collapse. Slowly, Wang Cheng rose from the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained filled with unwavering determination. The left guard taunted, "Why not consume another bean from earlier?" Without hesitation, Wang Cheng retrieved a mystical bean from his pocket and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of potent healing energy spread throughout his body, visibly mending his wounds and rapidly restoring his stamina. Wang Cheng felt a resurgence of strength coursing through his body, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he charged forward once more. His speed surpassed that of before, and in an instant, he stood before the left guard, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. The left guard raised his hand to block the strike, but but Wang Qing swiftly followed up with a sweeping kick, prompting the left guard to leap aside to evade the attack. Wang Qing clasped his hands together as dark flames coalesced into a colossal fireball, hurtling towards the left guard. The left guard thrust his hands forward, unleashing a surge of energy that collided with the fireball, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wang Qing's figure flitted like a specter, relentlessly launching assaults against the left guard. The left guard remained composed, expertly countering each attack with impeccable timing and precision. Wang Qing fought with increasing fervor, his techniques growing ever more formidable. The left guard was secretly astonished. This young man's strength has indeed escalated. With each assault, Wang Qing exuded an unstoppable momentum, the black flames dancing upon his fists as if eager to devour all in their path. His form was as swift as the wind, rapidly altering his angles of attack, leaving the left guard somewhat bewildered. The guard's gaze sharpened, relinquishing any pretense of restraint, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. He wielded his hands, unleashing beams of energy that shot forth like swords towards Wang Qing. Unfazed, Wang Qing conjured a shield of black flames, repelling the radiant onslaught. With a resounding crash, the collision of energies caused the surrounding space to warp momentarily. Seizing the opportunity amidst the swirling smoke, Wang Qing swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful blow directly to the guard's chest. The guard let out a muffled grunt, staggering back a few steps, astonished that Wang Qing had breached his defenses. His assessment of the young man elevated yet again. Impressive, lad, but not sufficient. The guard shouted, as his energy surged once more, the brilliance blindingly intense. The radiance resembled a blazing sun, piercing Wang Qing's eyes with excruciating pain. The overwhelming pressure of the energy rendered Wang Qing's breathing labored. Yet his gaze bore no hint of retreat. Instead, it was filled with stubbornness and resolve. Wang Qing inhaled deeply, channeling all the strength within him in a valiant attempt to withstand the overwhelming pressure. The black flames enveloping him surged wildly, seemingly striving to counterbalance the radiance emitted by the left guardian. With a swift thrust of his hands, the left guardian transformed that brilliance into a torrent of surging energy, sweeping menacingly toward Wang Qing. In a fit of rage, Wang Qing roared, propelling his hands forward with all his might, as the black flames coalesced into a formidable barrier. The energy wave collided with the fiery shield, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. Wang Qing felt an irresistible force assail him, compelling his body to retreat involuntarily. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground, shattering the stone slabs beneath him. Yet, he steadfastly held his ground, refusing to allow the energy wave to breach his defenses. His jaw clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and every muscle in his body quivered from the strain of exertion. The left guardian, witnessing Wang Qing's tenacity, felt a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Yet the force in his hands remained unwavering. Wang Qing felt as though his arms were on the verge of being crushed by the immense force bearing down upon him. Yet the unwavering conviction in his heart propelled him to persevere. His eyes widened, and with a fierce roar, the black flames enveloping him surged violently, defiantly pushing back the tide of energy. The left guard, momentarily taken aback, promptly intensified his output, causing the brilliance to radiate with even greater intensity. Wang Qing sensed his body teetering on the brink of being shattered by this force, yet he resolutely held on, just as he felt he could no longer endure. An unfamiliar surge of power welled up within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled this newfound strength into the black flames. In an instant, the black flames transformed into a ferocious inferno, swiftly consuming the left guard's energy wave and launching a counteroffensive. The left guard's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily withdrew, evading the formidable assault with a swift motion. At this moment, Wang Qing was breathless, his clothes soaked with perspiration, yet his eyes sparkled with an insatiable desire for victory. The left guardian gazed at Wang Qing and remarked, "Young man, you have indeed impressed me. However, what lies ahead will not be so simple." With that, he clasped his hands once more to form a seal, preparing to launch a new wave of assault. Wang Qingda breathed heavily, his gaze fixed intently on the left guardian, who was poised to unleash a new wave of assault. Though his body was utterly fatigued, the fire of his spirit burned brighter than ever. The left guardian completed his hand seals, murmuring incantations under his breath as the surrounding space warped instantaneously. Mysterious runes materialized before him, coalescing into a colossal sphere of energy. This sphere emanated a chilling aura, as if it possessed the power to annihilate everything in its path. "Go!" the left guardian bellowed, propelling the energy sphere towards Wang Qingda. Wang Qing felt an unprecedented aura of danger approaching him, yet he did not falter. Rather, he advanced boldly. He concentrated the black flames in his hands, striving to seize the energy sphere directly. The moment his hands made contact with the orb, a tremendous force surged through his entire being, causing his body to tremble violently, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, resolutely clutching the energy sphere, refusing to allow it to progress further. Break from me. Wang Qing exerted every ounce of strength, and the black flames erupted instantaneously, enveloping the energy sphere. Under the scorching heat of the flames, the orb began to destabilize, its radiance flickering erratically. The left guard's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that Wang Qing could resist so tenaciously. At last, with a thunderous explosion, the energy sphere detonated in Wang Qing's grasp. The powerful shockwave propelled him backward, and he crashed heavily to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Chapter 150, Is Wang Qing dead? The left guard gazed at Wang Qing, contemplating inwardly. This young man possesses astonishing potential. If properly nurtured, he is destined for greatness. Very well, let us conclude for today. Engaging in continuous combat is detrimental to your mental fortitude. Return and rest well. Wang Qing struggled to rise from the ground, his body swaying unsteadily. Yet his gaze remained resolute. He looked at the left guard and, with a somewhat hoarse voice, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." The left guard nodded slightly and replied, "You performed admirably today. Take the time to adjust your condition and return tomorrow." Wang Qingxiang supported himself as he bowed respectfully to the left guard, then turned and slowly departed from the training grounds. Upon consuming the celestial being, Wang Qing instantaneously transported himself beside Makalita and the high priest. Observing Wang Qing's sudden arrival, Makalita displayed a concerned expression and remarked, "Wang Qing, your battle was indeed intense." The high priest, gazing deeply at Wang Qing, slowly inquired, "How do you feel?" Wang Qing took a deep breath and said, "I have gained invaluable insights. Yet I am acutely aware that I still have a long journey ahead." The high priest nodded slightly. Such awareness is commendable. His gaze held a hint of satisfaction and anticipation. "Let Makalita escort you to a room for rest. I must attend to my own wounds. Afterwards, you may seek out the pencil-head guardian for practice. My presence is no longer required." Makalita stepped forward and addressed Wang Qing, "Come. I shall lead you to a place of respite." Wang Qing nodded and followed Makalita as they departed. Throughout the journey, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. "I must strive even harder, for I cannot disappoint the expectations of the esteemed high priest and everyone else." Makalita seemed to perceive Wang Qing's inner turmoil and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Do not burden yourself too heavily. Your performance today has already been commendable." Wang Qing responded, "Yet I am acutely aware that it is far from sufficient. I must become stronger." The two traversed the lengthy corridor and arrived before a door. Makalita opened the door, revealing a space that was both simple and cozy in its decor. "You shall rest here comfortably. Feel free to reach out to me should you require anything," Makalita stated. Wang Qing entered the room, gazing at Margarita with gratitude. "Thank you, Margarita." She gently closed the door behind her as she departed. Wang Qing reclined on the soft bed, succumbing to slumber in an instant. Ding. "Would you like to begin today's check-in?" Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, Bug, Infinite Resurrection." Wang Qing wore a perplexed expression. Ding. "Each time the host dies and resurrects, their strength will double. A path of self-destruction?" Wang Qing was utterly bewildered. "Should I give it a try?" The Divine Realms Arena. As Wang Qing arrived, he beheld the imposing figure of the left guardian standing resolutely in place. His stature was robust, and his demeanor exuded a calm steadiness, akin to an unyielding mountain. Wang Qing slightly bowed in greeting, his eyes brimming with determination and respect. The left guard, with a grave expression, declared, "Let us begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Qing surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. A gust seemed to rise beneath his feet, each step leaving faint imprints on the ground, accompanied by a piercing rush of sound. In the blink of an eye, Wang Qing approached the left guard. His right fist clenched tightly, carrying with it a fierce gale as it struck out. The left guard remained unperturbed, deftly sidestepping this rapid blow with ease. Noticing his attack had missed, Wang Qing swiftly swept his left leg across. The left guard nimbly leapt into the air, evading the assault while simultaneously raising his right hand to deliver a palm strike to Wang Qing's back. Wang Qing reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing a forward roll to evade the assault. He swiftly rose to his feet, his fist raining down upon the left guard with relentless ferocity. The left guard crossed his arms, expertly deflecting each of Wang Qing's strikes, producing a series of resounding impacts. Sweat beads gradually formed on Wang Cheng's forehead. Yet his offensive showed no sign of waning. Instead, it grew increasingly fierce. Suddenly, he executed a change in strategy. Crouching low and sweeping his left leg towards the lower body of the left guard, the left guard nimbly leaped to evade the strike, simultaneously launching a fierce kick with his left leg aimed directly at Wang Cheng's chest. Wang Cheng crossed his arms to absorb the blow, pushed back several steps by the sheer force of the impact. Regaining his balance, he surged forward once more, this time with even greater speed, resembling a fleeting specter. The left guard's gaze sharpened, and he prepared himself, his hands beginning to emanate a faint glow as he braced for Wang Cheng's renewed assault. Wang Cheng leapt high into the air, executing a graceful spin, his right leg slicing through the atmosphere with a whoosh as it aimed a kick at the head of the left guard. The guard raised his arm in defense, and with a resounding thud, the tremendous impact left his arm tingling slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng planted his hands on the ground and unleashed a series of kicks, forcing the left guard to retreat continuously, evading Wang Cheng's relentless assault. Suddenly, the guard discerned an opening. He grasped Wang Cheng's ankle and with a powerful heave, sent him crashing forcefully to the ground. Wang Cheng had just risen, still unsteady on his feet, when the left guard materialized before him like a specter. With a swift jab that cut through the air with a fierce whoosh, the guard aimed directly for Wang Cheng's face. In a moment of panic, Wang Cheng raised his arm to shield himself, only to be jolted by the sheer force of the blow, causing his arm to tingle and forcing him to stagger backwards. Before he could regain his balance, the left guard launched a swift side kick that struck him in the waist. A sharp pain coursed through Wang Cheng, compelling his body to topple to the side involuntarily. The left guard did not relent in his assault. He quickly formed intricate hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. In an instant, a surge of formidable energy erupted from his hands, transforming into a radiant beam that surged toward Wang Cheng. Caught off guard, Wang Cheng was unable to evade it and was struck by the luminous force, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The left guard continued his relentless onslaught, weaving his hands to cast spells, his voice a continuous chant. Once more, a powerful energy shot forth from his grasp, coalescing into a blinding light that surged toward Wang Cheng. Again, Wang Cheng was unable to escape, and the radiant beam struck him, propelling him violently away, crashing down onto the unforgiving earth. Wang Cheng felt as though his very organs had been displaced, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet he persevered, unsteadily rising to his feet once more. Observing this, the left guard launched another assault, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy waves directed at Wang Cheng. He evaded left and right, appearing quite disheveled. Suddenly, in the midst of his evasive maneuvers, Wang Cheng deliberately exposed a flaw. The left guard's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he unleashed a formidable surge of energy, hurtling directly towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng was unable to evade in time, and was struck directly by this surge of energy. His body was instantly engulfed in light, and he fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless thereafter. The left guard approached, observing Wang Cheng's lifeless form, his brow furrowing slightly in concern. He was puzzled, wondering how this young man could commit such a grave error. Yet, at this moment, Wang Cheng had already lost all breath, his body growing progressively colder. Just as the left guard was about to turn away to summon someone to retrieve the body, an unexpected transformation occurred. Chapter 151, The Pencil-Headed Guard's Astonishment. The previously lifeless Wang Cheng suddenly emanated a faint black glow. This light flickered as if it were mending his shattered physique. The left guard sensed something amiss and quickly pivoted, his gaze filled with vigilance. He observed as Wang Cheng's wounds healed at a visibly accelerated pace. His fingers twitched slightly before he abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of cunning flashing within them. It dawned on the left guard that he had been outwitted by Wang Cheng. However, he had previously been so certain that Wang Cheng was irrevocably dead. How could this be? His brow furrowed deeply as he fixed his stare on Wang Cheng, attempting to discern the underlying truth. Wang Cheng observed the puzzled expression on the left guard's face, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with a hint of pride. Left guard, did you not expect this? I possess a secret artifact. The left guard snorted dismissively. Spare me your theatrics. Shall we proceed? Wang Cheng, with unwavering determination, replied loudly. Of course. The battle has only just begun. The left guard's eyes narrowed sharply as he stated, Very well. I shall see what further abilities you possess. With that, the left guard's aura surged once more, causing the surrounding air to seem as if it were being compressed, emitting a sizzling sound. He suddenly stepped forward, and the ground instantly cracked beneath him, fissures appearing in an alarming array. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, adjusting his breath as black flames surged around him, forming a protective barrier. The left guard swiftly waved his hands, launching beams of light like sharp swords toward Wang Cheng. He deftly maneuvered, weaving through the gaps of light in search of an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Wang Cheng discerned a flaw in the left guard's defense. He accelerated instantaneously, charging toward the opening. However, just as he was about to close in on the left guard, a cold smirk crept across the guard's lips. This is bad, Wang Cheng thought inwardly, realizing he had fallen into a trap. The flaw was deliberately exposed by the left guard, waiting for Wang Cheng to walk into the snare. With a thunderous shout, the left guard unleashed a formidable force from within, sending Wang Cheng hurtling away. Wang Cheng fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Yet, gritting his teeth, he rose once more, his gaze still brimming with indomitable spirit. The left guardian stared at Wang Cheng, disbelief etched in his eyes. Remarkable, in just a single day, you have made such tremendous progress. It is truly astonishing. Wang Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and flashed a grin. Left guard, I owe it all to your guidance. The left guard shook his head slightly, reminiscing about the duel with Wang Cheng yesterday. At that time, he had displayed numerous flaws, and his strength was nowhere near as formidable as it was now. Yet today, Wang Cheng exhibited a remarkable transformation in his speed, power, strategies, and reactions. The left guard pondered silently, considering how this young man resembled a raw gem, swiftly polishing himself through the crucible of pressure and combat. Each of his attacks yesterday had been somewhat clumsy, but today he had deftly leveraged his environment and personal advantages, even skillfully feigning vulnerabilities to lure me into a trap. Wang Cheng stretched his limbs, the black flames enveloping him flickering with increased intensity. Left Guardian, let us continue. The left Guardian's expression turned solemn. Very well, I shall see to what extent you have truly grown. With that, the left Guardian's form flickered, and he instantly appeared before Wang Cheng, delivering a powerful punch. Unfazed, Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped the blow while countering with a strike aimed at the left Guardian's ribcage. The left Guardian reacted swiftly, blocking the attack with his arm, though the impact left it tingling slightly. Impressive, your strength has indeed increased significantly, the left Guardian remarked in admiration. Wang Cheng's assault grew increasingly ferocious, each strike imbued with formidable power and unwavering determination. The left guard, no longer holding back, unleashed a series of more intricate maneuvers and retaliation. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their figures intertwining, as the very air in the training arena seemed to ignite from the intensity of their combat. Beads of sweat adorned Wang Cheng's forehead, his breath becoming increasingly labored, yet his gaze remained resolute, fixated on every movement of the left guard. The left guard, astonished within, noted that Wang Cheng had not only exhibited a remarkable enhancement in strength and speed, but had also refined his combat techniques. Whereas the left guard could easily anticipate his actions just yesterday, today he found himself needing to concentrate fully to keep pace. With a thunderous bang, their fists collided once more, the tremendous force propelling them both backward a few paces. Wang Cheng breathed heavily, yet showed no inclination to pause, charging forward once more. A flicker of admiration crossed the eyes of the left guard, who also advanced to meet him. Just then, Wang Cheng unexpectedly altered his method of attack. His previously robust punches transformed into a fluid and versatile display, striking with the cunning precision of a serpent towards the vital points of the left guard. Caught off guard, the left guard was struck on the shoulder, causing him to stagger slightly. What a remarkable lad! You possess considerable skill, the left guard exclaimed, his spirit ignited by an even fiercer determination. Wang Cheng relentlessly pressed forward, while the left guard responded with utmost effort, plunging their confrontation into a fervent climax. Wang Cheng moved like the wind, swiftly circling around the left guard, rendering the latter unable to pinpoint his exact location. The left guard, however, calmed himself, attuning to the subtle shifts in the surrounding currents of air to discern the direction of Wang Cheng's assault. Suddenly, Wang Cheng launched a surprise attack from behind, delivering a kick aimed at the left guard's waist. The left guard reacted swiftly, pivoting to block the strike with his arm. Yet Wang Cheng followed up with a sharp elbow strike directly to the guard's chest. The left guard let out a muffled grunt, retreating a few steps. He couldn't help but marvel at how rapidly Wang Cheng's combat skills had advanced, and how increasingly cunning his attacks had become. Wang Cheng, you have truly impressed me, the left guard exclaimed, emanating an even more formidable presence. Wang Cheng, undeterred, responded, Left Guardian, to receive your commendation is an honor. I shall certainly dedicate myself wholeheartedly. The battle between Wang Cheng and the Left Guardian intensified, their figures flickering amidst the intertwining of light and energy. Every strike from Wang Cheng was imbued with an unwavering resolve, his eyes shimmering with a steadfast light, as if he had sworn not to relent until his goals were achieved. The left guard, inspired by Wang Cheng's formidable presence, unleashed increasingly fierce moves, each blow resonating with the force of a mountain crashing down. With a resounding crash, another violent collision ensued, sending both Wang Cheng and the left guard staggering back several meters. Wang Cheng knelt on one knee, bracing himself against the ground, gasping for breath. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the left guard. The left guard stood firm in his position, though beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. He looked at Wang Cheng, feeling a blend of admiration and a hint of concern. Wang Cheng, this must suffice. You need not return. If you come back a few more times, I shall find myself out of a job, remarked the left guard. Wang Cheng was taken aback, halting his assault, and looked at the left guard with a hint of confusion. Left guard, what do you mean by this? The left guard chuckled helplessly. You, my young friend, have made such rapid progress that at this rate, it won't be long before I am no match for you. My position as a guard may soon be in jeopardy. Wang Cheng hurriedly replied, Left Guardian, you jest. Chapter 152. The oncoming crisis. The left guardian waved his hand dismissively. Enough, with your current strength. There is indeed a possibility of victory when paired with the Grand Priest. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired, will you intervene? If you and another esteemed individual join forces with the Grand Priest, Salamander would surely stand no chance. The left guard, with a solemn expression, replied, No, Wang Cheng. You must understand that our primary duty is to protect the Sovereign Lord. All other matters are irrelevant unless commanded by the Sovereign himself. The left guard's gaze was resolute and steady, as if proclaiming an undebatable truth. A look of perplexity crossed Wang Cheng's face as he urgently remarked, however, in the face of such a formidable adversary as Salama, without your support, this battle will prove exceedingly arduous. The left guardian slightly tilted his head, gazing into the distance, and slowly replied, Wang Cheng, the safety of His Majesty the King is of paramount importance. We cannot afford to take reckless risks, nor can we sustain injuries lightly. Our existence holds a unique significance for His Majesty. He is the very core of the cosmic order, and as his guardians, we bear an immensely grave responsibility. Any slightest lapse could pose a potential threat to His Majesty. The left guardian's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. Wang Cheng listened quietly. A glimmer of understanding in his eyes, yet a sense of reluctance lingered. However, Guardian left, if we do not take action, what shall we do if the divine realm falls? Guardian left turned his gaze towards Wang Cheng, his eyes imbued with a sense of resolve. Wang Cheng, this is our sacred duty. Even if the divine realm succumbs, as long as Lord Quan remains unharmed, there is hope for restoration. Our uniqueness lies in the fact that we are the final bastion for Lord Quan, the force he trusts above all else. Should we lose this strength, Lord Quan would be left isolated and defenseless. With a sigh, Guardian left continued, Wang Cheng, it is not that we lack compassion. Rather, we must weigh the consequences carefully. Our paramount mission is, and always will be, the safety of Lord Quan. Yet, this does not imply that we are indifferent to the crises facing the divine realm. With Lord Quan's consent, we shall indeed lend our assistance. But until that moment, you must understand that everything must prioritize Lord Quan's welfare. Wang Cheng remained silent for a considerable time before finally nodding slowly. I understand, Left Guardian. I will do my utmost to fight for the divine realm. The Left Guardian looked at Wang Cheng with satisfaction. Go forth, child. May you grow through battle and become the hope of the divine realm. Wang Cheng turned to leave, each step resonating with both weight and determination. The left guard gazed at Wang Cheng's receding figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware of the arduous battles that lay ahead for Wang Cheng. Yet he held steadfast in the belief that Wang Cheng possessed an indomitable spirit and boundless potential. Days turned into weeks. On this particular day, while immersed in profound meditation and the cultivation of his powers in seclusion within the divine realm, Wang Cheng was abruptly roused from his tranquil state by the thunderous voice of Beerus echoing from outside the hall. Upon emerging from his retreat, he was taken aback to find everyone gathered. Varda swiftly approached, her expression urgent and tense as she exclaimed, Wang Cheng, Salama has already commenced her actions, targeting the entire royal palace. It is Lord Zeno. Her voice was laced with anxiety, and her beautiful visage was etched with gravity. Wang Cheng felt a jolt in his heart as he clenched his fists and inquired, what is the situation? Bados continued, I have just contacted the high priest. Yet Lord Quan has not yet concluded his seclusion. We can no longer afford to wait. We must hasten to provide support. This will be a battle for our very survival. Her gaze was resolute and unwavering. Wang Cheng surveyed his surroundings and observed Beerus, who stood with his arms crossed, a furrowed brow, and an expression of grave seriousness. Meanwhile, Margarita quietly lingered nearby, her staff radiating a mysterious luminescence. The other deities also exhibited expressions of tension, poised and ready for action. Wang Cheng took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "In that case, let us embark at once, no matter the cost. We must not allow Salama to succeed." The crowd nodded in unison, their eyes brimming with the resolve for battle. In a flash of light, they arrived at the Grand Palace, which was now enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable tension. The high priest surveyed the gathered assembly, his expression somber. Wang Cheng was the first to break the silence, asking, "Esteemed high priest, how many individuals has Salama brought with him?" His gaze was intense, fixated on the high priest, eagerly awaiting a response. The high priest furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "It is just him and one malevolent Saiyan." Wang Cheng could not help but ponder. Could he not resurrect those individuals through the dark Dragon Balls? Why were there only two? His face was etched with confusion, his brows tightly knitted. The Grand Priest took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Even before the arrival of Salama, I had already sensed his malevolent aura. This time, his power is greater than before. I believe he must have resurrected his subordinates using the Dragon Balls, but upon revival, he likely absorbed them to augment his own strength." Beside him, Beerus felt a tightening in his chest, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. "What shall we do? If he has absorbed the strength of so many subordinates, then we—" His voice trembled slightly, his words trailing off. Beads of sweat had unconsciously formed on his forehead, and his hands instinctively clenched into fists. The Grand Priest maintained a calm demeanor and reassured him, "There is no need for excessive worry. This time, Salama is targeting Lord Zeno, and his guards will surely intervene. Individually, neither of them possesses a realm that matches mine, yet together, they are formidable. The techniques they cultivate complement each other, allowing them to unleash unimaginable power when combined. Once they join forces, even Salama may not find it easy to gain the upper hand. Moreover, we have the protection of Lord Zeno. I believe that justice will ultimately triumph over evil. Beerus, as the god of destruction, it is imperative that you remain composed and confident. United, we shall withstand this crisis. Salama is indeed powerful, but we are not without means to resist. Do not forget, we safeguard the order and balance of the entire universe, a responsibility that endows us with boundless strength and courage. As long as we hold steadfast to our convictions and are not swayed by fear, we shall undoubtedly discover a way to overcome Salama." Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, Beerus took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and nodded in agreement. "You are correct, Grand Priest. I have allowed myself to become disoriented. I will regain my composure and fight alongside everyone." Just as the group braced themselves, a dark vortex suddenly materialized in the distant sky, a powerful evil aura surging forth from within. "They have arrived," the Grand Priest exclaimed, and the tension among the group heightened instantly. Emerging from the vortex were Salama and the malevolent Saiyan, with a sinister smile etched upon Salama's face, his eyes glinting with madness. "Ha ha ha, you pitiful insects, today marks your doom." Salama laughed maniacally. Chapter 153, the battle commences. Wang Cheng glared fiercely, exclaiming, "Salama, do not be so arrogant." Salama cast a disdainful glance at Wang Cheng, retorting, "You dare to be insolent before me?" At that moment, the guards on either side swiftly appeared before the crowd, radiating an overwhelming aura that countered Salama's malevolent energy. The left guard coldly declared, "Salama, as long as we are here, you shall not harm Lord Wang." The right guard added, "Today marks your demise." Salama let out a chilling laugh. "You too? How presumptuous." With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a surge of formidable dark energy towards the group. The guards shouted in unison, launching their attack as a brilliant light surged forth to meet the dark energy. The resounding clash of immense power echoed across the skies, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space. Witnessing this, the high priest cried out, "Everyone, join forces." The crowd unleashed their utmost skills, and in an instant, a dazzling array of lights and energies intertwined, igniting a breathtaking battle against Salama. The battlefield was ablaze with radiance, and the collisions of energy caused the very space to tremble. Yet Salama remained unfazed, his hands weaving as dark energy continuously surged forth, effortlessly repelling the onslaught of their attacks. Seizing the opportunity, The sinister Saiyan charged towards the group with blinding speed, akin to a wraith. Beerus roared in fury, confronting the Saiyan, and the two immediately became engulfed in fierce combat. Wang Qingze and Bados collaborated in a concerted effort to launch a flanking attack on Salama. However, Salama's response was exceedingly swift. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he repelled them effortlessly. Is this the extent of your prowess? Salama scoffed. The high priest's gaze sharpened, his staff radiating a brilliant luminescence as incantations flowed from his lips. A mysterious force surged forth from the staff, bearing down upon Salama. With a slight change in expression, Salama was compelled to confront the high priest's assault earnestly. Seizing this opportunity, the flanking guards united once more to unleash a formidable onslaught. Their combined might coalesced into a cataclysmic wave of energy. Sensing the threat posed by this force, Salama let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the full extent of his dark energy to collide with the energy wave. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing the entire royal palace to tremble. The overwhelming shockwave forced many to retreat. Gasping for breath, Salama's eyes remained filled with an unrestrained madness. You cannot halt my advance. Despite facing the relentless assault from numerous angels and the high priest's guards, Salama still managed to hold his ground, though not without sustaining numerous wounds. Yet, these injuries seemed only to amplify the fervor of his madness and ferocity. His dark energy erupted like a surging tide, each strike imbued with the intent to annihilate all in its path. The angel's radiant spells appeared to falter against his overwhelming dark force. The staff in the high priest's grasp flickered with brilliance, continuously unleashing powerful laws to subdue Salama. Nevertheless, Salama consistently evaded or neutralized these attempts with remarkable finesse. The flanking guards displayed seamless coordination, one confronting the enemy with raw strength, while the other sought to exploit weaknesses with agility. Yet, Salama's extensive combat experience allowed him to narrowly evade lethal strikes at crucial moments, delivering counterattacks with precision. Wang Chung and Bados stood by, consumed with anxiety, desperately seeking the weakness of Salama, only to discover that Salama's defenses were virtually impenetrable. Meanwhile, the malevolent Saiyan Kamba had a firm grip around Beerus's neck, causing Beerus's face to flush a deep purple, his hands futilely attempting to pry Kamba's fingers apart, yet unable to escape the ironclad grasp. Hmph. The god under him is nothing remarkable. Kamba sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Beerus managed to force a few words through clenched teeth. You bastard. Bados, witnessing the scene from a distance, was frantic. With a swift motion of his staff, he unleashed a beam of light toward Kamba. However, Kamba merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. Save your efforts, none of you can rescue him. Kamba's voice dripped with arrogance. At that moment, a powerful force erupted from Beerus, enveloping him in a radiant purple light. Kamba, momentarily startled, loosened his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Beerus broke free, leaping back a distance while gasping for air. You vile creature. I will not allow you to succeed. Beerus roared, charging once more at Kamba. Does a little kitten still wish to dance? Kamba scoffed, his expression laced with contempt, as if Beerus's fury was merely a comical performance in his eyes. Kamba stood nonchalantly, arms crossed, showing no concern for Beerus's assault. Like an enraged lion, Beerus surged with purple energy, launching a fierce punch accompanied by a howling wind toward Kamba. Yet, Kamba merely shifted slightly, evading the seemingly ferocious strike with ease. Without a moment's hesitation, Beerus executed a flying kick with fierce momentum, but Kamba simply raised a hand, effortlessly deflecting the force, causing Beerus to stagger back. Is that all you've got? Kamba taunted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You truly disappoint me. Gritting his teeth, Beerus charged again, his punches growing more intense, each infused with boundless rage and strength. Nevertheless, Kamba moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, gliding through Beerus's attacks. At times, he would lightly jab, sending Beerus reeling. At others, he would lift a leg to kick, leaving Beerus sprawled on the ground. Regardless of how Beerus attempted to elevate his strength and struggled, Kamba remained effortlessly in control. He even occasionally feigned vulnerability, luring Beerus into launching full-force attacks, only to effortlessly thwart them at crucial moments, rendering Beerus's efforts futile. Beerus's breaths grew shallower, sweat pouring down like rain, yet his gaze remained resolute, refusing to yield. Observing Beerus's stubborn demeanor, Kamba smirked. Poor creature, your struggles are in vain, merely adding to the amusement of this spectacle. I will not concede. Beerus bellowed, gathering all his strength for another onslaught. Kamba merely replied, enough games, let us conclude this. With a swift turn, he addressed Salama, urging, Salama, we must act quickly. The matter is of utmost importance. As soon as the words left his lips, Kamba conjured a sphere of pitch-black energy, exuding a terrifying aura, and hurled it unhesitatingly towards Beerus. The energy orb whistled through the void, creating ripples in space wherever it passed, as if struggling to withstand such formidable power. Beerus widened his eyes, finding himself unable to evade this rapidly approaching lethal strike. Yet, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he straightened his posture, preparing to withstand the blow with his own body. At that critical moment, Wang Chung flashed into position, appearing before Beerus. Chapter 154, Kamba, is that really you? A resolute expression adorned Wang Cheng's visage as he crossed his arms defiantly across his chest, attempting to shield himself from the formidable energy projectile unleashed by Kamba. Wang Chung, quickly evade, Beerus shouted in a state of urgency. Yet, Wang Chung remained unfazed, emanating an intense radiance as power surged violently within him. The energy projectile collided with him, erupting into a blinding flash of light. And the tremendous force sent Wang Chung hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Wang Chung! Both Beerus and Whis exclaimed in shock. Wang Chung fell heavily to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet he still summoned the strength to rise once more. I can still fight, he roared, charging at Kamba again. Kamba frowned, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, You foolish creature, unaware of your own demise. Undeterred by the pain coursing through his body, Wang Chung accelerated to his utmost limits, swiftly closing the distance to Kamba in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Kamba's face. Kamba deftly sidestepped, raising his leg to deliver a kick to Wang Cheng's abdomen. Though Wang Chung attempted to block with both arms, he was jolted by the sheer force of the strike, leaving his limbs tingling. Disregarding the agony coursing through his body, Wang Chung pushed his speed to its utmost limits, arriving before Kamba in the blink of an eye, his fist aimed squarely at his adversary's face. Kamba deftly sidestepped the blow, lifting his leg to deliver a powerful kick to Wang Cheng's abdomen. Although Wang Chung attempted to block with both hands, the sheer force of the strike left his arms tingling with numbness. Seizing the opportunity, Kamba unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. His fist rained down upon Wang Chung like meteors, each punch accompanied by a howling gust and terrifying power. Wang Chung fought desperately to defend himself. Yet he was unable to shield himself completely, new wounds continuously appearing upon his body. With a sudden, devastating uppercut, Kamba struck Wang Cheng's chin, sending his body soaring into the air. Before he could descend, Kamba swiftly leaped into the sky, delivering a crushing kick to Wang Cheng's chest. Wang Cheng plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep crater upon impact, dust swirling around him. Wang Chung struggled to rise from the pit, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. However, Kamba offered him no respite, charging at him once more with a flurry of fierce strikes. Wang Cheng's consciousness began to blur, yet the conviction within his heart urged him to remain steadfast. Nevertheless, Kamba had grown impatient. He amassed a formidable energy, shaping it into a colossal energy sphere, which he hurled at Wang Chung with great ferocity. The sphere, radiating an aura of destruction, hurtled towards him, and Wang Chung, attempting to evade, found his body rendered immobile. With a thunderous explosion, the energy sphere detonated upon impact with Wang Chung. A blinding light instantly engulfed his figure. And when the radiance subsided, he had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a wisp of ash behind. The battlefield fell into a brief silence, the sudden brutality of the scene leaving all onlookers in shock. Beerus widened his eyes, roaring in fury, Kamba, I demand retribution for this bloodshed. Makarita's gaze was filled with sorrow and rage. Her staff gleamed with renewed brilliance as she prepared to launch a fierce counterattack against Kamba. Yet, Kamba merely scoffed. This is merely the beginning. On the other side, Salama hastened his assault, dark energies surging like a tide towards the Grand Minister and his elite guards. They fought valiantly, yet their defenses appeared increasingly strained. Makarita gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes, but she suppressed her grief, channeling her strength to the utmost as she charged at Kamba, exclaiming, I shall avenge Wang Chung. Kamba effortlessly dodged Bado's attack and retaliated, sending her reeling backward. The atmosphere within the palace of the Omni King grew heavier and more tense, the tide of battle seemingly turning against the forces of justice. Yet, the spirits of the gathered warriors remained undeterred, their resolve to vanquish evil only strengthened amidst their sorrow. At that moment, a brilliant white light erupted, the dazzling radiance causing everyone to instinctively squint. As the brightness gradually waned, Wang Chung astonishingly reappeared before them, unharmed and exuding a mysterious, potent aura that was starkly different from before. His gaze was resolute, as though he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. All present stared at him in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the fierce battle that raged on. Beerus, wide-eyed, joyfully cried out, "Wang Chung, are you unharmed?" Wang Chung turned to Beerus, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Lord Beerus, it is not so simple to bring about my demise." Beerus chuckled heartily in response, saying, "Well said. Young man, it is reassuring to see that your spirit seems even stronger than before." Wang Chung slightly tilted his head, a glimmer of confidence shining in his eyes. "Lord Beerus, let us join forces to vanquish this impostor." Beerus and the others, puzzled, inquired, "What impostor?" Wang Chung inhaled deeply and elucidated. In the past, Wukong and Vegeta had encountered Kamba and engaged in battle. According to their accounts, Kamba's strength at that time was far from what it is now. Moreover, during the recent confrontation, I discerned that his aura was distinctly dark. The original Kamba, though an evil Saiyan, did not possess such a purely sinister essence. Thus, I surmise that he is not the true Kamba, but rather a version manipulated or altered by Salam. Beerus furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Your words resonate with some familiarity." Bardos nodded in agreement, stating, "Wang Qing's analysis holds merit. If he has indeed been controlled or altered, then Salam must harbor an even more malevolent scheme." Makarita's expression turned grave as she cautioned, "We must exercise utmost vigilance in our response. We cannot afford to be complacent." Wang Chung gazed resolutely ahead at Kamba and declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must first triumph over him and unveil the conspiracy of Salama." Wang Chung stepped forward, intensely gazing at Kamba, and exclaimed, "You cannot be the real one. Who on earth are you?" Kamba coldly regarded Wang Chung, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "Hmph, do you really think you are worthy to know?" Wang Chung fixed his gaze intently on Kamba, unfazed by his condescension, and continued, "Who is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? Where has Kamba himself gone?" His tone grew increasingly urgent as he yearned to extract answers from Kamba. Kamba threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Do you really believe you can glean answers from me? Do not harbor such foolish hopes." Wang Chung gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the exertion. "The significance of the matter is not for you to determine, but today, you shall learn the truth at a great cost." His voice resonated with unwavering conviction, as if he had resolved, no matter the sacrifice required, to unravel this enigma. The aura surrounding Wang Chung surged once more, a formidable wave of energy causing the very fabric of space to tremble slightly. His gaze was imbued with an unwavering determination as he fixed his eyes intently on Kamba, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Chapter 155. Fierce Battle Suddenly. Wang Chung let out a furious roar, his figure darting towards Kamba with the swiftness of lightning. His fist, infused with immense power, descended with a whistling sound aimed directly at Kamba. Yet, Kamba merely sidestepped with ease, effortlessly evading the blow. Wang Chung missed his strike and swiftly turned, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Kamba's head. Kamba raised his arm to block, and Wang Chung's foot struck his arm, producing a thunderous sound. Yet, Kamba remained utterly unmoved. With a cold smirk, Kamba unleashed a punch, its speed akin to lightning. Wang Chung, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Wang Chung struggled to rise, a trickle of crimson blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained resolute. He charged once more at Kamba, unleashing a flurry of intricate punches, the sheer volume of his strikes dazzling to behold. However, Kamba appeared utterly composed, effortlessly parrying Wang Chung's onslaught while occasionally launching counterattacks. As time wore on, Wang Chung's strength began to wane, his movements growing sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Kamba delivered a fierce kick to Wang Chung's abdomen, causing him to double over in agony. Without hesitation, Kamba followed up with a powerful blow to Wang Chung's back, sending him hurtling once again to the ground, unable to rise for a moment. "Is this all you can do?" Kamba taunted. Yet, despite his prone position, Wang Chung's heart soared with a peculiar joy. A faint smile graced his lips. Despite the immense pain coursing through his body, his eyes sparkled with an unusual exhilaration. To the onlookers, Wang Chung's situation appeared dire, almost devoid of hope. However, only he understood that within him thrummed the power of three formidable buffs. These three enigmatic forces surged like a torrent within his being, incessantly transforming and enhancing every cell in his body, with each active devouring during the fight. He was able to absorb the energy embedded in his opponent's attacks, transmuting it into a part of his own strength. Those assaults that seemed capable of delivering his demise instead became the very nourishment for his growth. Each punch and kick, though leaving his body marred with bruises, simultaneously fortified him further. Wang Cheng, without the slightest hesitation, consumed a mystical being. In an instant, a surge of vibrant vitality coursed through his being, healing the grievous wounds he had just sustained at a visibly astonishing rate. His eyes blazed with an indomitable spirit as he once more charged towards the counterfeit Kamba. Kamba, witnessing Wang Cheng's renewed assault, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Furrowing his brows, he pondered silently. This young man is far too enigmatic. Just moments ago, I had rendered him utterly defenseless, and now his aura has inexplicably intensified to such an extent. Wang Cheng's speed was astonishing, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Kamba dared not exhibit even a trace of carelessness, focusing all his attention on the confrontation. Hmph. No matter what peculiarities you possess, today you shall not escape from my grasp. Kamba bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch, the force of which whistled through the air. Imbued with boundless might, Wang Cheng stood his ground, boldly using his arm to block the incoming strike. Kamba's heart soared with delight, convinced that this blow would surely inflict severe damage upon Wang Cheng once again. However, the moment his fist made contact with Wang Cheng's arm, Kamba was met with an overwhelming force of recoil, causing an unexpected pain to radiate through his own hand. How could this be? Kamba's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. Seizing the fleeting moment of distraction from Kamba, Wang Cheng swiftly lifted his leg and struck towards Kamba's abdomen. Kamba hastily sidestepped to evade the blow, yet still felt the graze of Wang Cheng's toes, causing his body to sway slightly. In such a brief span of time, his strength had escalated remarkably. It was nothing short of monstrous. Clenching his teeth, Kamba's murderous intent intensified. He resolved to hold nothing back, determined to unleash his full power and swiftly eliminate Wang Cheng. With a fierce roar, Kamba summoned a torrent of dark energy that surged violently, enveloping his form in a swirling vortex of shadowy force, the overwhelming pressure radiating outward. Wang Cheng, however, remained utterly unfazed, his gaze resolute and composed, intently observing every movement of Kamba. With hands clasped together, Kamba thrust forward violently, unleashing a colossal wave of dark energy that surged towards Wang Cheng with a fierce howl. In a flash, Wang Cheng deftly evaded this lethal strike. The energy wave collided with the palace wall behind him, shattering it into a myriad of fragments. Realizing his initial attack had missed, Kamba immediately propelled himself forward, launching a tempest of punches and kicks at Wang Cheng. With unwavering composure, Wang Cheng responded with agility and precision, artfully neutralizing each of Kamba's onslaughts. As their confrontation intensified, the surrounding space warped and distorted under the immense force of their clash. While defending himself, Wang Cheng also sought out any vulnerabilities in Kamba's defense. Suddenly, he discerned a slight opening on Kamba's left side, and without hesitation, he retaliated. In an instant, Wang Cheng appeared at Kamba's flank, delivering a powerful blow to his waist. Kamba let out a muffled grunt, his body trembling slightly. He had not anticipated that Wang Cheng would seize this fleeting opportunity to counterattack, heightening his wariness towards him. "You've got some skill, kid." Kamba gritted his teeth and remarked. Wang Cheng let out a cold laugh. "This is merely the beginning." Kamba once again heightened his aura, the dark energy surrounding his body surging like a raging inferno. The overwhelming sense of oppression rendered it nearly impossible to breathe, as if the very fabric of space were contorting and warping under the weight of this terrifying power. Wang Cheng's countenance grew grave, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. He clenched his fists tightly, his muscles taut, bracing himself to confront Kamba's impending onslaught with unwavering determination. With a thunderous roar, Kamba lunged forward like a ferocious beast, his speed reaching an unparalleled zenith as he materialized before Wang Cheng in an instant. Delivering a devastating blow imbued with an aura of destruction, Wang Cheng valiantly raised his arms to shield himself, but the sheer force of Kamba's strike was insurmountable. With a resounding crash, Wang Cheng's body was propelled through the air like a cannonball, tracing a profound arc before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. Dust billowed, obscuring the sky. As the debris gradually settled, one could see Wang Cheng lying motionless at the bottom of the pit, his body battered and blood staining the earth beneath him. "Wang Cheng!" exclaimed Beerus and the others, their hearts racing with trepidation. Kamba approached the edge of the pit, looking down upon Wang Chung with a derisive smirk, taunting, "Humph, such an overconfident fool. This is the fate that awaits those who dare oppose me." However, just as everyone believed Wang Chung to be lifeless, a tremor coursed through his fingers. His body began to emanate a radiant glow. As the brilliance gradually coalesced, Wang Chung slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unprecedented fierceness and resolve. Rising to his feet, he radiated an aura far more potent than before, as if he had undergone a transformative rebirth. Kamba, witnessing Wang Cheng's newfound strength, felt a flicker of panic cross his face. His pupils constricted slightly, beads of perspiration forming on his brow involuntarily. "How is this possible? You were supposed to be dead." Kamba's voice trembled. Disbelief etched upon his features as he grappled with the extraordinary scene before him. A subtle smile of derision curved the corners of Wang Cheng's lips as he declared, "Do you truly believe this will be enough to slay me? How naive." Chapter 156. The Emergence of All Kings. With that, Wang Cheng lunged once more at Kamba. His form was akin to a specter, swiftly closing the distance between them. Wang Cheng's speed was unparalleled, conjuring a tempest that sent dust swirling around them. Kamba, taken aback, hastily swung his fist to retaliate. Wang Chung deftly sidestepped Kamba's punch, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Kamba's chest. Kamba grimaced in pain, yet his reflexes were sharp. He swiftly raised his leg to kick at Wang Chung. Wang Chung crossed his arms to shield against the blow, the force of the impact propelling him back a few steps. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his footing and charged forward once more. His punches were fierce, each strike accompanied by the whistling of wind, aiming directly at Kamba's vulnerabilities. Kamba, undeterred, mounted a vigorous defense while simultaneously searching for Wang Cheng's flaws to exploit in retaliation. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, their fists and feet colliding with a series of explosive sounds. Wang Cheng's assault resembled a torrential storm, leaving Kamba overwhelmed. Though Kamba's defense was steadfast, cracks began to appear in his guard. Wang Cheng seized upon a momentary lapse from Kamba, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Kamba's body bent slightly in response, but Wang Cheng swiftly followed up with a kick to his chin, sending him soaring backward. In midair, Kamba adeptly adjusted his posture and landed firmly on the ground, his eyes brimming with astonishment and fury, unable to fathom that Wang Chung could engage him so fiercely. "Boy, do not revel in your triumph," Kamba bellowed, charging once more at Wang Chung. Meanwhile, the clash between Salama and the high priest along with his vigilant guards was escalating to a fever pitch. Enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, Salama unleashed a flurry of formidable attacks, desperately attempting to breach the defenses of the high priest and his aides. The high priest, with a solemn expression, wielded his staff, which radiated a resplendent light. Each swing embodied the sacred power of divine law, effortlessly neutralizing Salama's onslaught. The guards coordinated seamlessly, one employing agile movements to distract Salama, while the other faced him head-on with sheer strength, countering his blows. Despite Salama's formidable prowess, he found himself gradually overwhelmed by the trio's relentless assault. His breaths became labored. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his movements lost the initial ferocity. Casting a glance toward Kamba, who was equally unable to offer support, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. His heart raced like an ant on a hot pan, consumed by anxiety. If this continues, we will be defeated before that little brat, Quan Wang, can emerge. This thought took root in his mind, spreading like wild grass, further unsettling his composure. With gritted teeth, Salama resolved to risk everything. He concentrated all his dark energy into his hands, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique in a bid to turn the tide. The dense dark energy surged and swelled between his palms, as if intent on devouring everything in its vicinity. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression contorted with the strain of his efforts. The high priest, sensing Salama's intentions, shouted, "Guards, be wary of his desperate gambit." Upon hearing this, the guards tightened their formation around the high priest, their collective radiance intensifying to form a formidable defensive barrier. Salama roared, "Die, all of you," and hurled the concentrated ball of dark energy towards the trio with tremendous force. As the energy sphere tore through the air, it ripped apart the fabric of space, accompanied by a piercing howl, surging towards the high priest and his companions like an unstoppable tide. The high priest's staff blazed with brilliant light as he chanted incantations, summoning a colossal light shield that materialized before them in an instant. The guards simultaneously infused their power into the shield, reinforcing its strength. With a thunderous crash, the dark energy sphere collided with the light shield, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. The entire battlefield was engulfed in blinding radiance, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. As the brilliance gradually waned, the high priest and his guard swayed slightly, but remained resolutely standing in their positions. However, Salamander found himself kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath due to the recoil of his all-out strike. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the depths of the royal palace, indicating that the king was about to emerge. The energy fluctuations intensified, and a brilliant light shot forth from within, illuminating the entire battlefield. Salamander gazed in terror at the source of the radiance, his heart filled with despair. Was everything destined to end? Just then, amidst the light, the figure of the king slowly materialized. His diminutive form exuded an aura of unparalleled authority, making it impossible to gaze directly upon him. The king surveyed the battlefield with a piercing glance, his voice ringing out with a crisp yet undeniable authority. Your farce must come to an end. Salamander struggled to rise, attempting a final act of defiance. King, do not rejoice too soon. The king gently raised his hand, and a beam of light instantly ensnared Salamander, who writhed in agony yet could not break free. His face contorted in excruciating pain. Every muscle in his body tensed as he endeavored to muster the last remnants of his strength to escape the binding light. However, the king's power was beyond his capacity to withstand. The light was like an unyielding chain, gripping every inch of his being. Meanwhile, Kamba, witnessing this scene, gritted his teeth, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. He understood that defeat was inevitable and that there was no retreat. Useless trash. In the end, it seems I must rely solely on myself. Kamba's body began to swell dramatically, emanating an extremely unstable and violent wave of energy. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct, Wukong exclaimed, but it was too late to escape. With a thunderous roar, Kamba's body transformed into a colossal sphere of energy, instantly unleashing a cataclysmic force. A blinding light and shockwave surged outward, tearing apart the surrounding space and creating enormous rifts. Despite Wukong's desperate attempts to maintain his defenses, he was still caught in the aftermath of the explosion. His body was hurled through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Wukong felt as though his internal organs had been displaced. He was unaware of how many bones had shattered, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. The smoke generated by the explosion enveloped the area, obscuring the sky. After a considerable time, the mist began to dissipate. From the center of the explosion, a strange black mist swiftly emerged, racing toward the ensnared Salamander. In terror, Salamander watched the dark mist approach, shouting in desperation, "No, help me." Yet his voice was laced with hopelessness and helplessness. The mist ignored his cries, unhesitatingly merging into his body. Salamander's form trembled violently, his expression contorted in profound anguish, as if he were enduring immense torment. Salamander let out a piercing scream, his veins bulging and his eyes bloodshot. In a fleeting moment, the black mist had completely merged with Salama's being. Astonishingly, Salama's injuries vanished instantaneously, and his previously feeble aura transformed into an overwhelming force. The dark energy emanating from him became even more potent and malevolent, creating an oppressive atmosphere that rendered those nearby breathless. Salama's gaze turned fiercely savage, and with a sudden surge of strength, he broke free from the binding light of the king. The king furrowed his brow slightly, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 157, Secrets of the Divine Realm. King, you little brat, when my true form descends next time, you shall all perish. His laughter reverberated across the desolate battlefield, infused with boundless arrogance and wickedness. The dark energy surrounding Salama swirled like a vortex, as if it sought to devour everything in its path. The diminutive figure of the king stood tall, his youthful face radiating authority as he coldly declared, "Do you truly believe there will be a next time for you? Today marks your end." Salama laughed derisively. "Hmph. King, do not be so conceited. The abyss of darkness in this universe is beyond your comprehension. My true form wields the power to annihilate worlds. A mere child like you cannot withstand it." With that, Salama swiftly gestured with his hands, gathering the dark energy before him into a swirling vortex. Soon, fissures began to appear in the surrounding space, spreading and expanding relentlessly. Observing this, the king's eyes sharpened, and he immediately unleashed a powerful energy beam directed at Salama. Yet, it was too late. Salama's figure vanished into the fissure, and just as it was about to close, his audacious voice echoed from within, "Ants of the divine realm, 1 year from now, your demise shall arrive." Ha 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 ha. That laughter lingered in the vast battlefield, a taunting and threatening resonance that refused to dissipate. The king gazed at the closing rift, his expression dark as water. Wang Chung approached the sovereign king and inquired, "Your Excellency, what does Salama mean when he claims that this is not his true form? Have we been confronting a mere illusion of the dragon god?" The sovereign king pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "It is permissible for me to disclose this to you. The entity we just encountered can no longer be deemed as Salama." Wang Chung and the others were taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. The All-King continued, "At the dawn of the universe, amidst the chaos, two primordial beings came into existence, myself and Salama. I was born with the innate ability to obliterate all, while Salama possessed the power of creation." The crowd gathered closely, hanging on to every word, afraid to miss a single syllable. The All-King's gaze grew distant, as if he were transported back to that ancient past. Salama had a passion for research. And as eons passed, he crafted the Dragon Balls, orbs capable of granting wishes. The power of creation encompassed miracles, for when mortals' wishes were fulfilled, it manifested as a miracle in their eyes. Wang Chung furrowed his brow and inquired, "What, then, is the truth behind the true form that Lord Jun Wang speaks of?" The expression on Jin Wang's face grew grave as he slightly tilted his head, his gaze seemingly transcending the bounds of time and space. "Desire is not merely a trait of mortals. Even deities are not immune. Salama devoted himself to the miraculous powers bestowed by the Dragon Balls. Yet I had already surpassed him. This bred discontent within Salama, for we were both born simultaneously, yet I overshadowed him considerably, leading to an explosive clash between us." Jin Wang's voice was deep and solemn. A glimmer of memory shone in his eyes, as if the breathtaking battle was vividly replaying before him. It was a cataclysmic confrontation that shook the very stars of the universe as our powers collided. Salama, in a frenzy, summoned every ounce of his creative force in an attempt to vanquish me. The two energies intertwined, unleashing a tempest that engulfed the cosmos. His eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment, each attack fueled by a fervent determination to prove his equality to me. After the fierce battle, Salama fell silent in defeat. No longer the flamboyant and confident being he once was, he often retreated into solitary contemplation. As the universe gradually returned to tranquility, we established the divine realm to maintain cosmic order. Salama took on the role of the Grand Priest, and initially, everything seemed to progress favorably. However, unbeknownst to me, darkness had already begun to seep into Salama's heart. He grew increasingly enigmatic, frequently murmuring to himself in shadowy corners. I mistook his solitude for reflection on his defeat, unaware that it was a sign of the dark forces eroding his innermost being. His smile became increasingly insincere, and the fleeting glimmers in his gaze felt foreign to me. Jun Wang sighed, a hint of regret shadowing his countenance. In the myriad affairs of the divine realm, he performed his duties with diligence. Yet there were subtle nuances that instilled a sense of unease within me. For instance, his undue fascination with certain arcane spells and his covert inquiries into formidable powers. Yet, out of our shared bond of origin, I chose to overlook these signs. Jun Wang clenched his fists, his voice heavy with self-reproach. The audience listened intently to Jun Wang's narrative, their hearts filled with shock and sorrow at Salama's transformation. Jun Wang continued, "Eventually, the angelic race was born, and Salama entrusted many matters to the then leader of the angels, who is now the Grand Priest. Thereafter, Salama's presence in the divine realm diminished significantly. A hint of helplessness and confusion flickered in Jun Wang's eyes. Subsequently, I divided myself into numerous avatars to guard various timelines, which consequently diluted my strength, providing Salama the opportunity to instigate rebellion. At that time, the Grand Priest was still weak and could not withstand his onslaught. Moreover, he had somehow gathered a host of subordinates imbued with dark powers." Jin Wang's voice grew heavy with the weight of recollection. Thus, I found myself embroiled in a second cataclysmic battle against Salama. The All-King paused momentarily, as if the fierce battle replayed vividly before his eyes. It was a brutally intense confrontation. Salama's power had grown stronger and more enigmatic than before, with every move imbued with a dark curse and devouring force. Despite my utmost efforts to resist, I gradually found myself at a disadvantage. Taking a deep breath, the All-King continued, "During that encounter, I was wounded by him. And just when I believed everything was about to conclude, he ceased his assault and began to narrate the origins of the conflict. At the dawn of the universe, the dark magic realm had already come into existence. In those primordial times, no living beings inhabited it, nor was it even referred to as the magic realm. It was simply an unremarkable domain. However, throughout the ages, dark powers accumulated and settled there, eventually giving birth to a malevolent consciousness. At some point, Salama forged an unholy pact with this malevolent force, seeking to leverage the power of the dark magic realm to overthrow my dominion and seize control of the entire universe. Upon hearing this, the audience gasped in unison, their hearts filled with trepidation regarding the impending circumstances. The All-King continued, in those days, the dark magic realm held little distinction. It was merely a desolate expanse saturated with pure dark energies. Yet, as time passed, these dark forces gradually birthed malevolent beings, who delighted in devouring negative emotions and wreaking havoc, intensifying the realm's ominous aura. Upon discovering the existence of the dark magic realm, Salama was irresistibly drawn to its formidable dark powers. He clandestinely conspired with the evil consciousness within the realm, augmenting his own strength. A flicker of anger and regret crossed the All-King's visage. Chapter 158, The Proactive Assault. In the Second Great War, although I was injured by Salama, he too suffered considerable losses. His minions sustained heavy casualties during the battle, and he himself faced a backlash from the excessive use of dark powers, resulting in a diminishment of his strength. The All-King paused briefly before continuing. After the conflict, I intended to obliterate the dark magic realm entirely to prevent future threats. But I discovered that such a feat was beyond my capability. My powers could not penetrate the dark magic realm. Furthermore, I sensed an incredibly potent magical energy within the realm, far surpassing even Salama's strength. It was then that I realized the situation had long since spiraled beyond my control. The dark mist that had recently entered Salama's being must be a fragment of the consciousness that emerged at the inception of the dark magic realm. Perhaps he is still unable to escape from the dark magic realm. Otherwise, the two of them would have surely united to assault the divine realm by now. The All-King's expression grew grave, his brow furrowed, and his gaze betrayed profound concern. Wang Qing inquired, All-King, now that you have fused all your avatars and restored your strength to its zenith, along with the presence of your loyal guardians and the esteemed high priest, we should surely not fear them, should we? The All-King fell into a moment of contemplation before replying, that malevolent aura is unfathomable, its latent power far surpasses our imagination. Although I have regained my strength, I remain cautious in the face of such an unknown and formidable adversary. Salamander has now merged with that dark consciousness, undoubtedly enhancing its power significantly. The challenges we face are unprecedentedly immense. Wang Qing furrowed his brow and inquired urgently, why don't we take the initiative and strike while they are still unprepared, catching them off guard? However, Wang shook his head solemnly and replied, no. You are unaware that the dark demon realm is no ordinary place. The demonic energy within exerts a formidable suppressive effect. Once you enter, your own strength will be significantly diminished. It is a realm rife with unknown dangers and malevolent forces. To venture in recklessly would yield dire consequences. Wang Qing's gaze was resolute, and he spoke without hesitation. Even if we are suppressed, I believe now is the most opportune moment to strike. Salamander indicated a year for his departure, which means he will undoubtedly need that time to regain his strength. If we wait until a year has passed, and he has fully recovered, our chances of victory will be even slimmer. By taking action now, we may disrupt their plans and seize the initiative. Quan Wang slightly raised his head and, after a moment of contemplation, responded, Wang Qing, your courage is commendable, but this matter cannot be approached so recklessly. The perils of the dark demon realm far exceed your imagination. The rules and forces within remain largely obscure to us. Once we enter, we will not only face Salamander and that dark consciousness, but also contend with the myriad unknown traps and formidable constraints that may exist within the demon realm. Moreover, even if we manage to enter successfully, how can we ensure that we will locate and defeat Salamander swiftly under constrained conditions? If we cannot achieve a swift resolution and find ourselves trapped in the demon realm for an extended period, our strength will be continually depleted, and at that point, the situation will become even more dire. Wang Qing gritted his teeth and resolutely stated, Your Majesty, I comprehend the inherent risks involved. However, if we continue to wait, we shall remain in a state of passive defense. Such prolonged anticipation will only exacerbate our psychological strain and gradually diminish our morale. It would be far more prudent to seize the moment while we still possess courage and determination to take a bold step forward. The sovereign regarded Wang Qing's steadfast gaze, feeling a flicker of hesitation stir within him. He once again fell into deep contemplation, and the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. After a considerable pause, the ruler spoke slowly, Wang Qing, your perspective is not without merit, yet to take the initiative entails considerable peril. Should we falter, the consequences would be dire. Wang Cheng took a step forward, clasping his fists and addressing, "Your Excellency, the king, fortune favors the bold. If we remain perpetually cautious, we shall never prevail against this malevolent force. We are already aware that the demonic aura of the demon realm suppresses our strength. Therefore, we must prepare thoroughly in advance and devise countermeasures." The king's gaze lingered on Wang Qing for a moment before sweeping over the assembly, remarking, "What are the odds of a proactive assault? Our understanding of the internal dynamics of the demon realm is woefully inadequate. It is akin to navigating through darkness. One misstep could lead to irreparable doom." The steadfast light flickered in Wang Qing's eyes as he proclaimed with conviction, "Your Majesty, how can we ascertain our chances of victory without making an attempt? Salama has just fled, and it is likely they did not anticipate our swift decision to take the initiative. This presents us with an excellent opportunity to catch them off guard. Even if the odds are slim, we must not relinquish hope as long as a glimmer of possibility remains." At that moment, the high priest stepped forward and remarked, "Your Majesty, Wang Qing's words bear merit. Rather than passively waiting, it would be prudent to strike first. Perhaps we can uncover a weakness in the demon realm." The guards exchanged glances and spoke in unison, "Your Majesty, we are willing to accompany you into battle, even if it leads us through mountains of blades and seas of fire." Observing the unwavering resolve etched on the faces of his comrades, the king's initial hesitation began to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "If that is the case, we shall prepare to take the initiative. However, prior to that, we must devise a comprehensive plan to ensure absolute success." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." The king stood there with an air of authority, surveying those gathered before him. He raised his hand slightly and addressed the high priest, who stood respectfully beside him. "High priest, please lead Wang Qing and the others ahead." The high priest bowed in compliance. "I shall heed your command, Your Majesty." He then turned to Wang Qing and his companions, signaling them to follow. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Qing and his group promptly followed the high priest onward. Meanwhile, the king remained steadfast in his position, resembling an immovable mountain, seemingly channeling his formidable presence to stabilize the path for those venturing forth. In the dark demon realm, Wang Qing and the high priest, along with their companions, finally arrived in the realm of dark magic. This place resembled a forsaken land of chaos, where darkness loomed like thick ink, threatening to engulf all. A pungent scent of sulfur pervaded the air, rendering each breath a struggle. The ground beneath their feet was an eerie shade of dark red. As if stained by the blood of countless beings, each step met with a viscous resistance. In the distance, jagged rocks jutted out sharply, their twisted forms resembling anguished faces caught in perpetual torment. Between these grotesque stones flowed a black liquid that exuded a foul stench, occasionally bubbling forth. The burst producing a chilling, ghastly sound. The sky bore no trace of light. Heavy clouds churned ominously, intermittently illuminated by flashes of purple lightning that momentarily revealed the sinister landscape, amplifying the sense of dread. Howling winds swept through the air, mingling with piercing wails and curses, as if countless souls trapped within this realm cried out in agony. Wang Qing and his companions ventured deeper into the abyss, where the surrounding darkness thickened, seemingly intent on completely engulfing their silhouettes. Suddenly, from the shadows ahead, a horde of diminutive fiends erupted forth. These creatures, hunched in form, bore skin of a ghastly dark green, riddled with unsightly protrusions, and their eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson light. With claws bared and fangs bared, they lunged towards Wang Qing and his group, emitting a piercing shriek that echoed through the gloom. Chapter 159, The Dark Demon Realm. Wang Qing was the first to react, shouting, "Everyone, be cautious." In a flash, he darted towards the horde of demonic creatures like a phantom. The Grand Priest, not to be outdone, swung his staff, unleashing a formidable beam of energy that sent several demons hurtling away, transforming them into clouds of black smoke mid-air. The others also joined the fray, and soon enough, the demonic beings were vanquished. At that moment, a look of astonishment suddenly crossed Beerus's already stern face, and he could not help but exclaim, "This is dire. We have overlooked a critical point. The energy expended here cannot be replenished effectively." His voice bore a hint of panic, causing the others to gasp in surprise. They attempted to channel their inner energy, only to find it sinking like a stone, yielding no response. The Grand Priest's expression grew grave as he remarked, "It seems that this demon realm is indeed treacherous. We must conserve our energy to ensure we can confront more formidable foes later." Beerus, in a state of urgency, implored, "What shall we do? If this continues, our strength will be severely diminished." Wang Qing gritted his teeth and said, "Let us not panic. We shall proceed with caution. avoiding unnecessary conflicts as we hasten to locate Salama. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions growing increasingly wary as they ventured deeper into the realm of darkness. However, a shadow loomed over each of their hearts, shrouding them in uncertainty about the dangers that might lie ahead. At that moment, Wang Cheng felt an inexplicable force driving him, and a bold thought surged within him, to wield his unique power of devouring to absorb the surrounding energies. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes, his hands swiftly forming intricate and arcane seals. As these gestures transformed, a subtle glow enveloped his body, not blinding, yet emanating a disquieting aura. Simultaneously, strange waves emanated from Wang Cheng, rippling outward like gentle ripples in water. As seconds passed, the group watched Wang Cheng intently, holding their breath in anticipation. Finally, after a prolonged wait, he suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth from them. His face radiated excitement, barely containing his exuberance. As he proclaimed to those around him, "I have found a solution. I just attempted to use my devouring power to consume the energies nearby, and it is entirely feasible. Remarkably, when these energies enter my body, they undergo a special transformation and filtration process, becoming divine power. If I share this divine energy with everyone, we may collectively overcome the predicament we face." Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, the tension etched on their faces dissipated like storm clouds parting to reveal the sun, and expressions of hope blossomed on each countenance. At the forefront of the group, Beerus appeared particularly eager, striding towards Wang Cheng with urgency, grasping his shoulders tightly. His eyes wide with anticipation as he pressed, "Wang Cheng, is this truly viable? This concerns the survival of us all. There can be no room for error." In response to Beerus's anxious inquiry, Wang Cheng remained remarkably composed. He gently patted Beerus's hand on his shoulder, signaling for calm, then nodded earnestly, responding with gravity. "Please trust me, Lord Beerus. I have already conducted a personal trial. Although the energy surrounding us is rife with malevolence and myriad impurities, my devouring power can thoroughly purify these negative elements one by one. However, this process may take some time. Thus, I kindly ask that everyone remain in place to recuperate, while maintaining heightened vigilance to guard against any unforeseen circumstances." The high priest gazed intently at Wang Cheng, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "Very well, Wang Cheng. The success of this mission rests entirely upon your shoulders." Wang Cheng's expression was grave as he replied, "High priest, I shall exert every effort. However, the conversion of divine power requires considerable time. Should we encounter Salama, we may not have the opportunity to complete the transformation." Beerus, visibly anxious, interjected, "What shall we do then? If we were to encounter Salama during the conversion, would we not be utterly defenseless?" Wang Cheng pondered for a moment and said, "We must advance while I prepare a modest reserve of divine power in advance. However, this approach carries inherent risks. The supply of divine power is limited, and should we encounter a prolonged battle, it may prove insufficient." The high priest nodded slightly and replied, "For now, we have no other choice. Let us hasten our pace, hoping that Wang Cheng can amass a sufficient reserve before we confront Salama." The group bore solemn expressions as they quickened their steps. The eerie winds of the demonic realm howled around them, as if heralding the impending crisis. As Wang Cheng walked, he silently invoked the power of devouring, beads of sweat steadily forming on his forehead. He bore the immense pressure with great fortitude, striving to accumulate that precious divine energy for his companions. As they advanced with palpable tension, the surrounding darkness thickened, as if a myriad of invisible eyes were scrutinizing their every move. Beerus, ever vigilant, surveyed the area, his weapon firmly gripped in hand, declaring, "This place is exceedingly sinister. I sense danger lurking at every turn." The Grand Priest solemnly cautioned, "Everyone, be cautious and do not let your guard down." Before long, the dark energy enveloping them became increasingly oppressive, akin to viscous ink, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Those with lesser strength, like Goku, were on the brink of collapse, their bodies trembling and faces pale. The Grand Priest instructed, "You must not proceed any further. Retreat. If you delve deeper, you will be consumed by the darkness." His voice carried an undeniable authority, resolute and firm. Goku clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with defiance. "Grand Priest, we can endure." Vegeta gritted his teeth in agreement. "To retreat like this is unacceptable." The Grand Priest shook his head, concern evident in his gaze. "This is not a time for bravado. Your strength is insufficient to confront the dangers here. Returning is also for the greater good." Piccolo, gasping for breath, remarked, "Goku, the Grand Priest is right. We cannot be a burden to everyone." Cell concurred, "Let us go. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood." Though reluctant, Goku and the others recognized the wisdom in the Grand Priest's words and ultimately chose to withdraw. Goku cast a final glance at his comrades, saying, "Everyone, be careful. I await your victorious return." With that, he turned and led his weaker companions away. In the end, only the Grand Priest, 7 angels, and Beerus pressed onward into the depths. The encroaching dark energy surged around them like a tide, relentlessly squeezing their minds and bodies. Chapter 160. The battle begins. They trudged forward with great difficulty, each step feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. At last, a grand palace loomed before them. It stood majestically, yet exuded an aura of decay and malevolence. Within, a formidable energy pulsated. While Wang Qing and the Grand Priest managed to maintain their composure, their faces were nonetheless pale. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down as he valiantly resisted the overwhelming pressure. The Grand Priest furrowed his brow, his hands trembling slightly. The angels and Beerus, however, quaked in fear, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Beerus swayed, as though he might topple over at any moment, overwhelmed by the terrifying presence. Krillin struggled to speak. "Grand Priest, I fear we may collapse before we finish our words." The Grand Priest took a deep breath and replied, "You should also withdraw. Wang Qing and I shall proceed. It appears the oppression of the Dark Demon Realm is exceptionally formidable, despite their reluctance." The angels and Beerus understood their predicament and could only nod helplessly as they slowly retreated. The Grand Priest and Wang Qing advanced with heavy steps towards the enigmatic and ominous palace. With each step closer, the overwhelming sense of oppression intensified. As if countless hands were tugging at them, striving to thwart their progress. The doors of the palace stood firmly shut. Yet the sinister patterns carved upon them seemed to come alive, flickering with a dark luminescence that sent shivers down one's spine. Wang Qing swallowed hard and remarked, "Grand Priest, we cannot fathom the dangers that lie behind this door." The Grand Priest, with unwavering resolve, replied, "Regardless, we must uncover the truth." The two paused momentarily before the door, taking a moment to steady their breaths. Then, the Grand Priest extended his hands and forcefully pushed against the heavy door. With a resounding thud, the door began to creak open, releasing a potent aura of darkness that enveloped them. Wang Qing and the High Priest were pushed back a few steps by the overwhelming aura. And only when the pressure subsided slightly could they discern the interior of the palace. A thick darkness enveloped the space, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from the shadows. "Ha ha, you have finally arrived." The High Priest shouted, "Salama, today marks your end." And the voice dripped with derision. "Having dared to intrude upon this place, do not expect to leave alive." As the voice reverberated, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the darkness, none other than Salama. Now fused with the essence of darkness, he radiated a suffocating malevolence, as if a boundless vortex of shadows swirled wildly around him. The power exuded by him was thick and tangible, sending tremors through the very souls of those who dared to approach. His form was both towering and grotesque, muscles bulging, with black veins slithering across his skin like serpents. His eyes sparkled with an eerie crimson glow, reminiscent of the infernal flames of hell. Each blink seemed capable of unleashing searing fire, threatening to incinerate all in sight. Above Salama's head, tendrils of black mist continuously rose, coalescing into bizarre shapes. As if they were the tortured, contorted faces of the damned, silently screaming in agony. He gripped a massive staff with both hands, adorned with gemstones that emitted a dim, foreboding light. Wherever that light reached, the air itself appeared to freeze. With each deliberate step he took from the shadows, a heavy pressure accompanied him, causing the ground to tremble beneath. Wang Qing and the High Priest gazed upon this terrifying entity, their hearts brimming with shock and fear, yet their gazes remained resolute, steeling themselves for a battle that seemed almost certain to lead to their demise. Wang Qing and the High Priest bore the chilling sense of oppression as they fixed their gazes upon the approaching salamander. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Salamander's lips, and his voice boomed like distant thunder. "Do you truly believe you can challenge me? Where is the king? Why has he not accompanied you?" The High Priest glared fiercely, retorting, "Salamander, cease your insolence. The majesty of His Excellency the King cannot be blasphemed." Salamander threw back his head in laughter, the sound reverberating through the palace and causing dust to cascade from the ceiling. "Ha ha ha. Insolence? I was born alongside him in this universe. On what grounds can he claim dominion? And I cannot?" The High Priest's gaze sharpened as he admonished, "Salamander, His Excellency the King possesses unparalleled wisdom and strength. His reign is to uphold the balance and order of the cosmos, while you, blinded by malevolence, seek to overturn it all." Salamander snorted disdainfully, his face contorted with resentment and fury. "Balance? Order? Those are merely his justifications for consolidating his power. What I pursue is true freedom and strength, unshackled by any constraints. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed. The freedom and power you speak of merely bring calamity and chaos to the universe. Sarama cast a disdainful glance at Wang Cheng, retorting, "You insignificant insect dare to utter such bold words before me." The high priest raised his staff, a radiant light emanating from it, declaring, "Sarama, further words are futile. Today, you shall pay the price for your ambition." Sarama, crossing his arms, laughed arrogantly, "Is it merely you who will challenge me? Come forth, and let me witness your capabilities." Wang Chu was the first to launch an assault, his figure darting like lightning as he swiftly charged towards Salama. The weapon in his hand radiating a dazzling brilliance as it descended forcefully upon him. Yet, Salama remained unperturbed. With a subtle sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Wang Cheng's strike. With a flick of his wrist, a formidable tide of dark energy surged forth, crashing towards Wang Cheng like a colossal wave. Wang Cheng, undaunted in the face of peril, let out a mighty roar as a radiant shield of light enveloped him, absorbing the force of the onslaught. Nevertheless, the impact propelled him backwards several meters. At that moment, the high priest joined the fray, brandishing his staff while intoning incantations. Mysterious runes surged forth from the staff, transforming into luminous chains that wound their way toward Salama. Salama's gaze sharpened as he murmured an incantation, summoning dark energy that coalesced into a shield before him, successfully deflecting the assault of the radiant chains. With a thunderous crash, the chains collided with the dark shield, generating a tremendous wave of energy that caused the entire palace to tremble violently. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Cheng lunged forward once more, engaging in close combat with Salama. His moves were fierce and rapid, each strike imbued with formidable strength. Salama responded with remarkable composure. His seemingly casual attacks were, in fact, astonishingly powerful. As Wang Cheng perceived the unfavorable turn of events, a resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Devour mode, activate." In an instant, he was enveloped in black flames, which blazed fiercely as if summoned from the very depths of hell. His aura surged dramatically, muscles bulging and veins protruding, transforming him into a manifestation of a demonic deity. Chapter 161. The fierce battle with Salama. The high priest took a deep breath, his entire being radiating brilliance as he elevated his aura to its utmost capacity. A resplendent barrier of light formed around his body, and the staff in his hand shimmered with an intensity akin to that of a miniature sun. Wang Cheng was the first to launch an assault, stepping into the void as dark flames trailed behind him like a long, ominous streak. He swung his weapon with unwavering determination, striking fiercely towards Salama. As his weapon sliced through the air, the very fabric of space bore witness to delicate fissures. Salama let out a cold sneer, waving his hand to summon a dark shockwave that surged towards Wang Cheng. The collision of their forces produced a cataclysmic roar, sending shockwaves that shattered numerous stone pillars within the palace. Seizing the opportunity, the high priest intervened, reciting incantations as a colossal beam of light erupted from the tip of his staff, hurtling directly towards Salama. Salama deftly sidestepped, the beam narrowly grazing him and leaving behind a massive gaping hole in the wall. Taking advantage of the fleeting moment when Salama was evading, Wang Cheng closed the distance in an instant, unleashing a formidable Kamehameha blast. The attack, though shrouded in smoke, inflicted no harm. Meanwhile, the high priest relentlessly conjured powerful spells, transforming light into various forms of assault, flying swords, fireballs, and lightning, all converging upon Salama. With an anguished roar, Salama unleashed a surge of dark power, sending both Wang Cheng and the high priest reeling back several meters. "Hmph, do you truly believe this can defeat me?" Such naivety. Salama's eyes widened, as dark energy coalesced in his hands, forming a colossal black sphere that emanated a chilling aura of terror. The sphere rotated ominously, warping the surrounding space and emitting a spine-chilling, shrill cry. Its surface flickered with eerie purple arcs of electricity, each arc leaving behind a dark trace in the air. With both hands raised to support this terrifying orb of energy, Salama manifested a grotesque grin. "Feel this destructive power," he declared, before hurling the black sphere towards Wang Cheng and the high priest. As it passed, the ground fractured instantaneously, dissolving into nothingness. The air crackled with an ominous hiss, as if unable to withstand the weight of this malevolent force. Wang Cheng and the high priest wore solemn expressions as they swiftly converged, each amplifying their powers to the utmost. The high priest's staff radiated brilliance, conjuring a colossal light shield, while Wang Cheng gathered dark flames before him, creating a fiery barrier. The obsidian sphere collided violently with both the light shield and the flame barrier, producing a deafening roar. An unparalleled shockwave of energy erupted instantaneously, causing the entire palace to tremble violently, with walls collapsing and massive stones tumbling down. Wang Qing and the high priest were violently struck by this ferocious force, their bodies soaring through the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Their garments lay tattered and torn, blood gushed from their mouths in torrents, and their breaths dwindled to an almost imperceptible whisper. Wang Qing laboriously lifted his head, gazing at the advancing Salama, who was poised to strike once more. A flicker of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. Trembling, he withdrew 2 celestial beings, unhesitatingly tossing one to the high priest while swiftly consuming the other himself. Just as the high priest received the bean, unprepared to swallow it, Wang Qing abruptly surged to his feet and forcefully pushed the high priest aside. The high priest was sent rolling away by this sudden shove. Wang Qing, he cried hoarsely. Meanwhile, Salama had once again harnessed a terrifying energy, a pitch-black radiance shimmering in his hand, as if capable of devouring all light. Die! Salama roared, unleashing the energy towards Wang Qing with ferocity. The beam shot towards Wang Qing at an alarming speed, leaving him no time to evade. In an instant, he was engulfed by the overwhelming dark energy. Within the depths of that shadowy brilliance, Wang Qing's figure vanished, leaving only the unending darkness to rampage and roar. The entire palace succumbed to an eerie silence. The high priest's eyes wide with grief and despair. He gazed at the spot where Wang Qing had been consumed by the dark energy, his body trembling uncontrollably, a fierce fire of wrath igniting within him. Salama, I shall fight you to the end, the high priest bellowed, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength. His eyes were bloodshot, and his staff radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Yet Salama merely smirked coldly. You, a mere remnant, dare to challenge me? At that moment, an unusual wave emanated from the mass of dark energy. Salama's brow furrowed slightly, a twinge of unease stirring within him. After all, past experiences had taught him that Wang Qing might not be so easily vanquished. The dark energy began to churn violently, and a figure slowly emerged from it. It was none other than Wang Qing. At this moment, he exuded a mysterious and formidable aura. His wounds had completely healed, and his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination and resolve. Just as expected, the two immediately clashed once more. Salama's fists danced through the air with ferocious might, each strike accompanied by a sharp wind and dark power, attempting to breach Wang Qing's defenses. Wang Qing, agile and nimble, dodged left and right. As he fought, Salama called out, Wang Qing, you are so powerful. Why toil for the king? Join me. Together, we shall overthrow the king and govern the entire universe. Sharing in supreme power and glory. Wang Qing glared fiercely, responding in a thunderous voice, You wicked fiend, do not attempt to beguile me. The reign of Lord Wang is just and radiant, while you shall only usher in ruin and chaos. Salama scoffed coldly, just and radiant? That is merely a guise to deceive the masses. Only by following me can you truly seize control of your own destiny. With that, he intensified his assault. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, fiercely resisting the overwhelming pressure. Veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat cascaded down like rain, yet he displayed not an ounce of retreat. Wang Qing, cease your stubbornness. With a mere nod, all the wealth and power of this universe shall be at your disposal. Salama continued to persuade, attempting to sway Wang Qing's resolve. Wang Qing erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Salama, your words hold no sway over me. The righteousness in my heart shall never be tainted by your nefarious utterances. With that declaration, he summoned an even greater surge of power, mounting a counterattack against Salama. Their battle intensified, the very palace trembling under the force of their clash, as though it might collapse at any moment. Salama launched another offensive, his legs striking out like a tempest, each kick accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Wang Qing skillfully evaded, his hands moving rapidly to counter, their limbs colliding with a resounding thud. Wang Qing, you are courting your own demise. Salama bellowed, weaving intricate hand seals as dark energy coalesced into spheres of pitch-black power before him, hurtling towards Wang Qing. Wang Qing inhaled deeply, channeling the power within him to its utmost limit, conjuring a protective barrier before him. The energy sphere collided with the shield, unleashing a dazzling brilliance and formidable shockwave. Is that all you are capable of? Wang Qing taunted, his gaze laced with contempt. Salamander's expression darkened as he intensified his power output, causing an incessant surge of energy spheres to manifest. Cracks began to appear in Wang Qing's protective barrier, and his body trembled slightly. Yet he resolutely continued to withstand the onslaught. Cooperate with me, and you shall no longer endure such suffering, Salamander exclaimed. Wang Qing declared with fervor, I would rather perish in battle than conspire with you, a nefarious scoundrel. At that moment, he unleashed a formidable surge of power, dispersing the energy spheres before him. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Salama, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Taken by surprise, Salama staggered back several steps. Regaining his composure, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he lunged once more towards Wang Qing. Chapter 162, The Ultimate Battle Against Salama. Wang Qing found himself once again besieged, as the dark forces of Salama surged forth like an unrelenting tide, crashing upon him in relentless waves. Despite his utmost efforts to resist, the strength within him began to wane under the ceaseless barrage of Salama's attacks. With every collision, Wang Qing was forcefully repelled several steps back by the overwhelming recoil. His breath quickened, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like rain. While his garments lay tattered from the fierce skirmish, Salama's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, each strike akin to a tempest, and Wang Qing's defenses crumbled with alarming rapidity. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck heavily in the chest by Salama's powerful fist, sending him hurtling like a cannonball against a massive stone pillar. The pillar shattered instantaneously, and Wang Qing collapsed to the ground, spitting forth a copious amount of blood. Witnessing Wang Qing's peril, the high priest rushed forward without hesitation. With both hands in motion, he conjured formidable spells, unleashing beams of light towards Salama. Yet, Salama merely smiled coldly, nonchalantly waving his sleeve to effortlessly disperse the radiant attacks. Observing this, the high priest swiftly darted behind Salama, his palms imbued with immense power, and struck forcefully at Salama's back. However, Salama appeared to possess a sixth sense. Swiftly pivoting to seize the high priest's wrist, flinging him several dozen meters away where he crashed heavily onto the ground. The high priest struggled to rise. But his injuries were too grave. He barely stood before collapsing once more. Haha. In this realm of dark magic, I, Salama, am the sovereign. Your resistance is but a futile endeavor. Salama bellowed with maniacal laughter, his dark power intensifying, as if it sought to engulf the entire palace. Wang Qing laboriously rose from the ground, exchanging a resolute glance with the high priest, both their eyes brimming with indomitable spirit and determination. Despite their acute awareness of the overwhelming strength possessed by Salama, they resolved to fight until the very end. Just as Wang Qing and the high priest found themselves in dire straits, the fabric of space suddenly warped, and King Quan, accompanied by his two guards, materialized within the palace. The diminutive figure of King Quan emanated an aura of boundless authority. His gaze, calm yet infused with a chilling power, commanded respect. The two guards flanked him, their expressions stern and bodies taut, poised to engage in combat at a moment's notice. Upon witnessing King Quan's arrival, Salama's previously arrogant demeanor softened slightly, only to be replaced by a sneer of disdain. King Quan, you have finally arrived, but your presence will not alter the inevitable outcome. King Quan lifted his chin slightly, his voice ringing clear yet laden with strength. Salama, your ambition must come to an end. With that declaration, he vanished from sight. Reappearing before Salama in an instant, his small fist imbued with terrifying force, aimed directly at Salama. Salama, not daring to underestimate him, promptly raised his defenses. The impact of their fists colliding unleashed a formidable surge of energy, threatening to tear the very fabric of the surrounding space apart. King Quan's onslaught was relentless, each strike carrying the potential for cataclysmic destruction. Salama gritted his teeth, responding with all his might, his limbs dancing in a fierce exchange with King Quan. The two guards, undeterred, surged forward like the wind, one employing an elusive technique to circle around Salama, seeking weakness, while the other formed intricate seals, unleashing a barrage of mysterious runes aimed at restraining Salama's movements. In a moment of fury, Salama roared, dark energy gushing forth from within him to form a protective black barrier that deflected the guards' assaults. Simultaneously, he launched a kick towards King Quan, who adeptly sidestepped and countered with a punch. The blow, accompanied by a howling wind, struck towards Salama's face. Reacting swiftly, Salama raised his arm to block, the impact resonating with a dull thud as he staggered back slightly. Seizing the opportunity, King Quan pursued, his form ghostly, appearing at Salama's left side to deliver a kick aimed at his waist. Salama twisted his torso just in time to narrowly evade the strike. Yet King Quan's relentless barrage continued unabated. With both hands moving rapidly, beams of light shot forth from King Quan, transforming into razor-sharp blades aimed at Salama. Eyes wide with shock, Salama concentrated his dark energy, forming a massive vortex in front of him that consumed the incoming light blades. Meanwhile, one of the guards, not idle, swiftly appeared behind Salama, striking forcefully at his back. Salama sensed the impending attack and instantaneously concentrated his dark power at his rear, forming a thick layer of defense. The guard's palm struck the surface, producing a dull thud, and he was sent flying backward by the recoil. Another guard clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations as a formidable spell took shape within his grasp. A massive luminous cage descended from above, aimed at Salama. With a cold snort, Salama unleashed a surge of dark energy from within, transforming it into countless black tendrils that ensnared the radiant cage tightly, then, with a powerful tug, shattered it to pieces. At that moment, the King of All launched his assault anew, forming a seal with his hands as a colossal sphere of energy coalesced in his palm. The sphere radiated a blinding light, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. With a mighty shout, the king hurled the energy sphere toward Salama. Salama's expression turned grave as he waved his hands, conjuring a black shield formed from dark energy before him. The energy sphere collided with the shield, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The sheer force of the energy shockwave caused the entire palace to tremble violently, fissures appearing on the walls as debris rained down. Suddenly, Salama erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I have awaited this day for far too long. Do you think this is all my strength? Open your eyes and behold. From this moment forth, I, Salama, shall no longer be the dragon god, but the all-demon, fused with the entirety of the dark demon realm." With that declaration, Salama opened his mouth wide, emitting a powerful suction that drew in the dark forces of the entire realm like a tidal wave, consuming them voraciously. As the dark energy surged into him, Salama's form began to transform. His body swelled, muscles bulging, and the black patterns on his skin deepened, as if threatening to tear him apart. His eyes morphed into a pure, abyssal black, devoid of any white, emanating an eerie glow. The atmosphere around him turned violently tempestuous, forming a dark storm that engulfed the entire palace. Wherever the storm passed, everything was obliterated, reduced to dust. The King of All and the two guards sensed the rapid escalation of Salama's power, their faces reflecting a newfound gravity. Yet, they did not falter. The King of All formed his hands into a seal once more, preparing to unleash a more potent attack. However, Salama denied them the opportunity, sweeping his arm violently, sending forth a wave of dark energy toward them. As the wave approached, the very fabric of space distorted, crackling ominously. The two guards stepped forward, hands clasped, radiating brilliant light in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the wave's might was insurmountable, effortlessly breaching their defenses and hurling them away. The King of All's gaze sharpened, his diminutive form erupting with formidable power as he charged toward the wave. However, upon contact, he was met with the terrifying force within the dark wave, akin to an insurmountable mountain, and was instantly cast aside. His body soared through the air like a meteor, crashing heavily against a distant wall, causing it to collapse in an explosion of dust and debris. The sovereign rose from the ruins, struggling to regain his footing, a trickle of crimson blood escaping the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the entire realm of the dark demon world began to tremble violently. The ground fractured, vast fissures spreading like a spider's web. The sky was rent with flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder, as dark energy rampaged wildly, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Sensing the dire situation, the sovereign exclaimed urgently, "Wukong, High Priest, we must escape at once. The dark demon world is on the brink of destruction." His voice, filled with urgency and determination, resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the chaos. Wukong and the High Priest exchanged a resolute glance upon hearing the call of the Omni King. Despite their excruciating pain, they summoned their strength and rushed toward the direction of the Omni King. Chapter 163, Pinnacle Against Pinnacle. The surrounding environment grew increasingly perilous, with massive boulders plummeting from above and searing magma erupting from the depths below. The Omni King, filled with urgency, repeatedly gestured for them to hasten their pace. "Hurry. If you delay any longer, it will be too late." His voice trembled with urgency. Wukong and the High Priest gritted their teeth and ran desperately, finally reaching the side of the All-King at the last moment. With a sweep of his hands, the All-King enveloped them in a radiant light and in a flash surged toward the exit of the dark demon realm. Behind them, the entire realm erupted with a deafening roar, as if it were unleashing its final cry. Under the protection of the All-King's luminescence, the five raced like meteors toward the exit of the dark demon realm. Along the way, dark energy surged like a raging sea, relentlessly battering against the luminous shield. Each impact made the shield tremble violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. The All-King closed his eyes tightly, exerting all his strength to maintain the shield, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Wukong and the High Priest clung closely together, their expressions tense as they observed everything around them, while the two guards forged ahead, shielding them from the sporadic debris and energy flows. Hold on. We are almost at the exit, the All-King shouted, his voice tinged with fatigue. At that moment, a massive dark tornado suddenly appeared before them. The tornado whirled frantically, its powerful suction instantly slowing their advance. This is bad, the High Priest exclaimed. The All-King abruptly opened his eyes, determination flashing within them, and infused the last of his strength into the radiant shield. Push through, he bellowed. The shield erupted in brilliance as the five, facing immense resistance, struggled toward the eye of the tornado. In a dizzying swirl, they finally broke free from the tornado's grasp. Catching sight of a faint glimmer ahead, the exit of the Dark Demon Realm was within reach. One last effort, Wukong urged. The five summoned their final reserves of strength and burst forth from the Dark Demon Realm. The moment they escaped, a tremendous sound echoed as the entire realm collapsed, dissolving into nothingness. The five collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, gazing at the vanishing Dark Demon Realm, their hearts filled with gratitude for having survived the ordeal. Before they could catch their breath, Salama, transformed into the embodiment of all demons, appeared before them, exuding a suffocating aura of darkness, his eyes glinting with mockery and disdain. Wukong and the others exchanged glances, and without a moment's hesitation, they charged towards Salama together. Wukong was the first to launch an attack, his figure darting like lightning as he instantaneously appeared before Salama. With fists and feet employed in tandem, each strike was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Salama merely sidestepped lightly, effortlessly evading Wukong's onslaught, while countering with a swift motion that unleashed a potent surge of dark energy, driving Wukong back several paces. The High Priest swiftly followed suit, his hands weaving intricate gestures as he conjured powerful spells, beams of light shooting forth like sharpened blades towards Salama. Unperturbed, Salama summoned a shield of dark energy before him, effortlessly deflecting the radiant assault. Two guards encircled from either side, one leapt into the air, delivering a flurry of kicks, while the other swiftly maneuvered behind Salama to launch a surprise attack. With a cold smirk, Salama's body quivered slightly, a tremendous force sending both guards hurtling away. Observing this, the King of All flashed into position above Salama, hands forming a seal as a colossal beam of energy descended from the heavens. Salama gazed upward, hands raised in defiance, and astonishingly caught the energy beam with sheer strength. Against five adversaries, Salama demonstrated remarkable ease, his movements fluid and graceful, as if he were toying with them. Yet, Wukong and his companions grew ever more resolute, undeterred by Salama's formidable prowess. Suddenly, Salama unleashed his power, dark energy surging forth like an overwhelming tide, enveloping the group. Wukong and his allies struggled fiercely within the darkness, striving to break free from its binding force. In this moment of crisis, the King of All grasped the two guards with both hands. Their faces bore no trace of fear, only unwavering loyalty and determination. With a grave expression, the king declared, "Your mission has arrived." The guards responded in unison, "All for the honor of the king. To serve you is our highest glory." No sooner had the words left their lips than two brilliant beams of white light erupted, and a powerful suction emanated from the king's hands, causing the bodies of the guards to gradually transform into light, merging into the king himself. After absorbing the two guards, the king's aura surged mightily. Surrounding him was a resplendent glow, imbued with immeasurable strength, as if it could rend the endless darkness asunder. The king closed his eyes tightly, the light around him fluctuating in intensity, clearly engaged in the arduous task of assimilating and mastering the newly acquired power. Meanwhile, the oppressive sensation of dark energy surrounding him momentarily abated, granting Wukong and the High Priest a brief respite. When the king opened his eyes once more, they were filled with resolve and confidence, as if he were fully prepared for a decisive battle against Salama. Salama, observing the transformed king, remarked, "You two possess hidden strength." How infuriating! His face contorted with rage, dark energy surged and roiled violently around him. However, he soon regained his arrogant demeanor, continuing, "Yet even now, you remain no match for me." The king retorted, "You and I are both at the pinnacle of divine sovereignty. What grandiose claims can we make here?" The voice of the All-King resonated with unwavering strength, his radiant aura clashing against the dark powers of Salama, rendering the surrounding space unstable. Salama scoffed, thrusting his hands forward with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged toward the All-King like a colossal wave. Unyielding, the All-King pressed his palms together, and in an instant, a massive shield of light coalesced to withstand the onslaught of shadows. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided. sending shockwaves that reverberated through the air, forcing Wang Qing and the high priest to stagger backward under the force. Today marks your demise, all king. Salama bellowed, intensifying his dark energy. Gritting his teeth, veins bulged on the all-king's forehead as he fought to maintain the luminous barrier. You shall not prevail, Salama, he declared resolutely, his voice brimming with defiance and determination. The battle between Salama and the all-king escalated, the clash of darkness and light causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Salama gestured with fervor, channeling his dark energy into countless sharp spikes that rained down upon the all-king like a torrential storm. With a steely gaze, the all-king expanded his shield, deflecting the onslaught of spikes. Each impact against the shield erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, every collision striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. With a decisive stomp, light erupted from beneath the all-king's feet, transforming into myriad chains of brilliance that surged toward Salama. With a powerful shout, Salama unleashed a surge of dark energy that shattered the chains in an instant. The two adversaries exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Each of Salama's attacks bore the cataclysmic force to rend the heavens, leaving behind fissures of darkness that tore through the space around them. The all-king's light, akin to a multitude of sharp swords, pierced the shadows, illuminating the surroundings. Their forms entwined in a dance of light and dark, moving with such velocity that they were nearly imperceptible. Each collision sparked monumental waves of energy, causing the very stars around them to tremble precariously under the weight of their power. Wang Qing and the Grand Priest anxiously observed the fierce battle from a distance, their hearts racing in their throats. The Omni King clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations as a radiant sun of immense proportions coalesced above his head, its searing light eliciting waves of heat even from Salamander. Unwilling to be outdone, Salamander summoned dark forces that spiraled behind him, forming a colossal vortex as if capable of devouring all in its path. Prepare yourself, Salamander, the Omni King bellowed, thrusting the blazing sun toward his adversary. Salamander roared defiantly, Omni King, you are courting your own demise. He directed the vortex to confront the radiant sun. At the moment of their collision, time seemed to stand still. Subsequently, an unparalleled explosion of power erupted, shaking the very fabric of the universe. In that cataclysmic blast, both the Omni King and Salamander were engulfed, light and darkness intertwined, giving rise to a realm of chaos. Wang Qing and the High Priest were hurled far away by the tremendous shockwave, straining to regain their balance. They anxiously gazed towards the epicenter of the explosion, striving to discern the unfolding battle. After a brief moment, the radiant light gradually dimmed, and the darkness slowly receded. There, both the Sovereign King and Salamander knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Their bodies were marred with wounds, yet their eyes remained resolute and fierce. The Sovereign King slowly rose, his brilliance rekindling. Salamander, today marks your end, he proclaimed as he wielded his hands, gathering light into a colossal sword that surged towards Salamander. With eyes wide in fury, Salamander summoned dark power into a long black whip, intercepting the light sword. The clash produced a resounding ring, sparks flying in all directions. Both combatants unleashed their full might, their forces colliding, warping the very fabric of the space around them. Suddenly, the Sovereign King let out a thunderous roar, his radiance swelling, amplifying the sword's power instantaneously. Salamander, unable to withstand the onslaught, found his whip severed, and the sword lunged towards his chest. In a moment of desperation, Salamander evaded the lethal strike, though the sword grazed his shoulder, causing black blood to spurt forth. Do not revel in your triumph too soon. Salamander gritted his teeth, summoning the dark energy once more, his aura surging anew. With a maniacal laugh, he declared, I have awaited this day for far too long, my Sovereign King. In an instant, he appeared behind the Sovereign King, wrapping his arms around him, taunting, Did you believe I was unprepared? For billions of years, I have discovered the means to counter you. Today, you shall become my source of power. At that moment, a formidable dark energy enveloped both figures, akin to a raging beast, consuming them entirely. Within the darkness, their silhouettes could be faintly discerned, struggling against an invisible force that bound them tightly. The dark energy spiraled and expanded, distorting the surrounding space and swallowing all light. Wang Qing and the High Priest attempted to draw near to assist, but were rebuffed by the overwhelming power, unable to approach. At the heart of this abyss, the Sovereign King's luminescence flickered, seemingly engaged in a final struggle. Salamander, his visage twisted with malice, murmured incantations as dark power incessantly surged from within him, intensifying the oppression upon the Sovereign King. In that moment, The entire universe seemed to plunge into an abyss of endless darkness and fear. The outcome of this ultimate confrontation remaining shrouded in uncertainty. Suddenly, after a resounding explosion, the Sovereign King and Salamander re-emerged. The Sovereign King's aura appeared feeble, his body swaying precariously, his light dimmed to the brink of extinction. Although Salamander appeared battered, bloodied, and clad in tattered garments, his presence remained undiminished. A triumphant smile adorned his face, his eyes glinting with greed and madness. "Ha ha ha, I shall gladly accept your primal power," Salamander proclaimed. He spread his arms wide, as dark forces coalesced around him in swirling vortices, as if celebrating a triumphant victory. Salama stood still, his eyes tightly shut, while the dark energies surged within him like a relentless tide, causing his body to tremble slightly, as if he were straining to fully absorb the primal power of the All-King. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Qing hastily flew to the side of the Supreme King to inquire about the situation. The Supreme King, his face etched with worry and his voice frail, explained, "Salama has taken away his primal power. It is feared that he is on the verge of entering the realm of dominion. At that time, none of us will stand a chance against him." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of resolution flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes as he declared, "Let us swiftly thwart him." Without waiting for Quan Wang to respond, Wang Cheng surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. His figure transformed into a streak of light, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Wang Cheng's expression was one of unwavering determination. A singular thought resonated in his mind. He must not allow Salama to succeed. The high priest, unable to intercept in time, could only hastily follow in pursuit. In the blink of an eye, Wang Cheng appeared before Salama, unleashing a furious roar as he concentrated all his strength into his fist, striking fiercely at Salama. This punch, imbued with his anger and determination, howled through the air, causing the very fabric of space to tremble in response. Wang Cheng's powerful punch struck Salama with tremendous force. However, Salama merely trembled slightly, his eyes remaining closed. A shroud of dark energy enveloped him, effortlessly nullifying Wang Cheng's assault. A formidable rebound force surged forth, sending Wang Cheng hurtling through the air. He performed several somersaults before managing to regain his composure. At that moment, the high priest arrived, swiftly forming hand seals and chanting incantations, directing a potent beam of magical energy toward Salama. With a disdainful snort, Salama unleashed a torrent of dark power, which instantaneously consumed the spell's brilliance without a trace. "Presumptuous fool," Salama exclaimed, abruptly opening his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within them. With a casual wave of his hand, a colossal dark hand materialized, striking toward Wang Qing and the high priest. Their faces paled in alarm as they hurriedly mustered their strength to resist. Yet, the might of that dark hand was overwhelming, rendering their efforts utterly insignificant. Bang! The two were forcefully slammed to the ground, creating a vast crater upon impact, lying at the bottom of the pit. They coughed up blood, their injuries worsening by the moment. Salama, however, paid them no further heed, continuing to immerse himself in the absorption of primordial power. His aura grew increasingly formidable, and the surrounding darkness thickened, as if yearning to engulf the entire world. "What do we do?" Wang Qing inquired anxiously. The high priest shook his head, his expression a mixture of helplessness and concern. At that moment, Quan Wang also soared over, gazing at Wang Cheng with a newfound determination, saying, "I have lost my essence. In the battles to come, I will be of no assistance. Wang Cheng, since my inception, I have never encountered anyone as extraordinarily gifted as you. Therefore, I entrust this crisis to you." Wang Cheng remarked, "Your Majesty, if you are unable to succeed, how can I?" The sovereign waved his hand and replied, "I shall lend you my assistance in the end." With that, the sovereign's entire being ignited, engulfed in brilliant golden flames that radiated dazzling light. The high priest, witnessing this scene, felt helpless to intervene and could only mourn silently, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Before long, the sovereign transformed into a luminous orb, its resplendent glow seamlessly merging into Wang Cheng's body. Wang Cheng felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, and before he could fully comprehend it, he swiftly teleported back to the sovereign's palace with the high priest. Upon entering the palace, Wang Cheng wasted no time. He led the high priest directly into the staff's space to meditate and assimilate the newfound energy. The space within the staff was suffused with a mysterious energy that ebbed and flowed. Wang Cheng settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes tightly. Striving to calm the tumult within, he began to channel and merge the power bestowed upon him by the sovereign. Meanwhile, the high priest stood guard nearby, his expression tense as he watched Wang Cheng, silently offering prayers. The energy within the space fluctuated with Wang Cheng's breath, at times surging violently and at others tranquil as a still lake. Beads of sweat adorned Wang Cheng's forehead, his garments soaked, yet he persevered with gritted teeth. Chapter 165. The final battle. Time flew by, and Wang Cheng finally opened his eyes, sensing the formidable power within him. He rose slowly, stretching his limbs, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly with his movements. Clenching his fists, a powerful energy wave emanated from his palms, resulting in a crackling sound that resonated through the air. The high priest, witnessing this, displayed a hint of astonishment. Wang Cheng, it appears you have successfully integrated the sovereign's power. Wang Cheng nodded, his gaze resolute as he remarked, this power is indeed formidable. Yet whether it can triumph over Salama remains uncertain. After speaking, he took a deep breath and stepped out of the staff's realm. Upon their return to the Hall of Kings, they found the outside world had succumbed even further to the encroaching darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence. Wang Cheng gazed towards the distant source of dark power, murmuring to himself, Salama, today marks the moment of our final confrontation. In an instant, he surged forth in the direction of Salama, closely followed by the high priest. As they raced onward, fierce winds howled around them, and the dark forces persistently sought to impede their progress. Yet, bolstered by the formidable strength within him, Wang Cheng shattered every obstacle in their path. At long last, they beheld Salama, who was currently absorbing the essence of primordial power. At that moment, the dark energy surrounding Salama had intensified to an extreme, resembling a black hole poised to engulf everything within its grasp. Without uttering a word, Wang Cheng moved like lightning, instantly charging towards Salama, his fist infused with formidable energy. Exuding an unwavering momentum, Salama let out a cold laugh, gently sidestepped, and with a swift motion of his hand, unleashed a surge of dark energy aimed at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng reacted swiftly, executing a roll to evade the assault. He then propelled himself off the ground with great force, lunging once more at Salama. Employing a combination of punches and kicks, each move infused with astonishing power. Salama, however, responded with calm composure, effortlessly parrying Wang Cheng's relentless onslaught. Wang Cheng grew increasingly valiant, a torrent of power surging within him, his speed accelerating and his strikes becoming ever more ferocious. Salamander gradually found the situation somewhat troublesome and began to take the matter seriously. With a mighty roar, Salamander summoned the dark forces, coalescing them into a black longsword, which he thrust fiercely toward Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng deftly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch aimed at Salamander's chest. Salamander parried with his sword, and the clash of their forces unleashed a tremendous shockwave. The battle intensified further. Wang Cheng bore numerous wounds upon his body, yet his gaze remained resolute, undeterred. However, Salamander's strength proved overwhelmingly formidable, and Wang Cheng gradually found himself at a disadvantage. With a powerful kick, Salamander sent Wang Cheng flying, who crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Salamander, filled with arrogance, declared, though I have not yet fully attained the realm of domination, I stand at the threshold of it. You insignificant insects are no match for me. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, rose from the ground, and charged once more towards Salama. Driven by a singular conviction, to fight until the very end, Wang Cheng charged forward once more, his entire being radiating brilliance. Each punch and kick imbued with an indomitable spirit of determination. Salama brandished his ebony longsword, the shadows of his blade weaving thickly as he engaged in a fierce clash with Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng seized the opportune moment, delivering a powerful punch that struck the blade of Salama's sword, causing it to tremble violently. Salama furrowed his brow, deftly twisting his wrist as the sword's edge grazed Wang Cheng's forearm, resulting in a sudden gush of blood. Wang Cheng, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos, swiftly launched into a flying kick aimed at Salama's face. Salama instinctively tilted his head back to evade the strike, simultaneously sweeping his sword in a horizontal arc. Wang Cheng leaped into the air, narrowly escaping the deadly blow. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their formidable powers distorting the very space around them. Wang Cheng's breath grew increasingly erratic, yet his assaults remained fierce and unyielding. A flicker of impatience flashed in Salama's eyes, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands. He unleashed a colossal wave of dark sword energy directed at Wang Cheng. With crossed arms, Wang Cheng braced himself to withstand the onslaught. Boom! Wang Cheng was propelled backward by the sword's energy, skidding several meters and leaving deep grooves in the ground. He fell to one knee, panting heavily. Salama advanced steadily, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "Yield now. You stand no chance of victory." Wang Cheng lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with an indomitable light, and once more rose to his feet, charging towards Salama. Wang Qing, unable to withstand the formidable power of Salama, was struck by a surging wave of dark energy, sending him soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. He crashed heavily to the ground, his body battered and broken, blood staining the earth beneath him. However, just as Salama believed Wang Qing to be lifeless, a mysterious force surged forth from Wang Qing's shattered form, causing his wounds to heal at a visibly rapid pace. And the breath of life returned. With a sudden jolt, Wang Qing opened his eyes wide and rose once more, his aura now more potent than ever. Revived? Salama's expression was one of astonishment. Wang Qing roared in fury and charged once more towards Salama. However, Salama was undeniably too formidable. With a mere flick of his ebony sword, a flash of dark radiance surged forth, sending Wang Qing hurtling away once again. This time, his body was nearly shattered. Bones splintered, and internal organs crushed. Yet, not long after, Wang Qing's broken form began to reassemble, and amidst the flickering light, he was resurrected anew. This time, he emanated a powerful aura that seemed poised to break through the very heavens. Salama, sensing Wang Qing's transformation, felt a grave seriousness wash over his countenance. Wang Qing, undeterred by previous setbacks, once again lunged at Salama, and the two engaged in yet another fierce confrontation. However, no matter how fervently Wang Qing fought or how fiercely he unleashed his power, he remained unable to breach Salama's formidable defenses. Seizing the opportune moment, Salama unleashed a devastating attack, leaving Wang Qing once more sprawled on the ground, his vitality nearly extinguished. Yet, a miracle unfolded once again as Wang Qing resurrected. Nevertheless, he found himself perpetually shackled by the constraints of the divine sovereign realm. Despite growing stronger with each revival, the chasm between him and Salama appeared insurmountable. Wang Qing gasped for breath, his eyes filled with a mixture of defiance and determination as he summoned his strength once more, preparing to launch a new wave of assault. Wang Qing was once again felled by Salama, his body crashing heavily to the ground, breath becoming increasingly feeble. Yet, just as Salama turned to depart, a peculiar luminescence enveloped Wang Qing, and in a manner beyond imagination, he began to heal at an astonishing pace. His shattered bones reassembled, and his damaged organs swiftly rejuvenated. In the blink of an eye, he stood upright, whole once more. Observing this, Salama's face betrayed a moment of surprise and fury. He had not anticipated Wang Qing's resilience to be so formidable. Having endured numerous life and death trials, Wang Qing had become increasingly adept at harnessing his own power. He sensed a force within him surging, seemingly on the verge of breaking through a certain threshold. This time, Wang Qing initiated the assault. His speed and strength surpassing all previous measures, each strike imbued with formidable energy. Salama, wary of the enhanced vigor of his opponent, met the challenge with utmost seriousness. The conflict escalated into a fervent clash, waves of impact radiating outward as their techniques collided, tearing the surrounding space asunder with black fissures. Yet, despite Wang Qing's augmented prowess, he still struggled to inflict fatal harm upon Salama. Seizing the opportune moment, Salama unleashed a powerful attack that sent Wang Qing hurtling away. Like a projectile, he collided with a distant peak, causing it to crumble instantaneously. However, it was not long before that mysterious force resurrected Wang Qing once more. Upon this revival, he felt himself inching closer to breaking the shackles of the divine sovereign realm. His gaze reflected unwavering determination and resolve, and without hesitation, he surged once again toward Salama, intent on continuing this seemingly interminable battle. Chapter 166. The body transformed into a black hole. Wang Qing remained unable to transcend his limitations, his inner anxiety and anger burning like a raging inferno. He understood all too well that without breaking through, he could not eradicate Salama, and the entire world would be plunged into an abyss of perpetual darkness and calamity. Wang Qing resolved to stake everything on this single gamble. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the power of devouring to its utmost limit. In an instant, the radiance surrounding him vanished, and his form began to twist and contort, causing the very fabric of space around him to collapse. At that moment, Wang Qing transformed into an unfathomable black hole, an overwhelming gravitational pull emanating from its depths, mercilessly drawing everything nearby into its abyss. Salama sensed this terrifying force and attempted to break free, only to realize it was too late. The black hole's grip intensified, resembling an invisible giant hand that seized Salama with unyielding ferocity. "No, Wang Qing, you are sealing your own doom," Salama cried out in terror, but his voice was swiftly devoured by the immense power of the black hole. Wang Qing's visage was contorted, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain the operation of the black hole. Salamat's form was gradually being drawn into the abyss, and even the forces of darkness seemed utterly powerless before it. At last, Salamat was entirely consumed by the black hole. In an instant, the surroundings plunged into a profound silence, with only the black hole, embodied by Wang Qing, continuing its slow rotation. Yet, Wang Qing, having overexerted himself, endured excruciating pain as his consciousness began to wane. At that moment, he reverted to his human form, but agony engulfed him. Every inch of skin and every bone felt as if they were being gnawed by countless ants. Salamat raged within Wang Qing, fiercely contesting for control of his body, pushing Wang Qing's consciousness to the brink of collapse. However, he gritted his teeth, intensifying his devouring power to combat Salamat. That force surged within him like a violent torrent, striving to suppress Salamat entirely. While he struggled to operate the nebula technique to nourish his body, the refreshing energy coursing through him, mending his damaged meridians and organs. At that moment, the high priest, accompanied by numerous angels, arrived hastily. They descended upon the desolate planet, their eyes scanning urgently. Yet, they found no trace of Salamat. Only Wang Qing lying motionless, his expression a terrifying grimace, features distorted, beads of sweat rolling incessantly from his forehead, and his body occasionally convulsing. The high priest, filled with urgency, hastened to Wang Qing's side, crouching down, his trembling hands reaching out to sense Wang Qing's condition. His brow furrowed deeply, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes brimming with concern and anxiety. However, when his power brushed against the chaotic yet formidable force within Wang Qing, he was met with a surge of violent energy that made his heart constrict painfully, inducing an indescribable palpitation. The power resembled a multitude of ferocious beasts tearing and colliding with one another, chaotic yet immensely powerful, rendering the high priest hesitant to intervene, fearful that his reckless actions might exacerbate Wang Qing's plight. Gradually retracting his hands, the high priest rose, his face etched with deepening worry. He surveyed the surrounding angels and spoke gravely. "I can no longer sense Salamat's presence. We must return with Wang Qing." No sooner had he spoken than Makalita gracefully stepped forward, her gaze imbued with tenderness and resolve. Carefully, she bent down and gently cradled Wang Qing in her arms, her movements as delicate as if she were holding the most precious treasure in the world. After securing Wang Qing tightly, a flash of light enveloped her, and she vanished from the spot, leaving the high priest and the other angels gazing after them, silently praying for Wang Qing's safety. Makalita instantly transported Wang Qing back to the Grand Palace. She tenderly laid him on a soft bed, her eyes filled with concern. The high priest and the other angels soon followed, encircling the bed with tense expressions. Wang Qing lay in a deep, unyielding slumber upon the bed, his body intermittently trembling, and his countenance twisted in agony and despair. Margarita extended her hand, gently wiping the beads of sweat from Wang Qing's forehead, silently praying for his swift awakening. The high priest furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth, contemplating strategies. This chaotic force, would Wang Qing ultimately endure? He murmured to himself. At that moment, the atmosphere within the palace became stiflingly tense, each individual laden with concern for Wang Qing's safety. Time trickled by, yet there was no sign of improvement in Wang Qing's condition. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from his body, forcing those gathered around the bed to stagger backwards. Margarita gasped, "What is happening?" The high priest steadied himself, his expression grave as he replied, "If my suspicions are correct, Wang Qing has consumed Salama using the principle of devouring. However, Salama's energy is immense, and Wang Qing's body may not withstand it." Margarita, her voice quivering, inquired anxiously, "What shall we do?" Her hands instinctively clenched the corners of her garment. The high priest shook his head, responding, "There is nothing more we can do. We must rely on him alone." His gaze remained fixed on Wang Qing, a mixture of concern and helplessness reflected in his eyes. Margarita's eyes welled with tears, her sorrow palpable as she lamented, "Are we to stand idly by, witnessing his suffering, unable to intervene?" The high priest sighed heavily. "This is a battle that belongs to him alone. All we can do is have faith in his strength and resolve to overcome this ordeal." A heavy silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere thick with despair. Wang Qing's body continued to tremble, energy fluctuations oscillating between strength and weakness, as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Margarita bit her lip and resolutely declared, "Wang Qing will be all right. He has endured countless trials before, and he shall prevail once more." The high priest nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering from Wang Qing. Unbeknownst to them, a decade had slipped by since Wang Qing's fierce battle with Salama. Throughout these 10 years, he lay still, as though ensnared in an endless nightmare. On this day, Margarita, as she had done many times before, approached Wang Qing's bedside with a basin of clear water. She immersed a towel, wrung it out, and tenderly began to wipe Wang Qing's face, her movements gentle and focused, her eyes brimming with concern and hope. As the towel brushed softly against Wang Qing's cheek, he suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Margarita stood transfixed, the towel almost slipping from her grasp. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Wang Qing, her lips quivering, yet words eluded her. Wang Qing's eyes initially appeared somewhat bewildered, as if he had not yet fully awakened. However, it was not long before his gaze became increasingly clear and resolute. He slowly turned his eyes toward Margarita, a faint smile gracing his lips, weak yet warm. In an instant, tears streamed down Margarita's face. She was so overwhelmed with emotion that she covered her mouth with her hands to stifle her sobs. "You have finally awakened." Her voice trembled with a mix of tears and joy. Wang Qing yearned to speak, yet found his throat parched, allowing only a faint whisper to escape. "I have returned." Chapter 167, the grand finale. Wang Qing rose to stretch his rusted body. The sound of his bones creaking echoed like a long dormant machine being reawakened. He gradually extended his limbs, each movement appearing somewhat rigid and laborious. Raising his arms, he vigorously shook them, then twisted his waist in an attempt to restore his body's agility as swiftly as possible. A slight furrow formed on his brow, and a pained expression crossed his face, a testament to the muscle soreness and sluggish meridians resulting from prolonged slumber. Margarita, watching anxiously from the side, could not help but say, "Take your time, don't rush." Wang Qing took a deep breath, continuing to stretch his body, the sharp pain in his joints causing him to involuntarily gasp. Nevertheless, he persevered, amplifying his movements as if he sought to dispel a decade's worth of accumulated stiffness all at once. System. Is the system present? Ding. Affirmative. Open character panel. Ding. Host. Wang Qing. Abilities. Pain growth. Buzz recovery. Wish. Modified. Nebula technique. Gravitational field. Constant freeform. Ultimate skill. Devour law. Devour form. Infinite resurrection. Miracle power. Annihilation power. Creation power. New abilities acquired by consuming the essence of Salama. Combat power. Realm. Sovereign. Items. Binding immortal rope. How the news of Wang Qing's awakening swiftly reached others, prompting them to hasten to his side. In no time, the room became crowded with people, their faces radiating joy and anticipation. Wang Qing elucidated the circumstances to the others, although his voice was still somewhat weak. It resonated with clarity and conviction. "I have consumed Salama." Throughout that protracted and agonizing ordeal, I finally subdued and amalgamated his power. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes brimming with wonder. The high priest proclaimed, "Wang Qing, you have now ascended to the realm of dominion. With the sacrifice of Lord Wang, it is now your destiny to become the sovereign of all universes." Wang Qing was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Subsequently, he solemnly nodded, refraining from any refusal. He straightened his posture, exuding an intangible aura of authority. "In light of this, I shall not fail in my mission and will diligently safeguard this universe." The assembly erupted in cheers, their eyes brimming with hope and trust for the future. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Wang Qing silently vowed to ensure that this universe would flourish in peace, free from disaster and strife. Wang Qing stood at the heart of the cosmos, his arms gracefully gesturing as the miraculous power cascaded from his fingertips like a resplendent river of stars. This extraordinary force transcended the fabric of time, retracing the sorrowful moments of the past, resurrecting those who had been mercilessly slain by the Salama gang. Amidst a radiant glow, the once lost souls re-emerged before the crowd, their expressions a blend of bewilderment and wonder as they gazed upon this new world. Families embraced in tears, friends rejoiced with exuberance, and the entire universe basked in the euphoria and poignancy of reunion. Shortly thereafter, to commemorate Wang Qing's ascension as the supreme being of the universe, a grand coronation ceremony was held within a magnificent palace. Deities of destruction and angels from various realms gathered to partake in the celebration. Music resounded, cannons boomed, and ribbons danced in the air. The assembly united in a chorus, expressing their admiration and affection for Wang Qing. He raised his hands, signaling to the crowd. And in that moment, his presence seemed to meld with the very essence of the cosmos. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, Wang Qing entrusted all intricate matters to the high priest. Though the high priest felt a sense of resignation, he understood that Wang Qing required time to savor the joys of life. Wang Qing departed from the bustling palace, accompanied by Bulma and Margarita, embarking on a journey uniquely their own. Initially, Bulma harbored feelings of resentment towards Margarita, having learned that Margarita's relationship with Wang Qing was forged in the heat of his rescue. However, as time passed, Bulma and Margarita grew closer, bonding as if they were sisters. Wang Qing gazed at their intimate camaraderie, his heart brimming with warmth and joy. He understood that amidst the vast expanse of the universe, with Bulma and Margarita by his side, his life would no longer be solitary. Synopsis: Wang Qing traverses into the Dragon Ball universe, acquiring a Saiyan system. In this world where planets can be obliterated at a moment's notice, witness Wang Qing as he methodically signs in, embarking on the path to becoming the mightiest in the cosmos.